Returning to the 3 months before the apocalypse, Shen Qing vowed to change the tragic fate of her family. She utilized her rebirth as a prophet to unlock her supernatural abilities, crazily stockpiling millions worth of supplies to calmly face the successive disasters, torrential rains, and floods, bloodthirsty insect plagues, extreme heat, deadly cold, devastating earthquakes, and bloodthirsty zombies. Under the dual tests of natural disasters and human nature, she strategically advanced, determined to lead her family through this apocalyptic catastrophe. Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the End. So cool. Shen Qing felt all the pores in her body greedily absorbing the coolness in the air. Dying in such a cool dream was worth it. Shen Qing, wake up. The manager is here. Her body was suddenly shoved, and Shen Qing was startled, nearly falling off her chair. She quickly grasped the table and sat up straight. Shen Qing, it's work time. If you like sleeping so much, go home. Wang Chong stood with his hands behind his back, spitting as he spoke, his anger visibly apparent. Shen Qing was slightly taken aback and exclaimed, "Manager Wang, did you die too?" The colleagues on both sides were struggling to suppress their laughter, faces flushed. Shen Qing, Wang Chong raised his voice a pitch, angrily saying, "Do you not want to work anymore?" Before Shen Qing could react, her female colleague Tian quickly nudged her with her elbow and smiled apologetically. "Manager Wang, Shen Qing has been going through some things lately and is emotionally unstable. Please don't be angry with her. I'll scold her for you." Tian, true to her name, was sweet and cute with a soft voice. As she acted cute, Wang Chong's anger instantly diminished by half. "Since you put it that way, I'll let it go this time. Shen Qing, you need to remember, if it weren't for Miss Zhang's generosity, you would have been fired a long time ago." With that, Wang Chong turned and left. Finally, we got through that. "Shen Qing, are you still sad about that scumbag?" Tian placed a cup of hot water on her desk. The whole company knew that Shen Qing's boyfriend had cheated on her with the boss's daughter. Looking at her, it seemed she still hadn't recovered from it. Shen Qing didn't hear her words, her eyes wandering around the office. Air conditioning, green plants, clean drinking water, living colleagues. Everything felt like a dream. She hurriedly opened her computer, and the time in the bottom right corner suddenly stood out. 2024.4.22 at the T that moment. Her eyes suddenly felt a bit sour, and she relaxed against the chair as if all her strength had been drained. She had been reborn. Reborn 3 months before the apocalypse. 8:01 a.m. on July 22nd, 2024, a sudden global torrential rain began, and it lasted for a month. The floodwaters rose to the 3rd floor of buildings, and cries for help filled the entire city. Although her family lived on the 4th floor, the dirty water that seeped into their home caused severe leg infections for the entire family. After 10 consecutive days of rain, rescue teams arrived and took Shen Qing's family to a temporary shelter, allowing them to escape this disaster. The floodwaters took 3 months to recede, leaving streets piled with mud and countless homes destroyed. What awaited people was not post-disaster reconstruction, but continued extreme heat. The hottest point of noon, temperatures soared to 55 degrees Celsius, causing tens of thousands of outdoor workers to die from heat stroke. The land cracked, vegetation died from lack of water, wildfires broke out, and the surface became like a giant furnace. After the relentless heat, without giving people a moment to breathe, came extreme cold, earthquakes, acid rain, dense fog, and plagues. Accompanied by insect plagues and polar nights, the world became like hell. After the disasters, Shen Qing's family lived in a rescue base, barely surviving for 2 years. Just as the base was in danger of evacuation, they were chased by hordes of screaming zombies. The filthy, stinking creatures tore apart her brother and plunged their sharp fingers into her parents' bodies, gnawing at her flesh as Shen Qing approached her breaking point. Thinking of this, tears fell. "Shen Qing?" Tian next to her was startled and quickly handed her a tissue. Shen Qing finally snapped back to reality. Yes, she had been reborn. There was still a chance to change her and her family's fate. She declined Tian's kind offer to wipe her tears and skillfully printed out her resignation letter. In her previous life, she had imagined countless times throwing the resignation report in front of Wang Chong. This time, it was finally going to happen. "Shen Qing, you're leaving? Is it really worth it for that scumbag?" Tian's surprised voice attracted the attention of the entire office. In recent years, the job market had been harsh, with tens of thousands of people unemployed. Shen Qing smiled slightly. The world was about to change, and she could no longer waste time in this hellhole. She stood up, tightly grasped Tian's hand, and whispered, "Thank you for caring about me. I'm leaving. If you have any extra money, stock up on some food. Take care." That was all she could say. Having said that, she strode toward Wang Chong's office, leaving behind puzzled colleagues in the office. Asterisk slap, star. As expected, she slammed the resignation application on the desk. "What do you mean by this?" Wang Chong slammed the table. "I didn't pursue the matter of you sleeping, and now you're getting cocky." Shen Qing crossed her arms, confidently responding, "I'm resigning." "Say that again?" He could hardly believe his ears. Where did she get the nerve? Shen Qing stared directly at him and said, "I said I'm resigning. I don't want to work for this soulless company anymore. I don't want to work under someone like you who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Most importantly, she had only 3 months left, and she didn't want to leave any regrets. "Shen Qing." Wang Chong's veins bulged as he angrily slammed the table. "Immediately settle my salary for this month. I don't want to waste a single second here." Shen Qing ignored his fury and made her demand. "Dream on." Wang Chong gritted his teeth. She dared to challenge him and still wanted her salary? It was simply a pipe dream. Shen Qing scoffed. "Wang Chong, the department is going to evaluate for awards this quarter, right? If a labor arbitration case comes up during this time, I wonder what the higher-ups will think. Are you threatening me?" Wang Chong stood up in anger, unable to speak. "What if I am? The barefoot are not afraid of the shoe wearers. If you have to fight me over a few $1,000, then I'll play along to the end." Shen Qing said without flinching. What she needed most right now was money. Even a mosquito is meat. Wang Chong was furious, fists clenched, but Shen Qing continued to stare at him fearlessly. After calming down, he suddenly thought that Shen Qing leaving might be a good thing. After all, Miss Zhang didn't like her. Perhaps getting rid of her could help him get closer to the boss's daughter. Finance. Settle Shen Qing's salary for this month. Wang Chong extinguished his anger and sat back down. Shen Qing smirked and slammed the office door behind her. Outside, colleagues were whispering about this big gossip, and some secretly gave her a thumbs up. There were no important items on her desk. She slung her bag over her shoulder, smiled, waved goodbye to everyone, and left gracefully. The road home was lined with snack shops. Just smelling the aromas made Shen Qing's mouth water. 2 years after the disaster, Shen Qing's family moved into the rescue base. Her mother fell ill during that torrential rain and couldn't go out to find food, so their rations were naturally scarce. The family of 4 shared meals, never having enough to eat at any one time. Occasionally, when they couldn't find resources to trade for food, Shen Qing even ate things that were difficult for ordinary people to swallow. Even so, she still wanted to live. As soon as she thought of the scene of her family's tragic death, her eyes turned red, and she quickened her pace towards home. A space appeared. Inserting the key, Shen Qing pushed the door open and saw her parents cuddled together on the sofa watching TV. Alive. They are really alive. "Sweetie, why are you back so early today?" Tao Ying looked up and asked gently. Her eyes reddened, and she ran into their arms, crying loudly. In her past life, her parents always protected her, and she naively thought that as long as her parents were there, everything could be endured. She felt like a useless person, unable to help her parents at all. "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you at work?" "Sweetie, we won't go to work anymore. Your parents' pension is more than enough to support you. You can stay at home as long as you want." "That's right. Although our family isn't wealthy, taking care of you is definitely not a problem." Tao Ying echoed. Tao Ying and Shun Jia made quite a bit of money running a renovation company when they were younger, which allowed them to buy this large house in the expensive S city. Now that they can't work anymore, and their children don't want to follow the same path, they transferred the company, and both have pensions that are enough for the family to live. On .as, they comforted her. Shun Jian also returned home and, seeing the scene, quickly dropped the vegetables in his hands. "Mom, what's wrong with my sister?" Tao Ying patted Shen Qing's back and shook her head at Shun Jian. "Sis, did someone bully you? Tell me." "Alive, the family is still alive. She truly has been reborn." Shen Qing sniffed and quickly wiped her tears. "I'm fine. I just have something more important to tell everyone." "Jian, help Mom and Dad sit down." Seeing Shen Qing's serious expression, the 3 exchanged glances and sat down. "Sis, what is it that's so important?" Shen Qing said solemnly, "Mom, Dad, Jian, although what I'm about to say sounds outrageous, you must believe me." The 3 swallowed nervously and nodded in agreement. Shen Qing took a deep breath and said seriously, In 3 months, the apocalypse will arrive, and the city will turn into a void. She spoke about the torrential rain and the outbreak of zombies, her expression growing increasingly serious. The three looked at each other, their faces filled with worry and doubt. Though this year had indeed been unusually hot, 3-story-high floodwaters, temperatures of 55 degrees, and zombies running in the streets. It all sounded too absurd, right? Tao Ying reached out to touch Shen Qing's forehead. She doesn't have a fever. Sweetie, don't scare your parents. Shen Qing sighed heavily. She knew this would be their reaction. Mom and Dad, I know you're confused right now, but everything I'm saying will happen in the future. I really haven't been traumatized. The three remained silent. Finally, it was Shen Jian who spoke first. Sister, I want to believe you, but Shen Qing took a long breath. If she were in their shoes, she probably wouldn't believe in doomsday predictions either. Thankfully, she now had a way to prove it. On her way back, she had been worried about storing supplies when she suddenly felt an unbearable itch on her neck. That was where she had been bitten by a zombie in her past life. Thinking of the zombie's appearance, her neck felt cold, and she quickly covered it with her hand. It was in that moment that everything went dark, and when she regained her vision, she found herself in a strange place. This space was about the size of 5 or 6 football fields, filled with shelves of varying sizes. Looking down, she saw that the bread in her hand had also come to this unfamiliar space. In this space, she could control everything with her mind. After some experimentation, she confirmed that time in this space was absolutely frozen, and the items stored inside would never expire. Because of this space, Shen Qing felt more hopeful about the goal of surviving. She slightly closed her eyes, concentrated, and as she extended her palm, a piece of bread appeared on it. What's going on? The three stared in astonishment, their mouths agape at how the empty palm suddenly produced bread. Shen Qing tore open the bread and handed it to them. Do you believe me now? Sweetie, you really have been reborn? Thinking of her beloved daughter being devoured by unimaginable creatures caused her heart to ache deeply. Tao Ying covered her heart, as if she might not be able to stand. Shen Qing nodded seriously. Tao Ying and Shen Jie exchanged glances. Now they truly believed. Shen Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Such a big matter couldn't be hidden. Knowing the truth early would allow for better preparation. However, the three still found it hard to process this information, their faces filled with worry. Shen Qing held on to Tao Ying and Shen Jie's hands. Mom and Dad, since we can't avoid it, let's muster our strength to face it together. As long as we stick together, we will definitely survive. Shen Jian placed his hand on top of theirs, and the four exchanged determined looks. After a while, they finally began to discuss their plans for the next 3 months. Although there are many resources in the city, the competition and dangers are equally great. Dad, can we still live in that house in the countryside outside of S City? Shen Qing asked. Shen Jie thought for a moment. A simple repair should be fine for living. Great, Dad. Then it's hard work for you to go back to our hometown tomorrow to reinforce the walls and doors, and it would be best to dig a tunnel to create a livable space. Underground. The building in S City was too low, and it was the first city to experience a zombie outbreak. Staying here had too many disadvantages. Although Guiyuan Village was in the countryside, it was at a higher elevation and about 7 or 8 degrees cooler than S City, making it more suitable for her elderly parents. To live? Okay, I'll book a ticket for tomorrow morning right now. Shen Jie, being from a renovation background, could handle the construction work. Doing this alone would indeed be a bit tough, but with effort, it could certainly be accomplished. Mom, you're responsible for raising the funds and converting all the family assets into cash. Tao Ying nodded anxiously. Your dad and I have 1,500,000 in liquid assets in our accounts, and this house can sell for 5 million. I'll find a way to sell it. Shen Jian took out his bank card. Sis, I have another 100,000 here. You can take it. Shen Qing opened her account. I have 300,000. I was planning to buy a new car for Mom and Dad, but that's not needed now. She looked up at her family and said, although this money sounds like a lot, it definitely won't be enough to stock up on supplies. We'll need to borrow some more. With the apocalypse coming, who cares about credit? Whatever amount can be borrowed is what we will take. Let's hurry up and split up to take action. In the early morning, Shen Qing sat in front of her computer, organizing the inventory list. She listed out all the tasks that needed to be done in the near future to avoid missing anything. All supplies needed a temporary receiving station. They would be sent to the receiving station first before being stored in the space. Shen Qing opened a rental app, looking for warehouses nearby. She found an industrial park about 7 kilometers from her community, where several warehouses were available for rent. The smallest was 100 square meters, and the largest was 2,000 square meters. This industrial park is the closest to Shen Qing, has many trucks coming in and out every day, and is less likely to attract attention. The person who met Shen Qing was a man in his early 30s. Shen Qing walked into the warehouse and took a quick look around. It was quite simple, but it was sufficient for the purpose of storing materials. On her way here, she had also noticed that this warehouse was somewhat isolated from the other storage rooms, with a security personnel stationed by the large factory building. There was no one in sight here, which wouldn't affect her work. Stockpiling begins. Have you made your decision? The monthly rent for the warehouse is $1,200, with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent in advance, and a minimum lease of 6 months. Shen Jian saw Shen Qing nodding and quickly replied, "No problem, we will rent it." The contract was made in duplicate, and if there are any issues with the warehouse later, feel free to contact me. The man took out the contract he carried with him, and soon both parties signed the agreement. After locking the warehouse door, the two went to a grain and oil wholesale market. "What would you like to buy?" The shopkeeper asked as he saw the customers. "How many bags of 50 pounds of rice do you have in total?" "There aren't many in the store, but we have plenty in our warehouse. Just let me know what you need." Shen Qing opened the list she made last night, cleared her throat, and said, "I want 200 bags of 50-pound pearl rice, long-grain fragrant rice, and wuchang rice. 20 bags each of 50-pound all-purpose flour, low-gluten flour, and high-gluten flour. 10 barrels each of soybean oil, olive oil, peanut oil, and corn oil. 50 barrels each of 5-liter canola oil and blended oil." Upon hearing these numbers, Shen Jian, who was behind her, was startled, but after calculating carefully, he knew it was not exaggerated. After all, even her sister didn't know when the apocalypse would end. Additionally, 50 pounds each of glutinous rice, mung beans, red beans, black rice, sesame, tapioca, corn, and peanuts. There were simply too many types of grains. So Shen Qing could only list out the ones she often ate and liked based on her memory. As for the others, it wouldn't matter much if she never ate them in her lifetime. The boss was jotting down what Shen Qing said on paper while pressing the calculator. 1 bag of pearl rice costs 129 yuan, long-grain fragrant rice 146 yuan, wuchang rice 150 yuan, totaling 85,000 yuan. All-purpose flour 129 yuan, low-gluten flour 170 yuan, high-gluten flour 135 yuan, totaling 680 yuan. Soybean oil 52 yuan, olive oil 268 yuan, peanut oil 129 yuan, corn oil 89 yuan, canola oil 74 yuan, blended oil 44 yuan, totaling 280 yuan. The total for the grains is 500 yuan. Will you be moving this yourself, or do you need us to deliver it? Shen Qing wrote the warehouse address on a note. Just deliver it to this place. All right. With the delivery fee and unloading fee, the total is 110,660 yuan. A deposit of 50,000 yuan needs to be paid, and the final payment will be settled after the goods are delivered. How should I make the payment? Shen Qing gasped in shock after hearing the price. Just on food alone, so much had been spent. She transferred the money. As she walked out of the grain and oil wholesale market, her heart ached. If the apocalypse doesn't come in this lifetime, this amount of food would be enough for her to open a wholesale store. With the food prepared, the next thing to get ready was water. The consumption of water would be even greater than that of food. Shen Qing and Shen Jian compared prices at different companies and found the cheapest bottled water company. The promotional price for a 6-liter bottle is 5 yuan, and for a 12-liter bottle, it is 10 yuan. Although it is not a well-known brand, the cost-performance ratio is already very high. Boss, I want to order 212 L bottles and 406 L bottles of drinking water to be delivered to this address. The water supplier has delivered to many large companies and was not surprised when he heard the quantity. How many people are in your company? How many times a week do you deliver? The supplier took out the water ticket, thinking Shen Qing was ordering water for the company. It was only when Shen Qing mentioned delivering it all at once that the boss was taken aback. Huh? Deliver it all at once? Does your company have enough space? Shen Jian took over the conversation and said, "You don't need to trouble yourself. Just deliver it to the address we provided." The water merchant pouted. "Well, as long as there's money to be made, it doesn't matter if he can let it go or not. The total is 4 400 yuan. Shen Qing completed the payment with a quick scan. After leaving, Shen Qing curiously asked, "Sister, is this water enough?" "Of course not. Our family can only drink from the big barrels for 3 days at most. This water barely supports us for a year, not to mention other uses. We can't keep relying on one family to buy it. Let's go. We'll switch to another place." So that was the plan. Shen Jian followed closely behind Shen Qing. It seemed that his sister, who had been reborn, had really become much smarter. Thinking about the hardships his sister from the future had endured made Shen Jian's nose tingle. The two spent half a day visiting 5 or 6 bottled water delivery points, spending nearly 100,000 in total, and ordered over 1,000 barrels of drinking water. By the time they returned home, they were already exhausted. Tao Ying brought the soup she had been keeping warm to the table and asked, "How was it today? What did you buy?" Shen Jian was serving rice to Shen Qing while reporting on today's battle situation. Tao Ying nodded repeatedly and said, "With rice, flour, and water, we can get by. Your dad has already gone back to our hometown today. He bought 10 tractors worth of firewood in the neighboring village, which will come in handy during winter," Tao Ying said slowly. Shen Qing felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. Suddenly buying so much firewood, what if it aroused suspicion? After all, they had long since left their hometown and settled in the city. Tao Ying smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. Your dad has told everyone that we are going back to our hometown to retire, to return to our roots, and cherish our hometown feelings. No one will suspect anything." Shen Jian supported his head and said, "The reason that Dad came up with is pretty good. This way, we can also ask a few people to help renovate the old house." Shen Qing saw that Ning Yuan's past was already settled, so she didn't say much more. "By the way, our house is already listed with an agent for sale. This is a school district property, and it will definitely be sold within a month. When the time comes, Mom will go back to help your dad, and the task of stockpiling supplies will fall on you siblings." Shen Qing took a bite of her meal and replied, "Thank you, Mom." Seeing her family so supportive, Shen Qing was even more afraid that the apocalypse in her past life was just a dream. "Mom, what if this time the apocalypse doesn't come? What should we do?" Shen Qing hesitated and said, "I'm so scared. What if this life is different from the last one? Wouldn't our house and money be wasted?" Tao Ying smiled and served her a bowl of soup, saying, "That's a good thing. If there is no apocalypse, Mom won't have to worry. As for the house, your dad and I have always wanted to retire in the countryside. We could just buy you two a small place in the city to live in." Shen Qing felt a pang in her nose, and tears welled up in her eyes. Tao Ying smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't think too much. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. It's a good thing to be more prepared." Shen Qing nodded heavily, temporarily putting her worries aside. Back in her room, she marked the items on the list that she had already purchased and then opened the forum. She anonymously posted a thread discussing her speculation about the apocalypse. In the post, she subtly mentioned the unusual weather and frequent natural disasters over the past 2 years, urging people to stock up. She knew that only a few would believe her, but as an ordinary person, saving even one person was all she could do. As expected, the post attracted many people, with most comments being mockery and insults. "Stockpiling? Alarmist. They say the apocalypse every year. I see this as a marketing strategy by businesses to stimulate our consumption. Get real." Many said 2012 was the apocalypse, but look, it's 2024 and everything is still fine, right? People who spread rumors like this should be arrested immediately. If it really is the apocalypse, then so be it. We'll all die together. Living has no meaning anyway. Just tell me before the end, so I can spend all my savings. Is this for real? The OP sounds convincing, which is kind of scary. I should hurry and stock up on food. I won't die of thirst or hunger. The discussion on the post heated up quickly and soon made it to the homepage of the website. At that moment, Shen Qing suddenly received a message that her post had been deleted for violating forum rules. She sighed silently, thinking that everyone has their own fate and wishing for the best. Closing her computer, Shen Qing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. To avoid wasting time, she continued to use shopping apps to buy daily necessities. 100 comforters, 100 bedding sets, fabric, cotton, military coats, clothes for all seasons would all come in handy. Time passed as she shopped, and soon it was dawn. Just as she was about to take a short nap, her phone rang. The grains, oils, and water she ordered yesterday had arrived at the warehouse door, waiting for her to pay the balance and open the door to unload the goods. Shen Qing quickly got dressed, not bothering to eat breakfast, and dragged Shen Jian to the warehouse door. More than a dozen large trucks were parked at the warehouse entrance, and a group of unloading workers were leaning against the side of the warehouse waiting. Shen Qing quickly opened the warehouse door and said, "Master, please unload the goods inside." At the moment the final payment was made, Shen Qing felt as if her heart was bleeding. "Jian, you stay here and watch the master unload the goods. I'll go purchase other supplies. Call me when the unloading is done. With so many items to unload, it would take at least half a day, and we can't have both of us wasting time here." Shen Jian made an okay gesture and reminded her to eat breakfast. In the apocalypse, going hungry for several days was a common occurrence, and skipping a meal didn't hurt or matter much to her. Shen Qing arrived at a large market, wanted to buy some sealed, large water barrels. She planned to fill these barrels for household water use. "Boss, do you have any water barrels for sale? What's the biggest size you have?" The boss rummaged through the warehouse for a long time and found a barrel that was about half a person's height. "Is this big enough?" Shen Qing shook her head. "Is there a bigger one?" The boss frowned. "Isn't this enough? If you want a bigger bucket, we don't have it here. This is a bucket, not a ton barrel." Shen Qing quickly took out her phone to search when she heard her boss mention the term ton barrel. She then learned that she could purchase a thickened PE plastic water tower online, with the largest capacity being able to store 50 tons of water. Their family of 4 currently uses 15 tons of water each month, so under apocalyptic conditions, a minimalist use of 50 tons should last about 5 months. Shen Qing ordered 10 water tanks, each with a capacity of 10 tons, without a second thought, and filled in the warehouse address. After enduring the high temperatures, when heavy snow begins in December, they will find a way to extract some usable water and store it. However, these water tanks are indeed expensive. The total cost for 10 was $45,800. Shen Qing took a breath. The food and drinking water she had stored were enough for her family of 4 to last for 70 or 80 years. At least they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. In her previous life, electricity was still supplied intermittently until the zombie outbreak. But this time, she was returning to her hometown, where the power facilities might not be able to keep up. Shen Qing found the owner of the generator and bought 4 imported diesel generators at a high price. These generators are smaller in size and operate almost silently, making them more discreet in the apocalypse. Diesel cannot be purchased openly, so Shen Qing went to great lengths to find a private gas station that discreetly sells diesel. She managed to buy 5 tons of diesel through various means. Shen Qing let out a sigh. The diesel was enough for a while. If more was needed in the future, she would have to think of another way. She then went to the largest supermarket in the area. No matter how tough life gets, one must eat well, and there shouldn't be any shortage of cooking condiments. She picked up 100 bags each of salt, sugar, chicken essence, and debanjiang, which she estimated would last 50 years. She also got 20 bottles each of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, sweet rice wine, yellow wine, oyster sauce, pepper oil, chili oil, and sesame oil. These are commonly used but not used in large quantities. The hot pot base is too strong in flavor and could easily attract attention, but she worried about craving it later if she didn't buy some. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to take 50 bags. Just these few items already filled a shopping cart. "Which area are you a staff member from? Why aren't you wearing a uniform?" Just as Shen Qing bent down to grab the hot pot base, she suddenly heard a voice from above. She looked up. "What?" "I'm sorry. Seeing your cart so full of items. I thought you were a restocking employee," the man beside her said with an awkward smile. Shen Qing didn't pay much attention, just asked, "Do you have delivery service here? I have quite a lot of things to buy, and even driving would require several trips." The man quickly nodded. Yes, as long as you spend over 299 yuan, we will deliver it to your home for free." Shen Qing looked at the shopping cart and smiled. Just these few items had already exceeded 1,000 yuan. "All right, I'll pick some first. The items I choose will be placed separately in the checkout area at the back." The man agreed and then curiously asked, "Are you really going to use all these condiments?" "It's for company benefits. I'm just running errands for the company." The man showed an expression of realization. "Then I won't disturb you." Shen Qing placed the filled shopping cart in the corner, greeted the cashier, and continued to pick items. In addition to seasonings, She needed to stock up on mountain goods and grains to some extent. After all, the human body requires a variety of nutrients. If the intake of a certain type is insufficient, it can lead to some terrible diseases. In the apocalypse, medical resources are extremely scarce. Oats, millet, dried mushrooms, fungi, and seaweed were all stuffed into the shopping cart as if they were free. After raiding the dry goods section, Shen Qing went straight to the snack area. She did not overlook any shelf or type of biscuit or bread, tossing them into the cart without even looking. The more, the better. In the blink of an eye, she had filled more than 10 shopping carts, and just then her phone rang. "Sister, the warehouse is finished unloading the goods. Where are you? Do you want to come pick you up?" Shen Qing glanced at the shopping cart that was almost piled up like a small mountain and said, "No need. I'll be back now." She walked to the checkout counter and found the supermarket manager who had just chatted with her. "Hello, I have an urgent matter right now. Can you arrange for these items to be delivered to this address?" Shen Qing wrote down the warehouse address on a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Please calculate the price and give me the receipt. I don't have time to wait here. After all, with so many items, just scanning them would take at least an hour." The manager looked a bit hesitant. Shen Qing knew he was afraid she would regret and run away after delivering the goods. She took out 5,000 in cash and said, "This is the deposit." Only then did the manager agree. When they returned to the warehouse, Shen Qing was squatting next to the bottled water, counting 2,803, 2,804. "How is it? Is everything delivered?" Shen Qing turned around and said, "I have already counted, and the quantity of grain, oil, and miscellaneous goods is the same as we agreed. The bottled water has not been fully counted yet." After saying this, he suddenly slapped his forehead and complained, "Sister, with you interrupting me like this, I completely forgot where I left off. I have to start all over again." Shen Qing helplessly patted the back of his head and marked it with a marker. Shen Qing hung his head as he took the marker and returned to the beginning of the bottled water, seeing that the small warehouse was already more than half filled. Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. With these supplies, the family wouldn't have to suffer from hunger like in her past life, and her father wouldn't have to fight over a piece of bread anymore. She walked around the drinking water and approached the grains and oils. Placing her hand on the rice bag, she gently closed her eyes. Just like in the previous experiment, she focused her mind, thinking about the items she wanted to store in her space. The grains and oils seemed to grow legs, standing in neat rows, one bag after another, perfectly arranged on the shelves of her space. When she opened her eyes again, only the unfinished bottled water that Shen Qing had counted remained in front of her. Shen Qing gasped in shock, unable to speak. This is too unbelievable. "Sister, can you take out another bag?" Shen Qing nodded, closed her eyes, and imagined moving a bag of pearl rice from a shelf. When she opened her eyes again, there was a bag of pearl rice on the empty ground. Shen Qing exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, you are amazing. I used to see this in novels, but I never expected to witness it today." Shen Qing smiled indulgently and put the pearl rice back into the space. She hurriedly counted the items, as the supplies I ordered from the supermarket would be delivered soon. There's also the barrel of diesel, so be careful during the handling. Shen Qing nodded emphatically, gaining a bit more motivation. After Shen Qing finished counting the bottled water and confirmed everything was correct, Shen Qing collected all the drinking water into the space. In an instant, the warehouse returned to its original empty appearance. Before long, the delivery truck from the supermarket honked at the door. The supermarket did not have dedicated unloading workers. They only handled delivery, not moving. Shen Qing and Shen Qing had no choice but to personally step in, making more than a dozen trips in and out to finish moving the items. Shen Qing's back was soaked with sweat, and she quickly placed an order in the same city, buying a small cart. After finishing the work in the warehouse, the two were already hungry. Since there were many industrial parks nearby, they decided to drive to the nearest mall to enjoy a sumptuous lunch as a reward. As they entered the first floor and were about to go up the stairs, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Oh, isn't that your ex-girlfriend? Less than a month after the breakup, and she's already flirting with another young guy. TSK, it's not as simple as you said, huh?" The piercing female voice made Shen Qing furrow her brows. Turning around, she saw her ex-boyfriend Du Yao hugging the fashionably dressed Jiangming. "What dog is barking? Don't you know that pets aren't allowed in the mall?" Shen Qing stood in front of Shen Qing, retorting without hesitation. Jiang Ming snorted. Looks like you found a young guy who's quite protective of you. Shen Qing didn't want to have any interaction with these two people. She tugged at Shen Jian's sleeve and said, "Let's go. We have more important things to do." She didn't want to engage, but Jiang Ming thought otherwise. Seeing the two of them covered in dirt, with their clothes stained, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, wondering how they could go out shopping without dressing cleanly. She really couldn't understand how Du Yao had ever liked someone like you. Du Yao frowned slightly and said, "Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a bag?" Jiang Ming shot a smug glance at Shen Qing and deliberately raised her voice. "Yes, after all, it's a new model. I may not have much, but I am wealthy. Some people probably will never live like this in their lifetime." If this had been in her previous life, Shen Qing might have gotten angry. But in this life, she understood that no amount of money would help. When the apocalypse truly arrives and resources become scarce, even a Hermes bag wouldn't be able to buy a bag of flour. She glanced at Jiang Ming with indifference. What she felt was not hatred, but only sympathy. Jiang Ming felt pricked by her gaze, and an unnamed anger surged to her head. Why should a mere worker look at her with that kind of expression? What kind of look is that? Do you not believe in my abilities? The daughter of Barry Entertainment Company. How could I not believe? Good to know. Du Yao is my boyfriend now, and only I can give him the future he wants. Right. How can we commoners compare? Miss Jiang, since you're wealthy, go buy a few more bags. I'm not accompanying you. After all, no matter how much money one has, it's just a string of numbers. 3 months later, her proud company house and luxury items wouldn't be worth as much as the supplies needed to survive. Shen Qing tugged at the corner of her mouth and strode away, dragging Shen Jian with her. Once they were far away, Jiang Ming felt a surge of anger and could only vent it on her useless boyfriend. Why didn't you stand up for me just now? Are you still thinking about her? Du Yao quickly tried to appease her. What are we to her? Why bother getting upset over someone like that? Don't be angry. She's just jealous of you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming let out a satisfied hum. You better think that way. Don't forget how you got everything you have now. If I find out you still have feelings for that little vixen, I won't let you off easily. Jiang Ming pointed her finger at Du Yao's forehead and then walked into the nearby Hermes store. Du Yao frowned slightly. This woman was willful and headstrong. If he had to serve someone, Shen Qing would be better. Once he successfully got promoted through Jiang Ming's connections, he could sweet-talk Shen Qing into becoming his mistress. It would be simply too good to be true. However, the way Shen Qing just confronted someone made him feel unfamiliar. And that pretty boy next to her. What are you standing there for? Aren't you coming with me? Coming. Du Yao suppressed his thoughts and quickly forced a smile. Sis, that bastard just now is your damn ex-boyfriend, right? He has a face that just begs to be punched. As soon as Shen Jian mentioned Du Yao, he gritted his teeth in anger. Shen Qing handed the menu to him and said, "Order whatever you like, just don't mention that disappointing person." Shen Jian admired her calm demeanor. No wonder she was his sister. Even when faced with the scumbag who cheated on her, she could still maintain her composure. Little did he know, in her previous life, Shen Qing had cried endlessly over that scumbag. In this rebirth, she was very clear about what she wanted. Men, they would only affect her ability to stock up. She just didn't expect that even if she didn't seek out Du Yao, he would appear before her like a haunting shadow. One day, while she was busy stocking up, Du Yao suddenly appeared in front of her. Who was that man from that day? Shen Qing, even if you hate me, you shouldn't just give up and mess around, right? Shen Qing was struck speechless by his shameless appearance. Are you blind, or did you fall into a dung pit? What do you see me giving up on myself? Du Yao glanced at the mountain of tissues stacked behind her, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, he was too charming. After leaving him, she needed to buy so many tissues to wipe her tears. TSK. Shen Qing, that man is not suitable for you. Wait for me. One day I will come back to find you. Shen Qing. The dog is barking. Time is money, and she really didn't want to waste her time on this man. Good dogs don't block the way, don't bother me. Du Yao blocked her path, looking heartbroken. Qing. Don't be like this. I have my own difficulties. You know that my feelings for Jiang Ming are just, my foot. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Qing pulled the cart and rolled it over his foot, making him scream in pain. What bad luck. Shen Qing didn't know how Du Yao was tracking her, but she had to be more cautious when storing supplies next. She couldn't let this damn scumbag see what he shouldn't see. Clean tissues would also be a scarce resource in the future. In her past life, She couldn't find tissues and had to use some coarse and hard things as substitutes, which was really hard to get used to. So she had to stock up on tissues and buy enough sanitary pads for her lifetime. For several days, Du Yao appeared beside her whenever Shen Qing was alone, asking about her relationship with Shen Jian. Having such an obstacle beside her made it really difficult for her to continue her stockpiling efforts. Shen Qing, what have you been doing these days? I heard you quit your job? Buying all this useless junk every day. Do you intend to open a grocery store or something? Shen Qing sneered. Rubbish? I hope that in 3 months he can still say such things. Qing, there's no need for you to hold a grudge against me. Why bother? Du Yao didn't take her stockpiling seriously, thinking she was just too sad and upset, indulging in shopping, and since she couldn't afford luxury goods, she could only vent her feelings by buying these cheap trinkets. Shen Qing was so annoyed that she couldn't take it anymore and stopped in her tracks. Du Yao, it was you who cheated, and it was you who said to break up. Now you're the one clinging to me. What do you want? Du Yao looked innocent and said, Qing, I'm putting up with everything and being with Jiangming now. All for you for our future. Yuck. She nearly vomited her dinner. People can really be shameless to the point of having no limits. Shen Qing was very clear in her heart that she was just reluctant to let go of her little loach after catching the big fish, Jiangming. After all, how could a young lady like her possibly compromise to serve him? He never thought he was wrong. He just wanted to show weakness to win back a free nanny. Get lost. If you keep pestering me, I will send what you just said to Jiangming. Shen Qing coldly glanced at him and raised her phone, which was recording. Du Yao's face turned pale, and he stammered, You? How could you do something so shameless as recording? Shen Qing rolled her eyes silently and continued. I wonder what Miss Jiang would think upon hearing these words? Du Yao clenched his teeth. If Jiangming heard this, his dream of getting rich would be completely ruined. Instantly, his previously affectionate expression turned fierce. All right, Shen Qing, you're something else. I'm leaving. He took 2 steps back, not forgetting to warn her. I won't come to find you again, but if you send a recording to Jiangming, I will definitely make you regret it. Watching Du Yao storm away in anger, Shen Qing couldn't help but smile. This recording definitely couldn't be sent now. She would wait for the most opportune moment to make this scumbag who betrayed her regret crossing her. Soon, Tao Ying sold the house she was currently living in. Since it was an urgent sale, she lowered the price by 200,000. Fortunately, the buyer was very understanding and agreed to let them stay for the next 3 months. As she watched the house she had worked hard for half her life being sold like this, Tao Ying felt a bit teary. However, she knew that a house was just a material possession. Her family's lives were the most important. She transferred every penny from the sale into Shen Qing's account and then started packing her belongings. In the morning, Shen Jie had called, saying the old house had been cleaned up and he had bought the sturdiest security door, along with heat insulation mats, planning to add an extra layer to the surrounding walls to get through this year's scorching summer. Although Shen Jie is in good health, Tao Ying is still worried about him doing these heavy tasks alone. Mom, please be careful on your way back. After Ji and I prepare the supplies, we'll come back, Shen Qing said, holding Tao Ying's hand and speaking softly. Tao Ying patted her head and said, Mom knows. You two must eat on time and come back early after preparing the supplies. Shen Qing nodded heavily. After the parting of life and death in her previous life, this brief separation in this life made her feel a pang in her nose. However, the sadness was also short-lived. After sending Tao Ying into the station, she perked up. Jian, today is another big shopping day. We'll follow the previous division of labor. You count the inventory in the warehouse, and I'll go stock up. Shen Jian placed the car keys in her hand and said, Sister, don't worry. I will definitely take care of what you asked. Shen Qing patted his shoulder. Her younger brother was becoming more and more sensible. A few days ago, they stocked up on food and drinks. And today, Shen Qing continued to stock up on daily necessities. Shampoo, shower gel, soap, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, and even toothbrushes and toothpaste were all essential. Shen Qing didn't have much time to choose categories and brands, so she directly tossed items from the shelf into her shopping cart. She basically didn't need skincare and cosmetics anymore, so she only took a few dozen sets of commonly used and affordable skincare products. However, to avoid getting tanned, Shen Qing still stocked up on over 200 bottles of high SPF sunscreen. The personal care products were mostly in one area, and soon, Shen Qing was ready with her supplies. It was still the same big supermarket, and Shen Qing had bought enough here that the manager's eyes sparkled upon seeing her, as if he had seen the god of wealth. "Miss Shen, should we deliver these items to your previous address?" Shen Qing nodded. After buying daily cleaning supplies, Shen Qing picked up some disposable items. The future water resources are truly precious. Washing them with water is a bit extravagant, although disposable bowls, chopsticks, and cups are not very environmentally friendly. They can at least save water. Shen Qing stood in front of the shipping container for a while and bought over 500 biodegradable disposable paper bowls. The more supplies she stocked up on, the more secure she felt. Shen Qing had already hoarded many essentials for eating and drinking, and next, she bought 10 loads of honeycomb coal, as well as water filters. Thousands of heating pads, solar panels, various types of wood, steel, commonly used over-the-counter medications, books, and other items that might be useful. After 3 months, the space was already filled to the brim. A torrential rainstorm swept in on July 21st, 2024. There was only one day left before this unprecedented rainstorm, which would sweep across the globe, would begin. Shen Qing and Shen Jian finished stocking up and set off on their journey home. Outside the car window, pedestrians were either in a hurry or playing with their children, which made Shen Qing feel a bit suffocated. Looking up, she saw flocks of birds circling low in the sky, their harsh cries seeming to warn humanity of the impending disaster. "Sister, you should take a nap. The journey is still long." Seeing Shen Qing's furrowed brow, Shen Jian felt uneasy as well. Shen Qing gently responded and closed her eyes. As long as she couldn't see, she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She wasn't a hero saving the world. It was already remarkable enough to take care of her family. The siblings took turns driving for a few hours and finally made it back to Guiyuan village before sunset. After 3 months, the old house had been completely transformed. The nearly 2-meter-high wall was equipped with 360-degree surveillance cameras, and the door had been replaced with the sturdiest anti-theft and explosion-proof door. The yard next to the wall was piled high with flood prevention sand, and a rain cover had been installed over the first-floor yard. Steel bars had been driven into the wall, making it very secure. Speaking of her masterpiece, Shen Jie was full of pride. The old house had 3 floors. The ground floor was cluttered with miscellaneous items. The second floor contained the living room, kitchen, and the couple's bedroom. The third floor was the siblings' bedroom. After the family reunited, they prepared a sumptuous dinner, and everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the apocalypse. After dinner, they went to bed early. However, none of them felt the slightest bit sleepy. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, a flash of white light appeared outside, accompanied by a tremendous rumble of thunder. Torrential rain fell from the sky, and in an instant, a fierce wind arose, with the sound of thunder mingling terrifyingly with the rain. Shen Qing covered her ears, the fear of the apocalypse from her previous life resurfacing in her heart. Although she had prepared thoroughly for this life, when the moment truly arrived, she still felt afraid. At that moment, she heard the sound of a door opening downstairs, and Shen Qing hurriedly went down, feeling uneasy. As she reached the corner of the second floor, she saw her parents standing by the window. "Mom, Dad, why aren't you asleep?" Tao Ying sighed heavily. "How could we possibly sleep? This heavy rain might take the lives of countless people." Shen Jie wrapped his arm around her shoulder, unable to say a word. After a while, Shen Jian also came downstairs. The family of 4 sat shoulder to shoulder, with complex emotions. In the latter half of the night, Shen Qing returned to her room and opened her phone. The internet was flooded with videos about the torrential rain. People were checking in from places where it was still raining, trying to see how many cities were experiencing the downpour. Someone was compiling statistics under a video of the heavy rain. Soon, everyone realized that this extraordinary rainstorm had spread across the entire country, even overseas. Is this for real? A global rainstorm? I've lived for more than 20 years, and it's the first time I've seen this. It can be included in textbooks. What does 20 years mean? My great-grandfather at 90 has never seen anything like this. It's just too thrilling. Thrilling? I think this rainstorm is no ordinary event. Netizens were chattering. Some were worried, while others just found it amusing. Shen Qing had no interest in continuing to read, so she turned off her phone, stood up, and swallowed half a sleeping pill. A night of nightmares. The next day, She woke up to find it was already 10 in the morning. The howling sound of the rain outside showed no sign of stopping. Shen Qing couldn't help but frown. Was the torrential rain in her previous life this heavy? She couldn't remember, but she felt that something was off. She pulled back the curtains. Even though it was already 10 in the morning, it was still gloomy and dark outside. Guiyuan village was situated on high ground, and all the falling rainwater flowed down into the river. The riverbed was visible yesterday, but today it was already halfway up the embankments on both sides. A few households at the foot of the mountain were anxiously watching the rising water. At this time, there was still no water or power outage. Tao Ying was preparing breakfast for the family, and they all sat around the dining table. Sister, when will this torrential rain end? In 9 days. There were still 9 days left before the rain would stop. But the end of the rain didn't mean the end of the flooding. After breakfast, Shen Qing moved all the valuable furniture in the house into the space, leaving only the essentials. Shen Jie carried several bundles of firewood from the first floor and started a fire in the stove in the living room, finally warming up the cold second floor. Tao Ying felt restless and, worried about disturbing the children, sat on the sofa next to the stove with a ball of yarn, knitting a sweater. Shen Jian and Shen Jie were sitting aside, reading the newspaper. It was the third day of the heavy rain. The floodwaters had overflowed the dam and had already reached the doorsteps of a few houses at the foot of the mountain. The rain had stopped on this day. In the afternoon, Shen Qing's family was added to a mutual aid group for Guiyuan village. Guiyuan village was small, with about 50 households, and most of the villagers were in the group. The village head, Feng Xen, reassured everyone in the group, stating that Guiyuan village was situated on high ground. The rain would not last long, and the water stoppage was only temporary, urging everyone to stay home and not to wander around. Feng Xian's words were not very convincing, and the group was in an uproar. Spring is warm and flowers are blooming. How long is temporary? We have a small baby at home waiting for water to make formula. What if the water stops for a day? My little grandson will go hungry. Rich family. What does a water stoppage matter? Director Feng, the water has already flooded my first floor. When will rescue come? Are the lives of our few households not worth anything? It was clear that this rich family was one of the 3 households at the foot of the mountain. AAA steals Brother Wang. Rescue? Haven't you seen the news? This is a global heavy rain. At this time, just pray for yourselves. Who has the time to save anyone? Rich family. Since the flood hasn't reached your house, of course, you can say such cold words. Wang Dagui, your house isn't that high either. When your house gets flooded, don't call for help. The two quickly started arguing in the group, with some trying to mediate and others adding fuel to the fire. And within a short time, dozens of messages were sent. On the 5th day of the heavy rain, there was no sign of the rain letting up, and the water level continued to rise. It was reported that the villages downstream, which were at lower elevations, were completely flooded to the rooftops, with villagers panicking and fleeing. Some drowned and countless casualties. Perhaps due to the power outage, the group was much quieter today. Only a few households at the foot of the mountain were sending out cries for help. Rich family. The heavy rain is about to flood the first floor completely. The second floor is uninhabitable. Is there any kind-hearted person to take us in? Rich family. Director Feng. You are the leader of our village. You can't ignore us. Rich family. My phone is about to run out of battery. If my family dies, you all will be responsible. Besides the rich family, the other 2 households were also crying out in the group. Tao Ying looked at these messages and wiped her tears. They were all from the same village, and watching them suffer was truly heartbreaking. Shen Qing gently patted her shoulder, silently comforting her. The apocalypse is like this. Not saving someone will only cause temporary discomfort, but saving them might lead to endless troubles. On the 4th day of the heavy rain, the electricity finally came back, and the messages in the group suddenly increased again. After reading the messages in the group, Shen Qing learned that one person had died during the evacuation of the 3 households at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps it was because someone had actually died nearby that people truly began to panic. A group of people tagged Feng Xin, wanting an explanation, but unfortunately, there was no response. At that moment, Shen Qing's phone rang. On the other end of the line, Tian's anxious, tearful voice came through. Shen Qing, are you still in S City? Can you let me take refuge? Shen Qing said, I have already returned to my hometown, and I can't help you. Tian was extremely anxious. Shen Qing, can you find a way to help me? My family's floor is too low, and it's impossible to live there. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Shen Qing sighed. She had already reminded Tian to stock up on supplies, but since she didn't listen, there was nothing she could do. Sorry, my phone is about to die. I can't talk anymore. Before she could finish her sentence, the other side hurriedly said, Shen Qing, don't hang up. Tian's voice, already soft, sounded even more pitiful at this moment. Shen Qing, you're the last person I can contact. Please, as long as you can come to save me, I am willing to work like a horse or an ox for the rest of my life. Shen Qing, you reminded me to stock up before. You must know something, right? I know you must have a way. Don't forget, I spoke well of you in front of Manager Wang. Shen Qing took a deep breath, directly hung up on her distress call, and then blacklisted Tian's WeChat and phone number. She and Tian were colleagues. Although they often went to the restroom together, their actual communication was minimal. How could she be expected to risk her life to save her? After hanging up, she returned to WeChat and saw that many people in the group were mentioning her family. She scrolled up through the chat history to understand the situation. It turned out that Wang Dague, who sold steel, wanted to seek refuge at the Shen family's place and had brought a few other families along to ask for help. AAA Steel's brother Wang, Old Shen. There aren't too many people with 3-story villas in the entire Guiyuan town. Your family has so many vacant rooms. Please take us in. Sister Wang, Old Shen. We won't stay for free. We'll give you 100 yuan a day. What does that sound? Shen Jie watched the messages popping up on WeChat without responding. Shen Qing knew that her father had grown up in this place, and he certainly couldn't bear to refuse a fellow villager with whom he had lived for half his life. She took the initiative to play the role of the bad guy and replied, Our house is already full. You might want to ask someone else. The messages in the group quieted down, and Shen Qing thought that they had given up. But after a while, she heard a knock on the door downstairs. The person was quite forceful, and the sound of the iron gate being struck echoed in the yard. Who is it? Tao Ling was about to go downstairs to check when she was pulled back by Shen Qing. She reminded Shen Jie to turn on the surveillance and take a look at who was coming before making any decisions. Shen Jie suddenly remembered the surveillance footage. Aren't those the Wang couple? Looking at the impatient pair in the footage, Shen Jie turned to his family and asked, What should we do now? How about we ask them what they need? Shen Jian said impatiently, I think it's definitely about borrowing a place to stay. Dad, let's not create trouble for ourselves. Shen Qing also agreed with his opinion. From Wang Dague's remarks in the group over the past few days, it is clear that this person is difficult to get along with. If they really let him in, who knows how much trouble it would cause. So, they left Wang Dague and his wife hanging for a while. The notifications for friend requests kept popping up on Shen's WeChat, and the knocking on the door outside showed no signs of stopping. The knocking grew louder, as if someone was trying to break the door down. Fortunately, Shen Jie had replaced the door with the sturdiest security door early on. Seeing that there was no response from the Shen family to the friend requests, Wang Dague and his wife started a new round of bombardment in the group chat. AAA Building Materials Wang Gu. Shen Jie, how can you be so unreasonable? We are all from the same hometown. Why be so harsh in your actions? Clearly, there are people at your home, yet you refuse to open the door. What does this mean? Shen Jie was also a bit annoyed and directly refused, saying, I've already told you that we don't have any vacant rooms. Are you expecting us to make space for you? You don't need to knock anymore. We won't agree. After saying this, he set his WeChat to do not disturb and tossed his phone aside. In the surveillance footage, Wang Dague was so angry that he stomped his feet and kicked the door of the second house in frustration. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one was responding, he moved on to the next house. On the 7th day of the heavy rain, Shen Qing learned from the news that the water in the city has risen to the level of the traffic lights. The internet is flooded with cries for help. But who is not struggling to survive right now? Who has the ability to save others? Guiyuan village has been without water for 7 days. And even those with food at home cannot cook. Many people can only go out to buy supplies. The 2 small supermarkets in the village are still open, but they have raised their prices significantly due to the heavy rain. There are many complaints in the group, but the number of buyers hasn't decreased. Sister, how about we go out and buy some water? If we keep staying indoors, our neighbors are bound to get suspicious. Shen Qing thought for a moment and believed that Shen Jian was quite considerate. Sister, you all stay at home. I can go out by myself. After finishing lunch, Shen Jian put on a raincoat and prepared to go out. When she reached the door, Shen Qing felt a bit uneasy and took out an electric baton the size of a flashlight from her space, handing it to Shen Jian. Sister, the supermarket is only a few hundred meters from our home. Do we really need this thing? Shen Qing had a serious expression, saying that one should never have the intention to harm others, but always be on guard against others. You need to keep this self-defense item close so that I can feel at ease. Although the social order hasn't collapsed yet, the evil in human nature is everywhere. It's better to be safe than sorry. She had already lost a loved one once and could not afford to lose another. Seeing her so serious, Shen Jian also stopped being careless and tucked the electric baton into his pants pocket. The two supermarkets were not far from Shen's home, so Shen Jian chose the closest one. The closer they got to the supermarket, the more people there were. The entrance to the supermarket was packed with people. Many were trying to push in with their backpacks. Those who couldn't get in were missing out, while those who managed to get in couldn't get out, resulting in chaos. Shen Jian squeezed through the crowd for quite a while before finally getting into the supermarket, only to find that the shelves were nearly empty. There was not a single box of bottled water left. Boss, do you have any water in stock? Shen Jian asked the boss, who was pushed to the entrance by the crowd, trying to keep his head up. The boss, busy counting money, shouted without looking up if it's on the shelf. Then we have it. If it's not, then it's gone. I don't have any stock left here. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell it. Who knows when this damned rain will stop? He wants to make money, but he also has to reserve supplies for his whole family. Shen Jian frowned, wondering how he could return empty-handed. He looked around, and everything edible and drinkable was gone, leaving only some everyday items that no one wanted to buy. He symbolically rummaged through the lower shelf of the goods and unexpectedly found a bottle of mineral water in the gap of the shelf. It must have fallen into the corner during a busy time, and Shen Jian was lucky enough to find it. Director Feng arrived. 20. Why not just go and grab it? If it's too expensive, don't buy it. Once you miss this village, there won't be this store anymore. The boss's attitude was cold. Shen Jian curled his lips. 20 was just 20. As long as he showed his face to prove he had bought something to take home, that was enough. After paying, he wrapped himself in a raincoat and headed home. A gust of wind swept by, making him tighten his clothing. It was indeed a bit cold. To avoid dirty water blowing into his eyes, Shen Jian kept his head down and walked forward. Suddenly, he was kicked hard in the back, causing him to stumble and fall into a puddle. Before he could get up, that person kicked him again in the waist. Following, that was a flurry of punches. The series of actions made it hard for Shen Jian to react, and the person behind him didn't even give him a chance to get up. He bent his body, pulled out an electric baton, and thrust it sharply at the leg that had kicked him. The person screamed and staggered back several steps. Shen Jian finally caught his breath and straightened up to turn around. This person looked quite familiar. Wang Dagui had originally come to buy supplies, but both supermarkets happened to be out of stock. Frustrated by his misfortune, he coincidentally encountered Shen Jie's son. He had planned to take advantage of the chaos to teach the Shen family kid a lesson, but to his surprise, the kid was holding an electric baton. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he hurriedly limped away in the opposite direction. Shen Jian hadn't recovered yet and didn't even know why the other person hit him. Seeing him run away, he had no energy to chase after him, so he just let it go. He crawled out of the puddle, his clothes and pants completely soaked. There were footprints on his back where he had been kicked, looking quite disheveled. When he got home, his family was also shocked to see Shen Jian in such a miserable state. Jian, what happened to you? Why were you fighting with someone? Shen Jian smiled wryly, thinking that it was not a fight, but rather he was the one being beaten unilaterally. If it weren't for the other party's underhanded tactics, he might not have been at a disadvantage in a face-to-face confrontation. Shen Qing quickly helped him take off his raincoat and found some clean clothes for him to change into. Hurry and take a shower and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Shen Qing had already used a water pump to drain the water from the space into the bathroom's water heater. Taking advantage of the fact that the power hadn't gone out yet, she decided to take a nice hot shower. Halfway through her shower, Shen Jian finally remembered who had hit him. It was none other than Wang Dagui, who had previously failed in seeking refuge in their family. It turned out he was harboring resentment over that incident. Shen Qing was quite angry. Today he had suffered a loss, and he was determined to find an opportunity to get back at them for the beating. However, when his family asked about the assailant, Shen Qing chose to keep it a secret. He didn't want his family to venture out in such heavy rain to confront Wang Dagui. The heavy rain lasted for 9 days, and on the 10th day, there was still no sign of it stopping. Shen Qing panicked. This was different from her memories. Had she remembered wrong after such a long time? Or was it that the natural disasters in this life were even more severe? Shen Qing couldn't think of an answer for a moment. There was no sign of the rain stopping, and the water was rising higher and higher. Floating on the surface were numerous animal corpses, household garbage, and furniture from who knows whose home. Through the window, Shen Qing saw a group of people in raincoats gathering not far away. They were dragging something with wooden sticks. When she put on her glasses, she could see clearly that they were dragging a bloated corpse. Shen Qing had become accustomed to severed heads, dismembered limbs in this apocalyptic world, so she only frowned slightly. Shen Jian, beside her, was seeing such a dead body for the first time and covered his mouth, running to the edge of the water to retch. On the shore, a woman collapsed beside the corpse, crying loudly. Shen Qing didn't want to look any longer and turned away. Tao Ying sighed and said, "It looks like the Liu family son is gone. What a pity, just over 20. Shen Qing didn't respond, watching as the clock struck 12, then turned and entered the kitchen to prepare lunch. To save water, she simply rinsed the rice once before putting it on the stove to steam. The water used to wash the rice could be used to wash the vegetables, and the water from washing the vegetables could be saved for washing the dishes, which would finally be used to flush the toilet. Shen Qing took out fresh vegetables from the space and placed them in the steamer, setting it on top of the pot to steam the vegetables while cooking rice. This way of preparing the vegetables was silent and didn't waste water. The taste after steaming, combined with seasonings, would also be good, making it the most suitable method. Just as the food was ready, there was a loud knocking at the door. The village was currently without power, and to avoid suspicion, the surveillance camera was also off. "Who is it?" Shen Jia walked to the first floor and loudly inquired, while Shen Qing quickly put the food on the table into the space and followed him downstairs. "Is anyone home?" "I'm Feng Xin," shouted the person outside. The visitor was none other than Director Feng from Guiyuansuan. After all, he was a leader from the village, so it would be somewhat inappropriate to refuse him entry. Shen Jia quietly confirmed with Shen Qing that the food at home had been stored back in the space before opening the door. Behind Director Feng was a young woman, both dressed in raincoats and rain boots, bundled up tightly. "Can I come in and sit for a while?" Shen Jia led the way and said, "Director Feng, please." Feng Xin followed behind Shen's father and daughter, looking around at the Shen family's house. Director Feng sat down. Tao Ying stood up from the sofa to greet him, apologizing. "I'm really sorry, we don't even have a cup of hot water home right now, so we can't entertain you." Director Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary to be so formal. "I'm here today mainly to discuss something with you." He continued, "This recent heavy rain has been fierce, and several surrounding villages have been affected. Our Guiyuan village is situated at a higher elevation, so our losses are relatively small compared to the other villages." Hearing this, Shen Qing immediately had a bad premonition. Feng Xin continued, "So the organization plans to relocate the villagers from the other villages to our Guiyuan village for the time being, and once this wave of heavy rain passes and the water recedes, they can return." Shen Jia furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean by that?" "I would like to discuss with you about accommodating some of the disaster victims in your home," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Of course, the organization won't treat you unfairly. Once this heavy rain is over, your contributions will be recognized." Shen Jia had not spoken yet when Shen Qing preemptively refused, saying, "Director Feng, it's inconvenient for our family. Please look for someone else." Feng Xin glanced at Shen Qing, feeling somewhat displeased. Why should she, a woman, interrupt when a man was discussing matters? He ignored Shen Qing and turned to continue asking Shen Jia, "What do you think?" Seeing him deliberately ignore his own daughter, Shen Jia was also quite unhappy and said, "My daughter has already given her answer. It is indeed inconvenient for our family. I asked Director Feng to make other arrangements." Feng Xin was not disheartened and said, "What is inconvenient about this? It's just about finding a place to stay. We are all neighbors and should help each other. Shouldn't we?" Shen Jian sat aside and said faintly, It's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. Since there's no inconvenience, why does a director Feng let all the disaster victims live in your house? Feng Xian's face turned pale with anger, and his female assistant quickly chimed in. Director Feng's house is not big to begin with. He has the heart, but not the strength. Shen Qing let out a cold laugh and said, that it can be settled in your home. Since you can't even accept the disaster victims yourselves, don't come to morally bind us. Feng Xian's face turned very ugly, and he angrily said, selfish. Today's young people are really too selfish. If our ancestors had the same mindset as you, where we have the good days we have now. Shen Jia also darkened his expression and said, Director Feng, you don't need to say any more. You should ask other families about accepting disaster victims. You need to think this through. Soon, people from above will come to provide rescue and distribute relief food. At that time, the food will be limited, and I can't guarantee that it will be allocated to you. When soft persuasion didn't work, he began to threaten. He didn't believe they would refuse food. He had just looked around. Although the Shen family's house was large, it was bare inside, with no food reserves in sight. If they couldn't receive the relief food, their family would only starve to death. Feng Xian confidently thought that the Shen family would compromise, but unexpectedly, Shen Jie stood up and was about to chase him away. He clenched his fists and thought, fine, if you don't agree, there are plenty of others who will. With that, he angrily left the Shen family. What kind of person is this? This person is simply unworthy of their position. They actually threatened us with relief food. Shen Jian was furious. As Feng Xian had said, there were indeed many people in the village willing to accept disaster victims. Soon, the neighbor Liu Yang's family, living to the left of the Shen family, agreed to take in disaster victims. After all, there wasn't much food store at home, and Liu Yang believed that if he could please Director Feng, he would definitely get a larger share of food. On the 11th day of the heavy rain, the village's small supermarket had already closed. Most of the supplies that villagers had stockpiled were already consumed, and to purchase more supplies, they would have to go to the county town. The county town was not far from Guiyuan village. It was just a 10-minute drive. However, the road was already submerged in water, and if they wanted to reach the county town, they would have to find another way. Shen Qing had bought several kayaks, but at this moment, she couldn't take them out. In the afternoon, Director Feng used a kayak to transport disaster victims from the neighboring village to Guiyuan village. When the villagers saw that Director Feng had a kayak, they instantly became excited. Everyone, don't panic. Each household send one person as a representative, and will take turns using the kayaks to go to the city for supplies. Upon hearing Feng Xian's words, the villagers cheered with excitement. With just one person from each household, that would be 50 people. Adding the outsiders seeking refuge, there were around 70 to 80 people waiting to use the kayaks. Director Feng brought 3 kayaks, and each kayak could hold a maximum of 5 people. These people had to be divided into 5 groups. In this critical moment, no one wanted to be placed at the back. Everyone wanted to be in the first group to go to the city. Thus, how to divide them became a major issue. I think we should let families with small children go first. The little water we have at home is only enough for the child to drink 1 bottle of milk a day. At night, they cry from hunger and can't sleep. It tears at our hearts as parents. Aren't we adults hungry too? By your logic, families with the elderly should also be prioritized. I disagree. It's not the time for preferential treatment. Are those of us with only one person at home supposed to starve to death? With differing opinions, the villagers quickly began to argue again. Feng Xian's head was buzzing from the noise, and he hurried to intervene. All right, stop arguing. At this critical moment, whose family isn't anxious? He thought for a moment and decided, how about this? I'll write down the names of each household on slips of paper, and we'll draw lots. It's all based on luck. This is the fairest way. The villagers agreed with Feng Xian's method. He had his assistant write down the names of each household on slips of paper, and he would draw them to determine the order. He first drew 15 slips and announced, First group, Chen Jianghe, Li Dafu, Liu Yang, you all go first. When they come back, I'll draw the next group. The selected individuals cheered, while those not selected sighed repeatedly. Some wanted to ask the first group for help bringing back emergency supplies, but no one agreed after being asked. After all, a kayak has a limited weight capacity, and they were already struggling to prepare their own food, let alone help others. The first group took 4 hours for the round trip and returned with an additional kayak. When the villagers learned it was purchased by Liu Yang, everyone wanted to borrow it. Liu Yang was very clever and immediately said, "I bought this kayak for 2,000. What if you break it while borrowing? You should at least pay me a little rental fee." Originally, some were willing to pay rent, but upon hearing the rental fee was 100 per hour, they immediately dismissed the idea. "Aren't you just making black-hearted money? 100 per hour, that would total 400 for a round trip. I might as well buy one myself." "Exactly. I might as well just use this free one." Shen Qing originally didn't want to join the commotion, but after only grabbing a bottle of water last time, he knew that not going to buy supplies would definitely raise suspicions. So he stepped up on behalf of the Shen family. However, the last batch had already been drawn, and there was still no mention of the Shen family's name. "Director Feng, why isn't our family's name on the list?" Shen Qing asked, dissatisfied. Feng Xin pretended to be surprised and turned to his female assistant, asking, "What's going on? How could one household be missed?" The assistant immediately cooperated, saying, "It must have been overlooked. It's all my fault for not counting again." Feng Xin stroked his chin, pretending to be troubled. "What should we do now?" Seeing the Shen family left out, Wang Degui immediately took pleasure in their misfortune, saying, "Director Feng, it's getting late, and the store is already closed. It's better to let him go tomorrow." Feng Xin quickly agreed. "That's right, it's not safe to row at this hour. You should wait overnight, and we'll arrange it for tomorrow." After saying that, he immediately gestured for the assistant to put away the kayak. Wang Degui, reveling in their misfortune, said, "Everyone else can have a hearty meal tonight, while some people will just be left salivating." Shen Qing knew in her heart that this was Feng Xin's deliberate revenge, which made her extremely angry. Even when she got home, her anger hadn't diminished at all. "This is infuriating. They are taking personal revenge under the guise of public duty." After Shen Qing understood the situation, she remained calm and gently patted his back. "All right, don't dwell on them. This is a long-term battle, and there will always be a time for revenge." Seeing that Shen Qing was still downcast, Shen Qing took out vacuum-packed marinated goose from her space. "Don't be upset. Tonight, we're having meat. No matter how many supplies they buy, can their food compare to ours?" Shen Qing smelled the aroma of the marinated goose, and his anger gradually subsided. After this incident, Shen Qing's thoughts underwent some slight changes. In the apocalypse, it is never enough for a family to fight alone. One must still win over some hearts to a certain extent. The kayak was stolen the next day. Shen Qing arrived early at Feng Xin's house. "Director Feng, our family is the only one that hasn't gone out to procure supplies yet. Can I borrow the kayak today?" Although the Shen family didn't lack supplies at the moment, Shen Qing just couldn't swallow his pride. Besides, to avoid raising suspicion, he had to pretend to be anxious about buying supplies. Seeing him come so early to borrow the kayak, Feng Xin felt secretly pleased. He clicked his tongue and said, "Oh, what a pity. This morning, the people from the organization already took the kayak away. Your family will probably have to wait until the next supply procurement for a chance." Upon hearing this, Shen Qing was furious. "Director Feng, what do you mean by this? Didn't you agree to lend it to me yesterday? Why are you using this excuse to brush me off today?" Feng Xin snorted lightly, clearly disdainful. As people get older, their memory isn't as good. "How about this? I still have a bottle of water and a loaf of bread left here. You can take them all. Consider my contribution to the people." Shen Qing frowned tightly. This Feng Xin was clearly seeking personal revenge and didn't want to lend him anything. If it were someone without supplies, this little bit of water and bread wouldn't last a day. "Director Feng, isn't this a bit too much? These kayaks belong to the organization, not to you personally. Why do you have to say they can be withheld? Young people shouldn't be so hot-tempered. I'm not withholding them. I just said very clearly that they are being recalled by the organization. The organization needs to save more people and can't afford to waste time for just your family." Shen Qing clenched his back teeth in anger. "Which organization took it away? This excuse is too flimsy. You can take this bottle of water and bread. When the organization distributes supplies, I'll definitely think of your family first." Feng Xin pretended to be sincere as he handed the water and bread to Shen Qing. Shen Qing slammed his hand open, shot him a fierce glare, and then turned to leave. Feng Xin watched him walk out, unable to suppress a smile. Little guy, trying to compete with him? Still too inexperienced. This time, taking action against the Shen family, Let's see which family will dare to refuse to cooperate in the future. Shen Qing angrily walked back, really wanted to punch that annoying face. But he was afraid of bringing more trouble to his family, so he held it in. As he approached home, 5 men walked towards him. They were wrapped up tightly from head to toe, probably afraid of the rain wetting their clothes. Upon seeing Shen Qing, their pace quickened a bit, and their expressions became somewhat unnatural. Shen Qing looked back in confusion, but he didn't take the matter to heart. When he got home, he complained to Shen Qing about Feng Xian's actions. That Feng Xian was really going too far. Isn't this a blatant attack on us? Shen Qing wiped his wet hair and calmly said, if he doesn't lend it, then he doesn't lend it. Later, we can go to Liu Yang's house to rent his kayak. With no one else around, we can justifiably take the kayak back. Tao Ying brewed soy milk and heated up buns, calling the two back to the room for breakfast. Just after finishing breakfast, there was a loud knocking at the door, accompanied by Feng Xian's curses. Open the door, you little thief. The iron door was slammed loudly, and the 4 of them quickly used mouthwash to get rid of the taste of meat in their mouths before heading downstairs to open the door. Outside stood the furious Feng Xian. Shen Qing glared at him and asked, what are you doing here again? What am I doing? Don't you know in your heart? You thief! I won't lend you the kayak, and you actually stole it. Quickly return the stolen kayak. Feng Xinzhao. His voice was so loud that the disaster victims living at Liu Yang's house and the neighbors gathered in front of Shen Qing's house to watch the excitement. What kayak? We didn't see anything. Director Feng, are you mistaken? Shen Jia frowned tightly, protecting Shen Qing behind him. Feng Xian was spitting as he spoke, still pretending. Only Shen Qing came to my house this morning. After he left, I found that 2 kayaks were missing. If he didn't steal them, who else could it be? Upon hearing this, the onlooking villagers became agitated. A kayak, such an important thing, was stolen? If we can't get it back, how are we going to replenish supplies? This rain hasn't stopped. Who knows when the water will recede? You guys from Shen family are too disgusting. That kayak is the only means of transportation we have to get out of town. What are we supposed to use now that you've stolen it? Yeah, hand it over. Otherwise, we'll smash your house. Shen Qing was wronged and clenched his fists in anger. I didn't steal it. I did go to Director Feng this morning to borrow the kayak, but Director Feng said the kayak had already been recalled by the organization. It's not my fault that Director Feng disregarded my family's survival. How is this my fault now? Feng Xian's expression changed, and he stammered, I never said that. Anyway, you were the only one who came today, so the kayak must have been stolen by you. Hand it over quickly, and if you admit your mistake, I won't pursue it. Shen Qing stepped forward and said, Director Feng, if you didn't say that the kayak was taken back, then why haven't we been able to borrow the kayak? If the kayak has always been at your place, shouldn't you have lent it to us to buy supplies as agreed yesterday? Feng Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, insisting that the kayak was stolen by Shen Qing. His logic was untenable, and some villagers raised doubts. The woman from the Shen family said, that's right. They didn't manage to buy supplies yesterday. If the kayak was really there, Director, why didn't you lend it to their family? This was said by Aunt Wu, a neighbor behind the Shen family. Is there a mistake? If they really stole the kayak, they should have gone to the county to buy goods by now. Why are they still here waiting to be caught? A girl from the same village, Zhao Shi, also stood on Shen Qing's side. Feng Xian's face turned red and pale, angrily saying, today, only Shen Qing came to my place. If it wasn't him who stole it, then who else could it be? Don't forget, this kayak is a life-saving item. Without the 2 kayaks, buying supplies will take much longer. Feng Xian chose to ignore the doubts from the 2. Seeing the Shen family becoming the target of everyone's criticism, Wang Degue in the corner had an idea. He shouted, let's go search the Shen house. Won't that make it clear? Yes, let's search. If they really stole it, we can drive them out. If they didn't steal it, they can clear their name. Shen Qing disagreed. Just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it hasn't been done. Why should they search our home? Feng Xian smiled smugly. What's wrong? Are you scared? If you don't dare to let me search, it clearly means you're guilty. Let them search. Clear your brother's name. Tao Ying's eyes turned red with anger. Seeing that her mother had taken a step back, Shen Qing also stopped insisting. Fine, you can search, but I have one condition. Prove your innocence. If you find a kayak in our home, then our family will leave Guiyuan town and find a new place to live. But if you don't find anything, It proves you are slandering us. I want you to kneel and say 100 times, I was wrong. I am unworthy of my position. Wronging good people. Shen Qing stared fiercely at Feng Xin. She had disliked him for a long time. Feng Xin's expression changed slightly, and he didn't respond. Director Feng, this must be her desperate move to avoid the search. Try and make you back off. Don't fall for it. Don't let them off the hook. Wang De whispered close to Feng Xin's ear. Feng Xin was also convinced that Shen Jian was the thief. After all, he was the only one who had been there today, and he really needed a kayak. All right, I agree. Shen Qing snorted coldly. Director Feng, you better not go back on your word. Feng Xin confidently entered the house, checking every room on the first, second, and third floors. He even thoroughly searched the outside restroom, but still found no trace of the kayak. After several minutes, the villagers watching grew impatient. Director Feng, did you find it or not? Of course not. If it were really there, it wouldn't still be inside. Shen Qing replied. Just as they were waiting for Feng Xin to come out, a panting villager rushed in. Not good. The person gasped and said intermittently, I saw someone leaving on a kayak. It's probably the two that were stolen from Director Feng. When Feng Xin came out, he happened to hear this, and his face turned pale. Huh? Then who stole the kayak? The villager patted his chest and said, they're not from our town. They were among the disaster victims that Director Feng brought over earlier. Upon hearing this, Feng Xin immediately called the evacuated disaster victims over. After counting, he found that 5 people were indeed missing. Damn it, we took them in out of kindness, and instead of being grateful, they actually stole from us. Feng Xin was furious and began to curse. Shen Qing smiled faintly, walked into the crowd, and said, Director Feng, can you prove my brother's innocence now? Can you also fulfill the promise you just made? Feng Xin recalled the promise he had just made, and his expression turned quite unpleasant. Someone in the crowd tried to smooth things over, saying, how about we just forget it? We all know that the Shen family's kid didn't steal anything. So why make things difficult for Director Feng? Shen Qing cast a cold glance at the person and said, what you just said is like a fart. How can you take it back? Director Feng is the leader of our town, and he shouldn't say things that don't count. Shen Jian also had his hands on his hips. Just now he was full of righteous indignation when he wronged me. So why is he acting like a turtle now? If it were in the past, Tao Ying and Shun Jie would definitely have advised the 2 kids to stop. But now it's the end of the world, and they don't want their son to be inexplicably accused and then let it go just like that. Everyone heard Director Feng's promise just now. Director Feng, please. Shen Qing had no intention of letting him go. After all, this Feng Xin had already provoked the Shun family more than once. Feng Xin's face turned ashen. If he knelt, wouldn't he lose all his face? If he didn't kneel, it seemed he wouldn't be able to get down from this situation either. For a moment, it was hard to find a resolution. After a stalemate for over 10 minutes, Feng Xin could only grit his teeth and half kneel down. His voice was as small as a mosquito, repeating, I was wrong. I am unworthy of my position. Wrongfully accusing a good person. Although Shen Qing was very dissatisfied with his quiet tone, she didn't make it difficult for him anymore. After all, a corner dog will jump over the wall. There was no need to force him into a desperate situation. Feng Xin endured the humiliation and admitted his mistake 100 times, then stood up and glared fiercely at Shen Qing, asking, are you satisfied now? Shen Qing remained unfazed and said, Director Feng always keeps his word. So I'm naturally satisfied. Seeing Feng Xin turn to leave, Shen Qing immediately called out to stop him. What else do you want to do? Feng Xin glared with wide eyes, his voice unable to contain his anger. Shen Qing smiled faintly and said, Director Feng, since the kayak hasn't been recalled by the organization, shouldn't you fulfill your promise to lend us the kayak yesterday? Or do you plan to settle personal scores and starve our family? Under the raincoat, Feng Xin's hand was already clenched into a fist. In front of everyone, he couldn't refuse Shen Qing's reasonable request and could only coldly say, as the director of Guiyuan village, I would never engage in personal vendettas. Just like that, Shen Jian successfully obtained the kayak from Feng Xin. However, after this incident, the enmity between Feng Xin and the Shen family was officially established. Sister, you were so impressive just now. I finally vented this anger in my heart. Shen Jian said excitedly, following closely behind Shen Qing. Shen Qing smiled slightly and said, "All right, it's satisfying to confront him for the moment. But who knows if he will make things difficult for us in the future." Shen Jian crossed his arms and said with his head held high, "With my sister here, there's nothing to be afraid of." Shen Qing's lips curled up. In her past life, it was often her younger brother who stood in front of her, protecting her because of her weakness. In this life, she could finally protect her family. "Mom and Dad, make sure to lock the doors and windows at home. Jian and I will be back soon." Shen Qing instructed the two of them before leaving. "But you must be careful." Taoing still felt a bit uneasy. "Mom, you don't need to worry. Jian and I are just going out for a stroll, and we'll be back soon." The two of them set out in a kayak. Once they left Gua Yuan village, Shunji and truly felt the meaning of the word apocalypse. The accumulated water in the low areas had submerged the houses by the roadside, and there was a strong smell of decay in the air. The bodies of livestock and poultry floated on the water surface, and dark clouds of flies swarmed around. Shen Jian, once again, uncontrollably retched, feeling as if his stomach was in turmoil. Shen Qing sighed and took out a mask from her space. "If you're scared, then don't look. Take it off when we get there." Shen Jian suppressed the surge of stomach acid, shook his head, and said, "No need. Since death is the norm, I have to learn to get used to it." Shen Qing looked around and felt a similar sense of suffocation. Although she had been reborn, she felt powerless to change anything. Her conscience constantly tormented, and she kept trying to comfort and persuade herself. She had become too exhausted from this internal struggle over time. The two of them didn't know how long they had been paddling, but they finally arrived at the county town. Nanjian County wasn't large. A river separated the new town from the old town, and the low-lying new town had already flooded up to the third floor of the buildings, while the old town was still fine for now. Therefore, most of the shops in the new town had moved to the old town. The county town had lost its former liveliness, and the streets were extremely quiet. The two of them carried the kayak and found a secluded corner to sit and rest. For Shen Qing and the others, going out to buy supplies was merely a cover. The supplies in their space were already enough for the family to live until natural death, and there was no need for her to hoard more things. Shen Jian stood guard while Shen Qing took out a small bag of supplies from the space and tied a kayak to the back of the boat. The two didn't waste any time and returned after getting their things. After the heavy rain stopped, and they returned to Gua Yuan village, Shen Jian immediately returned the borrowed kayak. On the way back, some villagers saw the two carrying the kayak home and specifically inquired about the price. 2,500. There aren't many kayaks left in the county now, and the prices are getting higher. Shen Qing couldn't help but sigh in her heart, glad that she had asked about the price in the county today. The continuous heavy rain lasted for 15 days before finally stopping. Early that morning, Shen Qing was awakened by the sunlight streaming in through the window. When she opened her eyes, she saw the sun slowly rising. Outside, there was a commotion, and when she opened the window, she realized it was the villagers cheering. "Great! The damn rain has finally stopped." "Yes, I was worried that the sky would have a hole in it. Now that the rain has stopped, we can finally return to normal life." Hope was written all over the villagers' faces, but at that moment, only Shen Qing felt anxious. In her previous life, the heavy rain lasted only 10 days. But in this life, it had extended to 15 days. Although she didn't know what had happened, it clearly indicated that the disasters in this life were more severe than in her previous one. She couldn't help but wonder what troubles the high temperatures would bring. With the heavy rain stopped, the Shen family had made rainproof cloth and piled up mud, so there was no standing water in their yard. Shen Jie took down the rain cover in the yard with Shen Jian, planning to fold it neatly and store it in the utility room. "What is this?" Zugos. While Shen Jian was collecting the rain cover, he suddenly felt a soft, squishy sensation in his hand. He quickly shook it off with force, and a yellow and black object fell to the ground. Shen Jie frowned and said, "Be careful. This is a leech. It will suck your blood." Shen Jian had heard of leeches, but this was the first time he had seen one in person. Looking at the disgusting creature, he wiped his hands in disgust. After the flood, it was normal to find these parasites in the standing water. Shen Jie spread out a rainproof cloth and used a stick to pick up the leeches left on it, then took out a lighter to burn them to death. Just as the two of them finished cleaning the yard, there was a knock at the door. "Uncle Shun, can you open the door?" A young girl's voice came from outside. Shen Jie couldn't tell which family's girl this was. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the door. "Who are you?" Shen Jie looked at the young woman outside, feeling a bit familiar, but couldn't match her to a name. "Uncle Shen, I'm Zhao Fuxing's youngest daughter. Do you remember me?" "Oh, Shen Yesudinli Rethalit." However, he had never had any dealings with Zhao Fuxing, so why was she at his door today? "Uncle Shen, my grandmother suddenly fell ill, and I want to borrow your kayak to go to the city. Is that okay?" Zhao Shi's face was filled with anxiety. At that moment, Shen Qing heard the commotion in the yard and also came downstairs. "Lu Yang has a kayak too. Why don't you rent from him? We're not planning to rent out our kayak." Hearing this, Zhao Shi was almost in tears. Brother Lu's kayak was rented out this morning and hasn't been returned yet. "I want to find Director Feng, but he also said the kayak wasn't available. My grandmother's fever has already reached 39 degrees. Waiting another hour could be more dangerous. That's why I..." Shen Jie looked at Shen Qing with difficulty, unsure whether to lend the things out. Ever since her daughter was reborn, she seemed to have become the backbone of the family. The Shen family has become accustomed to having Shen Qing make decisions. That day, when the Shen family was wronged by Feng Xian, Zhao Shi also stood up to speak out for the Shen family. Shen Qing thought of this and decided to help her out this time. "Don't worry, I have a few fever-reducing pills. I'll lend them to you for now." Zhao Shi was a bit surprised, but then grateful. "Thank you so much. I can't just take the medicine for free. So name your price, and I'll transfer the money to you," Zhao Shi said excitedly. Shen Qing thought for a moment, added 10 yuan to the usual price, and sold the medicine to her at a discount. Anyway, there were still hundreds of boxes of fever medicine in the space, so she treated it as returning a favor to Zhao Shi and earning some goodwill at the same time. After Zhao Shi took the medicine and repeatedly thanked her, she left. It had already been clear for several days, but the water receded very slowly. On this day, Shen Qing stood by the window in a daze, suddenly noticing some black objects moving in the yard. She quickly grabbed her glasses from the side, and when she could see clearly what was on the ground, she got goosebumps. "Dad!" Shen Qing exclaimed in shock. The three of them hurried over to her side and followed her gaze. "Ugh, so disgusting." Shen Jian rubbed her arms. In the yard, leeches were crawling everywhere. How could this happen? Shen Jie furrowed his brow. Normally, leeches are about 3 to 6 centimeters long, but these leeches looked nearly 10 centimeters long. "Dad, aren't leeches supposed to live in water? How do they crawl into our yard?" Shen Jian asked in confusion. "Normally, they live in water, but if they encounter spawning or flooding, they may come ashore when the air underground is scarce." Shen Jie looked at the countless leeches in the courtyard, feeling a sense of foreboding in his heart. Shen Qing's greatest fear is these squishy worms, so the task of taking care of the leeches fell to Shen Jian and Shen Jie. This is just too much. Not to mention Shen Qing. Even Shen Jian felt a tingling sensation all over upon seeing these soft-bodied creatures. It really is a bit too much. It's so overwhelming that it causes some physical discomfort and disgust. Shen Jie took out a bag of salt, poured it into a bucket of water, then added more water and stirred, evenly sprinkling the salt water all over the yard, not missing a single corner. If it were an ordinary-sized leech, it would only take 15 minutes to turn the leech into a puddle of water. Now, with a size like this, Shen Jie estimated it would take at least half an hour. While waiting, a woman's scream came from next door, followed by a flurry of commotion. "What is this? A leech? Why is it so big? Don't just stand there. Help me get this disgusting thing off." Clearly, the same situation had occurred next door. Shen Qing ran up to the rooftop, struggling to suppress her fear as she looked out into the courtyard. Only then did she realize that, as the floodwaters receded, clusters of leeches crawled out of the water, densely covering the entire path. How could this be? In her previous life, she had always been in S-City, so she didn't know if this leech disaster had existed back then. Soon, Shen Jie discovered that the leeches in the courtyard had still not finished dying off, and new ones were crawling down from the walls. This was truly abnormal. These leeches, which seemed to have emerged from nowhere, were larger than normal leeches, moved faster, and even survived longer on land. They appeared unafraid of the sun, wandering around freely. In the afternoon, perhaps because the organization prioritized rescuing the power station, Guai Yuanjin finally restored the electricity. The WeChat group, which had been quiet for over 10 days, suddenly became lively. "Shui Zhongfei. Does anyone have quicklime? Can you sell me some?" Those things are almost crawling into my living room. AAA Steel Wongu. The quicklime has long been soaked in water and is gone. If you want salt, I still have a bag at home. I'll sell it to you for $30, a bargain. Leech Disaster Orchid. Why don't you just grab it? $2 for salt, and you sell it for 30? Are you out of your mind? Wang Digui's $30 for salt drew public outrage, and many people began to curse him. Shui Zhongfei. Feng Xin. Director Feng. You need to report this to the organization. You have to help us think of a solution. These leeches are going to suck blood. Besides, with so many of them, relying on fire alone might set the house on fire. Yes, if there were fewer, they could be killed, but with this many, even stepping on them wouldn't finish them off. Feng Xin felt overwhelmed looking at the messages in the group. Why did everyone always turn to him for everything? It was so annoying. The heavy rain had only stopped for a few days, the organization had limited manpower, and everyone was busy everywhere. Who had time to deal with the leech issue? At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in the village had originally planned to hold a banquet this month. Due to the heavy rain, the banquet didn't happen, so their family should still have quite a bit of salt left. Meanwhile, Zhaoxi had come to Shen Qing's house again. She stuffed 2 bags of salt into Shen Qing's arms and said, "Thanks to your fever-reducing medicine, my grandmother was able to pull through. Take these 2 bags of salt." Shen Qing was puzzled and asked, "What do you use at home then?" Zhaoxi smiled and replied, "It's just our luck. Originally, my eldest sister was supposed to host a banquet this month, so our family bought over a dozen bags of salt. Who knew the heavy rain would come so suddenly? And we ended up with some leftover salt. In Guoyuan village, the custom is to hold a flowing banquet in one's hometown. On the wedding day, they invite villagers from over a dozen surrounding villages with dozens of tables of dishes, and since there are quite a few pickled vegetables in this area, a lot of salt is naturally used. Thank you for still thinking of me." To be honest, Shen Qing felt somewhat touched. After all, in her previous life, until her death, she and T felt much kindness aside from her family. No need to be polite. You helped me, so I naturally have to repay your kindness. When Zhaoxi smiled, her right canine tooth appeared particularly playful. Shen Qing shook her head to clear her thoughts, then took out 30 yuan. "But I still can't take your things for free. You keep this money." Zhaoxi frowned slightly and refused, saying, "No need. I'm not Uncle Degui. How can I take so much money from you?" Shen Qing didn't want to owe anyone a favor and insisted on giving it. The two pushed back and forth, and in the end, Zhaoxi symbolically accepted 10 yuan. As they were leaving, Shen Qing suddenly remembered something, stopped her, and asked, "Do the villagers know that your family has so much salt stored?" Zhaoxi nodded and replied, "Yes, the invitations have already been sent out. Sigh, I don't know how long my sister's wedding banquet will be delayed." Hearing her words, Shen Qing's mind immediately recalled the last time Feng Xin came to discuss borrowing a place to stay. She frowned slightly and reminded her, "These leeches may not disappear anytime soon. Even if your family has enough salt, you should keep it safe and not give it away easily." Zhaoxi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly laughed. "Don't worry, my dad is quite stingy." She hurried back home and encountered a sullen Feng Xin on the way. "Director Feng," Zhaoxi greeted him actively. To her surprise, Feng Xin's face darkened even more upon seeing her, and he only responded coldly. Zhaoxi was puzzled. What was going on? It felt like someone owed him money. She stood still for less than a minute when a leech tried to crawl up her leg. She quickly stepped on the leech and then rushed back home. The front and back of Zhaoxi's house had been sprinkled with salt, so the yard was very clean, with no sign of leeches. When she got home, she learned that Feng Xin had just been to her house, aiming for that salt. He talked for a long time, initially saying that there would be rewards after the disaster, but when Zhao Fuxing wasn't buying it, he then suggested buying it with money. However, Zhao Fuxing was unwilling. Feng Xin's face turned green with anger. Salt grains were scattered all over the inside and outside of the Shun family's courtyard, including the top of the walls. And there were significantly fewer leeches in the yard. Other families were not so fortunate. These leeches crawled out of the stagnant water and into their homes. Some people woke up in the middle of the night in pain, and upon turning on the lights, they found 7 or 8 leeches crawling on their legs, scaring them out of their wits. Some attempted to forcibly pull the blood-sucking leeches off, but the leeches broke off inside their flesh, leaving them no choice but to burn a pointed knife and stab it into their skin to scald the leeches to death. The overwhelming number of leeches made the villagers afraid to sleep, fearing that when they opened their eyes, their homes would be invaded by leeches. They lived in constant fear, suffering greatly. The most terrifying thing was that these leeches, unable to suck blood, began to devour their own kind. Smaller leeches were consumed by larger ones, which grew larger and larger. Shen Qing had seen one that was already the size of a golden bear. These mutated leeches also became faster, and just scattering salt had become insufficient to hold them back. Shen Qing took out several knives from the space and coated the blades with gasoline. After igniting them, the knives burst into blue flames. Dealing with large leeches is more effective with fire, as it is more intense and yields quicker results. Since there was no salt or quicklime at home, they had to resort to burning them, which was a bit troublesome but still effective. It had been clear for 20 days. The accumulated water finally receded back into the riverbed. The disaster victims living in Guiyuan village were also arranged to be sent back to their original village. Villagers, we have finally weathered this calamity. During this disaster, most of the people in our village were very enthusiastic and united. This moved me greatly. Feng Xian posted a long message in the group. Now that the water has receded, we should also revive our homeland. The road winding from the riverbed to the village entrance is severely silted and urgently needs to be cleared. This afternoon, everyone is to participate. Bring your own tools, and we will clear the silt. Lanhua, we haven't even finished clearing the silt in our own yard. How can we find time for anything else? Swordsman, exactly. The wall on the first floor of my house is already cracked, and I still need to find time to repair it. AAA Steel Wonga. First everyone, then the individual. Just do whatever Director Feng tells us. Why are you so selfish? Lanhua, flatterer. Even if Director Feng farts, it smells good to you. AAA Steel Wonga Wu Dajiao. All right, everyone stop arguing. Seeing that some in the group were uncooperative, Feng Xian immediately stood up and said, "This clearing of silt is also for everyone's good. I heard that the organization will send disaster relief supplies in a few days. And if the road isn't cleared properly, we won't be able to get the supplies." As soon as they heard about the disaster relief supplies, the opposing voices immediately vanished. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the villagers arrived with shovels. The Shen family was no exception. To avoid suspicion, the 4 members of the Shen Qing family also wore rain boots and appeared at the village entrance carrying shovels. Feng Xian stood on the steps, squinting in the sunlight as he counted heads. How could someone be missing for the mud cleaning? Which family hasn't shown up? Feng Xian counted twice, but still couldn't get the numbers to match. Among the crowd, the young wife Wang Feng raised her hand and said, "My husband has a fever and just took medicine. He really can't come." Feng Xian frowned and dissatisfiedly replied, "It's just a fever. What kind of man is so delicate?" Wang Feng wasn't one to have a good temper either. Hearing Feng Xian's complaint, she immediately retorted, "Director Feng, that's a harsh thing to say. A fever is not a trivial matter. If you insist on my husband coming and something happens to him, you must take full responsibility." Only then did Feng Xian, still dissatisfied, click his tongue and say, "All right, I was just saying it casually. Enough of the nonsense. Everyone follow me. Let's hurry up and try to clear the road this week." A large group of people marched towards the village entrance, with plenty of leeches still on the ground, splattering everywhere with each step. Although Shen Qing was wearing rain boots and had 2 pairs of socks on, the feeling of stepping down still gave her goosebumps. It was so disgusting. How could there be such repulsive creatures in the world? Shen Jian, standing nearby, noticed her furrowed brows and quietly walked in front of her, scraping the leeches on the ground aside with his foot to make it easier for her to walk. Once they reached a place where the water had receded, people once again realized how terrifying this heavy rain had been. The original asphalt road was now completely unrecognizable. It was covered with at least half a meter of mud, mixed with various pieces of trash, emitting a strong, earthy smell. The villagers quickly got busy, shoveling the mud to the sides of the riverbank, each taking turns. The mud still contained quite a few leeches. Some were dead, while others were still wriggling, causing many women to frown. After laboring for 2 hours, they had cleared less than 100 meters. Phew, it's so hot. Shen Qing leaned on the shovel handle to straighten her back, wiping the sweat that was about to drip down from her forehead with her sleeve. This damn weather had already turned hot by 10 in the morning. The sun was making people dizzy and their throats dry, while sweat poured down their backs. With already insufficient supplies, everyone was eating only sporadically, and now working in the scorching sun was even harder to bear. Young people couldn't stand it, let alone someone like Tao Ying, who was older. Approaching noon, the sun became even more scorching, and Tao Ying felt her head spinning as if she might faint at any moment. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Shen Qing, standing next to Tao Ying, was the first to notice something was off with her. "It's nothing." Tao Ying waved her hand. Shen Qing saw her cheeks flushed and her lips pale, and he immediately became anxious. "Mom, are you feeling overheated? Why don't you go back and rest?" Tao Ying refused, saying, "How can that be? Everyone is working here. I can't hold them back." Shen Qing quickly called out to Shen Qing, informing her of their mother's condition. Shen Qing quickly walked to Tao Ying's side, and without saying a word, supported her and was about to head back. The sharp-eyed Feng Xin immediately called out to her. "What's going on? Where are you two going?" Shen Qing supported Tao Ying and said, "My mom had a heat stroke. I'm helping her back to rest." Feng Xin frowned and said discontentedly, "Have you really become a city person just because you've lived in the city for a while? You're so spoiled." Shen Jian's anger suddenly flared up. "Are you speaking human language? The temperature is already close to 40 degrees. In such hot weather, doing such exhausting work. How can one avoid heat stroke?" Feng Xin was already displeased with the Shen family, and seeing him retort only made him angrier. "Everyone else can do it, but your mother can't? Isn't that just being spoiled? Who among our ancestors didn't work with their faces to the ground and backs to the sky?" Shen Qing had a cold expression as she helped Tao Ying to the shade of a tree. She then walked into the crowd and retorted, "Director Feng really is speaking without feeling any pain himself. You stand there fanning yourself and talking nonsense, while we are the ones doing the work." Some villagers nodded in agreement. Just because he asked the director doesn't mean he doesn't have to work, right? Feng Xin immediately became anxious and argued. "Who says that not doing manual labor doesn't count as work? This is intellectual work. Don't I have to plan the route for clearing the silt?" Shen Qing was too lazy to argue with him over these fallacies and stated with reason, "It's so hot. Shouldn't Director Feng let us go back to rest first? If the villagers all suffer from heat stroke, where can we find medicine? Even if there is medicine, it takes a lot of time to rest after heat stroke, which would delay things even more. It's better to let us go back now to avoid the heat and come back to work when it's cooler. That way, the efficiency would be higher. Don't you all agree?" Shen Qing's words immediately resonated with the villagers. What she said made sense. If we get heat stroke, where can we find medicine? What if we end up with heat illness? Hearing about heat illness made everyone even more frightened. After all, this heat illness can be fatal. Director Feng, even our ancestors Wu and Ti have worked in such hot weather, right? There is no comparison at all. Some people threw down their tools and said angrily, "I'm not doing this anymore. Isn't it better to lie at home with a fan in this weather? I'd rather skip a couple of meals than work under the sun. I'm done. Let us all stop working. Whoever wants to work can do so." The number of people refusing to work kept increasing. Feng Xin's face turned dark with anger, but there were too many people resisting now, and he couldn't intimidate them. He could only go along with them for now. All right, I understand everyone's feelings. Let us do this. Everyone go back and rest for now. We'll come back to clear the sludge once the temperature drops." Only then were the villagers satisfied and dispersed. Shen Qing also helped Tao Ying back home. "How are these leeches still alive in such hot weather?" Shen Jia was talking while using a shovel to smash the leeches that had crawled into the yard. It had only been 2 hours since leaving home, and some leeches had already climbed up the stairs to the second floor. Shen Qing didn't care about the disgusting scene under her feet and helped Tao Ying into her bedroom. She took out a bottle of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid from her space, inserted a straw, and handed it to Tao Ying. Then she turned on the air conditioner in the living room, covered her with a light blanket, and let her rest. "It's so disgusting that these leeches crawled up to the second floor. If I hadn't discovered and killed them in time, they might have crawled into my bedroom." Shen Jian walked into the living room with a frown. "Is Mom feeling better?" Shen Jian sat down next to Shen Qing. "She has taken her medicine and needs to rest well." "That's good. It's still cooler at home. My life depends on the air conditioning," Shen Jian said, leaning comfortably against the sofa. Shen Qing smiled faintly, then took out a watermelon from her space. "Isn't it better to eat watermelon while enjoying the air conditioning?" "Wow, that's great. Shen Jian's eyes lit up. If it weren't for you, sister, living again, I would probably be lying at home starving right now. Shen Qing cut the watermelon into small pieces and handed a plate to him. Where's Dad? He's still downstairs dealing with those damn leeches. I'll help him after I eat this piece of watermelon. The father and son had been busy downstairs for half an hour with the leeches, checking the corners of the yard to make sure they had dealt with them before feeling relieved. Just when the three of them were happily eating watermelon, suddenly all their phones chimed with a group chat notification. Upon entering the group, they saw a photo that made them feel extremely uncomfortable. The photo showed a bed, and it looked like someone was lying on it. Why look like? Because the bed was crawling with leeches, densely packed. In the area where the leeches were the most concentrated, a person's shape could be vaguely seen. The image was quickly retracted. Sorry, sent it to the wrong group. Although the sender retracted the message, many people had still seen that disturbing picture. The group chat exploded. What was that just now? Scared me. It can't be a prank, right? Almost made me throw up. Probably a fake image from somewhere. Zhou, you're really heartless. Our village is already full of leeches, and I'm scared enough as it is, and you send such a creepy picture. Zhuhai Zipli, who said it was a fake image? I just sent it to the wrong group. The picture is real. If you don't believe me, just go to Wang Feng's house and see for yourselves. That's her husband lying on that bed. At this point, the group chat exploded even more. Shen Qing saw villagers heading out under the scorching sun, heading towards Wang Feng's house. Dad, who is Wang Feng? Shen Jian asked in confusion. She's the woman who confronted Feng Xin this morning. She married into our village. And her husband is the only one who didn't go to shovel the sludge today because he is sick. I didn't expect something like this would happen. Thinking of the scene of someone being drained by leeches, Shen Jie shivered. You two stay at home. I will go check the situation. As Shen Jie walked out the door, Shen Jian finally reacted from the shock of the images. Not good. He suddenly seemed to remember something, and after a startled cry, he ran towards Tao Ying's bedroom. Wang Feng's husband was bedridden due to illness, making him an easy target for those leeches. That's how this tragedy occurred. What about his mother? Shen Jian dared not think any further. Shen Qing immediately understood Shen Jian's meaning and followed closely behind. They opened the bedroom door and saw Tao Ying lying safely on the bed. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Jian, you take care of the left side. I'll handle the right side. Don't miss any corners. Let's check carefully. Shen Jian nodded seriously. The two of them did not miss any corner, even checking every piece of clothing in the wardrobe carefully. After confirming that there were no issues, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Tao Ying opened her eyes drowsily. No, it's nothing. Mom, you should rest well. Shen Jian signaled Shen Qing to leave with his eyes. Shen Qing didn't dare to tell Tao Ying such a terrifying thing at this moment and hurriedly left the room with Shen Jian. At Wang Feng's house, the area outside the bedroom was crowded with people, all stretching their necks to look inside. How is it? Is there still hope? The person in front held a wooden stick, prodding the leeches off the person inside. When the person's skin was revealed, the onlookers collectively gasped. A pale, sunken face was so pockmarked that it was unrecognizable. The uneven eyeballs were covered with newly laid leech eggs, making one feel nauseous. How could Wang Feng bear to see a living person suddenly like this? She fainted with a cry. When she woke up, she cried even more heart-wrenchingly. The people around her opened their mouths, not knowing how to comfort her. My poor man. I clearly scattered salt all over the doorway when I left. How could this happen? Shen Jie glanced into the bedroom and noticed that a window was not tightly closed. It seemed that the leeches had crawled in through this gap. Sister, I know you're hurting, but this is really not the time to cry. It looks like most of the leeches in the village have crawled into your house. We need to find a way to deal with them. Someone in the crowd suggested. Yes, this is a good opportunity to eliminate these things. As long as we deal with most of the leeches, won't it be easier to solve the problem elsewhere? Everyone agreed. Wang Feng couldn't stop her tears. My husband's body is still inside. Even if we have to deal with these harmful creatures, I want my husband to be buried properly. I asked all the villagers for help. Suddenly, no one spoke. The bedroom was filled with leeches, and there was no way to move the body out completely. If only there was some quicklime or enough salt. It might be worth a try. But now the road to the county town was blocked by mud, making it impossible to buy these supplies. Seeing the villagers' silence, Wang Feng broke down and cried. Yes, she was just an outsider. Who would help her? If you want tea help, then I'll go by myself. She made up her mind and rushed towards the bedroom. Fortunately, Shen Qing and another person reacted quickly and pulled her back, then used a lighter to burn the leeches off her shoes. Are you crazy? This is just asking for death. Wang Feng, who was stopped, cried out, "Let me go. I want to bring my husband out." Shen Qing advised, "Calm down. If you act like this, not only will you not be able to take him out, but you might also end up losing yourself." Another villager said helplessly, "We understand that you're feeling terrible right now, but you also need to consider us neighbors. If we don't deal with these leeches soon, they'll crawl somewhere else." Zhou Hai, who lived next door, was extremely anxious. At that moment, someone suggested, "Why not burn this bedroom down? Consider it a cremation." Wang Feng immediately became agitated. "I've already lost my husband. Do you want me to have nowhere to go? How can you be so cruel?" Zhou Hai, upon hearing this, also got angry. "Is it us who are cruel, or you? One person has already died, and if we don't do something, we'll all be dead." Both of them were red-eyed, and if the villagers hadn't held them back, they would have torn into each other. Just as they were arguing, the leeches suddenly stirred and crawled towards the direction of the villagers. "Not good. The leeches are coming towards us. Run!" Shen Qing shouted, pulling the dazed Wang Feng back into the yard. Zhao Fuxing, the last to run out, slammed the door shut. Someone with sharp eyes saw leeches crawling out of the bedroom window and quickly rushed over to shut it tight. In an instant, countless leeches were squashed by the window, splattering that person's face. "Hurry up and burn this place. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late." "Who has a lighter? I have half a bottle of liquor." Zhou Hai had already returned home to get the liquor without anyone noticing. Wang Feng shouted in agitation, "This is my home. You can't burn it down. To scare supplies." The window was densely packed with leeches, and the sound of them banging against the window filled everyone with fear. "I won't agree. No one can burn my home." Zhou Hai shouted, "Control her. If we don't burn the house, we'll all die." Everyone had seen the horrific state of her husband when he died. No one wanted to become food for those leeches. The people around Wang Feng exchanged glances and immediately pinned her to the ground. Zhou Hai opened the bottle cap and splashed the liquor on the window and the door. Several lighters were suddenly thrown from the crowd. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The flames ignited the wooden ceiling, and the entire room was instantly engulfed in fire. A nauseating smell wafted out. It was the smell of burnt leeches. A group of men stood in front with sticks, and any leeches that crawled out from the flames were beaten to death. My home is gone." Wang Feng could not move and could only roar in anger. The fire grew larger, spreading from the first floor to the second. The wooden structure of the second floor quickly collapsed. During this time, Zhou Hai had already fetched a water pump from the river, ready to extinguish the fire and prevent it from reaching his own house. The villagers watched as the fire burned for as long as it took to confirm that all the leeches in the house were burned to death before leaving. Once the house was completely burned down and the fire was extinguished, those holding Wang Feng finally let her go. "Sister, don't hold a grudge against us. We had no choice. We're leaving now, but if you can find your husband's ashes, we'll definitely help you dig a grave." Wang Feng could no longer cry. She sat on the ground with tear-streaked cheeks, feeling as if her soul had been drained. When everyone had left, she quietly walked towards the ruins of the house. She moved aside the charred wooden boards and found sections of white bones among the black ash, and her tears fell. Shen Qing returned home with a heavy heart. Shen Qing and Shen Qing saw his serious expression and knew that the person was really dead. However, when they heard that the house had been burned down, they were at a loss for words. How could this happen? Shen Qing murmured. How could they burn someone else's house without their consent? What's the difference from bandits? Shen Qing had gotten used to such things in the apocalypse, and she calmly said, "Is there really a better solution?" Shen Qing choked and couldn't respond. At dinner, Tao Ling finally seemed to have some spirit. Hearing that such a thing had happened, she sighed helplessly. This is only the beginning. When they realize the world is beyond saving, there will be more incidents like this. She looked out the window, and at some point, the leeches in the yard had increased again. Watching those disgusting creatures emerge in clusters made her feel so nauseated that she couldn't eat. Shen Qing took a lot of salt from the space and found some quicklime. She called Shen Qing, and the two mixed the salt and quicklime evenly, thickly spreading it in the courtyard, on the stairs, and in front of every bedroom door. They even covered the roof. After finishing all this, they finally felt at ease. At night, the temperature finally dropped. Feng Xian went door to door, urging the villagers to clear the silt from the river. Many streetlights outside the village were broken, and the villagers had to tie flashlights to their heads to work. After a night of hard work, they returned to rest. The limestone absorbed moisture and released heat, making the whole courtyard very dry. Moreover, temperatures were rising every day, and after a whole day, no leeches entered the Shen family's courtyard anymore. But other families were not so lucky. To prevent a tragedy like Wang Feng's from happening, the villagers dared not sleep during the day, no matter how tired they were. They took turns standing guard to catch a short nap. Thus, they worked from sunrise to sunset, and after a week, they finally cleared the road leading out of the village. Within a couple of days, a truck delivering disaster relief supplies drove into Guiyuan village. The villagers were extremely excited to finally receive help. They rushed to the village entrance and stared for a long time, and after confirming that there was only this one truck delivering supplies, their faces turned sour. Are you kidding me? Is this all there is? How much can we divide among each family? Yes, this is way too little. Our family has run out of food and is just waiting for the organization's relief. The driver snorted coldly, saying that disasters had struck across the country, and having any supplies was already good enough, and they still complained about it being too little. Feng Xian also looked displeased. He called over several young and strong men to unload the goods and walked over to the driver to inquire about the disaster situation in various places. When it came to this topic, the driver shook his head and sighed. Only then did everyone realize that half of the 18 townships and more than 50 villages in the county had been submerged and many people were missing. The leeches were not just in Guiyuan village. Even the county town was not spared. The organization had already done its best, and after this batch of supplies was distributed, no one knew when the next batch would arrive. The atmosphere became heavy all of a sudden. After unloading the supplies, the driver left without saying how to distribute them. After hearing the driver's words, the villagers had mixed feelings and stared intently at this batch of supplies. Feng Xian counted the quantities. There were 50 boxes of mineral water, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of luncheon meat, and a few bags of bread. Director Feng, you are the leader of our village. Please tell us how to distribute these items fairly. I think we should distribute them according to the household registration. That would be fair. Why? If we distribute according to household registration, won't families with 5 people on one household register suffer a big loss? That's unfair. Then if we distribute by head count, wouldn't your family receive 5 shares? Even more unfair. I disagree. Some families only had 1 person, while others had 5 or 6. No one wanted their family to suffer losses. Feng Xian listened to their arguing, feeling a headache coming on. All right. Everyone stop arguing. Feng Xian shouted to stop them. After thinking for a moment, he said, the mineral water, instant noodles, and luncheon meat will be distributed according to household registration. The remaining bread will be given as a supplement to families with more than 4 members. Would that be acceptable? Of course, some people were still dissatisfied. But no matter how they divided it, it was impossible to make everyone happy. They voted, and the minority obeyed the majority. Most people agreed with Feng Xian's method. In the end, each household received 1 box of mineral water, half a box of instant noodles, and 2 cans of luncheon meat. Looking at the pitifully small supplies in their arms, some people began to have ulterior motives. That night, Wang Feng was killed, and the supplies were stolen. When Zhou Hai, who lived next door, discovered her body, he almost wet his pants. The temporary shed Wang Feng had built had already collapsed. Her head was smashed open, and her face was unrecognizable. Her clothes were disheveled, indicating that she had suffered inhuman treatment before her death. Instantly, Zhou Hai became the target of suspicion. After all, Wang Feng's house was just a wall away from his. How could he not hear such a commotion? It wasn't me. How could I do such a heartless thing? We've been neighbors for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Zhou Hai's lips almost wore out from talking, yet people still doubted him. Someone suggested, Director Feng, let's hurry and call the police. If we don't catch the murderer, how can we feel at ease? Someone scoffed, call the police? How naive can you be at a time like this? So many people died in this natural disaster. How can the police manage? Then what should we do? Today it was her. Tomorrow it could be you or me. Are we just going to let the murderer go free? Feng Xian's face darkened. Stop arguing. Right now, the organization doesn't have extra manpower to investigate this matter. Just dig a pit and bury her. The crowd fell silent. Supplies were scarce now. If they could lie down, they wouldn't stand. Who had the time to deal with this? In the end, everyone dispersed, leaving Wang Feng's body at the scene. Shen Qing really couldn't bear to watch. Although he wasn't familiar with Wang Feng, he couldn't stand to see her body exposed to the sun, barely covered. When he got home, he told his family about it and sought their opinion. Shen Qing didn't want to meddle, but seeing her father's furrowed brow, she agreed. The family dug a pit and buried her while it was still cool. The first close encounter with a corpse left everyone, except for Shen Qing, looking rather pale. After returning home, Shen Qing locked the door and filled the walls with shards of glass. The village is very unsafe now. We need to be cautious. Shen Jie had already dug a tunnel under the house and organized a basement of 50 to 60 square meters. Shen Qing originally planned to move into the basement when the temperature rose to over 50 degrees, but now, for the safety of her family, she had to move down early. The basement space was small, so Shen Qing used screens to divide it into 3 small bedrooms and a living room. She then set up traps in the passage leading to the basement. Finally, she placed a bed above the entrance to the basement as a cover and set up concealed cameras throughout the house. The family officially moved in. Inside the basement, Shen Qing arranged the furniture that had been stored in the space, then powered on a small diesel generator, and the entire basement suddenly became bright. The weather was getting hot, and everyone had no appetite. However, not eating wasn't a solution. Tao Ying plugged in the induction cooker, added water to the pot, and put in the noodles. After the noodles were cooked, she added cold water and let them sit for a while before draining them. She added chopped green onions, minced garlic, chili powder, and white sesame seeds to a bowl, then poured in hot oil, which released a fragrant aroma. Next, she added other seasonings, mixed in the cold noodles, and the delicious cold noodles were ready. It was time to eat. Although the weather was indeed making people lose their appetite, they couldn't just not eat anything. Tao Ying divided the cold noodles into 4 portions and called them over. Shen Qing obediently took the bowl, savoring every bite with great satisfaction. A few days later, the supplies that had been distributed were almost all consumed. Those who went to the county town to purchase supplies returned empty-handed. This world is truly crazy. I never thought that even in the 21st century there would be famine. People returning from the county town were all injured. They had originally gone to buy supplies, but upon arriving in the county town, they found that the supermarket doors had all been smashed to pieces, and the shelves inside were completely empty. The trash cans on the streets had never been this clean. Not even a morsel of food could be found. Just as they were about to leave, someone had their eyes on their vehicle and nearly attempted a robbery. By mid-August, the sun became increasingly scorching. Everyone stayed indoors during the day and only dared to venture out at night when the temperature dropped to over 30 degrees. In recent days, villagers have been going up the mountain at night, hoping to find some wild game or wild vegetables to eat. This is one of the advantages of rural life. Relying on the mountains offers more hope than in the city. After enduring for a week like this, there was no food to be found on the mountain anymore. People were so hungry that their eyes were vacant, dragging their weary steps around at night in search of food, looking like zombies at first glance. The Shen family lived a life of abundance, but they had always stayed hidden in the basement. This night, Shen Qing was sleeping soundly when she suddenly heard the sound of her phone vibrating. She opened her eyes and saw the monitoring software indicating that there was a shadow passing by. She immediately became alert and opened the monitoring screen. Outside the wall, there were 3 suspicious-looking people quietly discussing something while holding sticks in their hands. I haven't seen the Shen family go out for several days. They must have food at home. Otherwise, how could they last this long? It would be great if I could find something to eat. If I can't find food soon, I might starve to death. Do you think the Shen family has already starved to death? If there was food, wouldn't Director Feng have discovered it when he searched their house before? I'm completely exhausted, and I really don't want to waste a trip. If there's really no food, I see that the Shen family's daughter has delicate skin. Shen Qing listened to their discussions, goosebumps rising all over her body. In her previous life, she had seen cannibalism among her kind, but now that she had become the food in their eyes, it made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. The 3 of them moved a long ladder against the wall and began to climb up. It was too dark, and the person in front didn't see the glass shards scattered on the wall, cutting his hand and causing it to bleed. What's wrong? The people behind were startled. It's nothing. This Shen family's wall is so high. They even set traps. There must be something fishy going on. The person at the front carefully cleared away the glass shards and stepped aside a bit to make it easier for the two behind him to come up. The people behind him heard his words, and their eyes lit up. Shen Qing frowned, then took out a silenced gun from her space. These guns were bought during her last half-month abroad, specifically for today. She didn't plan to harm anyone proactively, but these people had already regarded her as prey. If she didn't eliminate them, how could she feel at ease? Shen Qing tiptoed to tightly close the basement door, pushed and pulled the entrance open, crawled out from under the bed, and hid in the darkness. When she reached the second floor, she heard the sound of someone prying open the door downstairs. Damn it, why can't they get open? I told you the Shen family definitely has something fishy going on. They must have food. Shen Qing gently opened the window a crack, aiming at the man at the back. She pulled the trigger. The man behind her fell straight back. Shen Qing felt a thin layer of sweat in her palms. Great. It didn't go wrong. She specifically hired a coach abroad and practiced day and night for this moment. The people downstairs were startled by the sound of the man falling to the ground. What happened? Why did he fall? He must have fainted from hunger. Just ignore him. Hurry up and open the door. Shen Qing, standing by the window, couldn't aim at the other two people and could only adjust her direction while walking. As she stepped back, the two downstairs seemed to have heard the footsteps and paused their actions. Is someone moving upstairs? Could it be that the Shen family is all awake? Do we have a chance with 2 against 4? Someone behind urged. Hurry up and find a way to unlock it. They have 2 women and an old man over there. What is there to be afraid of? We have weapons. Why should we be scared of them? Someone sent warmth, and the person unlocking the door seemed to have gained confidence, their actions in prying the lock becoming bolder, as if they no longer cared about being heard. Shen Qing moved to a position that made it easy to aim and gently pulled the trigger. It was still very accurate. The person who had just been full of life immediately collapsed. Second brother? The locksmith crouched down, his voice trembling. Second brother? What's wrong with you? He took out his phone and turned on the flashlight with the little battery left. The moment the flashlight lit up, a dead body with a blood hole in its head appeared in front of him, blood gushing out. Before the man could scream, the bullet pierced his heart, and after a couple of gasps, he breathed his last. Upstairs, Shen Qing's back was already soaked with sweat. In her previous life, she had family to protect her, and she never killed anyone until her death. Looking at the 3 corpses downstairs, she leaned weakly against the ground. This was their own doing. If she didn't kill them, they would have killed her family. Shen Qing repeatedly told herself that this was not wrong. After resting for a moment, Shen Qing went downstairs. Now was not a good time to dispose of the bodies, so she stored the 3 corpses in her space. Everything in the space would remain in a separate vacuum state, so she didn't have to worry about these 3 bodies contaminating the other supplies in the space. After dealing with the corpses, she took out some bleach from the space and evenly sprinkled it on the blood-stained areas. Sister, why are you still awake? As Shen Qing was dealing with the bloodstains, she suddenly heard Shen Jian's voice behind her. She was taken aback, worried that Shen Jian would see the blood on the ground. Sister, what is that black thing on the ground? Shen Jian felt a sense of unease in her heart, wondering why there was such a strong smell of blood. Shen Qing was silent for a moment, but still honestly said, I killed someone. Shen Jian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Sister, this, for a moment, he didn't know how to start asking. Shen Qing stopped her actions and explained, these 3 want to pick the lock and break in to harm us. If we don't get rid of them, it will be us who gets eliminated. Shen Jian swallowed hard and then quickly walked to Shen Qing's side, taking the broom. Sister, I'm here to help you. Shen Qing was taken aback. If she didn't quickly cover up the bloody smell, the leech swarm would probably come over following the scent. Furthermore, the villagers were all going out at night to look for food, and if they found out, it would be hard to explain. Shen Qing initially thought that Shen Jian would find it difficult to accept her actions of killing, but she didn't expect him to be even calmer than herself. Now, in the apocalypse, things are different from before. Sister, you did nothing wrong. If it were me, I would have eliminated them as well. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and their movements quickened a bit. They cleaned the bloodstains with bleach and then returned to the basement. The next day, when Tao Ying prepared breakfast and called the two to eat, Shen Qing refused. Everyone outside is looking for food. If we don't show ourselves for too long, it will definitely raise suspicion again. Shen Qing said, I plan to skip a few meals, lose some weight, and then go out pretending to look for food. This way, it won't raise any suspicion, and I can gather information from outside. Tao Ying, feeling heartbroken, said, let me go instead. You are my child. How can I bear to see you go hungry? Shen Qing placed a bowl of well-cooked rice in front of Tao Ying, and I agreed with my brother's decision. He is young and strong, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to pick on him. At this time, women, the elderly, and children are the most vulnerable to those with ill intentions. Tao Ying was still worried, but Shen Qing patted her hand and comforted her, saying, Mom, don't worry. I have self-defense weapons. Nothing will happen. That night, Shen Qing stepped out of the door. After not being outside for a long time, he realized tonight that the outside world had changed dramatically. The villagers were all gaunt and emaciated, their lips cracked, wandering outside listlessly, as if they had lost their souls. Shen Qing hunched his back, mimicking their appearance as he rummaged around, stealing glances at his surroundings. It seemed that things outside had indeed been quite unstable during this time. Many households had their gates wide open, and the insides were in disarray. There weren't many villagers outside today. After asking around, Shen Qing learned that quite a few villagers had already left Guayuan village. Their destination had shifted to the county town, hoping to find food there. Shen Qing nodded, then leaned against the gnarled trunk of the tree, quietly observing everything. After a while, he noticed someone approaching him. Shen Qing immediately tightened his grip on the electric baton hidden under his clothes. He relaxed his hand only after recognizing the person. How is your sister? I've been keeping an eye out these past few days, but I haven't seen her. Zhao, she squatted next to Shen Qing and asked quietly. Shen Qing didn't know what her purpose was and asked warily, What do you want with my sister? Zhao, she whispered. Shen Qing helped me before. She's a benefactor of our family, and I haven't seen her, so I'm a bit worried. Shen Qing stared in her eyes, unable to tell if she was lying. My sister hasn't eaten for several days and really doesn't have the strength to come out. Zhao, she nodded thoughtfully, then looked around to ensure no one was watching. She quickly took out a small bag of buns from the pocket of her clothes and swiftly stuffed it into Shen Qing's arms, whispering, Hurry, cover it up, and make sure no one finds out. Shen Qing touched the slightly hard steamed bun in her arms, her eyes filled with questions. Why? Why are you giving me food? Shen Qing was utterly astonished. Resources were scarce now, and everyone was on edge, willing to fight to the death for a bite to eat. How could she be willing to part with her rations? Zhao, she said softly, Shen Qing helped me before. Your family is all good people. Our family's rations are limited too, so this is all I can do. After thinking for a moment, she added, Once your sister can walk, you all should hurry to the county. Maybe you can find something to eat. With that, she quickly left. Shen Qing watched her departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions, and the bun in his arms felt heavier. He glanced around, and taking advantage of the absence of people, he quickly returned home. In the basement, the Shen family is still awake. Before the apocalypse arrived, Shen Qing hoarded a lot of books and downloaded several USB drives full of novels and movies, just to be able to lie on the sofa and binge watch like she does now. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she lazily lifted her head. Are you hungry? Mom left you half a bowl of porridge. Shen Qing took out the bag of steamed buns from his pocket and placed it in front of Shen Qing, saying, Sister, look. Shen Qing was puzzled. Are there still such high-end foods like steamed buns outside? Where do they find them? Shen Qing mysteriously said. Guess who gave this to me? Shen Qing shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to guess. The girl from the Zhao family. I think her name is Zhao Shi? Yes, that's her. She returned the favor. Shen Qing was also a bit surprised. She specifically inquired about your situation and heard that you were too weak to walk due to hunger. So she gave me this bag of steamed buns. Shen Qing was silent for a moment, her gaze shifting to the bag of steamed buns. For her family, these hard buns were somewhat difficult to swallow. But for the Zhao family, this was a life-saving food. Sister, what should we do? If you don't want to owe her a favor, I can find a chance to return these buns. No, let's accept them. In a world where true feelings are rare, Zhao Shi still thought of her at this critical moment, which showed that the Zhao family was not bad people. After the outbreak of zombies, humans gradually awakened their abilities. In her previous life, Shen Qing's family never awakened any abilities until they died, which was why they had such a hard time. It was only during this period that Shen Qing realized that this space was probably the ability she had awakened, just awakened too late, which led to her mistakenly being reborn into this life. Her ability was suitable for storing things, but if she encountered other living abilities, she couldn't just take them into the space. To protect her family, she definitely couldn't rely on herself alone. Although there was still some time before the zombie outbreak, she needed to start preparing. If she couldn't awaken any other combat-type abilities in this life, she had to find a way to gather some trustworthy people. Zhao Shi could be observed further. "Sister, what are you thinking? Why do you look so worried?" Shen Jian sat cross-legged beside her, asking with concern. Shen Qing gently touched his head and said softly, "It's okay." In his previous life, among the hundreds of people in the base, fewer than 10 had awakened their abilities. Those with abilities were revered as superior beings in the base. Their food, drink, and resources were significantly better than those of ordinary people. Even their families enjoyed the benefits. In order to ensure his family did not go hungry, Shen Jian pondered daily on ways to awaken his abilities, even secretly venturing outside to try to force himself to awaken by putting himself in danger from zombies. As a result, he did not awaken any abilities and ended up breaking half of his leg while fleeing. If it weren't for being rescued by an ability user, he might have already lost his life. Shen Qing looked at him with eyes full of affection. In this life, she must find a way to protect her family and no longer let them be threatened. After dawn, the people wandering outside all hid inside their houses. Shen Qing put on her hat and mask and quietly left the house. There was no one on the road, and the once bustling village seemed like a ghost town. She walked briskly towards the Zhao family's direction. It was still morning, yet it felt like noon of previous years. When Shen Qing passed by the fields, she saw that the soil had cracked and the wild grass had turned to scorched yellow, although there was a small fan blowing under her clothes. She quickly broke into a sweat on her forehead and back. A few minutes later, she arrived outside the Zhao family's door. She originally planned to quietly toss in the items and leave, but as she got closer, she heard voices arguing inside. "Mom, please don't be stubborn. There isn't too much food left at home. All the wild vegetables and fruits on the mountain have been sun-dried. We can't last much longer. You all go. I want to stay." Zhao Lao was coughing a bit, breathing heavily as she spoke. "I've never left the village in my life, and I can't leave now when I'm close to the grave." Zhao Shi anxiously said, "Grandma, please come with us if you don't go. How can Dad and I feel at ease leaving?" Zhao Lao still shook her head, stubbornly saying, "You are still young, and you have a better chance of surviving without me. I have lived enough in this life. Just let me stay here alone." Shen Qing was not interested in the household affairs of others. In the sweltering heat, she just wanted to leave as soon as possible. She quickly climbed over the wall of the Zhao family, focused her mind, and dropped the supplies she wanted to leave at their doorstep before swiftly becoming invisible. Inside the house, Zhao Shi and Zhao Fuxing heard the noise outside. They instantly became alert, one grabbing a wooden stick and the other a hammer, and stealthily approached the door. Ever since the village had been short on supplies, things had been uneasy. Last time, someone had entered their house while they were sleeping during the day. If Zhao Shi hadn't buried the supplies in the cellar ahead of time, how would they have survived until now? The two moved quietly to the back of the door, peering through the crack for quite a while, but not seeing any figures. "Dad, it seems like no one is there," Zhao Shi whispered. "Wait a bit longer." He had heard the noise clearly just now and didn't dare to act rashly. After waiting for a while, there was still no sound outside, and only then did they cautiously open the door crack. "Dad, come quick!" Zhao Shi exclaimed in surprise when he saw the items at the door. Zhao Fuxing quickly leaned out to see, and he couldn't believe his eyes at what was on the ground. He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Quick! Hurry and bring the things inside." At the doorstep was a box of mineral water, about 10 packs of compressed biscuits, and 2 bags of bread. Zhao Shi looked toward the direction of the yard gate. The gate was tightly closed with no signs of having been pried open. So how did these supplies get to the doorstep? And who brought them? Zhao Fuxing didn't think too much and moved the items inside. "This is great. With these supplies, we don't have to worry about leaving here," Zhao Fuxing said excitedly. Zhao Shi looked at the supplies, puzzled. "Dad, don't you find this strange? It's like these things appeared out of thin air at the doorstep. Who could it be? Zhao Fuxing also fell into thought. After pondering for a long time, he still had no answer. No matter who sent them, this person definitely means us no harm. Since they gave us these, we should accept them. He sighed. What I'm most worried about right now is your two sisters. We can't contact them, and we don't know how they're doing in City S. Zhao Shi gently patted his back. They will be fine. Once the temperature drops, we'll find a way to go to the city to look for them. Zhao Fuxing wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and nodded. Shen Qing successfully returned to the basement. The first thing she did was turn on the fan. The temperature underground was a bit lower than above, and with the fan blowing cool air, the heat quickly dissipated. Just like that, the Shen family had been living underground for a while and finally made it to September. In September, the weather worsened. The ground at noon felt like a frying pan. If one were to accidentally fall, the skin could be instantly burned, just like frying a steak. Even during the day, staying indoors felt like being in a steamer. Half of the villagers had died, and even at night, there were hardly any shadows to be seen. Shen Qing observed that the neighboring houses were all empty. She didn't know whether the residents had died outside or moved to another place. With no one around, Shen Qing quietly moved the air conditioner out and installed the outdoor unit in the ground-level house. When the daytime heat was unbearable, she turned on the air conditioner to cool down for her family. At night, when it was inconvenient to use the air conditioner, she turned on several fans to lower the temperature. Suddenly, an earthquake struck that day. The Shen family was sleeping in their respective rooms with the air conditioning on. Suddenly, they heard a rumbling sound, and Shen Qing instantly jumped out of bed. She was too familiar with this sound due to the frequent earthquakes in the apocalypse. Mom, Dad, Jian, wake up, there's an earthquake. Before she could finish her sentence, the ground began to shake, and dirt kept falling from above. Shen Qing was in a panic. In her previous life, she had never left City S and knew nothing about the sequence of disasters in other regions. So, she never expected a sudden earthquake. The family was walking out through the tunnel, and the shaking became increasingly intense. When Shen Qing was young, she experienced a magnitude 6 earthquake, which left her with a lasting fear of earthquakes. Today, the tremors were much more intense than she remembered, likely reaching a magnitude of 7 or even higher. Dirt continuously fell from above the underground passage, and Shen Qing's heart raced. Just as they were about to reach the exit of the underground passage, the ground above suddenly caved in, and a thick layer of soil mixed with the floor from the first floor came crashing down, forming a wall between her and her family. At that moment, the earthquake stopped. Shen Qing was choked by the rising dust and coughed for a while. While digging through the dirt, she shouted loudly, "Mom, Dad, how are you? Are you hurt?" On the other side of the tunnel, the 3 members of the Shen family were trapped just 1 meter from the entrance of the tunnel, surrounded by falling rocks. They were squeezed into a small, dark space. Hearing Shen Qing's voice, they quickly replied, "We're fine. How about you, sister? Are you okay? I'm Fine. You all try to move back. I'll bring this earth wall into the space." After hearing Shen Qing's words, the 3 of them squeezed back a little. Shen Qing focused her attention and instantly moved the earthen wall that isolated them into another space. Seeing that the 3 of them were safe, Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to their side. We need to think of a way to get out quickly. Aftershocks could happen at any time, and the ground is no longer safe. Shen Qing spoke while retracting the earthen wall behind her into her space. She pushed open the tunnel door and climbed out. Fortunately, the house had been reinforced, and in the face of the earthquake, only the walls had some cracks. She wondered if there would be a bigger earthquake. Staying inside the house felt very unsafe, so they should head to an open area first. Once they reached a bright place, Shen Qing noticed that blood had seeped through Tao Ying's shoe. She immediately supported Tao Ying and anxiously asked, "Mom, did you hurt your foot? Why didn't you tell me?" When Shen Qing called out, the other 2 finally noticed Tao Ying's foot. "Damn, how could this happen? She must have been injured when the ground collapsed just now. Let's go sit in the yard first." The 3 of them hurriedly helped Tao Ying out the door. Before they could even steady themselves, the ground started shaking again. Shen Jie picked up Tao Ying horizontally and shouted loudly, "Jian, hurry up and open the door." Shen Jian's hands trembled as he unlocked the door, the tremors of the earth causing his legs to feel weak with fear. Fortunately, This earthquake lasted only a short time, and a few people successfully ran to an open area outside the village. It's so hot. It was the peak of the sun's intensity, and barely 10 minutes after their escape, sweat began to drip from their foreheads like rain. Shen Qing looked around and found a shaded, low-lying area. Dad, quickly help Mom over there. Let's set up a tent there first. After confirming that there was no one around, she took out a tent with decent insulation from her space. Jian, come help me. Okay. Shen Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead and stuck out his tongue as he followed Shen Qing. Neither of them had experience setting up a tent, so their speed was very slow. Although they were in the shaded side where the sun couldn't reach, the extremely high temperature still made everyone feel dizzy. Seeing Tao Ying's lips turn pale and her expression pained, Shen Qing felt even more anxious. She quickly took out 4 bottles of cool water from her space for everyone to rehydrate. After about half an hour, the two finally managed to set up the tent. Shen Jie quickly moved Tao Ying into the tent. Although the tent was made of heat-insulating materials, it didn't have much effect in this extreme heat. The temperature inside the tent still reached 40 degrees, but it was just a little less intense. Shen Qing didn't think much and directly took out the generator and fan from her space. She placed 2 boxes of ice around the fan. Before long, the temperature inside the tent finally dropped to 30 degrees. Shen Jian stood guard by the window, ready to inform Shen Qing to pack up as soon as he spotted someone approaching. Shen Qing couldn't worry about these things now. She squatted in front of Tao Ying, holding scissors and cutting open the shoe along the gap. The socks inside had already been dyed bright red, and just looking at them was painful. The weather was too hot, and the wound had already adhered to the injury, making it impossible to take it off directly. She could only cut it open with scissors. Shen Qing's nose felt a bit sour, Mom. Hang in there. I'll be gentler. Tao Ying smiled and comforted her. It's okay. It doesn't hurt. You can cut with peace of mind. Shen Qing bit her lip and gently cut down the sock around her ankle, finding it increasingly difficult as she got closer to the wound. Although Tao Ying maintained a smile on her face, her brows were tightly knitted. When she reached the area around the wound, Shen Qing switched from scissors to tweezers, carefully lifting the sock bit by bit. Despite her gentle movements, the moment the sock was removed, it ripped off a piece of skin from the top of Tao Ying's foot, causing her to involuntarily cry out in pain. It's okay. It's okay. Just a brief moment of pain. You did great. Tao Ying gently stroked Shen Qing's head. Shen Qing's nose felt a bit sour. Tao Ying had a wound on the back of her foot, about the length of a finger, with the skin and flesh torn open, looking quite shocking. Seeing that she couldn't bring herself to do it, Shen Jie immediately took the medicine and bandages from her hands. You go prepare something to eat first. I'll take care of the medicine. Shen Qing wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Let me do it. I can manage. She had always thought that if she could escape to the countryside in her next life, she could protect her parents from natural disasters. She was too confident, so she never anticipated today's earthquake. Shen Qing felt very guilty, wishing she had been more cautious. After bandaging her wounds, Shen Qing took out the pre-prepared dishes she had ordered from the restaurant. They could be eaten after a simple heating. After finishing her lunch, Shen Qing suddenly thought of the Zhao family. With such a strong earthquake this time, she wondered how Zhao she was doing. Shen Jian was still by the small window. It seems that there really is no one left in our village. I have been looking out here for the whole morning and haven't seen a single person. Shen Qing Shun casually asked, Have you seen anyone from the Zhao family? Shen Jian shook his head and said, No, most of the houses in the village have collapsed, so their home probably isn't in a much better condition. Shen Qing hesitated for a moment, but decided to go out and take a look. If Zhao Shi was dead, then that would be her fate. If she was lucky enough to still be alive, she would help her. Before leaving, Shen Qing added another box of ice. Jian, if someone breaks in while I'm gone and you can't handle it, don't confront them head on. Just hold them off until I return to deal with it. Shen Jian nodded obediently. I see that there are no other people in this village besides us, so you don't need to worry, sister. As Shen Jian guessed, the second floor of the Zhao family had already collapsed, and only half of the first floor was still standing. Shen Qing had just arrived when she saw Zhao. She fainted on the ruins. She quickly ran to Zhao Shi's side and checked her breath. She was still alive. Judging by her flushed face, it seemed she had fainted from heat stroke. Shen Qing quickly moved the person to a shaded corner and gave them a heat relief medicine. She noticed that Zhao Shi's 10 fingers were already bloodied and mangled, presumably from searching for family members beneath the ruins. While Zhao Shi was still unconscious, Shen Qing used her spatial abilities to gradually lift the debris, searching for traces of the Zhao family. Before long, she discovered a hand trapped under a stone slab. Shen Qing quickly moved the stone slab and hurriedly relocated the person underneath it to the corner of the wall. It was Zhao Shi's grandmother. She was already dead. Shen Qing's mood was complicated. She didn't waste any time and continued to clear the ruins. Soon, Zhao Fuxing was also found. Unfortunately, Zhao Fuxing was dead as well. His head was smashed under the wardrobe, leaving only half of it. Shen Qing furrowed her brows, looking at Zhao Shi with a hint of sympathy. Half an hour after taking the heat relief medicine, Zhao Shi finally opened her eyes in a daze. I'm still alive. It was you who saved me. Thank you. Zhao Shi exerted effort to sit up straight, wanting to get up. My grandma and dad are still down there. I need to go save them. Zhao Shi stumbled a bit as she walked. Shen Qing frowned slightly, grabbing her arm and whispering, "Don't go." "No, I can't. I have to save them." "You quickly find a safe place to hide. Don't worry about me." Although Zhao Shi couldn't stand steadily, her gaze was very firm. My family must still be holding on to hope and waiting for me. If I delay any longer, it will be too late. Shen Qing saw her own shadow in her and felt a pang in her heart. She bit her lip and said, "No need to go, they are right here." She turned around while supporting Zhao Shi's shoulder, and the two bodies were lying not far from her. When they found them, they had already left. Zhao Shi's pupils constricted and her whole body froze. Immediately after, the sound of crying echoed in her heart. She staggered to the bodies, collapsing in Zhao Fuxing's embrace, crying almost to the point of suffocation. "Dad, Grandma, how could this happen?" Zhao Shi nearly fainted from crying. "I know this is very cruel for you, but the deceased have already passed. It's better to let them rest in peace." Shen Qing squatted beside her and comforted her softly. Zhao Shi was sobbing uncontrollably, wondering why. In just 2 months, how could the world have become this way? Shen Qing also couldn't answer. Dad had a hard time convincing Grandma. "We originally planned to leave tonight. We had clearly made an agreement. But now they have left me behind." Shen Qing embraced her gently, soothing her back like a mother, comforting her since childhood. Finally, under the sweltering heat, Zhao Shi could only face reality for now. Shen Qing helped her move Zhao Fuxing and Zhao Lao's bodies to a shady spot, planning to come back at night to bury them. "Let's deal with the uninvited guests and go." Zhao Shi deeply bowed to the corpses, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and followed Shen Qing out. The two walked all the way to the tent set up by the Shen family. And before they got close, they heard other people's voices inside. "I really didn't expect that your family had so many good things hidden away. They are well hidden." Zhao Shi nervously tugged at Shen Qing's arm and whispered from the sound, "It seems to be director phone. Director, I think the Shen family must have other good things hidden in the house. Once the temperature drops, we can search thoroughly. Hee. And that little girl from the Shen family, she's delicate and beautiful. Just let her be my wife. Two, you should take a look in the mirror. Do you think you're worthy of my sister?" Shen Jian angrily scolded. Soon the sounds of kicking and shouting could be heard from inside the tent. Shen Qing furrowed her brows. From the sound, there were at least 3 unfamiliar men inside. It was normal for Shen Jian to be unable to handle it. In front of Zhao Shi, she couldn't take out her weapon and could only look for another opportunity. "Sister Shen Qing, what should we do now?" Zhao Shi felt a bit scared after hearing those words just now. Shen Qing squeezed her shoulder, signaling her to relax. "Let's go. Don't be afraid. I will find a way." She lifted the tent flap and quickly scanned the area, noticing 4 unfamiliar men inside the tent. Feng Xian and Wang Dege were accompanied by 2 strong men, all 4 holding sharp knives. They domineeringly sat in front of the fan, pushing the injured Tao Ying and her family into the corner of the tent. Shen Qing was angry inside, but her face remained calm. "Sister." When Shen Jian saw Shen Qing, it was like seeing a savior, and his eyes instantly turned red. "Sister, it's my fault. I didn't protect Mom and Dad well," Shen Jian said self-reproachfully. Wang Dagui's gaze was fixed on Shen Qing as soon as she walked in. He smirked. "Just so happens my wife has died, and you are worthy of me." A burly man behind him chimed in with a laugh. I think the woman behind is also quite nice. Let us share her between the two of us. Zhao Shi looked at the two men's lewd expressions, her face turning pale. Shen Qing pretended to be scared, trembling as she said, "Brothers, as long as you spare my family, I'm willing to agree to anything you ask." The few of them thought Shen Qing was truly frightened, their faces showing triumphant smiles. "Now you know you were wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant when you forced me to kneel back then? Director Feng, what happened back then was my fault, and I apologize to you." Shen Qing looked sincere, and to show my sincerity, I am willing to give you all the supplies hidden in my house. Feng Xin smiled proudly, crossing his legs and asking, "Oh, what else does your family have? If there are enough things, I might consider sparing you." "Sister, we can't give them the supplies," Shen Jian shouted anxiously, not understanding Shen Qing's intentions. Feng Xin frowned in displeasure and signaled to the strong man behind him, who then kicked Shen Jian in the back. A flash of murderous intent crossed Shen Qing's eyes. She calmly stood in front of Shen Jian and smiled. "Director Feng, the child doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him. Our family storehouse still has plenty of drinking water, food, and medicine." Feng Xin's eyes instantly lit up. Wang Dagui also excitedly spat, cursing, "Damn, you guys are hiding quite a lot. Huh? You even have a basement? No wonder you wouldn't take me in during the floods." Shen Qing avoided the topic and continued. "Unfortunately, the earthquake today has collapsed the basement. The tunnel is now blocked." She looked at the two strong men and said, "Could I ask these two brothers to help clear the tunnel so that I can move the supplies out?" Feng Xin's eyes darted around. With today's earthquake, more than half of the buildings in the county town have already collapsed. He was now worried about having nowhere to go. The Shen family's house is solid, with food and drink. It's a good place to settle down. It's not too late to deal with everyone except for the two young women once it's confirmed that this basement really exists. He nodded at the burly man behind him and warned Shen Qing, "I warn you, don't try any tricks. Otherwise," Feng Xin gestured toward his neck. Shen Qing quickly replied, "Of course. Besides, as a woman, how could I compete with these two brothers? How dare I play tricks?" At that moment, Wang Dagui also volunteered, saying, "Brother Feng, can I go with them? I want to cultivate feelings with my future wife." Feng Xin saw that his intentions were not pure, but he also wanted to teach Shen Qing a lesson, so he agreed. Shen Qing was even happier. She had originally thought that leaving two people in the tent would be difficult to deal with, but now everything was simple. "Sister." Shen Jian saw Wang Dagui grinning lewdly and was extremely worried. Shen Qing turned her head away and gave him a glance, signaling him not to worry. After leaving the tent, the group quickened their pace. The sun outside was scorching, and no one wanted to waste a second. Wang Dagui walked beside Shen Qing, greedily sizing her up from head to toe. "This young girl is quite impressive. TSK. It's making my heart itch. If it weren't for the timing, Shen Qing would love to stomp that disgusting face into the ground right now. Don't be fooled by my age. My energy is still as good as it used to be." Wang Dagui stroked his chin, leering at her chest. "As long as you follow me honestly, you'll never go hungry with me around." Shen Qing Wang Dagui pouted. There is plenty of time ahead. Shen Qing will eventually be his. The four of them walked to the entrance of the tunnel, with Shen Qing in the lead. The tunnel below was pitch black. Shen Qing took advantage of a few people not yet landing and instantly pulled the ruins from the space, piling them up not far away. "Damn, there really is a tunnel." Wang Dagui was at the back, and the tunnel was too high. He almost fell when he landed. The supplies were just behind the ruins, and they could be moved out once cleared. The few people did not doubt Shen Qing's words and quickly walked to the front of the ruins. Shen Qing stood at the back, taking advantage of the darkness to pull out a silenced pistol from her space. The tunnel was too dark for her to see the target clearly, so she could only estimate the general direction, where the bullet hit and who it hit. She would leave it to fate. Whoosh! The bullet shot out quickly, and a loud voice of a strong man echoed in the darkness. "My leg! What's wrong? What happened?" Shen Qing did not give them a chance to breathe and fired 2 shots in succession. The howls echoed one after another. Wang Dagui's voice trembled. "What's going on? Are you trying to hoard the supplies for yourselves? Is that why you're trying to scare me?" There was no response from the darkness. Shen Qing took out a flashlight and scanned the front. The 2 strong men widened their eyes, and blood kept oozing from the corners of their mouths. Wang Dagui was startled and then realized that Shen Qing was up to something. What did you do? Wang Dagui stared at Shen Qing in disbelief, his eyes devoid of desire, leaving only fear. How is that possible? She was clearly standing so far away. How'd she do it? Shen Qing stared at him coldly, stepping closer with each stride. Wang Dagui kept retreating until he was cornered. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Under the glare of the flashlight's white light, Shen Qing looked like a vengeful ghost. Shen Qing slowly raised her hand, pressing the gun against his head. Don't you want to develop feelings with me? What are you afraid of? Wang Dagui, seeing the weapon in her hand was a gun, felt his legs go weak and knelt down. He never imagined that Shen Qing would have something like that in her hand. No, don't kill me. Sister, Grandma, I was just being reckless and talking nonsense. How could I ever be worthy of you? Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Wang Dagui knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Shen Qing coldly said, stand up. Wang Dagui trembled as he stood up, a wet patch already forming beneath him. In recent days, he had witnessed quite a few violent incidents in the county, including mutual killings. But most of them were just fights and brawls. This was the first time he had seen someone like Shen Qing, who could directly suppress with their fighting power and kill two people without blinking. At this moment, his fear of death reached its peak. Sister, please spare me. No matter what, we are from the same village. I'm not a bad person. It's all Feng Xin forcing me. I'm a victim too. If you let me go, I promise I will turn over a new leaf. Shen Qing couldn't help but rub his ears. The pistol suddenly lowered and fire shot at his groin. A howl echoed through the tunnel. Wang Dagui covered his lower body and rolled on the ground. Sister, as long as you can calm down, I can give up a vital part. It won't matter. Can you give me some hemostatic medicine? I'll leave right away. Wang Dagui's voice trembled. Shen Qing's expression was cold as she said gloomily, don't tarnish the word sister. She pulled the trigger, hitting Wang Dagui in the head, ending him. After retrieving the three bodies into space, Shen Qing took out some supplies from the space and returned to the tent. Feng Xin, seeing that only she had come back, was somewhat suspicious. Why was there only one person? Shen Qingzhuang pretended to be difficult. Those three brothers seemed to be starving. They said they want to fill their stomachs first and will come over soon. Feng Xin stood up in anger and scolded. These unreliable dogs. Can they really cut back on their food and drink just because they are following me? Shen Qing remained calm and silently waited for the right moment. Director Feng, please have a sip of water first. They will be here soon. Feng Xin had no place to put it and took the water. Just as he was twisting the bottle cap with both hands, Shen Qing quickly kicked him down. Jian. Shen Jian suddenly sprang up from the ground, and the electric baton struck Feng Xin's waist, shocking him to the point where he couldn't speak. Zhao was also busy, quickly taking off his coat and cutting it into strips with a knife. Sister Shen Qing, use this to tie him up. Shen Qing gave her a thumbs up, and the three of them worked together to tie Feng Xin up tightly. Once Feng Xin caught his breath, he opened his eyes wide in anger. You actually dare to tie me up. Do you know who those two men are? They are not only my good brothers, but also Muay Thai coaches. You can tie me up, but can you tie them up? Fang Xin Sao De Un Wei Ling. Eliminate the hidden dangers. Shen Qing let out a cold laugh and said, are you expecting a corpse to help you? Feng Xin was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. They're dead? Just because of you? How is that possible? Those were two burly men. Even if they encountered a wild boar, it wouldn't necessarily bring them down. Just because of Shen Qing, a woman? Shen Qing shrugged her shoulders, indifferent to whether he believed her or not. Feng Xin stared at Shen Qing intently, unable to detect a hint of deception in her eyes. He found it hard to believe that Shen Qing could handle three men alone and come out unscathed. But he was indeed at a disadvantage right now. Shen Qing ignored his predatory gaze and simply turned the fan back towards her parents. Tao Ying and Shun Jie had never witnessed Shen Qing's methods, making it hard for them to believe that those three people were truly dead. Shun Jie lowered his voice and quietly asked, hey, did those three people really die? Shen Qing replied lightly, did you kill them? Shun Jie took a while to regain his senses and murmured, they deserve to die. Indeed, they should die. If they don't die, it will eventually be my family that suffers. But Shun Jie looked at Shen Qing with a hint of pity in his eyes. Clearly, she usually didn't even dare to handle fish. Yet now she had been forced to this extent. Shen Qing raised the corners of her mouth and then handed the water to Zhao Shi. You were scared today, right? Drink some water and take a break. Zhao Shi looked at her gratefully and said, Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I probably. Shen Jian seemed to remember something and asked, Why are you the only one? I remember you still have. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Qing covered his mouth. Zhao Shi's gaze darkened, and in a hoarse voice, he said, My dad and grandma are gone. I'm the only one who survived. Shen Jian realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry. I should have thought of that. Zhao Shi shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing that everyone else had water to drink, Feng Xin couldn't help but swallow. Can I have some water? My throat is about to catch fire. Shen Qing glanced at him and ignored him. Sister, how should we deal with him? We can't keep him tied up here forever, right? Shen Jie suggested from the side. Why not just let him go? In this weather. Whether he can survive or not is none of our business. Shen Jian immediately retorted. Let him go? What if he brings people to cause trouble again? After being tied up for a while, Feng Xin also realized his predicament. Although he was extremely reluctant to believe that the other three were dead, it seemed there was no other possibility now. He hurriedly said, No way. I won't dare. I promise to get as far away as possible. I will definitely not appear in front of you again. TCH, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? People like you don't have a single word of truth in your mouth. I don't believe you, Shen Jian said. Zhao Shi also quietly said, Sister Shen Qing, I think Director Feng's words are indeed not trustworthy. It's better to be cautious. Tao Ying and Shen Jie had the same opinion, hoping that Shen Qing would spare his life. Shen Qing thought for a moment and said, All right, then I will listen to my parents and spare him a little life. Shen Jian shouted anxiously, Sister, letting him go is really too dangerous. We can't trust him. Feng Xin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I won't worry about firewood. He quickly promised, I swear to heaven, I will never make the same mistake again. Just let me go this time. Although it was already afternoon, the temperature outside was still very high. Thinking of that burning sensation, Shen Qing felt uncomfortable all over. All right, we'll handle this according to what Mom and Dad said. Once the temperature drops, I'll send him away. Shen Jian stared at Feng Xin angrily and kicked him. Consider yourself lucky this time. I warn you not to pull any tricks. Feng Xin felt completely relaxed in his heart. This was the best outcome for him. Nighttime. The temperature dropped. Shen Qing also took Feng Xin out. Shen Jian was worried. Sister, I'll go with you. In case he plays tricks, the two of us can handle it together. Shen Qing waved her hand and said, No need. I can go alone. After saying that, she pushed Feng Xin out the door. When they reached the village entrance, Shen Qing stopped. With a flattering smile, Feng Xin extended his bound hands in front of Shen Qing. Could you please untie me? I'll leave right now and promise never to come back. Shen Qing didn't make any move to untie him. Instead, she took a knife out of her bag. Feng Xion's face turned pale instantly. He turned and ran towards the village exit, but before he could take a few steps, he was pinned to the ground by Shen Qing. Didn't you already promise to let me go? How can you go back on your word? Fang Xin et galim net si ten li. Shen Qing seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Someone like him criticizing others for being fickle? I did say I would let you go, but now I've changed my mind. If I let you go, wouldn't that just add another disaster to the world? Feng Xion's expression gradually shifted from terror to anger. He cursed loudly, Damn you, you bastard. If you kill me, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Shen Qing let out a cold laugh and directly ended his life, casually tossing the body into a hidden place. She then found a few more concealed spots to dispose of the other bodies in the space. Although the space wouldn't mix smells, seeing the faces of these people while looking for ingredients was quite disheartening. After handling all the bodies, Shen Qing returned to the tent. Inside the tent, Zhao Shi was helping Tao Ying change her bandages and quickly greeted Shen Qing upon her return. Shen Qing glanced at Shen Jian and said, Jian, why aren't you the one helping Mom change the dressing? Zhao Shi fainted once today and needs to rest well. Shen Jian pouted in grievance. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that she insisted. Zhao Shi hurriedly explained, Sister Shen Qing, don't blame Jian. It was indeed me who insisted on doing this. She lowered her gaze. In this time, you are still so kind to take me in. I have nothing else to repay you with. I just want to do more to show my gratitude. Shen Qing didn't say anything more and let her do it. It's better to be grateful than to hold an attitude of entitlement. She tugged at Shen Jian's collar and said, "Then you accompany me to the basement to get supplies. We should also prepare dinner." Shen Jian understood Shen Qing's meaning and followed her out of the tent. As soon as they stepped outside, Shen Jian eagerly asked, "Sister, what happened to Feng Xin? You wouldn't really let him go, would you?" "Don't worry, your sister is not a fool. Such a big troublemaker definitely needs to be dealt with as soon as possible." Shen Jian excitedly clenched his fist, almost shouting in cheers. The two walked into the basement, and a strong smell of blood greeted them. Shen Qing furrowed her brows. This space could only hold objects and couldn't absorb these smells. So even though the body was gone, the stench of blood lingered. Shen Jian pinched his nose, and even without seeing the bodies, he could already imagine the tragic state of those people before they died. Shen Qing took out a small box of food and water from the space and placed it in the basement. She didn't plan to reveal her abilities to Zhao Shi yet, so she decided to leave a small portion of the ingredients as a precaution. If Zhao Shi proved to be useful, she would find an opportunity to subtly let her understand later. Back at the tent, the two of them took some dried cured meat and canned fish. Zhao Shi had already helped Tao Ying change her medication, and upon seeing them return, she immediately got up and said, "Sister Shen Qing, are we going to cook? Let me help." Shen Qing gently pressed her shoulder and said, "There's no need to rush to do everything. You can rest first. I'll take care of the cooking." Zhao Shi felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing Shen Qing's firm attitude, she didn't say much more. Shen Qing cut the cured meat into small pieces and put in the pot with the rice. Half an hour later, the aroma of the cured meat wafted through the air. Zhao Shi hadn't eaten meat for many days, not even a full meal. Smelling the delicious scent, she couldn't help but swallow. "It's time to eat." Shen Jian unfolded the small table in the corner. The table was not high, just the right size for a few people to sit cross-legged around it. Shen Qing cooked the meal, and Zhao Shi helped serve the rice. She filled everyone's bowls to the brim, but only served herself half a bowl. "Is there no more rice?" Tao Ying curiously glanced at the pot, which still had at least half a pot of rice left. Zhao Shi shyly smiled and said, "Annie, I have a small appetite. I can't finish it, so it would be a waste." Tao Ying also smiled and said, "No wonder you're so thin. You should eat more rice. It's important to stay healthy during this time." Zhao Shi sweetly replied, "Got it." After dinner, Shen Qing packed the disposable bowls and chopsticks and threw them into the large trash can, planning to burn the trash together once the can was full. Zhao Shi sat by the tent, staring blankly in the direction of home. Shen Qing walked up to her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, and said, "Let's go." The remaining 3 members of the Shen family also went to the Zhao family. When Zhao Shi saw the bodies of Zhao Fuxing and Zhao Lao, she cried out once again. Tao Ying gently wrapped her arm around her shoulder, offering silent comfort. Shen Jie, along with Shen Qing and Shen Jian, was digging a pit on the mountain behind the Zhao family house. Guo Yuan village had always practiced burial in the ground, and burying the deceased behind their own mountain was also to ensure that the departed could find their way home. After a while of laboring, they finally dug out a pit that was half a person's height. Looking at Shen Jie, who was drenched in sweat, Shen Qing decided to take a simpler and more forceful approach. With a thought, the soil around the pit instantly vanished, and what was once a half-height pit was now a full person's depth. Shen Jian couldn't help but applaud. "Sister, I didn't expect your space to have such a function. It's really making the most of its resources." Shen Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead. The operation she had just performed looked simple, but actually tested her mental strength. If she didn't control the size of the pit well, she could easily pull the entire mountain into the space. She adjusted her breathing, focused her mind, and dug another pit of the same size next to the large one, then moved the soil aside. After digging the 2 pits, Shen Qing felt a wave of fatigue wash over her body. She had never experienced this feeling during her previous use of the space. This sudden sensation led Shen Qing to a new hypothesis. If she continuously enhanced her mental strength, could this space evolve further? However, this was just her speculation. To significantly increase her mental strength and trigger a space upgrade, she would have to wait until the zombie outbreak to obtain crystal nuclei and then try. Taking in the neighbors, the Shen family helped Zhao Shi bury the bodies of Zhao Fuxing and Zhao Lao in the ground. Zhao, she knelt in front of the grave. Her expression sorrowful. I am useless as a daughter. I didn't even prepare a decent coffin for you. While crying, Zhao, she covered the grave with earth. In the end, there were 2 small mounds of dirt on the ground. Shen Qing helped to erect a simple sign, with the name of the deceased written on it. In the apocalypse, being able to bury a body in peace is already quite dignified. In the latter half of the night, several people returned to the Shen family's tent. Zhao, she sat alone at the entrance of the tent, gazing at the moon. Shen Qing quietly sat beside her and asked, "What are your plans next?" Zhao, she shook her head, looking confused. "I don't know. It took a lot for me and my dad to persuade Grandma. We originally planned to go to the city to find food, to see if we could find a way to survive, but now, both my dad and Grandma are gone." At this point, Zhao Shi's voice choked up. "Do you have other family members?" Shen Qing asked. Zhao Shi forced a bitter smile. "My mom left when I was little. I have 2 older sisters. They both work in S-City, and I don't know how they're doing now. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay," Shen Qing said gently. Zhao Shi was taken aback, somewhat surprised. "Stay?" "Yes, stay at my house," Shen Qing sincerely invited. "The future is full of uncertainties. Having one more person can provide more support. Would you like to stay?" Zhao Shi naturally wanted to. After all, besides her sisters whose fate was uncertain, Shen Qing was the only person she knew. But she didn't know how to do anything. Would staying really be a support? Zhao, she hesitated and quietly said, "I'm a useless person. Staying would only add to your burden. Your family is good people, and I don't want to drag you down." Shen Qing patted her shoulder and said, "In the future, no one can predict what will happen. Why do you think of yourself as a burden?" Zhao Shi lowered her head and replied, I don't know." Shen Qing continued, "All right, I won't force you. You can choose to stay or leave, and I respect your decision." Shen Qing felt that Zhao Shi would be a good partner, but she didn't want to keep persuading her. After all, everyone has their own fate. Whether she stays or leaves is a matter of their own connection. The 2 fell into silence. Suddenly, a gurgling sound broke the quiet. Zhao Shi awkwardly covered her stomach. She hadn't eaten enough, had she? She had only eaten a little over half a bowl of rice tonight. How could she not be hungry? Zhao Shi smiled shyly and said, "Sorry to make you laugh." Shen Qing crawled into the tent and soon came out with a sausage. "Here, have a bite to fill your stomach." Zhao Shi quickly shook his head. "No need. Once this phase of hunger passes, it'll be fine. I'm already used to it." Shen Qing stuffed the sausage in her hand and said unhappily, "I don't like being insincere. If I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Here, just take it." At this time, even a slight weakness in physical strength could lead to death. Nothing is more important than preserving one's life. Zhao Shi, seeing her cold expression, dared not refuse any longer. After receiving the sausage, she began to ponder Shen Qing's words. Indeed, times have changed. Today, she has witnessed the terrifying nature of humanity. Just as Shen Qing said, anyone who is even slightly weaker physically could be knocked down by others, paying the price with their life. Zhao Shi gazed at the moon in the distance and murmured, "How did it suddenly become like this?" A few minutes later, her expression became much more resolute. She turned her head and looked at Shen Qing, saying, "Sister Shen Qing, I want to stay. As long as there is something you need me to do, I will not refuse." Shen Qing smiled and nodded. "All right." The 2 returned to the tent and discussed future plans with the others. "I just want to check the house with Jian. Aside from some cracks in the walls, everything else is unaffected, so living there is not an issue." Shen Jie paused for a moment and continued, "The problem is no one knows if there will be a bigger earthquake. If a larger earthquake occurs, I can't guarantee that this house will hold up." Shen Qing furrowed her brows. Even in a new life, there were still miscalculations. Besides City S, she knew nothing about the disasters in other regions. This unknown could take her family's life at any moment. After much thought, Shen Qing hesitated and said, "What if I say I want to go back to City S? I wonder if you all agree?" "Go back." Shen Jian was confused. Didn't they agree to go to Guiyuan village for refuge? Why suddenly want to return to City S? Shen Jie understood Shen Qing's meaning and nodded, saying, "Going back is fine. After all, Guai is more familiar with that city, so maybe we can avoid some troubles." Tao Ying had no objections either. Wherever her husband and child were, that's where she would be. Zhao Shi didn't need to be mentioned. Her 2 sisters were missing in S City, and if they went there, they might be able to find out news about them. Seeing no one opposing, Shen Qing made the decision. Since everyone had no objections, we will prepare to return to S City. According to the time estimates, S City is not too bad right now. After the flood receded, power was quickly restored. Even under high temperatures, the organization came up with a night shift system. The order in the city has not completely collapsed, and it is still operating relatively normally, safe enough before the arrival of zombies. However, the road to S City is definitely full of dangers. After deciding to go to S City, Shen Qing began to make preparations. Previously, while she was abroad, she secretly took several boxes of bullets using her space, and she also had enough weapons. The trouble was that aside from her, no one else at home had ever handled lethal weapons, so training was necessary. Just as she was pondering how to help them quickly master the use of knives and guns, dawn broke. As soon as it got light, the temperature would quickly rise. Although there was a fan inside the tent, it was still quite stuffy. Shen Jia suggested moving back into the house first. A major earthquake just occurred yesterday, and there shouldn't be another significant earthquake in a short period of time. This time, instead of going back to the basement, we will live on the second floor. Even if an earthquake happens, we can still run out before the house collapses. Shen Qing also agreed. Even if the house were to collapse, she could immediately store the entire house in her space. Falling from the second floor to the ground wouldn't cause any major harm. After making the decision, before the sun rose, the Shen family moved back into the house with Zhao Shi. The items that were originally in the living room had already been moved to the basement. Because they were worried about aftershocks happening at any moment, they had no plans to move the bed and furniture into the living room. Shen Qing moved the screen from the basement to the living room, simply dividing it into 3 separate compartments for sleeping. She then took out 4 mats to lay in the 3 compartments. Both she and Zhao Shi were girls, and there was no inconvenience, so they naturally slept in one room. After tidying up the living room, the sun outside had already risen, and even though heat-insulating cotton was added to the walls, it was still a bit stuffy. Shen Qing pulled the curtains tight and moved the air conditioner out of sight when Zhao Shi wasn't looking. To ensure a good night's sleep, she set the temperature directly to 16 degrees. At that moment, 16 degrees felt like 26 degrees before the apocalypse. Sleep now, replenish energy, as there are more important matters to attend to in the evening. After a night of tossing and turning, everyone was a bit drowsy, returning to their respective beds and quickly falling asleep. In the afternoon, the temperature outside approached 70 degrees, not only in Guiyuan village, but also in the county town. There wasn't a soul to be seen on the streets. All the surviving people were hiding in the underground parking lots during the day. The underground temperature was somewhat lower than above ground, barely livable. After the sun set, the temperature gradually dropped. Shen Qing woke up the earliest. When she sat up, she saw Zhao Shi sleeping restlessly beside her, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, perhaps dreaming of her family. She sighed softly and rolled the bamboo mat to the side. Since the others in the house were still asleep, Shen Qing began to prepare dinner. Recently, they had been eating either preserved meats or instant food, and Shen Qing found herself missing the vegetables she used to dislike. Fortunately, she had stocked up on every kind of vegetable beforehand. She picked out a handful of spinach and tossed it into the pot of boiling noodles. Before long, the others woke up to the smell of the noodles. Where did the spinach come from? Zhao Shi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the greens. She was quite curious, as there was no vegetation outside. How could there be spinach? Shen Qing lied calmly, without blushing or her heart racing. There is some dried spinach at home, so I cooked it together. Dried spinach? Is there such a thing? Zhao Shi had never seen it, but she believed Shen Qing's words. That's great. I haven't eaten green leafy vegetables for a long time. Shen Qing cooked enough noodles for everyone, and everyone ate until they were very full. After everyone was satisfied, Shen Qing began to talk about today's plan. Now that we have decided to return to City S, we will definitely encounter many unexpected situations along the way. So starting tonight, I will train each of you to ensure that none of us will become a burden. Does everyone agree? Shen Jian and Zhao Shi shook their heads, their gazes resolute. Shen Jia also stretched his muscles and bones, laughing and saying, "Don't be fooled by my age. But this old body of mine can still put in some effort." Shen Qing nodded in satisfaction and said to Tao Ying, "Mom, your foot is injured, so you don't need to participate. If there's any danger, we will protect you." Tao Ying, limping insisted on training together, saying, "Things are not like they used to be. Mom wants to make some changes too, so please let me join." Shen Qing was worried that her foot injury would worsen and tried to persuade her kindly. However, Tao Ying was very determined this time and insisted on training together no matter what. Shen Qing couldn't refuse her and had to agree. "Let's make it clear first. If your body can't take it, you must tell me in time," Shen Qing earnestly advised. All right, Mom knows." The training program is divided into two parts. One part is to improve physical fitness, and the other part is practical drills and weapon use. In terms of physical fitness, she researched a lot of information. Besides enriching the diet, she emphasized the need for more exercise. Therefore, she tailored different workout routines for the whole family. Leaving Guiyuan village, Shunjie and Tao Ying are getting older, and high intensity might backfire. So she arranged for the two of them to do some simple stretching before focusing on arm strength training. For the three young people, Shen Qing was not lenient at all. They ran around Guiyuan village, climbed mountains, and did intensive training. Even Shen Jian, who usually works out, couldn't handle it. A devil. Simply too devilish. Zhao Shi also gritted her teeth to persevere. Shen Qing was out of breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, "This is just the first day. Once my body adapts to the current intensity, I will increase the difficulty of the training." Shen Jian was so exhausted that his face turned red, and he let out a long sigh. After nearly a week of grueling training, the group had gone from gasping for breath at the start to now handling it with ease. Not only had their speed increased, but their arm strength had also improved significantly. During this week, Shen Qing's fondness for Zhao Shi had grown as well. Although she seemed delicate, she was actually very resilient. No matter how tough the training was, she never expressed a desire to give up. Once their physical fitness improved, Shen Qing started to familiarize them with weapons, explaining the assembly and usage of guns. When she handed them the guns, their hands trembled. No one expected they would have the chance to use such things in their lifetime. It was simply too cool. Wasn't this the dream of my childhood? Shen Jian was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, looking at the gun from side to side. Shen Qing pressed down on his hand and said seriously, "Don't point the gun at yourself, and don't aim it at your own people casually. Be careful of accidental discharge." Shen Jian immediately put away his smile and said seriously, "I was wrong. I promise to change." Shen Qing provided each person with a silenced pistol, making it very convenient to practice in the deserted Guiyuan village. Although we have plenty of time to practice, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, each person is allocated a limited number of bullets, so we must aim carefully and take each practice session seriously. Although she is stocked up on many bullets, in order to enhance everyone's sense of crisis, each person was only given 10 rounds for practice. During the practice, everyone was sweating in their palms, fearing to waste each opportunity. After a few days, although our accuracy is not on par with Shen Qing's, we can at least hit the target. One day, while several of us were sleeping, another earthquake struck Guiyuan village. Although it was not as severe as the previous one, Shen Qing decided not to waste any more time and prepare to set off back to City S. We currently have no vehicle and don't know how long it will take to get there. As we were about to depart, Zhao Shi felt a bit worried. "Who said we don't have a car?" Zhao Shi was taken aback. "Do we have a car? I don't think I've ever seen one." Shen Qing said calmly, "I parked the car in a hidden place because I was worried about the high temperatures. I'll come over in a while." Upon hearing Shen Qing's words, Zhao Shi felt even more puzzled. She had been at the Shen family for almost half a month. During this time, many things had happened that left her confused. One was the source of food for the Shen family. Shen Qing always takes food from a basement. Canned goods are understandable, but can fresh meat really be stored in the basement? Secondly, Shen Qing surprisingly has a gun, and not just one. She knows that the Shen family must have some secrets. However, since they are unwilling to speak about it, Zhao Shi doesn't plan to pry further. Sometimes, digging too deep may not be a good thing. The Shen family has been immensely kind to her, so she naturally should be blind when it's time to be blind, and deaf and mute when it's time to be deaf and mute. "Zhao Shi, can you help my mom apply some medicine first? I'll go get the car now." Shen Qing purposely wanted to keep her here. Zhao Shi understood her intention and nodded, saying, "Sure." Shen Qing jogged for a while until she reached the blind spot of the Shen family, and only then did she take the car out from her space. The car was now full of gas, and with one more refueling along the way, she could smoothly reach City S. She sat in the car for a while, and when she saw that it was about time, she drove it to the doorstep. Let's go. Shen Jie and Shen Jian packed the important furniture into the trunk, then got into the car. It was just right for 5 people. With the car-sick Zhao, she's sitting in the passenger seat, and Shen Qing accompanying her parents in the back seat. Buckle up, we're off. The car started and left Guiyuan village. Before reaching the county town, they didn't see a single living person along the way. On both sides were mountains, and the area that used to be a village had turned desolate, looking as if no one had ever lived there. As the car was about to arrive at the county town, everyone in the car became alert. Be careful. The few people still alive in the nearby villages have mostly gone to the city, and it's just the right time for them to be out hunting at night. Driving through now is like a little sheep entering a flock, Shen Qing reminded softly. If someone blocks the way, do not stop. Shen Jian gripped the steering wheel tightly, praying to leave the county smoothly. As Shen Qing had said, their car had just arrived in the county when it attracted the attention of the foraging crowd. They held sticks in their hands and blocked the front of the car. As the distance closed in, Shen Jian anxiously honked the horn, warning the crowd. But it seemed the other side was certain that Shen Jian wouldn't dare to crash through, showing no intention of moving at all. Shen Jian's hand on the steering wheel was drenched in a fine sweat. What should I do? Am I really going to crash? Although he knew it was a special time, he still couldn't bring himself to step on the accelerator in the face of so many lives. Shen Qing also noticed this. She got up from her seat and leaned closer to Shen Jian, pressing against his arm. Jian, don't hesitate. Step on the gas and rush forward. If our car gets forced to stop by them, we will be surrounded and beaten up immediately. These survivors are not easy to deal with. Even if we have guns, we might not have 100% advantage. You don't want anything to happen to our family, do you? Shen Qing's words felt like a calming pill for Shen Jian. Indeed, the law of the jungle applies. They are so sure that we won't dare to crash into them that they stand in front of the car. If they really stop us, then the people in the car, the consequences are unimaginable. Thinking of this, Shen Jian stepped hard on the accelerator. With a loud bang, the people who were just blocking the way were all knocked away. Hurry, chase them. They're so nervous. There must be food in the car. Someone in the crowd shouted. Hearing the word food, more people crawled out from the corners. Where's the food? I want to eat. I want to eat. The food is in the car ahead. Stop them. The starving people had no energy to think about the truth or falsehood. Their bodies moved faster than their brains and had already given chase. Zhaoxi's face turned pale. How did so many people suddenly appear? Not just behind the car. There are people on both sides of the road, too. Sister Shen Qing, what should we do now? Shen Qing frowned as she looked at the crowd closely pursuing her in the rearview mirror. Jian opened the sunroof. Huh? Shen Jian controlled the direction while trying hard to avoid the flying stones. Opening the window now would just be waiting to get hit, right? Shen Qing pulled out the gun and said, if this continues, it will be difficult for us to leave the county town. Listen to me. Yes. The skylight slowly opened. Shen Qing leaned out halfway. She aimed at the crowd chasing behind her and kept pulling the trigger. The people chasing her suddenly stopped in their tracks when they saw the gun in Shen Qing's hand, too scared to move forward. Zhao Shi, worried that she wouldn't be able to watch her back alone, also climbed from the front seat to the back, squeezing out of the sunroof to help deal with the crowd on the other side. Although she had practiced many times in Guiyuan village, this was Zhao Shi's first time pointing a gun at a living person. The process of pulling the trigger was tormenting for her, but she knew well that if she didn't kill them, it could be her life on the line. So, despite the immense psychological pressure, she still fired at the crowd. Feeling another person behind her, Shen Qing felt a bit more at ease. She had indeed not misjudged Zhao Shi. With that, after a series of collisions, the vehicle finally drove away from the main road of the county town. Shen Qing and Zhao Shi returned to the car. Leaving the county town, the surroundings became quiet again, and the car's movement became much smoother. The sky gradually brightened, and the temperature would soon rise. To avoid the car being damaged by the heat on the road, Shen Qing asked Shen Jian to stop the car by the roadside. Jian, I'll go check the situation nearby. You stay in the car and protect Mom and Dad. If anything happens, you all leave first and don't wait for me. Shen Qing instructed. Shen Jian was a bit worried. Sister, why don't I go instead? Just listen. Shen Qing patted his shoulder and then jumped out of the car. This place was also a village. It was silent all around. Shen Qing vigilantly observed her surroundings, in case someone launched a sudden attack. The houses in this area had collapsed due to the earthquake, and after a round of exploration, Shen Qing only found one building that had not fallen. She cautiously approached it. There was not a sound inside. The door was unlocked, and she walked straight in. The house was very clean, but the tables and chairs were covered in dust, and there were no footprints on the floor, indicating it had been uninhabited for a long time. Out of caution, she checked each room to ensure there was no one inside before signaling Shan Jian to drive the car into the village, parking it in front of this house. The sun rose, and the temperature began to rise. The group quickly ducked inside. While there was no one around, Shen Qing secretly retrieved all the fuel from the car into her space. Before entering, she found a piece of oilcloth in the yard and covered the car with it. "We're only borrowing this place for one day. We'll leave when it gets dark. Please don't hold it against us," Towing muttered to the house. Shen Qing had no burden in her heart. She took a bag of compressed biscuits and shared them with a few people. "Just eat a little to fill your stomach and hurry up to sleep. We will drive for another 4 or 5 hours tonight, and we will reach S City." The few of them were exhausted from the night and quickly fell asleep. While they were sleeping soundly, another vehicle arrived in the village. "Boss, do we really need to find that car? They have guns." The blonde guy shrank his head, showing signs of retreat. "Oomph. It's precisely because they have guns that we need to find them," the big bearded man sneered. "Use your pig brains. If we can snatch their guns, wouldn't we be able to call the shots? There are attackers, and the whole family is involved." But the blonde guy was still a bit scared. "Those are guns. As long as the other side moves a finger, they could easily take our lives." Seeing the blonde guy so timid, the big bearded man angrily kicked him down. "Damn it, what a buzzkill. Someone like you, who is so cowardly, wouldn't he even catch a warm meal?" The people around laughed. "We are all people who have blood on our hands here. Are we still afraid of guns? Coward." The one-eyed man spat at him and then said to the big bearded man, "Boss, we can't keep someone like this in our group. If the brothers are all so afraid of dying, what is the point?" The big bearded man narrowed his eyes, looking at the blonde guy with a vicious gaze. "Get rid of him, to set an example." Hearing this, the blonde guy was so scared that he wet his pants. He quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Boss, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'll be the first to charge, and later, I'll one-tee back down again." The one-eyed man coldly snorted, "Boss, let me take care of him. My hands itch if I don't kill someone for a day." The blonde guy trembled in fear, continuously pleading and promising, hoping that the big bearded man would show mercy. But he forgot that the group in front of him were all desperate criminals. The more afraid he was, the more excited they became. The one-eyed man drew a knife from his waist and stepped closer. The blonde guy was so scared that his limbs went limp. Seeing that the big bearded man was really going to kill him, he felt both fear and anger. Just as the one-eyed man lunged at him with the knife, he let out a furious roar and lunged at the one-eyed man like a mad dog. The one-eyed man missed his stab, and the two began to wrestle. No one nearby showed any intention of helping. They watched with great interest. The two wrestled together, and the blonde guy, pushed to the brink, erupted with a strong survival instinct and seized the opportunity to snatch the knife from the one-eyed man. Before the one-eyed man could react, the blonde guy plunged the knife into his neck. The one-eyed man looked at the blonde guy, who was acting like a mad dog, in disbelief. As blood flowed from his neck, the one-eyed man struggled a few times and then gasped for breath. The blonde guy pulled out the knife and knelt back at the big bearded man's feet. "Boss, I really am not afraid anymore. Look, I killed him. I'm even stronger than him. Please spare my life." The blonde guy lowered his head, his hands no longer trembling. The big bearded man watched the dog-eat-dog scene and laughed excitedly. "Interesting, really damn interesting. All right, this time I'll spare your life." He looked at the remaining brothers and said, "Whoever gets the first kill later will get a handgun and take the one-eyed man's place. Only second to me." As soon as these words came out, there was a stir. "Let us go." More than a dozen people stealthily entered the village. The village had not seen people for a long time. The big bearded man looked at the tire tracks stained with blood on the cement road and quickly found the hiding place of Shen Qing's family. "Oomph, it really didn't take much effort." The big bearded man laughed when he saw the oilcloth at the gate. He waved to the people behind him to check the stuff in the car. Yes, a few younger brothers cautiously approached the oilcloth with sticks. They exchanged glances, grabbed the four corners of the oilcloth, and lifted it simultaneously. Under the oilcloth was a pile of ruins. How is this possible? Boss, there's no car inside. The big bearded man frowned tightly. The tire tracks disappeared under the oilcloth. How could there not be a car beneath it? Where did that car go? Inside the house. Shen Qing had long been alert with her ears perked up. She wasn't really asleep. She became vigilant when she heard someone scream. Before the group of bearded men found them, she had already replaced the vehicle under the oilcloth with ruins of bricks and tiles. Now, the Shen family was fully awake and had split into groups to lie in ambush inside the house. Shen Qing and Shen family's parents were crouching on the second floor, while Shen Jian and Zhao were guarding the first floor. As soon as these people stepped into the yard, they would pull the trigger. Big brother, what do we do now? The bearded man carefully looked at the yard in front of him and whispered, "This is the only building around that hasn't collapsed. They must be here. Since we've come today, I can't go back empty-handed." The bearded man gritted his teeth and pulled out a homemade smoke bomb from his backpack, aiming it at the broken window and throwing it inside. The smoke bomb exploded on the first floor, instantly filling Shen Jian and Zhao Shi's vision with gray. Damn, this smell is so pungent. Even with her mouth and nose covered, Shen Jian was still teary-eyed from the fumes. Zhao Shi was also struggling. She forced herself to open her eyes and, relying on her sense of direction, made her way towards the center of the living room. At this moment, gunfire rang out from upstairs. Shen Qing stood by the window, revealing herself after confirming that the other party had no long-range weapons other than smoke grenades. "I don't care who you are. I advise you not to act unreasonably. Take another step forward, and don't blame me for being rude." The bearded man looked toward the second floor, following the voice. It's actually a girl. After realizing Shen Qing was a woman, the bearded man felt even more disdain. "Little girl, where did you steal that gun from? Do you know how to use it? Do you want me to teach you?" The bearded man mocked. The people behind him laughed along. "Boss, I didn't expect her to be a beauty. It seems we can capture her alive this time. Little girl, if you surrender now and willingly hand over your supplies and weapons to me, I'll let you stay by my side and be my woman. If you don't recognize the situation, do you see how many brothers we have? Do you think your one gun is more lethal than the attack of so many of us?" Shen Qing looked at him with disgust. What idiot. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people on the other side, she would have immediately killed this ugly bearded man. The problem is, there were at least 15 people on the other side, all holding machetes. They only had 5 people on their side. Even if they had guns, it would be pointless if they couldn't hit anything. Shen Qing clenched her molars tightly. What should she do? Just as she was still struggling with her thoughts, a gunshot echoed from downstairs, and the bearded man fell to the ground. Shen Jian's hands trembled. Damn it. How dare he covet my sister? He truly deserves to die. It turned out that Zhao Shi had just found some water in the living room. Wetting a towel, and the two of them covered their mouths and noses to recover from the smoke grenade. The big, bearded man lay in a pool of blood, and the thugs were in disarray, instantly panicking. Now, as long as we kill a few more of their people, they definitely won't dare to come over easily. Zhao Shi's eyes were determined as he aimed and fired at the yellow-haired man next to the big, bearded man. The shot grazed the yellow-haired man's ear and hit the person behind him. Seeing the person behind him die, the yellow-haired man felt his life was threatened once again and suddenly became frantic. "Brothers, don't be afraid. Charge in and take their guns." The yellow-haired man seemed to go mad, shouting before crashing toward the front door. In a state of excessive panic, as long as someone gave orders, their minds would stop thinking and just follow the commands. The thugs waved their knives, following the yellow-haired man as they rushed forward. "Mom and Dad, hurry and shoot. We absolutely can't let them break in," Shen Qing shouted while concentrating on throwing the previously stored rubble from the second floor down. Horrific screams came from downstairs. The thugs looked up in terror at the bricks, tiles, and steel bars falling from above, unable to believe their eyes. Those at the back were crushed under the ruins, some spitting blood and dying on the spot, while others twisted and struggled like dying insects. Those quick enough had already rushed to the front door. Unable to enter through the barred windows, they swung their knives at the door. Zhao Shi listened to the screams and the sharp sounds of impact outside, her palms sweating profusely. Her hand holding the gun trembled violently. At this moment, the smoke in the room had dissipated, and Shen Jian quickly noticed her struggle. He hurried to Zhao Shi's side and comforted her, saying, "If you can't hold on, go to the second floor first. I'll handle the first floor." Zhao Shi shook her head while aiming at the people banging on the door. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The most important thing now is to hold the door and not let them in." Shen Jian's hands didn't stop moving as he advised, "Don't be reckless." Zhao Shi nodded heavily. Although she had killed someone last night, it had been dark and she didn't have a strong sense of reality. Today was completely different. She witnessed the heads of those people explode right in front of her and saw the severed limbs beneath the ruins, which had a significant impact on her. She was only holding herself together with the belief that she had to stop these people from entering. Upstairs, Shen Jie and Tao Ying were also struggling. Since the apocalypse began, Shen Qing had been by their side. The act of killing had also been carried out by Shen Qing. So even though they had learned how to use guns, it didn't feel real to them. Until today, when they had to step up and fight together. Shen Qing watched silently, not stepping forward to offer comfort. The order of the world was gradually collapsing, and such things would only happen more frequently in the future. They had to learn to adapt on their own. Tao Ying held the handgun, unable to pull the trigger no matter what, and even with her eyes closed. She didn't dare to kill. Shen Jie was a bit stronger than her. Although she was violently retching, she at least managed to hit several people successfully. The battle lasted for half an hour. The thugs exhausted all their strength, but were unable to break through the big door. Those who charged in basically all lost their lives, and those outside could not bear it any longer. Those who could escape did so. Finally, it became quiet outside the door. Shen Qing also went down to the first floor. "Are you two okay?" Zhao Shi's face was pale, and she shook her head. Shen Qing patted her shoulder and said, "You and Jian go upstairs to rest first. I'll clean up the scene and wrap things up." Zhao Shi was really exhausted. The mental and physical fatigue weighed her down so much that she could hardly stand. Hearing Shen Qing's words, she instantly let go of the burdens on her shoulders. "Be careful." Shen Qing nodded and said, "Jian, help her upstairs." Once they reached the second floor, Shen Qing opened the main door. Outside the door, the scene was unbearable. Corpses were piled up like a stack of pancakes in front of the door. Those who were still struggling under the rubble were now lifeless. Everywhere the eye could see was a scene of blood, and the air was filled with a stench of decay. Suddenly, a massive object appeared. Shen Qing moved all the debris blocking the door to the entrance of the courtyard, using it as an obstacle at the door. She temporarily stored the bodies in her space and found a remote area far from the house to dispose of them. In such high temperatures, these bodies would quickly turn to ash. After returning to the refuge, Shen Qing didn't clean up the bloodstains on the ground and went straight to the second floor. After a while, the faces of the four people upstairs had become much more flushed, and they looked like they had recovered. Seeing Shen Qing come upstairs, they nodded lightly in greeting. "Are you feeling better?" Shen Qing sat in front of Tao Ying, asking with concern. Tao Ying nodded hesitantly. "Shall we eat something then?" Except for Shen Qing, everyone else expressed that they had no appetite. After all, they had just seen so many severed limbs and brain matter, and now they couldn't eat anything at all. Shen Qing understood their feelings at the moment and went downstairs to get a self-heating hot pot from the space. After just experiencing a fierce battle, she urgently needed to eat something to replenish her energy. There was no one within a few miles, making it the perfect time to enjoy some hot pot or something strongly flavored like snail noodles. Shen Qing tore open the packaging of the self-heating hot pot and then took a small handful of vegetables from the space and cooked them in. After a few minutes, the spicy aroma of the hot pot wafted out, drifting all the way to the second floor. A few people who had just lost their appetite started to swallow their saliva upon smelling the scent of the red oil chili in the air. They exchanged awkward glances, having just said they had no appetite, now saying they wanted to eat. Wasn't that a bit of slap in the face? Shen Jian swallowed hard and boldly ran to Shen Qing's side. "Sister, you didn't mention that we're having hot pot today. I suddenly feel hungry. My appetite has increased." Shen Qing pamperedly smiled, glanced at the stairs, confirmed that Zhao Shi was not there, and then took out 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot. "Let's go upstairs. You're the best, sister." With the support of the self-heating hot pot, the nausea from the brain matter and severed limbs suddenly vanished. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the sun outside had not yet set. The recent battle had consumed a lot of energy, and the few of them lay on the floor and quickly fell asleep. As the sky darkened, Zhao was the first to wake up. Just as she was about to wake her companions beside her, she heard the sound of shuffling footsteps outside the door. The tension in her mind snapped tight. Is someone outside? The courtyard gate was blocked. How did this person get in? Creak. The door on the second floor seemed to be scratched by something. Is that person trying to break in? Zhaoxi's heart raced to her throat. She wanted to wake her companions, but was afraid that her voice would alert the person outside, causing them to make some threatening move. She touched the gun at her waist and quietly got up. The sounds outside were intermittent, and she couldn't determine the other's intentions. She slowly moved to the door, and the sounds grew closer. She carefully leaned towards the peephole, her heart racing as if it would jump out. What would be behind the peephole? The unknown fear enveloped her. She leaned closer to the peephole, looking out into the faint light. Outside was the empty staircase, with no one in sight. What is going on? Has that person already left? Just as she was puzzled, the sharp sound of nails scratching the door echoed again. In that moment, she felt her scalp tingle. For an instant, all the horror stories she had ever heard played out in her mind. Creak! The sound grew sharper. The thing outside kept trying to open the door, as if it had become anxious. She was so frightened that she stepped back 2 paces. Just as she was about to fall, she tumbled into a solid embrace. Be careful, Shen Qing whispered in her ear. She steadied herself and quietly asked, Did you hear it too? Shen Qing nodded. Shen Jie was already a heavy sleeper, so such a small sound couldn't wake him up at all. Tao Ying had been startled during the day and was now also sleeping very soundly. Shen Qing, having exerted too much energy during the day, was not awakened either. Only the 2 of them heard the sound. What to do? Should they wake up sister Shen Qing? With a companion by her side, Zhaoxi's fear faded considerably. Shen Qing fell silent for a moment, then said, It's rare to see my sister sleeping so peacefully. Let's not hurry. If there really is someone outside, we should be able to handle it. Zhaoxi whispered, what if the one outside is not human? What should we do? Shen Qing is a materialist. What ghosts? He has never believed in their existence. Don't be nervous, this sound is like animal claws, like cats and dogs. Is that right? Zhaoxi felt more at ease. But in this environment, can there really be cats and dogs alive? Don't panic, I'll go take a look. Don't open the door. Zhaoxi grabbed him nervously. Even if it's a cat or dog, it could very well be a starving one. What if we let it in now, and it hurts someone? After all, the speed of cats and dogs is faster than their aiming speed. Don't worry, I won't open the door. I'll find a way to go around. Shen Qing quickly walked to the window, opened it, and then climbed onto the window, carefully moving along the edge to the staircase. Zhaoxi watched nervously. What he was doing was too risky. If he lost his grip or slipped, he would fall. Seeing Shen Qing successfully climb into the corner staircase, Zhaoxi couldn't hold back any longer. She quickly climbed up to the window and followed Shen Qing's route. What are you doing here? Shen Qing was a bit surprised. Zhaoxi whispered, I'm also curious about what's behind the door, and I'm worried about you being alone. Huh? If something happens to you, I want to know how to explain it to Sister Shen Qing. Zhaoxi emphasized, that's all. Perhaps the spacious corridor amplified their voices, and the sound of the door being grabbed upstairs suddenly stopped. The 2 immediately became alert. After exchanging glances, they pressed against the wall of the staircase and climbed up one after the other. The closer they got, the more nervous she became. She tightened her grip on the gun, keeping her eyes fixed ahead. After the corner, you'll be able to see that thing. Be careful, Shen Qing said close to her ear. Zhaoxi nodded firmly. Shen Qing held a pistol, took a step, and turned to the living room door, then exclaimed, What? What is this? Zhaoxi gasped when she saw the creature behind the door. This seems to be a squirrel. Squirrel? Don't joke with me. I've never seen a squirrel like this. How could a squirrel be this big? Zhaoxi found it hard to explain what was happening. The creature scratching at the door was indeed a squirrel, but it was much larger than the common squirrel, about the size of a girl's arm. And this squirrel size was closer to that of a small dog. Additionally, this squirrel wasn't the usual gray color. It had black fur mixed with gold, and its pea-sized eyes bulged out of its sockets, looking particularly eerie. When the squirrel saw the 2 of them, it stopped scratching at the door and tilted its head at them. What does this mean? Shen Qing swallowed hard. This thing in front of him didn't look like a squirrel at all. It was somewhat human-like. She nervously shook her head. She had never seen such a strange squirrel either. The squirrel paused for several seconds, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, it took a tentative step toward them, causing both of them to instinctively step back. Be careful. I feel like this squirrel is a bit off, Shen Qing warned. When the squirrel saw they were scared, it moved a bit closer to them. Just when the two were at a loss, it suddenly bared its fangs and lunged at Zhao Shi, who was behind Shen Qing. Zhao Shi, frightened, pulled the trigger. The squirrel nimbly dodged the bullet and darted straight for Zhao Shi's face. She kept backing away, and just as she was cornered against the wall, Shen Qing kicked the squirrel away. The squirrel fell hard, letting out a piercing scream. Before they could figure out what was happening, the squirrel launched another attack at Zhao Shi. She tucked the pistol back in her waistband and quickly ran downstairs. The squirrel relentlessly pursued her, scurrying down the stairs. Zhao Shi grabbed a stool and swung at the squirrel, but this little creature was exceptionally agile, dodging every blow. Shen Qing also chased downstairs, because Zhao Shi and the squirrel were too close. He didn't dare to easily pull the trigger and had to take out the electric baton that Shen Qing had given him earlier. Zhao Shi had been smashing for a while and was already out of breath. The squirrel seized the opportunity when she was gasping for air and suddenly pounced on Zhao Shi, grabbing her pant leg in one swift motion. Just as it was about to bite down, Shen Qing quickly swung the electric baton. Although he didn't hit it, the squirrel temporarily released Zhao Shi's leg to dodge the attack. It was really strange. Why was this squirrel only targeting you? It seemed to have been attacking you all along. Shen Qing stood protectively in front of Zhao Shi, closely watching the squirrel. Zhao Shi was panting heavily and said, "Don't you think this squirrel is a bit too smart? I guess the reason it's attacking me is that it sees me as weaker than you." Shen Qing widened his eyes in surprise. This little thing is so scheming, but thinking carefully. Zhao Shi does have a point. This squirrel, when still, looks like a person deep in thought. Although its size is several times larger than a normal squirrel, it still retains the speed of a squirrel. It's really hard to deal with. In short, both of us need to be a bit more cautious. Zhao Shi said, animals that can survive in such harsh environments are not simple. They might carry some virus. If bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. As soon as she finished speaking, the squirrel immediately lunged towards Zhao Shi. Fortunately, Zhao Shi was keeping a close eye on it, allowing her to dodge in time. But just as she dodged, she realized that this time the squirrel's target didn't seem to be her. Seeing Shen Qing, who was unguarded behind her, Zhao Shi anxiously shouted, "Get away! Its target is you." Shen Qing turned around, and the squirrel had already jumped up, pouncing towards his face. It's over. It's too difficult to dodge now. Just when Shen Qing thought there was no way to escape, the squirrel was suddenly struck by something and fell to the ground with a thud. "Why didn't you wake me up? Do you know how dangerous it is?" At the stairway, Shen Qing asked angrily, holding a slingshot in her hand. "Eliminate the giant rat. Take the initiative, sister." Seeing Shen Qing come, Shen Qing felt much more at ease. But just as he relaxed, the squirrel on the ground struggled, wanting to pounce and bite him again. Shen Qing used her slingshot again, and this time the squirrel collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up. Shen Qing quickly ran downstairs and drew out a short knife to slit the squirrel's throat. Looking at the squirrel's large size, Shen Qing furrowed her brows. "Great. We are saved." Seeing that the squirrel had completely stopped breathing, Zhao Shi and Shen Qing felt relieved. They quickly walked over to Shen Qing and squatted down to look at the fat squirrel's corpse together. In this chaotic world, being able to get so fat is quite impressive, Shen Qing sighed. "What do you think has been eating to grow to this size?" Zhao Shi thought for a moment and said, "Generally, squirrels, being omnivorous, mainly eat nuts such as walnuts, peanuts, and sunflower seeds." Shen Qing continued, "In an environment where people can't even find food, do you think they can still find edible nuts? So what exactly did it eat to become like this? It can't possibly be meat, right?" Shen Qing casually remarked. Shen Qing smiled at him and said, "You guessed it right." Shen Qing's expression changed, and I thought to myself, what nonsense am I talking? How could a squirrel possibly eat meat? Shen Qing plunged a knife into the squirrel's belly, slicing along the abdomen and pulling out its stomach. The undigested food scraps inside emitted a strong foul odor, causing the other two to cover their noses tightly. Shen Qing remained calm. She rummaged through the food scraps and found a severed human finger, saying, "See, this is the reason for this squirrel's mutation." Upon seeing the severed finger, both of their faces turned even paler. "But they are herbivorous animals. How could they eat meat?" Zhao exclaimed in shock. Shen Qing said while peeling the squirrel's skin, "The squirrels that didn't eat have already starved to death, trying to forcefully change their nature after trying meat. Have mutated like this." Shen Jian watched her skillfully peeling the skin and felt another wave of nausea. "Sister, what are you doing? Don't you find it disgusting?" Shen Qing wiped his hands with a towel and calmly said, "In extremely cold environments, the fur of animals is more effective for warmth than blankets or down jackets. We can't waste it." After saying this, he twisted the squirrel's neck in front of the astonished gazes of the two. At the connection between its neck and brain, there was a grain-sized crystal. "This is a stone?" Shen Jian found it hard to imagine that an animal like a squirrel could develop stones, especially in such a location. Shen Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "This is a crystal. Mutated animals will condense crystals in their bodies. And this is a good thing. In the future, the currency for trade, besides gold, will be crystals. Only with the support of crystals can ordinary people have the opportunity to awaken their abilities. The more crystals one consumes, the greater the enhancement of the ability for those with powers. However, the crystal inside this squirrel is simply too small. Its effect is negligible." After cleaning the crystal, she put it into her pocket. "Sister Shen Qing, how did you know there was a crystal inside this squirrel? What is the use of this crystal?" Zhao Shi, unaware of the truth, was filled with questions. Although she knew that Shen Qing had many secrets that were inconvenient to share, and she understood that she should turn a blind eye and ask fewer questions, there were just too many unknowns right now, and she couldn't hold back any longer. Shen Qing fell silent for a moment. Zhao Shi had also contributed to the Shen family, so she was at least trustworthy in Shen Qing's eyes for now. However, Shen Qing did not want to reveal everything about herself and the space. In the end, she found a middle ground and only told Zhao Shi that she had awakened her abilities and the function of the crystal. Zhao Shi guessed that Shen Qing still had some reservations about her. However, she could understand, being cautious was never a bad thing. Shen Jian was very excited after hearing about the role of crystal stones. "Sister, does this mean that as long as I have crystal stones, I can awaken my superpowers too?" Shen Qing recalled that in her previous life, Shen Jian had tried multiple times without success to awaken his special abilities, and she felt a bit reluctant to tell him the truth. She could only vaguely say, the conditions to become a special ability user are not solely dependent on crystal stones. It also depends on talent and opportunity. And no one can say for sure. "Well, you two have just been startled, so let's take another day to rest and set off for City S tomorrow evening." In fact, it wasn't just about worrying whether the two of them could sustain their physical strength. Since a mutated squirrel had already appeared in this area, there might be other mutated animals nearby. If they could get some more crystal stones, they might be able to add another special ability user before entering City S. It would be even better if it were a combat-type special ability user, as that would significantly reduce the danger when they entered City S. Shen Qing thought about this and then went out alone. On the second floor, Tao Ying and Shun Jia had also woken up. Seeing Shen Jian and Zhao Shi coming in from outside, they curiously asked what had happened. Shen Jian unreservedly told the two elders everything that happened tonight. "Where's your sister?" Tao Ying asked, worried as she kept looking back since only the two of them were going upstairs. "Isn't she just behind?" Shen Jian turned around, but there was only Zhao Shi behind him. "Where's my sister?" "She was just here," Shen Jian said anxiously. Zhao Shi shook her head. She had been thinking about other things and hadn't noticed that Shen Qing didn't follow them. Shen Jian hurried down to the first floor, only to find that Shen Qing was no longer there. Strange, she was clearly just here a moment ago. Shen Jian said anxiously, "I'll go look for her." Zhao Shi stopped him and said, "I guess Sister Shen Qing must have gone out to look for the crystal. The reason she didn't take us with her is that we can't help her right now. Having us around might even hold her back." Shen Jian nodded, and my guess was the same as hers. Rather than causing trouble for the obedient one, it was better to wait here for her to come back. Shen Jian had nothing to say. He sat in the corner, feeling increasingly uneasy. His sister had known about the abilities of awakened ones for a long time, but after being reborn, she had never mentioned it. If he had had abilities in his previous life, she wouldn't have kept it from him. Thinking this way, Shen Qing felt a bit frustrated. Is that really the case? In the 2 years of natural disasters, he had not awakened his abilities, so he couldn't protect his family well, which is why his sister had met such a tragic end. Shen Qing's eyes revealed a sense of loss, and he looked like a defeated fighting chicken. On the other side, Shen Qing was walking in the deserted village. The nights were the coolest, and the animals hidden in the darkness would come out to hunt. However, she didn't know if her aura was too strong, as she had been out for a while and hadn't encountered a single mutated beast. This couldn't go on like this. Shen Qing thought for a moment, took out a short knife, and made a cut on her arm. Blood immediately dripped to the ground from the tip of the blade. An animal's nose is much more sensitive than a human's. Moreover, they were a group of starving animals. Shen Qing let her arm bleed and sat down by the stone. This is called waiting for a rabbit by the stump. After about 10 minutes, there was some movement in the darkness. Shen Qing heard faint footsteps not far away, sounding like a nimble animal. She leaned against a stone, appearing relaxed, but actually keeping a close watch on her surroundings. The footsteps grew closer and more chaotic. Wow, it seemed that this time, quite a few prey had been attracted. She slowly straightened up and locked eyes with the pairs of crimson pupils. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still startled. There were 3 cats, each the size of a border collie with 6 legs. Goodness, were they planning to gang up on her? These 3 cats looked much fiercer than squirrels. Shen Qing took out a machete from the space and strapped a gun to her waist. Meow. The cat at the front suddenly let out a sharp cry, its voice piercing like it could shatter eardrums. Behind her, 2 cats pounced towards Shen Qing upon hearing the call, possibly due to their 6 legs. They were several times faster than Shen Qing had imagined. If Shen Qing hadn't quickly pulled out a shield from the space, half of her head would likely have been sliced off by their sharp claws. The 2 cats also didn't expect their easy prey to turn into a solid barrier. They didn't have time to dodge and collided with a thud, becoming dizzy. Meow, meow, meow. The leading cat arched its body, its eyes filled with caution and hostility. The other 2 cats took a few steps back, forming a line with the leader. Meow, meow, meow. The 3 cats gradually spread out into a triangular formation, their sharp teeth bared as if to provoke her. Shen Qing raised her eyebrows. Interesting. They are communicating in their own language and even came up with a strategy to deal with her. The mutation speed of these 3 cats is much faster than that of the squirrel, so the crystals inside their bodies must be much larger as well. Shen Qing rolled up her sleeves and, seeing that they weren't, took the initiative to fire at the cat on the left. Meow. That cat probably hadn't recovered from hitting the iron plate. Its reaction was a beat slow, and it was hit in the leg by the bullet. It let out a howl, ignoring the leader cat's command, and directly pounced towards Shen Qing. Shen Qing wanted exactly this effect. She quickly picked up the large knife and violently swung it towards the cat's neck. With a swift movement, the cat's head fell to the ground. The other 2, enraged by the tragic fate of their companion, let out a furious howl and simultaneously lunged at Shen Qing's head and heart. Shen Qing quickly dodged and seized the opportunity to strike again with a knife. Now, only the leader of the 3 cats was still alive. Realizing Shen Qing's strength, it turned and ran towards the darkness. Trying to escape? Not that easy. Shen Qing pursued relentlessly, just as the leading cat crouched and slipped into the stone cave. Shen Qing hurriedly released the barrier, blocking the entrance and cutting off the leading cat's escape. The leading cat clearly paused for a moment, then erupted in furious growls. Shen Qing scoffed and said, "Stop cursing. We don't speak the same language, so no matter how harsh your words are, I want to understand." The leading cat bared its fangs, arched its body, and suddenly leaped, its sharp claws aimed at Shen Qing's face. Shen Qing took a step back and immediately swung her knife at it. It reacted much faster this time, dodging out of the way in an instant. Before she could catch her breath, it lunged at the back of Shen Qing's head. Seeing Shen Qing successfully evade, it seemed to go mad, attacking her continuously, as if it was fighting for its life. After taking the crystal, would Zhao Shi awaken her special abilities? Back and forth. Shen Qing quickly figured out the attack patterns of the lead cat. When it charged at her again, she anticipated its next move and severed its forelimb. The lead cat let out a roar and fell to the ground. In its gaze towards Shen Qing, there was not only anger but also a hint of fear. Seizing the opportunity while it was incapacitated, Shen Qing took the initiative to attack, shooting it in the head and ending its life. No matter how clever an animal is, it still falls short compared to humans. However, these three cats had worn Shen Qing out, and she had no strength left to hunt for other prey tonight. She squatted down and felt around the lead cat's body, finding a particularly hard piece of flesh. This was where the crystal was located. She inserted her knife, cut through the skin and flesh, and extracted the crystal. Not bad. The crystal inside the lead cat was about the size of a peanut, while the other two had slightly smaller crystals. Similarly, after skinning the three cats, she buried their bodies in a mound of dirt. Back at the hiding place, Tao Ying had just finished cooking a pot of noodles. It was filled with luncheon meat and canned fish, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Seeing Shen Qing return, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Shen Jian said with a hint of reproach, "Sister, why did you leave without a word? You worried both me and Mom and Dad." Shen Qing rubbed the back of his head and said, "I'm sorry. I was just worried that you would push yourself to come with me, so I left quietly." Shen Jian pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Next time, you can't do this. At least give us a heads up." Shen Qing smiled and said, "Okay, I promise." After finishing the noodles, Shen Qing took out the three crystals she had just obtained, along with the crystal from the squirrel's body. We were about to enter City S, and I believed it would be even more dangerous inside than outside. Although we all had weapons for self-defense now, it would still be difficult to protect ourselves in the face of numerous enemies. Shen Qing said, "So I think, if we can have another ability user among us, it would be much safer. These crystals are already enough to cause mutations in the cells within the body. If the crystals fuse smoothly with the cells, there's a chance to trigger abilities." Shen Qing paused for a moment and continued, "If it doesn't go well, there's a possibility of mutations, illness, and death." Shen Jian immediately replied, "Sister, I'm willing to give it a try." "You can't." Shen Qing decisively refused. She knew too well about Shen Jian's situation in her previous life. She didn't dare to let Shen Jian take risks for the sake of supernatural abilities again. Seeing Shen Qing's attitude, Shen Jian became even more certain that she had no supernatural abilities in her sister's past life. Zhao Shi, who was standing nearby, thought for a long time and then said softly, "Let me give it a try." Shen Qing was not surprised at her statement at all. "Have you made up your mind?" "I mentioned before that if the cells in your body reject it severely, there is a high possibility of mutation and death." Shen Qing reiterated. Zhao Shi nodded and said, "I have made up my mind. If I don't trigger any supernatural abilities, my future path might not be easy either. So I might as well take this opportunity to take a gamble." Shen Qing was silent for a moment, then continued, "If you show any signs of mutation, I will immediately kill you." Zhao Shi smiled and said, "Good. Please don't hold back. I don't want to lose my consciousness and become a terrifying monster." Shen Qing was infected by her bright smile and said softly, "If you're just sick, then I will find a way to save you." "Thank you, Sister Shen Qing." Seeing that Zhao Shi had made up her mind completely, Shen Qing stopped persuading her. She handed all the crystals she had collected that night to Zhao Shi. Chewing them up and swallowing, the crystals still had a pungent, bloody smell. Zhao Shi only frowned slightly before putting the crystals in her mouth. Contrary to what she had imagined, the taste was not that hard to swallow. They were crunchy and somewhat resembled the texture of ice. After Zhao Shi swallowed the crystals, Shen Qing took out a rope. After taking the crystals, the reaction will occur within 24 hours at the latest. To avoid any unexpected incidents, I can only tie you up for now. Zhao Shi extended her hands voluntarily. "Okay." After securing her, Shen Qing moved her to the sofa, allowing her to wait in a comfortable position for the reaction in her body. Meanwhile, Shen Qing went to the space to check the supplies. Looking at the space piled high with things, Shen Qing felt a sense of joy. She gathered the ingredients and water she would need for the next couple of days. Planning meticulously, day turned to night. After several hours, Zhao Shi showed no signs of any anomalies. There were no signs of awakening any abilities, nor any indications of mutation. Zhao Shi lay on the sofa, bored, staring at the ceiling. Could it be that she didn't have the talent to awaken abilities? If that were the case, how would she proceed on her path? She couldn't possibly rely on the Shen family for food and drink. If she couldn't contribute at all, what face would she have to stay? As she pondered, Zhao Shi fell asleep. On the other side, Shen Qing approached Shen Qing. Sister. Shen Qing put down the novel in her hands and looked up, asking, "What's wrong?" Shen Qing sat beside her and asked dejectedly, "Sister, is the reason you won't let me experiment because I don't have the talent to awaken special abilities at all?" Shen Qing put away the book, straightened up, and asked seriously, "How could you think like that?" Shen Qing said dejectedly, "Guess." Shen Qing saw that he had already guessed the truth of the matter, so she didn't plan to keep it a secret any longer. She wrapped her arms around Shen Qing's shoulders and said, "Before I die, you indeed did not awaken your abilities. But that was in the last life. In this life, my sister will protect you to live on. Whether you can awaken your abilities in the future is still uncertain." Shen Qing sighed. In his last life, he didn't awaken under such difficult circumstances. How could this life be any different? All right, don't dwell on this matter. Even if he didn't have any special abilities, so what? Some useless powers are not as good as strong combat skills. She rubbed Shen Qing's face, trying to encourage him. Instead of wasting time here, why not do 500 push-ups first? Train your shooting accuracy. Maybe if your physical fitness improves, your abilities will naturally awaken. Shen Qing slightly raised her head. Her eyes filled with hope again. Really? Of course. Go ahead. Watching Shen Qing's energetic demeanor, Shen Qing picked up her novel and lay back down. This is what happens with young people who haven't been in school for long. Just a little bit of hope gives them motivation. Such encouragement doesn't work on an old hand like her anymore. She would also take some time to walk over to Zhao Shi's side. 1. To see if she needed any help. 2. To check if there were any unusual reactions from her. And so, she kept watch until the late hours of the night. It had been almost 24 hours, but Zhao Shi was still the same as before. Sister Shen Qing, what do you think is going on with me? Is it because the crystal hasn't been digested in my stomach? Shen Qing had never encountered such a situation, at least in her previous life. Everyone who swallowed the crystal would react within 24 hours, regardless of whether the outcome was good or bad. She glanced at the time. It had already been 23 hours. Sister Shen Qing, I want to go to the bathroom first. My stomach hurts. Originally, Shen Qing planned to keep her bound for a full 24 hours before letting her go, but seeing her face a bit pale, she couldn't bear it. Sister Shen Qing, do you think this stomach pain counts as a reaction to the crystal? I shouldn't be allergic to the crystal, right? Which is why I'm having diarrhea? Shen Qing was amused by her words, and the fact that she still had the mood to joke proved that her stomach wasn't hurting enough and she could hold on a little longer. Zhao Shi immediately said, No, if I hold on any longer, I'm going to poop my pants. Shen Qing untied the ropes on her hands and feet and said, Hurry back. All right. Zhao Shi quickly ran out the door, found a hidden spot, and unbuttoned her pants. Phew. Feeling relieved after finishing, she said, Sister Shen Qing, do you think it's possible that I'm really allergic to the crystal? Otherwise, why will my stomach suddenly hurt? While saying this, she extended her hand, signaling Shen Qing to continue tying her up. Shen Qing glanced at the time. There were only a few minutes left. She decided not to tie her up. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, it was possible that she really had a special constitution. Zhao Shi leaned against the sofa, rubbing her wrists and ankles. Suddenly, her heart jolted violently, causing her to collapse in pain. It felt like her heart had pressed the accelerator, beating wildly. Her throat felt as if someone was choking her, making it hard to breathe. Her actions startled the Shen family, who all dropped what they were doing and nervously focused on her. Sister, is she about to mutate or awaken? Shen Qing swallowed nervously. Shen Qing shook her head. She didn't know before the results came out, but she still pulled out her gun and aimed it at Zhao Shi's head. If she mutated, she would end it immediately. Zhao Shi painfully knelt on the ground. She gasped for air, her consciousness gradually fading. To avoid fainting, Zhao Shi bit down hard on her tongue, struggling between the pain and difficulty in breathing. This state lasted for more than 10 minutes, and she gradually felt the restlessness within her body calm down. Her heart rate returned to normal, and her breathing became smoother. The only difference from usual was that the blood flowing between her arms became scalding hot, and she could clearly feel its speed. Zhao Shi slowly got up from the ground. She spread her hands, and a flash of bright red flame blossomed in her palm, fleeting. Seeing this, Shen Qing immediately put away her gun and sighed in relief, saying, "Congratulations, you have successfully awakened your fire ability. In the future, as more ability users awaken, people will categorize abilities into combat, healing, and others. The combat abilities are further divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each restraining one another. Of course, combat ability users are also important talents that major bases compete for." Zhao excitedly looked at her hands and exclaimed, "I awakened. That's great." She tried to condense the flame again with the feeling she had just experienced, and a small flame danced in her palm, which was very novel for her. However, after calming down, she felt a bit disappointed. The flame she could use was too small. It was like a match. It was okay to use this ability to start a fire in an emergency, but could it really be used in actual combat? After arriving in City S, an unexpected event occurred. After resting for 2 days, the Shen family set off again towards City S. Now, among the 5 of them, 2 had already awakened their abilities, and the remaining 3 were proficient in weapon use. The probability of survival had greatly increased. The remaining stretch of road to City S had very few people, and they encountered no mutated beasts along the way, making it extremely smooth. Just as they were nearing City S, the number of people increased. They were in groups of 3 or 5, some living in tents, while others were outdoors. Shen Qing sensed something was off and pulled over to the side of the road. "Let's walk down this road and check out the situation in City S. I always feel like something's not right." Now that Zhao knew she had awakened her abilities, she no longer needed to hide. In front of Zhao she put the car into her space. After all, Zhao only knew about her abilities and had no idea how much supply she had stored. Zhao was still taken aback when she saw the car disappear in an instant. She could guess that Shen Qing's ability was related to space, but seeing it with her own eyes was still shocking. This was what abilities were supposed to be like, her little flame. Sigh, let's not mention it. Most of the people on both sides of the road were lying down to conserve energy, so even when someone passed by, they couldn't be bothered to take a second glance. Strange, I don't see any villages or buildings nearby. Why are they gathered here? The doubt raised by Shen Qing was also what Shen Qing was currently puzzled about. City S was right in front of them. Why were they stationed here? The signs of life here didn't seem like a temporary resting place. However, this doubt was soon answered. Less than a kilometer later, they were blocked by a grid wall 3 meters high. What is this? Shen Qing confirmed that there was no such thing when she left S City. The grid wall extended to both sides, with no visible end. It was as if it was meant to isolate the inside from the outside. "Zhao," she said while reaching out her hand. "Be careful." Shen Qing pushed her hand away. "Don't move. It's electrified up top." Zhao was startled and leaned in for a closer look. High-voltage wires were tangled on the grid wall. If she had touched it just now, she would have been instantly electrocuted. "Now I understand why so many people are gathered here," Shen Qing said quietly. The others understood as well. They must be gathered outside, looking for opportunities because they can't get into S City for some reason. "Let's look for an entrance first." The group walked sideways along the grid wall, and after nearly a kilometer, they found the entrance. A high wall was built at the entrance. There were at least dozens of guards visible both above and below the wall. They were holding guns, their eyes scanning the surrounding people like hawks. There was an office desk at the entrance where someone was registering something. "You all wait here for me. I'll go ask about the situation first." Shen Qing quickly walked forward, but before she got close, she was targeted by several guns. "I'm just here to ask about the situation. I mean no harm." Shen Qing hurriedly raised her hands to show that she was not carrying any weapons. The guards still kept their guns aimed at her, showing no sign of relaxing. Shen Qing steeled herself and walked up to the desk. The person adjusted their glasses and scanned Shen Qing from head to toe. "Want to come in?" Shen Qing nodded and asked, "What's the situation now? Why is there an extra wall?" The man did not explain and continued to ask, "Do you have a household registration in City S?" Shen Qing shook her head. Their family's household registration is all in Guiyuan village. "So do they have a house in S City?" "They used to." The man scoffed. "I've heard that line too many times." "So that means they don't have one, right?" Shen Qing nodded again. She was neither from S City, nor did she own any property. She did not meet the conditions for release. Shen Qing frowned. In her previous life, she had been active within S City and had no idea that there were strict conditions for entering S City. Seeing that she was still not leaving, the bodyguard behind the man had already raised his gun to warn her. Shen Qing could only leave for now. At that moment, the man called out to her in a low voice, saying, "It's not that we can't let you in. Although you have no house and no household registration, you have a good-looking exterior. If you're willing to offer some benefits to me and these brothers, we can turn a blind eye and let you in." Shen Qing's face instantly turned pale. She clenched her fists, trying hard to suppress the anger in her heart, glared at the man fiercely, and turned to leave. Listening to the mocking laughter behind her, Shen Qing was furious. "Sister, what happened? What did he say to you?" Shen Jian cautiously asked, seeing her expression was not good. Shen Qing took a deep breath and said, "Those without a household registration and property in S City will not be allowed to pass." "Why should that be? This road doesn't belong to him. Why are we being stopped outside?" Shen Jian was indignant. At that moment, there were also sounds of arguing coming from the entrance. "Why? We've finally made it to S City. Why can't we go in?" A man shouted hoarsely. "This is a road built by the organization. Why do you have to block us? Let's in. Otherwise, we will never let this go." The man guarding the city gate looked disdainful, simply waving his hand, and bullets flew in from all directions. In an instant, the few who had just been causing a ruckus were turned into sieves. "A bunch of poor fools, trash. The times have changed. Do you think the guns in our hands are just for show?" The man spat on the ground. Apart from Shen Qing and his group, everyone else seemed to be used to it, showing no reaction to the deaths of these people. "This is too much." Shen Jian gritted his teeth. "Is there no law? How can they kill indiscriminately like this?" Zhao Shi also expressed his indignation. Shen Qing reminded, "The world has long since changed. Haven't we also taken lives? But we only kill the bad people." Shen Jian argued, "What constitutes a bad person? We are not judges. We only kill those who threaten our lives. In the current world, there is no longer a distinction between good and evil." Shen Jian and Zhao Shi fell silent, words stuck in their throats. "All right, the sky is about to brighten. Let's find a place to hide first. Otherwise, before we think of a way to get into the city, we'll be baked dry by this high temperature." There's no rush. With so many people gathered here, they must have a hiding place during the day. For now, let's follow them to their resting spot and then figure out a plan. Before that, we should fill our stomachs. After all, once we enter the disaster zone, we won't be able to take food out. The few of them avoided the crowded areas and found a hidden corner to sit in a small circle. Shen Qing took out 5 packs of compressed biscuits from the space. They couldn't eat too much right now, as a rosy complexion would easily raise suspicion. The few of them quickly finished off the dry compressed biscuits and wiped their mouths clean. As the sky gradually brightened, the people gathered outside slowly began to move in one direction. "Let's go. We should follow them." Shen Qing and her group followed the footsteps of the main force for half an hour and saw an entrance leading underground. As they approached, a difficult-to-describe foul smell hit them. The people behind her also covered their noses. With the sun about to rise, she had no choice but to bravely descend. It was evident that this tunnel was not originally there. It was just wide and tall enough for a person, and there were frequent blockages, possibly due to the people lingering ahead. After walking through this passage, they found themselves in a spacious area. It turned out to be a sewage treatment plant. Shen Qing was astonished. Having lived in City S for many years, she had heard about the Luhua sewage treatment plant in the suburbs, which had the deepest underground facility in the country. However, this plant had been closed 2 years ago, and she never expected it to be used in such a way. The underground area was beyond anyone's imagination. No wonder so many disaster victims disappeared after coming down. The underground was filled with winding corridors, making them feel like they had entered a giant maze. "Let's find a place without people to rest," Shen Jie suggested. Since the factory was 32 meters below ground, it was not affected by the high temperatures and felt quite cool. After navigating through several turns, they finally found a secluded corner. "Let's take a good sleep during the day, and when we wake up, we can discuss how to enter City S," Shen Jie said. Shen Qing nodded, then took out bedding and pillows from a space. "You sleep inside, and I'll keep watch outside." There was little light underground, only the faint illumination from countless mirrors reflecting light into the tunnels, barely allowing a clear view of the surroundings. Shen Qing took out a cushion and leaned against the steel pipe, gently closing her eyes. This position wouldn't allow her to fall into a deep sleep. so she could notice any movements in time. After an unknown period, Shen Qing heard the even breathing of several members of the Shen family, as if they had already fallen asleep. She yawned, trying her best not to fall into a deep sleep. Creak. Shen Qing suddenly opened her eyes. In the dark environment underground, it was normal to see mice, but after encountering mutated animals, she felt a bit worried. She perked up her ears alertly. Squeak. Along with the sound of the mice, footsteps gradually became audible. It seemed that someone had discovered the mice, and there were sounds of chasing. Soon after, there were sounds of punches and kicks. Let go of me. That's my mouse. It's my food. A man's voice was weak, but not lacking in anger. Shen Qing curiously poked her head out, and, taking advantage of the faint light, saw a few people fighting in a tangled mess. Anyone who saw it had a share. At this point, who still cared about the order of arrival? It was either me killing you or you killing me. The man being beaten was curled up, holding a mouse he had just caught. If my son doesn't eat soon, he will starve to death. Do you have any humanity left? Humanity? Why don't you talk about humanity with those guarding the city? Enough nonsense. Hand over the mouse. Fists fell like raindrops on that man. Yet he still tightly protected the dead mouse. Their voices made Shen Qing furrow her brows. Just as she was hesitating whether to meddle, a shadow appeared and single-handedly kicked away the people who were robbing. What kind of skill is it for a group of people to rob one person? The man's voice was magnetic, like an emotional radio host in the midnight hour. Rat disaster, climbing over the city walls. The few people who were just robbing were now rolling on the ground. Who are you? Why are you meddling? What is he to you? The man's voice showed no emotion. I am just a passerby. Teaching you a lesson is simply because I can't stand your bullying of the weak. The man on the ground coughed twice and chuckled dryly. Hypocrite, if I don't rob, I will starve to death. Compared to starving, I would rather be a villain. The man remained expressionless and said calmly, You have the right to rob, and I have the right to stop you. If you don't leave, I will continue to beat you. The few people on the ground were left speechless. Encountering such a tough opponent, they could only admit their bad luck. Once the people left, the man on the ground got up. Thank you for helping me. He hesitated for a moment, tearing off half of the mouse meat. Here, eat this. I don't want it. You hide your things well. If you get robbed again, I'll want your help. He added, Next time you get beaten, remember to fight back. Otherwise, even if they kill you, they will take away what you're holding. The man bowed gratefully to him and quickly fled this place of troubles. Shen Qing watched from the shadows, feeling that the man's profile looked somewhat familiar. Where had she seen him before? Had she seen enough? Shen Qing still hasn't realized he is talking to her. I'm talking about you. The one who has been watching the drama on the side for so long. Isn't that enough? Shen Qing then realized he was talking about her. You have good skills. Shen Qing praised. The man glanced at Shen Qing and said, You must be new here. You look unfamiliar. Shen Qing was surprised. There are so many people underground. Have you seen them all? 90%. Shen Qing smiled and looked at me, saying, I am the remaining layer. The man scoffed and said, Lies. None of you have the stench of the underground on you. Clearly you just arrived here. Shen Qing was even more surprised. She hadn't even noticed that someone who had lived underground for a long time would have a smell. Knowing to leave a guard for the night was quite clever. After saying this, the man strode away quickly. Shen Qing watched his departing figure and felt increasingly familiar. After a while, someone patted her on the shoulder. Sister Shen Qing, it's my turn to keep watch now. You could go to sleep, Zhao, she said. Shen Qing also didn't stand on ceremony and burrowed into the still warm blankets. Falling asleep, by the time the sun set, the footsteps on the ground became dense. Shen Qing and her group followed behind these people and found the passage closest to the ground, returning to the surface. At first, she didn't understand why they didn't live underground all the time. After returning to the surface, she understood. If people lived in such a dim and dark place for too long, they would go insane. After the sun set, before nightfall, rhythmic bell sounds began to ring. Shen Qing still hadn't figured out what was going on with the bell when these people frantically ran towards the barrier. Zhao Shi was almost knocked over by someone behind her, but fortunately, Shen Jian caught her in time. What is happening? Have they gone mad? Shen Jian was also stunned by the scene before him. Shen Qing shook her head and said, Let's follow and take a look. The few of them quickly followed behind. When they ran to a position not far from the protective wall, They saw several excavator buckets extending out from inside the wall. The buckets were filled with things. Shen Qing ran closer and found that it was filled with garbage bags. What was being poured out from the wall were bags of trash. Outside the wall, a large number of people were fighting fiercely to snatch a bag of garbage. As Shen Qing got even closer, she was even more shocked. The garbage bags contained not only food scraps but all kinds of household waste. These people seemed to have gone mad with hunger, grabbing anything that could fill their stomachs. Shen Qing saw a scene beyond his capacity to accept and almost vomited. This is just two. Shen Qing's expression was equally bad. It was not because of the garbage, but because the city had resumed a semi-normal operation while rejecting these people, even regularly dumping garbage here to feed them. Everyone is human, and the people inside the city are no better. At the same time, she felt very helpless. After all, she couldn't change anything now. After witnessing this scene, the Shen family tacitly fell silent and quietly found a place away from the crowd to sit together. We can't enter City S for now. To avoid drawing attention to our abnormality, we will change our meal schedule to once every 2 days. After all, among a group of people who are nothing but skin and bones, they stand out too much. The others also expressed their understanding. Thus, they spent their nights moving on the surface and returned to the underground to live, sneaking a piece of compressed biscuit every 2 days. They continued this way until they figured out a plan. After an unknown number of days, they finally had a chance to enter the city. That night, the Shen family sat in a secluded spot, observing the situation at the entrance. Suddenly, they heard a commotion in the distance. At first, the noise was filled with excitement. Soon, the cheers turned into screams. Large groups of people scattered in all directions, followed by the sound of gunfire. The gunfire did not stop as it usually did, and Shen Qing realized something was wrong. Go, let's see. They ran towards the source of the noise and witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Hundreds of cat-like rats chased the crowd. Some of the rats had already pinned down helpless individuals and were biting them. My God, how can there be so many mutated beasts? Shen Qing exclaimed in shock. Shen Jian and Zhao, she nervously swallowed. Sister, what should we do now? Should we run or run? Shen Jian asked softly. Shen Qing stared in the direction the mouse went and said, this is a good opportunity. We can rush into S City when the chaos starts. But we have to be careful not to be taken down by those mutated beasts. They come in packs, and once they knock someone down, 3 or 5 of them will start tearing at you simultaneously. In less than 2 minutes, they can take a life. Then they'll start devouring the corpse. After hearing Shen Qing's words, several people took out their weapons. In a bit, Mom, Dad, Jian, and Zhao Shi, you two will form pairs. If we get scattered by the horde of mice, let's meet at the entrance behind the wall of S City. What about you? Zhao Shi asked worriedly. Why don't I go alone? Although my flames aren't very strong yet, I should be able to protect myself. No, let me act alone. I'm a man, and I should protect you all. Let me go. I'm the head of the family. Shen Qing glared at them and whispered, it's a special time. Stop arguing. Don't worry. I can protect myself. See you in a bit. After saying that, Shen Qing tightened her grip on the gun and quickly rushed forward. Seeing that Shen Qing was determined, the others exchanged glances, nodded, and followed closely behind her. When they reached a point not far from the entrance, Shen Qing realized that this group of mutated rats also aimed to enter City S. Although they had just bitten several people, they did not chase after those fleeing underground. The city guard were also terrified by the scene before them. They kept shooting with their guns, but these mutated rats were very clever and dodged quickly. Shen Qing dodged the incoming bullets while shooting down the approaching mutated beasts with her gun, storing them in her space. She led the way, clearing a path for the others, and soon reached the city gate at the entrance. The man who used to sit there to register had long been bitten to death by the mutated beasts, leaving behind only a skeleton entangled with strands of flesh. The mutated rats were gnawing at the city gate, but the gate was made of special materials, and even though they had sharp teeth, they couldn't damage it at all. The people on the city tower breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the rats couldn't get in. Increase firepower. Kill all these filthy rats in the gutter, someone ordered. Shen Qing heard someone asking at the city gate, but there were still many people below. They lived in the gutter. What was the difference between them and this group of rats? Just shoot. If they get killed, it's their own bad luck. Yes. Just before the firepower intensified, Shen Jie and his group finally managed to hide outside the city gate, escaping the overwhelming bullets. But those who didn't make it underground weren't as fortunate. Increase the firepower. Why are these dead rats so hard to deal with? The previous firepower only eliminated a few dozen rats, and there were still half of them gnawing at the city gate. Just as Shen Qing was thinking about how to break open the city gate, these rats suddenly rushed out. It was as if they had suddenly figured something out, stacking against the city wall, one on top of another. Damn! Shen Qing gasped in surprise beside him. They evolved too quickly, and came up with a solution so fast. The people on the city wall panicked as well. I'm out of bullets. What do we do? If there are no bullets, use knives. If these rats climb up, you and I will die here today. The swarm of rats was busy climbing over the city wall, showing no interest in the Shen family nearby. That is fine. Shen Qing looked up. Judging by the agile movements of these mutated mice, the people on the city wall had no chance of winning. If these mice really climbed up, she could take the opportunity to enter the city. That would be beneficial for her. While waiting, Shen Qing noticed that not far outside the protective wall stood another person. From the silhouette and profile, it looked like the man from last night. Shen Qing's interest in him inevitably increased a bit. After a while, screams began to echo from the city wall. One after another, Shen Qing poked her head out to take a look. This group of mice really managed to get across using a ladder. After a while, it became quiet. Shen Qing guessed that the people upstairs had all died, and these rats had also burrowed a hole in the city wall and crawled through. The surroundings fell silent. If it weren't for the corpses strewn across the ground, it would really seem like nothing had happened. Let's go. Shen Qing found a piece of rope with a hook from the space and threw hard, hooking it onto the wall on the other side. You guys go ahead, I'll hold them off. To avoid wasting time, Shen's group no longer argued about the order. When they crawled over and Shen Qing was about to climb, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder. Can I borrow the favorable winds too? A man's magnetic voice sounded. Into the city. Shen Qing turned around, and indeed it was the man from that night. The ground wasn't as dark as the underground, and she quickly remembered where she had seen this man before. In her past life, he had saved her entire family. To be precise, he had saved many people. During that time, the outbreak of zombies in City S was severe, and an infectious disease had also erupted in the base. The medication distributed by each base was limited, and her family was naturally not on the list for assistance. Just when she thought they were doomed, the divine Dr. Feng Xiao developed a new serum. The new serum not only had better effects, but also required fewer raw materials. With the same raw materials, the production capacity of the new serum was 100 times that of the original. Thanks to Feng Xiao's research, the 4 members of the Shen family were able to receive the new serum and successfully survived. At that time, she had caught a glimpse of Feng Xiao's profile from a distance at the base, and now the profile in front of her completely matched her memories. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Feng Xiao hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I won't borrow it for free. Once we get to the city, I will pay you for it." Shen Qing finally came to his senses. "No need. Feng Xiao was a bit anxious. I really can pay you." Shen Qing smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. I'll hold them off." Feng Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then understood her meaning. Time was of the essence, so he didn't think too much and quickly crawled over. Shen Qing followed closely behind and also went over. The group successfully entered S City. "Thank you. In the future, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely repay the kindness of your help today." Shen Qing nodded. "My name is Shen Qing." "What? Aren't you going to repay the favor?" "My name is Shen Qing. Remember my name to repay the favor." Feng Xiao chuckled softly. "Names might be the same, but faces are not. Don't worry. I've already remembered your appearance. Then we shall meet again," Shen Qing said. Watching Feng Xiao leave, Shen Qing finally withdrew her gaze. "Sister, why are you so easy to talk to today? You let him come along with us so easily?" Shen Jian smiled. "Could it be that you took a liking to his looks?" Shen Qing tapped his head and rolled her eyes, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? He is a very capable person. Even if I don't let him use our rope to come over, he would find other ways." Shen Jian looked puzzled in the direction where the man had disappeared and asked, "How do you know?" Shen Qing didn't answer. "All right, let's ask fewer questions and find a safe place to eat. After we've had our fill, it's time to hit the road." They had truly gone hungry for several meals these past few days in order to fit in. It was evident that their cheeks had thinned out. Upon hearing about food, the eyes of a few of them lit up. Shen Qing and her group followed the road to S-City and found an abandoned nursing home to hide in. Sister, I want to eat meat. I haven't had any oily or fishy food in days, and I feel awful. Tao Ying and Shun Jie were also starving. They were older, and missing a few meals had noticeably weakened their bodies. To help them recover quickly, Shen Qing took out 2 large boxes of meat from her storage. She added it to the hot pot, and they enjoyed a delicious hot pot meal. After they were full and satisfied, Shen Qing took the mouse corpse out of her storage. She sharpened her knife and skillfully extracted the crystal from the mouse meat. Perhaps having gotten used to such scenes on the journey, the Shun family watched this without any visible emotion. Shen Qing wiped the crystal and divided it in half to give to Zhao Shi. Eat it. It's good for enhancing your abilities. Zhao Shi felt a bit embarrassed. For me? Isn't that a bit of a waste? Why would you think that? Shen Qing asked in confusion. Zhao Shi lowered her gaze, a ball of fire forming in her palm, and said, My ability is almost useless. It doesn't help at all in combat. If you give it to me, it would just be a waste. Your ability is so powerful, you should eat it instead. Shen Qing frowned and stuffed the crystal into her hand. All supernatural powers initially don't have that much energy, which is why people compete for crystals. As long as there are enough crystals, even a small flame can become a raging fire. Really? A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhao Shi's eyes. Seeing Shen Qing nod, she swallowed the crystal in her hand. The taste was unpleasant, but she was already much more accustomed to it the second time. At that moment, Shen Qing also swallowed the other half of the crystal. Even if it didn't trigger a new supernatural power, it would still be a good thing if it could upgrade the current space. How is it? Shun Jian squatted in front of the two, leaving behind envious drool. Why can everyone else awaken their abilities while he cannot? Zhao Shi felt the temperature around her rise a bit more. She tried to gather fire in her palm again, and this time the flame that emerged was already the size of a fist. She was truly making progress. She exclaimed in surprise. It seems she also needs to work hard to hunt mutant beasts and strive for greater energy as soon as possible. On the other hand, Shen Qing shook her head. She had just checked the space and found no new developments. After the group rested, they prepared to head towards S-City. Be careful. Try to walk in places where there are no people. We can't use vehicles for now. Everything should be low profile. She remembered that S-City was in a stable period before the zombie outbreak. This stability was only relative. There were still criminals within the city, but the instances of wanton slaughter were much less compared to outside the city. Half of the industries in the city had returned to normal operation. For example, there was a supply of electricity and internet. In terms of daily life, there was filtered water and nutritional paste made from compressed edible materials for sale. As long as one had enough money, they could buy it. If one had no money, they had to provide free labor, working from sunset to sunrise. Shen Qing remembered that in her previous life, every household and individual was recorded in the system, and identity cards were also issued. However, she had worked diligently in her previous life, so she was unaware of the consequences of not having a card. A few people followed the main road and soon arrived in the city. The city looked no different from before. As dawn approached, more people began to appear on the streets. These individuals had vacant eyes, looking as if their souls had been drained. This is no different from zombies, Shun Jian sighed. Shen Qing said blandly, if you work from evening to morning for such a long time, you would also become like this, with resentment heavier than a ghost. All right, stop looking around aimlessly. Try to keep your head down or imitate their behavior, so you won't be noticed by the inspectors. The few of them blended into the crowd, walking while searching for a suitable place to stay. The once precious land of City S is now filled with more houses than people. It's not difficult to find an unoccupied house, but the challenge lies in not being discovered. Shen Qing lowered her head, walking while taking a look around. Mom, is the key to our old house still with us? Tao Ying nodded, saying that the buyer mentioned wanting to change the locks. So she thought of keeping the key as a memento. Let's go back to the old residence. Then let's first check out our old neighborhood, Shun Jian suggested. Tao Ying was a bit worried. After all, the house had already been sold, and it was very likely that the buyer had changed the locks. If they had already moved in, they wouldn't have anywhere to go during the day. Don't worry, I remember that the day Jian and I went back to the village. There was a tenant downstairs who had just moved out. Even if someone is living in our house, we can still try our luck at that place. With her reminder, Shen Qing also recalled this. Tao Ying felt a bit more at ease. The group quietly pulled away from the crowd and headed towards the neighborhood where they used to live. By the time they arrived at the neighborhood, the sun in the distance was gradually rising. The security guard at the gate was long gone, and the neighborhood was lifeless, lacking the vitality of the past. Tao Ying felt a pang of nostalgia. At this time before, she would already be downstairs dancing and practicing Tai Chi with the other neighbors. The few of them hurried to their former residence. Tao Ying took out the key and carefully inserted it into the keyhole. With a gentle turn, the lock clicked open. Tao Ying exclaimed in surprise, "It really hasn't been changed. But this house has already been sold. Is it really okay for us to come back?" Shen Qing pushed open the door. The room was decorated exactly the same as before, with a thick layer of dust on the table, indicating that no one had lived here since the house was sold. If the buyer comes back, we can pay the rent and move out. Shen Qing had been in the apocalypse for too long and was not as sensitive to the ownership of the house as they were. Tao Ying cleaned the dust off the house, and it quickly became much brighter. Zhao Shi and I will share a room, and everything else remains the same. Shen Qing was settling in while taking out daily necessities from the space. Shen Jie checked the house and found that there was no major damage from the heavy rain. Only the balcony's wooden planks were damaged, and the drainage pipes were blocked by silt due to backflow. At least it was still livable. The power in S City has been restored, and the air conditioning is functioning normally. Setting the temperature to 16 degrees instantly made the room much cooler. Everyone should rest well for now, and when we wake up, I'll think about how to get the pass. They slept until sunset. Knock, knock, knock. A few people were munching on bread in the living room when they heard a knock at the door. The room fell into a sudden silence. Shen Jin lowered his voice and said, "How could someone be knocking on the door? Could it be that the house's buyer has returned?" Shen Qing furrowed her brows. Impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? The knocking outside continued. What to do? Should we open it? Shen Jin said nervously. Shen Qing shook her head and said, "You guys stay still. Let me see who is outside." She took off her shoes and tiptoed to the door. Peering through the peephole, she was stunned. Feng Xiao, how did he find this place? Seeing the pale figure outside, she quickly opened the door. How did you find this place? Before she could finish her question, Feng Xiao's legs went weak and he collapsed. If it weren't for Shen Qing's recent workouts, she wouldn't have been able to support him. She hurriedly dragged Feng Xiao into the house and closed the door tightly. Seeing this, the Shen family members immediately gathered around. "Isn't this the handsome guy who came to the city with us? Why is he fainting?" Shen Qing looked at his condition and said, "He just has heat stroke. Come on, lend a hand and move him to the sofa." Shen Jian helped to carry Feng Xiao to the sofa. Shen Qing adjusted the fan to a low setting and moved it closer to him. Then, she found some medicine to help with the heat from her space and made him take it, also replenishing his fluids. After a while, Feng Xiao's complexion improved significantly. After resting for a while longer, he slowly opened his eyes. "You helped me once again." Feng Xiao pressed his moist lips together and said, "It seems I will never be able to repay this favor." Shen Qing handed over a bowl of noodles, asking, "Do you want to eat something?" Feng Xiao was taken aback and asked, "Is this for me?" Shen Qing nodded. If it were someone else, she definitely wouldn't reveal that she had food. But the person in front of her was a benefactor to the Shen family, and his kindness couldn't be repaid with just a bowl of noodles. Feng Xiao hesitated a bit, saying, "You guys keep it. I don't want to owe you more favors." Shen Qing didn't persuade him and took back the bowl. "So, why are you at her doorstep? This can't be a coincidence, right?" Shen Qing asked curiously. Feng Xiao nodded seriously. "To be honest, I've actually been quietly following you since you entered S City, and I've memorized your address." Afraid that the Shen family might misunderstand, he quickly explained, "But don't worry, I have no bad intentions. I told you that as long as you help me, I will repay you." He took out 5 cards from his pocket that looked like ID badges. Shen Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. She was just thinking about how to solve the problem of the pass, and the pass was delivered to her doorstep. The pass. Feng Xiao was surprised. "How did you know this is a pass? Didn't you just arrive in City S last night?" Shen Qing quickly explained, "The internet in S City has been restored, and I only found out when I was online that this thing is needed to work and live in S City. However, passes will not be issued to outsiders. How'd you get these? Fang Xiao smiled mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that. These 5 passes are my way of returning a favor to you. With them, you can walk around S City normally at night and use them to look for jobs. Thank you very much. Shen Qing felt truly grateful. After all, she still couldn't access the organization, and getting a pass was harder than ascending to the sky. His favor came at just the right time. Fang Xiao smiled helplessly. But what she didn't expect was that, just as she repaid an old favor, she had already incurred a new one. Shen Qing smiled lightly and handed the bowl of noodles back to him. Since you're so generous, you might as well eat this bowl of noodles. Fang Xiao had been busy all day and was quite hungry. He had already suppressed his appetite and refused once. When the bowl was brought close to his nose again, his defenses crumbled because the noodles smelled too good. Then I won't be polite. He took the noodles and began to wolf them down. Before long, there was a knock at the door again. Do you have a companion? Shen Qing looked at Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao, who was focused on eating, shook his head and said, I've always been alone. Shen Qing immediately became alert. Shh, don't make a sound yet. Shen Jian muttered softly, what day is it today? Why is everyone coming to knock on our door? Lao Tao? Shen Qing looked at Tao Ying and whispered, Mom, it seems like someone is looking for you. Tao Ying furrowed her brows, that voice. Old Tao, are you back? I heard some noise from your house. Mom, is she an acquaintance? Shen Jian asked softly. Tao Ying nodded. It's Aunt Zhang from downstairs. We used to walk and dance together every day. The person outside seemed to be getting anxious. Old Tao, don't hide inside and say nothing. I can already smell something delicious from your house. If you don't open the door soon, I'm going to shout. What should we do? Should we let her in? Tao Ying couldn't make a decision right away and could only look at Shen Qing for help. Shen Qing shook her head. No, if the people around us find out that we have food here, we will become the target of everyone's attention, and the danger will greatly increase. The person outside the door didn't get a response and increased his force a bit more. Lao Tao, after so many years of friendship, you can't treat me like this. Open the door and let's have a good chat. Shen Jian furrowed his brow and said, it's never ending. I'll go chase her away. Just as he was about to get up, another tall figure stood up before him. I owe you a favor. Let me handle this. Fang Xiao let a few people hide in the bedroom and opened the door. Who are you? Zhang Fang did not expect a stranger to answer the door. You don't know me, so why are you knocking on my door? Looking for trouble? Fang Zhao's voice was laced with impatience. His height overshadowed Zhang Fang, and his cold demeanor made the atmosphere feel suffocating. Is this your house? It can't be. This is clearly... Zhang Fang muttered softly, peeking her head inside. The living room was empty, without any familiar faces, and the faint smell of food lingered in the air. Fang Xiao blocked her view with dissatisfaction. Have you seen enough? This house is mine now, and there is no one here you're looking for. Zhang Fang glanced at him and changed the subject. Young man, do you have any food left at home? Can you lend me some? No, Fang Xiao replied coldly. I'm not asking for it for free. It's just that my grandson has a big appetite, and we've already eaten this week's relief food. I'll return it to you when next week's relief food comes in. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. She insisted earnestly. No. With that, Fang Xiao slammed the door shut. Instantly, there was a sound of banging on the door from outside. We're neighbors. How can you be so unkind? I'm not asking for it for free. Just consider it a helping hand. Open the door. Open the door. Fang Xiao lost his patience. With a dark face, he pulled open the door and aimed a gun at Zhang Fang's head. The sudden action startled Zhang Fang, making her cry out, Get lost. If you bother me again, I'll make sure your whole family reunites underground. He threatened. Zhang Fang was so frightened that her legs went weak and she stumbled down the stairs. Once the matter was settled, the Shen family finally came out from the bedroom. Fang Xiao noticed Shen Qing staring at the gun in his hand and immediately put it away. Since I've repaid my favor, I'll take my leave now. Seeing him about to leave, Shen Qing immediately stood up. Wait a minute, can I have your contact information? Fang Zhao's medical skills were exceptionally good, and perhaps she would need his help in the future, since they had already crossed paths so early in this life. She naturally didn't want to miss this good opportunity. Fang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then left a string of numbers. This is my number. You can contact me when there's a signal at least. Shen Qing wrote down her number on a piece of paper and slipped it into his hand. saying that if he needed any help, he should feel free to contact her. Feng Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you, but I don't want to owe anyone any favors." After saying that, he opened the door and disappeared at the end of the staircase. Shen Qing leaned against the door frame, his expression very animated. "Sister, what's going on? Love at first sight?" Shen Qing gave him a glance. "Put away your love-struck brain." She distributed the passes given by Feng Xiao to everyone. Only with a pass can one look for a job in S-City. Although there is no salary, it can at least guarantee basic needs. Of course, we still have plenty of supplies for now, so we don't need to take the risk of going out. However, the patrollers will occasionally check for vagrants, so we need to keep these passes safe. S-City is relatively much safer inside. There is water, electricity, and internet. Thus, we safely got through 3 months. As November arrived, the high temperatures finally dropped. The highest temperature during the day fell to 35 degrees, and at night, one could even feel a hint of coolness. Through the window, Shen Qing noticed more people on the streets outside. Aside from everyone being pale and thin, it seemed not much different from before the apocalypse. During these 3 months, the organization developed a type of nutritional supplement for humans. It converts all the essential elements needed by the human body into a paste, allowing people to maintain their energy for a day with just a supplement the length of a fingertip without needing to eat. This nutritional supplement is also currently the cheapest survival resource on the market. It looks like it might rain. At some point, Zhao had already stood beside Shen Qing. Shen Qing looked at the dark clouds in the distance, her brows tightly furrowed. The continuous high temperatures over the past few months had resulted in no rain at all, and the reservoirs had already dried up. It was likely that the city was now relying on the drinking water stored underground. If it didn't rain soon, there might not be enough backup water. She took a deep breath, wondering if the world would improve once this rain finally fell. Shen Qing did not speak. Only she knew that the rain brought not hope, but greater despair and pain. Because what was about to fall from the sky was not normal rainwater, but acid rain. The continuously falling acid rain would corrode the buildings of this city to nothing. The plants that had a chance to be reborn would also be completely deprived of their living land. The drinkable groundwater was rapidly diminishing, and based on the current situation, perhaps half of the population would perish. At that moment, Tao Ying and Shun Jie also returned home from work. The two of them couldn't stay idle at home, and, to avoid arousing the suspicion of patrollers, specifically found jobs near their home. Jobs are not lacking now, and the two managed to secure a position using the skills they had from their youth in plumbing and electrical work. It seemed that S-City was about to have major developments again. Shun Jie took off his warm thermal vest and said, "Today, the organization came to our unit looking for manpower, saying there's a major project that urgently needs workers. The unit is in urgent need of hiring, and the threshold is about to be trampled down." Shen Qing calculated the time and realized it was indeed time to build a safe base. In her previous life, she hadn't thought much about it, but now it seemed that the organization must have known about the acid rain long ago and had already started making preparations. The interview was conducted separately. The weather had turned cold. Tao Ying specially cooked a pot of hot soup to warm everyone up. A few of them were sitting in the living room, just about to eat when a loud thunder rumbled outside. Soon, raindrops began to fall. Finally, it was raining. Zhao excitedly got up and opened the window. Just as she was about to reach out to feel the raindrops, Shen Qing stopped her, reminding her, "Take a good look downstairs." Confused, Zhao followed her gaze and was shocked. There were people downstairs who were as excited as she was, but after getting caught in the rain, their expressions changed drastically as they hurried to shelter under the building. "What is going on? Look at the color of the rain," Shen Qing reminded her. Only then did Zhao notice that something was off about the rain. The puddles on the ground had a slight red hue, and an indescribable strange smell lingered in the air. Zhao expression changed, and she quickly closed the window tightly. This rain has a problem?" Shen Qing nodded. "It's acid rain." Zhao was taken aback, a hint of fear showing on her face. She had thought she was looking forward to a timely rain, but the result? She felt a lump in her throat. She looked out the window, wondering if she could really survive in such a world. After arriving in S-City, she had tried every way possible, but still couldn't find any trace of her two sisters. If she was the only one left in the family, what meaning would her life have? Buzz, Several phones vibrated simultaneously. The screens displayed red alerts. Acid rain. Weather has occurred in certain areas of the city. Citizens must carry rain gear when going out. No way. The weather is like this and we still have to go to work? Shen Qing said, dissatisfied. Shen Qing, however, had no objections to the notification. To keep S City functioning normally, most jobs must have someone present at all times. If people stayed home because of the acid rain, the order in S City would quickly collapse again. Mom and Dad, we have enough food at home. Let's not take the risk of going out, Shen Qing advised. Shen Jie shook his head and said, no, it's not just your mom and I who need to work. Starting tomorrow, you three also need to go out and find a job. Huh? Shen Qing understood Shen Jie's meaning. Most of the current buildings cannot withstand the corrosion of acid rain. With each round of acid rain, the existing houses will soon become uninhabitable, and the capacity of the safe houses built by the organization is limited. Can you guess who will be allowed to live in them? The rich and powerful, Zhao said. Shen Qing smiled and said, after several natural disasters, there aren't many people like you mentioned left. The remaining spots in the safe house will definitely be reserved for valuable individuals. Shen Jie nodded and said, I heard that after the safe house is built, priority will be given to those who currently have jobs, and the remaining spots will be determined by a lottery. Tao Ying's expression was heavy as she replied, so you three should find a job as soon as possible. Our community can't withstand the disasters that are coming. Shen Qing and the other two nodded in agreement. Although she did not plan to go to the base, having an additional option was always good. The rain did not last long before it stopped. Shen Qing also began to look for job opportunities in City S. Currently, the units still operating in the city are all essential, and there are not many people needed for each position, making job opportunities extremely rare. Fortunately, Shen Qing studied civil engineering in college, and this is exactly the type of personnel that organizations need the most at this stage. She quickly secured an interview opportunity. The interview location was in the city center, and currently, the metro and buses only operate twice a day. Since it was not during the operating hours, she could only walk there. After nearly 40 minutes of walking, she finally arrived at the recruitment venue. Upon her arrival, she was startled by the long queue of applicants. There were nearly 100 meters of people lined up. In such cold weather, they were only wrapped in a few tattered autumn clothes. After all, cotton coats are now an important resource for winter, and wearing one would likely lead to it being snatched away. Shen Qing did not wear a cotton coat today. Instead, she added a self-heating thermal underwear under her thin autumn outfit. She also specially attached a circle of heat packs around the thermal underwear. Although it looked thin, it was actually very warm. She stood at the end of the line, curled up to avoid drawing attention. The line moved slowly. As I got closer, it became clear that the reason for the slow movement was not due to the interviewer's incompetence, but because those who were not selected were clinging on, unwilling to leave. Boss, just accept me. I've worked on construction sites for over 20 years. I can definitely be useful. The man in front looked like he was already in his 60s, with gray hair at his temples. The woman conducting the interview had a cold expression, as if she had grown accustomed to similar pleas. We only hire people under 60. You exceed the limit, she said coldly. The old man sat on the ground, refusing to leave. I'm only 61 this year, just 1 year over. Please, boss, make an exception. I have 2 grandchildren at home, and the meager nutritional supplements from the organization are simply not enough. I can't just watch my little grandson starve. Boss, just set a precedent. The woman remained unmoved. If everyone relies on pity to get through, what do we need me for? Seeing this, the old man switched from pleading to cursing. You heartless watchdogs. Just because you have a bit of power, you start looking down on people. You will all go to hell after you die. The woman scoffed. If the world is like this, how much worse can hell be? Maybe hell is already overcrowded. The old man trembled with anger, and without knowing where he got it from, he pulled out a small knife and swung it directly at the woman. Shen Qing was still unsure whether to lend a hand when he saw the woman lift her foot and kick the knife out of his hand. Then she twisted his hands and threw him to the ground. Shen Qing couldn't help but applaud her in her heart. So impressive. To be able to perform such fluid movements while wearing high heels is quite extraordinary. The troublemakers were quickly subdued and taken away, and finally, it was Shen Qing's turn. Name, age, home address. Shen Qing obediently reported the information she needed. The woman tousled her short hair and said, This position is very tiring. Are you sure you can handle it with your stamina? No problem. Shen Qing's strong voice attracted the woman to lift her head. The moment she saw Shen Qing, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Do you have stored supplies at home? Although she didn't understand the relevance of this question to the interview, Shen Qing shook his head without thinking. The woman smiled. Come with me. I have other questions I want to ask you. She got up and walked toward the small room behind her. Shen Qing was taken aback, wondering what this was about. Why was everyone else interviewing outside, while she had to enter the small black room? Hesitant and filled with questions, she still followed the woman into the small room. The room was very bright, just a normal office. Have a seat, the woman said, pouring a glass of water and placing it in front of her. Shen Qing was astonished. It is important to know that things are not like they used to be. A glass of water now means something different. It's like the feeling of receiving a large gold bracelet during an interview in the past. Shen Qing was somewhat taken aback and even more puzzled as to why she was being given special treatment. Hello, Shen Qing. I am Xiaomi. The woman introduced herself slowly. And I am one of the interviewers today. Shen Qing nodded gently, not understanding why she suddenly introduced herself. The reason for the private interview was that I had some questions that were inconvenient to discuss outside, so don't be nervous. Xiaomi smiled slightly. You can ask me anything you want to know, and I will answer truthfully to the best of my ability, Shen Qing said. Do you have any special abilities? Xiaomi asked straightforwardly. Shen Qing was startled by her directness. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Shen Qing pretended not to understand her meaning. According to the organization, the first batch of superpowered individuals has emerged in the world, and you are probably one of them. Although Xiaomi looked at her with a smile, it made her feel icy all over. It turns out that the organization had already detected the existence of superpowered individuals long before the zombie outbreak. I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to find a simple job, Shen Qing denied. Xiaomi stared straight into her eyes. You're lying? Shen Qing stood up, wanting to leave. There was no need to let others see her abilities for a job. After all, it was still unclear whether the other party was friend or foe. Just as she grasped the doorknob, Xiaomi pressed her hand down. Did I hit the mark? Shen Qing raised her head and said unhappily, I don't want this job anymore. Do you really want to keep me under house arrest for something unfounded? Xiaomi chuckled lightly and replied, don't overthink it. We will protect those ability users who are willing to cooperate, and we won't harm those who are unwilling to cooperate either. Shen Qing furrowed her brows and said angrily, I've already said that I'm not any kind of ability user. You've got the wrong person. Xiaomi looked at her with great interest and slowly said, I know you're lying. Shen Qing released the doorknob and looked at her without saying a word. To be honest, I'm also an ability user. What does that have to do with me? Xiaomi pointed to the stool, indicating for Shen Qing to sit down and continue. Shen Qing sighed. Since she couldn't leave, she could only wait to see what she planned to say. Seeing her comply, Xiaomi raised the corners of her mouth and sat back down. I awakened my ability last week, and my power is to identify lies. Xiaomi confidently said, the first thing you said, that there are no supplies at home, is a lie. The statement that you're not an ability user is also a lie. So, what is your ability? Shen Qing remained silent. In her previous life, she had little understanding of supernatural beings, so she didn't know there was such an ability to detect lies. Your supernatural power is quite suitable for interrogation, Shen Qing said. Xiaomi was amused by her words. Someone had said the same thing before. However, interrogation requires the other party to be willing to speak. Besides, I work for the organization, and I only coerce enemies, not harm ordinary people. Shen Qing sighed. And then what? So what if I'm an ability user? Xiaomi smiled and said, I want to invite you to join our 01 team. We currently have 5 ability users in our team. We're a secret organization established by the organization, and the benefits are great. No, thank you. Shen Qing refused without thinking. In her previous life, she had no abilities and had never joined any organization. In this life, she also didn't plan to be a great person who protects ordinary people. She just wanted to take good care of her family. Xiaomi seemed a bit surprised by her response. You could wait until I finish talking about the benefits before refusing. Xiaomi said slowly, you probably don't know yet, but the construction project we're recruiting for is a safe base. A total of 5 such bases will be built in City S. If you are willing to join our team, you will receive an invitation to live in a safe house. The organization also allows ability users to bring their families to live there. There will be many unexpected disasters in this world in the future. And with the organization as protection, the chances of survival will be greater. A person's strength is always limited. No matter how powerful an ability is, it can't ensure that one's family will be completely safe. Shen Qing frowned slightly. For her, her parents and younger brother were her Achilles heel. They had not yet awakened their abilities, and she herself had no combat skills. The organization would provide special care for the family members of ability users. Shen Qing paused and asked, what if it's a case of being separated from family? The organization will do its utmost to help the ability users find their relatives. Shen Qing nodded and said lightly, I understand. I will consider it. Xiaomi smiled. I will wait for your answer. By the way, even if you're not willing to join our team, I will still give you this job. Your resume is very impressive. Shen Qing looked at her gratefully. On the way home, she kept thinking about this matter. Both the organization and the team were very unfamiliar to her, and she didn't dare to trust them easily. But what Xiaomi said wasn't entirely unreasonable. Thus, she was conflicted all the way home. Before she reached her floor, she heard the sounds of pushing and arguing from upstairs. A wave of unease washed over her, and she hurried up the stairs to see the door wide open. Don't search anymore. We really have nothing at home. Tao Ying was clutching her chest, lying on the ground. Everyone searched carefully. They must have food in their house. I've been smelling something delicious lately. 7 or 8 people were crammed into the small room. Some were neighbors Shen Qing recognized, while others were strangers to her. They acted like bandits, overturning furniture and rummaging through all the drawers. What are you doing in my house? Shen Qing scolded. Finally, you're back, Tao Ying said, seeing her, and the tears she had been holding back fell at once. At this moment, Shen Qing finally saw Shen Jie lying on the side, covered in footprints. With an injured leg, Shen Qing's heart ignited with anger. She took a deep breath and locked the door. The fat woman upstairs sneered, little girl, you might as well hand over the food in your house. We are all neighbors, and as long as you're willing to share with us, we won't make things difficult for your family. Isn't that right, everyone? Exactly. We are neighbors, yet your family is hoarding food. It's your lack of generosity that has caused this, so you can't blame us for being harsh. As long as you hand over the food, we will also include your family in any future good fortune. Shen Qing clenched her fists. All right, you all follow me. It's better to seek help from him than for this little sister to be so sensible. If you 2 old fools had cooperated like her, you wouldn't have to suffer this physical pain. Hee, hand over all your supplies. We can still be good neighbors in the future. They were immersed in joy, completely unaware of Shen Qing's cold expression. Shen Qing brought this group of people to her room. We just came to this place, and there's nothing here. Could it be that we missed something? Little girl, you'd better not pull any tricks. If you dare to deceive us, we will make you understand what the harshness of society is today. Shen Qing let out a cold laugh. She wanted this group of people to understand what the harsh realities of society meant. Seeing everyone had entered the house, she turned around and locked the door. What do you mean by this? A woman upstairs noticed something was off with her. Are you really thinking of fighting us? Ha, what did I just hear? Just because she's a little girl? She thinks she can take on all of us? A lewd-looking man mocked. Little sister, you wouldn't want to play a game with us, would you? Big brother here would be more than happy to join you. Shen Qing glanced at them. Did any of you lay a hand on my family? I can consider sparing the life of anyone who didn't. She said coldly. The room erupted in laughter. Spare us a life? How arrogant. We all laid hands on them. So what? Do you want to fight one-on-one? No one in the group took Shen Qing's words seriously. Since none of you are innocent, I want to hold back. Soon, the room was filled with sharp cries and pleas for mercy. I didn't lay a hand. They were the ones who hit them. It has nothing to do with me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Shen Qing had a blank expression. She had already given them a chance once, and now she would not show any mercy. Seeing people fall one after another, she immediately grabbed a baseball bat. You injured my father's leg, so I will make you pay with 3. She swung the bat expressionlessly, indifferent to their cries. She intended to make sure these people would not return. She wanted to deter others lurking in the shadows from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. A few minutes later, the room was drenched in blood. Even if the bodies were taken away, the bloodstains on the walls could not be removed. This room was no longer fit for anyone to stay in. She had also decided to accept Xiaomi's invitation. After dealing with these troublemakers, she returned to the living room. Tao Ying and Shen Jie understood without needing to mention what had happened inside. Everyone tacitly avoided bringing up those people again. Dad, how are you feeling now? Can you still stand up? Shen Jie tried it but shook his head helplessly. That group of people came on strong, and before they could even take out their guns, they were knocked to the ground. Moreover, they were quite brutal, and it was estimated that their legs were broken. Shen Qing had a heavy expression on her face. She didn't lack medicine, but she completely understood nothing about medicine and really didn't dare to bandage randomly. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out that unfamiliar number and dialed it. She prayed in her heart, hoping the other party was in a place with signal. Beep, beep. Who is it? Fang Zhao's voice came from the other end of the line. Shen Qing let out a sigh of relief and added, "You came to my house last time and even gave me a pass." "Yeah, I remember. Is there something up?" The voice on the other end sounded a bit noisy. "My family is in some trouble. Do you have time now? Could you help me?" Shen Qing spoke with some difficulty. There was a moment of silence on the other end. "If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I'll find a way to take my dad to the hospital. Give me an hour to talk about the specifics, and I'll prepare the medication." Shen Qing was slightly surprised and quickly said, "A fracture? I have medicine here. I just need your medical skills." "Okay, see you later." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Fang Xiao felt much more at ease knowing Shen Qing had agreed to come. She took out the first aid kit and began to treat Tao Ying's external injuries. "What time is it? And you still have the mood to answer calls?" A man in a white coat, with a gun in his hand that didn't quite match his outfit. Fang Xiao put down her phone and said casually, "Isn't the mission not started yet? What's going on? What call is so important? Girlfriend?" The man shot her a glance without saying anything. "What's the matter? Is this iron tree about to blossom?" He teased. Just then, a command came through the earpiece. "Action." The man immediately put on a serious face, keeping a close watch on the building ahead. Fang Xiao and he were the first wave of attackers, being more cautious than the other teams. They pressed against the wall and quickly moved to the front door. They exchanged glances and suddenly kicked the door open, then quickly began to shoot at the enemy's position. "No one. Continue advancing." The two entered through the door and walked into the empty hall. "Be careful of traps," the earpiece reminded. They tightened their grip on their guns and quickly scanned the upper and lower floors. Report. No enemies detected. Members of other teams also followed in, and soon the entire building was searched. Fang Xiao touched the computer at the desk, which still had warmth. "Looks like we arrived a step late," Fang Xiao said. "Our mission was so secretive. How could they have had a chance to escape?" The man slammed the table in frustration. "Mission aborted. Return." A command came through the earpiece. Fang Xiao tucked her pistol back into her waistband and removed her gloves, saying, "You go back first. I have some personal matters to attend to." The man looked at her strangely. "Personal matters? You wouldn't really be in a relationship, would you?" Fang Zhao's face was serious. "Xie Yang, don't make jokes." All right, I won't say anything then. I'll head back to the base." Fang Xiao nodded and then checked her watch. There were still 40 minutes left, more than she had anticipated. She quickly exited, hopped on her motorcycle, and headed towards Shen Qing's neighborhood. Shen Jian and Zhao Shi returned home around the same time. Upon seeing the chaos and the smell of blood in the house, they knew that something was wrong today. After hearing about the events that took place, both of them were filled with anger. These despicable people, they only target the young when they're not home. It's simply shameless. Shen Jian cursed. Zhao Shi understood that these people had already been cleared out by Shen Qing and said, "The smell of blood in this house is too strong. It's clearly uninhabitable. I'll go out now to find a place to stay." Shen Qing shook his head and said, "No need. I've already arranged it." Just then, Fang Xiao arrived. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong scent of blood. Experience told him that at least 5 people had died here. "You arrived faster than I expected." Fang Xiao didn't respond, but walked over to check Shen Jie's injuries, making a decision. Fortunately, it's just a minor dislocation. While speaking, Fang Xiao had already placed his hand on Shen Jie's leg. He gently adjusted it, and before Shen Jie could even cry out, it was already fixed. "It's fine now." Just like that? Shen Qing was surprised. Fang Xiao stood up and said nonchalantly, "It was just a dislocation, and it's already healed." Shen Qing felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry to trouble you. Dr. Fong, for coming all this way. Fong Xiao chuckled lightly and replied, just call me by my name. I'm no longer working at the hospital, so you don't have to call me doctor. Shen Qing nodded, as if recalling something. Wait for me a moment. She quickly ran back to her room. After all, it wouldn't be right to let him leave empty-handed after making the effort to come. In the past, she would always give fruit baskets as gifts, but at this time, sending a fruit basket could easily raise suspicions. She pondered what she could give that would repay the favor without seeming strange. After thinking it over, she decided to give Fong Xiao something for self-defense. In this dangerous world, having a weapon for protection was always a good idea. She thought for a moment and found a powerful electric baton from her storage. She walked out of her room and handed the baton to Fong Xiao. Thank you for treating my father. I don't have anything else to give you in this situation, so please take this baton. It will come in handy at some point. Fong Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. I've been a doctor for so long, and this is the first time I've received such a special gift. He accepted the baton and tucked it into his inner pocket. Thanks. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just as he reached the door, he turned back to Shen Qing and said softly, the organization will have new movement soon, so find a job quickly. With that, he hastily walked out of the Shen residence. Sister, what are you smiling about? Seeing Shen Qing's lips curve upwards, Shen Jian teased her on purpose. Shen Qing immediately put down the corners of her mouth. You misunderstood? I'm not smiling. She closed the door and gathered a few people together. You all saw the situation today. This house is no longer livable. We have to abandon this place. The others nodded in agreement. Fortunately, sister, you came back in time today. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how those people would harm our parents. Shen Jian clenched his fists. It's all my fault for being useless. If I hadn't been unable to find a job, I wouldn't have come back so late. And those people wouldn't have had the chance. Shen Qing said, this matter is not your fault. We can only blame human nature. By the way, Sister Shen Qing, you mentioned that you have already found a place to go. Where is it? Zhao Shi asked curiously. Shen Qing said, I went for an interview today, and the other party found out that I am a supernatural ability user. Ah, the four of them exclaimed in unison. Sister, you won't be in danger, right? Will you be taken away for experiments? Shen Jian said nervously. Sister Shen Qing, did you use your abilities outside? How could this be discovered? Shen Qing said calmly. The other party is also an ability user and has the ability to detect lies. So even if I want to hide the fact that I am an ability user, I couldn't deceive her. Once she said this, the few people at home became even more worried about her situation. Don't be afraid. Although she is an ability user, she is part of the organization. The organization is already aware of the existence of ability users and is gathering them. This newly built safe house will prioritize accommodating ability users and their families. After thinking for a long time, I decided to accept the other party's invitation to join the ability user team they belong to. Shen Jian was a bit worried. Sister, is this person you mentioned reliable? They really won't hurt you, right? Shen Qing said, she is indeed recruiting for the organization, and so far, her words seem to be without suspicion. Moreover, what she said makes sense. The safe house will prioritize protecting the ability users and their families, which can also reduce my worries about my parents. After all, neither of us wants today's events to happen again. Tao Ying and Shun Jie had no objections. As long as the family is together, I can accept going anywhere, Shun Jie said. Shen Qing nodded and said to Zhao Shi, Zhao Shi, you should go too. You are an ability user, and the organization will do its best to help you fulfill your wish and find your lost family in City S. The power of the organization is stronger than that of individuals, and they will definitely be able to find your sister sooner. After hearing this, Zhao Shi began to waver. But my ability seems to be of no use. Do I really have the qualifications to go? Zhao Shi still felt a bit insecure. Shen Qing patted her shoulder and encouraged her. Your potential is limitless. You need to believe in yourself. Besides, this is probably the time when the organization is short on people. They won't turn you away. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Shi nodded. All right, Jian, you take good care of mom and dad here. I'll take Zhao Shi out for a bit. This matter needs to be settled as soon as possible. Acid rain will be falling soon. This building is very dangerous. Shen Qing brought Zhao Shi to the interview location. The sky had darkened, but the interview was still ongoing, indicating how rushed this project was. She walked up to Xiaomi and greeted her. Xiaomi smiled slightly, showing no surprise at her return. She handed the interview over to her assistant beside her and took the two of them back into the small room. Are you ready? Shen Qing nodded and said, I made up my mind. I am willing to join Team 01 and become one of you. Xiaomi smiled and nodded, asking, Are you willing to tell me about your superpower now? Teleportation of objects, Shen Qing calmly replied. It might be a bit hard to understand, so let me demonstrate. She glanced at the office desk, concentrated her thoughts, and stored it in her space. Almost simultaneously, she took the desk out of the space and placed it at the door. Xiaomi exclaimed in delight, That's amazing. I never expected there was such a powerful ability in the world. Shen Qing smiled faintly. Can I join you? Of course. You're very welcome. By the way, who is this beside you? Xiaomi's gaze shifted to the astonished Zhao Shi. This is my friend, and she is also an ability user. I would like to introduce her to you, so she can join Team 01 as well. Xiaomi was surprised and opened her mouth slightly. After all, there are very few ability users now, and she didn't expect to encounter two today, especially since they were companions. Of course, but I want to see her abilities first. Zhao Shi said nervously, My ability is to control fire. Like this. She gathered a ball of flame in her palm. Xiaomi's eyes lit up. That's amazing. Zhao Shi scratched her head shyly. This is all I can do for now. That's already very impressive. Our Team 01 is at a similar level to you now, and I believe we will get even stronger in the future. Then welcome both of you to join us. Xiaomi smiled and handed over the team application form. Enter the safe base. Shen Qing glanced at the form, confirmed there were no issues, and filled in the information and her name. Xiaomi looked at the information on the form, took out 5 golden passes, and said, Welcome to our team. This is your pass to enter the safe base. She wrote down an address by hand and handed it to Shen Qing. This is the address of the safe base. You can bring your family there to live starting tomorrow. Once you arrive, someone will greet you when they see the pass. After saying that, she took out 2 nameplates engraved with Team 01 and gave them to the 2 individuals. This is the symbol of our team. At the safe base, you will receive preferential treatment in any matter. Shen Qing curiously asked, Isn't the safe house project not started yet? What is this safe base? Xiaomi smiled and said, The organization has secretly built the first safe base a long time ago. The information you can access now is all that the organization allows to be spread. The part that is not allowed to be spread, of course, you don't know. Shen Qing nodded. It was indeed the case. All right, we will go by ourselves. Xiaomi reminded, Try to bring as little luggage as possible. The base has daily essentials. This way, you won't run into any accidents on the road. Shen Qing replied affirmatively. This was just right. She hadn't planned to bring any luggage anyway. When the two of them left, there was still a long line outside. Looking at these ordinary people, Shen Qing felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. Although the law of nature is survival of the fittest. The next day, Shen Qing set out with her family towards the safe base. Although there was internet, the navigation system hadn't been updated in a long time, making it impossible to locate a safe base that previously didn't exist. They could only follow the route written by Xiaomi. Sister, we're almost at the suburbs. Did we go the wrong way? Shen Jian looked at the increasing distance from the city, feeling a bit uncertain. It's precisely because we've reached the suburbs that it proves our route is correct. Shen Qing replied calmly. After all, quietly building a structure within the city was basically impossible. After walking for 2 hours, Shen Jie and Tao were feeling physically exhausted. The group could only take a short break. After resting, they walked for another hour and spotted a watchtower. A rough glance showed that there were about 10 people inside and outside the watchtower, all armed with guns. These individuals appeared more professional than those who guarded the city walls of S-City, and they exuded a heavier aura of menace. Stop. Who are you? A man said with a serious expression. During the questioning, the guns from the watchtower were already aimed at their heads. Shen Qing took out the golden pass. And we only came after obtaining the pass. Seeing the golden pass in her hand, the man's expression showed a hint of surprise. Everyone is required to have a pass. His tone softened considerably. After carefully checking that each person's pass had an anti-counterfeiting serial number, the man waved his hand towards the watchtower and finally allowed us to pass. The base needs to continue for another 2 kilometers. A few people walked slowly. Shen Jian let out a wail. 2 kilometers. How is it still so far? After a while, his cries grew even louder, because the further he went in, the more watchtowers there were, and the weapons became more terrifying. My God! This defense probably wouldn't let even an unlicensed fly in. Zhao Shi teased from his side. Did you forget? Flies are already extinct. Shen Qing was very satisfied with the defense layout. The more stringent it was, the more secure she felt, allowing her family to stay here without worry. Finally, after passing the last inspection, they saw the full view of the safe base. Though called a safe house, it resembled a small safe city. The exterior was a huge shell. Upon entering, they discovered that the ceiling was made of special glass, allowing them to see the weather outside and enjoy both day and night within the safe house. There were also streets and shops inside, but there were hardly any people on the streets. In the distance, there were several rows of buildings, each estimated to be around 20 stories tall. Hello, you must be Shen Qing? Just as Shen Qing was still immersed in surprise, a pleasant male voice sounded beside her. She came to her senses and saw a young man standing in front of her. His handsome appearance gave her the illusion that she had seen him somewhere before. Wow, you. Aren't you that person from the TV? Shen Jian exclaimed excitedly. What was your name again? Zhao Shi starry-eyed said, Zhuo Xing. Zhuo Xing smiled brightly. Hello, everyone. Oh, so you're the Zhuo Xing who became a top star right after debuting. I didn't expect you to be here. Was it the star aura? Or did he also possess extraordinary abilities? Wow, you look just as handsome as on TV. I should say you look even more handsome in person, Zhao Shi said excitedly. Zhuo Xing maintained his smile. Hello, everyone. I am the person entrusted by Sister Xiaomi to receive you today. Please follow me. As he walked, he introduced the existing facilities in the safe base. The protective shell outside the safe base was made of a newly discovered special metal, impervious to extreme cold, heat, acid rain, and even artillery fire. The buildings inside the safe base were also very sturdy and would not collapse even in a magnitude 10 earthquake. Please rest assured and settle in, he said as he led them to one of the buildings and took the elevator straight to the 10th floor. 1001, this is Uncle Shun's family's room. Swiping the card to enter, they were greeted by a clean and tidy living room. It was just like a 5-star hotel, equipped with all the necessary facilities. This was a 2-bedroom apartment, and here are 3-room cards. Please keep them safe. Wait, 2 bedrooms? But there are 5 of us in our family, Shen Jian said anxiously. Seeing him count himself as part of the family made Zhao Shi feel warm inside. Zhuo Xing smiled slightly. That's correct. Shen Qing and Zhao Shi are members of Team 01, and their accommodations have been arranged separately. Does that mean we have to be separated? Taoing also felt a bit anxious. Zhuo Xing kept smiling. No need to worry. Team 01's accommodations are on the top floor of this building, and you can meet anytime on regular days. Seeing their parents reluctant to part, Shen Qing quickly comforted them. By the way, I want to ask, is the base safe? Have there been any theft incidents? Shen Qing inquired. Zhuo Xing seemed to find it amusing. Don't worry, there are still laws in the safe base. If someone really steals, they will be expelled from the safe base. Shen Qing felt relieved. Uncle and aunt, you can visit the room first. I'll take them upstairs. The floor where Team 01 is located is on the 20th floor. The layout of the 20th floor is completely different from the other floors. You can only access it with a card. Without a nameplate, you can't enter the 20th floor. Other floors have 20 rooms on each floor, while the 20th floor only has 10. However, all the 20th floors of the buildings are connected, making it look like a long corridor. Currently, there are too few ability users, so only a few rooms are occupied. 2005, 2006, these are your rooms. You're late. Shen Qing swiped her card to open the door and found that this room was even more luxurious than the one on the 10th floor. All the necessary living supplies had been prepared, and if there was anything else needed, I could be informed. Zhuo Xing smiled playfully and added, I can't guarantee it will be met, but I will do my best. No need. This place is much better than I imagined. Shen Qing replied calmly. By the way, this is a satellite phone for internal use within the team, and the numbers of the team members have already been saved. Be sure to carry it when going on missions. You all must be tired today, so I won't disturb you any further. Shen Qing smiled politely and said, You worked hard today. It's what I should do. Get some rest. Watching Zhuo Xing leave, Shen Qing took the elevator to the 10th floor and knocked on the Shun family's door. Sister, where is your room? It's in room 2005 on the top floor of this building, but you need a card to go up to the 20th floor. I usually stay here when I have nothing to do. Shen Qing sighed enviously. I wish I had special abilities too. Shen Qing rubbed his head, saying that having special abilities isn't necessarily a good thing. As long as you and mom and dad are safe together, that's more important than anything else. She took out her phone, found the software for the surveillance detector, and scanned the room. Only after confirming that there were no cameras installed in the room did she feel relieved. Mom and Dad, after joining Team 01, I might be on missions at any time, so you need to take care of yourselves when I'm not around. She took out some food and commonly used medicines from her space and placed them in the usual cabinet. You don't need to leave us so much food, I've inquired. And there's a cafeteria here. 3 meals are provided on time, every day. Keep this food for yourself to eat when you're out on missions. Taoing grabbed her hand. Shen Qing smiled and said, I still have a lot of food in my space, so even if I go on a mission, I won't starve myself. It's always good to leave some food at home, just in case there's an unexpected need. Besides food, she also left herself some self-defense weapons. Although Qing said that no one would cause trouble in the safe base, Shen Qing still felt uneasy. As night fell, Shen Qing returned to her room on the 20th floor to rest. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Shen Qing was still dreaming when she was awakened by a loud ringing. She frowned, reached for the source of the sound, and pressed the mute button. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Sister Shen Qing, are you awake? Sister Shen Qing, are you inside? Shen Qing finally opened her eyes, dressed in pajamas as she opened the door. What's wrong? She yawned. Zhao Shi urgently said, Sister Shen Qing, why didn't you answer the phone? What happened? Shen Qing rubbed her eyes and then opened her phone. It showed 2 missed calls and dozens of unread group messages. Sister Shen Qing. The group announced that there's a meeting at 8:30, and it's already 8:20. A meeting? The instinct to work, ingrained in her bones, suddenly awakened. She opened her phone and discovered that she had been added to a work group named A Loving Family without realizing it. The group announcement read, Good evening, Team 01 members. We have good news. Our team has welcomed 2 newcomers today. Applause. To welcome the new members, tomorrow's morning meeting will be moved to 8:30, and everyone must be on time. Xiaomi. Shen Qing supported her forehead. What kind of organization is this? Where do they celebrate new members joining by holding a meeting in advance? Sister Shen Qing, this is our first time attending the meeting, and being late might not be appropriate. You should hurry up and change your clothes. Shen Qing looked down at her SpongeBob pajamas. You go first. I'll be right there. The base had thoughtfully prepared several outfits for her, but none of them suited her style. She quickly found a leather jacket in her space, changed into jeans and sneakers, washed her face briefly, and casually tied up her hair. After closing the door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Wait, no one told her where the conference room was. She hurriedly took out her phone to call Zhao Shi, but before she could dial, her phone rang first. Following the corridor on the 20th floor to the end, there was a hidden staircase. From there, she could reach the conference room. A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? How do you know I can't find the conference room? Shen Qing was confused, but before she could get an answer, the call was disconnected. She didn't have time to investigate this matter and quickly jogged to the location the man mentioned. When she reached the end of the corridor, she saw the hidden staircase he spoke of on the side of the building. Climbing up the stairs, it was like the peach blossom spring, starting with a narrow path for one person that gradually widened. At the end of the stairs was a large door, which was the conference room. Pushing the door open, several pairs of eyes turned to look at her. She felt an indescribable awkwardness. Sister Shen Qing, over here, Zhao Shi called out to her softly. However, in the silent conference room, even the softest voice sounded amplified. She awkwardly smiled at everyone, apologizing, I'm sorry. It's my first time here, and I didn't know the location of the conference room, so I'm late. As she spoke, she moved to sit next to Zhao Shi. The meeting was hosted by Xiaomi, whom she had met before. It's okay. Our team members are usually quite laid back. It just happens that they came early today, Xiaomi said with a smile. Besides a few who were not at the base, the remaining people had already arrived. So let's introduce ourselves briefly. Xiaomi's gaze shifted to Shen Qing and Zhao Shi, indicating that they should introduce themselves first. Zhao Shi stood up nervously. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Shi. I'm 24 years old. I hope to get along well with you all. A moment of silence followed. Xiaomi quickly added, why don't you tell everyone about your ability? This isn't a workplace, so there's no need for pleasantries. Zhao Shi swallowed nervously. My ability isn't very powerful. I'm sorry for showing off. After saying that, she gathered a ball of fire in her palm. This caused some excitement among the crowd. You're the first fire-type ability user we've had here. That's already impressive. A very young-looking girl said. Thank you. Zhao Shi glanced at her gratefully. I'm done with my introduction. She gently nudged Shen Qing. Sister Shen Qing, it's your turn. Shen Qing calmly stood up. My name is Shen Qing, and my ability is quite unremarkable as well. Let me demonstrate it first. She replicated the action, moving the desk in front of her to the entrance, and then moving it back to its original position. That's it. The room was filled with gasps. Is this really unremarkable? It's practically showing off. This was her first mission. After Shen Qing finished her demonstration, she sat back down. She could clearly feel that everyone's gaze towards her had become much more intense. The two new members had already introduced themselves. So let's have the old members introduce themselves one by one. Zhuo Xing had already met the two newcomers. But you might not know that I'm also a member of Team 01. My ability, he raised his hand, holding a ball of green light. It's healing. He paused and said, however, I can only use my powers to heal some external injuries. I am powerless against bodily diseases. To be honest, Shen Qing initially thought that Zhuo Xing was in the safe base because of his popularity and looks, and she had no idea he was also an ability user. Zubai, Mu Bai Bai. Next to Zhuo Xing was a young man wearing black-framed glasses, dressed like a programmer. My ability is protection. With a thought, a layer of golden light appeared around him. I have tested some common weapons and can resist knives and guns. I haven't had the chance to test against things like shells, and this protective shield can currently only accommodate 2 people, so it's somewhat impractical. Zhou Bai smiled awkwardly. Lu Qian. A deep voice sounded. Shen Qing instantly looked towards the man. This voice belonged to the person who had just called her. Although I don't like to showcase my abilities as a form of entertainment in front of others, since there are newcomers here, I won't dampen everyone's spirits. He slightly raised his hand, and cold air began to gather into a ball of chill in his palm. At the moment he waved his hand, the cold air immediately transformed into the shape of a dart and shot towards the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before anyone could react, several large holes appeared in the wall. Xiaomi rubbed her forehead and helplessly said, Young Master Lu, didn't I remind you last time not to casually destroy the base facilities? Lu Qian shrugged his shoulders, looking as if he had no choice but to showcase his abilities when asked. Zhuo Xing quickly said, it's fine. I'll find someone to repair it later. Xiaomi sighed helplessly. Although her abilities weren't the most outstanding, she was one of the earliest ability users to join the organization. For this reason, the higher-ups temporarily entrusted her to lead the team. However, the 5 members of the team had very different personalities and were difficult to manage, which gave her a headache. We still have 2 members out on a mission, so we won't be able to meet today. I'll introduce you to them when they come back. The 2 nodded slightly. After introducing the team members, the next thing I need to discuss is the team's daily tasks. Since our team currently has a small number of members, the tasks we're taking on are all tough nuts that other teams can't handle, so you 2 need to be mentally prepared. Xiaomi opened her computer and projected the recent tasks onto the whiteboard. Recently, there have been numerous incidents of mutated beasts injuring people in City S. She clicked on the images. The picture showed rats with teeth longer than a palm, snakes several dozen meters long, and vicious carnivorous rabbits. These mutated beasts have already bitten over 100 people. Even though the organization has tried its best to suppress the matter, it has still caused a small-scale panic. The organization also dispatched troops to exterminate them. But for some reason, these mutated beasts seem endless, continuously emerging from every corner, which has made the organization very troubled. I have already sent 2 team members to investigate this matter, and until we have results, our team will also join the action to exterminate the mutated beasts. Everyone pair up and quickly get started. Shen Qing frowned and said, Xiaomi, I want to ask, how should we dispose of the bodies of these mutated beasts? Xiaomi replied, the organization is concerned that these mutated beasts may carry uncontrollable viruses, so the bodies are all incinerated uniformly. Shen Qing nodded. They indeed did not know that there were crystal cores inside the mutated beasts. No wonder so few people had awakened their abilities. But being able to awaken abilities independently without a crystal core. This group of people would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Xiaomi continued, excluding the 2 team members who are on a mission. We have 6 people here. Next, I will announce the team list. Zhuxing and I cannot fight with our abilities, so we will stay at the base. Zhao Shi and Zhou Bai will form one team, one for offense and one for defense. Shen Qing and Lu Qian will team up, combining strong powers to take down more mutated beasts. Does anyone have any objections? Lu Qian cast a faint glance at Shen Qing and said, I can manage alone. So can I. Shen Qing replied coldly. Xiao, on my side deeply. Forming teams of 2 was the safest way. Our team is already small, and I don't want to see any losses. All right, since no one has any objections, let's set off. Xiaomi assigned areas to a few people, and they each headed to their designated points. Along the way, Shen Qing and Lu Qian maintained a distance of 2 meters, walking in silence as if they couldn't see each other. In fact, Shen Qing didn't dislike Lu Qian. On the contrary, she was quite grateful for his phone call that morning. But Lu Qian's attitude was so cold that she unconsciously entered a defensive state. The 2 arrived at the area they were responsible for. The street was desolate. There wasn't a single living thing on the road, let alone any mutated beasts. Shen Qing saw a duty booth not far away and hurried over. A man emerged from the booth, frowning as he said, This area is very dangerous and no longer suitable for assistance. Haven't you received the evacuation order? Lu Qian silently took out the insignia of Team 01 from his pocket. The man looked at the 2 in surprise. You are the supernatural beings sent by the organization to assist us? Lu Qian did not answer and instead asked, Have you located the hiding place of the mutated beasts? The man nodded, indicating a general location. Don't waste time. Let's go, Lu Qian said. The man led the way, passing through a blockade to arrive at a collapsed ruin. He pointed at the ruins and said, They are hiding in this collapsed building. This group of mutated beasts is somewhat light-sensitive and won't easily come out during the day. The ruin is on the verge of collapse. Inside, there are fallen steel bars and concrete everywhere. We have tried, but simply can't get in, so we can only keep watch nearby. The man's expression was serious. These mutated beasts are not only agile and smart, but they also reproduce very quickly. Half of our teammates have already been injured or killed. I really don't know how much longer we can hold on. The speed at which teammates were dying had surpassed the time he could feel sorrow, and he seemed to be numbing to it all. Take your people and hide up high. Don't act unless absolutely necessary to avoid accidentally injuring us, Lu Qian said coldly. Just rely on you 2? That's too dangerous. The man reminded. Eradicate the mutated beasts. The number of these mutated beasts is constantly increasing. Even we who have been guarding here cannot determine their numbers. What you're doing is too reckless. Moreover, the entrance of that building is narrow. It's too dangerous for you to go in now. Even though the 2 were supernatural beings, the man still felt they were being too reckless. Lu Qian's expression showed no sign of fluctuation. Do as I say, and leave the rest to us. But you also said that these mutated beasts are light-sensitive. Even if we don't eliminate all the mutated beasts, they will immediately hide and won't harm you. Lu Qian looked at the man. As long as we can reduce their numbers, your teammates will be much safer at night. The man's words caught his throat. He was persuaded by Lu Qian. All right, just be careful when you enter the building. It could collapse at any moment. After the warning, the man quickly led his team to higher ground. If any mutated beasts come out, make sure to aim and shoot. 1 down is 1 less. But remember, absolutely do not injure the 2 members of Team 01. Do you understand? Yes. Downstairs, the 2 approached the building where the mutated beasts were hiding. This building, before its collapse, was the most prosperous mall in S City on weekends, but now it had become this way. Shen Qing couldn't help but be curious and asked, Did you come up with a way to lure them out? You can't really be thinking of going in there, can you? This building looks like it's about to collapse at any moment, and the stone slabs could fall and hit us. No. Shen Qing widened her eyes. What do you mean? If you don't have the skills, why take on such a difficult task? Can't you just say that you can't do it? Hearing her anger, Lu Qian instead burst into laughter. I only said there's no way to draw them out, not that there's no way to solve them. Shen Qing pouted and said, What method? To burrow in and shake this building down, then perish together with this group of mutated beasts? Lu Qian tugged at the corner of his mouth. If perishing together could solve them, it wouldn't be our turn to take action. Shen Qing rolled her eyes silently in her heart. This person really loves to speak in riddles. When she was still an employee, the type of colleague she disliked the most was someone like this. This method of mine requires your cooperation, Lu Qian said as he looked at her. Shen Qing asked me, does your ability have any limitations? For example, the size of the objects you can move? Shen Qing instantly understood his meaning. He wanted her to be a mover. No, I remember you said that your ability to move objects does not work on living beings, and now it just happens to come in handy. By moving the rubble layer by layer to an open space, if any layer hides mutated beasts, they will be exposed immediately, and I can then take action to eliminate them. The idea is quite unique, but I have to admit, it's worth a try. If the process of moving causes the building to collapse completely, it might just crush those hidden mutated beasts, and then we can check for any that escaped. Shen Qing began to admire him a bit. At first glance, this method seemed like a joke, but it might actually be useful. You are quite smart. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow. Thank you for the compliment. I also have to take back what I said this morning. Some things really can't be done alone. Shen Qing smiled and said, all right, I'm ready to start. You better keep a close watch and not let a single one escape. Lu Qian nodded, getting into a position to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the team members upstairs not far away were also fixated on their direction, their eyes filled with curiosity. Shen Qing took a deep breath. Stripping the building layer by layer was something she had never done before, and she was still unsure if she could achieve the effects that Lu Qian anticipated. Soon, the results proved she could. She detached the top floor from the main structure and swallowed it into her space, almost simultaneously piling the debris from the detachment in a vacant lot in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She felt the temperature around her drop a few degrees. Several ice arrows instantly flew toward the building, hitting a few mutated beasts that were preparing to flee. Shen Qing was surprised. At such a long distance, his accuracy could actually achieve the level of hitting the head with every ice arrow. No wonder he was so confident in his abilities. In the distance, the tall buildings erupted with cheers. What happened? I haven't even seen clearly what was going on, and these mutated beasts are already dead? So fast. No wonder they are from Team 01. If we had sent them earlier, maybe our brothers wouldn't have. If only I could awaken my abilities. After confirming that no mutated beasts had escaped, Lu Qian said, let's continue to the next floor. Okay, having succeeded once already, Shen Qing was filled with confidence. She replicated the process and removed the structure of the second floor. As the structure disappeared, Lu Qian had already calculated the number of mutated beasts not far away. Just like before, all the mutated beasts were wiped out by the ice arrows. Cheers erupted from the building in the distance. Great! At this rate, the mutated beasts in this area will be cleared out quickly. The efficiency of Team 01 is really high. Finally, we won't lose any more brothers to the mutated beasts. Keep it down. Don't disturb their work. The leading man felt the same excitement in his heart, but still controlled the discipline of their team. Everyone suppressed their voices, but couldn't contain their happiness. Continue. When moving the third floor structure, a hint of panic flashed in Lu Qian's eyes. Because the number of mutated beasts on the third floor was obviously less than the previous two floors. I have a bad feeling about this. Shen Qing also noticed this point. This group of mutated beasts was very clever. They must have already sensed that something was wrong. Lu Qian said, but even if they're clever, they are still just beasts devoid of humanity. Shen Qing said, it is estimated that the mutated beasts upstairs have already hidden downstairs, and the number below might be more than you can imagine. Lu Qian nodded and asked, can we narrow the range of removal a bit? Let's try to be cautious and slowly eliminate them. Shen Qing said, I'll give a try. She attempted to move the left half of the fourth floor, and, surprisingly, there wasn't a single mutated beast inside. Next, she checked the right side, and still there wasn't a single one. Seeing that only the last floor remained, Shen Qing reminded, you need to be mentally prepared. All the remaining mutated beasts are on this floor. Lu Qian nodded and, just like before, moved in a small area. Shen Qing took a deep breath, preparing to challenge an even smaller range. Just as she was about to make her move, a mutated rat suddenly rushed out from the entrance. The rat quickly locked onto their positions and let out a sharp screech. Lu Qian seemed to realize something and shouted, not good. The mission is completed, quickly dodge. He swiftly moved in front of Shen Qing. A few ice arrows were shot towards the mutated beast, but the number of mutated beasts exceeded the speed at which he could fire the ice arrows. Lu Qian stared ahead, veins bulging, putting all his strength into it. This group of mutated beasts was too clever. It seemed they were determined to fight to the death. Shen Qing didn't expect that the person who was initially unwilling to cooperate with her would protect her. She was stunned for a second, then pretended to take a gun out of her pocket, but in reality, it was from her space. You retreat first. I'll take care of the rest, Lu Qian said. Shen Qing walked from behind him to his side. Xiaomi had said that our team pairs up for safety, so since you're now my teammate, I won't leave. After saying this, she quickly shot at the head of the mutated beast. After so many experiences, her accuracy had reached 9 out of 10 shots. Lu Qian was surprised and asked, "Where did you get the gun?" Xiaomi had said that firearms could only be applied for next week at the earliest. Shen Qing did not answer the question and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Hurry up and clean up these disgusting things." Not far away, the captain asked, "What should we do? Should we assist them?" The leader furrowed his brow and replied, "Not so fast. It's not that I want to watch them die without helping. It's just that I believe the two over there can hold on for now. Shooting now might actually interfere with their coordination." The battle continued for more than 10 minutes, and the number of mutated beasts had clearly decreased. "If you can handle it, I'll continue to clear away the remaining rubble," Lu Qian responded. Shen Qing quickly removed the remaining layer of rubble, fully exposing the few remaining mutated beasts to the air. Lu Qian was also very cooperative and soon cleared away the remaining mutated beasts. The two slowly approached the direction of the mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were very clever, so be careful of them faking death, Lu Qian reminded. His words served as a warning for Shen Qing. "Don't move, I'll verify." As long as she could collect all these mutated beasts into her space, it would prove that they were already dead. The part that couldn't be collected into the space would need to be finished off. Shen Qing quickly stored the mutated beasts into her space, and then transferred them in front of her. Sure enough, there were still 2 or 3 struggling on the ground not far away. Looking at them, they didn't seem very lethal, but if they got too close, they might fight to the death and could indeed deliver a fatal blow to the two of them. Lu Qian immediately finished them off, eliminating the remaining few. Phew! This mission was finally completed successfully. To be honest, she felt a small sense of accomplishment inside. At that moment, the team hiding in the distance also came to their side and applauded them. "You're amazing. I want to apologize to both of you. I shouldn't have underestimated you at the beginning," the leading man said sincerely. Shen Qing smiled faintly. "You didn't do anything wrong. It's always a good thing to be cautious. By the way, let's handle these corpses ourselves." Shen Qing took the initiative to take on the work that no one else wanted to do. "How can we accept that? It's not right to burden us with such dirty work." Shen Qing smiled and said, "Let's just consider it a perfect conclusion to this matter." "Well, all right. Since the mutated beasts here have been eliminated, we need to return to the main team. You two will have to take care of these bodies." Shen Qing smiled and waved her hand, walking slowly. When she turned her head, she met Lu Qian's unwilling gaze. "Why?" Lu Qian was slightly dissatisfied. "Our task is to eliminate the mutated beasts. Handling the corpses is not our responsibility," Shen Qing said. "You'll understand when we get back to the base." She took out a huge black bag from her space. "Stop dazing. Let's finish collecting the bodies and hurry up and leave." Lu Qian frowned tightly, disdainfully picking up the corpse of the mutated beast and tossing it into the bag. Rats and snakes are already disgusting enough, and they're even worse after mutation. I don't know why they mutated into this form. Thankfully, they aren't cockroaches or mosquitoes. Lu Qian grumbled softly while picking up the bodies. Shen Qing curved her lips. She didn't expect that this man, who looked so dull on the surface, was actually quite talkative. After they packed up the corpse of the mutated beast, they carried it back towards the base. On the other side, Zhao Shi and Zhou Bai had arrived at the designated area early. They were lucky, as the mutated beast was hiding in the basement of a residential complex, and there weren't many of them. Zhou Bai activated the protective shield, closely following Zhao Shi. As soon as they entered the dim underground parking garage, they heard rustling footsteps. They were coming. It was Zhou Bai's first time on such a mission, and he felt a bit nervous. He was afraid that his protective shield wouldn't hold. putting Zhao Shi at risk. Zhao Shi had already fought this type of creature before, so she was relatively calm compared to him. She always carried the gun Shen Qing had given her, so even if she couldn't use her abilities, she wasn't afraid. Just as they were searching for traces of the mutated beast in the darkness, an enormous snake slithered towards them. It was incredibly fast. Before they could see clearly, it had wrapped itself around the protective shield. Without the shield, they would have been crushed to death by it. Zhou Bai nervously swallowed. Zhao Shi exclaimed excitedly, "What a perfect opportunity!" The snake coiled around the protective shield, its 7-inch vulnerable spot exposed right in front of her. To deliver a fatal blow, she chose to use the gun directly instead of her abilities. Bang! The bullet pierced through the snake's 7-inch spot, and the snake immediately loosened its grip on the shield, collapsing to the ground in a struggle. "Impressive," Zhou Bai exclaimed. "How did you get a gun? I had no idea you could use one." Zhao Shi smiled slightly. "Let's keep moving. There should be more than one mutated beast down here." As she passed by the giant snake, she touched its body. After locking onto the location of the crystal core, she cut out that piece of flesh. "Hiss!" Zhou Bai gasped, as if the flesh being cut away was his own. "Are you planning to take this back as a midnight snack? Isn't that a bit too heavy?" Zhao Shi chuckled. "Snake meat is quite delicious. Do you want to try some?" Zhou Bai quickly shook his head. He couldn't even stomach farmed snake meat, let alone this mutated snake meat. "You really shouldn't eat this. What if it's poisonous?" Zhou Bai cautioned. Zhao Shi smiled and spoke softly. The members of the team were still unaware of the existence of the crystal core. She could only quietly collect the crystal cores and then bring them back to Shen Qing. The two continued forward. Perhaps the noise from Zhao Shi killing the giant snake had been too loud, as the other mutated beasts did not take the initiative to attack again. However, the underground parking garage was small, with fewer hiding spots. Zhao Shi quickly discovered several layers of mutated beasts and eliminated them. Zhou Bai didn't dare to relax for a moment, straining to maintain the protective shield. Although it took them some time, they managed to clear out all the mutated beasts in their assigned area. "Let's go back and report to the base," Zhao Shi said. Once they were back on the surface, Zhou Bai finally lowered the protective shield and let out a sigh of relief. When they returned to the base, Shen Qing and Lu Qian happened to be back as well. Shen Qing and Zhao Shi exchanged a glance at the bag in front of them and smiled knowingly. Zhao Shi discreetly walked to Shen Qing's side and asked in a low voice, "Sister Shen Qing, I've quietly collected the flesh from the crystal core." "About the crystal core, are you planning to tell them?" Shen Qing said. "Now that we have become members of the team, a strong team is beneficial for us. And they will find out about this sooner or later. It can't be hidden for long." Zhao Shi nodded and followed Shen Qing. "You've worked hard. I've received feedback from 2 areas saying that your mission this time was completed particularly well." Xiaomi was waiting for the 4 at the door of the conference room. Lu Qian glanced at Shen Qing and said, "It's all her credit." Shen Qing exchanged a glance with him and smiled, saying, "You're being modest." Xiaomi was puzzled. Weren't these 2 acting all high and mighty during their mission? Why were they suddenly being polite now? "Let's all head to the conference room first. Our other 2 team members have just returned, so we can get to know each other." Shen Qing nodded and dragged the bag containing the mutated beast's corpse back to the meeting room. The moment she saw the new member, both she and the other person were stunned. But soon, they both returned to their usual expressions. "Let me introduce you to." Xiaomi pointed to Shen Qing and Zhao Shi, saying, "These 2 are the new members of Team 01, Shen Qing and Zhao Shi." Zhao Shi can control fire and, like Lu Qian, possesses combat-type abilities. Shen Qing has the ability to teleport objects instantly, which can be immensely useful in battles. Shen Qing extended her hand. "Hello, nice to meet you. I hope to have your guidance in the future." "Hello, I'm Xieyang. My abilities can't be summarized in just a few words, but you'll understand once we work together." Xieyang smiled brightly. Shen Qing nodded slightly and looked at another person. "Hello, nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future." "Hello, Feng Xiao." Feng Xiao shook her hand. Her ability was combat-type lightning control. Seeing that both of them pretended not to know each other, Zhao Shi could only pretend it was his first meeting with Feng Xiao as well. Now our small team's members are finally complete. Xiaomi waved for everyone to take their seats and listen to Feng Xiao and Xie Yang's task investigation results. According to the research team, the reason for these animals' mutations was the injection of a certain drug. He projected the data from his phone onto the wall, showing photos he took while assisting the research team. The photos depicted the corpses of the mutated beasts, their fur shaved off, revealing a small, inconspicuous hole on the neck of the mutated beasts. This was the mark left by the syringe. Lu Qian frowned, meaning these mutated beasts were not caused by natural disasters, but by someone manipulating them from behind. But the speed at which these mutated beasts were increasing in number was astonishing. If someone was indeed injecting them, where were they hiding? Feng Xiao did not directly answer his question, but presented a set of data. In the research team's laboratory, out of 10 mutated beasts, only 2 had marks from syringes, and both were female. The preliminary judgment was that only a portion of the female animals had received the injection, and the remaining mutated beasts were bred from these few female mutated beasts. The conference room fell silent. So we just need to capture the remaining female mutated beasts? Sui Xing asked dumbfounded. Feng Xiao sighed, stating that to fundamentally solve the problem of the mutated beasts, they must capture the person manipulating them from behind. The research team was already developing a drug to revert the mutated beasts back to their original state, but currently resources were scarce, and progress on the drug would be difficult in the short term. Xieyang continued from Feng Xiao, saying a few days ago, Feng Xiao and I tracked down that group of people, but unfortunately, by the time we arrived, they were already gone. Xiaomi nodded, indicating she was aware of this matter. The two's work had been reported. Xieyang sniffed the air and frowned, saying, I was just about to ask, why does our conference room have a foul smell? Is there a dead rat in the corner? Xiaomi also looked at Shen Qing, saying that she hadn't had the chance to mention it earlier. Next time they went on a mission, the corpses of these mutated beasts should be left to other teams to handle. Shen Qing opened the pocket containing the mutated beasts and said, These corpses are what I specially brought back. Next to her, Lu Qian shrugged his shoulders, confirming her intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to carry these foul-smelling things back either. Xieyang covered his nose and exclaimed, No way. You can't possibly be reluctant to throw this meat away, right? The research team has said that these mutated beasts carry harmful viruses for humans, so they can't be eaten. Shen Qing did not respond to him. Instead, she took out a small knife from her pocket. She touched the corpse of the mutated snake and found the crystal core hidden in its abdomen. With one swift stab, she cut into the mutated snake, smoothly opening its belly like a zipper. Hiss! The conference room was filled with gasps. What are you going to do? Although everyone was already accustomed to bloody scenes, they still felt a bit uncomfortable at the sight before them. Shen Qing said, You will know soon. She skillfully peeled away the outer layer of flesh, removing the crystal core. The crystal core inside the snake was as large as a fingernail, which caught Shen Qing's attention. She held up the crystal core and asked, Have you seen this before? Zhou Bai whispered from the corner, Kidney stone? The others shook their heads. This was their first mission to hunt mutated beasts, and the other teams had directly burned the mutated beasts they captured, with no one like Shen Qing peeling away the skin and flesh of the mutated beasts. This thing is called a crystal core. She cleaned the crystal core in her hand and continued, If an ordinary person consumes it, there is a chance to awaken supernatural abilities. If a supernatural being consumes it, it can enhance their current abilities, and there is also a chance to awaken a second ability. In just a few short sentences, the conference room instantly erupted. Is what you said true? Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly. If it's true, this is a major discovery for the organization. Is it real? Just a stone-like thing? Can it really have such a significant effect? Incredible. Then the corpses of the previous mutated beasts were wasted. Shen Qing scanned the conference room and fixed her gaze on Feng Xiao. Do you want to give it a try? Collective upgrade. Feng Xiao didn't expect Shen Qing to suddenly look at him, and he was taken aback. Feng Xiao, you should give it a try first, Shen Qing said. What she just said was true, Xiaomi added. She had just used her ability to detect lies and found no abnormalities, proving that what Shen Qing said was a fact. Shen Qing walked over to Feng Xiao and handed him the crystal core in his hand. The first time, swallowing it might feel difficult to go down, but after that, one would get used to it. Feng Xiao stared into Shen Qing's eyes, took the crystal core, and swallowed it without a hint of hesitation. What does it feel like? Zhou Bai leaned in, asking curiously. Sui Xing also came over. With blood from the mutated beast still on him, you actually managed to swallow it without changing your expression. Impressive. Feng Xiao did not respond. A few minutes later, He felt a surge of power crashing within his body. It was as if something strange had suddenly invaded his body, wanting to burst out. Soon, that crashing sensation disappeared, and he felt the speed of his blood flow accelerating. In the conference room, apart from Shen Qing and Zhao Shi, everyone else was nervously watching Feng Xiao, as if worried he would mutate at any moment. When the blood flow returned to normal speed, Feng Xiao distinctly felt something different within his body. He raised his right hand. Normally, he could only gather a purple lightning bolt, but after swallowing the crystal core, it split into two. The speed was faster than before, and the accuracy was higher. The others in the conference room gaped in astonishment. Impressive. It seems what Shen Qing said is indeed true. We have so many mutated beast corpses here. Doesn't that mean there are quite a few crystal cores? Zhou Bai exclaimed excitedly. Zhuo Xing added, these mutated beasts were brought back at the cost of your lives. It should be up to you four to distribute them. Xiaomi nodded in agreement. Although everyone was eager to become stronger, they still agreed with Zhuo Xing's words. Zhou Bai scratched his head awkwardly and said, I didn't contribute much. It shouldn't be up to me to distribute. Lu Qian said, the one who proposed bringing back the corpses was Shen Qing, so let her distribute them. Zhao Shi also looked at Shen Qing in agreement. Shen Qing was taken aback. What was going on? Why was everyone trying to back out? Normally, shouldn't everyone be competing to avoid getting less? Xiaomi nodded, agreeing with what they said, and since you're the one who discovered the crystal cores, it makes the most sense for you to distribute them. With the consensus, Shen Qing didn't feel it was appropriate to decline any further. In that case, I won't refuse. Please help me dig out the crystal cores. She picked up the corpse of the mutated beast and demonstrated. The crystal cores are usually hidden beneath the hardest skin and flesh, so everyone can feel around. They are generally located in the hardest parts of the meat. She stabbed down, saying just like this to take it out. The others stepped forward one after another, taking out the corpses of the mutated beasts from their bags and mimicking Shen Qing's actions. Feng Xiao and Lu Qian moved swiftly, handling it efficiently. Zhuo Xing and Xiaomi, who usually handled internal affairs and had rarely killed, looked quite uncomfortable as they operated, grimacing. With many people working together, the process was very quick, and soon all the crystal cores were extracted. Shen Qing counted and found that there were a total of 45 crystal cores, including the ones Zhao Shi brought back. Currently, there are 8 members in Team 01, and the crystal cores vary in size, making it impossible to distribute them evenly. Shen Qing thought for a moment and said, what our team needs to strengthen the most right now is combat power. So team members with combat-type abilities will receive more crystal cores, while other members will receive fewer this time. Does anyone have any objections? Xiaomi shrugged. No problem. Zhuo Xing nodded in agreement. Xie Yang and Zhou Bai's abilities are useful in battle, but they are not directly combat-oriented, and both agreed with Shen Qing's distribution. Shen Qing nodded, took out 32 crystal cores, and evenly distributed them among Zhao Shi, Lu Qian, Feng Xiao, and herself. The remaining crystal cores were given to the other team members. Everyone held the crystal cores in their hands, as if toasting to a rebellion, exchanged glances, and swallowed them in one gulp. For a few minutes, the conference room was unusually quiet. Everyone was waiting for the reaction of the crystal cores. Lu Qian was the first to complete the absorption. His ice arrows became larger than before, capable of firing more arrows simultaneously. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi's fireball finally grew to the size of a volleyball. Shen Qing closed her eyes and entered the space. The space appeared unchanged, and she did not sense any new energy within her body. In that moment, she felt a bit disappointed. Was her special ability just like this, with no room for improvement? After Zhou Bai finished absorbing, he eagerly tested the changes in his ability. The shield that could originally protect only the two of them became a bit more spacious, but it still couldn't accommodate a third person. Zhuo Xing and Xiaomi did not feel any progress in their abilities. Xie Yang's mental map had expanded slightly. Indeed, some were happy while others were troubled. Xiaomi was the first to break the silence, saying, everyone has worked hard today. The cafeteria will soon be serving food. Let's disperse for now. Shen Qing and Zhao Shi walked out of the conference room together. Just as they reached the door, Feng Xiao subtly blocked Shen Qing's way. Shen Qing whispered to Zhao Shi, you go find mom and dad first. I'll come later. Zhao Shi's face was full of gossip, and she smiled, sure. It doesn't matter if you come a bit later. We'll wait for you in the cafeteria. The two walked to a quiet corner of the hallway and stopped. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here again, Shen Qing said. Feng Xiao smiled lightly. Yeah, I'm surprised too. So, do you have something to talk to me about now? Feng Xiao looked at her. Why are you pretending not to know me? Shen Qing didn't expect him to ask this question and honestly replied, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Since we're in a new place, it's better to start fresh with relationships. Feng Xiao had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was it just to ask this? Feng Xiao averted her gaze and continued. I want to know why you know so much about the function of crystal nuclei. It's just a coincidence, Shen Qing lied. When you're hungry, you don't care whether it's a mutated beast or not. I just happen to eat a crystal nucleus that trigger my abilities. It's that simple. Feng Xiao smiled faintly. Knowing he was lying, Shen Qing looked at his profile. To be honest, his looks were on par with Zhuxing's. If Zhuxing had a beauty like water, then he had a rugged beauty like a mountain. Feng Xiao turned his face and repeated, You're lying. Shen Qing curved her lips slightly and asked, What's wrong? You've awakened a new ability and can also detect lies now? No, Feng Xiao replied, based on the few experiences I've had with you. What you just said is completely a lie. Can't you put a little more thought into your lies when you try to deceive me? Shen Qing suddenly leaned closer and asked, Why? Do you hope that I'm special to you? Encountering someone unexpected, Feng Xiao was speechless. Forget it. Since you're unwilling to speak, I won't force you. I know that your ability is definitely not as simple as instantaneously transferring objects. However, I am quite surprised that you could deceive someone who could detect lies like Xiaomi. Shen Qing curved the corners of her mouth. Isn't that simple? Xiaomi can indeed detect lies. Saying that she can teleport objects isn't really a lie, so it won't be discovered. Shen Qing smiled lightly and said, Apart from these, do you have anything else to say? Feng Xiao paused for a moment. I don't know what secrets you have, but since you've joined Team 01, we'll be teammates from now on. Feng Xiao extended his hand and said, Let's take care of each other. Shen Qing smiled, showing her teeth, and held his hand, saying, Please take care of me. I'm also heading to the cafeteria. Would you like to go together? Feng Xiao invited. Shen Qing nodded. The two of them walked toward the cafeteria together. Lu Qian withdrew her gaze, her brows slightly furrowed. These two didn't look like they were meeting for the first time, and they seemed a bit close. Shen Qing and Feng Xiao took the elevator down to the first floor. As soon as they stepped out, the door of the adjacent elevator slowly opened. A man walked out, his voice sharp as he scolded the woman beside him. What a slowpoke. Do you still think you're that pampered young lady from before? Do you not realize your situation yet? I'm sorry. I was just thinking of hanging up the clean clothes first. It's just at the burn from yesterday. Enough. Damn it. It's just a little scratch. It's not like you've lost a hand or a foot. The woman's eyes instantly filled with tears. She lowered her head, not daring to say a word in response. Shen Qing raised her eyebrows. This world really is small. Isn't that her worthless ex-boyfriend Du Yao and the little rich woman, Jiang Ming? These two have quite a strong fate. Not only have they survived until now, but they even live in a safe base. However, their positions seem to have reversed compared to the past. Du Yao, who used to be cautious and try to please Jiang Ming, has now become so arrogant. Shen Qing couldn't help but sneer in her heart. People, after all, are the most interesting creatures. Du Yao also saw Shen Qing. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Isn't this Shen Qing? I didn't expect to see you here. Du Yao swaggered over to Shen Qing. Shen Qing snorted coldly. What? You can enter the safe base, but I can't? Du Yao chuckled. I got into the base with my own abilities. He glanced at Shen Qing with a strange look, then at Feng Xiao beside her. And you? That's quite normal. After all, this is the apocalypse. I can understand. Shen Qing's expression turned a bit colder. His implication was something that anyone could hear. Feng Xiao looked at the two of them in confusion and asked, Do you know each other? Shen Qing shrugged. It's just a barking wild dog. I don't recognize it. Du Yao instantly became excited. Shen Qing, you better keep your mouth clean. You should smell your own breath first. It stinks like dog poop. With such a stinky mouth, you shouldn't come out and pollute the air. You should know that in the apocalypse, air is also a resource. Du Yao's face turned red. Shen Qing, if it weren't for the base's rule against fighting, you wouldn't be able to stand here talking right now. Shen Qing looked at him coldly. If it weren't for the base's regulations, you would have been a corpse by now. You. Du Yao was so angry he laughed. Humph, just keep being stubborn. I don't know what methods you use to get into the base, but I want to make it clear that I'm not like you. I'm a talent from the architecture department, and you won't have good outcomes for offending me. Shen Qing naturally guessed it. She and Du Yao came from the same university and studied the same major. Don't forget, I was the top student in our department, Shen Qing said. Du Yao was so angry that he clenched his fists. Beside him, Jiangming tugged at Du Yao's sleeve and said softly, Yao, let's hurry up and leave. If we go later, there won't be much food left in the cafeteria. Du Yao was in a fit of anger and suddenly pushed Jiangming away. Eat, eat, eat. What else can you do besides eating? Look at what you've become now. It's really disgusting. Jiangming nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, not daring to look up. Shen Qing had no mood to watch him vent his anger on a woman. She turned to Fang Xiao and said, let's go. My family is still waiting for me. Fang Xiao nodded and, before leaving, said to Jiangming, the base prohibits violence against companions. If anyone violates the rules, you can report them. After saying that, she turned and left. Jiangming bit her lip. It wasn't that she didn't want to report it, but she couldn't. Du Yao entered the secure base based on his talent in design and was one of the first people allowed to bring family members into the secure base. If Du Yao were expelled from a secure base, she would have to leave with him. She touched her lower abdomen, her eyes full of sadness. What are you still dawdling for? Are you really thinking of reporting me? Du Yao pulled her close and squeezed her arm. No, I never thought that. Jiangming's face scrunched up, but she didn't dare to cry out. If she cried out now, she would be beaten even worse when she got back. Although the base prohibited violence, she had to endure it to avoid being kicked out. Du Yao looked in the direction Shen Qing had left, his expression complicated. He both hated Shen Qing's sharp tongue and missed the way she used to treat him well. If he could coax Shen Qing back, Du Yao's lips curled up. Wouldn't he then enjoy the pleasures of having both? Just then, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Then he felt something hit his legs, causing an uncontrollable pain, and he fell to his knees with a thud. A Yao! Jiangming was startled. What was happening? The pain vanished almost instantly. He frowned and awkwardly got up under the puzzled gazes of passersby. A Yao! Shut up! Can't you see my leg hurts? Come help me. Jiangming, confused, hurried to support him. In the corner, Lu Qian was playing with an ice cube in his palm. It seemed the crystal core really had an effect. He could now easily control the range and strength of the ice arrow attacks. If it weren't for the rules of the base, he would have loved to take that man down. On the other side, Fang Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked, was that man your ex-boyfriend? Shen Qing did not deny it and said, it's a flaw in my life, a stain. Fang Xiao frowned slightly. He really doesn't deserve you, neither in looks nor in character. Shen Qing smiled brightly, which was only natural. You're quite frank. Fang Xiao was infected by her emotions, and a smile appeared on her face. Otherwise, what should she do? Go around crying about how she once dated a scumbag? She didn't care about Du Yao at all now. Let's go quickly, or we really won't have any food soon, Shen Qing said. Fang Xiao leisurely followed behind her and replied, don't worry, Team 01 is a special presence in the base. They won't let us go hungry no matter what. Shen Qing walked into the cafeteria and tiptoed to look around. She quickly located the Shen family's position. I'm leaving first, she said. Since we're all at the cafeteria, let's eat together. Fang Xiao had no intention of leaving. The two of them went to the counter to get their meals and sat down next to the Shen family. For pairs of curious eyes instantly locked onto the two of them. What a coincidence. I didn't expect Dr. Fang and my sister to have such a fate. To meet again here at the base, Shen Jian said with a smile. Shen Qing glanced at him. What do you mean by having a connection with me? Haven't you known him for a long time? Zhao Shi laughed and said, are we also introduced to Dr. Fang through you? In fact, your connection is even deeper. Fang Xiao smiled lightly, seemingly indifferent to their jokes about him, and Shen Qing. I'm no longer a doctor now. Just call me by my name. I'm very happy to see that everyone is safe and sound, Fang Xiao said with a smile. At this point, the few of them raised their teacups in unison and clinked them together. After all, in the apocalypse, the chances of reuniting are very rare. As they were finishing their meal, Jiangming and Du Yao walked into the cafeteria. By now, it was close to the end of lunchtime, and there was not much food left on the trays, only some scraps. Du Yao angrily said, today's mess is all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have missed our meal. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with grievance. She lowered her voice and said, "You can't blame it all on me. If we hadn't been delayed on the road, it wouldn't have happened." "You dare talk back?" Du Yao interrupted. "I think you're tired of living the good life and want to go back to those days of starving." "I didn't," Jiang Ming said, lowering her head submissively. Du Yao snorted coldly. "Aren't you going to hurry up and bring me the leftover food? You're so stupid." He still hadn't fully recovered, limping over to the table to wait. Jiang Ming's eyes were red as she scooped the remaining scraps onto a plate and brought it to him. "You stay at home all day doing nothing. Missing one meal is fine. Just go hungry this noon," Du Yao said coldly while feeding himself. Jiang Ming stood awkwardly by, nervously twisting her fingers. "Am I seeing things?" Shen Qing said in surprise. "Sister, that can't be that scumbag and shrew, right?" Du Yao had previously visited the Shen family, and Shen Jie and Tao Ying had no good impression of him. Seeing him bossing around a woman like this now made them even more disdainful. "Do you know them?" Zhao Shi asked curiously. Shen Jian leaned close to her ear and quietly told Zhao Shi about what they had done to Shen Qing before. After listening, the sympathy in Zhao Shi's eyes instantly turned to disgust. Their position was right next to the walkway that led out of the cafeteria, and the Shen family passed by, all casting looks of disdain. "Scumbag and cheap woman, karma," Zhao Shi muttered softly. The voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of the two. Du Yao clenched his fists, his face darkened. After the winter solstice, the temperature in S City continued to drop. On the coldest day, the temperature outside the base reached -60 degrees. It had been snowing heavily for several days. Though it was called snow, it wasn't as pure white as before. The heavy snow was mixed with a lot of gray, fluffy impurities and with gusts of wind. It looked like dust had been raised in a place that hadn't been cleaned for a long time. After several days of heavy snow, S City had turned into a gray landscape. The base had heating facilities, but resources were limited and distribution was uneven. Besides the rooms of Team 01 and their families, which had heating 24 hours a day, other rooms and public areas were heated only during specific hours. Although insulating materials were used in the construction of the base, the temperature inside was still around -30 degrees. Due to the inability to provide heating all the time, residents in the base were only given 2 pieces of cotton clothing and 1 cotton quilt. Shen Qing had stocked up quite a few supplies for winter in her space. However, she was currently at the base and didn't dare to take the supplies out easily. She found the goose down she had previously hoarded and asked Tao Ying to quietly modify the cotton jacket sent by the base into a down jacket. This way, she wouldn't shiver from the cold on her way to the cafeteria. On the other side, Xiaomi reported Shen Qing's discovery of the crystal core to the organization. The leaders of the organization were very pleased. After all, no one else had this information yet, and they could use this information gap to hunt more mutated beasts and cultivate a team of superpowered individuals. For now, only Team 01 could fight against the mutated beasts, so the organization entrusted the task of cultivating superpowered individuals to Xiaomi and Team 01. That was the latest task I received. The meeting room fell silent, but there were only 8 of us. Even if we had 80 people, it might not be done well. "Zhou," I said softly. Xiaomi nodded. This task was indeed heavy, but the organization could only send us. "I have no objections," Shen Qing said. After all, this matter would be discovered sooner or later. It's better to cultivate some reliable, superpowered individuals now, so that the base will be safer when a zombie outbreak occurs. I also have no opinions, but I only handle hunting mutated beasts. I'm not suited for training newcomers, Lu Qian added. Since everyone has no issues, then I have no problems either. Seeing that everyone accepted this task, Xiaomi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, you can rest assured that training newcomers isn't urgent. The most important thing now is to hunt the mutated beasts and enhance our team's strength." She opened a map. The map marked various red dots. This map came from other departments of the organization, and these red dots indicated places where citizens had seen mutated beasts. "I have sent the map to your phones. In the next few days, our task is to eliminate them. This time, everyone can form teams freely, considering the uneven combat power within the group. Each team can consist of 2 to 3 people." Speaking of forming teams freely, Zhao Shi immediately looked at Shen Qing beside her. However, before she could speak, Lu Qian jumped in first. "Shen Qing, since we worked well together last time, Let's be in the same team again this time. Shen Qing was taken aback. She didn't really care. It was the same no matter who she teamed up with. Shen Qing nodded, okay. Zhao Shi, looking a bit disappointed, turned her head and saw Zhou Bai smiling at her. Shall we continue with the same group as last time? What do you think? Between the serious Fang Xiao and the gentle and reliable Zhou Bai, Zhao Shi immediately chose the latter. All right for the mission. Is it still you two teaming up with Xie Yang? Xiaomi asked. Fang Xiao glanced at Shen Qing, thought for a moment, and said, I think it's best to stick with 3 in a team. Zhou Bai's team lacks combat power, so I'll go to make up for that. Shen Qing's side has strong combat power, so having Xie Yang follow them for the investigation might yield some clues about the enemy. Xiaomi nodded. Fang Zhao's considerations were indeed more comprehensive. Xie Yang, do you have any opinions? Xie Yang shrugged. I'll follow your arrangements. All right, then we'll go with Fang Zhao's proposed group. Everyone must pay attention to safety. If safety is threatened, the mission can be terminated at any time. Everyone responded in agreement. Okay, meeting adjourned. Zhao Shi linked arms with Shen Qing as they left the conference room, complaining, if I had known it would be a 3-person team, I would have teamed up with you. Shen Qing smiled faintly. Since we are all part of the same team, we will eventually go on missions together, and there will be more opportunities in the future. Zhao Shi pouted. By the way, didn't the organization send someone to look for your family? How's the progress? Shen Qing asked. Zhao Shi sighed and said, there's been no progress. Shen Qing patted her shoulder and said, as long as you think of them, they will be safe. Zhao Shi forced a smile and nodded. The two returned to the room where the Shen family lived. Tao Ying and Shen Jie were drawing architectural plans at the table, while Shen Jian was practicing his shooting accuracy. Mom and Dad, what are you busy with? Shen Qing asked curiously. Tao Ying replied with a smile, your dad and I joined the construction team of the base. Since we have worked in this field for decades, the design of a new safety base's renovation has been entrusted to us. Shen Jie proudly said, Dad, the project you've worked on all these years were not in vain. Life at the base is boring, but it's great that we can shine in our favorite industry. Mom and Dad, we're going on a mission, so you don't need to wait for us for meals these days. Once the mission is over, I'll come find you. Shen Jian paused his movements and asked, is it another mission to eliminate the mutated beasts? Shen Qing nodded. The number of mutated beasts in the city was increasing, and ordinary teams were unable to cope. So the organization sent us to carry out the extermination. Shen Jie and Tao Ying's eyes were filled with worry. You two also need to pay attention to safety. Annie, don't worry. Our team members are all very capable. There will definitely be no mistakes. Shen Qing nodded. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'll be back soon after I finish the task. It's freezing outside. You two won't be able to handle it, even in down jackets. Tao Ying said with concern. Zhao Shi smiled. Auntie, I'm a fire element user. If it gets cold, I'll just gather materials on the spot and start a fire to keep warm. There are plenty of things in the space to keep me warm, so I won't have any problems. Then you must go early and come back early. Shen Qing nodded and looked at Shen Jian, advising, take good care, Mom and Dad. Shen Jian nodded. He hesitated and said, Sister, there's something else I want to discuss with you. The base is recruiting recently. I completely meet the criteria for recruitment, so I was thinking, no. Shen Qing interrupted without a second thought. Shen Jian said anxiously, I also want to protect everyone like you do. Shen Qing stared seriously into his eyes and said earnestly, I just want to protect you. As long as you have a safe and comfortable environment, I'm willing to do anything. This home is already under my protection, and that is enough. Shen Jian frowned slightly and said cautiously, but I don't want to be a useless person who only knows how to eat and drink. Shen Qing angrily said, do you know how happy it is to be an ordinary person who only eats and drinks in this era? I don't want you to sign up. Do you know how many members of an ordinary team die every day? They could be killed by mutated beasts, infected by viruses and die without treatment, killed by refugees, or even freeze or starve to death. If anything happens to you, how am I and our parents supposed to live? Shen Qing excitedly said, immediately dismiss this thought. You are not allowed to make any decisions before I return. Shen Jian was frightened into silence by the furious Shen Qing and could only nod. Let's go. Zhao Shi walked sympathetically to Shen Jian's side. I understand how you feel, but I can empathize more with Sister Shen Qing. If you really want to protect this family, just listen to her. After saying that, The two of them closed the door. Shen Qing sat on the ground with his head down, feeling complicated. Sister Qing, please don't be angry. Jian is still young, and it's normal for him to have such thoughts. Shen Qing let out a heavy sigh and said, I'm not angry. I am scared. I don't have the courage or the ability to face losing them. After all, I've already experienced this heart-wrenching pain once. With the chance of rebirth, I don't want the tragedy to repeat itself. Zhaoxi wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, I understand how you feel. We joined the team despite the dangers. Isn't it all for the safety of our family? Shen Qing let out a long sigh. She knew that Shen Jian was very persistent. Even if she opposed him vehemently, he would still go ahead with his plans. As his sister, she had to find a way for him to survive. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the meeting point. The other team members were already there, dressed in matching blue uniforms. Sorry for being late, Shen Qing said. Zhou Xing handed the team uniforms to the two of them. These cold-resistant outfits are made from the pelts of mutated beasts by the research team. They have been tested and can withstand temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. Once they put on the uniforms, they indeed felt much warmer. This warmth was like having a fire in the blankets, significantly better than the insulation provided by down jackets. These are the gloves and shoes modified by the research team. After changing into their gear, the group split up to act according to their teams. On the way, Lu Qian and Shen Qing walked side by side, while the newly joined Xie Yang trailed behind them. Where to first? Shen Qing asked. Lu Qian looked at the map. The nearest point is about a kilometer away. Let's head there first. There wasn't a living soul on the street. The gray snow on the roadside faintly revealed the frozen limbs of humans. The three looked indifferent, as if they hadn't seen anything. Soon, they arrived at the designated point. With the experience from the last time, Shen Qing and Lu Qian had developed a good synergy. One would move the building aside while the other launched the attack. Basically, no mutated beast could escape more than a meter away. It was Xie Yang's first time witnessing their abilities, and he was very shocked. Just like that, they resolved 2 or 3 points and collected around 10 mutated beast corpses. Xie Yang suddenly felt quite superfluous, as if this small team didn't need him at all. What a narrow path for enemies. He followed behind the two, feeling somewhat powerless. Let's go to another point. While he was lost in thought, Shen Qing patted him on the back. Xie Yang quickly nodded. The three soon reached a new point. Just as the two were clearing the mutated beasts using their previous method, Xie Yang's expression suddenly turned serious. While the two were clearing other points, he had not detected any anomalies on the map in his mind. But at this point, not far from the mutated beasts, there was actually a person hiding. He quickly relayed this information to the two. Shen Qing frowned slightly. Could it be someone who didn't have time to evacuate? Xie Yang said. Even if they didn't have time to leave, they should have fled in the direction away from the mutated beasts. But this person's position is very strange. He crouched down and used his finger to draw the map in his mind on the snow. Look, if this person is really a hiding refugee, why not leave through this small path behind him? The position he is currently in is exposed to the air, and not far away there are mutated beasts. No matter how you look at it, it's not a good choice for hiding. As Xie Yang was speaking, he suddenly said, Strange. This person is starting to move again. The direction of movement is toward the point not far from us. Lu Qian said calmly, If you find it odd, let's follow and take a look. If he really is a refugee, we would be saving his life. Xie Yang looked gratefully at the two of them. He had thought it would be difficult to get along with them, but unexpectedly, they were willing to help verify his doubts. He quickened his pace. Xie Yang said, You lead the way, and we'll hurry over. Shen Qing replied, Okay. Following the map in his mind, Xie Yang quickly ran towards the direction of that person. When he reached the place where the person had just been, he paused. Xie Yang picked up a syringe from the ground, his brow furrowed. This person is definitely not a refugee. Let's chase after him. Shen Qing also reacted. At the last meeting, the results of the investigation by Feng Xiao and Xie Yang were related to these syringes. This person appeared near the mutated beasts at the same time as the syringes. So he must be connected to an evil organization. The few of them chased for a while and finally saw a figure. The man, seeing someone chasing behind him, got scared and ran away. Xie Yang, panting heavily, said, I can't run much longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Lu Qian rush past him like the wind. Wow, his speed is really fast. Xie Yang's eyes widened. in less than 2 minutes. The man was pinned to the ground by Lu Qian. Xie Yang and Shen Qing caught their breath and jogged over to them. The man was huddled on the ground, covering his head, and pleaded, "I don't have any food on me. Please let me go." Xie Yang, with sharp eyes, quickly noticed that he had something in his pocket. He stepped forward and pulled everything out of his pocket. There were 2 syringes and a small glass vial of medicine inside. "What is this?" The man's eyes darted around, and he said, "It's medicine for treating a cold. I picked it up at the hospital." Lu Qian snorted coldly. "Since it's medicine for treating a cold, injecting it into your body now won't kill you, right?" Seeing Lu Qian approaching with the syringe, the man showed a look of terror. "Big brother, please be merciful. It's really not worth wasting such precious medicine on me. If you want the medicinal wine, take it. Just let me go." This medicine is suspicious, so Lu Qian naturally wouldn't use it on him. Xie Yang said from the side, "Let us take the medicine back to the base and hand it over to the research team for inspection. As for him, let Xiaomi interrogate him." Shen Qing nodded in agreement, suddenly smiling. Xiaomi's ability, combined with Zhuoxing's ability, really is a good helper for interrogating prisoners. The 2 immediately understood Shen Qing's meaning and cast her incredulous looks. The 3 of them headed towards the safe base together. Since the research team found that the fur of the mutated beasts was very good at keeping warm, the team decided to bring the bodies of the mutated beasts back to the safe base, planning to deal with them in the conference room. They had hunted a large number of mutated beasts today, and the bodies filled several large bags. Lu Qian and Xie Yang had their hands full and could only let Shen Qing escort the suspicious man. The heavy bodies of the mutated beasts forced the 2 to stop and go, quickly creating a gap between them and Shen Qing. Inside the safe base, there were hardly any people on the road. The man's eyes were covered with a cloth, but he could still feel the temperature difference in front and behind him. He grinned and said, "Good sister, where are we? Why is it so warm?" Shen Qing did not reply, only pushing him along. "Good sister? Is it because you see me wandering outside and feeling too pitiful that you brought me to a good place? Please take off the blindfold from my eyes. With such a good place to stay, I definitely won't run away." Shen Qing furrowed her brows and kicked the person in front of her. "Hurry up and leave, or I'll knock you out and drag you away." Did they think they could easily manipulate her just because she was a woman? They even dared to try to extract information from her. Not far away, Jiang Ming happened to witness this scene. She quickly tugged at Du Yao's sleeve. Du Yao shot her a glare. "What are you up to now?" Jiang Ming pointed in Shen Qing's direction and said, "Isn't that Shen Qing? I just saw her kick that man." Du Yao's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been looking for? Ignoring Jiang Ming beside him, he quickly ran in front of Shen Qing and blocked her path. "What bad luck," Shen Qing said. Du Yao paid no attention to her displeasure and gave a meaningful glance at the man's tied hands. "I was just thinking about how to deal with you, and you unexpectedly handed me the evidence on a silver platter," Du Yao said with a smile. Shen Qing ignored him and continued walking, pushing the man around him. Du Yao stubbornly blocked her path again. "Shen Qing, you can't possibly not understand the rules of the base, can you? You can't use violence against your companions, or you'll be expelled from the base," Du Yao said with ill intentions. "Not only did you tie his hands, but you even kicked him just now. That's already against the rules." Shen Qing coldly glanced at him, not intending to respond. But the bound man became agitated. "Although I can't see your face, I can tell from your voice that you are a good person. Please, good sir, you must save me. I was just a poor refugee. I found a medicine that can cure a cold, and they beat me up without any reason and tied me up. I have a wife and daughter to take care of at home. You have to help me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Qing used all her strength to kick the man, sending him flying several meters away. This drew the attention of the residents who had not been paying attention before. Du Yao's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted, "Everyone, come look. Someone is openly breaking the rules of the base and assaulting our comrade. This kind of person does not deserve to stay here." Jiang Ming, seeing this, quickly chimed in, "The order of the base needs everyone to supervise. We absolutely cannot allow such a dangerous person to stay with us." Although the onlookers were shivering from the cold, they were still unwilling to miss this rare excitement in their dull lives. How did this kind of person get into our base? Just thinking about living with such a barbaric person makes me afraid. We need to report this and get her out. Such a person does not deserve to share resources with us. In the face of these voices, Shen Qing remained unfazed. She pulled the man up from the ground and said, "When it's your turn to speak later, if you say anything reckless now, I won't hold back." Du Yao felt a bit rattled that Shen Qing was completely ignoring him. Jiang Ming, eager to please Du Yao, quickly waved to the patrolling orderlies in the distance, saying, "There's a fight happening here. You all hurry and drive her away." Before the orderlies could arrive, Lu Qian and Xie Yang were the first to show up. "What's going on?" Lu Qian noticed something was off and recognized the man in front of him as the one who had caused trouble for Shen Qing last time, his expression slightly darkening. Shen Qing whispered, "This man wants to extract information about the base from me, and I kicked him out." Just then, some people targeting me saw it and shouted that they wanted to drive me out. Xie Yang furrowed his brows and said, "Don't mind them. Let's hurry back. I really can't carry on." Du Yao was furious when he saw that a few people were ignoring him and whispering among themselves. These two men are in cahoots with her and should be kicked out too. Du Yao shouted. Jiang Ming noticed that the bags in their hands were seeping with blood and yelled, "What do you have in those bags?" The base has regulations against bringing large amounts of raw meat in. It should all be submitted to the base cafeteria. Lu Qian's eyes were cold. Last time he thought this woman looked pitiful, but now it seemed that those who are pitiful must also have something detestable about them. With a dark expression, he took out the corpse of a mutated beast from the bag and threw it at Jiang Ming, hitting her squarely in the face. Jiang Ming screamed in terror and quickly hid behind Du Yao. "Aren't you going to eat it?" The onlookers were also startled by the mutated beast's corpse and gasped. Stepping back several paces, Du Yao's face turned pale, and he forced himself to remain calm, saying, "You brought such dangerous things in here. You have ill intentions." Idiot. He couldn't understand how Shen Qing could have ever been interested in such a fool. At that moment, the orderlies arrived and frowned when they saw the mutated beast on the ground. Du Yao quickly reported to the orderly, saying that someone who could be so ruthless to their companions was a disaster for the base. Before the orderly could ask any questions, Xiang took out the insignia of Team 01 and said, "We three are members of Team 01, out on a mission. This man may be related to these mutated beasts, so he should be brought back to the base for interrogation. These small grains should have already been reported to the base." The orderlies at the base had received notice to cooperate with Team 01, so they were naturally aware of this matter. He respectfully bowed to the group and said, "Sorry for delaying your report. You may go first. I will explain here." Slapping face, Lu Qian paused as he walked past Du Yao and said, "Shen Qing is a member of our Team 01. If you keep trying to trouble her, you'll be the one leaving the base." Shen Qing felt a slight stir in his heart upon hearing this. The three quickly left, and the onlookers, sensing something was off, also fled rapidly, leaving only Du Yao and Jiang Ming in shock and confusion. The order officer cast an unhappy glance at Du Yao, warning him not to meddle in other people's business in the future. Offending Team 01 means we both won't be able to escape the consequences. Right now, they're the most valued individuals in the organization. It took Du Yao a while to regain his senses, and he looked at the order officer in disbelief, asking, "You mean those three are members of Team 01? The team rumored to have special abilities?" The order officer scoffed. "It's not just a rumor. The members of their team truly possess exceptional skills that we ordinary people cannot compare to. This time, considering you were unaware, I won't impose a punishment. But next time, you better recognize." With that, the order officer returned to his patrol route. Du Yao was left in shock. How is that possible? Shen Qing, that woman, actually awakened her abilities? He had not been at the base for long and had heard a little about Team 01. He had always thought that the team members must be exceptionally gifted and unattainable individuals. Therefore, he simply could not accept that Shen Qing had awakened her abilities before him. Jiang Ming noticed that Du Yao's face was pale and dared not speak. Watching the direction Shen Qing left, her jealousy reached its peak. Why? That woman actually has abilities, and so many men protecting her, while she could only lower her stance and compromise to stay by Du Yao's side. The two fell into a heavy silence, each harboring their own thoughts. The three returned to the conference room and informed Xiaomi about the captured suspect. Within 5 minutes, Xiaomi and Zhuixing ran breathlessly into the conference room. "What is going on?" Xiaomi asked excitedly. Xie explained the whole situation and the man's suspicious behavior. What about the drug? Xie replied. It has been sent to the research team for testing. This man is quite stubborn, and since we are not skilled in interrogation, we leave that to you and Zhuxing. Zhuxing's eyes widened me. Xie patted his shoulder and said, Perfect, you can use him to test how much your abilities have improved. If he refuses to confess, then we can send him to you as a test subject. Understanding his meaning, Zhuxing couldn't help but shiver. The man in the corner was also startled and stiffened. Xie idea was good. If he doesn't confess honestly, I will apply to the organization to make him your exclusive test subject. Xiaomi chimed in. Xie scratched his head and smiled. This was not my idea. It was Shen Qing's. Xiaomi gave Shen Qing a thumbs up in appreciation. Only Zhuxing stood by, trembling. Xiaomi walked over to the man, removed the blindfold from his eyes, and then dragged him onto a chair. What's your name? The man cautiously observed his surroundings and said, Wang Yer. Lying. Xiaomi's judgment was much quicker than before. She looked at Xie and said, How about this, for every lie he tells? You shock him with the electric baton once. Xie was surprised me. Xiaomi nodded, thinking they must be quite tired from hunting mutant beasts. So this simple and effortless job can be left to you. Then Xiaomi turned to the two and said, You've worked hard too. If you're not interested in the interrogation process, you can go back and rest first. When the other team returns, we'll handle the mutant beast corpses together. Shen Qing yawned and said, I'm a bit sleepy, so I'll head out first. Lu Qian followed her steps and replied, I'm not interested in the interrogation. I'm leaving. The two exited the conference room one after the other. When they reached the other side of the corridor, Shen Qing pressed the down button for the elevator. Lu Qian paused and asked in confusion, Aren't you going back to your room to sleep? Shen Qing was surprised and then explained, My family is on the 10th floor, and I need to report back after I return. Lu Qian nodded and said, See you. He opened the door to his room and casually turned on the heating. Lu Qian's room was composed of black, white, and gray colors, with the curtains tightly drawn, leaving the room completely dark. He changed his clothes and lay down on the bed, unconsciously thinking of Shen Qing. She was different from the other women he had seen in the apocalypse. She was neither a crying, weak woman seeking protection, nor a strong woman with eyes full of hatred and locked love. Most of the time, her face seemed to say, It has nothing to do with me. Her calm and detached demeanor made him take a few more glances at her. On the other side, when Shen Qing arrived on the 10th floor, neither Shen Jie nor Tao Ying were home. Where are Mom and Dad? When Shen Qing entered, Shen Jian was still practicing throwing darts. Seeing her return, Shen Jian put away his things and said, Mom and Dad just finished the design draft and went to report on their work. Sis, why are you back so early this time? Shen Jian poured a cup of hot water and handed it to her. Shen Qing stretched after drinking some water. While doing her task, she caught a suspicious individual and decided to finish work early. By the way, what do you think about the advice I gave you this morning? Shen Qing asked seriously. Shen Jian gritted his teeth and said cautiously, Sister, I've already signed up. Shen Qing let out a heavy sigh. Shen Jian buried his head, and even his breathing became tense. He was already prepared for the storm to come, but after waiting for a long time, Shen Qing still made no move. Shen Jian raised his head in confusion and saw that Shen Qing's eyes were red. Sister, seeing Shen Qing in pain made Shen Jian feel even more distressed. Sister, I'm only in my 20s. I don't want to hide in the house all day. I don't want to stay under your wings. I hope I can grow. I hope that one day I can protect you and Mom and Dad. Shen Jian choked out. Shen Qing raised her head and held back her tears. I had guessed a long time ago, she said. You're my brother, and we have lived together for more than 20 years. I know your temperament the best. Shen Qing continued, I just knew that even if I opposed it, the things you were determined about would not change. Shen Jian felt both afraid and sad, and quickly knelt down. Sister, I've disappointed you. You can hit me and scold me, but after you're done, I hope you can agree to let me grow, Shen Jian said. Shen Qing reached out her hand, and Shen Jian was so frightened that he closed his eyes. But the hand did not land on his face instead. It held his hand and helped him up. I 1T scold you, and I certainly 1T hit you, Shen Qing said. Sister, Shen Qing reached into his pocket and pulled out a crystal core the size of a peanut. This crystal core was noticeably darker in color than the others. resembling a beautiful sapphire. It was a high-quality crystal core, with greater energy than a typical crystal core, capable of better stimulating the potential within the human body. Interrogation. Shen Qing said this, and then handed over the precious crystal core. She knew her brother too well, and guessed that he might take the initiative to sign up. So when she saw this rare crystal core during the mission, she quietly kept it. For someone like Shen Qing, who had mediocre talent and was an ordinary person, ordinary crystal cores were unlikely to be effective, but this rare one was worth a try. Shen Qing widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Sister, is this for me?" He was incredibly astonished. After realizing that he did not have the qualifications to awaken any special abilities, he accepted his mediocrity. "Sister, since I never awakened any special abilities in my past life, it's better not to waste the crystal core on me." He didn't dare to take it. Shen Qing placed the crystal nucleus in the palm of his hand. The situation in this life is different, and the quality of this crystal nucleus is also different. Shen Qing said, "In this life, your physical fitness and self-defense skills are stronger than in your previous life, so give it a try." Shen Qing was anxious and uneasy. "Can it really be done?" Shen Qing nodded and said, "Let's give it a try." "Thank you, sister. Thank you for still having hope in me." Shen Qing choked up. Shen Qing patted his shoulder and said, "I only have you as a brother, and I really don't want to see you have any accidents. As long as you can awaken your abilities, you can join the team, and even the chances of surviving on missions will be greater." Shen Qing's eyes were red, tightly gripping the crystal core. "On the other side, what's your name?" Xiaomi repeated the question. The man had just been shocked by an electric baton and was howling in pain. "Wang Hao." Xiaomi nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask, "Why were you in the area where the mutated beasts were active today?" Wang Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I was looking for food. I didn't know there were mutated beasts there." Xiaomi smiled, lying, and continued to interrogate him. Xie Yang nodded and suddenly struck him on the waist. Wang Hao cried out in pain and hurriedly said, I'll talk. His face was pale, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. It was evident that the electric baton was quite powerful. I was hiding in the shadows to observe the situation of the mutated beast. Xiaomi asked, "Are the drugs we found on you related to animal mutations?" Wang Hao nodded painfully and admitted, "These animals did mutate because of the drugs." "What organization are you from? Why are you doing this?" Xiaomi pressed further. Wang Hao anxiously said, "I'm not part of any organization. Someone paid me to inject the animals with the drugs and release them into the residential area. If the mutated beasts were cleared out, they would remotely inject the drugs into the female mutated beast. I'm just trying to survive. Please let me go." Wang Hao was agitated. Xie Yang and Zhuoxing exchanged knowing glances with Xiaomi. Xiaomi nodded, indicating that Wang Hao was indeed not lying. "Who hired you?" Xiaomi asked. Wang Hao shook his head in confusion. "I can't say. He always wore a long trench coat, had a pure black mask on his face, and even hid his hair under a hat. I really can't tell if it's a man or a woman." "What about the voice?" Wang Hao shook his head and said, "He never spoke, just wrote what he wanted to say on a piece of paper." Xiaomi frowned. Wang Hao's words were all true. This indicated that the enemy had a strong counter-surveillance awareness and was very difficult to deal with. "I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go?" "I was forced to take this job." Xiaomi shot him a cold glare. "Forced? Do you know how many people lose their lives to mutated beasts every day? Your forced decision has led to the destruction of other people's families. Not to mention ordinary civilians, even the military trained by organizations have lost many lives to mutated beasts. The instigator of this incident is unforgivable." Wang Hao said with a long face, "If I hadn't taken this job, I would have starved to death long ago." "If you have such a strong sense of morality in the apocalypse, how can you survive?" Xiaomi said lightly, "You chose to abandon your sense of morality. I choose to punish you on behalf of ordinary civilians." Wang Hao drooped his ears, no longer arguing. "Since this isn't your first time cooperating with him, there must be a way for you to contact him, right?" Wang Hao shrugged and said, "I don't know. Anyway, whether I talk or not, you'll punish me. So I might as well be straightforward." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Xie Yang angrily zapped him with the electric baton. Xiaomi waved her hand, signaling him to put the baton away. "If you cooperate honestly with our work, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. As long as we catch the instigator behind this, you can stay in the base for reform. If you refuse to cooperate, I can only hang you in the area where the mutated beasts appear, letting you feel the sensation of being torn apart and killed by the mutated beasts you helped cultivate. You have 10 seconds to think. After 10 seconds, it will be too late to change your mind. 10-9. Shen Qing nervously swallowed the crystal core. The energy of this crystal core was too great. In the moment it entered his body, he directly collapsed to the ground. His veins bulged, saliva and mucus flowed, his eyes turned red, and he let out low growls from his mouth. Shen Qing quickly tied him up with a rope. Jian, I believe you can do it. The so-called awakening of superpowers is actually a genetic invasion. Those with strong willpower and excellent physical fitness can awaken their superpowers after enduring it. For those who can't make it through, both death and mutation are possible. Shen Qing struggled and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. His vision was blurred, and the blood within him surged wildly, as if it were trying to burst out of his flesh. Shen Qing noticed that something was wrong and quickly hugged the person, softly comforting, Jian, I'm your sister. You must hold on. As long as you succeed in holding on, you will be able to awaken your abilities and protect our family. These words seemed to have an effect, as Shen Jian's roaring voice noticeably lowered. Shen Qing gently stroked his head, her heart aching like a knife. If only he hadn't been so determined to enlist in the army, he wouldn't have to endure this kind of pain. At that moment, the door opened. Tao Ying and Shen Jie, who had just been happy because their proposal was approved, walked in to see Shen Jian vomiting all over the floor, moaning in pain. Jian, what's wrong with him? Tao Ying hurriedly ran to their side. Dad, close the door tightly. Don't let others see. Shen Jie hurriedly closed the door and ran into the room. What on earth is going on? Wasn't everything fine before going out? The two were so anxious that they didn't know where to put their hands. Mom and Dad, don't panic. Let's hold Jian tight. We must try to calm him down. He needs to calm down. The two nodded in a fluster. New member, Jian, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here. We're by your side. Tao Ying's voice trembled. Slowly, Shen Jian's struggles became smaller, and the veins on his forehead gradually faded away. Jian, I'm here with Mom and Dad. No matter what, I believe in you. Seeing that it was effective, Shen Qing continued to comfort him. After a while, Shen Jian's condition finally stabilized. His eyes gradually became clearer, the scattered light slowly gathering. Jian? Shen Qing tentatively called out. Shen Jian looked at her sister. Dad. Mom, why are you all holding me? Shen Qing relaxed completely. It seems she has made it through. Jian, you made us so worried. Tao Ying's tears fell in an instant. Shen Qing told him about what had just happened and congratulated him on successfully making it through. As expected, his abilities had been successfully awakened. Shen Jian looked completely bewildered. Just now, he did feel an unusual power within his body, but after he regained consciousness, it seemed that the power had subsided. Do I have superpowers now? Shen Jian glanced at his palm, but it seemed to have nothing special about it. Shen Qing guided. Close your eyes and concentrate on finding the power within you. See where it gathers. Shen Jian nodded and closed his eyes. He focused intently on searching for that strange power within him, realizing that the power was flowing downwards towards his lower body, from the root of his thigh to his calf, and then to the soles of his feet. Shen Jian was taken aback. His ability was in his feet. Could it be that he had activated some kind of perfect shooting leg? If he went to the football field downstairs to try it out, he could verify it. Just as he thought of this, a gust of cold wind blew past. When he looked up again, he was already in the football field of the base. It was minus 30 degrees outside, and he was only wearing a sweater. Where are the people? Why couldn't Jian be seen? The three people in the room widened their eyes in shock. How could someone who was right in front of them just disappear in the blink of an eye? Just as they were about to get up and look for him, with a swish, Shen Jian appeared back in the room. Tao Ying and Shen Jie were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Shen Qing was the first to react, saying, this should be his supernatural ability. Shen Jian was excited, yet a bit disappointed. The excitement came from finally awakening his supernatural ability. The disappointment was, this ability seemed not very useful in battle. Shen Qing was the first to walk up to him and gave him a firm hug. I know what you're thinking. I originally thought my ability couldn't be used in combat either, but when I actually utilized it, it often surprised me. I believe your ability is the same. She encouraged him. Moreover, this is just the initial state of your ability, it might grow in new ways in the future. After hearing Shen Qing's words, Shen Ji felt much better inside. He looked at Shen Qing gratefully and said, "Thank you, sister. You gave me the opportunity to try." Shen Jie and Taoing also walked over to the two of them, and the family embraced. In the conference room, before Xiao Mi finished counting down, Wang Hao changed his tone. "I will cooperate." He had witnessed the tragic scene of mutated beasts tearing people apart. Those who were bitten often did not die immediately, but bled to death and agony during the attack. Thinking of the horrific state of those people before they died sent a chill down Wang Hao's back. Xiao Mi patted his shoulder, saying that it was good enough that he was willing to cooperate. Wang Hao told Xiao Mi all the details of the time he had agreed upon with the man and the place for their next meeting. Xiao Mi confirmed that he was telling the truth before having him taken away for detention. Before long, Shen Qing arrived in the conference room with Shen Jian. "How is it? Is the interrogation finished?" Xiao Mi nodded, saying it was just a hired goon who confessed after a bit of intimidation. "Let's wait for the others to return before we discuss the next steps." After saying this, she turned to Shen Jian and asked, "Who is this?" "This is my younger brother, Shen Jian." Xiao Mi nodded and extended her hand. Shen Jian took her hand and then instantly moved behind her. Xiao Mi was stunned for a moment, and when she turned around, Shen Jian had returned to his original position. "Hello, my name is Shen Jian, and I would like to apply to join Team 01, Shen Jian said with a smile, showing his teeth. Xiao Mi was still recovering from the shock and stammered. "What just happened? How come you were in front of me one moment and behind me the next, huh? Joining the team?" Shen Jian immediately demonstrated again. "As you can see, my ability is to teleport instantly. However," Shen Jian scratched his head, "I have tested it, and for now, I can only move to places I have been to or can see. I can't go to places I haven't been to yet." Xiao Mi was shocked. "Although my ability doesn't sound very useful, my shooting skill can reach 9 out of 10 hits. I wonder if there's a chance to join the team?" Xiao Mi nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. "Of course. Team 01 welcomes you. Right now, Team 01 is short on people. Having an extra helper is always good." She immediately had Zhuo Xing bring a badge from Team 01 and gave it to Shen Jian. "From now on, you are a member of Team 01. Once everyone arrives, I will introduce you one by one." Shen Jian nodded and repeatedly touched the plaque in his hand. He could finally stand up and protect his family like Shen Qing. As night fell, another small team returned to the conference room. After briefly reporting today's achievements, Xiao Mi introduced Shen Jian to everyone. For Shen Jian, there were 3 familiar faces in the conference room, so he just needed to remember the names of the others. "All right, everyone, let's get to know each other briefly. You can familiarize yourselves during future missions. Please take a seat." Zhao Shi sat next to Shen Jian and quietly asked, "Jian, how is it that I was only gone for half a day and you've already awakened your abilities?" Shen Jian said softly, "I'll tell you after the meeting." Zhao Shi nodded and straightened up. Xiao Mi asked Zhuo Xing to help lay the corpses of the 2 teams captured mutated beasts on the ground and count them. The 2 squads had collectively hunted 80 mutated beasts. Xiao Mi frowned. This only cleared less than half of the locations. 80 mutated beasts. How many people must die under the claws of these mutated beasts every day? The team's manpower was limited, and even if they worked around the clock day and night, they couldn't keep up with the reproduction of the mutated beasts and the speed at which the reactionaries injected the drugs. Therefore, the urgent task was still to quickly find those hiding behind the scenes. They needed to understand their motives and eradicate them completely. With previous experience, the speed at which they harvested crystal cores had improved significantly. After collecting the crystal cores, they sent the bodies to the research team, who would use the skins to make warm clothing. Apologizing, Xiao Mi evenly distributed the collected crystal cores among all the team members. The instability of these crystal cores within ordinary humans was too high. The organization was concerned that easily allowing the army to use them would increase the death rate among its members, and they were even more worried about mutations occurring. Therefore, these crystal cores would first be used by our team. Once our team's strength stabilized, we would gradually select outstanding members from the army for trial use. By then, if they mutated, we would have the ability to suppress it, Xiao Mi explained. The team members swallowed the distributed crystal cores and sat quietly in their places waiting for reactions. Having had the experience of swallowing the crystal cores for the first time, Everyone was much calmer this time. Half an hour later, they each tried out the changes in their abilities, and the meeting continued. There was another important piece of news today, Xiaomi said. Today, Shen Qing and her group captured a person related to the birth of the mutated beasts during a mission. After interrogation, we learned that he would meet with the mastermind behind the reactionary organization tomorrow. Xiaomi looked at everyone and said, "So our most important task right now is to capture this mastermind." She pondered for a moment and then said, "The elimination mission is paused. Everyone will be deployed tomorrow." Everyone could see the importance of this mission and responded seriously. After the meeting, Shen Qing, Shen Jian, and Zhao Shi teamed up and left together. Watching the scene, Lu Qian frowned slightly. Behind him were Feng Xiao and Xie Yang. "Phew, finally another big task. I'm a bit nervous," Xie Yang said. Feng Xiao smiled and replied, "Nervous about what? I heard from Xiaomi that you were the first to discover this person today. You did really well." Xie Yang forced a smile. "Today, I only managed to do this one thing." Sensing the disappointment in his tone, Feng Xiao asked, "What's wrong? Your team was pretty impressive today." "Why do you say that?" Xie Yang stopped and tilted his chin towards the direction where Lu Qian and Shen Qing had left. "Their teamwork is just too perfect. I can't contribute anything in the team. To be honest, I even feel like a third wheel between them." He thought for a moment and continued the metaphor. "It's like being the passerby next to a golden boy and jade girl. In short, if it weren't for catching a criminal, my confidence would probably hit rock bottom. For some reason, hearing him describe the other two as a golden boy and jade girl made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. But seeing Xie Yang in a low mood, he still comforted him. "Don't overthink it. Everyone's abilities can shine in different areas. You caught the criminal. That's already a significant achievement." Only then did Xie Yang smile more easily. "Thanks, brother." The next day, Shen Qing got up early and sent a message to Shen Jian. Seeing that he didn't reply, Shen Qing decided to go to the cafeteria first to bring breakfast for her family. On her way back to the dormitory from the cafeteria, she unexpectedly ran into Du Yao. This time, there was no sign of Jiang Ming by his side, just him alone. Shen Qing walked past him with a cold face, as if she didn't recognize him. Little did she know, Du Yao quickly followed her. "What a coincidence. We can meet so early. It seems that fate hasn't ended yet." Du Yao had a beaming smile, as if he had become a different person compared to before. Shen Qing didn't even glance at him, treating him like air. Du Yao wasn't angry. His face still wore a smile. "Are you still mad about what happened before? Can I apologize to you? It was all my fault before," Du Yao said, trying to please her. Shen Qing glanced at him oddly and said coldly, "Du Yao, did you take the wrong medicine today?" Du Yao still wore a smile and replied, "Are you concerned about me? I'm not sick, so I didn't take any medicine. Hearing a caring word from you. I'm sure I won't get sick in the coming days." "Ugh," Shen Qing retched, feeling disgusted. It was enough to make her want to vomit her last meal. Although she didn't know what Du Yao was thinking, she was aware that he definitely had bad intentions. Qing, stop." Shen Qing frowned and said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't gross me out." Du Yao quickly replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly realized that I really wasn't human before. You're so good, yet I hurt you. Now that I realize it, I deeply regret it in my heart. I don't ask for you to accept me again, just hope you can forgive me, so my guilt can lessen a bit." Looking at the deep affection in his eyes, Shen Qing couldn't help but admire his superb acting skills. "How can I forgive you? Should I send you to meet God?" Shen Qing scoffed. "Guilt? If you really had that, you wouldn't be called Du Yao." With that, she quickened her pace. Du Yao kept chasing after her. As they reached the elevator, Shen Qing coldly said, "Are you still coming? You need a card to enter the 20th floor. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside." Qing, Du Yao called out. Shen Qing looked at him coldly and said, "If unauthorized personnel forcibly enter the 20th floor, team members can handle it themselves while ensuring the opponent's life. Du Yao, you wouldn't want to lose an arm or a leg, would you?" Du Yao was frightened by her gaze and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't dare to follow into the elevator. Qing, I will find you again." Once the elevator doors closed, the deep affection on Du Yao's face instantly disappeared, leaving only unwillingness and hatred. In the conference room, the team members had gathered. Xiaomi opened her computer and projected the information she had found onto the wall. According to Wang Hao, every Friday he would meet with a masked person on the street, and the street address is here. Xiaomi pointed to the map. Before the apocalypse, this place was a kindergarten. Xiaomi then took out another picture. In the picture, most of the kindergarten's wall had collapsed, leaving only a small part of the building. Next to the collapsed ruins, there was an inconspicuous staircase that could lead to the second floor. These are the photos I took last night, Xiaomi said. As you can see, there are several residential buildings near the kindergarten, and the kindergarten has a total of 2 floors. They agreed to meet in the room at the far corner of the second floor. The floor isn't high, so if the opponent notices anything unusual, they can jump down and escape into the alley at any time. Xiaomi continued, so we must block all the entrances to this alley. She zoomed out the map, marking 4 points. There are 4 exits in total, and we currently have limited manpower. We can only have 1 person guarding each exit. Xiaomi said awkwardly. Right now, we still don't know the opponent's strength, so this arrangement is indeed a bit risky, but this is our only opportunity. If we let them escape, this lead will be lost. Lu Qin volunteered. I can handle it alone. I'll guard exit. Xiaomi looked at him gratefully. Then I'll guard exit B. Zhao said. Xiaomi was worried that Zhao would have trouble handling it alone, so she specifically assigned Zhou to exit B as well. You two have worked together twice. With your cooperation, it should be fine. Exit C will be guarded by Xie Yang. Xie Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Me alone? After all, his abilities were of no use in battle. Xiaomi reassured him, don't worry, exit D will be guarded by Shen Qing. Exit C is very close to exit D, so if there's an emergency, he can teleport over to help you. Zhuo Xing will also be on standby at exit C for any rescue. But neither Zhuo Xing nor Shen Qing have combat abilities. Can the 3 of us really hold 2 exits? Xie Yang was still a bit worried. Xiaomi understood his concerns and said awkwardly, for now, we can only arrange it this way. Our team really doesn't have enough personnel. The remaining Shen Qing and Feng Xiao will have to stay hidden in the room on the second floor. Don't worry, everyone is equipped with communicators. If anything happens, help will arrive quickly. Xiaomi comforted him. Although Xie Yang was still worried, he could understand Xiaomi's words. As the time for Wang Hao's meeting approached, Team 01 had already deployed at various points in the meeting location, waiting for the person to appear so they could take him down in one go. The agreed meeting time was 5 p.m. Watching the time draw near, everyone was extremely nervous. The clock had already reached 4:30, and several pairs of eyes were tightly fixed on the visible path. There were only 4 alleys leading into the kindergarten, and they had to keep an eye out for the opponent's appearance to inform Shen Qing on the second floor. The few of them were fully focused, afraid that they might miss it in the blink of an eye. Thus, they stared blankly for 20 minutes without seeing a single figure. Xie Yang couldn't hold back and turned to Xiaomi beside him. Sister me, it's almost 5. Do you think he might not come today? Xiaomi frowned. He shouldn't. According to Wang Hao, they've been meeting for a month at this time. Moreover, the man has always appeared on time and has never been late. As time continued to tick away, the man still did not appear. Xie Yang kept looking at his watch. Sister me, didn't Wang Hao say this person is always very punctual? With only 2 minutes left until the meeting time, he can't just drop in for nowhere, right? Zhuo Xing said. Sister me, could it be that the opponent discovered our movements? So they won't come? Xiaomi shook her head. Impossible. Only our team members know about this operation, and there were no other witnesses when they took Wang Hao away. The opponent wouldn't know. Though she said that, Xiaomi also felt a faint worry in her heart. After all, this mission was very important, and if the opponent really didn't come, it would be very difficult to find any clues related to this matter again. She furrowed her brows and stared ahead. Inside the room, Feng Xiao and Shen Qing were hiding in a reading area separated from the classroom, listening intently to the sounds outside. Shen Qing pressed the earphone to confirm that it was turned on. Don't be nervous. Since there hasn't been any news yet, it means that person hasn't arrived. Feng Xiao said. Shen Qing nodded, not daring to show any sign of relaxation. It's activity time. Children, stand up and move your little hands. A sweet female voice became somewhat eerie in the quiet classroom. Both of them were startled by the strange music. After the voice stopped, a cheerful tune began to play, making the two feel a chill down their spines at that moment. Noticing Shen Qing's pale face, Feng Xiao immediately opened the curtain a crack, cautiously searching for the source of the sound. After determining where it was coming from, his expression softened considerably. Feng Xiao lowered the curtain and explained softly, "It's just an alarm clock. Don't be afraid." Shen Qing slightly opened her mouth and took a deep breath, her heartbeat slowing down. Seeing that she was also startled, Fang Zhao's lip curled up slightly. You've been too tense, relax a bit. You're not alone. Your teammates are your strongest support. Fang Zhao comforted her. Shen Qing responded softly. Click, click. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside. The faint smiles on both of their faces instantly disappeared. What is going on? Shen Qing nervously mouthed the question to Fang Zhao beside her. Fang Zhao pointed to her earphones and shook her head. Shen Qing broke out in a cold sweat. There were no alerts in the headphones, so what were those footsteps outside? Clack, clack. The crisp sound of footsteps grew closer and closer, then suddenly stopped. Creak. The two heard the door being pushed open, and the person walked in. Shen Qing instinctively tightened her grip on the gun. No matter what caused them to not receive the alert, the fact that this person could enter at the exact time through the precise door was definitely not a coincidence. Fang Zhao, Shen Qing, I don't see the suspect outside for now. I don't know what's going on, so you two stay hidden and don't come out. Xiaomi's voice came through the earpiece. The two exchanged a tacit glance. There was indeed a way to evade 6 pairs of eyes and reach the second floor. This person was certainly not ordinary. The unreliable lackey needed to be dealt with. The person was toying with a clock. Although the voice didn't reveal the gender, it was clear he was angry at Wang Hao for being late. At this moment, the two in the reading area also caught a glimpse of each other through the crack of the door. Just as Wang Hao had said, the person was draped in a long robe and wearing a mask, making it impossible to tell if they were male or female. After confirming that this was the person they were looking for, the two silently counted down 3, 2, 1. At the instant Shen Qing pulled back the curtain, Fang Zhao's palm thunder struck out. Even fully armed, it was still evident that the person was panicking. They couldn't dodge in time, and the palm thunder landed directly on their shoulder. An ability user? Shock was written all over that person's face. Nice job, but don't kill them, Shen Qing reminded. Fang Zhao smiled. Don't worry, I remember. After saying that, another palm thunder surged forward, just as it was about to strike the person's legs. A burst of white light unexpectedly appeared around them, bouncing the palm thunder back. Be careful. Shen Qing didn't expect that the other person was also a supernatural being. She was momentarily stunned for a second when the palm thunder suddenly struck in front of her. Fortunately, Fang Zhao pulled her to his side, dodging the attack. Bang! The rebounding palm thunder directly blasted a large hole in the wall behind them, causing the already half-collapsed building to sway even more precariously. The commotion also startled the few people lurking at the intersection. What was that noise? Xiao Mi inquired. Not from here, it sounds like it's coming from the center. Zhao Shi replied. On the second floor of the kindergarten, that person has appeared. Shen Qing and I are engaging him. You all must guard the exits. Fang Zhao reminded in a low voice. The person coldly snorted, that useless dog actually sold me out, facing head-on outside the building. The other members were stunned by Fang Zhao's words. How is that possible? No one has passed through this route at all. Could it be that this person really has wings? Did he descend from the sky? Xieyang was filled with confusion. On the other end of the communicator, Lu Qian anxiously asked, what do we do now? Should we rush and help? Xiaomi shook her head. Not yet. Our task is to guard every exit. If the two of them can't handle each other, then we will go to support. Inside the room, Fang Zhao asked with concern, are you okay? Shen Qing shook her head, her gaze towards the person becoming more vigilant. The other party was indeed an ability user. Their light wall could bounce back our attacks, so we need to be more careful. Fang Zhao nodded. The counterattack from the other party was indeed beyond his expectations, so he had to be fully alert from now on. Shen Qing tightened her grip on the gun, looking for the right opportunity. The man looked at the two of them and laughed. What? You still want to use a gun against me? Aren't you afraid that the bullets will hit your companion? Seeing him so arrogant, both of them had unsightly expressions. The man swaggered towards the door and said, running into me is your good luck. If those other guys find out there are other ability users, you two will just obediently become lab rats. Shen Qing was alert and asked those guys, are they also ability users? The person shrugged and replied, do you think I would tell you? After saying this, he immediately activated the light shield, ran to the door, and pulled the handle to escape. Shen Qing, hurry, don't let him get away. Shen Qing nodded and, with a wave of her hand, instantly absorbed the large door in the corridor in front of her into space. The second floor immediately transformed into an open-air flat. Shen Qing and Feng Xiao jumped down to the first floor with agility. Shen Qing immediately struck again, bringing a layer into the space and casually throwing the ruins to the ABCD entrance, blocking the 4 routes that could lead out of here. This idea had just flashed in her mind. Now the entire kindergarten had been flattened, and the person who had just escaped fell directly from the second floor. Shen Qing and Feng Xiao then saw that there was actually a downward passage on the ground. No wonder he could evade so many eyes. It turned out he had come up directly from underground. Shen Qing said. The man was clearly a bit dazed from the fall. Seeing the building that had just concealed him suddenly disappear into thin air, his eyes were filled with shock. However, amidst the shock, he immediately got up from the ground to escape. Seeing this, Feng Xiao hurriedly ran towards the entrance to try to stop him. But the position he fell from was closer to the entrance, and even if Feng Xiao exerted all his strength to catch up, it would probably be too late. At that moment, Shen Qing quickly came up with an idea and directly shoved a discarded motorcycle from the roadside into the entrance. The motorcycle appeared so suddenly that the man couldn't dodge in time and crashed right into it. On the other side, the team members guarding several exits were startled by this sudden pile of rubble. However, they quickly realized that this was Shen Qing's handiwork. Xiaomi was delighted and said, "Now, several exits are blocked. Everyone doesn't need to hold their positions. Immediately head to the center to provide support." As soon as the order was given, Lu Qian, stationed at exit, instantly climbed over the rubble and rushed towards the center. However, compared to the teleporting Shen Jian, he was still a step slower. "Sister, are you okay?" Shen Jian appeared in front of Shen Qing in an instant, almost simultaneously firing a shot in the direction of the man. His sudden appearance caught the other party off guard, and before he could activate his light shield, he was hit by a bullet. However, the bullet deviated in the cold wind and only struck his shoulder. The man let out a howl and glared fiercely in Shen Jian's direction. "I'm Fina. Be careful. Don't use your gun lightly. That man is also an ability user and can rebound the attacks he receives," Shen Qing reminded. Just then, the remaining team members also arrived at the center and quickly surrounded the man. "I didn't expect so many of you would come." The man gritted his teeth and said. Shen Qing said coldly, "Although you can counter our attacks, you can't match us when you're unarmed. It's better to give up struggling and come with us honestly." Xiaomi nodded in agreement. "As long as you cooperate with us, we guarantee we won't harm you." The man's shoulders trembled, and he slowly straightened his hunched body. Calmly, he took off the clown mask on his face and said, "You naive fools think I was fleeing in panic?" As the mask came off, a voice changer fell out from the mask. Beneath the mask was a face covered in scars, with dense marks from the forehead to the chin that were shocking to behold. Zhao Shi let out a small gasp in fright. "I originally had more important matters to attend to, so I didn't want to entangle with you. But since you insist on not letting me leave, then whatever happens next is your own doing." The man sneered. After saying that, he slowly began to take off his robe. "Enough of your nonsense. I want to see what you can do." Lu Qian directly shot out an ice arrow, but the man immediately used a light shield to deflect the ice arrow back. The rebound speed was even faster than Lu Qian's launch. Lu Qian quickly leaped up to dodge the attack. The other team members were also stunned upon witnessing the man's abilities. Shen Qing said softly, "Be careful. With so many of us attacking him, he can still remain so calm. His strength must be extraordinary." As soon as she finished speaking, the man let out a gurgling sound from his throat, as if a bone was stuck in it. Shen Qing then noticed that his Adam's apple was more pronounced than that of an average man, as if it contained something inside. At that moment, the man suddenly grasped his own neck with both hands, pressing down hard on his Adam's apple with his thumbs. "Is he trying to commit suicide?" Zhu Xing guessed cautiously. Xiaomi was also startled and immediately said, "Stop him. We only have this one clue. We absolutely cannot let him die." "Yes, his protective shield is still up, so neither psychic attacks nor weapons can directly harm him." Lu Qian frowned, wanting to rush forward and take the man down. Just as he was about to get close to the man, Shen Jian noticed something was off. He immediately teleported behind Lu Qian and yanked him back with force. At that instant, the man's neck exploded with a bang, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Everyone was shocked. Did he just die? Xie young stamret. Lu Qian glared angrily at Shen Qing. What did you do? If you hadn't stopped me, I could have stopped him. A direct confrontation. Shen Qing rolled his eyes and pointed to the ground, saying, if I hadn't pushed you just now, you would have been dead already. Lu Qian followed his finger and noticed something unusual. The flesh that had exploded from the man's neck fell onto the snow, instantly melting the surrounding snow and rising in thick black smoke. Do you see? His blood isn't normal. His bodily functions are probably very different from those of an ordinary person, Shen Qing said. Lu Qian was first shocked, then felt a sense of guilt. I'm misunderstood. I'm sorry, he said awkwardly. Shen Qing waved his hand. It's fine. I know you're anxious too. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to take us down with him? Xie Yang's mouth dropped open, completely shocked. He's quite a ruthless person, Zhuo Xing said. Xiaomi hesitated for a moment, then elbowed Zhuo Xing. How about you and Zhou Bai go check if there's any chance of saving him? It's a good opportunity to test the extent of your abilities. Huh? Zhuo Xing widened his eyes. I can heal external injuries. But his head is gone. Isn't that a bit too much to ask? Xiaomi said with a frown. But this is our only clue. Zhuo Xing gritted his teeth, really considering trying this method. Zhou Bai opened a protective shield, guarding Zhuo Xing, and the two cautiously moved towards the man. Looking at the man's neck, which was a mess of flesh, Zhuo Xing felt a pain in his own neck. Just as he crouched down, ready to attempt his healing technique, a surge of black blood suddenly erupted from the man's neck. The vacant neck sprayed black blood like a shower, and if it weren't for the protection of Zhou Bai, they would have likely been contaminated. Zhuo Xing gritted his teeth and shakily used his healing technique. But before the healing light could reach the man's neck, his body suddenly flipped over. Zhuo Xing screamed in fright. Xiaomi sensed something was wrong and quickly urged the two to retreat. Just as they were pulling back, the man's corpse began to writhe on the ground. Not good. Attack him quickly, Shen Qing shouted. Shen Qing was extremely panicked. The man's twisted posture was too much like a zombie. But it was clearly not yet the stage of a zombie outbreak. Could it be that something was changed in the dark? Hearing Shen Qing's words, Lu Qian immediately attacked the man's body without a second thought. But as the ice arrow approached, the man stood up and dodged the attack at an incredible speed. Be careful. His speed has increased, Shen Qing said anxiously. Zhou Bai, quickly protect Xiaomi and Zhuo Xing. Xie Yang, you retreat first. These few people had no combat ability at all, and staying here would likely make them targets for the man. Once attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Bai quickly used a light shield to protect Xiaomi and Zhuo Xing, and the three began to retreat towards the nearest exit A of the base. Shen Qing reminded, once we can't hold on any longer, don't worry about our lives and immediately retreat. Although it sounds a bit cruel, it's better than total annihilation. Hold on. I'll call for rescue right away, Xiaomi said excitedly. Shen Qing was on high alert, shouting, don't let the rescuers in. If anything goes wrong, burn us all to ashes immediately. As soon as she said this, everyone turned their surprised gazes towards her. Without time to explain, she pulled out a gun from her pocket, aiming at the man's neck, ready to fire. Just as she suspected, a hole soon opened in the man's neck, and a strange head emerged from it. The head no longer resembled the man. With bulging eyes and a green tongue, it looked just like a zombie from a movie. What the hell? What is this? So disgusting, Shen Qing frowned. At that moment, Shen Qing quietly approached Shen Qing and said, Jian, if we can't kill him in a bit, use your powers to get out of here immediately. Go back to the base and hide with Mom and Dad. Shen Jian's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Sister, don't talk nonsense. I want to leave with you. I absolutely cannot abandon you. Shen Qing pulled the trigger and said, this time you must listen to me. Together, we might not even be his match. I can't leave this place, but at least you can. The moment the bullet approached the man, the light shield appeared. Shen Qing felt as if she had sunk to the bottom of the sea, feeling icy cold. This man's strength was truly overwhelming. His body had clearly transformed to be like a high-level zombie, yet he could still use his abilities. On their side, only Lu Qian and Feng Xiao had more mature abilities, while her Zhao Shi and Shen Jian's combat power was far from sufficient. Don't daze off. Be careful behind you, Lu Qian shouted loudly. When Shen Qing came to her senses, the man's hand was already close to her neck. At that moment, Shen Qing instantly moved in front of Shen Qing and kicked the man with all his strength, rescuing Shen Qing from his grasp. Sister, don't think about anything else. Dealing with this monster is the priority. Meanwhile, Lu Qian and Feng Xiao attacked the man from two directions. Fortunately, the man's energy shield was not circular and could only defend against one side's attack. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't protect both the front and back at the same time. He blocked Feng Xiao's lightning, but Lu Qian's ice arrow pierced directly through his chest. Well done, Shen Jian shouted excitedly. The man let out an angry roar and charged toward Lu Qian. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Lu Qian. Lu Qian sensed the man's movement, quickly turned around, and kicked him in the wound on his chest, then swiftly retreated. His wound was healing. Lu Qian frowned. Shen Qing reminded, try to attack his neck. As long as we can find a way to twist his neck, he can truly die. The others did not question Shen Qing's reasoning and followed her instructions. Considering the man's protective shield, they quickly formed into teams. Zhao Shi and Feng Xiao teamed up, as the combined effect of fire and lightning attacks was stronger. Lu Qian and Shen Jian formed another group, with ice arrows and Shen Jian's superb marksmanship being able to injure the man. Shen Qing worked alone, attempting to move nearby structures in front of the man to obstruct the effect of the shield, occasionally delaying his speed. Thus, through their tacit cooperation, the man's stamina clearly began to falter, and his speed gradually decreased. Most importantly, Shen Qing noticed that his head seemed to be changing. When she expressed this thought, the others nodded in agreement. It was indeed different. What was happening? Could it be that he could change back? Shen Jian felt that this was rather absurd. Shen Qing's mind buzzed. Yes, why hadn't she thought of that? After the bold guess of victory emerged, everything that seemed unreasonable could now be explained. Why did the man not care at all about blowing up his own body? It was because he knew from the very beginning that he could return to his original state, being clear about his own strength. He was confident that he could capture Shen Qing and the others all at once. His supernatural ability might not be as simple as just a light shield. Shen Qing quickly shared her bold guess with the other team members. Is it really possible? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Shen Jian didn't expect that his casual remark would be taken seriously. Lu Qian said coldly, aren't there enough unreasonable things after the apocalypse? That's true. Feng Xiao looked at Shen Qing and asked, so do we have to break his neck before he returns to his original form? Shen Qing nodded heavily. If he returned to his original form, it was very likely that he would launch a transformation attack again, and our stamina wouldn't last that long. Although this is just my guess, but if I happen to be right, the consequences would be unbearable for us. The others understood Shen Qing's meaning. If there was another attack like that, they would all die here due to exhaustion. So they had to take him down before he transformed back. The fight continued for a few more minutes. Shen Qing noticed that the man's speed had significantly decreased, and his reactions had become much slower. It was likely related to the transformation time. However, after a long battle, the members of Team 01 were also exhausted to the extreme. Perhaps pushed to desperation, the man suddenly began to roar like a madman. His bulging eyes were bloodshot, making him look even more terrifying than before. In an instant, the man lunged forward, opening his mouth to release a cloud of black mist. Quick, cover your nose, Shen Qing urged. The mist looked suspicious. At that moment, the man moved at lightning speed to Lu Qian's front and violently knocked him to the ground. The force was as great as that of a fierce beast. Cough, cough. Lu Qian began to cough violently. Shen Jian immediately fired at the man, but was instantly bounced back by the man's shield. The man's dry fingers clawed into Lu Qian's neck, opening his mouth wide to bite down. Lu Qian pulled out his hands to brace against the man's chin. However, he was restrained and unable to unleash his ice arrows. The shield behind the man rendered any attack ineffective. Lu Qian's veins bulged, but he still couldn't match the man's strength. In that moment, he surprisingly accepted the outcome of being killed like this. Lu Qian, don't give up. Shen Qing's voice was bright and anxious. She had no time to think too much and immediately pulled out a customized military dagger from her space. This dagger was incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. She rushed up at the fastest speed and plunged the knife into the man's neck. The man opened his mouth in pain and let out a scream. He angrily turned around, baring his teeth to bite at Shen Qing. Shen Qing dodged, and once again a blade pierced into the man's neck. Shen Qing slightly twisted her wrist and directly severed half of his head. The man, in pain, lost his sanity and attacked Shen Qing like a madman. Shen Qing stared at him fiercely. With each knife, one after another, each stab pierced the man's most vulnerable spots. Shen Qing was too close to the man, and the members in the distance didn't dare to attack recklessly. Only Lu Qian was invigorated, launching 2 ice lights from his hands. In an instant, he severed the remaining half of the man's head. As the head fell to the ground, the man's body collapsed to his knees. Shen Qing was quick-witted and swiftly used a military knife to slice the man's neck into chunks, extracting the crystal core from within. Just as I suspected, before she could celebrate, the man's corpse began to swell rapidly like a balloon. "Run!" Shen Qing shouted, seeing the situation was dire. Several people also wanted to retreat. However, they had just gone through a fierce battle and were completely out of strength. Xiaomi. Emergency situation. Which direction has no one? Shen Qing asked anxiously. Before Xiaomi could respond, Xiaoyang spoke through the communicator. D-exit. There's not a single person at the D-exit. Shen Qing gritted her teeth. As the corpse reached the critical point of explosion, she paid no attention to the supplies in the space and quickly stored the corpse away, then immediately threw it towards exit D, which was the farthest from everyone. Her movements were incredibly fast, taking less than a second in the eyes of the onlookers. Before the corpse even hit the ground, there was a loud bang as it exploded in mid-air, brown blood raining down like a shower. Black smoke billowed up wherever it landed. The few people present widened their eyes and gave Shen Qing a thumbs up. Before they could catch their breath, they heard Xie Yang's anxious voice from the communicator. Not good. The map showed that there were suddenly many black dots in the center of the kindergarten. They could very likely be mutated beasts. Xiaomi urged, "You all need to retreat quickly. The rescue team is about to arrive." Shen Qing glanced at the entrance of the underground passage and gritted her teeth to make a decision. "You guys retreat first. I'll handle these mutated beasts," Shen Qing said. The others were shocked. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you're staying, we all stay," Zhao said. The others also nodded in agreement. Shen Qing took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid you will hold me back." At this critical moment of life and death, she couldn't care about so much. She strode towards the entrance of the underground passage, pulling out 2 submachine guns and several bombs from her space. Next, it was her moment to perform. As Xiaoyang had anticipated, the mutated beasts surged out from the underground like a tide. Shen Qing held the gun, bullets pouring down like a waterfall. With a 90 accuracy rate, the bullets pierced through the mutated beasts' heads or necks, essentially killing one with each shot. The few exhausted people beside her widened their eyes in amazement. It was truly breathtaking. Even those that managed to escape Shen Qing's attacks were quickly shot through by Lu Qian's ice arrows. Before long, the underground passage was filled with the corpses of mutated beasts. Once the tide of bodies stopped surging, Shen Qing knew she had finally finished the task. She quickly put the gun back in her space and fell to the ground, pretending to faint. "Sister." Shen Qing's sister. "It's nothing serious." She was just too tired and needed a moment to rest. Shen Qing tilted her ear, listening to the sound of the door closing, and then slowly opened her eyes. Not pretending anymore, Fang Xiao looked at her with a smile in her eyes. Shen Qing was surprised, and then said, "If I had known there were still others, I would have slept a little longer." Fang Xiao smiled and replied, "Pretending to be faint is only momentarily pleasant. Once you wake up, some problems are still unavoidable." Shen Qing stretched lazily and said, "What if I don't want to answer?" Fang Xiao poured a glass of water and placed it in her palm. "You are the hero of the day. No one will question you if you don't want to answer." He sat by the bed and said gently, "Only the team members know about today's events. Xiaomi has already instructed that as long as you don't want to talk about it, no one can ask." After the search, it was indeed as Fang Xiao said. The team members all kept quiet about Shen Qing pulling out the submachine gun from her pocket. "Are you feeling better?" Xiaomi asked with concern. Shen Qing nodded somewhat shyly. After all, she hadn't done anything. She had just taken a nap. A pile of crystal cores was scattered on the table. Shen Qing placed the crystal core that she had extracted from the man's body into the container as well. The core from the man's body was not some impure garbage core, but a crystal clear one that resembled a gem. If classified strictly by levels, It was at least above level 2. Everyone worked hard on this mission. Xiaomi felt a bit guilty for not thoroughly investigating the opponent's strength, nearly causing the entire team to sacrifice. This is my responsibility. Naturally, everyone did not blame her. After all, the available information was limited, and Wang Hao was also unaware of the man's true strength. It couldn't be blamed on the opponent being too strong. It could only be blamed on us being too weak, Lu Qian said. This man might just be a small minion of the opposing organization, yet he could force the entire team into this state. If the opponent had even stronger personnel, the team might not survive even after several attempts. Shen Qing nodded in agreement. The team is really too small right now. The combat power within the base is also very limited. If this continues, by the time the self-equipped forces rise in the city, the base will probably be in even more danger. Xiaomi sighed and said, the organization also hopes to have more ability users. However, among the 50 volunteers who participated in the Awakening experiment a while ago, 30 died suddenly, and 20 fell into a high fever and could not wake up. The success rate of Awakening is 0. This experiment has exacerbated our already weak combat power. The organization doesn't dare to act rashly anymore. The conference room fell silent. Lao Si is dead. A beautiful woman placed a piece of broken mask on the table. I didn't expect that natural awakened ability users would appear in this city. What a big surprise. The man sitting in front of the blue screen revealed sharp teeth and smiled. With a flick of his finger, the fragments on the table turned to ashes. He gently lifted his head, and the ashes scattered. Lao Si's death was sudden. I wonder if those people will trace back to us through him. The woman frowned. I have already given up my stronghold over there. We don't have many places to hide left. The man remained very calm. How many experimental subjects of Lao Si are left? The woman, with her youthful fingers, tapped on the keyboard. There are still more than 500 vials of serum in the laboratory. The mutated beasts cultivated in the lab number over 1,000, with 2 high-level ones, all located in Shishan Park. The man brushed his long hair behind his ear and smiled. Since awakened ability users have already appeared, it's time for us to change our experimental subjects. The woman was startled. If Lao He knows that you're using humans for experiments, he will probably be angry. The man snorted lightly. That's just a facade of moral superiority. Don't forget how you and I came to be. The woman fell silent. Release all the remaining mutated beasts. I want S City to become the first paradise for mutated animals. In the conference room, Xieyang had already gone through the underground passage and was about to report on the situation below. He picked up a whiteboard marker and drew the map he saw underground. Following the underground passage, there were only 2 small rooms inside. The slightly larger room was filled with iron cages, which should be where the mutated beasts attacking us were kept. The other room only had some simple daily necessities and a list that had not been destroyed in time. Xieyang projected the list onto the big screen. It listed all the addresses in S City with names written behind them. These people, like Wang Hao, were probably puppets of this man. Moreover, these addresses coincidentally overlapped with the points where Team Zero had eliminated the mutated beasts, and there were even more than what Team Zero was aware of. It even clearly noted the initial number of mutated beasts released at each point. Each point initially had only a few mutated beasts, which quickly multiplied to a dozen or even several dozen. If it weren't for Team Zero's intervention, the numbers would have been even more terrifying. I will later complete the map points according to this list. Xiaomi paused. I know everyone is very tired after just experiencing a fierce battle. Let's all push through a little longer. Once the situation with the mutated beasts is resolved by 70 to 80%, the rest can be handed over to other teams to clean up. There were no objections or complaints in the conference room. Let's leave it at that for today. We will set off according to the previous team arrangements early tomorrow morning. After the meeting, Lu Qian closely followed behind Shen Qing. I can manage on my own. Why don't you rest for another day? Lu Qian asked. Shen Qing was surprised. Was he showing off? Or was he concerned about her? No need. After a nap, she had already recovered about 70 to 80%, more than enough to deal with those brutes. Don't push yourself, Lu Qian said. Shen Qing, who's trying to show off anyway? Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Lu Qian frowned. That wasn't what he meant. But seeing Shan Jian and Zhao Shi walking over, he kept his mouth shut, wanting to explain. I just found out today that Shen Jian is your brother. No wonder you two are so close. Lu Qian felt a bit slow on the uptake. Shen Qing and Shen Jian looked so alike. How could he have misunderstood before? Shen Qing smiled faintly and said, "What do you think?" Lu Qian shrugged and changed the subject. "Since they are here, I'll take my leave first. We'll see each other tomorrow morning." "What are you just whispering about?" Shen Jian walked in front of Shen Qing, looking at Lu Qian's departing figure. Shen Qing smiled and said, "It's nothing, just talking about tomorrow's arrangements. By the way, go to the 10th floor and bring my parents to my room. We won't go to the cafeteria today. Let's cook something small." Shen Jian's eyes were sparkling. Finally, the meals could be improved. Resources were scarce now, and even the most essential base food types were very limited. Every day it was the same few dishes, and Shen Jian really missed hot pot, skewers, big plate chicken, and crayfish. "All right, I'll go call my parents." Zhao Shi, pretending to be busy, said, "Sister Shen Qing, then I'll head back to my room first. Be careful on the mission tomorrow." Shen Qing gave her a strange look and laughed. "All right, you don't have anything important going on. Come eat at my place." Zhao Shi swallowed hard and shook her head. "I've already eaten quite a bit of your food before, and now the base provides food every day. I shouldn't keep mooching off you." Shen Qing smiled, wrapped her arm around her shoulder, and said, "If you don't go, then don't call me sister anymore." Zhao Shi had followed her for so long that she had long regarded her as a sister. Zhao Shi's eyes turned red, smiling with tears. "Just for me?" Shen Qing tightly pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, "Let's go. What do you want to eat tonight?" Zhao Shi wiped her tears and smiled. "Sister, I want to eat hot pot." Shen Qing rubbed her head and said, "You really know how to eat, always picking the strong flavors. But don't worry, I've already modified my room. The smell will definitely not leak out, and it won't raise any suspicions." After a while, Shen Jian brought Shen Jie and Tao Ying to the 20th floor. "Was the mission smooth today?" Shen Jie asked with concern. The siblings were typical of reporting good news, but not bad, always choosing to talk about the positive. The two laughed happily. "All three kids in our family are doing well." Tao Ying's eyes were filled with affection. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up. In the apocalypse, her family was either dead or missing. She should have died in the extreme heat, but she was lucky enough to meet Shen Qing's family. They treated her like a child, and she could never repay their kindness in her lifetime. "What are you daydreaming about? Come help me." Shen Qing gently nudged Zhao Shi's arm. "Coming." Zhao Shi snapped back to reality and hurriedly responded. Shen Qing took out the hot pot base she had stored in her space. Worried that the beef tallow would be too strong, she specifically chose the clear oil. Then she took out frozen goods, fresh meat, and fresh vegetables. Just as she was grabbing the vegetables, she suddenly noticed that the capacity of the space had increased again. A piece of land had unexpectedly appeared in the space. Feeling anxious to eat, she didn't take the time to investigate further. The small electric pot boiled, and she added various meats and meatballs, quickly releasing a delicious aroma. How could hot pot be complete without dipping sauces? She had prepared a full range of seasonings, intending to enjoy a good meal in the apocalypse. The usual food at the base was bland and tasteless, so when she tasted the fresh, spicy, and numbing hot pot, Shen Jian was so excited that she almost cried. It was so delicious. If I could eat hot pot every day, I would be willing to hunt dozens of mutated beasts every day. Shen Qing smiled. In fact, if she didn't join the base, she could ensure that her family had meat for every meal. However, it was becoming increasingly dangerous outside the base, with too many uncertainties. She didn't want to put her family's lives at risk over a meal. After everyone was full, Shen Qing cooked some more meat and vegetables in a pot. She then portioned it into a small bowl. Following that, she stored the soup and pot in her space. The hot pot broth became more fragrant the longer it cooked, and she wanted to save it for next time, so it couldn't go to waste. Soon after, Zhao Shi gathered the trash into a pile, used a small fire to dispose of it all. "It would be great if we had a wind-type ability user among us. With just a gentle blow, the smell would dissipate," Zhao Shi said. Shen Qing smiled and said, "It's nothing. I can smell this aroma at night and enjoy another meal in my dreams." After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Shen Qing also went out and gently knocked on the door next door. "Why are you still not asleep?" Fang Xiao was wearing a long nightgown and yawned. Shen Qing handed over the bowl she was holding. "Want some late-night snack?" Fang Xiao was her lifesaver, so sharing supplies with him was fine. Therefore, Shen Qing didn't plan to hide it from him for too long. Fang Xiao showed no signs of surprise on his face. After all, he had already seen her pull out 2 submachine guns from her pocket. Is this specially delivered for me? It would be a lie to say he didn't want to eat. Ever since the apocalypse, he hadn't had hot pot. Not to mention hot pot. He hadn't eaten anything remotely decent. Before entering the base, the buns he found under the ruins were already considered exquisite cuisine for him. Of course, it's specially for you, Shen Qing said. The team members were just colleagues to her now. It wasn't worth the risk of arousing suspicion by delivering things to them. Fang Xiao couldn't help but smile. Guomin, no, I'll leave after delivering it, Shen Qing said. Fang Xiao chuckled, grabbed Shen Qing's hand, and pulled her into the room. Sit with me for a while. He wouldn't take no for an answer. I kept you company for quite a while when you were pretending to be faint. So stingy, Shen Qing murmured. Though she said that, she followed Fang Xiao into the room. Fang Xiao's room was very tidy, clean, and organized. There was a painting on the wall, depicting a person falling into an abyss with a blue expanse at the bottom. Is this your painting? Fang Xiao gently traced the frame and said, I happened to pick up some paint while on a mission, so I just casually painted something. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a painter. Fang Xiao laughed. Shouldn't a doctor also keep a scalpel at home? Shen Qing pressed her lips together and thought it was not impossible. At least she wouldn't have to worry about not having a knife and fork when eating steak. Fang Xiao was amused by her words and said, It's already the end of the world. Where would there be steak? Even if there were cows, they would probably be mutated. Shen Qing leaned closer and said mysteriously, If you want to eat steak, I can help you with that right now. Even if I can't save his life, I can always provide steak. However, Fang Xiao frowned and said seriously, I know your abilities are extraordinary, but you must never speak of this to anyone else. Right now, everyone is just speculating that Shen Qing's abilities go beyond simply moving objects, but no one can accurately guess what his true abilities are. You know how dangerous it is to expose supplies in the apocalypse, Fang Xiao reminded. Shen Qing smiled lightly. Are you worried about me? Fang Xiao paused for a moment. Of course, no matter what. I ate your hot pot, so I have to remind you. Shen Qing smiled and sat opposite him, saying, Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Besides my family and you, no one else can see through it. Fang Xiao paused for a moment while holding the chopsticks. Then he raised his eyes and asked, Why do I include you? Do you trust me? This was the point he had always found puzzling. They had not known each other for long. Shen Qing has helped him several times, and today she even took the initiative to inform him about the supplies. Shen Qing nodded. She certainly trusted him. His actions in her previous life saved her family. In this life, he actively gave them a pass and protected her when the bullet was aimed at her yesterday. These were enough to earn her trust. Even if she was wrong to trust him, she would not regret it. Why? Fang Xiao asked the question in her heart. Shen Qing smiled, saying that fate is wonderfully indescribable. Seeing that she was unwilling to answer, Fang Xiao understood that he wouldn't be able to extract any information today. He thought for a moment, stood up, and opened the highest cabinet. Then he took out a bottle of unopened brandy from inside. This is the liquor I have cherished. I had planned to enjoy it thoroughly before I die, but I didn't expect to awaken my special abilities. He twisted off the bottle cap and said, Since I can't die for the time being, why not have a drink together? Backlit, the angles of his face appeared much softer than in broad daylight. At Shishan Park, he handed the wine glass to Shen Qing, who did not refuse. The two exchanged a smile and clinked their glasses. Shen Qing never expected that in this lifetime she would encounter her savior again and even have the chance to drink with him. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, which could be seen as a way to make up for the regrets of her previous life. I don't have a good tolerance for alcohol, and I have a mission tomorrow, so I won't accompany you. Shen Qing always felt that Fang Xiao seemed a bit shy about eating when she was around. All right, be careful tomorrow. In fact, he was indeed a bit embarrassed. The delicious food tempted him, but he didn't want to lose his composure in front of Shen Qing. I'm leaving first. Shen Qing didn't let him get up to see her off. She opened Fang Xiao's door and walked out. To her surprise, she ran into Lu Qian, who was smoking on the balcony. Lu Qian glanced at the door number, his expression stiffening. Their eyes met, creating an awkward moment. But soon, Shen Qing ignored the awkwardness. She hadn't done anything shameful. What was she afraid of? Had she been drinking? Lu Qian detected a hint of alcohol, his lips tightening. Ah, just a little. Shen Qing thought, Is he a bloodhound? Can he really smell that? She politely asked, still not asleep. Lu Qian's eyes were deep as he lightly responded with an The base was still a bit cold, and Shen Qing shivered slightly, quickly saying, I'll head back to my room now. You take your time smoking. With that, she hurried back to her room. Lu Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and forcefully extinguished it. The next day, the team continued with their tasks according to the previous groupings. However, this time, Zhou Bai and Xie Yang were both kept behind and assigned to other tasks. Lu Qian and Shen Qing became a duo again. Perhaps due to the awkward encounter the night before, the two spoke even less during their mission. They focused on working quietly, without talking. The advantage was that their efficiency increased. By mid-morning, they had cleaned up 5 or 6 locations, and, following the previous list, caught 2 informants. On the other side, Fang Xiao and Zhao Xu were also working swiftly, clearing locations just as quickly as the two of them. Just when Xiaomi thought they could finish clearing all locations that day, something went wrong. Emergency situation. All teams drop what they're doing. Assist at Xishan Park. Xiaomi repeated it 3 times. When she hung up the phone, her hands were trembling. Xishan Park was currently the place with the highest concentration of survivors in City S. The organization had also deployed many troops nearby to maintain order. Security there was tight, and mutated beasts had failed to launch successful attacks several times. But this evening, mutated beasts suddenly emerged from the park cemetery. Not just 1 or 2. According to reports from the front lines, at least 1,000 mutated beasts crawled out of the graves. All 50 orderlies stationed at Xishan Park had sacrificed their lives. This was a man-made, catastrophic disaster, and the organization immediately mobilized all available personnel to assist at Xishan Park, including Team 0. Zhuoxing, Shen Jian, we need to rush over immediately. Every person we can save counts, Xiaomi said. Zhuoxing looked at Xiaomi with concern, saying, Sister me, you should stay at the base. It's enough for me and Jian to go. He could save people, and Shen Jian could fight. Xiaomi's abilities wouldn't be useful in battle. It was too dangerous for her to go. Xiaomi took a gun from the safe and strapped a row of bullets to her waist. Everyone is fighting. How can I stay here and hide? Let's go. Shen Jian and Zhuoxing exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. On the other side, the two teams on a mission immediately headed towards Xishan Park after receiving instructions from Xiaomi. As awakened ability users, their physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. While a regular person might need half an hour to cover the distance, they only required 10 minutes. There was no indication of Xishan Park on the map for eliminating mutated beasts, and given the urgency of the mission, it was likely that something major had occurred. Shen Qing worried. Lu Qian's expression was serious. Let us quicken our pace. Before they even reached the area of Xishan Park, their legs suddenly weakened. The deafening cries were even more alarming than the torrential rain at the beginning of the apocalypse. The rain was like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually extinguishing people's will to survive. Thick smoke rose from the direction of Xishan Park, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder mixed with a nauseating stench. What exactly has happened? Shen Qing was unaware. In her previous life, she had no memory of this. The number of refugees coming towards her was increasing, and fear was evident on each of their faces. There were so many people fleeing that if one was not careful and fell, they would be trampled underfoot. No one cared about the life beneath their feet. Lu Qian furrowed his brows and shielded Shen Qing behind him. While dodging the collisions from the refugees, he made his way to the meeting point. The meeting point was at the outermost layer of Xishan Park. The members of Team 01 had already arrived. Xiaomi, what is going on? Xiaomi's hands trembled uncontrollably. This evening, thousands of mutated beasts suddenly emerged from the ground at the tomb area of Xishan Park. Xiaomi choked up for a moment and continued. All the usable members from other teams are already here. Shen Qing's body stiffened. Over 1,000? How could so many mutated beasts suddenly appear? I suspect this is the retaliation from that reactionary organization, Xiaomi choked out. Shen Qing clenched her fists. If they were going to take revenge, they should come at her. Hurting those who are powerless is no skill at all. She gritted her teeth and said, Sister me, don't worry, we will do our best to assist. Xiaomi took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and said, let's go. To buy time for ordinary people to escape. The organization's soldiers held their ground at the cemetery. By the time Team 01 arrived, half of the 1,000 soldiers who had come to assist were left. For every person who fell, another would take their place, even if a teammate died right in front of them. They had to pick up their teammate's gun and continue fighting. Of course, there were also those who wanted to run away. I can't do this anymore. So many mutated beasts, no matter what, they can't all be killed. After surviving so many natural disasters, I don't want to die here. A soldier roared. Unfortunately, the next second, he was shoved back to the front line at gunpoint. The members of Team 01 frowned. But Shen Qing could understand the commander's actions. Once a line of defense was broken within the team, the resolve of the others would waver, and the casualties would only worsen. She could also understand the soldier. Stripping away that identity, everyone is just an ordinary person. It's normal to be afraid of death and pain. The commander saw Xiaomi as if he had seen a savior. He shouted, "Everyone, hold on a little longer. Team 01 has arrived. We are saved." It was clear that he was just holding on as well. Xiaomi took a deep breath and said, "I hope everyone can come back alive. Split up and act." Team 01 responded in unison, yes. Taking risks. Shen Qing was assigned to the area with the fiercest battle conditions. The ground was littered with severed limbs and flesh. The soldiers around her finally showed some expression when they saw her come to their aid. On her way here, Shen Qing had stored a large amount of building ruins in her space, which came in handy at this moment. "All troops, 2 meters back," Shen Qing commanded. The soldiers, aware of the capabilities of Team 01, had no doubts and immediately followed her orders. In an instant, they created distance from the mutated beasts. The sudden movement caught the mutated beasts off guard, and before they could react, Shen Qing had already released the ruins from her space. In an instant, the buildings separated the mutated beasts from the soldiers, as if a wall had risen from the ground. The soldiers widened their eyes in shock, unable to close their mouths. The mutated beasts, which had just been baring their teeth, were instantly isolated on the other side of the ruins. Their exhausted bodies finally had a moment to catch their breath. Team 01 quickly jumped onto the ruins, taking advantage of the mutated beast's lack of reaction to launch their attacks. For a moment, red fireballs, purple lightning, and cold blue ice arrows exploded in the tomb. The sky above the ruins was surprisingly brilliant. The commander did not let the soldiers rest for too long. After catching their breath, he ordered them to support Team 01. The soldiers cautiously climbed onto the ruins, readying their guns. Damn it! How could so many mutated beasts suddenly appear? Lucian gritted his teeth. Even though he was an ability user, he couldn't withstand wave after wave of attacks. Not just him, but the other team members were also feeling fatigued. Everyone gritted their teeth to hold on. The ordinary soldiers were even more exhausted, their eyes filled with bloodshot veins. It felt as if a tight string was pulled in their minds, not daring to stop. They feared that if they stopped, they would completely lose the will to move. Shen Qing frowned. The mutated beasts were relentless, continuously pouring out of the tomb entrance. She didn't know how many more there were. She turned to the soldiers behind her and said, "You all hold this position first. I need to think of other ways." The soldiers, having witnessed her abilities, had unconditional trust in her. Shen Qing turned around and left, looking around and found Zhou Bai. His abilities were not working now, so he could only use a gun. Shen Qing walked around to his back and gently patted his shoulder. Zhou Bai's body shook violently, as if he had received a huge shock. When he turned around and saw Shen Qing, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry, I was just too nervous." Zhou Bai's face was pale, and his lips had lost their color. It must have been the first time he witnessed such a shocking scene, and his nerves were too tense. Shen Qing originally wanted to collaborate with him, but seeing his appearance, she became somewhat worried. "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Seeing that she had something to say, Zhou Bai asked. Shen Qing finally expressed her thoughts. Zhou Bai's face turned even paler. He swallowed hard and said, "Are you serious? You're not joking, right?" Shen Qing said seriously, "Do you think I would joke at a time like this?" Zhou Bai shook his head. "But," Shen Qing said, "I'm just discussing this with you. It's normal for you to have concerns, and I will respect your decision." Her plan was to have Zhou Bai use the protective shield to send her into the cemetery. Then, she would detonate explosives among the mutated beasts and find the exit of the outbreak. She would block the exit with explosives, directly destroying that area. This was the fastest way. A prolonged battle was not in their favor, and if it continued like this, the team members would not be able to hold on. However, if Zhou Bai refused out of fear, she could accept that. After all, who doesn't want to survive? To her surprise, Zhou Bai agreed. When he said the word good, his lips were trembling. It was clear that he was genuinely scared. Your plan is indeed feasible. I've already tested it during this time. The protective shield can withstand the firepower of the explosives. It's just that I'm physically exhausted now and don't know how long I can hold on. Shen Qing said excitedly, "Don't worry, I will make it quick. If you can't hold on, just tell me, and we will retreat immediately. I won't disregard your safety." Her words gave Zhou Bai an inexplicable sense of relief. "I trust you." The two exchanged a glance. Zhou Bai immediately activated the protective shield and pulled Shen Qing to jump down from the ruins. They landed smoothly. However, the moment they appeared beneath the ruins, several voices came through the communicator simultaneously. "Lu Qian, are you crazy? What are you doing? Hurry back up. Fang Xiao, don't take risks. Shun Jian, sister. Xiaomi, come back." Shen Qing spoke into the communicator. "Don't stop your attacks. We'll be back soon." After saying that, she took out explosives from her backpack and threw them towards the area where the mutated beasts were gathering. Boom! 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 Flames erupted. The mutated beasts were enraged, no longer attacking the people in the ruins, but instead turning their targets to Shen Qing. Zhou Bai's body trembled uncontrollably. He wasn't sure if his shield could withstand so many mutated beasts attacking at once. Sensing his anxiety, Shen Qing gently said, "Don't be afraid. These mutated beast attacks can't compare to the ammunition. You'll definitely be able to defend against them." Seeing Shen Qing have such faith in him, he tightened his grip with more strength. Shen Qing threw explosives all the way, quickly clearing a path. At that moment, she also found the exit where the mutated beasts were surging. "There, let us go." On the ruins, Lu Qian fixed his gaze on Shen Qing's direction, clenching his back molars tightly. This woman must be crazy. So great. This is undoubtedly a suicidal counterattack. No wonder she is a member of Team 01. She saved us. I will always remember this benefactor. The soldier beside him spoke with a choked voice. Lu Qian felt a surge of unnamed anger. He turned around fiercely and said, "She is not dead yet. Why are you crying?" The soldier was startled by him and replied softly, "I'm not hoping for anything to happen to her. It's just, with so many mutated beasts, can she really return safely?" Worry was written all over his face. He was not just speaking lightly. Lu Qian coldly said, "Of course, she'll be safe." His ice arrows continuously fired at the mutated beasts charging toward Shen Qing, determined to protect her. Fang Xiao felt the same way. Shen Qing did not notice the two people guarding her, who were collecting the corpses of the mutated beasts blocking the way while moving towards the exit. After a few minutes, they successfully arrived. The exit was still continuously spewing out mutated beasts. Shen Qing first used her spatial abilities to move stones and block the exit securely. Then, she assessed the location of the underground mutated beasts and created a small hole. Quickly, she filled the hole with explosives. Holding the detonator, she shouted, "Retreat." The two of them exerted all their strength and ran at the fastest speed to the edge of the ruins. Just when they were worried about the height of the ruins, Lu Qian reached out his hand to them. Zhou Bai first pushed Shen Qing up, and then pulled Lu Qian to climb up the ruins. "Everyone retreat quickly," Shen Qing shouted. The commander understood that Shen Qing had new developments and immediately called for everyone to retreat. Just as everyone had moved back several dozen meters, Shen Qing instructed Zhao Shi to aim at the pile of explosives and launch a fireball. Boom! A deafening explosion échoué. The losses were severe, and in an instant, the sky was filled with flames and smoke. The air was permeated with the acrid smell of burnt mutated beasts. After a moment of painful howls, silence returned. Everyone peered towards the direction of the tomb, only to see a few mutated beasts struggling among the corpses. Soon, these mutated beasts were shot and fell down. Is it over? Is it really over? Everyone anxiously stared in the direction of the tomb. And only when they confirmed that no mutated beasts were emerging from the hole did they finally relax. In an instant, excited cheers and sorrowful cries rang out one after another. The suppressed emotions of the crowd were finally released at this moment. Shen Qing was exhausted. She leaned against the corner, feeling as if all her strength had been drained away. Just as she was closing her eyes to rest, she suddenly felt a shadow over her. Opening her eyes, she saw Lu Qian standing in front of her with a dark expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" His gaze made Shen Qing feel a bit cold on her back. "Are you trying to be a hero today? Who gave you the courage to step into danger all by yourself?" Lu Qian's voice carried a hint of anger. Shen Qing did not expect that the first to come and demand an explanation was not Xiaomi, but this teammate. She was taken aback. "I wasn't trying to be brave. Besides, Zhou Bai was also there. How did it turn into being alone?" Lu Qian's face was cold. He had no confidence in the shield's capacity to withstand damage. "Haven't you thought about what consequences would arise if the shield suddenly disappeared?" "Shen Qing, if such a situation really occurs, it can only mean that my luck is bad." Lu Qian, after hearing this, clenched his teeth tightly, his face dark and terrifying. Shen Qing was startled by his expression, worried that he would yell at her the next second. Fortunately, Xiaomi called for assembly just in time, allowing her to quickly escape. "There are simply too many mutated beasts this time. I've already asked other teams to help collect the crystal cores. You all follow up and be ready to assist in case of any sudden situations. The material of the crystal cores is very special. Even after being exposed to explosives and raging fires, they remain remarkably intact. Most of the mutated beasts have been burned to ashes, and the crystal cores lie among the ruins. What is this thing? It looks like a blue diamond." Some curious soldiers held up the crystal core to examine it. Just as he was about to bring the crystal core to his mouth, Shen Qing immediately stepped forward to stop him. "You dare to put something of unknown origin in your mouth so easily?" The soldier was startled by Shen Qing and quickly tucked the crystal core away. I'm just really hungry," the soldier explained. The sudden appearance of the mutated beast today left them no time to eat before they ended up at Shishan Park. "I was really out of my mind with hunger just now." Shen Qing quickly waved to call the commander over. She advised him not to swallow the crystal core casually. If the body had a rejection reaction, it could lead to an explosion and death. The commander didn't expect this thing to be so dangerous, and his face turned pale as he hurriedly emphasized this to the soldiers. The finishing work didn't end until dawn. The passage from which the mutated beasts emerged was finally cleaned up. Xiaomi led the members of Team Zero down to the underground of West Mountain Park along the passage. The traces had indeed been cleaned up. Xiaomi furuit herberais. The enemy had come prepared this time, and the underground information had long been cleared out. Xieyang activated the map in his mind, veins bulging on his forehead. "What's wrong?" Xiaomi noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. Xieyang closed his eyes and didn't say a word, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. The others didn't dare to move him easily and could only wait quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Xieyang suddenly spoke. "Quick, get paper and a pen." This place had long been blown to bits. Where would they find paper and a pen? Zhou Bai said anxiously. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Shen Qing, but no one took the initiative to speak. Shen Qing guessed that Xieyang was going to draw an important map, and she forced herself to appear calm as she reached into her pocket. "I just happened to bring paper and a pen today." After saying this, she quickly took out what she needed from her space. Everyone understood the situation, but no one pointed it out. Xieyang took the paper and pen, closed his eyes, and quickly sketched out the contents from his mind. When he opened his eyes, he was already sweating profusely. In such cold weather, producing that much sweat showed how fast his brain was working. His first words were, "This underground is just like a beehive. There are branches everywhere. My current ability is still insufficient. I can only sense the map within 100 meters. He unfolded the map. Everyone was astonished. The underground project was indeed vast. The fact that it had been excavated to this extent without attracting the organization's attention was truly impressive. It seemed they must have other superpowered individuals on their side, just like that man from the kindergarten. If we move underground according to the map, we will definitely be able to find their other strongholds, Xieyang said excitedly. Xiaomi was somewhat worried. After all, they had just gone through a fierce battle. Everyone's combat strength had been affected. Moreover, they hadn't yet figured out the enemy's strength. It was too dangerous to move in now. But if they didn't pursue now and the enemy escaped, the clues would be lost again. They would return to a passive position. and Ness City would face dangers like today at any time. Xiaomi glanced at everyone. This was the organization's strongest combat force. If they were to suffer losses here, it would truly be isolated and helpless in the future when reinforcements were needed. Let's retreat for today, rest for a day, and start checking the underground tomorrow morning. On the way back to the base, they once again saw the tragic state of Shishan Park. The mutated beasts came suddenly and attacked the surrounding residential areas. Ordinary people, who were powerless, had no time to react and were brutally killed by them. Countless people were trampled to death in the escape. Sadly, most of the survivors became excited after their sorrow. Unclaimed bodies on the road were dragged into one house after another, with the sound of chewing echoing. Even though she had seen cannibalism in her previous life, she still felt a bit nauseated and quickened her pace to leave. Zhuo Xing temporarily stayed at the station location in Shishan Park. There were simply too many soldiers needing treatment here. Minor injuries were left untreated. Injuries affecting bones and tendons were handled by the medical team's doctors. Zhuo Xing was responsible for some severe external injuries. The others returned to the base to hold a meeting. In the meeting, Xiaomi criticized Shen Qing for disregarding her own and her teammates' safety today. Even if her intentions were good and the outcome was positive, such conduct was not encouraged. Shen Qing did not defend herself. Zhou Bai, on the other hand, was anxious and said, "Sister Me, it was my choice, it's not just Shen Qing's fault." Xiaomi shot him a glare, criticizing him along with Shen Qing. After discussing Shen Qing's matter, she sighed, and her expression became heavy. According to rough estimates from above, the West Mountain incident resulted in the organization losing over 400 soldiers, which was a further blow to the organization. The experiment was about to begin, and the organization was severely lacking in manpower. They needed to quickly cultivate new supernatural beings. Everyone's expression was serious. For others, the 4 soldiers who died were just a cold number. But they had witnessed these people sacrifice their lives one after another. Shen Qing originally thought that in this new life, she wouldn't be affected by the deaths of others, but now she felt a tightness in her heart. Let's observe 3 minutes of silence for our companions who died in Shishan Park. Xiaomi choked out. The meeting room fell into silence. Every face showed a solemn expression. After the silence ended, Xiaomi turned on the remaining lights in the meeting room. "Now, after the silence, let me talk about the next arrangement," she said, wiping away her tears. To prevent today's tragedy from happening again, the higher-ups have decided to cultivate a group of ability users. Each team is now gathering volunteers for the experiment. Xiaomi paused and continued. Shen Qing previously mentioned that failure to trigger abilities can result in death by explosion, and there is also the possibility of mutation. Therefore, for this experiment, we need to assign 2 people to stand guard. If a mutation occurs, we must control it in time. This was a command from above, and naturally, everyone had no objections. After all, the base also needed sufficient manpower for defense. Relying solely on Team 01 would definitely not be enough. Xiaomi scanned the room and designated Lu Qian and Shen Qing to go. Shen Qing has a deeper understanding of the crystal cores, and Lu Qian has partnered with her multiple times. You two going together is more secure. Additionally, Zhou Bai, Xie Yang, Shun Jian, Feng Xiao, and Zhao Shi will form a team to return to Shishan Park tomorrow and try to complete the underground map. If they encounter danger, Feng Xiao will decide whether to engage. Zhuo Xing and I will assist the medical team. Everyone know your roles, right? The group responded in unison and then dispersed. After a long period of battle, even ability users couldn't hold on any longer. Once everyone returned to their rooms, they fell asleep immediately. When Shen Qing woke up again, it was the sound of the phone ringing that disturbed her. She closed her eyes and fumbled around for a long time before finally finding her phone. "Hello." Hearing her lazy voice, Lu Qian's tone softened as well. "The military side has gathered the first batch of volunteers for the experiment, and we should set off too." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. "I'll go over first, and then I'll send you the address. You can sleep a bit more." Shen Qing rubbed her eyes and slowly said, "No need, give me 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, she took a deep breath and quickly got out of bed. Brushing her teeth, washing her face, and changing clothes all happened in one go. When she stepped outside, Lu Qian was waiting for her at the door. He glanced at the time and said, "Exactly 10 minutes, very punctual. Let's go." Shen Qing strode towards the elevator, with Lu Qian following her. It was hard to imagine that this tidy person in front of him had been dreaming just 10 minutes ago. The experiment was to be held in an abandoned gym outside the base. Shen Qing originally thought she only needed to guard the soldiers and eliminate the mutated beings. She didn't expect that upon arriving there, she would find other tasks waiting for her. The person in charge of this mission, Zhao Qian, awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "To be honest, I feel quite embarrassed too, but there aren't many people available in the base right now. And we really can't spare anyone to set up rooms for isolating the experimental subjects." Shen Qing rubbed her forehead. So they really took her for a brick mover? However, she could understand. The West Mountain had suffered damage, and all the available personnel had already been dispatched. It was indeed difficult to set up an isolation room in just one night. Since she was already there, she might as well get to work. Shen Qing looked around and confirmed the area needed for the quarantine with Zhao Qian. Then he immediately moved the stone slabs and drill from the ruins to the gymnasium. In less than 10 minutes, he set up 5 makeshift quarantine rooms. Shen Qing secretly added some of her own materials while building, making the isolation room sturdier so that it wouldn't collapse even in the event of an explosion. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for Miss Shen, I wouldn't know what to do," Lu Qian said coldly. "Next time, you all should think of a solution first. Don't always rely on my teammates to clean up your mess." Zhao Qian, being scolded, could only respond repeatedly. After a while, the participants for this experiment began to arrive one after another. So many people? Shen Qing was a bit surprised. Zhao Qian touched his nose and said, "The incident at Shishan caused the organization to lose quite a few elite soldiers. And now the organization is short-handed and must increase the number of ability users." Shen Qing carefully observed the people entering the gym and immediately determined that they were not soldiers. Lu Qian also noticed this. He said quietly, "It seems the organization really is short on personnel." Shen Qing hummed in response. The organization was still unclear about the risks of the experiment, so naturally, they wouldn't let well-trained soldiers participate. After all, losing another batch of combat strength due to the experiment would only add insult to injury. Zhao Qian spoke up. "A total of 50 people will participate in the first batch of the experiment. The research team said that each person will be given 2 crystal cores to observe the effects first. The crystal cores this time were all recovered from Shishan Park, and the quantity has exceeded 1,000. Shen Qing glanced roughly and found that the sizes of the crystal nuclei were about the same as a thumb, which was not small. 2 would be enough. A person with talent could awaken their abilities with just 2. While speaking, Shen Qing caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Turning her head, it was indeed Du Yao. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, not expecting to see him here. Lu Qian noticed and followed Shen Qing's gaze, his expression cooling a few degrees. "What's wrong? Worried?" Shen Qing glanced at him slightly. "Am I worried about him? Isn't it? This person has a complicated relationship with you, right?" Lu Qian said in a low voice. Shen Qing tugged at the corner of her mouth. "A scumbag. Not worth my concern." Lu Qian looked at Du Yao, feeling very displeased. Du Yao also saw Shen Qing. His eyes brightened, and he quickly ran to her. "Qing, I didn't expect to see you here. What are you doing here?" Du Yao asked affectionately. Shen Qing said coldly, "This is not a base. If you continue to deliberately disgust me, I can take your life immediately." Du Yao's face turned pale, and he said, "Qing, I know you have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, and you won't hurt me." Shen Qing let out a cold snort and said, "Then you can give it a try." Du Yao didn't dare to. He changed the subject and said, "I came here today to participate in the experiment, all for you. As long as I can successfully awaken my abilities, I can join Team 01 and see you often in the future. If you encounter any danger, I will be able to protect you." Shen Qing only felt a wave of nausea. Lu Qian, with a dark expression, stood between the two, stating that this was not the occasion for private matters. For some reason, seeing Lu Qian made Du Yao's legs ache. The powerful aura gave him a sense of pressure. "Shen Qing, I will prove my determination to you." With that, he hurriedly left. After leaving Shen Qing, Du Yao's expression immediately darkened during the experiment. How ungrateful. After saying so many soft words, Shen Qing didn't even give him a good face. This made him very unhappy. What's the big deal about being a supernatural being? Even a plain and ordinary woman like Shen Qing can awaken. So how could he possibly be worse than her? Once he awakens his abilities, he will give Shen Qing another chance. If she still doesn't recognize the situation, then he will deal with her then. With this thought in mind, Du Yao didn't even hear Zhao Qian emphasize the consequences of failure to awaken again. We currently know nothing about the probability of ability awakening. You all might awaken your abilities, or you might all die, or even undergo mutations. I've already said this twice before coming here. This is my last time confirming with you whether you are ready. Yes. The same answer rang out in unison. Among them, some had lost family members due to natural disasters, some had been ruined by mutated beasts, and some, like Shen Qing, had someone they wanted to protect. Regardless of the situation, these people were prepared to die. Good. The ability awakening experiment will now begin. Zhao Qian's emotions were infectious, and his voice became excited. 10 people per group enter the isolation chamber and wait for the crystal nuclei to be distributed. Once you enter the isolation chamber, there's no turning back. During the experiment, anyone who breaks out without permission will be killed. After explaining the rules, the crowd lined up in an orderly fashion to enter the isolation room. Their faces were filled with excitement. Shen Qing's expression was heavy. She knew that most people here believed they would be the outstanding ones who could awaken their abilities. So they hadn't thought much about death. By the time death truly arrived, it would be too late for regrets. The experiment would start in a little while. And Shen Qing looked at Lu Qian beside her, curiously asking, "I'm very curious. How did you awaken your abilities back then?" Lu Qian, like the other members of Team 01, had awakened before taking the crystal cores, which was considered a natural talent. But aside from talent, there should be other factors. Lu Qian was silent for a moment, a trace of pain flashing in her eyes. Shen Qing realized that she might have mentioned his sorrowful past and quickly said, "I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have asked that. After all, abilities rely on potential to be activated, without a crystal core to guide it. The only factors for activating that potential are pain, despair, or the extremely small chance of luck." Lu Qian blinked, brushing away the moisture in his eyes. "It's nothing. It's been a long time." He paused, recalling the timeline. Our family ran a supermarket in S City. Before the heavy rain, an employee noticed that some customers were buying supplies in large quantities, which seemed a bit unusual, and informed my dad. My dad was cautious, and the day after the storm hit, he transported a large truck of supplies home. During those months of heavy rain, we had ample supplies and lived quite steadily. But it was precisely because of our stability that it raised suspicion among the neighbors. That day, he choked up for a moment that night. All the neighbors in the building banded together and smashed our door. They crazily looted all the supplies from our home. Lu Qian's eyes misted over again. Just the looting wasn't enough for them. They blamed us for not sharing the supplies earlier, using that excuse to brutally beat my parents to death. I almost suffocated too. Before I lost consciousness, those scumbags were even discussing my parents' bodies. Lu Qian found it hard to continue. In that time of scarce food, people who had lost their humanity could do anything. Shen Qing naturally guessed as much. At that time, resentment, hatred, and anger clouded my mind. It felt like an exciting drug had been injected into my body. Despite having broken bones, I miraculously stood up. I remember it was icy cold around me. The way they looked at me was like I was a madman. My mind went blank, and by the time I came to my senses, they had all been killed by me. That's how it was. Shen Qing's eyes were filled with heartache. She could empathize with Lu Qian's helplessness, anger, and hatred at that time. After feeling heartbroken, she noticed something was off. Where was your original supermarket? Shen Qing's mind was a bit foggy. Could it be such a coincidence? In the middle section of Garden Road. Shen Qing's mind buzzed with a loud sound. The middle section of Huayuan Road. Isn't that the supermarket where she made a big purchase before? The manager had even helped deliver her goods several times. So that means... Shen Qing's expression was complicated. What about you? Lu Qian slightly raised his head and asked Shen Qing. Shen Qing thought for a moment. Her situation was so that she didn't know how to explain it reasonably right away. Just as her mind was racing, she heard Zhao Qian's voice. Preparation complete. Starting to distribute crystal cores. Get ready for the experiment. Shen Qing felt a sigh of relief and said, "I'll tell you about my situation when there's a chance." Lu Qian responded with an acknowledgement. As the experiment began, the two of them immediately entered a state of alert. The crystal cores were quickly distributed. The supervisor watched them swallow the crystal cores before leaving the isolation room. The door of the isolation room was locked from the outside. Once inside, they could only wait for the experiment to end before the door would be opened. The isolation room was not sealed at the top, so if any anomalies occurred, Shen Qing and Lu Qian could take action at any time. I'll keep an eye on number 1 and number 2. Can you handle the other 3 rooms? Shen Qing asked. Lu Qian smiled and said, after these few battles, my abilities have strengthened. You can count on me. Shen Qing nodded. Inside the isolation room, how many of us do you think will successfully awaken? Someone tried to ease the tension with a topic. Half. Half. Are you joking? Half is too few. I think at least 8 will succeed. The man speaking was missing several teeth, making him look somewhat comical. 8? Such a high success rate? Wouldn't that mean there will be superpowered individuals everywhere? The person who initially asked the question seemed skeptical. Weren't the members of Team 01 once ordinary people? They just got a bit lucky. Now it's our turn for that luck. The man with the missing teeth said dismissively. That's true. I've always found them unpleasant. Why do they get single rooms? Why the special treatment? The man with the missing teeth smiled and said, don't get excited. Our good days are coming soon. 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened in the 5 isolation rooms. No superpowered individuals appeared, nor were there any mutations or deaths. Zhao Qian looked to Shen Qing for help and asked, Miss Shen, should we increase the dosage in this situation? This is the first experiment. If we waste so many crystal cores without any results, then the higher-ups will definitely blame me for not doing my job well. Shen Qing shook her head and said, don't worry. It's not that quick. With Shen Qing's words, Zhao Qian felt much more at ease. In the isolation room, everyone chatted for a while, but gradually lost their patience. What's going on? Why is there still no response? Could it be that they gave us fake crystal cores? Hey, can we have some more crystal cores? If this continues, I'm almost falling asleep. Shen Qing was more composed than they were. She sat there, quietly staring at the isolation room in charge, without a trace of impatience. Did Shen Jian take this long to awaken his abilities as well? Lu Qian asked curiously. Shen Qing shook her head, knowing that the crystal stone Ji and took was of better quality and reacted more quickly. The ones they took were ordinary crystals, which would take at least 24 hours to show any effect. Lu Qian opened his mouth. 24 hours? Isn't that considered overtime? Then he thought, doesn't that mean he could spend 24 hours alone with Shen Qing? It seemed that overtime wasn't so hard to accept after all. However, the quality of this crystal nucleus is purer than what we collected before, so it shouldn't take that long. She speculated that results would be available before dark. In the isolation room, everyone was beginning to lose patience, even becoming a bit irritable. I think the claim that this crystal nucleus can stimulate abilities is just a scam. It can't be that none of us 50 people can become ability users, right? If you can't even be patient for this, how do you expect to become an ability user? You might as well be a joke. What did you say? Want to fight? The two people who got into an argument started to grapple with each other, and the bystanders didn't try to stop them, instead cheering them on. The two were throwing punches at each other, as if they wanted to kill one another. Once I become an ability user, the first one I'll take down is you. With someone like you? Not far away. Lu Qian's eyes were cold. Is it really a good thing to let someone like this become an ability user? Lu Qian frowned. Shen Qing, human nature will be amplified as strength increases, and this is uncontrollable. Let's talk about it when they truly become supernatural beings. The struggle between the two stopped due to the intervention of the supervisor. To avoid further disputes, the supervisor separated the two troublemakers into 2 different isolation rooms. At this point, the experiment had already been underway for 4 hours. By the 5th hour, there was finally a reaction in the isolation rooms. Just as everyone was getting bored and closing their eyes to rest, they suddenly heard a painful whimper. Following the sound, it came from isolation room number 1. The commotion was caused by a woman who was rolling on the ground with a pale face in pain. It hurts. My head hurts so much. The woman cried out in agony. The other people in the isolation room were scared and retreated to the side. Shen Qing narrowed her eyes, raised her gun, and aimed at the woman's head. The woman's screams echoed in the gymnasium, causing a pang in the heart. Soon, the sound stopped. The woman was dead. She curled up in a peculiar position, her swollen face compressing her features into a lump, and her eyeball was pushed out of its socket, appearing particularly eerie. The others in the isolation room screamed in terror. A dead person! A dead person! Hurry, take her away! Of course, it was impossible to take her away. The supervisor was recording the situation in room 1. The same situation soon appeared in the other 4 rooms, and coincidentally, they were all women as well. The difference was that they were in pain in different places, and their appearances at the time of death varied. Zhao Qian furrowed his brows. There were still 40 people left. The emergence of the mutant and the death of 10 people made the already restless group even more agitated. Most of them were not truly prepared to face death. Now, seeing the mortality rate reach 1 in 5, they panicked. I don't want to die. I just want to live a superior life. I'm so young. How can I die? Some people collapsed and pounded on the door, wanting to escape. Others, however, said hopefully all 10 who died were women, which means the probability of women awakening their abilities is lower. We men are naturally stronger. What is there to be afraid of? Yes, even if these women awaken their powers, they wouldn't be of much use. The new world would still rely on us men to build it. The voices of the 2 were loud, and these words reached Shen Qing's ears word for word. Shen Qing sneered. Fool! The reason the first batch to die were women is that these women had lower body weights, so they reacted faster. It's different for what they said. Due to women's stronger psychological resilience, there are more and stronger female ability users during the apocalypse. Zhao Qian awkwardly glanced at Shen Qing and said, "They're just talking nonsense. Miss Shen is the strongest ability user I've ever seen." After a few minutes, a man who had been confidently discussing how male genes were superior suddenly collapsed. Brown liquid oozed from his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Even those loathsome, pale eyes that Shen Qing disliked were stained brown. Dead? The man who had been talking to him stammered. The man's death overturned the argument that men awaken more easily. The men who had just been smug about their gender instantly fell into panic. Soon, another man died, one after another. In less than 5 minutes, another 10 people had died suddenly. Zhao Qian's brows furrowed. Only 30 people were left. How could this happen? Shen Qing cast a faint glance at him. It seemed that even as the task executor, he was unaware of the difficulty of this experiment. However, after this experiment, everyone would understand just how low the awakening rate was. The corpses that had died suddenly emitted a foul odor, and the remaining people looked increasingly pale in this environment. An eerie silence pervaded the isolation chamber. But soon, this silence was shattered by a roar. The one who roared was a man, or at least he could vaguely be identified as a man. His body inflated like a balloon, swelling up instantly. His facial features were squeezed together by the bloated face. He was screaming in pain, reaching out to those around him for help. Don't come over. What? What is happening? The man's skin was turning black at an alarming speed, and he looked like a grape that had inflated 1,000 times. The outer layer of skin was stretched thin, and the red flesh burst forth, resembling a dragon fruit. The people around him were terrified, huddling at the door, continuously pounding on the isolation chamber door. What? Miss Shen, what should we do? Zhao Qian asked, covering his mouth and suppressing his urge to gag. Shen Qing's expression was serious. Just wait a bit longer. I need to observe a little more. The man, his flesh and blood in a mess, slowly crawled up from the ground and walked awkwardly towards the person at the door. Another round of screams erupted in the isolation room. Shen Qing furrowed her brows and shot a bullet at the back of the man's neck. The man fell to the ground with a thud, his limbs twisting in an extremely strange manner. Shen Qing quickly fired another shot. The man twitched a couple of times before dying completely. Miss Shen, just now. Zhao Qian stammered. Shen Qing said, it seems to have mutated. To deal with the mutated humans, also known as zombies, you must attack their necks, preferably severing their heads to kill them completely. Zhao Qian's expression changed. Although he had prepared himself mentally, witnessing a person mutate was still somewhat shocking for him. Be careful. The first mutated individual has appeared, and there may be more to come. Shen Qing reminded Lu Qian beside her. Lu Qian responded lightly. It was also his first time seeing a human mutation, and he was somewhat shocked as well. But what shocked him more was Shen Qing's reaction upon seeing the human mutation. It seemed like a rather ordinary matter to her. What on earth has this woman experienced? The screams from the isolation room pulled him back to reality. It's your turn, Shen Qing said. The person mutating this time was in isolation room number 3. The situation was even more exaggerated than the previous one. His skin was peeling off at a rapid pace. It was like a pig's trotter that had been stewed all day, with the meat easily falling off. This made Lu Qian, who had seen many corpses, feel nauseous. However, he quickly aimed, controlling the range of his ice arrows, and shot through the zombie's neck in one go. One zombie fell, but countless others stood up. The sound of terrified screams echoed throughout the gymnasium. It seems the peak reaction of the drugs has arrived, Shen Qing said. She quickly fired bullets towards isolation rooms 1 and 2. The situation in isolation rooms 3, 4, and 5 was worse, with numbers exceeding Lu Qian's imagination. He could only use one hand to shoot ice arrows and attack multiple areas, which was somewhat strenuous. But thinking back to how he had boasted earlier about being fine, he felt embarrassed to ask Shen Qing for help. He could only grit his teeth and use all his mental energy to increase the speed of the ice arrows. Even so, he found it hard to keep up. In a moment of distraction, a mutated person lunged at a girl in the corner. The girl, terrified, hugged her head, thinking she was doomed. But the zombie's attack never landed. When she looked up, she saw the zombie's head had already been shattered in half, lying on the ground. She glanced not far away and met Shen Qing's gaze. There are not many survivors left in rooms 1 and 2. Leave room 3 to me. Lu Qian gritted his teeth. Damn it, he almost got that girl in isolation room 3 killed. Shen Qing glanced at him lightly. Thinking too much is unnecessary. Now is not the time for contemplation. Half an hour later, the isolation room, which had previously seemed a bit crowded, became extraordinarily spacious. Zhao Qian beside him had a vacant expression, looking dazed. Shen Qing pushed him and counted the number of people. In fact, the survivors could be counted at a glance. She just wanted Zhao Qian to pull himself together. If he continued to be in charge of this project, he would have to get used to the scene in front of him sooner or later. Zhao Qian nodded blankly, his gaze slow, counting from number 1 to number 5. Survivors, there are 5 people. Suddenly, he collapsed and squatted down, crying in pain. Shen Qing sighed, taking a minute to quickly finish crying. Lu Qian also had a heavy expression, apologizing, I'm sorry, I was too arrogant today. I originally thought I could handle it effortlessly. I didn't expect that because of me, I almost caused someone's death. Shen Qing turned to look at him and said, I also have faults. If she really dies, we both have a responsibility. So you don't need to apologize to me. No, it's not your problem. Shen Qing sighed softly and patted Lu Qian's shoulder, saying, don't forget, we are partners. Lu Qian was taken aback, his heart feeling as if it had been shocked by something. At this moment, Zhao Qian had also finished crying. He wiped his tears, stood up, and asked, Miss Shen, what should we do about the remaining 5 people? Shen Qing said, the latest time for inversion is 24 hours. And all we can do now is wait. So far, only 5 people have survived the experiment distributed across 3 isolation rooms. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and quickly divided the soldiers guarding the area into 3 groups to take turns on duty in the gymnasium. Lu Qian looked at Shen Qing and said, you should go rest first. I'll keep an eye on things here. Don't worry. This time it's definitely not just to show off. Shen Qing chuckled softly. All right, since you've said that, I won't be polite. Shen Qing stretched and said, I'll come to replace you in 4 hours. After that, she left the gym. Outside the gym, a few people were huddled in a corner. Upon seeing someone come out, they rushed over. What's going on inside? Why hasn't my husband come out yet? I just heard screams and gunshots. Are you really conducting an experiment? Or is it just a pretext for torturing them? Shen Qing frowned slightly. It seemed that the few people curled up outside the door were friends and family of the experimenters inside. No comment, Shen Qing said coldly. These people spontaneously blocked Shen Qing's way out. What does no comment mean? What kind of attitude is this? My husband was a coach. He has such good physical fitness and is so smart. He will definitely succeed in awakening. As his family member, I also have the right to privileges. How dare you speak to me like this? Shen Qing's brows furrowed even deeper. She couldn't imagine what kind of arrogant person her husband would become if he truly became an ability user. Is he strong? Shen Qing glanced at him, as if there was such a person, but he seemed to be dead already. The woman became agitated. Nonsense. My husband is the chosen ability user. How could he just die like that? Are you jealous of me? Shen Qing scratched her ear. It was so noisy. Young lady, have you seen a little girl? She has short brown hair. That's my daughter. She signed up without telling me. She's my only family. The speaker was an elderly woman with gray hair, neatly styled, wearing black-framed glasses, looking like a knowledgeable old teacher. Shen Qing shook her head. In fact, she had no impression of anyone other than the scumbag. What she just said was also to deliberately provoke that woman. The old woman slumped down beside her and began to cry softly. The remaining few still blocked Shen Qing's path, as if they were determined to give an answer. Shen Qing sighed. At times like this, Shen Qing's ability would be very useful. It would be great if he could temporarily borrow someone else's ability. Shen Qing was just thinking about this when she heard a familiar voice. Shen Qing, what are you doing here? Shen Qing followed the sound and saw Jiang Ming running towards the gym. Jiang Ming looked at Shen Qing in disbelief, her face filled with hostility. So that's why Du Yao insisted on coming to participate in the experiment. It's you, this little vixen here? What? Knowing he's about to become a supernatural being, you want to steal him from me? Jiang Ming asked through gritted teeth. Huh? Shen Qing had a black question mark on her head. Are you okay? Do you think everyone values men as much as you do? Jiang Ming gritted her teeth. As a woman herself, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. After everything I've been through with Du Yao, you can't possibly win me over. It's over. This woman's romantic brain seems hopeless. Shen Qing clicked her tongue, saying that a broken pot matched with rotten cabbage. Truly a situation where one cannot expect two types of people from the same bed. She coldly said, listen well, a man like Du Yao who doesn't love himself is not worth my time, even if he were to come crawling to me. It's better to just castrate Du Yao and be done with it. Jiang Ming's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she said, once Du Yao successfully awakens, I will report you. Just don't fall into our hands in the future. When Shen Qing first met Jiang Ming at the base, she thought Jiang Ming had been subdued. Now it seems that her arrogant and domineering attitude hasn't diminished one bit. Shen Qing snorted, you might as well pray that Du Yao won't die, or else you'll struggle to survive after being kicked out of the base. Jiang Ming clenched her fists. Hatred. She was nearly driven to hate Shen Qing to death. Before the apocalypse, she was just a small employee in her own company. With just a flick of her fingers, she could get her fired. But it was precisely this useless woman who awakened her powers, causing Du Yao to be drawn to her. Shen Qing glanced coldly at her fist and said, what's wrong? Do you want to fight? We're outside the base now. Even if I killed you, no one would care. Her gaze revealed a chilling aura, and not only Jiang Ming, but everyone else blocking her path felt a wave of killing intent. Once they vaguely understood that she was a supernatural being, no one dared to stand in her way. Inside the gymnasium, Du Yao sat cross-legged against the wall of the isolation room, feeling quite content. He knew he was different from ordinary people. He believed he would definitely awaken his supernatural powers and become someone exceptional. So many people had died, yet he was still alive. That was enough to prove his thoughts. However, he still hadn't figured out what kind of supernatural ability he possessed. It would be great if it was something like turning stone into gold or X-ray vision. At the very least, it should be a power with strong combat abilities. Du Yao was beaming. He felt he would definitely become a strong supernatural being in the future. Even Shen Qing and that poker-faced person would have to treat him with respect. With power, women would never be lacking by his side. By then, even if Shen Qing begged him, he wouldn't spare her a glance, letting her regret it. And that Jiang Ming, he had to find an opportunity to quietly deal with him. A celebrity couldn't be left with a dark history. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He looked up sharply and met Lu Qian's cold gaze. Du Yao frowned. TCH. He didn't understand how he had offended Lu Qian. Why his gaze always seemed as if he wanted to eat him alive. Du Yao vaguely felt it had something to do with Shen Qing. He was irritated by Lu Qian's stare, and his anger surged. What's going on? Why can't you let me go? Is this how you treat supernatural beings? I'm going to join Team 01 in the future. Do you believe I'll report you to the organization? Du Yao only dared to vent his anger at the supervisor. The supervisor's expression was indifferent as he said, this is the captain's order. TCH, Are you going to keep us locked up forever? The supervisor replied blandly, not forever. There's still 18 hours left. Once the time is up, you can leave. Du Yao gaped. Are you joking? 18 hours? Does that mean I have to spend the night in this hellhole? The room is filled with the stench of dead bodies. Staying even one more second is torture. Calm down. We can't determine if you will mutate yet. For the safety of the base, we have to do this. Huh? Du Yao glared at Shou Qian mutata. All the low-level beings that could mutate are dead. The fact that I'm still alive means I've become a supernatural being. Zhao Qian frowned. Then what is your supernatural ability? Show us. If you can prove you've awakened, I'll let you leave. Du Yao gritted his teeth. If he knew what his supernatural ability was, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. Zhao Qian sighed, just stay put. He felt extremely restless. Out of the 50 test subjects this time, 45 had already died. The remaining 5 were alive, but none had used their supernatural abilities. Was this experiment really going to end with such dismal data? In the middle of the night, Shen Qing returned to the gym. She walked over to Lu Qian and tossed him a piece of bread. I'm here to take over. I promised 4 hours, but I accidentally overslept. To apologize, I specially picked the tastiest pineapple bread from my stash. Sorry, something came up and made me late. Lu Qian stretched lazily. It's fine, I just happen to dislike sleeping. If you don't mind, could you help me catch up on my sleep? Wow, this is the first time I've heard someone say they don't like sleeping. Shen Qing sat down beside him. Lu Qian's eyes darkened. To be precise, he disliked the uncontrollable dreams that came with falling asleep. He hated the illusory warmth in dreams and the huge sense of loss upon waking. It seems like there's no progress here. Noticing he didn't respond, Shen Qing changed the subject. The remaining 5 people look just like usual. They've digested the crystal cores long ago. This experiment should be a failure. Shen Qing said, this experiment doesn't have a distinction between success and failure. The ability users are built upon these corpses. Lu Qian was taken aback, his gaze shifting to the isolation room. Inside, the misshapen corpses were piled up in the small isolation room, resembling pigs and sheep in a slaughterhouse, where any sense of human dignity was non-existent. He let out a small sigh and said, you're right. In the isolation room, Du Yao still hadn't figured out what his ability was. Zhao Qian's words had shaken his heart. Could it be that he truly hadn't successfully awakened his ability? Neither having awakened nor dead, still just an ordinary person? He didn't believe it. If that were the case, what was the point of risking himself to participate in the experiment? Just then, he noticed something shiny among the pile of rotten flesh. Carefully, with his back to the isolation room, he began to dig through the pile of. A light sparked in his eyes. Lying among the rotten flesh was a crystal core. This crystal core was larger than the ones allocated to them. Suddenly, he realized something. He cautiously began to search the ground. What was he doing? Shen Qing noticed Du Yao's unusual behavior. Lu Qian also looked over, frowning. It looks like he's searching for something. Wait. Lu Qian immediately turned to Shen Qing, and both of them simultaneously realized what he was looking for. Shen Qing immediately said, Captain Zhao, stop the actions of a survivor in isolation room number 3. Bring him out immediately. Zhao Qian was closest to isolation room number 3. Although he was confused, he immediately obeyed Shen Qing's orders. Quick, open the isolation room door and control him. Yes. The supervisor fumbled to open the isolation room door. TCH, what a nuisance. Du Yao glared at Shen Qing with hatred, then swallowed the crystal core he had just picked up. If you want abilities, you should give us enough crystal cores. If you want to give them to me, I'll find them myself, Du Yao said proudly. If it weren't for Shen Qing's interference, he would have surely found more crystal cores by now. Nuisance woman, nuisance trash. Once my abilities grow stronger, I'll get rid of all of them. Anyway, as long as he had enough strength, he wouldn't need that base. He could also create a base where he would be the king. Immediately clean up isolation room number 1 and detain him separately. Zhao Qian ordered upon seeing him swallow the crystal core. He remembered Shen Qing saying that only 2 crystal cores were allocated per person to prevent the situation from becoming more severe. The man in front of him was too insane. He couldn't let him stay with those corpses any longer, or it might lead to an even more uncontrollable situation. In the distance, Shen Qing frowned. The purity of human crystal cores is superior to that of mutated beasts. If Du Yao directly swallowed such a large piece of crystal core and still hasn't activated his powers, the mutation situation might become even more severe. Du Yao shouted, "Give me more crystal cores. I will definitely be the strongest ability user." Shen Qing, are you so afraid of me getting stronger? Lu Qian broke the edge of the chair. I'm going out for a smoke. I also want to go out for some fresh air. This place. Shen Qing glanced at Du Yao and reassured him, "Don't worry. It won't be a problem for just a moment." Lu Qian nodded, and the two of them briefly explained to Zhao Qian before heading out. Zhao Qian immediately fetched a chain and bound the shouting Du Yao. "Let me go. This is Shen Qing's doing, right? She's taking personal revenge. You are all her accomplices and lackeys. Once I figure out my abilities, I won't let you off easily." Zhao Qian closed the isolation room door and muttered, "What a hassle." Fortunately, the other 4 survivors were quiet, curled up in a corner, resting their eyes. If they were all like this troublesome one, he feared his head would explode from the headache. Outside the gym, snow began to fall again. Lu Qian reached out to catch it. The snowflakes felt like moldy cotton in his palm. He exhaled a puff of smoke, wondering if he would ever see white snow again in his lifetime. Shen Qing shook her head. Anyway, she didn't see it before her death. Perhaps in the distant future, when the indigenous people on the planet have been cleared away, it will naturally heal. The nighttime temperature is terrifyingly low, and most of the people who were guarding outside the gym during the day have already left. Shen Qing noticed a lump shaking not far away. After hesitating for a moment, she walked over to take a look. As she got closer, she realized that the lump was a person wrapped in a blanket. The blanket had already faded and provided no warmth on this snowy night. "Hey, the results of the experiment won't be clear until tomorrow. You should hurry back to the base. You can't survive on just that blanket. It's much colder in the latter half of the night." After shaking for a while, the person finally revealed their head. "Don't worry, our bodies have already adapted to this temperature. We can make it through." Shen Qing furrowed her brows slightly. Under the quilt was the woman who had inquired about her daughter during the day. The situation had worsened. "Why was it still you?" Shen Qing exclaimed in surprise. The woman, shivering from the cold, said, "I want to wait here for my daughter and leave with her." Shen Qing felt a bit stuffy in her heart. She didn't know if the old woman's daughter was still alive. If she waited all night and found that her daughter's body was not even complete, she would probably leave immediately. The experiment wouldn't end until dawn, and it was so cold here, so you should wait back at the base. The old woman struggled to lift her eyelids and looked at Shen Qing, saying, "We don't have the qualification to enter the base, so that's why my daughter signed up for this experiment." Shen Qing furrowed her brows. She didn't expect that there would be people from outside the base participating in this experiment. According to the plan, the first batch of testers should have been selected from within the base. "Miss, you're a kind person. Don't worry, I will be fine." The old woman wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. "I will wait here for my daughter to come out and go home with her." Shen Qing sighed helplessly. "Come in with me." The old woman hurriedly replied, "No need. I can't trouble you." Shen Qing sighed and said, "If you really freeze to death at the entrance of the gym, what meaning does it have for your daughter to sign up for this experiment?" The old woman was taken aback for a moment, and her eyes turned red immediately. "Thank you, dear." Shen Qing led the old woman through a small door into the gymnasium. She then found a dressing room that was well sealed from the outside. "You can rest here for now," she said. She didn't want the old woman to see the terrible scene inside the gym. "Thank you, dear." The old woman kept bowing. "I have things to take care of, so please don't wander around. No matter what sounds you hear, don't come out," Shen Qing advised. The old woman nodded repeatedly, wrapping herself in a blanket and huddling in the corner. Shen Qing then left. Outside the door, Lu Qian was waiting for her. "Is everything settled?" Shen Qing replied softly and then asked, "Are there any girls among the 5 survivors?" Lu Qian shook his head. The gymnasium was not powered, and the emergency lighting made it impossible to see clearly who was male or female. Shen Qing let out a slight sigh. The disaster had been going on for so long that she thought her heart had hardened enough, but seeing the bond between mother and daughter still moved her. Just as Shen Qing was lost in thought, a flurry of panicked voices suddenly broke in. "Not good. Something has happened in the gym." Zhao Qian rushed out in a hurry. "Miss Shen, the test subject in isolation room number 1 has gone berserk." Shen Qing frowned. "The number 1 isolation room? Isn't that the one where Du Yao is? Shen Qing recalled the crystal core he had just swallowed, his expression changing drastically. When the two of them ran into the gymnasium, they saw that Du Yao's eyes had already turned blood red. Captain Zhao, concentrate all emergency lighting on isolation room now. One, and have the others guard the other 4 survivors. This place will be left to us. Lu Qian quickly made a decision. Zhao Qian immediately executed his orders. We're going in, Lu Qian said. The two quickly descended the steps and arrived at isolation room number 1. The lighting soon gathered around. Isolation room no. 1 instantly lit up. At the moment they saw Du Yao, the surrounding supervisors were startled and gasped. Even Lu Qian and Shen Qing felt a chill run down their spines. Du Yao's flesh had decayed significantly, and one could even see the stark white bones beneath his skin. His sharp fangs, blood-red eyeballs, and extremely twisted limbs showed he had mutated, much worse than during the day. Shen Qing said seriously. After delivering the lighting, the supervisors immediately retreated, leaving space for Lu Qian and Shen Qing. Du Yao's throat made creaking sounds as his eyes fixated on his Shen Qing. Suddenly, he seemed to go mad, throwing himself against the door of the isolation room with all his might. Due to the decay of his body, the chains that had locked him up had become mere decorations. So disgusting, Lu Qian frowned and then immediately gathered several ice arrows to shoot towards Du Yao. Just as the ice arrows were about to pierce Du Yao's head, he surprisingly folded his body backward with agility and dodged. How is that possible? Lu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Du Yao's agility had exceeded his imagination. Shen Qing frowned tightly and said, "Be careful. He is now more dangerous than the previous mutated beasts." While they were talking, Du Yao's body continued to grow stronger. At that moment, the door was kicked open from the inside. The supervisor on site turned pale with fear and kept retreating. "You all quickly hide in the isolation room," Shen Qing said. "There are still 4 survivors in the isolation room, and given the current situation, there is temporarily no risk of mutation. Once they settled them, Shen Qing and Lu Qian could fight without worries. You all be careful too." Zhao Qian, after settling his team members, also hid in the isolation room. Shen Qing responded with a sound, then immediately aimed and fired at Du Yao. The bullet hit Du Yao right in the forehead. However, Du Yao just shook his head, and the bullet fell out from the back of his skull. "Truly difficult to deal with," Lu Qian said. Shen Qing furrowed her brows tightly. Fortunately, the obstruction was timely. If it had swallowed all the crystal cores, it would have been even harder to deal with. Lu Qian's ice arrows and Shen Qing's bullets continuously shot towards Du Yao, whose body kept changing direction to evade the attacks. "Damn it, he dodged so many attacks," Lu Qian said angrily. "Don't underestimate him." Du Yao evaded the attacks, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth, which looked particularly eerie without flesh. A creaking sound came from his throat, as if he were speaking to the two of them. Then he suddenly lunged towards Shen Qing. His speed was incredibly fast. Before Shen Qing could react, he was already in front of her. If Shen Qing hadn't quickly taken out an item from her space to block, half of her face would have been sliced off by his sharp claws. Seeing Shen Qing in danger, Lu Qian quickly released several ice arrows. As Du Yao was still surprised by the iron plate that appeared out of nowhere, a sharp pain shot through his back. He let out a howl, pulling out all the ice arrows lodged in him. Then he glared at Lu Qian with his bulging red eyes and roared. Lu Qian snorted coldly and continued his attack. Du Yao approached Lu Qian like a madman, launching a fierce assault as if he wouldn't rest until Lu Qian was dead. You think you're so capable, but it turns out to be just like this." From the moment Lu Qian realized he could understand human speech, he had an idea. Sure enough, Du Yao's onslaught became even more fierce. "With a person like you, do you still dream of becoming an ability user? It's truly a delusion. Just look at your current ugly appearance. It's more unbearable than the zombies in movies. I really feel sorry for you." Du Yao's wide-open eyes caused his eyeballs to bulge out a bit, making him look even more ferocious. While Lu Qian provoked him, he shot a glance at Shen Qing. Shen Qing immediately understood what he meant. As Du Yao was crazily attacking Lu Qian, she aimed for the back of his head. Bang! At the moment the gun fired, Lu Qian instantly bent down. The experiment ended as the bullet accurately pierced through the poison's neck, leaving a hollow. Du Yao's body paused for 2 seconds, struggling to turn around. His eyes, which no longer showed any emotion, stared fiercely at Shen Qing, as if he wanted to tear her apart immediately. In that brief moment, Lu Qian had already stood up. Seeing Du Yao's sluggish reaction, he quickly condensed the power of the ice arrow to its strongest. Boom! The massive ice arrow struck Du Yao's head, exploding upon impact. Lu Qian had no time to dodge, and the brownish-green slime splattered all over his face. Disgusting. He raised his hand, feeling a bit pained about his relatively new clothes. Wait, I'll use this. Shen Qing quickly walked to his side and took out a small pack of disinfecting wipes from her pocket. A rare resource in the apocalypse. Lu Qian was even more reluctant to use it. It's too wasteful for me to use something like this. Just keep it. Shen Qing glared at him and tiptoed to take action. Lu Qian's body stiffened, and his ears instantly turned red. This is zombie blood. Who knows how many viruses are in it? Shen Qing complained. Lu Qian stammered, "Thank you." Shen Qing said lightly, "I'm just afraid you'll be infected and mutated by him. You already have abilities, and if you really mutate, I won't be able to handle it." Lu Qian's lips curled up. He really was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. This was true for him, and for the woman at the door as well. All right. Shen Qing stuffed the unused wet wipes into his pocket. It was almost dawn, and the other 4 had not made a sound, so it was highly likely that nothing would happen. She carefully wiped her hands with the disinfecting wet wipes, not missing even between her fingers. "I'll keep watch for the remaining hours. After it's over, I'll find you," Lu Qian said thoughtfully. Shen Qing shook her head. It was a task assigned to the 2 of them. She wasn't used to letting others do her work. Hearing that there was no movement outside, the supervisor and Zhao Qian both came out of the isolation room. Zhao Qian approached the 2 and glanced at the corpse of Du Yao on the ground, feeling goosebumps all over. He didn't expect the human body could mutate like this. It seemed that science fiction movies weren't just making things up, Zhao Qian said. Shen Qing recalled the high-level zombie she had seen from a distance in her previous life, and thought to herself, this was just the beginning. Du Yao's current state couldn't even be considered intermediate. Fortunately, she had eliminated Du Yao early on. Someone like him had the potential to advance to intermediate or even high level. After all, this was still the early stage of the apocalypse. If he really became an intermediate or high-level zombie, it would be quite challenging for her and Lu Qian to handle. The sky slowly began to brighten. The gymnasium became illuminated, but it was even more unsettling than the indistinct darkness. The quiet sobs of survivors in the isolation room were overshadowed by the sounds of the supervisor vomiting. Shen Qing looked at the time. 1 second. 1 second. The time was up. Shen Qing let out a sigh of relief. The remaining 4 were safe. Zhao Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. This had been the longest 24 hours of his life. Time's up. Open the door and let them out, Zhao Qian said loudly. The supervisor received the command, opened the door to the isolation room, and brought the survivors out. Perhaps the events of the day had been too shocking for them, as several of them silently lowered their heads. Shen Qing jumped down the steps and approached the survivors. "Congratulations on surviving," Shen Qing said. The few people still had their heads lowered. "So, has anyone among you awakened any abilities?" Zhao Qian asked eagerly. There was a silence. Zhao Qian anxiously said, "Why is no one speaking? Did anyone awaken or not? If there's not a single ability user, how am I supposed to report the experimental results to the organization?" Shen Qing lightly patted Zhao Qian's shoulder and said, "Captain Zhao, don't worry. It seems they are scared. Let's let them go back to rest first, and we can ask them again when they're more stable. But this is a key focus of the laboratory organization. Given their current state, forcing them to answer won't be effective." Zhao Qian sighed then. "Let's do as Miss Shen suggested. Everyone head back to the base." Zhao Qian suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on one of them. That girl with the twin ponytails. "Lift your head." The timid girl by the side slowly raised her head. After Zhao Qian saw her face, he clicked his tongue. "What's wrong?" Shen Qing asked curiously. "Miss Shen, this girl isn't from our base. Technically, we can't take her back. But if we don't take her back, how will we collect the experimental data?" Zhao Qian was in a dilemma since he didn't have the authority to make a decision. Shen Qing frowned and said, "Isn't this experiment for internal recruitment? How could there be someone from outside the base?" Zhao Qian felt a bit guilty and replied, We originally recruited 50 people at the base, but one person suddenly fell ill and died just as we were about to reach the gym yesterday. So, Shen Qing frowned and asked, is she really the only test subject outside the base? Zhao Qian quickly assured her, it's true. If I'm lying, let the mutated beasts gnaw my brain. Shen Qing carefully looked at the little girl's face. There was a bit of resemblance. Is there anyone else in your family? Shen Qing asked. The little girl raised her eyes to look at Shen Qing and said, Mom. There's only Mom left. Shen Qing and Lu Qian exchanged a glance, and it seemed they were certain. Lu Qian hummed in agreement. What should they do now? It would be fine if she had awakened her abilities, but now. Zhao Qian looked at the girl with difficulty. Shen Qing sighed. Wait for me a moment. She took out her phone and called Xiaomi, informing her about the situation at the gym. Bring them back. I'll explain things to the organization. Xiaomi immediately made a decision. Okay, just as she thought, the problem was solved. They would first bring her back to the base. Is this appropriate? Zhao Qian was still not at ease. Just do as I say, Shen Qing said. By the way, her mother is also at the gym. Let's bring them both back. Find a temporary place to settle them. If she can awaken her abilities, let them stay. If not, we can expel them later. Zhao Qian finally agreed. Yes, we will proceed as Miss Shen said. Zhao Qian directed the supervisor to return and, seeing that Shen Qing had no intention of leaving, asked with confusion, Miss Shen, are you not leaving yet? Shen Qing pointed to the messy gym and said, there is still some finishing work to be done. Zhao Qian quickly replied, how can we let Miss Shen do such dirty work? I will leave some people here to handle the cleanup. Shen Qing said, what I mean by wrapping things up is to recover the crystal cores from this pile of corpses. Are you sure your men can collect the crystal cores from this rotten flesh? Zhao Qian's face turned pale. Yes, there are crystal cores inside these bodies. How could he forget that? You all should leave first. This area is too heavily contaminated to be used anymore. After I recover the crystal cores, I will bury this place. You are just getting in the way here, Shen Qing said. Underground exploration. Zhao Qian immediately went down the steps and said, then we will head back to the base first. Thank you both for your hard work. Soon, only Shen Qing and Lu Qian were left in the empty gymnasium. Shen Qing took out 2 pairs of rubber gloves from her pocket and stuffed 1 pair into Lu Qian's hand. Let's get started. Lu Qian glanced at her pocket and teased. Are you Doraemon? Shen Qing glanced at him lightly and said, keep it a secret for me. Or who knows when I might poison you to death. Lu Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud, but he quickly reminded her, don't easily reveal your true abilities in front of others. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Shen Qing smiled and said, do you think I'm a fool? I can still judge who is worth trusting. Lu Qian's ears suddenly turned red. What does she mean by that? Is she saying that she trusts him? For a moment, his mind became a mess. Don't be dazed, finish up and wrap it up early. Shen Qing put on her gloves and walked towards isolation room number 1. Lu Qian retracted her gaze and quickly followed. Why are you following me? Each person has their own room. Shen Qing looked back at Lu Qian. Lu Qian replied calmly. 2 people can cover each other's gaps and work more efficiently. Huh? Shen Qing had a big question mark above her head. She still remembered how Lu Qian had kept people at arm's length at the beginning. So how had he suddenly shifted to a cooperative mindset in such a short time? She pouted and allowed Lu Qian to work with her in an isolation room. The rotten meat had been left in the isolation room for an entire day, and the stench was even worse, more unpleasant than the smell of mutated beasts. Some corpses were relatively intact, making it more difficult to collect the crystal cores compared to the rotten meat. Shen Qing took out a small knife from his pocket, and after locating the approximate position of the crystal core, he made an incision in the flesh. Sometimes the incision wasn't very accurate, and in such cases, he had to manually peel away the surrounding flesh to extract the crystal core. Lu Qian furrowed his brows, but there was no hesitation in the knife in his hand. The 2 worked together and quickly collected all the crystal cores from the isolation chamber. For the last one, do you want to do it yourself? Lu Qian asked, looking at Du Yao's corpse. Shen Qing didn't answer, and with a swift motion, he sliced off the crystal core in the blink of an eye. He was no different from the other corpses here. Now, all the crystal cores have been collected. Shen Qing extended her hand, aimed at the direction of the isolation room, and pulled the isolation room along with the land beneath it into her space forming a massive circle. Then she systematically filled the pit with soil, dividing it into smaller pits. She sighed deeply. Most of the corpses could no longer be restored to their original forms. She could only do her best to separate the intact bodies into small pits and place the incomplete ones on the other side. Afterward, she covered them with soil. It could be considered a burial for them. In this apocalyptic world, being buried was more luxurious than being alive. The two stepped out of the gymnasium, and Lucien used his ability to collapse the gymnasium, ensuring that no one could enter again before leaving. On the other side, the five-member team took a short rest and once again arrived at Shishan Park. After a large number of mutated beasts surged out, all the residents in the area fled. The group successfully reached the cemetery of Shishan Park and followed the passage underground. With Xie Yang's assistance, they found a hidden secret door. Feng Xiao shot a bolt of lightning at it, blasting the door open. Sure enough, there was a secret passage. This ability of yours is incredible. This was Shen Qing's first true experience of Xie Yang's powers, and he was astonished. Xie Yang smiled, saying, "In battle, it's not much use. I can't compare to you guys." The five walked along the tunnel for 20 minutes without reaching the end. "How long is this road?" Zhao Shi walked in the middle. Xie Yang shook his head. "With my ability, I still can't see its end. But we are about to reach a fork." It was a three-way junction. Everyone instinctively looked at Xie Yang. Xie Yang awkwardly said, "I can't see the differences in the forks yet." "Feng Xiao, you decide." Feng Xiao pointed to the northeast direction and said, "Let's take this path first, record the data at the end, and then turn back." Everyone agreed. Xie Yang marked the junction, and the group set off towards the northeast path. Like the main passage, it was pitch black, but there was nothing. "We've been underground for over an hour. Not to mention, people, we haven't even encountered a single mutated beast. Does this tunnel really have anything to do with the enemy? It wouldn't be a hole dug by mutated rats, would it?" Zhou Bai muttered. His speculation caused the others to fall silent. It seemed there was a possibility. "If we find out at the end that this is a rat hole, I'll blow it up." Zhao Shi gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, rats can't dig such regular holes," Feng Xiao replied. "Besides, the largest mutated rat we've seen is about the size of a cat or dog. It's impossible for it to dig such a wide passage." His words reassured the group somewhat. Just as they were talking, Xie Yang suddenly stopped. There was movement ahead. Xie Yang lowered his voice seriously. The other four also stopped. "What movement?" "I didn't hear anything," Zhou Bai whispered. "It's not a traditional sound. The map is reacting," Xie Yang whispered. "But it's too far. For now, I can't tell if it's humans or mutated beasts." The group quietly advanced a few hundred meters, and the reaction on the map in Xie Yang's mind became increasingly intense. "Looks like it's here." Xie Yang pointed to an iron door and said, "There is something incredible hidden behind this door." There was no sound coming from behind the iron door. If it weren't for Xie Yang's ability, they might have thought it was an empty room. Behind this room was another room, where no life signs have been detected yet. Feng Xiao squinted. "It seems that the room behind is very important." The four looked at Feng Xiao in unison. "Shall we fight?" Xie Yang asked. "How does the response of that thing inside compare to ordinary mutated beasts?" Feng Xiao inquired. "It's hard to say. Judging by the response, it should be stronger than ordinary mutated beasts." Feng Xiao then looked at Zhao Shi and Shen Qing. "Can you two still fight?" Both nodded earnestly. Since they knew the enemy was inside, there was no reason to avoid battle. "All right, Zhou Bai, protect Xie Yang and observe from the side. The three of us will go in. If we find the situation unfavorable, those who can retreat must do so in time." "Yes." Zhou Bai released a protective shield and took Xie Yang to the side. Feng Xiao and Zhao Shi counted down 3, 2, 1, and simultaneously attacked, using lightning and fire to blow open the door. The space behind the door was the size of half a football field. "Is that the guy?" In the center of the room sat a giant white rat. "Lost a teammate? Is this really real?" Zhou Bai swallowed hard. The giant rat was as tall as a brown bear. Its fur was completely white, with no trace of any other color. Its eyes resembled rubies, and its whiskers looked like the quills of a porcupine. It sat quietly in the middle of the room, its whip-like tail impatiently waving in the air. "My God, is this really a rat? Even if you told me it was a bear, I would believe it," Zhao Shi said, her voice a bit tense. It was clear that this mutated beast was far stronger than ordinary mutated beasts. Even Feng Xiao felt a bit nervous. 3 against 1. There might not even be a chance of winning. We barged in like this, and it didn't attack us. If only one of us could communicate with animals. Maybe we can negotiate, Xie Yang suggested. It's not that simple, Feng Xiao replied. Even though this mutated beast hasn't made any attacking moves. Its gaze is scanning us like a human. It seems to be thinking. The group was shocked. Who cares what it's thinking? Since we've already decided to attack, I want to hold back. Shen Qing couldn't contain himself and raised his gun, shooting at the white rat. Bang, bang, bang. With his skills, he should have hit 9 out of 10 shots. But all 3 bullets hit the air. So fast. It's gone. The white rat, which had just been in the middle, vanished in an instant. Feng Xiao warily looked around, suddenly feeling a chill above his head. He looked up and saw the rat's claws coming down. Not good. Quickly dodge. Bang. Long claw marks were scratched into the ground. Feng Xiao was terrified. If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been split in half. Before the others could get up from the ground, the white rat's forward extended claws were already reaching for Feng Xiao again. In a panic, Feng Xiao rolled backward and immediately released a bolt of lightning. His movement was stealthy, and the white rat didn't notice. By the time it realized, it was too late to dodge. The lightning scorched its white fur, leaving a deep gash on its body. Squeak! The white rat's eyes flashed with ferocity as it swiftly leaped up and pounced in Feng Xiao's direction. Meanwhile, the other 2 immediately launched their attacks. She could play a greater role in this team, as both lightning and bullets would explode with enormous energy when they collided with her fireballs. 3 attacks from different directions left the white rat nowhere to hide. Just when they thought they could hit it, it suddenly dove into the ground. Damn, almost forgot that rats can dig. Where did it go? Boom! A few people could clearly feel the ground shaking. The 3 quickly gathered together, protecting their backs. Bang! The white mouse suddenly burrowed out from directly in front of Zhao Shi, just an arm's length away. Zhao Shi didn't have time to think, and with all her strength, she gathered a huge fireball and smashed it towards the white mouse. The white mouse was faster than the fireball. It quickly dodged and then swiped a paw, sending Zhao Shi flying. Zhao Shi flew 3 to 4 meters away and slammed heavily against the wall. Zhao Shi. The appearance and attack of the white mouse happened in an instant, leaving the other 2 no chance to react. The huge impact made Zhao Shi cough violently, followed by spitting out bright red blood. Zhao Shi, are you okay? Shen Qing quickly ran to Zhao Shi's side and helped her up. Zhao Shi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shook her head. I'm fine. On the other side, after attacking Zhao Shi, the white mouse burrowed underground again. This creature is quite clever. Everyone needs to be careful. The few of them went on full alert, guarding against it from all angles. Bang! They looked in the direction of the sound and found that Zhou Bai's protective shield had shaken. Feng Xiao immediately unleashed lightning at the spot beneath Zhou Bai's feet. The white mouse didn't break through the protective shield and couldn't see the situation on the ground. The lightning struck it solidly. It let out a wail and burrowed out from underground. Zhou Bai's heart raced. If it weren't for this protective shield being strong enough, we would have been the ones injured. This creature is indeed cunning, much smarter than ordinary mutated beasts. Could its intelligence be related to its size? Xiang exclaimed in shock. The white mouse was injured on one paw by the lightning, and its speed noticeably slowed down. Zhao Shi, can you still move? Feng Xiao asked. Zhao Shi propped herself up and gathered a fireball in her palm. No problem. The 3 exchanged glances and shouted, Go! Fireball, lightning. Bullets came in rapid succession, quickly restraining the white mouse's movements, forcing it to defend and not attack. After dozens of exchanges, the white mouse's stamina clearly couldn't keep up. Its dodging movements became slower, and it took several hits from bullets. Just hold on like this. We have to wear it out. Shen Qing gritted his teeth and said. The 3 had just gone through a fierce battle yesterday, and they were actually not much better off than the white mouse now. However, to avoid revealing any signs to the white mouse, all 3 gritted their teeth and held on. After defending for dozens of rounds without inflicting any harm on the 3, the white mouse became increasingly agitated. Its roar grew louder, and its eyes were as red as if blood would drip from them. Suddenly, it gave up dodging the bullets. simultaneously dodging the lightning while pouncing towards Zhao Shi with the fireball. Not good. Fang Xiao realized its intention. Shen Qing quickly seized the opportunity to attack its vital points, firing one shot after another. Each shot accurately pierced through its fur. However, even so, it still did not fall. As it approached, Zhao Shi, unable to dodge due to her injury, was caught in a moment of panic. Countless memories flashed through her mind. The peaceful life before the apocalypse, her parents and friends. The once insignificant, but now extremely luxurious happiness. She felt satisfied just to have survived until now. With this thought, she did not take a step back. Instead, she used all her mental energy to strengthen the fireball to its maximum. Even if she had to die, she would take it down with her. She launched the fireball fiercely and closed her eyes at the moment of the explosion. Zhao Shi. Shen Qing's hands trembled as Zhao Shi followed their family from Guiyuan village to S City. After going through so much, she had already become like family. He had never imagined she would die. Fang Xiao clenched her fists, biting her lower lip until it bled. Wait, what is that? A ball of white light emerged from the flames of the exploding fireball. Inside the white light was Zhou Bai, carrying Zhao Shi forward. It turned out that just as the white mouse lunged at Zhao Shi, Zhou Bai rushed over. He had timely created a protective shield to safeguard Zhao Shi before the fireball exploded. Zhao Shi. Shen Qing ran forward excitedly. How is she? Don't worry. She should just be unconscious from exhaustion of mental energy. There's no danger to her life. With these words, Fang Zhao's fists gradually relaxed. Support Untergrund, Xieyang. Is there any danger within a kilometer? Xieyang surveyed the area and shook his head. Nothing detected. Fang Xiao nodded and looked at the door guarded by the white mouse. He unleashed a bolt of lightning, splitting the door in half. Apart from Zhou by protecting Zhao Shi, the other three quickly entered the room. Wow, this is... Xieyang's eyes lit up instantly. It was a room of about 60 to 70 square meters, half of which was piled high with supplies. We really struck a rat's den this time, Shen Qing exclaimed. However, with so many supplies, it was impossible for just the three of them to transport them all. Additionally, this location should still be underground in the West District, far from the base. Even if they could transport some, they would have to deal with looters on the way, which seemed unrealistic. Fang Xiao took out his phone and immediately called Xiaomi. Really? Xiaomi stood up excitedly upon hearing the good news. Meanwhile, Shen Qing and Lu Qian, who were reporting progress, looked confused. Okay, I got it. I'll think of a way. After hanging up, Xiaomi's expression suddenly turned serious. What happened? Shen Qing asked, puzzled. Xiaomi replied. Fang Xiao and the others discovered a large batch of enemy supplies underground in the West District. Now I need to figure out how to transport these supplies back. Can't we just have the organization send a truck? Lu Qian didn't understand what the issue was. Xiaomi sighed. If we send a truck, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. There are not only refugees outside, but many violent mobs gathering together. Even having guns might not deter them. The key is that these groups are numerous, and a truck can't carry too many people. By then, the supplies would surely be at risk. Lu Qian frowned. What about sending a helicopter to land directly at the entrance of Shishan Park? Xiaomi still shook her head, indicating that the helicopter's capacity was limited and making multiple trips wasn't a solution. Next to them, Shen Qing sighed and said, Sister me, you must have already thought of a solution. Just say it. Xiaomi looked at Shen Qing with some embarrassment and hesitated. I hope you can assist us. Shen Qing sighed. She knew it would be like this. In fact, everyone in the team knows that your ability is not just about instantly moving objects. I guess your ability should be to store certain items, right? Shen Qing felt helpless. There really was nothing to hide. After all, even if they knew her abilities, there was no way to take anything from her if she didn't want to. You guessed it right. This task is most suitable for you to assist with. So could I ask you to help them bring the supplies back? Xiaomi asked sincerely. Shen Qing did not refuse. After all, she is now a member of the team, and it is her duty to do her best. After deciding to send Shen Qing to assist the five-member group, Lu Qian and Zhuoxing also came forward. Zhuoxing was sent to provide timely medical assistance to the injured Zhao Shi. As for Lu Qian, he exceptionally took the initiative to request to join the mission. To save time, Xiaomi applied for a helicopter to transport the three of them. Feeling the turbulence of the helicopter, Shen Qing felt a bit anxious. Shen Qing originally planned to ask how long it would take to arrive. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the guy flying the helicopter turned his head directly towards them. The helicopter shook violently again, making the three of them turn pale with fright. The guy quickly turned back to adjust the pedals, and the shaking finally stopped. He awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. "Sorry, I'm still a bit inexperienced, but don't worry, I guarantee to get you there safely." Shen Qing took a cold breath. The moment pinged and landed safely. Shen Qing felt her legs go weak. She vowed never to ride a helicopter again. The young man happily waved to a few people, saying, "I'll be here waiting for you." Shen Qing's body jolted. Next time, she must suggest to Xiaomi that no matter how urgent it is, they shouldn't take a helicopter. "Let's go." Once they entered the tunnel, the signal weakened significantly. Not long after, Xiaomi had already informed Shen Qing of the routes for several people in advance, and they successfully found the 5-member group. Shen Qing looked at the corpse of the white mouse on the ground and asked, "Did you get the crystal core?" Fang Xiao stretched out his hand, revealing a crystal core the size of a kidney bean in his palm. Although it was small, its color was very pure. It was much purer than the crystal core inside Du Yao. No wonder the three of them were injured despite their cooperation. Zuoxing quickly walked up to Zhao Shi. He briefly examined her and said, "A few of her ribs are injured. I'll heal her first." Apart from her stunningly beautiful face, he no longer had the aura of a former idol. He stretched out both hands, and a faint green light emitted from his palms. The green light seemed like grains of sand penetrating into Zhao Shi's body. "Where are the supplies?" Shen Qing asked Fang Xiao once he saw that Zhao Shi was not in serious trouble. "They're in the inner room. I'll take you there." Shen Qing nodded. "This is enemy territory, and it's not wise to stay too long. It's better to load the supplies quickly to avoid any unforeseen troubles. As long as the supplies are stored in the space, even if the enemy comes, we won't leave them anything." When the door opened, Shen Qing was shocked by the quantity of supplies. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't seen so many supplies. Shen Qing said, "Have you counted them?" Fang Xiao shook her head. Really hadn't thought about counting the supplies. Shen Qing called out to the people outside the door, summoning all those who were idling in. They began to check the supplies. Shen Qing said, "You all know my abilities. Let's carefully count the supplies first to avoid any discrepancies later on." The others suddenly realized, "Sister Shen Qing, we trust your character. If we were to doubt you, would we still be human?" "That's right." Shen Qing shook her head. "It's really hard to say about such things. It's better to count them clearly in advance to avoid any gossip later." Seeing that Shen Qing was insistent, the others could only agree. After counting, there were a total of 70 boxes, of which 50 were food and 20 were ammunition. Shen Qing finally stored all the supplies in the space. "How is Zhao Shi doing?" Zuoxing withdrew his hand and said, "She should be fine now. She's exhausted, so she hasn't woken up yet. I'll ask her about the situation once she regains consciousness." "Okay, how is the exploration of the underground map going?" Shen Qing asked. Xieyang had a paper map in his hand. "The branch road to the northeast ends here. We still have the branch roads to the northwest and directly north to explore," Xieyang said. Shen Qing thought for a moment, pointed to Zhou Bai, and said, "You escort Zuoxing and Zhao Shi out. There is a helicopter at the entrance of Xishan Park. Have it take you back to the base. Are you still planning to go further in?" Zhou Bai was surprised. Shen Qing nodded and said, "We have disrupted the enemy's supplies, and if they find out, they might relocate their base. Therefore, we must quickly understand the situation underground. Otherwise, once the clues are cut off, we will be in a passive state again." She didn't want the tragic situation of Xishan to happen again. Continuing to explore, Zuoxing was a bit worried. After all, the 5-member team had just fought against the white mice, and their condition was concerning. Shen Qing looked at Fang Xiao and Shun Jian and asked, "Can you two still hold on?" The two nodded without hesitation. Although the previous battle was intense, only Zhao Shi was injured. During the time they were waiting for Shen Qing, they had already rested sufficiently and regained about 70 to 80% of their strength. Together with me and Lu Qian, our combat power was not diminished but rather increased, so I believe we can continue further in, Shen Qing said. Zuoxing saw that she had made up her mind and did not try to persuade her further. He only said, "If we encounter enemies we can't handle, we must retreat with all our might." This is Team 01's policy, to preserve life and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Before leaving, Shen Qing left a monitoring bomb in the room guarded by the White Mouse. As long as someone stepped into this area, the bomb would explode, and at the same time, Shen Qing would be able to monitor the bomb's status to determine whether their movements have been detected by the enemy. The two sides returned to the fork in the road and then split up to act. According to my guess, there should be something in both the northwestern and northeastern branches. So let's head to the northwest, Xie Yang said. The others agreed. The northwestern fork was longer than the northeastern direction, and it took them a full 40 minutes to reach the end. Sure enough, like the end of the northeastern fork, the end of the northwestern direction was also closed off by a mutated beast. Inside the room was a golden mutated python, its tongue longer than Xie Yang's belt. Xie Yang looked at his torn belt and thought that if he could peel off the snake's skin, it would be enough to make dozens of belts. Fang Xiao glanced at him lightly. Don't you think it smells foul? Xie Yang chuckled. As long as it's usable, who cares about the smell? Bro, I don't have much fighting power. I'm counting on you for this belt. Fang Xiao facepalmed. This giant python's eyes shone with golden light and looked even more troublesome than the White Mouse. Hide well, now that Zhou Bai's not here. You can only protect yourself. Xie Yang nodded heavily. He couldn't help much, but he absolutely couldn't hold him back. He quickly shrank to the side and hid in the corner. Shen Qing, Lu Qian, Shun Jian, and Fang Xiao stood on either side, surrounding the golden giant python. I don't know what you beasts have been eating, but each one is bigger than the last, really hard to deal with. Shun Jian said. Fortunately, the ordinary mutated beasts that caused trouble at the Western Mountain Tomb yesterday were not like these monsters. Otherwise, there would definitely be no chance of winning. The entire S-City would be flattened by them. Shen Jian was the first to shoot at the giant python, hitting its head perfectly. Nice! But before he could feel happy for 2 seconds, he saw the wound healing at a visible speed. How is that possible? Shen Jian's eyes widened. It seemed that its self-healing ability had surpassed our imagination. This was indeed a bit tricky. Shen Qing frowned and said. The giant python moved faster than the White Mouse, skillfully dodging the attacks of several people and effortlessly approaching Shen Jian. Before Shen Jian could react, it wrapped him up tightly with its tail. Jian. Shen Qing's heart became anxious as she tightened her grip on the gun and fired at the giant python. The giant python's eyes gleamed with intensity, and it swung its tail, blocking Shen Jian in front of it. Shen Qing's mind buzzed, and her throat felt as if it was choked, unable to make a sound. In the next second, the bullet pierced through the giant python's tail. Shen Jian was panting beside Shen Qing. This beast is simply too smart. It actually wants to use me as a shield. Shen Qing turned stiffly and looked at him, who was enscathed beside her. Sister, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Shen Jian asked, puzzled. Yeah, she had just been too nervous and forgot that Shen Jian's ability was teleportation. It's nothing. Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone be careful. Don't let it catch you. The few of them instinctively kept their distance from the giant python and continued to attack. Although the giant python moved quickly, it was also a larger target, so it was hit more often. However, the golden giant python had a very strong recovery ability. Even if it was cut in half, it could still reconnect. The few of them were panting and exhausted, yet the giant python had not been harmed at all. At this rate, we might get exhausted to death by it. We can't continue like this. We need to think of another way, Fang Xiao gasped. Have you guys noticed that its eye color seems a bit different? Xie Yang in the corner leaned out and said. He wasn't fighting, and his observation allowed him to see things more clearly. Really? I didn't notice, Shun Jian replied. Shen Qing observed carefully and said, Xie Yang is right. Its pupils don't seem as bright anymore. Just a moment ago, they were dazzling gold, but now they have dimmed somewhat. Could its self-healing ability be related to its eyes? Lu Qian speculated. It's also possible that the color of its pupils is related to the energy it possesses. Regardless of which possibility it is, it gives everyone hope. Strengthen the attack. Lightning, ice arrows, and bullets intertwined, and the giant python was continuously injured and healed. Soon, the gold in its pupils had completely disappeared. A few people showed joy. Great, it seems the attacks are working. For the final blow, we must defeat it. Several forces gathered together and fiercely struck at the giant python. The python fell to the ground with a thud, brown blood flowing out. The wound did not heal anymore. Seizing this opportunity to finish it off, Shen Qing pulled out a sharp military dagger from her pocket and stabbed it fiercely into the python's vital point. The vital point is its Achilles heel and also the hiding place of its crystal core. Once the crystal core was removed, the giant python struggled a couple of times before it breathed its last. Shen Qing threw the dagger to Xie Yang. Aren't you going to skin the snake to make a belt? This knife is sharp and can definitely peel the snake's skin off completely. Xie Yang looked at the sharp knife at his feet and suddenly thought that having a torn belt wasn't so bad after all. No need. I'm more sentimental, Xie Yang said with an awkward smile. Seeing that he was unwilling, Shen Qing took the sharp knife back. She asked Shen Jian to carry the giant python and then cut from the top of the snake's belly to the tail. She made a circular cut at the snake's head, peeling off the snake's skin completely like peeling a banana. Golden snake skin is rare. If you all don't want it, I'll take it. Shen Qing wrapped the snake's skin in the dirt to wash off the stench and then stored it in her space. Lu Qian, Shen Jian, and Fang Xiao were already used to her behavior, but Xie Yang was stunned and dropped his jaw. Let's go. Let's see what's behind the room, Shen Jian said excitedly. Behind the door was another room filled with supplies. Today is truly a treasure hunt, Xie Yang exclaimed excitedly. After counting, they found that this room stored 100 boxes of drinking water. After taking the supplies, the group looked at Shen Qing in unison. Do we still go to the north? After just experiencing a fierce battle, Shen Qing's stamina was somewhat depleted. She looked around and noticed that everyone had sustained some injuries. It wasn't necessary to take further risks with such a team. Let's retreat for today. Before leaving, she also set a bomb in the space where the giant python was located. Upon returning to the base, Zhaoxi had already woken up. The people left behind had been waiting in the conference room. When they saw the group return safely, the tension on Xiao Mi's face dissipated. How's the progress of the mission? Xie Yang placed a drawn map on the table. The northeast and northwest directions were places where supplies were stored, each guarded by a mutated beast. They hadn't gone to the true north yet, but Shen Qing had already set up a mechanism before the enemy discovered it. They could still explore northward. At this moment, Shen Qing had already taken out the gathered supplies. The spacious conference room was instantly filled with boxes of supplies. Before storing the supplies, I had already asked everyone to count them once, and now we would count them again. If everything is correct, we can let the logistics team take the supplies away. Xiao Mi understood Shen Qing's concerns. There's no need to count again. Our team members won't doubt you. If other teams want to find fault, even if the numbers are accurate, they will come up with other excuses. Moreover, these supplies were brought back by our team at the risk of our lives, and no one has the right to doubt you. Shen Qing nodded. Soon, Xiao Mi notified the logistics team to move the food and water away, leaving only the ammunition. After reporting to the organization, 1/10 of the ammunition was kept, while the rest was sent to the base's armory. Since only the 2 siblings from the Shen family in Team 01 needed the ammunition for combat, 1/10 was sufficient. Everyone worked hard today, so go back and have a good rest. Meeting adjourned. On the way out, Shen Qing asked, "How's your body feeling?" Zhaoxi moved his waist a bit and replied, "After Left Xing's treatment, I'm mostly fine now. I didn't expect his ability to be strong enough to heal broken bones." "That's impressive," Shen Qing said. In addition to enhancing his abilities, Zhuxing is now also often studying in a medical team, and he has indeed made a lot of progress. Zhaoxi sighed, feeling that she was the only one in the team who hadn't made much progress. She even got hurt this time. Shen Qing noticed that she was feeling a bit down, so she casually wrapped her arm around her shoulder. "You've made quite a bit of progress. That little spark has already turned into a big fireball. At this rate, you might catch up to a bomb." Zhaoxi couldn't help but laugh at that. "You've had a tough day, so hurry back and rest." With that, she stuffed a piece of chocolate into Zhaoxi's pocket. "Have something sweet, Sister Shen," Zhaoxi said, a bit choked up. Shen Qing gently patted her head and said, "Go rest now." Zhaoxi nodded heavily. She had been in the team for a while, but there hadn't been a single word about her family. Now, the only relatives she had by her side were the 4 members of the Shen family. Ugh! The vibration of the phone woke Shen Qing up. She fumbled for a while before answering the call. "The experiment has results. I'm waiting for you at the door." It was Lu Qian's voice on the other end. 10 minutes later, Shen Qing opened the door. She spoke as she walked. As they went downstairs, Lu Qian informed Shen Qing about the latest situation of the experiment. Among the 4 survivors, one has currently become aware of her special ability, which is the little girl outside the base. According to Zhao Qian, this little girl suddenly developed a high fever last night, and after the fever subsided, her ability manifested. Shen Qing arrived at the temporary shelter for the mother and daughter. It was a small shack. Upon seeing Shen Qing, the mother and daughter showed some joy on their faces. Miss Shen, she says she can understand animal speaking now. But we have no way to judge whether her words are true or not, Zhao Qian said, feeling a bit troubled. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Sister, I'm not lying. Leave it to me. It's just about time for Team 01's morning meeting. I'll take her to meet Sister Xiaomi. Shen Qing thought of a solution. The old woman looked a bit nervous. Dear, my daughter won't be in danger, will she? Shen Qing comforted her, saying, Don't worry. I'm just taking her to meet someone. There won't be any danger. The old woman could only trust Shen Qing now. Hearing her say this, the old woman finally let go of the little girl's arm. Come back early. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Mom, don't worry. I've really awakened my abilities. From now on, we can stay here and won't have to be scared or cold anymore. The old woman wiped her tears, saying, No matter how harsh the conditions are, as long as we are together, I will be content. The bond between the mother and daughter moved Shen Qing a bit. Let's go. On the way, the little girl's stomach growled. Shen Qing had planned to take her out for a meal after the meeting, but her stomach kept making noise. And the little girl blushed with embarrassment. Did you not eat yesterday? Shen Qing asked, puzzled. The little girl shyly shook her head. Shen Qing frowned. When was the last time you ate? The little girl thought for a long time and said, It seems like it was 4 days ago. I haven't found any food these days. Shen Qing sighed and changed direction, saying, You go to the conference room first. I'll take her to the cafeteria. Lu Qian followed behind her. Don't forget, I haven't had breakfast either. The 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria together, with the delicious smells wafting around. The little girl's stomach growled louder and louder, attracting curious glances from those around them. The little girl was so embarrassed by the stares that she almost buried her head in the ground. Shen Qing straightened her head and said, Lift your head and walk. Everyone in the apocalypse has been hungry before, doing countless shameful things for a bite to eat. Who is more noble than whom? The little girl reluctantly lifted her head, but her body remained tightly pressed against Shen Qing. The breakfast in the cafeteria was very simple. A bowl of porridge, a steamed bun, and Team 0 could have an extra meat bun. Shen Qing gave all of her food to the little girl. The little girl only took 1 steamed bun and returned the rest to Shen Qing, telling her to eat. I'm not hungry. This wasn't a matter of modesty. She had already eaten a piece of cake before leaving home, so she really wasn't hungry. Her mother often said this. The little girl choked up a bit, but I knew her mother only wanted her to eat a little more. I'm not your mother, and I won't starve myself just to make you eat 1 more bite. I really am not hungry. If you don't want to eat, I'll give it to him. Lu Qian, who was eating a bun, looked confused. The little girl peeked her head in. Brother, do you still want it? Lu Qian waved his hand. He was already full enough. Only then did the little girl start to gobble down her food. However, she quietly tucked the bun into her pocket. Shen Qing watched without stopping. After eating, the 2 brought the little girl to the conference room. Several pairs of eyes turned to look at them. Where did this child come from? Xieyang had a look of curiosity on his face as he sized up Shen Qing and Lu Qian. Is this the awakened one among the survivors of this experiment? Still underage, right? Shen Qing did not respond and led her to Xiaomi's sister Me. We have no way to judge whether she really has the ability. Only you can. The new member, Xiaomi, had heard about the emergence of new ability users, but did not expect her ability to be communication with animals. Xiaomi nodded and said, I understand. Leave it to me. Xiaomi took the girl into a small room nearby. Don't be nervous, have a seat. Seeing the girl's anxious expression, Xiaomi softened her voice as much as possible. Chen Shui, the little girl said softly. How old are you? I just turned 18 this month. Chen Shui obediently answered Xiaomi's questions. Have you really awakened your abilities? Xiaomi got to the point. Chen Shui nodded seriously. Tell me about the process. If the other party didn't speak, Xiaomi couldn't discern the truth. After talking a few sentences with Xiaomi, Chen Shui's nervousness eased a bit. After the experiment, I felt like my body was different from before, but at first, I didn't realize what was different until I had a high fever last night. At that time, I felt my soul leave my body, and I became very light. The sounds around me increased, chattering very noisy. So noisy that it made my head, which was already aching from the fever, feel worse. Chun Shui recalled the scene from last night when she had a high fever and felt a bit scared. I thought I was going to die, but unexpectedly, the fever subsided in the morning. She paused. Xiaomi signaled her to continue. Although the fever was gone, the noisy sounds didn't stop. But that time, there were only my mother and me in the shelter. I was extremely frightened, thinking something was wrong with my mental state. I told my mom about this, and after a moment of shock, she reacted and encouraged me to find the source of the sounds. With my mom with me, I wasn't as scared, and we searched around the shelter for a long time, only to find a nest of mice. That's when I realized the chattering sounds were coming from them. More importantly, I could actually understand what they meant. That's when I realized I had awakened my abilities and hurriedly told Uncle Zhao about it. Xiaomi listened intently, carefully analyzing the fluctuations in her every word. The result was that everything she said was true, not a single lie. But she suddenly recalled that Shen Qing had deceived her before, so to avoid making the same mistake, she asked again, "Are you sure you can accurately understand the meanings of animals?" After all, misinterpreting could also be considered communication. Chun Shui nodded obediently. She had tested it many times and could indeed understand and convey meanings smoothly. Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Chun Shui is only 18. She probably doesn't play word games as well as Shen Qing. After finishing her questions, Xiaomi stood up. "Let's go. I'll introduce you to everyone." Xiaomi brought Chun Shui back to the conference room, informed everyone of her abilities, and had her briefly introduce herself. 18. She should be the youngest ability user. Xie Yangramaket. Chun Shui bowed obediently and said, "From now on, I will be a member of Team 01. Don't worry, I will definitely not hold you back." Her youthful face made this statement feel somewhat out of place. "Shen Qing," Xiaomi called. Shen Qing raised her head. "You take her with you, and from now on, let her follow you and Lu Qian on missions." Shen Qing was taken aback. How could this task be assigned to her? She didn't know how to take care of children. As she hesitated, she met Chun Shui's gaze, which sparkled with excitement, as if she was very much looking forward to going on a mission with Shen Qing. Shen Qing had a refusal on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed it down. Shen Qing responded. Seeing Shen Qing agree, Chun Shui's face lit up with an excited smile. "Next, I will assign today's tasks. Xieyang, Fang Xiao, Shun Jian, and Zhou Bai will continue exploring underground. Remember, if you encounter danger, Shun Jian should teleport away, and Zhou Bai will protect the other two during the retreat." The four responded in agreement. Shen Qing and Lu Qian, you two take Chun Shui to the Lijiang area. After you arrive, contact the station leader there. Recently, many residents in the Lijiang area have disappeared for no apparent reason, and not even a body has been found. So there may be something suspicious going on. Shen Qing glanced at Chun Shui, wondering if she was being sent on a mission so soon. Xiaomi said lightly, "The team is short-handed, and sending her on a mission early will help her grow quickly. Besides, this mission might make use of her abilities." Chun Shui quickly assured, "Master, I promise I won't hold you back." Her serious demeanor made Shen Qing's heart stir. Then she rubbed Chun Shui's head and said, "I don't like being called master. Just call me sister." "Yes, Xian Xingye." Xiaomi felt relieved, seeing their good rapport. "Sister me, what about me?" Zhao Shi asked anxiously. "You were injured yesterday. You need to stay at the base to rest today." Zhao Shi replied anxiously, "I've already recovered. I want to go on a mission too." Xiaomi did not agree, stating, "That's an order." Zhao Shi's head drooped in disappointment. Zhuoxing will continue to support the Xishan district. That's it. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Zhuoxing immediately arranged rooms for Chun Shui and her mother. "Sister Shun." Chun Shui hesitated, wondering if she should speak up. Shen Qing turned around and saw her looking conflicted. "What's wrong?" Chun Shui bit her lip and shook her head again. Shen Qing frowned. "I don't like guessing other people's thoughts. It's my style to speak directly when there's something to say." Chun Shui then asked, "Sister Shen Qing, can I have 10 minutes before we go on the mission? I want to say a few words to my mom." I thought it was something hard to say. Shen Qing waved her hand. "Go ahead. We'll wait for you at the base entrance." Chun Shui nodded gratefully and quickly ran towards the temporary shelter where she and her mother were staying. When she arrived at the shelter, Zhuoxing was helping to pack up the luggage. In fact, the luggage consisted of just a quilt, a few broken bowls, and bottles filled with murky water. Mom. Chen Shui rushed into the shelter and excitedly grabbed her mother's hand. Mom, I've really awakened my powers. I passed the test of Team 01, and we can stay at the base from now on. No more sleeping rough and living in fear. Chen's mother had tears in her eyes as she held her daughter's hand tightly, saying, Wan, it's all my fault for being useless, making you risk your life. Chen Shui wiped the tears from her mother's eyes and smiled. Isn't this a successful gamble? Don't cry. I can protect you now that I have powers. This is a good thing. If I had awakened my powers earlier, then Dad wouldn't he have? Chen Shui's eyes also turned red. The mother and daughter thought of their sad memories and embraced each other, crying. Zhuo Xing reminded them, aren't you supposed to go on a mission today? Chen Shui quickly checked the time and said, Mom, you go rest at our new home first. I'll be back soon after the mission. Chen's mother was filled with worry. Wan, don't worry, my master is that Miss Shan. If I follow her, I will definitely return safely. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Qing was also facing her own troubles. Those who had participated in the experiment had died, and if their families did not possess any useful skills for the base, they would be sent to the residential area managed by the organization. The residential area was much better than being homeless, but compared to the base, it was like heaven and earth. The residential area had no heating, and in this bone-chilling cold, there were only 2 quilts to keep warm. Additionally, there was no cafeteria. Food and water were distributed at fixed times every day, and both the quantity and quality were far inferior to those at the base. Resources at the base were precious and limited, so useless people had to be cleared out. Although it sounded inhumane, it was a necessary measure for long-term development. At this moment, Jiang Ming, who was about to be expelled from a base, ran into Shen Qing at the door. In just half a year since the apocalypse, she had gone from being a pampered princess to a destitute beggar. Meanwhile, Shen Qing, whom she had looked down upon 6 months ago, was thriving. How could she accept this? How could she come to terms with it? She excitedly used all her strength to shake off the supervisor's hand and rushed in front of Shen Qing. Shen Qing, I know it was you who killed Du Yao. You murderer. Shen Qing's face was cold as she said, he is already mutated. If we don't kill him, are we just going to let him go? Jiang Ming's eyes turned red with anger. Nonsense. I think you are definitely afraid of him awakening. So you secretly did something to him. Du Yao said that with his talent, he will definitely be able to awaken. Shen Qing's gaze was like looking at someone with a mental disability. Huh? Du Yao once said that when he becomes an ability user, he would take me to live in a better room and allow me to have a better life. But now he has been killed by you, and I am also implicated and have to leave the base. Shen Qing, your heart is so venomous. Shen Qing looked at Jiang Ming with disdain. This woman's thought process was truly frightening. She really didn't know what kind of delusions Jiang Ming had conjured up. Besides, didn't Du Yao often hit her? How had it turned into a loving daily routine in her mouth? Say whatever you want. If you think so, then fine. Shen Qing didn't want to waste her breath explaining things to a madwoman. Little did she know, her words completely enraged Jiang Ming. In Jiang Ming's eyes, Shen Qing's words undoubtedly implied complicity in the malice. Thinking about the ups and downs of her life, anger flared in her eyes. Shen Qing, you bitch. I'm going to kill you. With that, she lunged towards Shen Qing. She was just an ordinary person and couldn't hurt Shen Qing at all. So Shen Qing merely thought about lazily dodging her. Get lost. A tall figure blocked Shen Qing's way and pushed Jiang Ming to the ground. Lu Qian's face was dark, and it was clear that he could no longer suppress his anger. Who are you? Are you this bitch's fool? Oof. Shen Qing, I really don't know what charm you have. These men are all like they're under a spell. The man in front of her was like this. Even Du Yao was like this. Lu Qian's face was ashen. Ice had already gathered in his palm. Jiang Ming felt the temperature drop sharply beside her, and Lu Qian's gaze was so cold it terrified her. It was as if one more word from her would cost her life. In fact, Lu Qian really did have the impulse to kill her. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Get lost. Lu Qian swallowed hard, suppressing his anger. Jiang Ming was scared. Shen Qing only hated her, but the man in front of her really wanted to kill her. She quickly got up from the ground and glared at Shen Qing with resentment. How could you still keep your composure after being insulted like that? Lu Qian spoke up for Shen Qing. Shen Qing shrugged and said, Her words have no impact on me at all. Lu Qian noticed that her expression showed no signs of fluctuation, and she didn't seem to be lying. He let out a sigh of relief. Such words really didn't need to be taken seriously. After a while, Chen Shui jogged over to the two of them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shen Qing glanced at the time and said, Not bad. We haven't gone over time. The three of them set off and left the base. Lijing District is about 10 kilometers away from the base. When transportation was convenient in the past, it felt very close, but now relying solely on their legs. They realized that 10 kilometers is actually quite far. However, as the abilities of the superhumans grew stronger, their physical fitness also improved. So even after walking more than 10 kilometers, Shen Qing and Lu Qian were only slightly out of breath. Chen Shui had just become a superhuman, and her stamina was far inferior to the other two. Additionally, she hadn't had a full meal in the past 6 months, so she found it difficult to continue halfway through. Shen Qing noticed that Chen Shui was falling behind and turned to ask, How are you? Can you keep up? Chen Shui smiled and replied, No problem. Really no problem? If you're tired, we can stop and rest for a bit, Shen Qing said kindly. Chen Shui shook her head. I'm fine. I can keep up with you guys. All right then. Today was her first day joining the team. She couldn't let them down. When they finally reached their destination, Chen Shui felt like her legs were no longer her own. The moment she stopped, she felt like she was about to collapse. Shen Qing glanced sideways and noticed that she was forcing herself to hold on. Let's rest here for a while, and after we've rested enough, we'll go ask about the situation. Chen Shui hurriedly said, Sister Shen Qing, I'm fine. I can keep up. Shen Qing said, It's us who need to rest. Chen Shui then leaned against the wall and sat down. Lu Qian took out the ration water from her backpack and first handed it to Shen Qing. The supplies allocated to the team were all in Lu Qian's backpack, and she accepted the water without hesitation and started drinking. Then, Lu Qian gave her share to Chen Shui. Chen Shui had just joined the team, and the supplies for her corresponding mission had not yet been approved. Perhaps because the supplies were becoming scarcer, the review process of the living group had also become more complicated. I'm not thirsty. Chen Shui waved her hand. Try not to look at the water bottle, although her throat felt like it was on fire. But that wasn't her supply. Lu Qian said, Take it. If you suffer from dehydration and collapse, we won't carry you back. Chen Shui hesitated. Just take it. We don't know when the mission will end. And even if you can't help, don't hold us back, Shen Qing said. Only then did Chen Shui lower her head and take the water, saying thank you. Lu Qian's gaze turned to the unfinished bottle of water in Shen Qing's hand. Her eyes filled with pity. Shen Qing didn't think much and handed over the remaining half bottle of water. Here, the rest is for you. After years in the apocalypse, she had long lost other thoughts. In her past life, when resources were scarce, even getting a sip of water from someone else was a luxury. Who still cared about gender? Lu Qian took the water, did not wipe the bottle's mouth, and took a sip. Although it was the same water, it tasted sweet. Both bottles still had some left, and before leaving, he put the water back in his backpack. To make a distinction, he specifically placed the bottle he and Shen Qing had drunk from at the very bottom. Let's go. It's time to get down to business, Shen Qing said. The Lijing District was a residential area managed by the organization, and a small amount of supplies was distributed weekly. Therefore, the residents of Lijing District were all registered. When investigating the missing persons, at first only 1 or 2 people had not come to collect supplies, and the district manager did not pay much attention. After all, death in this era was as common as daily meals. However, this week, the number of people who did not come to collect supplies had decreased by a full 20%. If so many people had died, it was likely due to an outbreak of disease. Only then did the district manager take this matter seriously. He immediately sent someone to check the status of these people at their registered addresses, but unexpectedly found no bodies. Everyone had vanished. This matter is too strange, and I fear it is related to mutated beasts, so I reported it to the organization. The district manager of Lijing District was named Qi, appearing to be in his early 30s, with some white mixed in his black hair. Lu Qian asked, Did you not send anyone to search? And Qi's expression darkened. Our district has limited manpower, and coupled with weak combat capability, we only search the surrounding area. Give us the list of the missing persons. We'll go check their homes. And Qi nodded and handed the list to Shen Qing. It contained their addresses. After receiving the list, the three began their actions. The first house they arrived at had its door slightly ajar. According to Enchi, this was the home of a missing person living alone, and the door had been left open for convenience in the investigation. Upon entering the house, the three smelled a musty odor. For the former Shen Qing, such a place with a roof and safety was simply heaven. Shen Qing discreetly covered her nose with the collar of her clothes. The room contained only a bed and a dirty table whose color could not be discerned. Shen Qing walked around the room but found no clues. The others went to the addresses on the list but came up empty as well. There were no suspicious traces and no signs of mutated beasts attacking. Sister Shen Qing, where do you think these people could possibly go? This place is simply paradise. Besides the base, could there be anywhere better than this? Shen Qing said with a puzzled expression. Shen Qing shook her head. There is still no way to determine whether these people are missing or dead. The three of them stayed in one of the clean, empty rooms, planning to eat something first. Lu Qian closed the door and then took out 2 pieces of compressed biscuits from his backpack. After walking a lot today, Shen Qing didn't want to eat the compressed biscuits. She rummaged in her pocket and took out a piece of soft bread. You two can share the biscuits. I'll just eat this, Shen Qing said. Shen Qing quickly replied, I only want a third of it. She saw that the piece of bread in Shen Qing's hand was too small and was worried that she wouldn't be full. Little did she know that the small bread in Shen Qing's hand was filled with nuts and chocolate spread, which was very filling. Stop refusing. Eat up, and let's continue the investigation. Shen Qing tore open the bread and stuffed a bite into her mouth. The rich chocolate flavor made Shen Qing involuntarily swallow. Realizing she was a bit out of line, her face instantly turned red, and she quickly took the compressed biscuits, lowering her head to eat. After just a few bites, her movements came to a halt. Her eyes instantly tensed up. Shen Qing and Lu Qian also stopped their movements and listened carefully, but they didn't hear anything. Someone was speaking. Shen Quing's expression was very serious. Did you hear it? Shen Qing really didn't hear any noise. Shen Qing quickly stuffed some compressed biscuits in her mouth, but they were so dry that she choked a little. That person was coming for the food. Shen Qing heard the person say, so fragrant, so hungry. Lu Qian, with his ability, was confident that he wouldn't be robbed of the food in his hands. So he continued to chew slowly. The voice was getting closer. Shen Qing's expression was serious as she stared at the door. But Shen Qing and Lu Qian heard no sound at all. Shen Qing whispered, do you think her ability includes hearing ghosts talk? Lu Qian felt a chill down her back from her question and replied, if she could really hear ghosts, then the voices by her ear probably wouldn't stop. Shen Qing nodded, that's true. But she had indeed listened carefully just now and did not hear a single sound of footsteps from upstairs or downstairs. Shen Qing, however, said with a serious expression, it's getting closer. Shen Qing and Lu Qian remained calm. Even if someone were to break in, the two of them wouldn't be afraid. Just then, a thin black figure darted out from the corner and snatched the biscuit from Lu Qian's hand. The three of them were taken aback at the same time. Shen Qing was so startled that she cried out. Lu Qian frowned and slammed the thin black figure to the ground with a palm. It turned out to be a rat. No wonder I didn't hear any human voices, Shen Qing said. Lu Qian glanced at the biscuit still dripping with rat saliva and clenched his fist. What a blunder. I didn't expect to be ambushed by a rat. If Shen Qing were to tell anyone about this, those guys would definitely make fun of him. Lu Qian glared at the rat, ready to smash it with his palm. When Shen Qing stopped him, wait. Let me ask it a few questions first. Huh? Lu Qian frowned. Shen Qing stopped him and suggested he listen to her. Lu Qian then gave up. It's a pity about the cookie. After all, today's mice carry so many germs. He didn't want to take the risk of mutation by continuing to eat it. But food was scarce right now, and it would be too wasteful to just throw it away. As Lu Qian thought of this, his desire to swat the mouse increased. Shen Qing squatted down and picked up the mouse. Have you always lived here? Mouse, is this woman talking to me? Mouse language. Yes, I can understand what you mean. If you answer my questions obediently, you might save your little life. Mouse, oh my gosh. Has humanity evolved to this extent? This is terrifying for a mouse. Shen Qing smiled gently and said, can you answer my question now? Mouse, ahem. Yes, I've always lived in the hole under this room's storage cabinet. Shen Qing's eyes brightened. Do you know where the owner of this house has gone? Mouse, I don't know. A few days ago, some very fierce-sounding people came. I heard them talking about resistance and freedom, all words I couldn't understand. That night, the kid from this room packed up his junk and left. This room became mine. Mouse. By the way, you three are on my territory, yet you dare to lay hands on me. What rude humans. Chen Qing pondered its words. Meanwhile, the two sitting next to her felt like their toes were about to burst out of the castle. In their eyes, it was completely Chen Qing talking to herself, resembling a middle schooler suffering from a serious case of chinibio. Chen Qing, mice have sensitive noses. Finding his trace shouldn't be difficult for you, right? The mouse flicked its tail. I'm not a police dog. Chen Qing. I see. Then it seems the two over there will have to deal with you. The mouse turned its head and met Lu Qian's murderous gaze, its tail instantly bristling. Mouse, no. I have a way. Finding the trace. Chen Qing's lips curled up. This little animal, just like humans, only shows its true abilities when it concerns its life. Chen Qing stood up and placed the mouse on the table. Can I sweat it now? Lu Qian flexed his palm. The mouse instantly stood on end, hiding in front of Chen Qing. Chen Qing said, I'm afraid not. This mouse can help us find the missing man from this room. She relayed what the mouse had just told her to the two of them. Shen Qing rested her chin on her hand and said, Your ability is really useful, but how can we be sure it's not a lie concocted to prolong survival? The mouse replied, Only you humans are that despicable. Chen Qing frowned and said, But we don't have any other clues right now. Why don't we give it a try? Shen Qing stretched lazily and said, All right. It's just a mouse anyway. It shouldn't cause much trouble. Lu Qian, seeing that Shen Qing agreed, had no objections. He glanced at the cookie, still bearing the mouse's bite marks, and disdainfully tossed it in front of the mouse. Eat it, and hurry up with your business. If you dare to play tricks on us, I'll freeze you into an ice block. The mouse's eyes lit up, and it held the cookie with its front paws, crunching away at it. After finishing the cookie, the three people and the mouse went out. However, unlike when they came, the mouse led them not along the main road, but down a narrow path that could barely fit one person. It wouldn't try to escape while we're going through this narrow path, would it? Lu Qian felt a bit uneasy. Chen Qing said, It said this path has the scent of that man. The mouse sniffed in front, looking very serious. The mouse said, If it weren't for people's prejudice against us, we could totally be police mice. Our sense of smell is 10 times better than those rough guys. Chen Qing. They passed through a small alley, and then another small alley. Soon, the mouse stopped in front of a manhole cover. The mouse said, It's underneath here, help me. I can't open the cover. Chen Qing quickly stepped forward, wanting to lift the manhole cover. Strange. Why is this manhole cover so heavy? Although Chen Qing was small, it was impossible for her not to have the strength to lift a manhole cover. Lu Qian stepped forward and tentatively tried to lift it. This manhole cover had been tampered with. It could only be opened from the inside. This also indicated that the mouse hadn't led them astray. The missing people were indeed down there. Lu Qian's gaze turned to Shen Qing. It's up to you. It's a small matter. Shen Qing merely raised her hand slightly, and the manhole cover was drawn into her space. The mouse exclaimed, Magic! Could it be the witch that disappeared in the last century? Chen Qing said, Sister Shen Qing is amazing. Shen Qing's lips curled up slightly. Let's go quickly. There's a long staircase under the manhole cover. Chen Qing tucked the mouse in her pocket and went down first. Shen Qing was the last to leave, and after stepping firmly on the stairs, she placed the manhole cover back in its original position. Each corner underground had tiny searchlights, further proving that someone was active down here. The group steadied their footing in the dim light. Chen Qing placed the mouse on the ground, still letting it lead the way. Even in complete darkness, the mouse had an exceptional night vision ability. It was sniffing around in the heavy smell of mold, searching for the man's trace. The three of them cautiously followed behind it. Suddenly, the mouse stopped. Mouse, there are people ahead. If humans see me, they'll definitely skin me alive and roast me to eat. Chen Qing halted, cautious. There were people ahead. The three hid in a dark corner, concealing their presence. Damn, that woman we brought today is really something. If I could just touch her, it would be worth it for a lifetime. TCH, look at your pathetic self. The one thing this world has no shortage of is women. Once our plan is complete, we can have as many women as we want. Even the best ones can only lick my feet. Two lewd voices echoed. Shen Qing frowned upon hearing this. What you said is also true, although life is comfortable now. it still feels insufficient. Choosing to follow the boss was indeed a wise decision. Lu Qian quietly listened to their conversation and suddenly realized that the proportion of men on the missing persons list was indeed larger. Looking into the background of these disappearances, there were indeed hidden conspiracies. He turned his head and met Shen Qing's angry gaze. "Should we take action?" he silently asked. Shen Qing nodded. Almost instantly, 2 ice arrows pierced through the necks of the 2 men, damaging their vocal cords. They fell to the ground with a thud, having not even seen the faces of their assailants before dying. Chun Shui had witnessed their abilities in the gym and had experienced even more brutal and bloody events. So she was unfazed by this scene. Trash. Lu Qian kicked the 2 men into the gutter. From what those 2 had just said, there should be some organization underground, and the missing people were likely connected to it. "We need to capture someone to ask," Shen Qing said. Chun Shui squatted down. "Can you hear if there are any people in another direction?" The mouse replied, "If we go a bit further, we should be able to hear." It was terrified. The man before was too strong. Killing was as simple as stepping on an ant, and killing it would be even easier. To save its own life, it was very cooperative. After turning through 2 dark passages, it stopped. "There's a person to the left ahead," the mouse said. Chun Shui quickly pointed to the left this way. In the corner, a man was crouching, smoking. "Damn, I never thought smoking would become a luxury. I went through so much trouble to find a beauty, only to exchange it for this pack of cigarettes, and they're the cheap kind." The complaining man was completely unaware of the danger approaching. "Don't move." A cold knife pressed against his neck. "Who are you?" The man obediently raised his hands and turned his head. The moment he saw Shen Qing, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, as if to say, "So it's just a girl." Shen Qing hated this malicious and nauseating gaze the most. She applied some force in her hand, and the tip of the knife cut through the man's skin. "Stay quiet, or I'll kill you," Shen Qing said. At this moment, Lu Qian and Chun Shui also emerged from the darkness. Seeing that there were many people on the other side and a strong man among them, the man instantly became much more docile. "What do you want? Here, to rescue someone? Or to cause trouble?" Shen Qing's eyes were cold. "You have no right to question. Next is our time to ask questions, and you'd better answer honestly, or I'll make your head roll in an instant." Recently, many residents have gone missing in the scenic area. Is this related to you? The man's gaze shifted. "Are you from the White Cats?" "White Cats." The man explained that anyone working for the organization, regardless of position, is referred to as a white cat. "We're the thug's intentions. It doesn't matter who we are. You just need to answer our questions," Shen Qing said coldly. "All right, you look like a quiet beauty. We have indeed taken in some newcomers recently. They should be the ones you've mentioned as missing. What exactly is your organization? What do you want?" Shen Qing pressed. The man, feeling the chill on his neck, recounted the situation here in detail. Originally, the underground was filled with citizens who did not meet the organization's rescue criteria, a group of poor souls huddling together for warmth. Later, one of them accidentally got hold of a gun, and the situation changed. All the food found was handed over to him for distribution. Anyone who disobeyed would be tortured to death by his lackeys. Although the locals were dissatisfied, they could only compromise or sneak away due to fear of the gun in his hand. Gradually, the underground turned into a gathering place for criminal forces. When evil people congregate, malice multiplies. They occasionally band together to steal resources that the organization sends to various districts, living quite well underground. Lu Qian frowned. "I've heard about the resources being stolen from the districts. I originally thought it was spontaneous riots by the displaced, but it turns out to be organized and planned." Shen Qing is not very concerned about things outside of tasks, so he is not very clear about this matter. Recently, the boss has been looking for strong young men everywhere, so there should be some new developments. However, I'm just a small fry. I really don't know their plans. Shen Qing tightened her grip, and blood dripped from the tip of the knife onto the handle. "Hiss, I'm telling the truth. I really don't know. With this knife against my neck, I wouldn't dare lie." The man was extremely frightened. Shen Qing and Lu Qian exchanged a glance, wishing that Xiaomi were here at this moment. Surely he wouldn't dare to hide anything, Lu Qian thought. Shen Qing nodded. Then he withdrew the knife from the man's neck. The man let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally saved his life. Uffed. Shen Qing's sharp knife turned around the man's heart. The man stared at her in disbelief, and before he could utter a cry for help, he fell down. Then, Shen Qing kicked the corpse into the gutter. It didn't matter how many of this trash she killed. Let us go. The mouse again bristled with fear. Terrifying. Humans are indeed very terrifying. Following the mouse, the three quickly arrived at the place where the small minions gather the most. The mouse's nose sniffed vigorously in the air. The mouse, the person you're looking for, is inside here. But there are too many smells, and it's really hard to tell which one it is. Shen Qing leaned out and saw a group of men gathered together. The kind of brutality and greed on their faces made Shen Qing feel disgusted. It seemed that the missing people must have all come here. Lu Qian moved his wrist and asked, since they are all harmful pests to society anyway, how about we get rid of them together? Shen Qing didn't respond. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream came from not far away. The underground space was empty and enclosed, and the screams echoed continuously, the chilling sound drilling into everyone's ears. This woman really knows how to scream. I wonder if there will be any leftovers for us this time. Huh? But she's the boss's woman. Aren't you afraid the boss will hear? Ha ha. You don't know the situation here since you just arrived. Our boss is very picky about women. He gets bored after a few times. At that point, he will reward these beautiful women to the more capable brothers. That's right, but the boss's play can be intense. Generally, after a few times, it becomes unbearable. Previously, a few didn't last even once and ended up dead, leaving only their bodies for the brothers. Well, a corpse has its advantages too. It makes things even more exciting. Shen Qing clenched her molars tightly, a hint of metallic taste filling her mouth. Chun Shui felt even more embarrassed and angry upon hearing these words. It seemed that this place was indeed a dumping ground, but when it came to handling waste, Xiaomi should agree as well. Shen Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. By the way, do you know what the boss's new plan is? It feels like a big event. Hearing this, Lu Qian quickly stopped Shen Qing, who was about to rush out. Don't be anxious. Shen Qing bit down on her back teeth and stepped back. I heard some things from Fei Ge, but I don't know if they're true. A crowd gathered around, urging him to speak quickly. Do you all know about the newly built safe base in City S? Some nodded, while others shook their heads. Most of us here don't meet the conditions to enter the base, so what does it matter if we know? The municipal authorities, with their snobbish attitudes, won't show any sympathy to us ordinary people. Humph. Fei Ge said that they have already prepared sufficient strength to attack the base. And as soon as the construction is completed, we will move. At that time, we will seize the base and all the supplies inside, making it our new stronghold. Once these words were spoken, not only the little minions, but even Shen Qing and her group were shocked. This group of thugs, no, they can already be called rioters. Their target is actually the soon-to-be-completed safe base. It's important to note that even after the setback in Nanshan, the organization's military strength far exceeds that of these rioters. How dare they? No way has the boss gone mad. Those soldiers are armed with real guns and live ammunition. How can we possibly take them on? The boss must be sending us as cannon fodder to die. Someone wisely noted. Don't worry. Fei Ge said that the boss has some remarkable talents by his side. If it weren't for a high chance of success, the boss wouldn't act so recklessly. Great. After we seize the base, I want a single room. At least 2 women to serve me. Lu Qian stepped back a bit and said softly, we can move now. Shen Qing hummed and stretched out her hand. In an instant, she released a large number of stone slabs above the heads of those little minions. Those who were just daydreaming turned into meat patties in the blink of an eye. The mouse trembled in fear. The mouse, since we found a person, can I leave now? Chen Shui asked Shen Qing and Lu Qian for their opinion. Lu Qian squinted his eyes and said, of course you can leave, but if you're willing to stay, you won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. The mouse's eyes instantly lit up. The mouse, squeak, squeak, squeak. Does this mean you're going to take me as a guard mouse? Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma. The mouse is getting recruited. Chen Shui found it a bit noisy and quickly put it into her pocket. Let's go. Let's meet that so-called boss. I want to see how capable he is to have his eyes on a safe base. As Shen Qing walked, she reported the situation underground to Xiaomi via text message. Encountering a strong enemy, the few of them didn't need to specifically look for the boss's location, as the cries of despair coming from a certain area underground were getting closer. Please, just let me go. I beg you. The deeper they went, the more searchlights there were. This is the place. The group stopped at a corner. Turning this corner was a room with an open door. Two strong men were guarding outside the room, but the sound from inside made them distracted, completely unaware of anyone approaching. Just a glance at the scene inside the room made Shen Qing quickly cover Chen Shui's eyes. Step back. Although she couldn't see, the foul language coming from the man made Chen Shui understand what was happening inside the room. She quickly retreated to the back and covered her ears with her hands. Shen Qing's face was dark and grim. The poor woman in the room was held down by two men, allowing the lewd little man to humiliate her. It was truly appalling. The more you scream in despair, the more excited I become. Make your voice even louder. It would be best if all the men underground could hear it. That way, it can ignite their beastly desires. Next to the man on the sofa leaned another long-haired man, smoking a cigar with an indifferent expression. His phone vibrated. Action. From Xiaomi. Almost the moment he finished reading the message, Shen Qing had already drawn his gun and shot at the naked man in the room. Bang! Almost simultaneously, a silver shield appeared beside the man, blocking the shot. The gunfire exposed the positions of the three, and Shen Qing and Lu Qian no longer hid. Find a corner to hide. Be careful not to get hit by mistake, Shen Qing said to Chen Shui. Chen Shui nodded vigorously. She still couldn't fight, and not being a burden was the greatest help to the team. Little mouse, quickly take me to a place without people. This is not a place for you and me to stay. The mouse now had a designation and was extremely proactive in working. Mouse, go left. There's no human sin over there. It was now on the same side as the trio and needed to ensure its own survival. On the other side, the two men guarding the door quickly drew their guns, but before they could shoot, they were shot dead by Shen Qing's bullet. The silver shield moved aside, revealing the man's angry face. Where did this little punk come from? How dare you cause trouble on my turf? The man turned sideways, completely naked with his hands on his hips, clearly not taking the two men seriously. Shen Qing frowned, feeling like she would get a sty by the time she returned today. Lu Qian's expression darkened, and the ice arrow in his hand quickly thrust towards the man's lower regions. With a thud, the man's second face fell to the ground. The moment the ice arrow pierced through, the body didn't immediately feel pain due to the extreme cold. The man only heard something drop and looked down to see his precious part had turned into a pile of minced meat. The room was suddenly filled with the sound of pigs slaughtering. Inyi, why didn't you put up a shield? The man turned around angrily to look at the long-haired man behind him. The man called Inyi smiled and waved his hand. Well, I really didn't expect him to be an ability user. By the time I wanted to make a move, it was too late. Besides, this isn't a fatal injury. Hey Xian, don't be angry. Inyi had a faint smile on his face. Bastard, bastard. Hey Xian gritted his back teeth and grabbed a nearby submachine gun. I will turn them into a sieve. Make them into human jerky. I won't even spare the bones. After finishing his harsh words, the ice-cold effect dissipated. The delayed pain erupted at that moment. He Xian fell to his knees in pain, blood gushing from his lower half. Well, you should really stop charging around recklessly. Be careful not to bleed to death, Inyi said with a smile as he stood up, then shouted to the corner, Xiangzi, if you don't help him stop the bleeding, he might really die. At that moment, a boy emerged from the originally dim corner. His long hair obscured his eyes, making it hard to see his face. However, it could be vaguely recognized that he was a handsome guy with delicate features. He slightly raised his hand, and a green light emanated from his palm. The light, like little fairies, mended the wound. In no time, the bleeding stopped. Not only did the bleeding stop, but the wound miraculously closed. Although the male characteristics did not regenerate. Shen Qing and Lu Qian both showed surprised expressions. Abilities users. They didn't expect that besides that mysterious organization, other abilities users had already appeared outside the base. Well, don't be so surprised. We also didn't expect there to be other abilities users. Inyi asked with a friendly face, where are you from? Do you want to join us? If you agree to join, we'll make you the second in command. You'll get the best in terms of food, drink, and accommodation. Shen Qing frowned. The man in front of her seemed friendly, but anyone who could mix with this group of thugs certainly wasn't as benign as he appeared. I refuse, Shen Qing said. What a pity, Inyi replied with a look of regret. Since you can't be my companion, no matter where you're from, you can't stay any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the machete beside him and swung it violently at the two. The speed was astonishing. Shen Qing didn't even see his movement clearly before Yin Yi was already in front of her. At the moment the machete came down, Shen Qing dodged to the side. "I didn't expect you to be quite agile." Yin Yi turned back, his eyes on Shen Qing filled with excitement. "That guy likes sexy women, the better the figure. The more he likes them. But I'm different. I like women who are unique, like you, spicy like mustard." As Yin Yi spoke, he frantically attacked Shen Qing. "Don't worry. I definitely won't hit your vital spots. A beauty like you should stay by my side." "Bastard." Lu Qian spat, then shot several ice arrows at Yin Yi. Just as the ice arrows approached him, a silver shield appeared behind him. It was like Zhou Bai's protective shield, blocking the attacks behind him. Unlike Zhou Bai, whose shield was a complete circle that could protect the person inside from all angles, his shield could only protect one side. Good opportunity. Shen Qing stepped back and then suddenly lunged forward, aiming her dagger at Yin Ye's chest. Her movement was also very swift, and since Yin Yi had just distracted himself to protect his back, by the time he reacted, the dagger was already against his chest. "Oomph. What? How is that possible?" Shen Qing's eyes widened. The dagger had indeed pierced his heart, but at that moment, his body became extraordinarily hard, as if he were wearing a suit of steel armor. "Don't underestimate me." Shen Qing used all her strength, but couldn't harm him at all. Seeing the machete coming down, she could only roll aside to dodge. He actually has two types of abilities. Shen Qing's voice trembled. Even in her previous life, there were very few ability users with two types of abilities at the same time. This was only the early stage of ability awakening. How could it be? Yin Yi noticed Shen Qing's astonished expression, and a look of pleasure appeared on his face. It was simply too enjoyable. The machete quickly swung towards the dazed Shen Qing. If it weren't for Lu Qian pushing Shen Qing away just in time, she probably wouldn't have reacted in time. "Thank you." Shen Qing steadied herself. That was close. How could one be easily intimidated by the enemy in battle? Both of Yin Ye's abilities were defensive, making it difficult for the two of them to harm him. Even if they dodged the shield hitting his body, it would still be hard to inflict damage on him. However, compared to his attacking capabilities, he was far behind. At that moment, He Sun's injury had already been treated by Xiangzi. He raised his gun and angrily said, "Leave that man alive. I want him to experience my pain." TSK. Yin Yi clicked his tongue. It was already very difficult to dodge the attacks from the two of them. If there was a chance to counterattack, he would definitely aim for the opponent's vital points. There wouldn't be time for him to pick and choose. He Sun aimed his gun and, as if going mad, started shooting at Lu Qian. However, when the bullets were about a meter away from Lu Qian, Shen Qing seized the opportunity and absorbed all of them into her space. "Thank you." Lu Qian rolled over to Shen Qing's side. Shen Qing said, "I am just collecting supplies. You should hurry up and find a way to break through that man's defense line." He Sun gritted his teeth, his hands trembling. "My bullets have disappeared into thin air." Shen Qing aimed at He Sun with the fastest speed, saying, "I'll return this to you now." Several bullets shot toward He Sun simultaneously, and just as it seemed he would be shot in the head by Shen Qing, a silver shield appeared in front of him, blocking Shen Qing's attack. "Lu Qian, the opportunity has come." While Yin Yi was fully focused on defending He Sun, his defense was relatively weakened. Lu Qian also noticed this good timing. Almost at the same time Yin Yi used the silver shield, he launched his attack. "Feel the power of my strength." He had just concentrated his mental energy and fired 10 ice arrows. 10 was already his limit at the moment, and he could only use it when in good condition. Yin Yi frowned and quickly retracted the silver shield to enhance his body. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Half of the 10 ice arrows struck his body. Although not in a vital spot, the pain was unbearable once the freezing effect wore off. "Oh, so that's how it is." Shen Qing's eyes lit up. She had seen through it. Although Yin Yi had 2 types of defensive abilities, with his current capacity, he could only fully support one ability. If the strength of the silver shield was 100, then, after enhancing his body, it would become 50 for the silver shield and 50 for the body's hardness. Yin Yi furrowed his brows tightly, feeling a chill in his heart. "Damn woman, how dare she look at me with a gaze that seems to see through my soul?" It was truly unforgivable. Shen Qing quickly moved to Lu Qian's side and whispered her discovery to him. Lu Qian smiled knowingly, understanding. Then let's use all our strength to launch an attack on him at the same time. Shen Qing nodded. Then, she pulled out a shotgun from her space. Since that was the case, the wider the range of the attack, the better. At the same time, Yin Yi, who was facing her, suddenly realized the two's scheme. The calmness in his eyes began to show signs of panic. 3, 2. When counting to 1, Shen Qing and Lu Qian launched a fierce attack simultaneously. Ice arrows mixed with bullets attacked Yin Yi from 2 directions. Yin Yi could only split his mental energy between the 2 attacks, deploying a silver shield while reinforcing the hardness of his body. However, he had not awakened his abilities for long, so maintaining a defensive state consumed a lot of mental energy. The 2 opponents in front of him had participated in several battles of equal capability, and both their mental energy and attack methods were far superior to his. After less than 5 minutes of continuous attack, Yin Yi could no longer hold on. Shen Qing turned her head to Lu Qian and said, "Keep going, don't stop." Lu Qian responded and once again concentrated his mental energy to launch a fierce attack on Yin Yi. Yin Yi was already relying solely on willpower to hold on. Soon, his mental energy was insufficient. Lu Qian noticed this and stopped using ice arrows to distract him. Instead, he combined all the ice arrows into a thick ice pillar the size of a vase's opening and thrust it forward with great force. Crack! The silver shield he had worked so hard to conjure was instantly shattered by the ice pillar. Without the shield, the ice pillar pierced through Yin Ye's back in one swift motion. Yin Ye, the man named Xiang, rushed out anxiously from the side. Shen Qing quickly adjusted her angle and shot toward Xiangzi. Xiangzi looked somewhat gloomy like a deadbeat, but his dodging ability was surprisingly good, far beyond what the 2 had imagined. Not only did he evade Shen Qing's attack, but he also quickly reached Yin Ye's side. "Yin Yi, hold on. I'll treat you right away." Bang! The moment the green light condensed in his hand, Shen Qing fired. "This guy. I didn't expect that even the thugs in a place like this would have a sense of loyalty," Shen Qing lamented. Just as Shen Qing pulled the trigger, Yin Yi lunged at Xiangzi, shielding him beneath his body. However, due to excessive blood loss, the silver shield he had conjured with all his mental energy couldn't block Shen Qing's bullet. Yin Yi coughed up blood, looking at Shen Qing with pleading eyes. "Let him go. These dirty deeds underground have nothing to do with him. He's a good seed. He can definitely help you." Xiangzi lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. His shoulders shook violently, and he let out muffled sounds from his throat. "He was just following my brother. His hands are still clean, and the future is long. You can kill me, but please spare him." Shen Qing remained silent. Lu Qian beside her showed no signs of emotion. Shen Qing decided how to act, and that's exactly what he did. The witness, He Sun, was clearly frightened. Seeing the chaos, he immediately tried to escape against the wall. Unfortunately, Lu Qian shot an ice arrow at him. Without Yin Ye's protection, the ice arrow easily pierced through his head. What to do? Should they kill him on the spot or take him back? Lu Qian asked. Shen Qing's expression was indifferent. "Do you believe his words?" Lu Qian rubbed his chin and pondered. When he said this, his eyes were very sincere and his expression was very clear. "But I don't believe it." He said, "Do you believe there are white swans in a sewage ditch? Or do you believe someone can crawl out of a dye vat without getting stained at all?" Shen Qing's lips curled slightly as she said, "Yeah, but don't treat people like fools." Yin Yi had a pained expression on his face as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What I'm saying is true, although I'm not a good person. But Xiangzi has never done anything bad. He's lying." A voice filled with anger and trembling came from the corner. It was the tormented woman. In the midst of the fighting, she had managed to put on her clothes, but the bruises on her exposed neck were still very noticeable. "There isn't a single good man down here." She bit her lip. "That man clearly showed excitement when I was being violated. He is no different from men down here. They all deserve to die." Yin Yi frowned tightly, his gaze sharp, seeking death. The man named Xiangzi had a hoarse voice as he pulled out a handgun from his waist and shot at the woman in a flash. The woman was so frightened that she couldn't move, but the bullet disappeared before it reached her. She realized that Shen Qing had saved her as she watched the fight from the shadows. She quickly bowed gratefully to Shen Qing, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." Shen Qing didn't have time to reply to her, returning the bullets he had just received in kind. Puffed. The bullet pierced through Xiangzi's forehead, leaving only a hollow. Xiangzi, Inyu wanted to struggle to get up, but with every movement, the wound tore open even more. He endured the excruciating pain and crawled to Xiangzi's side. Xiangzi was already dead, and they hadn't even exchanged a final word. Xiangzi, when I grow up, I want to open a billiard hall. What do you want to do? The young Inyu was shorter than Xiangzi. Xiangzi sat on a swing, swinging his legs, I don't know. Then come work for me as the manager. Inyu excitedly proposed. They had known each other since birth and had never been apart from elementary school through university. Although they grew up together, their personalities were completely different. Inyu was like a passionate sun, while Xiangzi was the reserved moon. After graduating from university, Inyu fulfilled his dream of opening a billiard hall and, just as they had promised in their youth, invited Xiangzi to be the manager. Although they didn't make much money, it was enough to sustain their lives. They thought they would live a simple and smooth life for the rest of their days. But a continuous downpour destroyed everything. Heavy rain, high temperatures, pestilence, disease. Why? Why did these things happen in their living era? What if it were 100 years later? The ongoing disasters took away all their family members. The two relied on each other, cautiously scavenging in the city. But in the apocalypse, the evil in human nature was completely unleashed. Being honest and obedient wouldn't spare them. Once oppressed, the number of bullies would only increase. Under extreme oppression, both awakened their powers at the same time. That day, the entire alley was stained with the blood they fought through. Later, Hei Sun noticed them and invited them to join an underground organization. I don't want to huddle with the weak for warmth. I joined you simply because your goal is that newly built safe base. Earlier, he and Xiangzi had accidentally wandered into the nearly completed safe base, standing dumbfounded for a full 10 minutes. They never expected that in this cannibalistic apocalypse, there would still be a place resembling a paradise. I want to go. I really want to live here. Hey, who are you little fish? What are you looking at? This is not a place for you. The guard at the entrance was holding a gun. He looked to be around the same age as them, but his gaze was like that of someone looking at garbage. I want to live here too. May I ask what the conditions are? We will definitely work hard to meet them. This was the first time Xiangzi actively spoke to a stranger. The next moment, a cold gun barrel was pointed at his head. This place is for protecting talents, not for sheltering you useless trash. Get lost, or I'll shoot through your head. At that time, they still didn't have powers. Xiangzi was so scared that he wet his pants, causing the guard to burst into laughter. From that moment on, the safe base became a knot in their hearts. However, their goal was no longer to live there, but to destroy it. After joining the underground organization, they received many privileges due to their powers. Not only privileges, but they also felt like stars being adored. Here, no one dared to look down on them. Their food, drink, and living conditions were on par with the underground boss. They quickly became lost in the game called power. The accumulated evil from before completely erupted after they arrived underground. Shen Qing looked coldly at the two, with no trace of pity in his heart. He can't live any longer. Let's go, Lu Qian said. Shen Qing didn't move, but shot again at Inyu, completely ending his life. My next actions may seem cruel and hard to accept for you. If you're not mentally prepared, you might as well turn away. Shen Qing pulled a sharp knife out of his pocket. Lu Qian's pupil shrank. Normally, Shen Qing would use this knife when extracting the mutated beast's crystal core. His pupils flickered, and he was surprisingly frightened at the moment he saw the knife. I'm fine, Lu Qian forced himself to say. Shen Qing said, the crystal cores within the ability users are of a higher quality than other crystal cores. I cannot give up on collecting resources just because they're human. Shen Qing touched the corpse and found the location of the crystal core. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged the sharp knife in. After all, I hadn't let them suffer too much before death. This crystal core could be considered a reward for me. After saying that, she extracted the crystal core. As Shen Qing said, the crystal cores within ability users are of higher quality. The color is like that of top-grade sapphires, and the size is about that of a pigeon egg. This is the best crystal core Lu Qian has ever seen. As the ability user's power increases, the crystal core inside will also grow larger and of better quality. Shen Qing glanced at Lu Qian and said, the crystal core in your body should be bigger than this one. Lu Qian felt a chill run down his spine, and a sudden pain seemed to flare up somewhere in his body. Seeing his pale face, Shen Qing couldn't help but laugh. I was just casually saying that. Why are you so scared? Don't forget, we are teammates. Lu Qian felt a bit embarrassed by Shen Qing's words and quickly said, I'm not scared. Let us go. We should head to the next place. Shen Qing said. Then she turned her head, glanced at the trembling woman in the corner, and said, Hide well. You'll be able to leave in half an hour. The woman, frightened to the point of her lips turning white, saw that Shen Qing meant her no harm, and her trembling became less intense. The woman's voice trembled. The men have all gone out to hunt. They won't be back until night. Hunt? The woman timidly nodded. I haven't been here long. They don't treat me like a person at all, so they never avoid talking in front of me. There should be nearly 100 young men underground. They go out in groups of 10 every day to hunt. The so-called hunting is just looking for supplies, bullying the weak, and capturing women like me to offer as tribute. They don't return until after sunset every day. When they come back to the underground, they report their hunting gains here to exchange for rewards. Team annihilation. Shen Qing nodded, saying that it was better that way, to avoid us running around like headless flies. Let's wait here, Shen Qing said. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Shen Qing gathered several corpses into the room, stacking them in the corner like a game of Jenga. Then, she began rummaging through what was supposedly the boss's room. Strange. Shen Qing squatted in the corner, murmuring, with so many people to support, there can't possibly be no leftover supplies at all. Hearing Shen Qing talking to herself, the woman cautiously said, I know where it is. Shen Qing, turn around, huh? The woman walked to the middle of the room and lifted the carpet. Under the carpet was a locked partition, and right below this, I have seen him take things out from here. The key should still be on him. Shen Qing tilted her head. Why would you tell me? If you hadn't said anything, after I get rid of those men, these things would be yours. The woman was taken aback for a moment, then surprisingly smiled. No need. I have no use for these. When she was enduring inhumane torment, she no longer wished to live. Her parents, husband, and siblings were all gone. How long could she survive alone? It would be better to go underground early and reunite with her family. Perhaps if she left early, she might even see those damned bastards frying in oil. Shen Qing didn't think much and said, Thank you. She didn't go to get the key. She just moved her fingers, and the lock on the partition disappeared. Lu Qian sighed from the side. Your control over the range of collecting items is getting more and more precise. If it were any more precise, you could help the nurses retrieve bullets embedded in patients' bodies. Shen Qing rolled her eyes at him silently. Those matters were not for me to worry about. The space below the partition is the same size as the room above. 2 searchlights were installed below, and faintly visible were boxes of supplies. Shen Qing opened the box. Inside there were half a pack of cigarettes, expired beer, and a belt that had been pulled off someone. Most of the boxes were filled with these scavenged items. Only a few boxes in the corner contained food and water. After checking the expiration dates, they were all expired as well. Shen Qing suddenly lost interest. Don't you want these things? Lu Qian asked her curiously, because when they were on a mission together before, she would take anything that could be useful. Shen Qing shook her head. I'm not a garbage station. Besides, these things might be more suitable for someone else. Shen Qing returned to the room, leaning on the sofa, waiting in boredom. Just like that, the two of them waited until the afternoon. The footsteps around them gradually increased, and they could clearly hear the loud laughter of men, mingled with some low sobs from women. They had caught another gem today. What a stroke of luck. The harvest today was quite substantial. Not only a stunning woman, but also a box of instant noodles. I hope the boss will give more rewards. I wonder if that woman from yesterday is still alive. I must ask the boss to let me play with that woman later. The foul language outside grew louder. The woman was frightened and shrank into the corner. Shen Qing glanced at her calmly and said, Don't worry. With us here, none of these scoundrels will survive. The woman had witnessed the abilities of the two, but there were so many people outside. Could the two of them really hold them off? Just as she was feeling fearful, the group outside had already reached the door. Who are you? How did you get into the boss's room? Newcomers? The leading man had an exaggeratedly muscular build. It was hard to find such a physique even before the apocalypse. The men behind him were all also strong. This He Sun is quite a talent, to have gathered so many brawny subordinates, Shen Qing thought. The leading man furrowed his brows and asked, Who exactly are you? How dare you directly call the boss's name? Where's the boss? Shen Qing tilted her head and said, Aren't they right in front of you? The strong men followed Shen Qing's gaze and saw 3 bodies piled together. The scene instantly became chaotic. Did I see that right? The boss is dead? The second-in-command is also dead? How is that possible? I've seen the second-in-command's abilities with my own eyes. What do we do now? Who will take over as the boss? The man in charge raised his hand and said, "Everyone be quiet, no matter who becomes the boss. The most important thing right now is to take revenge for the boss. Capture these 2 uninvited guests. Show them a thing or 2. The man's voice was loud, but no one moved behind him. Shen Qing couldn't help but smile. It seemed these people weren't listening to you. The leading man furrowed his brows in anger. What's going on? You're not the boss. Why should we listen to you? Exactly. And these 2 were able to take down the second-in-command and the boss. It shows their abilities are above ours. We're just a group of ordinary people. How could we possibly stand against them? I'm here to enjoy life. I don't want to die." With so many people around, all kinds of opinions surfaced, and the leading man couldn't control the situation at all. He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking that if they could just take them down, they could split the supplies and go their separate ways. Yet still, no one moved behind him. Shen Qing and the others were exhausted. She said, "If you don't take action, I'll take action. By the way, none of you here can escape. I will kill all of you." Shen Qing's voice was not loud, but it was extremely threatening. The leading man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Did you hear that? Even if you want to run, you can't escape. We might as well work together to take them out first. What kind of joke is that? How could we possibly defeat them?" At the back, someone had already started to flee. Shen Qing quickly took aim, and the bullets accurately pierced the heads of those few people. The gunshots sounded especially terrifying underground. I said before, not a single one of them could escape. She wanted to eliminate all these cockroaches of the apocalypse. If they weren't removed, more innocent people would suffer. Moreover, Xiaomi had already agreed. "Sister, please spare us. We are good people." Yes, all these evil deeds were done by He alone, and have nothing to do with us. Shen Qing let out a cold snort. "Really? Where did the cotton clothes in your hands come from? They weren't picked up from the ground, were they? The cotton clothes are for children, and there are still faint traces of blood on them." Shen Qing didn't want to think too deeply. The men were dumbfounded, realizing that Shen Qing was truly intent on killing. Their eyes darted around. Suddenly, a group rushed forward, grabbing whatever weapons they had on hand to strike at Shen Qing. There were hammers and iron rods. They exerted all their strength, wanting to put Shen Qing to death. But in an instant, ice arrows pierced through their skulls. Bullets followed closely behind. Upon realizing that the 2 in front of them were superpowered individuals, the group instantly gave up resistance and scattered in all directions to escape. In the endless corridor, not a single one will get away, Shen Qing sneered. At least from what she could see now, none of the men down here had clean hands. Shen Qing's speed was fast, and Lu Qian was providing remote support. Soon, the 2 of them had dealt with all the fleeing people. The underground was poorly ventilated, and the smell of blood filled the air. As the men begged for mercy, Shen Qing experienced a moment of daze. But thinking about how those who had been bullied were pleading in the same way, her heart hardened. After dealing with the men, Shen Qing noticed the woman who had been brought in today, huddled in the corner. She walked over to the woman and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The woman faced the wall, remained silent, and her shoulders trembled slightly. It seemed she was scared out of her wits. Shen Qing squatted down, trying to soften her voice as much as possible. "Don't be afraid, you're safe now." The woman still refused to turn around. Shen Qing found it a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. "Let's go. Xiaomi is still waiting for us to report back," Lu Qian reminded from the side. Shen Qing stood up and said, "I'm afraid there's no way to report it right now." Lu Qian was puzzled. "Aren't all the people here? What other issues are there?" Shen Qing said slowly, "I have something I want to go back to Lijing Scenic Area to confirm with Qi." Lu Qian didn't know what she wanted to ask, but since Shen Qing said so, she must have her own plans. "All right, then let's go back to Lijing Scenic Area first." Shen Qing nodded, then turned and walked to the woman from the beginning. She lowered her voice and said, "There are some supplies in the basement. Take them and find a place to hide." The woman looked despondent. She had completely lost her will to survive. Shen Qing patted her shoulder and said, "Don't live in the past. Even if you're the only one left, you must carry on with the hopes that your family once had. The woman's eyes flickered, seemingly glistening with tears. Take care as we leave. After Shen Qing finished explaining, she walked towards Lu Qian. Chen Shui, the mission is over, we should go. Lu Qian shouted loudly, unable to sense Chen Shui's hiding spot. Squeak. The mouse's hearing is several times stronger than Chen Shui's, and it was the first to hear Lu Qian's call. The mouse said, let's go, it seems safe now. Chen Shui nodded and followed the mouse to meet the two. Sister Shen Qing, is the mission completed? Shen Qing nodded, let's go back to Lijing scenic area. Chen Shui nodded heavily. Having a reliable senior by her side was truly a blessing. She also needed to grow quickly, striving to be independent in the future. The three of them left the underground, and when they returned to the surface, the murky air felt much fresher. It wasn't far from Lijing's scenic area, so they arrived quickly. Shen Qing told Enshi everything about the whereabouts of the missing man and the underground thugs' conspiracy. And she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. So many thugs, and even superpowered individuals. The three in front of her came back completely unscathed. It's truly absurdly strong. I want to confirm, are all the people on this list young men? Shen Qing asked, puzzled, and she shook her head, not exactly. Most of the missing are indeed young men, but there are also a few women and boys among them. Women. It's also possible that they were quietly taken away by those people. But there really haven't been any children seen underground. Lu Qian noticed her furrowed brows and asked, do you have other suspicions? Shen Qing shook her head, feeling it was just very strange. And she, however, didn't dwell on it too much. He respectfully bowed to the three and said, thank you for assisting us in investigating this matter in Lijing District. As for the remaining few teenagers, we will leave their whereabouts to our jurisdiction to investigate. Shen Qing nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. On the way back, Shen Qing couldn't help but think about the matter, but the district had already stated that they would conduct their own investigation. So Shen Qing felt it wouldn't be appropriate to intervene. Upon returning to the base, the three of them first went to the meeting room to report on the day's situation. Shen Qing had already discussed the general situation with Xiaomi over the phone, so the report was completed quickly. She wondered how the underground four-member group was doing. Xiaomi glanced at the time. They had been on the mission for 12 hours. Shen Qing glanced at her phone and said, the bombs we set earlier haven't detonated. The enemy likely hasn't discovered our traces yet. Xiaomi was genuinely worried. After all, only 2 out of the 4 of them had real combat power. If they encountered any trouble, it would be very dangerous. The 4 continued along the path they had marked last time. The road heading due north seemed endless. Let me confirm, we aren't just going in circles, right? Shun Jian looked at Xie Yang beside him. Xie Yang shook his head. The map in my mind keeps changing, which means we are indeed moving forward. Then why haven't we reached the end yet? We've been on this road for an hour. Shen Jian was a bit anxious. After all, this passage was completely dark, and not seeing any light in this environment could easily break one's mentality. Xie Yang furrowed his brows. To be honest, he was feeling a bit anxious too. Just like Shen Jian said, this road seemed endless. After walking for so long, they hadn't even encountered a single fork. Why would the enemy build such a long tunnel? Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Zhou Bai quickly said, everyone, don't panic. There's south only this one road, so we'll definitely reach the end. Fang Xiao also advised, stay calm. Maybe the enemy designed such a long tunnel to confuse those who come in. After hearing their advice, the two slightly reined in their impatience. So, they walked for another 20 minutes. Still, it was pitch black ahead. The only sound in the empty underground passage was the friction of shoe soles against the yellow earth, making it suffocating. Wait. Fang Xiao stopped in her tracks and then used her phone to illuminate the area. We've already walked past here, Fang Xiao said. Shen Jian and Xie Yang were immediately ignited by these words. How is that possible? We have been walking on this path the whole time. There wasn't even a fork in the road in between. How could we pass the same place again? Shen Jian said excitedly. Xie Yang couldn't suppress his impatience either, saying, even if this underground passage is circular, we should have returned to the fork in the road first. How could we intersect again in a straight line? Zhou Bai hurriedly said, don't be anxious. Let's first hear what Fang Xiao has to say. Fang Xiao brought the phone close to the wall of the underground passage, saying, when you guys started to doubt, I also felt something was off, so I deliberately left a mark here. The illuminated area has a triangle drawn on it. And judging by the color of the soil, it was indeed carved not long ago. How was that possible? The few of them realized that what Feng Xiao said might be true, but they didn't dare to admit it. A wall of ghosts? If you don't believe it, let's walk through it again together. Shen Qing said with a serious expression. It's not that I don't believe, but we've been walking along the same path. I really can't believe it. Let's all walk it again. This time, let's turn on our phone lights. Maybe there's a subtle fork in the road that we missed? Zhou Bai suggested. The other three agreed. They all turned on their phone lights and left symbols at the marks made by Feng Xiao that only they could understand. This time, they walked extra carefully, paying attention to the walls beside them. After about 20 minutes, they stopped. This is impossible. On the wall to their left, the symbols they had just marked appeared. The group instantly felt their hair stand on end, cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies. It means we've been walking this 20-minute path repeatedly for the past few hours. I don't believe it. There aren't even any forks down here. The map in my head hasn't changed. How could this be? I want to walk alone, Xie Yang said excitedly. Zhou Bai quickly advised, don't be reckless. It seems that this underground place is more dangerous than we imagined. What if something happens to you when you go off alone? Xie Yang stubbornly replied. You don't need to persuade me. I have to see clearly why we're back here. After saying that, he jogged away from the three. Feng Xiao, you have the best relationship with him. You should persuade him, Zhou Bai urged anxiously. Feng Xiao looked in the direction where Xie Yang had left and said calmly, let him go. With his personality, he won't give up until he finds out. Zhou Bai was anxiously stamping his feet. After all, Xie Yang's abilities couldn't be used in combat. If they encountered an enemy, it would be too dangerous. But Xie Yang wouldn't listen to advice, and Feng Xiao wouldn't persuade him either, leaving him with no other options. This time, Xie Yang jogged back and returned to the original spot in about 10 minutes. The moment he saw the backs of the three, he felt devastated. There's no doubt about it now, although I don't know the reason. We can be sure that we are indeed walking the same path repeatedly, Feng Xiao said. Xie Yang angrily punched the wall. What on earth is going on? Is it a ghost wall? Mentioning ghosts seemed to lower the temperature underground by a few degrees. Feng Xiao, being a doctor, believed more in science. Don't scare yourself. I believe someone must have tampered with this place, Feng Xiao said. Zhou Bai, who was beside them, also remained relatively calm. No matter what caused this ghost wall, we need to think of a way to get out of this repetitive path as soon as possible. Shen Qing quickly accepted the current situation. He turned to the few people beside him and said, should we tell Sister Me about this? It's good to have one more person to think of a solution. Feng Xiao shook her head. I just noticed that there is no signal on this stretch of road. Even our phones can't contact the base. The phones they use are connected to a special signal, which indicates that this road is indeed a carefully laid trap. It could be for prevention, or it could be that the enemy already knows their whereabouts. Shen Qing frowned. I'll try to return to the base. After saying that, he closed his eyes and used his teleportation ability. But when he opened his eyes, he was still in the same place. How is this possible? Shen Qing was shocked and in disbelief. Ever since his ability awakened, he had practiced repeatedly. As long as it was a place he had been to before, he could teleport there instantly, no matter how far. Why isn't it working today? The atmosphere underground became somewhat heavy. What's going on? Is your ability actually restricted? Feng Xiao was also very surprised. Shen Qing shook his head and said, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Xie Yang beside him said, the map in my mind hasn't changed at all. Could it be affected too? Feng Xiao extended her hand, and a fireball instantly gathered in her palm. Strange. My ability seems fine. Yang Zhou, who had activated a protective shield, said, I haven't been affected either. Feng Xiao felt a bit uneasy and said, everyone, let's quickly think of a way to get out. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in this damned place. The few of them hadn't brought many resources for the mission. Moreover, the air underground was already thin, and if this is a closed space, it would eventually run out of oxygen. Additionally, the mindset of the group had clearly changed. The more they couldn't get out, the more anxious they became, and the more anxious they were, the more opportunities the enemy would have. They decided to split into two teams, pairing off to head in opposite directions to find a way out. All right, Shen Qing and Zhou Bai are in one group, while Feng Xiao and Xie Yang are in another. The two teams walk in opposite directions. They encounter each other in the middle. However, Neither team has found a way to escape, nor have they discovered any useful clues. Xieyang is starting to lose his patience. I think we should just blow up this passage. If we blast through the ground, we can get out. Fang Xiao feels this is a bit reckless. First, it might alert the enemy, and second, the four of us could also be buried underground. It's really not appropriate. Then do we have any other options? We can't just wait here to die, Xieyang says, a bit anxious. After walking for so long, they're all tired. And now encountering a dead end is both exhausting and frightening. They're on the verge of breaking down. Fang Xiao notices this and sighs deeply. Let's eat something to replenish our energy first. After resting for a while, we can think of a way to escape. Huh? I don't have the mood to eat right now. If we can't get out, we're going to die here. Xieyang exclaims excitedly. Being anxious doesn't help. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to overlook clues. So let's replenish our energy and gather our strength, Fang Xiao advises. Are you kidding? Xiaomi told us to follow your command, not to let you lead us to our deaths. Xieyang struggles to control his emotions. Fang Xiao furrows his brow and grabs Xieyang's collar, saying, Can you calm down for a moment? Have you considered that the enemy set this trap precisely to throw us into disarray? The more anxious you are, the easier it is to fall into their trap. Shen Qing was seeing Fang Xiao make a move against a companion for the first time. Just as he was about to step in to mediate, Zhou Bai stopped him. No need to interfere. They've been friends for many years and have their own way of solving problems, Zhou Bai said softly. Shen Qing finally stopped. At this moment, Xieyang also grabbed Fang Xiao's collar. Bastard. Not everyone has such powerful abilities like you. Isn't it normal to feel anxious and scared being trapped in this damn place? I think you are the one who is abnormal. What good does it do to be anxious and scared? If we don't calm down, we'll never find a way out. The two kept rebutting each other, throwing each other to the ground, fists landing on each other's bodies in turns. Are we just going to watch them fight? Shen Qing worried that they might lose control and actually hurt each other. Zhou Bai said lightly, Don't worry, nothing will happen. As he said, after a while of fighting, the two calmed down. They both held back their strength, only sustaining minor injuries on their faces. Zhou Bai, divide the water and food. Let everyone rest for a while. Fang Xiao said, panting heavily. Zhou Bai nodded and then divided the food into 4 portions, handing them to each person. This enemy is really damn cunning. If you have the ability, come out and fight, using such underhanded tactics. It's really despicable. Xieyang bit into the bread fiercely. Fang Xiao interjected, in battle. Who cares about what tactics to use? If we had that ability, we could use the same trick back at them. Xieyang bit the bread hard, as if he were biting into the enemy's skull. After eating and drinking enough, they rested for a while. Let's go. Continue looking for a way to leave. Fang Xiao said. The few continued along this path. When they reached a certain point in the middle of the road, Fang Xiao suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Xieyang asked beside him. Fang Xiao had a hint of joy on his face. He shook his phone and said, This position actually has a weak signal. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took out their phones. Really? Although the signal was weak and they still couldn't contact the outside world, this small clue gave them confidence. Leave one person here, the others continue forward, Fang Xiao said. They left Xieyang behind and continued to explore. After going around, they found that only the initial spot they discovered had a weak signal. A smile appeared on Fang Xiao's face. Do you know what this means? The others shook their heads. With this little signal, we can't contact headquarters. What use is it? Fang Xiao smiled. Imagine the place we are in as a circle that we can't escape from. This circle perfectly traps us. But this circle can't possibly have no gaps. The place we are right now is at the gap of this circle. The others were confused, but somewhat understood Fang Xiao's meaning. Shen Qing translated again in Chinese. For example, we are wrapped in a piece of cloth, and this place is the seam of that cloth. As long as we unravel the seam, we can get out. He looked at Fang Xiao, seeking agreement. Fang Xiao gave a thumbs up. Exactly, that's the meaning. The other two also became excited. What are we waiting for? Let's unravel this seam right now. Let's hurry out for some fresh air. Fang Xiao stepped back, gathering the flames in his palms. Previously, he used fireballs for attacks. But the situation was different now. Easily using fireballs could very likely bury them underground. Since it was a seam, it should be cut with a sharp knife. Fang Xiao concentrated his mental energy and compressed the flames. This was his first attempt at a form other than a fireball. However, the effect was good. The flame shot out like a laser, quickly cutting a seam in the tunnel above them. At that moment, the scene before them changed dramatically, as if the fabric had been cut open to reveal the sunlight. Did we succeed? Zhou Bai's voice trembled. The dark tunnel was gone, replaced by a bright and open space. There were several cement columns here, with an overall height of 3 to 4 meters. Where is this? Xie Yang's mental map suddenly expanded. It seemed that the previous path not only restricted Shen Qing's abilities, but also limited his own. Be careful. The enemy has deliberately set traps to protect this place, which means it is definitely not simple, Feng Xiao reminded. The others nodded. Surrounding the open square were 4 rooms. Xie Yang said solemnly, "We need to be cautious." There are signs of life in all 4 rooms, very strong, so strong that his legs felt a little weak. Compared to the previous 2 mutated beasts. Which is stronger? Feng Xiao asked. Xie Yang's palms were sweating. It was more dangerous here. At this point, all 4 of them became tense. They knew that the previous mutated beasts were defeated only when Lu Qian and Shen Qing were present. Now only 2 of the 4 had combat capability. What should we do? Should we retreat first? Xie Yang felt a bit scared. Shen Qing said anxiously, "We barely made it out of the ghost wall, and we haven't investigated anything yet. How can we retreat?" Xie Yang replied in a low voice, but Sister Xiaomi said that we must prioritize our safety. The enemy is right in front of us. How can we retreat without a fight? Shen Qing exclaimed. You can retreat at any time, but we can't. Just because you want to achieve merit and show off, are you willing to sacrifice the 3 of us? Shen Qing clenched his fists in anger. Who wants to be a hero? I tell you, even if I die in battle, I won't run away. Seeing the 2 getting more and more heated in their argument, Feng Xiao timely stepped in between them. Calm down. If you keep arguing like this, the enemy will be drawn out by you 2. Only then did the 2 quiet down. After pondering for a moment, Feng Xiao said, according to Xie Yang's assessment, the 4 of us are simply no match for these people, so my decision is to retreat. Dr. Feng. Shen Qing was anxious. Feng Xiao pressed down on his shoulder and said, but we can't just run away without any gains. Xie Yang, first draw a map of this area. Are there any other paths around? Xie Yang shook his head. This square only has 1 direct road leading out, and about 300 meters away, there is another room. That's the end of the line. Feng Xiao nodded. Draw the map, remember the number of people in each room, and then retreat. Yes. Shen Qing had a sullen face, clearly unwilling. After spending a whole day underground, he had finally managed to escape the ghost wall. But now, with the enemy right in front of him, he couldn't fight. It was really frustrating. Song Chuyi obeyed the order. Feng Xiao said coldly, withdraw. Yes. Song Chuyi replied reluctantly. Meanwhile, the few people in the room had not yet realized that intruders had entered underground. The eastern room was filled with instruments, each one housing a naked boy. How is your experiment going? Oldie is already urging us to return to headquarters. We can't stay here for long. We need to quickly change positions. A woman, with delicate fingers holding a cigarette, lazily sat at the experiment table. Her snow-white legs swayed enticingly in front of the man, but his gaze never left the screen for a second. Very successful. Healthy subjects are indeed stronger than those previous stray dogs. Soon, my perfect creation will be unveiled. The man's smile revealed a row of sharp teeth, looking particularly terrifying. The woman looked at the boys lying on the instruments behind her, feeling a chill. Such things that couldn't even be called human. She really couldn't see any connection with the word perfect. Indeed, scientists are all mad. Thinking of this, she found the man before her even more frightening. Such a person. It would be better to avoid contact after this task is over, lest one day he discovers her value and turns her into something neither human nor beast. The 4 of them broke through the ghost wall, so the return journey was very smooth, and they quickly returned to base. Xie Yang projected the drawn map onto the big screen. There are 4 rooms in the underground square. For now, I'll refer to them as east, south, west, and north based on their positions. Xie Yang. There's 1 person in the eastern room with strong energy. The western room, based on energy fluctuations, should contain a mutated beast, and its energy is likely stronger than the other 2 underground. In the southern room, there are 5 people with medium energy. In the northern room, there are 20 humans with human energy, but no energy fluctuations were detected. About 100 meters down the main passage, there is a room, which is the place with the strongest energy underground. It contains 2 humans and unknown energy. Xiaomi frowned. Unknown energy? Not human and not a mutated beast? Xieyong, my map can't identify it for now. The energy fluctuations are different from both humans and mutated beasts. Shen Qing, it's strange. I remember you just said there's a room with 20 humans, but there are no energy fluctuations. Does that mean they're ordinary people? Xieyong shook his head. Even ordinary people would have weak energy, and the map in his mind could detect it. Then, could it be corpses? Chen Shui guessed. Xieyong shook his head. Corpses indeed have no energy fluctuations, but from his past experience, corpses would not show up on the map. Everyone fell silent. The situation underground is really too complicated. Systemy, I'm sorry. We retreated without obtaining more useful information. Shen Jian clenched his fists. Xiaomi's my gently. You all did very well this time. Fang Zhao's decision was sound. If I were there, I would have made the same choice. Xiaomi agreed. Yes, you all did great. If it were me, I might not even be able to escape the trap of a ghost wall. Zhao Shi praised. It was only when she spoke that everyone noticed she had arrived at some point. Zhao Shi, is your injury better? Xiaomi asked. Zhao Shi nodded seriously. Don't worry. I'm completely healed. With the awakening of my abilities, my physical condition has improved dramatically. Plus, with Zhua Xing's healing technique, my recovery has been much faster. Sister Me, we need to investigate underground again as soon as possible. We need to take action before the enemy discovers us to gain an advantage. Shen Jian said, sacrificing so many soldiers and residents in the Western District. This clue is truly hard one. It's easy to say. Our combat power is simply not enough right now. What's the difference between going underground now and sending ourselves to death? Xieyong, with the map in his mind, had a clearer understanding of the situation, so he opposed the idea of investigating underground immediately. If we can't win, then we shouldn't go. If we lose this clue, wouldn't all those people in the Western District have sacrificed for nothing? Shen Jian said excitedly. If we can't win, then of course we shouldn't go. Even for the organization. We need to preserve our team's combat power. If our team is wiped out, who will come to rescue us if something like what happened in the Western District occurs again? The two had differing opinions and began to argue back and forth. Xiaomi quickly intervened to calm them down. What do the others think? I want to hear your opinions first. Xiaomi looked at the others. Zhao Shi stood beside Shen Jian and said, I am willing to fight again. I believe that even if I die, it will be for a worthy cause. Feeling her shoulder close to him, Shen Jian felt a strange sensation in his heart, an indescribable emotion. Shen Qing originally wanted to object, but looking at Shen Jian's determined eyes, she hesitated. She was different from Shen Jian. Shen Jian has a sense of righteousness. He is very kind and cares about those who have died. She is different. She is selfish and only cares about her family. Having been reborn, she only wants to live a safe and prosperous life with her family. This operation is too dangerous if she and Shen Jian both die in this mission. Then what is the meaning of her rebirth? Shen Qing turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Shen Jian's fervent gaze. I oppose it. Xieyang's map won't lie. Our current combat strength is insufficient to fight those underground. I don't want to die because of so-called heroism, Shen Qing said. Sister, Shen Jian was astonished. Xiaomi nodded. I understand. What about the others? Lu Qian, standing beside Shen Qing, said, I trust my partner's judgment. With just a brief statement, he made his stance clear. On the opposite side, Fang Xiao furrowed her brow, feeling a bit constricted in her chest. When did those two become so close? I don't have any combat strength. I will obey the organization's arrangements. Even in battle, I will do my best to protect everyone, Zhou Bai said, his tone somewhat weak, but very sincere. Like brother Zhou Bai, I also have no combat ability, but I will also obey the organization's arrangements, Chen Shui said, twisting her fingers. She was still young, with a mother at home, and naturally didn't want to die. However, the organization had taken them in, and she wanted to repay that kindness by doing her part. Fang Xiao, what about you? Xiaomi asked. Right now, it mainly depends on what those with combat strength think. Fang Xiao looked toward Shen Qing and said, I think the same as Shen Qing. I don't want to make a foolish sacrifice. Xieyong sensed something was off and glanced between the two. Strange, really strange. He was the one who initially raised objections. Yet Feng Xiao is supporting Shen Qing. TSK. Shouldn't a normal person be saying they support his idea? Xiaomi was silent for a moment before saying, I've received everyone's opinions. I will report this matter to headquarters and see what they say first. You've all worked hard today. Let's adjourn. Yes. Every time they completed a mission, Shen Qing and Shen Jian would report to their parents. Today, the two were silent on the way, as if competing with each other. Tao Ying and Shen Jie immediately noticed something was off. They called Zhao Shi aside to quietly inquire and learn the reason for the siblings sulking. In fact, no one was at fault in this matter. Their relationship had always been good, and they believed it would soon return to normal. Zhao Shi comforted the two. Tao Ying glanced worriedly at Shen Jian, thinking, this child, always rushing ahead without looking back at us. When we turn around, Zhao Shi was taken aback, then lowered his head in guilt. Yeah, Shen Jian is different from her. He still has family. Shen Jie glanced worriedly at the two of them, wishing they could help. Zhao Shi looked at Shen family's parents' worried expressions and buried her head even lower. If only Shen Jian held a different opinion, would he be able to give up earlier? Zhao Shi glanced at Shen Jian, who was sulking in the distance. Biting her lip, she really couldn't bring herself to say anything to persuade him to give up. After finishing their late-night snack in silence at Shen family's home, the two of them left together. In the elevator, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Before parting ways as they exited the elevator, Shen Qing coldly said, right now, no one is on your side. You'd better get rid of that ridiculous idea as soon as possible. Shen Jian clenched his fist and left without saying a word. Shen Qing looked at his back and sighed helplessly. Returning to the room, Shen Qing took out her tablet from her space and started watching the videos she had downloaded earlier. Meanwhile, Shen Jian lay on the bed, unable to unclench his fist. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could see the bodies of ordinary people piled up along the streets of Xishan district and the mangled soldiers outside the cemetery. It was already hard to survive under natural disasters, but they had endured the natural calamities, only to fall victim to human tragedies. He enjoyed the upper-class resources in this apocalyptic world, yet had not contributed anything to it. Thinking of this, Shen Jian felt even worse inside. On the other side, a man stared intently at the screen, his eyes shining with excitement as he looked at the data displayed. Finally there was some insight. He felt his throat dry with excitement and picked up the cup beside him, only to find it empty. The man stood up and glanced at the corner. The water he had brought a week ago was already gone. It seemed he had to make a trip. After all, the guy who was willing to do the heavy lifting before was dead, and there was no one else underground to drive him. Even if he was reluctant to leave his room, he had no choice. As soon as the man opened the door, he saw another young man walking out from the room on the east side. The young man was carrying a small suitcase and was dressed in a suit. Oh, is he retreating ahead of us? The young man glanced at him and said, I'm different from you reckless people. This place is no longer safe. After the third one died, you released a large number of mutated beasts without permission, and the guardians of City S will eventually trace this place back to the nests of those beasts. Are you underestimating me? Even if they can find this place, they won't leave alive. The young man looked at him deeply and said, Wuling, this arrogance will cost you your life one day. Wuling shrugged. I knew you would say that. Someone like you, skilled yet cautious like a mouse, won't understand me. Both rose, and I will leave today. Take care of yourself. Wuling appeared unconcerned, indifferent. After all, the supplies here could sustain him for a year. Sulu, remember to tell the old man that my experiment was very successful, and I will soon give him a big surprise. Hearing Wuling mention the experiment, Su Li's brows furrowed into a twist. Like Rose, he couldn't understand what this scientific maniac was thinking. Using animals for experiments wasn't enough. He even wanted to use humans. I won't pass on your message. If you survive, tell Uncle He yourself. After that, Su Lu adjusted his glasses and left without looking back. TCH, such a boring guy. However, despite being boring, his abilities were indeed formidable. If it weren't for the old man holding him back, he would have wanted to dissect this man. It might significantly enhance his experiments. Watching Su Lu walk away, Wuling snorted softly. Never mind. If he really harmed Su Lu, the old man would definitely not let him off easily. He headed towards the storage room. The guardians of the supplies were his two most satisfactory creations so far. The combat power of these two mutated beasts equaled that of 100 ordinary ones. They were the finest products that had emerged from thousands of mutated beasts. Once he finished the current projects, Wuling thought of combining the two mutated beasts. Perhaps they could naturally reproduce equally powerful offspring. However, this was just his current speculation. Whether it could work or not would have to be determined through experiments. Just as he was thinking, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Something felt off. Rose had set up a maze around the center, and he had always felt discomfort whenever he walked this route, but now that discomfort had disappeared. What was going on? Could it be that the maze became ineffective because Rose left the underground? Wuling was puzzled. But now that Rose and Sulu had left, he had no one to ask. He soon continued forward. However, the closer he got to the storage room, the more his brows furrowed. Something was very wrong. His obedient pet could hear footsteps from far away, and every time he came to collect supplies, it would excitedly make noise. Why was it so quiet today? Wuling's expression gradually darkened. He stood in front of the storage room door, already knowing the answer in his heart. But the moment the door pushed open, his expression turned furious. My precious, who did this? His proud creations had been skinned, and a pile of rotten flesh lay in the center of the storage room. Poor little guy, my poor child. Wuling's eyes filled with killing intent as he clenched his fists and walked towards the corpse of the giant python. Who was so cruel? How inhumane! Just as Wuling reached the giant python, it suddenly began to shake. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, and he almost instantly retreated towards the door. Just as he steadied himself, the bomb beneath the python's body exploded, turning its corpse into mush. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have turned into meat paste. On the other side, as soon as the bomb detonated, she immediately received an alert. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly rolled out of bed and got dressed. Without caring about the time, she rushed out the door and knocked on Xiaomi's room. Soon, everyone in the team was awakened from their dreams and gathered in the conference room. Emergency situation. The enemy has discovered the traces of our presence, Shen Qing said. What should we do now? The enemy won't sit idly by. They might destroy the underground base overnight and escape, Zhou Bai said anxiously. Xiaomi bit her lip and said, It seems we can't wait for a response from the organization. Her gaze was sharp. Xishan district had suffered heavy losses with countless deaths. Now, we only have this one lead to investigate. There are no other options. Everyone understood what Xiaomi meant. Xieyang clenched his lips and tightened his fists. He couldn't forget the terrifying combat power he sensed underground. He understood the enemy's horror better than anyone present. This mission was a near-death experience. Sister me, can I write a will? In the dim conference room, Xieyang's expression was hard to discern. Xiaomi's eyes drooped slightly. I'm sorry. We don't have time. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat delicate. Zhou Bai hurriedly tried to lighten the mood, saying, We're not guaranteed to die. Let's not be so pessimistic. His words lacked any persuasive power, and even he couldn't convince himself. Xiaomi still felt reluctant. 10 minutes. Quickly write down what you want to say. Then immediately go out on the mission. Shen Qing's eyes darkened. If danger arose, no matter what, she had to let Shen Jian leave. At least, to leave her parents with a thought. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Shen Jian. But at that moment, she realized that Shen Jian was not in the meeting room at all. Did Jian not come? Shen Qing furrowed her brows. Only then did everyone notice that someone was missing. Is he still in his room? Wasn't anyone notified just now? Zhao Shi suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly rushed out of the meeting room, running towards Shen Jian's room. Jian, are you in your room? Zhao Shi knocked hard on the door, but there was no response. Move aside, I'll do it. Lu Qin quickly caught up and then used an ice arrow to aim at the door lock, breaking it. Pushing open the door, Shen Jian was not there. Shen Qing, do you know where he went? Xiaomi asked anxiously. We are about to go on a mission, and one team member is missing. Shen Qing shook her head, then suddenly thought of a possibility. Zhao Shi also realized it and said anxiously, Jian must have gone underground alone. His abilities indeed allow him to leave in an instant. Zhou Bai murmured, but is he out of his mind? Going underground alone is like courting death, isn't it? Lu Qin shot him a glance, signaling him to stop talking. After all, Shen Qing's face was already looking bad. This idiot. Shen Qing gritted her teeth. How could he go into the tiger's den without saying a word? What if something unexpected happens to him? Fang Xiao gently comforted her. Don't worry for now. Jian has the ability to teleport underground, and he can also teleport back from underground. Let's set off right away. We can definitely catch up. Lu Qian felt displeased. Why did he have to say what he wanted to say first? Due to unexpected changes, Xiaomi retracted the 10-minute time limit for leaving a farewell note. Form up. Let's go. Team 01. All members except Chen Shui were deployed. Chen Shui's heart was in turmoil. She felt both relieved and guilty. All she could do was pray for their safe return. Shen Qing successfully arrived at the underground center. His heart was racing nonstop. If his older sister found out he secretly came to a place like this, she would definitely be furious. However, he had thought it through carefully. This time he just came to gather some useful information, and if he encountered danger, he would leave immediately, absolutely not confronting it head-on. With this thought in mind, Shen Qing quietly approached the room on the east side. He remembered Xie Yang mentioning that there was only one person in the east room. It was already deep into the night, so the other party should be asleep. He gently pushed the door and found that the room was actually unlocked. He pushed it open softly. Shen Qing swallowed nervously and squeezed through the crack of the door. The room was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He could only huddle by the door, breathing softly. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could vaguely make out some shapes. The Spider-Man group was attacking. This room was not very big. Shen Qing estimated that it was only about 20 square meters. In the corner, there was a simple iron bed, but the quilt was neatly folded to the side, and there was no one on the bed. Shen Qing let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the owner of this room was not present. For the time being, it was relatively safe. He then turned on the flashlight on his phone, and a dim light illuminated the room. The room was small, containing only a metal desk and a filing cabinet. However, both the metal desk and the filing cabinet were empty, making the room feel as if no one had lived there. Shen Qing frowned slightly, believing this was just the enemy's diversion. They must have put a lot of effort into constructing such a large building underground, and it couldn't possibly be left empty like this. He bent down and searched in the corners of the room, hoping to find some clues. However, there were no traps or useful hints in this room. Shen Qing felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that this room was no longer worth exploring. He tiptoed out of the room, sticking close to the wall as he made his way to the other side. This was the northern side. He remembered Xie Yang mentioning that there were 20 people in the northern room, but there were no energy fluctuations. This was indeed a bit strange. It would be better to investigate further. He gently pushed the door to the northern room, but the door didn't budge at all. Shen Qing bit down on his molars. The room was locked. Just as he was thinking of leaving, he realized that the door of the room was not as tightly sealed as it seemed. With a faint light, he could vaguely see inside. Shen Qing felt a surge of joy in his heart. As long as it was a place he could see, he could teleport there instantly. He bent down, closed his right eye, and concentrated fully with his left eye to look inside. There was not a trace of light inside, and the range he could see was very small. Nevertheless, he still successfully saw a small area and managed to enter the room on the north side. The moment he arrived in the room, a foul smell hit him. This odor was like a mixture of excrement and dead animals. Shen Qing quickly covered his nose. Could it be that this is a bathroom? Shen Qing furrowed his brows, quickly dismissing the thought. After all, whose bathroom would have a door lock? The room was silent. Strange. He remembered Xie Yang saying that there were 20 people here. How could there be no sound at all? He held his breath and listened closely. In the absolute silence, he heard faint breathing sounds. His heart tightened. There was indeed someone in this room. Not yet sure of the situation, Shen Qing didn't dare to turn on the flashlight casually and could only wait for his eyes to gradually adjust to the darkness. Soon, the things he saw became clearer. In front of him, there was an object that resembled a cabinet. The cabinet was divided into many compartments, each filled with items. Shen Qing couldn't see clearly what those things were. Upon closer inspection, he would notice that they were slightly wriggling. They resembled some kind of small animals. Shen Qing mustered his courage to get closer. The closer he got, the more something fell off. When he finally reached the side of the cabinet, the sight before him nearly made him scream. These small cabinets were not filled with small animals, but with living, breathing people. Shen Qing covered his mouth, trying his best to suppress any sound. The bodies of these people were twisted and stuffed into transparent cabinets. They had their eyes closed and were breathing very softly, as if they were asleep. But what could be seen on their faces was not the tranquility of sleep, but rather pain. No wonder Xie Yang only sensed vital signs and did not perceive any energy fluctuations. Shen Jian's heart ached. The 20 people in this room were all children around 10 years old, their faces still bearing the innocence of youth. Yet they were treated so cruelly. Who was responsible for this? And for what reason? Shen Jian was filled with questions. He felt pain in his heart. With his own strength, he couldn't save these youths. He didn't even dare to touch them, fearing that even the slightest movement might end their lives. There were still 2 more rooms. If he could eliminate the mutated beasts and those powerful individuals, perhaps he could rescue these children. Left Xing might be able to save them. Shen Jian thought to himself. Just as he turned around and was about to leave the room, he suddenly heard footsteps. Someone was outside the door. His body stiffened, and he immediately froze in place, not even daring to breathe loudly. The person outside seemed to be in a bad mood, cursing and swearing about something. They were muttering phrases like wanting to destroy City S immediately. Shen Jian clenched his fists. For some reason, he felt that the person outside the door was the culprit behind the transformation of these youths. If it weren't for the fear of ruining his own plans, he would have wanted to rush out and confront him. He gritted his teeth and endured, waiting until he heard the footsteps fade away before quietly teleporting out of the room. Now, there were only 3 rooms left. 5 energy users and 2 mutated beasts, as well as 2 high-energy users. He knew that he couldn't handle these people alone. What he could do now was to return to the base immediately and inform Xiaomi about the situation in the northern room. He needed to request support from Team 01 to rescue these youths. Shen Jian immediately teleported back to the safe base. He pushed open his room, thinking of telling Shen Qing about this matter first. However, after knocking for a while, no one responded. He then went to the other rooms one by one. But the result was the same. Oh no! Could it be that they realized he was missing and went to look for him? Shen Jian quickly ran to the conference room, wanted to see if there were any messages left. On the way to the conference room, he noticed a faint light still on in Chen Shui's room. He hurriedly knocked on Chen Shui's door. "Jiange, you're back." Chen Shui was a bit surprised to see Shen Jian. She looked back and asked, "Where is everyone? Didn't you meet up?" Shen Jian quickly asked what had happened, and Chen Shui hurriedly told him about tonight's events. "I understand. You should rest well. I'll go meet up with them." After saying this, Shen Jian instantly teleported back underground, planning to wait for the others at the underground square. However, it seemed that this time he was somewhat unlucky. Just when I was worried about where to catch a mouse, this mouse unexpectedly came right to my door. Wu Ling stared intently at Shen Jian. Shen Jian felt a chill run down his back. He stiffly turned around and immediately aimed his gun at Wu Ling. The time from turning to firing was less than a second, but due to his nervousness, the bullet went off course. Wu Ling watched the bullet whiz past him and laughed. "Your reaction is quite fast." He wasn't scared of Shen Jian at all. Instead, he took a couple of steps closer to him. "Are you an ability user?" Shen Jian watched him warily and stepped back. "Are you an ability user? You just suddenly appeared. Could it be that you have the ability to teleport?" Shen Jian was extremely vigilant. The man in front of him seemed quite extraordinary. After witnessing his ability, instead of feeling fear, his eyes were filled with excitement. The ability to teleport was too overpowered. Wasn't it like playing whack-a-mole, nearly impossible to hit? Unexpectedly, there really were other ability users appearing. This world was indeed very interesting. As Wu Ling chattered on, Shen Jian felt the man in front of him was even more terrifying. Generally, those who talked to themselves like this weren't very normal. He was contemplating whether to take a risk or to escape immediately. "Why aren't you speaking? It's so boring if I'm the only one talking." "Let me get to know you better," Wu Ling said cheerfully. "What do you want me to say?" Shen Jian thought of stalling him, trying to see if he could extract some information from him. "Your ability is teleportation, right? Didn't you already know?" Shen Jian replied coldly. Wu Ling laughed. "I just guessed earlier. I didn't expect there would really be such a convenient ability. If I had an ability like that, wouldn't I be able to go anywhere I wanted? Are you dissatisfied with your own ability?" Shen Jian asked. Wu Ling shook his body side to side, saying, "Me? I don't have any abilities, just an ordinary person." "You're lying," Shen Jian said coldly. Wu Ling smiled. "I never lie. The boy in the room to the north and those mutated beasts are related to you, right? Your ability is related to altering objects? Wu Ling adjusted his black-framed glasses. I told you, I don't have any abilities. As for what you mentioned, it's all my natural talent. Moreover, my talent is far more powerful than your abilities, Wu Ling said confidently. Now let me ask, did you kill my beloved pets? You mean that rat and snake? Pets? I see them as nothing but disgusting mutated beasts. Shen Qing replied. Wu Ling's expression showed some anger, but he quickly suppressed it. What about your accomplices? Do you have any other abilities? I really hope to see more. Shen Qing snorted coldly. Do you think I would tell you such important information? Wu Ling pouted, looking like our conversation was about to end. I really appreciate your abilities. I promise to spare your life and make use of you. With that, he took out a whistle from around his neck. The sound of the whistle echoed in the underground. As the whistle blew, there was suddenly movement in the room to the north. Hood, hood, hood. It seemed as if something was about to come out. Shen Qing's heart suddenly tightened, and he trembled slightly. The room on the north side housed those sleeping boys. What had this man just done? Did he wake them up with a whistle? What exactly was he planning? Soon, he found the answer. The north door was slammed open, and the boys crawled on the ground like spiders, using their hands and feet to move forward. What did you do to them? Shen Qing asked angrily. Wu Ling smiled, saying, although they're all failures, with a little modification, they can still be useful. Just have fun with them and experience the charm of science. As he spoke, Wu Ling retreated to the corner to watch the show. He wanted to see which was stronger, these special ability users or his own Spider Boy group. Shen Qing's eyes were filled with shock. He kept retreating. The spider people had red eyes and sharp fangs, and their human-like faces made it even more unsettling. The Bug King. Shen Qing has seen his fair share of grand scenes. Previously, facing thousands of mutated beasts in Shishan, he didn't feel the same fear as he does now. After all, mutated beasts are just snakes, insects, rats, and ants. But what stands before him now are people just like him. He has seen them sleeping, looking obedient and quiet, just like the cheerful little neighbor who used to greet him with a smile. You really are a monster. You actually turned these children into something neither human nor ghost. Wu Ling not only felt no anger, but also showed some excitement on his face. That's right. I am a monster. This world has always been insane. Only monsters can adapt to the upcoming changes in the world. Normal people have no way to survive. He laughed and said, what I'm doing is helping them. Absurd. Shen Qing could hardly find words to describe the crazed man before him. Of course, he didn't have time for that. The boys were using all their limbs, climbing quickly to his side. Shen Qing was not mentally prepared, yet when Spider-Man leaped into the air, opened his mouth, and bit towards his face, Shen Qing tightened up and instantly moved to a distance. Why isn't he shooting? Wu Ling seemed to be watching the fun on the side, saying these are just failures. Not very aggressive, and I believe with your ability, you can deal with them quickly. These spider people indeed have low aggression besides their teeth being injected with poison. However, they are quite troublesome. Because some of their organs have been removed, their bodies are lighter, they crawl faster, and jump higher. So even though Shen Qing keeps changing positions, they quickly close in again. Why isn't he shooting? Is it because he can't bear to? Wu Ling laughed mockingly. Shen Qing's hand holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. It was indeed as Wu Ling had said. Faced with these innocent faces, he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. Seeing him like this, Wu Ling laughed even more wildly. Why? Shouldn't your hands have been dirty long ago? You have killed so many mutated beasts, and there was not a hint of hesitation when you did. Is it just because the creature in front of you belongs to the same species? Shen Qing kept teleporting to dodge the attacks of the Spider-Man, his teeth grinding in frustration. Is that all they can do? This is even less interesting than I imagined. Wu Ling scoffed. Then, as if he had thought of something, he pulled out a small bag from his pocket. He suddenly threw it towards the Spider-Man. The bag contained a transparent powder, and Shen Qing couldn't discern what it was. He covered his mouth and nose and hid at a distance. The powder fell all around the Spider-Man. After the powder appeared, the Spider-Men stopped their attacks and instead lay on the ground, sniffing intensely. They extended their long tongues, greedily licking the ground. Shen Qing saw that Spider-Man was temporarily inactive and immediately aimed his gun at Misty. However, he did not expect that this scientific monster in front of him was not only smart, but also very quick to react. Just as the bullet was fired, He immediately whistled. Bang! The bullet hit Spider-Man, who was standing in front of Misty, and his head exploded. Shen Qing felt a tightness in her heart as she watched the boy die tragically, filled with guilt. Does this count as helping you? I fired the first shot, so you should feel much lighter now, right? Wu Ling smiled, kicking the boy's corpse aside. Shen Qing clenched his fists, despicable. Wu Ling let out a cold laugh. There's something even more despicable. The powder he just scattered was the food for these Spider-Men, and consuming it would maximize their energy depletion in a short time. Next, relying solely on dodging Wu Ti work, he picked up the whistle and gave it a gentle blow, accompanied by the loud whistle. The Spider-Men's eyes turned even redder. They all turned in unison towards Shen Qing's direction, quickly crawling over. What's happening? Shen Qing felt a bit panicked. These Spider-Men were faster than before. He dodged several times, but the Spider-Men immediately pursued him. Moreover, they had spread out significantly, nearly filling the entire open space. No matter where he tried to dodge, they could quickly pounce on him. Shen Qing knew clearly that as long as he pulled the trigger, he could easily kill them. But these were all living people. Just as Shen Qing hesitated, a Spider-Man jumped at the right moment and landed on his shoulder. Just as the sharp fangs were about to stab into his neck, he quickly raised his hand to pull the Spider-Man down and threw it away. After throwing one down, another crawled up to his feet. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been surrounded by Spider-Man. Shen Qing tightened his grip on the gun, seemingly waiting for the moment to make a decision. After being entangled for more than 10 minutes, Shen Qing was also a bit out of breath. These spider-like figures seemed tireless, relentlessly clinging to him. Any slight lapse in his attention could give them the chance to catch him. Shen Qing looked at the boy's sharp black fangs, feeling a bit dazed. Even if they successfully rescued them from this den of evil, does the organization really have a way to save them? Their organs are already incomplete. Their bodies have been modified. They probably won't be able to return to being normal people for the rest of their lives. How will the organization treat them? Will they keep them in captivity? No. There are calm, rational, and ruthless people in the organization. They would not waste resources on them. Or perhaps, the organization might choose to kill them. Shen Qing dodged their attacks while pondering this issue. Just then, the spider beside his feet let out a whimper. Shen Qing lowered his head and happened to meet his tear-filled eyes. Red pupils were streaming with 2 lines of clear tears. He had long lost his vocal cords and could only make muffled sounds. It sounded very painful. Shen Qing's heart was also twisted in pain. The word pitiful could no longer describe these children. It was at this moment that Shen Qing made up his mind. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger at the spider people. His aim was precise. Almost every shot hit the spider people's fatal spots. 1 shot, 1 kill, thus alleviating these children's suffering. In less than a minute, all the spider people were dead. Wu Ling smiled and clapped her hands, saying, "Finally, we've dealt with these failures. Let them accompany you for so long. At least they died for a reason." Shen Qing's face darkened as he quickly aimed and fired in the direction of Wu Ling. Without Spider-Man as a shield, he aimed to take him down with a single shot. However, he underestimated Wu Ling. Just as the bullet was only a meter away from him, he moved to the side at an incredible speed, the bullet grazing his hair without causing him any harm. "Humph, are you looking down on me?" Shen Qing furrowed his brows and instantly moved behind Wu Ling, intending to unexpectedly press his gun against his head. However, at that very moment of the teleportation, Wu Ling also immediately dodged. A hint of surprise flashed in Shen Qing's eyes. That was too fast. The ambush failed, and now is my turn. Wu Ling raised the corner of her mouth and quickly opened the door to the adjacent room. As the light illuminated the room, a deafening roar erupted from within. The Spider Boy band was just an appetizer. Now it was time for the main course. Shen Qing was taken aback. He remembered Xie Yang saying that there were 2 very powerful mutated beasts inside, and at this moment, he noticed that the door of this room was more than twice the height of the doors in other rooms. As the roaring sound grew closer, Shen Qing became increasingly nervous. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, keeping a vigilant eye on the doorway. Soon, the light from below was blocked by half, because the mutated beast that walked out from the door was simply too enormous. It looked taller than a whole floor. Shen Qing felt the hairs on his back stand up. He never expected that the first time in his life he would see a bear outside a zoo would be here. The bear in front of him was the smartest of the Malayan bears. Normally, a Malayan bear isn't this large. It seems this is the work of the man in front of him. Wu Ling was also surprised to see only one Malayan bear walking out of the room. He leaned in to look inside, and his surprise quickly turned into joy. He originally had about 10 mutated beasts locked in that room, and the starving mutated beasts were killing each other, like raising a poison insect. This Malayan bear was the king of the poison. Wu Ling chuckled softly. Finally, a somewhat exciting show was about to begin. Hopefully, this ability user in front of him could withstand the torment and survive. The Malayan bear was so hungry that its stomach was pressed against its back. When it looked at Shen Qing, drool was almost dripping to the ground. It let out a long howl and, without a moment's hesitation, pounced towards Shen Qing. Shen Qing forced himself to calm down and immediately shot at the Malayan bear. The bullet hit the bear but couldn't penetrate its thick fur, feeling like just a scratch to the bear. Realizing the situation was not looking good, Shen Qing quickly dodged to a distance. He still had 2 bombs on him. If these 2 bombs were ineffective, he had no other means of attack. Shen Qing gritted his teeth. At that time, he would leave first and come back after estimating that the main force had arrived. Shen Qing thought to himself, aiming at the eyes of the Malayan bear and throwing the bomb. Great, right on target. There was hope. After all, the eyes are the most vulnerable part. Just as the bomb was about to explode, the Malayan bear swatted it back in Shen Qing's direction with a paw. If it weren't for Shen Qing's timely dodge, he would have been blown to pieces. Shen Qing widened his eyes. This mutated beast was indeed extraordinary, although it had a cumbersome appearance. Its movements were surprisingly agile. Moreover, it was very intelligent and understood Shen Qing's intentions in an instant, even coming up with a counterattack method. It was truly not to be underestimated. Shen Qing frowned. Just as he was about to retreat, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps. He turned around and saw Shen Qing and her group arriving here, panting heavily. Sister. Shen Qing strode towards Shen Qing, and after confirming that he wasn't injured, she raised her hand and gave him a hard slap. Group fight, sister. Shen Qing looked at Shen Qing in disbelief. In all his years, this was the first time Shen Qing had ever hit him. He met Shen Qing's gaze and felt her anger at that moment. Shen Qing knew that she was really angry this time. He quickly knelt down, bowed his head, and admitted his mistake, saying, Sister, I was wrong. Shen Qing clenched her fist, and the anger in her heart dissipated a lot after seeing him admit his mistake. If you ever take risks alone again, don't call me your sister anymore, Shen Qing said harshly. Shen Qing lowered his head. The Sun Bear didn't understand the deep sibling bond. It was just momentarily stunned by the sudden influx of so many people. Once it regained its senses, it let out a roar towards the sky and charged towards the crowd. Shen Qing grasped Shen Qing's hand and pulled him up from the ground, and the team immediately took their positions to prepare for battle. A few of them were already accustomed to large scenes, but seeing such a massive mutated beast still made them a bit nervous. Lu Qian and Feng Xiao took the lead, firing ice arrows and lightning towards the Malayan bear. Zhao Shi withdrew his gaze from Shen Qing and then launched a fireball. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the underground was illuminated by flashes of electricity and fire. The attacks from the 3 hit the Malayan bear solidly, singeing the fur on its chest. The air was filled with a burnt odor. How foul. This bear must have never bathed, Xie Yang muttered from a distance. Xiaomi didn't respond to him, her eyes fixed intently on the distant Wu Ling. It seems the clue we have been searching for is that person. Zhou Bai also noticed Wu Ling, who was watching the scene with interest. This man's energy is very strong, and besides this Malayan bear, there are other enemies underground. Xie Yang regained his composure and examined the underground map. However, Xie Yang looked at the corpse of the Spider-Man on the ground, swallowed nervously, and said, I finally understand what that human without energy fluctuations is all about. Xiaomi frowned and gritted her teeth. This group of people has completely lost their humanity. While the 3 were speaking, the battle on the other side was also intense. The Malayan bear, with an IQ of wet flour, quickly realized that the weapons of the people in front of it were highly lethal. It abandoned its aggressive assault and set its sights on the few people in the distance who had no means to attack. It turned around at a swift speed, and before the others could react, the Malayan bear charged towards them. As its massive paw came crashing down, Zhou Bai quickly deployed shield. Xieyong and Xiaomi, who were closest to him, were protected, leaving only Zhuoxing vulnerable. Just when Zhuoxing thought he was done for, he was yanked hard and fell to the ground. Thank you. Zhuoxing looked at Shen Qing, still in shock. Shen Qing panted, feeling relieved that he had made it in time. Zhou Bai's face was pale. The strength of the Malayan bear was truly overwhelming. His shield was already dimming, and it could last at most another minute. Fortunately, this time the whole team was attacking, and soon several members caught up. The Malayan bear couldn't withstand the firepower and had to retract its paw. I am sorry. Zhou Bai helped Zhuoxing up, feeling a bit guilty. If his powers had been strong enough, he wouldn't have put his teammates in danger. Zhuoxing smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. If it were me, I would also prioritize protecting the person closest to me. This bear is really tough to deal with." Fang Xiao panted, glancing at Wu Ling, who was watching from a distance, and said, "The situation is not good. The enemy has already used one mutated beast to deplete much of our stamina. This is very unfavorable for us." Shen Qing had long noticed the fog beast. "We cannot invest all our combat power in this mutated beast." Fang Xiao glanced at Shen Qing and said, "Shen Qing and I will deal with this mutated beast, while the others handle that man." Lu Qian snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with this arrangement. "Shen Qing and I are old partners. Our synergy is even better. If we are to act separately, it should be me and her." Lu Qian raised an eyebrow. Fang Zhao's expression was calm as he said, "Precisely because of this, we need to explore more possibilities." Lu Qian frowned tightly. The words sounded nice, but he didn't believe Fang Xiao had no personal motives. He quickly moved in front of Fang Xiao and said, "Since we want to create a different spark, why not team up with me? It's better than letting you and Shen Qing team up." On the other side, Zhao Shi glanced at the unpredictable man, nervously swallowing. Shen Qing had no objections to this arrangement, stopped attacking the mutated beasts, and turned to Wu Ling. Shen Jian teleported to Shen Qing's side. "You two be careful. This man is much stronger than he looks." Wu Ling smiled slightly. "Isn't this unfair? You all want to gang up on me alone?" As he joked, Zhao Shi had already thrown a fireball at him. "Is there need to talk about fairness with someone like you?" The fireball was fast, but Wu Ling still managed to dodge it. His movements were calm and relaxed, as if he were evading a snowball thrown by a child. "This way of playing isn't interesting," Wu Ling muttered in dissatisfaction. The three exchanged glances, preparing to ambush him, attacking from three directions simultaneously to cut off his escape route. Wu Ling saw their intentions, but remained unfazed. He smiled and reached into his pocket, pressing the remote button. Creak! A loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Not far away, an iron door opened. Shen Jian felt a tightness in his heart. What was it this time? Could it be an even more powerful mutated beast? Just as he was puzzled, 5 burly men walked out from behind the door. Everyone gasped in surprise upon seeing these 5 men. They were practically muscle monsters. Zhou Bai complained. Xieyong clenched his fist. He had sensed the presence of the 5 men long ago, but he was still shocked when he saw them in person. The 5 men were at least 185 meters tall, their bodies covered in solid muscles, like contestants in a bodybuilding competition. In comparison, although they weren't completely powerless, they looked like little chicks next to these muscle monsters. I originally planned to show these experimental subjects to the old man. Oh well, let you play with them for now. Wu Ling clicked his tongue regretfully. My muscle babies, take down the enemies in front of you, and I will reward you well. Wu Ling licked his lips. Everyone felt a chill. So disgusting. The muscle men received Wu Ling's command and turned their heads blankly, their gazes fixed on the group. Shen Jian took a deep breath and said, "Don't be afraid. It's just a bit overwhelming. After all, they're just ordinary people." After saying that, he glanced at Xiaomi and asked, "Sister me, should we go all out?" These men were also victims. Shen Jian had already killed 20 teenagers, and he still hesitated when facing these 5 big men. Xiaomi nodded heavily and said, "It seems they have already been controlled by the enemy. In this extreme situation, we must prioritize the lives of our team members." Okay. Xiaomi's words were like a shot of adrenaline, and the 3 of them were able to let go and deal with them. Zhao Shi, my sister, and I will each handle 2 of them. And you quickly take care of 1 and then support us. Shen Jian quickly made a decision. How can that be? My abilities are more suited for combat. I should handle 2 of them, Zhao Shi hurriedly replied. Shen Qing said, what's there to argue about? No matter how many people each of us takes on, as long as we can take them down quickly, that's enough. After saying that, Shen Qing took the lead and fired a shot at the man in front of her. She aimed for the man's head, wanting to give these muscle men a quick end. But the man reacted swiftly, instantly covering his head. The bullet passed through the muscle man's arm, leaving a bullet hole. It seems he is not invulnerable after all. Shen Jian instantly gained confidence. As long as the monster could be dealt with by a gun, it wasn't a problem. But the next second, he saw the small hole on the muscle man's arm healing at a visibly fast speed. How was that possible? Shen Jian was extremely surprised. Wu Ling let out a cold laugh. These few people were cultivated with the blood of his beloved giant python. Their blood was infused with the python's blood, giving them a strong recovery ability. Besides the giant python's blood, Wu Ling also injected them with rat poison, which caused their bodies to swell like this. However, humans are ultimately physical beings. Wu Ling frowned, knowing that one day, he would have to make humans invulnerable to knives and guns. It really surprised me how quickly the arm healed. I wonder if they can recover from a headshot? Shen Qing was not surprised and immediately aimed at his head again and fired. The muscle man still protected his head with his hands, and, after dodging one attack, he suddenly threw a punch at Shen Qing. Shen Qing quickly dodged, his fist hitting the ground and creating a pit about the depth of an arm. This power is too terrifying. Xie Yang was frightened. He understood their situation better than anyone else. The men sending out these fighters now were not the strongest underground forces, but these mutated beasts had such incredible combat power already. Then, he glanced at the central room, his hair standing on end. He couldn't imagine what was inside that room. Xiaomi also looked worried. She stood inside Zhou Bai's protective shield, clenching her fists. As the captain of Team 01, while her team members were fighting, she could only hide here. This made her feel very uneasy. She looked at the leisurely Wu Ling in the distance and came up with a bold idea. She approached Xie Yang and whispered, use your abilities to find a safe room and take Zhuoxing to hide first. A flash of joy crossed Xie Yang's heart, but then he felt a bit guilty. They were all fighting. Is it really okay for me to hide? Xiaomi patted his shoulder. You and Zhuoxing are not combat types. Since you can't help at this moment, you need to protect yourself first. Xie Yang hesitated for a moment, but nodded. He left Zhou Bai's protective circle, grabbed Zhuoxing's arm, and quickly dashed into an empty room nearby. After Xie Yang and Zhuoxing had hidden, Xiaomi leaned close to Zhou Bai's ear and expressed her thoughts. Zhou Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Sister me, that's too dangerous. You saw it, that man is a madman. It's too risky to approach him like this. Xiaomi's gaze was firm. As the captain, I have no combat ability. I can only take this risky approach to do something for our team. Zhou Bai's expression was serious. Faced with so many team members attacking, the man's expression didn't change at all. This was enough to show that he didn't take this team of ability users seriously at all. Zhou Bai hesitated. Just now, when facing that Malaysian bear, his shield had shown cracks. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect Xiaomi with his abilities. Xiaomi placed her hand on his shoulder and pressed down heavily. Let's go. Sister me. Are you really going? Xiaomi nodded. If there's any danger, don't worry about me. Prioritize protecting yourself. In this era, the level of abilities is the most important. Zhou Bai's abilities are stronger than hers in some ways, so he should ensure his safety first in case of an accident. Zhou Bai quickly said, Sister me, what are you talking about? Don't worry, even if there is danger. I won't leave you behind. Moreover, we still have companions. I believe in them. After saying this, Zhou Bai felt much more confident. Xiaomi smiled and nodded at him, and the two immediately moved towards Wu Ling's direction. Wu Ling noticed their trajectory, but showed no intention of avoiding them. You are the culprit behind these mutated beasts? Xiaomi asked directly. Wu Ling smirked. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking me questions? I won't answer questions from unreasonable people. Xiaomi frowned. Xiaomi, this is my teammate Zhou Bai. Xiaomi stared at Wu Ling, worried that he might be playing tricks. Wu Ling smiled lightly. Wu Ling, now that you know my name, can you answer my question? Xiaomi asked again. Wu Ling replied, casually, these mutated beasts are not solely my achievement. The third one who researched them with me is already dead, presumably at your hands. The third one? Xiaomi frowned. recalling the strange man from the fight in the kindergarten. What a pity. The underground folks are all so dull. Only the third one and I shared interests. I was planning to develop more treasures with him. I didn't expect he would die. Wu Ling said this with a hint of regret, but there was no trace of sorrow on his face. Xiaomi listened carefully to his words and asked, "Are there others underground? I haven't seen your companions." Wu Ling replied nonchalantly, "Those guys are all overly cautious and left long ago." Xiaomi could tell that what he said was the truth. "Who exactly are you? What does your group have to do with the world becoming like this?" Xiaomi had too many questions in her heart. Wu Ling looked at her as if she were foolish. "Do you really think humans have that much power to overturn the world like this?" Xiaomi stared into his eyes. "Then what is your purpose? Why create mutated beasts to attack ordinary people?" Wu Ling yawned and said, "You have too many questions. By the way, why don't you help him fight?" In this bizarre light circle, Wu Ling reached out and poked it, laughing. "It's definitely a shield or something. It seems you don't have any combat abilities." Wu Ling murmured to himself, "You even brought non-combat ability people with you, which means all of your ability users are here, right?" Xiaomi remained silent, her fists tightening. This man was indeed not simple. He clearly wanted to extract information. Yet in the end, he had figured out their situation. "I really didn't expect that there would be so many ability users. If I can capture all of you today, my experiments will reach a new level." As he said this, excitement gleamed in Wu Ling's eyes. "Xiaomi, clench your fists tighter, you wish. Don't underestimate my teammates." Wu Ling smirked. "Let's wait and see." During their conversation, Fang Xiao and Lu Qian had already severed the Malaysian bear's arm. The Malaysian bear let out a painful roar, its voice sharp enough to pierce the eardrums of everyone present. Not only was Xiaomi's team affected, but the few strong men were also clearly stunned by the enormous noise. Now's the chance. Shen Qing seized the opportunity while the muscular man was dazed and shot him in the head. However, in those few seconds, the Malaysian bear's cries had injured his ears, and blood dripped from his earlobe. "Zhuo Xing! Zhuo Xing! Heal!" Zhao Shi was the quickest to notice Shen Qing was injured and called out urgently. Zhuo Xing was currently covering his ears and couldn't hear her calls. "Where are you?" "Zhuo Xing!" Zhao Shi shouted excitedly, forgetting to cover her own ears. Shen Qing quickly teleported to her side and covered her ears with both hands. "Protect yourself. I know where Zhuo Xing is." After saying this, Shen Qing teleported to Zhuo Xing's side. The two people in the room were startled, but soon recognized who was in front of them. "Your ears are bleeding. I'll treat you." The roar of the Malayan bear outside weakened, and Zhuo Xing hurriedly treated Shen Qing's injuries. The Malayan bear, now missing an arm, was somewhat unbalanced. However, it also became more aggressive. Lu Qian continued his relentless assault, as if his stamina would never deplete. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, waited for the right moment to strike, although they were partners. There was no sign of cooperation between them. "That bear's paw was severed by me. It's time for you to show your strength, right?" Lu Qian provoked. Fang Xiao was not angered by his taunt and calmly replied, "We still don't know if the enemy has other tricks up their sleeve. Your attacks are a waste of energy." Lu Qian snorted, "Humph, I think your attacks are ineffective, and you're making excuses for yourself." With that, he lunged towards the Malayan bear's eyes again. The frenzied Malayan bear's attack pattern became more predictable, so Lu Qian quickly found its weakness. He rolled from behind to the front of the Malayan bear, leaped high, and shot an ice arrow at its eyes. This time, the ice arrow's speed exceeded the Malayan bear's reaction speed. The ice arrow pierced through both of its eyes. Immediately, a wailing sound echoed from the ground. The few of them quickly covered their ears. Lu Qian didn't want to drag this out any longer. He tore off 2 small strips of cloth from his clothes and stuffed them into his ears. It couldn't completely muffle the Malayan bear's cries, but at least his hands were free to move. Taking advantage of the Malayan bear's roar, he rushed forward from behind it. He leaped up and grabbed its fur. The Malayan bear realized someone was behind it and began to violently shake its body. Lu Qian planted his feet on its back and climbed up by gripping its fur. As the Malayan bear shook more vigorously, Lu Qian almost got thrown off several times. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qian drew a small knife from his waist and plunged it into the Malayan bear's flesh with force. The bear's struggles intensified. Because Lu Qian was behind the Malayan bear, Fang Xiao was worried about accidentally injuring him and didn't dare to unleash lightning easily. What a troublemaker, Feng Xiao muttered softly, realizing that he shouldn't have let him team up with Shen Qing. On the other side, Shen Qing also noticed their movements over here. Shen Qing couldn't help but pull at the corners of her lips. Lu Qian was completely different today from usual. She had never seen him so crazy. Could it be that he was driven to desperation by that Malayan bear? Sister Shen, be careful, Zhao Shi shouted. In that moment when Shen Qing was distracted, the muscular man swung a large axe down at her. She turned her head and quickly summoned a manhole cover from the space to block the man's attack. Phew, such strength. His muscles are indeed not fake. Shen Qing straightened up and threw the manhole cover back into the space. Fortunately, she had the habit of picking up trash. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to avoid it so easily. As soon as she stood up, she immediately shot at the muscular man, who instantly covered his head with his hands to block Shen Qing's attack. Shen Qing smiled slightly, taking advantage of his obstructed view, and quickly stabbed the knife into his heart. The muscular man stiffened, blood spewing from his mouth, and then fell down. Indeed, even though his body had been modified, his weaknesses were still the same as an ordinary person's. Shen Jian and Zhao, she suddenly realized. It turns out that attacking the heart is also an option. This makes things much simpler. The head and heart are both fatal spots. If one can be protected, it doesn't necessarily mean the other can be. The two exchanged a knowing glance and decided to cooperate. On the other side, Lu Qian had also successfully climbed onto the Malayan bear's shoulder. He aimed for the bear's throat and exerted all his strength to shoot an ice arrow into it. The ice arrow instantly pierced through the bear's throat, and blood gushed out with a splatter. Immediately after, the Malayan bear collapsed with a thud. Lu Qian jumped off its back just in time. Someone like you, who is useless, doesn't deserve to collaborate with Shen Qing, Lu Qian said lightly as he walked over to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao frowned. Had he just taken such a huge risk to prove this? Feng Xiao's brows were tightly knitted. Your recklessness will eventually harm yourself and drag the team down. Lu Qian snorted coldly. That's still better than your inability to contribute. He took out a curved knife, squatted down, and began to search the Malayan bear's body. Then he suddenly plunged the knife into the hard area of the bear, tearing open its fur and extracting the crystal core. This Malayan bear was indeed a top-quality mutated beast cultivated using a breeding method, and the crystal core inside was the purest Lu Qian had seen so far. In the distance, Wu Ling's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. He couldn't care less about mourning for his beloved pet, and his whole body trembled with excitement. What was that thing? It looked just like a sapphire. So beautiful. After creating so many mutated beasts, he had no idea they contained such treasures. Wu Ling's breathing became increasingly rapid, and his body trembled and heated uncontrollably. Xiaomi, standing not far away, clearly sensed Wu Ling's change. His previously pale face turned bright red, and he looked like a dog that had seen a bone. Xiaomi followed his gaze and was taken aback. Could it be? Xiaomi shook his head. Impossible. Since these mutated beasts were created by him, how could he not know they had crystal cores? If even the creator didn't know, how could Shen Qing know? Xiaomi was filled with questions. I say. Wu Ling turned to look at Xiaomi, his eyes blazing. What is that thing? Xiaomi was stunned. Did he really not know? Or was he testing him? You don't know? Wu Ling said excitedly. Of course I don't know. These mutated beasts are all my treasures. How could I bear to harm them? So what exactly is that thing? Xiaomi's expression became serious as he replied, no comment. It's over. Lu Qian was too anxious. He shouldn't have taken out the crystal core in front of the enemy. If the enemy discovered the secret of the crystal core, they would definitely stop at nothing to cultivate ability users. Wu Ling, seeing that Xiaomi wouldn't answer, laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. I've already guessed some things. Wu Ling's gaze was like that of a cunning fox. Xiaomi's heart tightened. The color of that thing is the same as the potion I used to cultivate pets. It must be that the potion I used changed within their bodies. Crystallizing. Wu Ling analyzed to himself. But why are you collecting this crystal? Wu Ling looked at Xiaomi with a smile, then suddenly realized, I know. The reason you can generate abilities is also related to my potion. Xiaomi clenched her teeth. She feared encountering clever enemies the most. So that's it. So it's like this. You have truly given me a huge surprise. It seems I can achieve merit twice this time. No, 3 times. Xiaomi gritted her back teeth and said, "That's just your guess." Wu Ling laughed, "Whether it's a guess or not, I can find out the answer with a little verification. However, the premise is that I must capture you first." Xiaomi clenched her fists. She hated it. Hated her own powerlessness. If only her abilities were a bit stronger. Zhou Bai noticed that Xiaomi's body was trembling and quickly supported her shoulder. "Sister me, don't be swayed by this man's words. We currently hold the advantage, since the Malayan bear was dead." Lu Qian and Feng Xiao quickly joined the battle on the other side. With their addition, they soon knocked down the remaining muscular men. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Wu Ling. "What other tricks do you have? Go ahead and use them," Lu Qian said with a heavy tone. Wu Ling remained calm and composed, leisurely enjoying himself. "You really have some skills. It seems I need to let my most perfect creation play with you." Wu Ling pressed a button, and the door to the main chamber opened. The others turned to look at the sound, and they were shocked. There were a total of 5 chambers in the main room, each containing a boy. Unlike the previous Spider-Man and muscular men, their skin had completely turned green and rotted. Their youthful faces were somewhat gaunt, looking like corpses drained of blood from a film. "Well, let's pick the 2 weakest ones to play with you first." After saying that, Wu Ling opened the chamber lid. He then pulled out the tubes connected to the boys. The moment the tubes were removed, the boys opened their eyes. Their eyeballs showed no white. They had completely turned green and bulged as if they were about to fall out at any moment. Zhou Bai felt like he was going to vomit. Were these walking corpses? Not only Zhou Bai, but the others were also stunned. The beings before them were undoubtedly corpses. But having rotted to this extent indicated that these people had been dead for at least half a month. Yet this terrifying man had turned these dead bodies into weapons for combat. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and a surge of anger. Shen Qing clenched her fists. She was very familiar with the creature in front of her. However, according to her previous life, the zombie outbreak wouldn't occur for at least another 6 months. How could it appear here at this time? Soon, Shen Qing figured it out. The zombie outbreak indeed happened 6 months later, but that didn't mean zombies couldn't appear before then. She watched the man not far away with caution. It seemed he was the root cause of the zombie outbreak. If she could deal with him here, she could prevent the outbreak. As long as the zombie virus didn't spread, so many people wouldn't have to die. Perhaps the climate would gradually stabilize, and there would be a chance to return to the old days. Shen Qing clenched her fists, determined to eradicate all the mist creatures. "Everyone be careful. Make sure not to get bitten by the zombies. Their saliva is toxic, and if bitten, you'll be assimilated," Shen Qing reminded the group in a low voice. Upon hearing this, everyone's hair stood on end. No one wanted to turn into such a monster. "Zhou Bai, take me Jia and Hidewell. We'll handle this here," Shen Qing said as she pulled out more powerful weapons from her space. Okay, after understanding the seriousness of being bitten, Zhou Bai didn't dare to linger any longer and immediately dragged Xiao Mi into a nearby room. Shen Qing squinted her eyes and said, "We must give our all to attack and eliminate all the enemies. If we let even one zombie escape, the consequences will be unimaginable." Everyone understood the seriousness of the situation, and their expressions turned solemn. Wu Ling sneered, looking very disdainful. "Just you guys? Don't be too naive," Wu Ling said nonchalantly. "This is my most capable creation. You won't be able to handle it." As she spoke, the 2 zombies slowly crawled out of the cabin. "Be careful. Make sure not to get bitten by the zombies. Wait for the opportunity to cut off their necks. Only the neck is their fatal weakness," Shen Qing reminded everyone in a low voice. She knew that saying this could easily raise suspicions, but given the situation, she couldn't hide the information any longer. The group tacitly refrained from questioning her, fully trusting her. "All right, let's go." With that, a few of them teamed up to pounce on the 2 zombies. The zombies initially moved very slowly, but once the group attacked, their movements became agile. They were faster than the previous Malaysian bears. Moreover, their bodies were extremely flexible, able to dodge attacks from any direction at strange angles. Not only was their dodging speed fast, but their attack speed was even faster. They lacked the intelligence of the Malaysian bears and now resembled starving beasts, fixated solely on their prey. Ice arrows and fireballs rained down on the zombies, causing flesh and blood to fly. Just as the green blood was about to splatter on Zhao Shi, Shen Qing quickly pulled him away. Everyone, be careful not to get their blood on you. If an open wound comes into contact with their blood, there's a high possibility of mutation. Shen Qing's reminder made several people shudder. After fighting for so long, everyone had some wounds on them. If they accidentally got infected, wouldn't that be the end? Zombies. Shen Qing's reminder made several people more cautious. Although no one said anything on the surface, everyone felt a bit more fear inside. Shen Qing's words also caught the attention of the antagonist. Wu Ling's gaze towards the female protagonist became sharper. The zombies in front of him were his latest research creations. Besides him, no one understood the terrifying aspects of these zombies. Moreover, even he did not know their weaknesses, the neck. Wu Ling's expression became much more serious. Was this woman just talking nonsense, or had she really seen some clues? Shen Qing felt a malicious gaze and quickly turned her head, just in time to meet Wu Ling's eyes. A wave of nausea rose in her heart. Be careful. Shen Qing was only lost in thought for a few seconds, and the zombie set its sights on her. Shen Qing turned her head and was met with an extremely decayed face, so close that it seemed the eyeballs would fall on her face at any moment. Shen Qing gasped, not caring about anything else, and with all her strength, she kicked towards the zombie's neck. Her calves were wrapped in pants, so she didn't have to worry about the risk of infection. Focus. Don't lose your concentration again. At this moment, Lu Qian also rushed to Shen Qing's side. He quickly shielded her behind him and shot an ice arrow towards the zombie's neck. The zombie let out a howl, its body twisting and writhing. But soon, the zombie stood up again, baring its teeth and clawing. How could this be? Was its neck made of stainless steel? Xieyong clenched his fists. Although the few of them had been hiding in a room, their eyes were always glued to the battle outside. This must be the result of that madman's modifications. Xiaomi's expression was serious. Just 2 zombies were already so difficult to deal with. This man's strength is truly terrifying. He must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, this world will really be doomed. Xiaomi immediately reported the situation here to her superiors, hoping they would send reinforcements soon, although she also knew the available combat power was really too scarce now. But this was the only way. Late at night, at the safe base, a middle-aged man with graying hair looked at the message, furrowing his brows. Xiao Tong, compile the number of combat-capable personnel that can be dispatched from each area and each unit immediately. There is an urgent mission. Xiao Tong was surprised. Captain Zhang, ever since the incident in Xishan, the available combat power in each area has dwindled significantly. It might be a bit difficult to temporarily redeploy personnel. Captain Zhang's expression was serious. He knew the situation at the base better than anyone. He glanced at the message sent by Xiaomi and tightened his grip on his phone. There was no time to think about anything else now. Captain Zhang looked up at Xiao Tong and said, Team Zero has made a major discovery, but also encountered trouble. After saying that, Captain Zhang handed over the phone. Xiao Tong took the phone and looked at the message. I'll immediately start counting the numbers. Xiao Tong also realized the importance of the situation. Soon, he compiled the available personnel from each area. Each area retained 20 people for defense, and 100 were kept to ensure the base's defenses were not lax. Now, there were a total of 200 people available for immediate deployment. Captain Zhang nodded heavily. 200 people. It sounded like a large team, but these 200 people's combat abilities vary widely, and many of the team members are still recovering from injuries sustained in Xishan. Captain Zhang, all the team members have gathered in front of the base. This time, let me join them on the mission, Xiao Tong said. After all, this team was hastily assembled, and it would be difficult to choose a temporary leader from this group. Moreover, Xiao Tong had a certain level of authority among these soldiers, and having him give orders would not face too much dissent. Captain Zhang pondered for a moment, then stood up and said, No need. You stay behind to guard the base. Xiao Tong became anxious. Captain Zhang, this team is hard to lead. I don't trust anyone else. Captain Zhang turned his head and said slowly, If I lead the team myself, you won't trust me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tong instantly became anxious. No, Captain Zhang, this mission is too dangerous. How can you lead it personally? Absolutely not. Xiao Tong said anxiously. Captain Zhang pressed down on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. It's precisely because the mission is dangerous that I must lead the team myself. Xiao Tong clenched his fists and said no. Captain Zhang, this decision is too impulsive. With me here, You don't need to lead the team yourself. After I sacrifice, you can still train other subordinates. What if something happens to you? What will the base do? No matter how Xiao Tong tried to persuade him, Captain Zhang's attitude remained firm. The more people are in a state of panic, the more my role will be highlighted. Don't try to persuade me anymore. If it were you, you would make the same choice as I do, Captain Zhang said solemnly. After saying that, he walked out of the conference room. In the open space in front of the base, the team members were already prepared to set off. Captain Zhang saw the suppressed panic on their faces. Every person here had their own reason to fight, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of death. Among the team, there were also some young new recruits who looked like they weren't yet 18. Their youthful faces showed not only panic, but also a hint of determination, making one feel heartbroken to see. Gathering everyone here at such a late hour is because our Team Zero has made a significant discovery. Captain Zhang took a deep breath and said, deep underground in the Shishan area, Team Zero has tracked down the enemy's nest. They encountered zombies there and are now in a very dangerous situation, so we need to go support them. This statement was like a thunderclap, stirring the originally tense team members into agitation. Zombies? I've never heard of such things in City S. How is that possible? Those creatures only exist in movies. How could they really appear in our world? Is this a joke? Can I withdraw from the base? Dealing with mutated beasts is already difficult enough. We are just ordinary people without abilities. How can we fight that kind of terrifying thing? The crowd was in turmoil. Captain Zhang had anticipated this situation. He took the microphone that Xiao Tong handed over. I can understand everyone's feelings right now. His voice was deep, giving an inexplicable sense of reassurance. For this mission, I will act with everyone, and I will be at the forefront. I'm scared just like everyone else. Captain Zhang extended his hand. My hands have been trembling all night. Zombies? I never imagined that this illusory creature would appear in our lives. Just thinking about the terrifying appearance of zombies in movies makes me so scared that I want to hide, want to escape. Captain Zhang was sharing his heartfelt thoughts. Hearing him so nervous, the team members below became much quieter. Captain Zhang clenched his fists and looked at everyone. But I know that fear won't solve the problems at hand. Zombies are terrifying, but not addressing the source of the problem is even more terrifying. Our mission this time is to eliminate all the zombies underground and capture the culprit. We may sacrifice, but our sacrifice will definitely not be in vain. Captain Zhang spoke passionately, and the fear that floated in the team members' hearts dissipated significantly. Xiao Tong saw that the timing was right, took out the prepared paper and pen, and distributed them. Write down what you want to say. If something happens during this mission, I will definitely convey your last words. 200 people, a united silence. Some silently wiped their tears. Some, without any attachments, returned the paper and pen. 10 minutes later, the support team set off towards the Shishan area in a grand procession. This is really difficult to handle. What on earth are these things next made of? How can they be so hard? Shen Qing gasped. Although there were only 2 zombies, these 2 zombies moved much faster than mutated beasts. Moreover, their necks were extremely hard, and their bodies were full of poison, making it very challenging for the team. At this moment, the team had already gone through multiple battles and was exhausted. Lu Qian was breathing heavily. No matter what it was made of, as long as we are here, we absolutely cannot let them escape. After saying this, Lu Qian charged forward again. Shen Qing felt a bit tired. She lowered her head, gasping for breath, and suddenly recalled the events of her previous life. Although she had never directly confronted zombies in her last life, the ability users at that time had found it much less strenuous to eliminate zombies compared to now. What exactly went wrong? She wasn't sure. The current situation left her no time for deep thoughts. Wu Ling's expression was serious. He had clearly underestimated the combat strength of this group. Although their stamina was almost depleted, these 2 zombies still couldn't get close to them, making it impossible to quickly eliminate them. By now, their position had been exposed. The underground was no longer safe, and he needed to leave as soon as possible. Wu Ling furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to release the other 3 zombies. 5 zombies against 5 ability users would increase their chances of winning. Wu Ling clenched his jaw. He felt a vague sense of worry. If these ability users could really kill the zombies he had painstakingly developed, wouldn't that mean all his efforts were in vain? Not only would Elder he be dissatisfied with him, but others would also laugh at him. No, His gaze deepened as he made a decision. What was he going to do? Several people heard the sound of the hatch opening and looked towards the door in terror. It's over. One by one, the hatch opened, and decaying zombies slowly crawled out. The danger in front of them had not yet been resolved, and now 2 more zombies had appeared. What should they do? Zhou worriedly said. Xiaomi tightened her grip on her phone and said, I have already requested support from above. I hope they arrive soon. Zhou worriedly replied, but if even those powerful ability users can't eliminate the zombies, how can ordinary soldiers do anything? Xiaomi's expression was heavy. Even if it meant paying a bloody price, they had to stop these zombies and that mysterious man. This was for all humanity. It was also for a better future, a new countermeasure. Wu Ling revealed a sinister smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, exposing his white teeth. This feeling was simply wonderful. He was intoxicated by this atmosphere of fear, enjoying the despair and terror reflected in the eyes of his prey. Come on, struggle to your heart's content. Let this game become even more exciting and thrilling. A bold hypothesis flashed through Shen Qing's mind. She speculated that these 5 zombies were very likely the original experimental samples, and the virulence of the virus they carried was undoubtedly the strongest. The disaster of rampant zombies in her previous life probably stemmed from this man spreading these 5 highly destructive experimental subjects to every corner of the city. Compared to these 5 experimental subjects, the virus carried by other zombies that were bitten and infected was much weaker, making them relatively easier to deal with. Although all of this was just her conjecture, she was determined to eliminate these 5 zombies. Shen Qing took a deep breath and carefully pulled out the sharpest dagger from her space. Her heart raced, but her steps were exceptionally steady. She knew she couldn't back down here. Get ready. Each of us has to face a zombie alone, Shen Qing said calmly to her companions. Lu Qian stood beside her, gently twisting his wrist, the bones making a slight cracking sound, and he added in a deep voice, remember, stay calm. Treat it as the last battle. Feng Zhao's gaze briefly swept over Shen Qing, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. If he could survive this brutal fight, should he confess his long-hidden feelings to her? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Better to wait until they survive this uncertain battle. In this apocalypse, life was like a candle flickering in the wind, unstable and fleeting, just like love. As the battle continued, Zhao Xi's stamina gradually waned, and a sense of exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Shen Qing unhesitatingly took out simple energy bars from her personal space and quickly distributed them to everyone. A firm light flickered in her eyes, and her voice revealed an undeniable determination. Let's go. The others understood immediately. Their spirits lifted as they charged fiercely towards the zombies. At that moment, 3 more zombies staggered out of the cabin. Once they left the narrow compartment, their movements became swift, joining forces with the other 2 zombies as they advanced towards the 5 people. In an instant, fireballs howled, ice arrows sped forth, and lightning flashed, surging towards the horde of zombies like a judgment day. Shen Qing moved swiftly, drawing out a sharp dagger and instantly closing in on a zombie. She aimed for the zombie's neck and slashed with astonishing speed. A stream of green blood gushed out, blooming like an evil flower. A glimmer of joy flashed in Shen Qing's eyes. It seemed that her sharp knife truly had the hope of severing the life chain of this zombie. The zombie's roar was extremely unpleasant, and its bulging eyeballs seemed to burn with a fiercer flame of anger. It suddenly turned around, its gaping mouth wide open, charging towards Shen Qing with lightning speed. Shen Qing's movements were agile as she deftly dodged this fatal blow. She quickly drew a stick from her spatial pouch and without hesitation thrust it deep into the zombie's mouth. Her strength was astonishing, as the other end of the stick penetrated directly through the zombie's skull, targeting its brain. In an instant, green brain matter and brown blood flowed down the stick, creating a shocking scene. Shen Qing furrowed her brows and disdainfully released the stick in her hand. The zombie now had a stick in its mouth, and its movements became much slower. This was a good opportunity for Shen Qing. The sharp knife in her hand glimmered with a cold light, ready to strike. With a swift motion, Shen Qing lunged like a lightning bolt towards the zombie's neck. The zombie swung the stick, trying to dodge. However, Shen Qing's speed was astonishing. In an instant, The sharp knife deeply pierced the zombie's neck. Blood gushed out, and Shen Qing quickly turned her head to avoid having blood splatter in her eyes. The zombie's howl was sharp and piercing, causing Shen Qing to furrow her brows tightly. With a strong twist of her wrist, she forcefully severed the zombie's neck. The rotting head thudded to the ground, and the eyeball rolled to Shen Qing's feet due to inertia. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on her. "Sister, you are amazing," Shen Jian exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up. "Sister Shen Qing, you are incredible." The excitement of those around her was palpable. They had been exhausted, and the struggle with the zombies had nearly worn down their will. But at this moment, Shen Qing's success seemed to inject new energy into them, reigniting their fighting spirit. In the room, the four of them shouted in excitement. "Great! Now there are only 4 zombies left." Zhou Bai's voice was filled with exhilaration. Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with hope. "Awesome! Support is on the way, and the fog is clearing here." Shen Qing took a deep breath, shaking off the blood from the sharp knife. "Jian here." She threw the knife, which had claimed its first kill, to Shen Jian. She had just proven that the sharpest blade could sever a zombie's neck, so she could confidently hand this knife over to Shen Jian. Shen Jian steadily caught the sharp knife, nodding firmly. "Sister, I won't let you down," Shen Jian said. Shen Qing nodded in trust. She felt a bit regretful now. Because the sharp knives were very expensive, she only bought one back then. If she had foreseen today's predicament, she would have bought more sharp knives even if it meant buying less food. She quickly glanced around the scene and then, without a moment's hesitation, walked over to Zhao Shi's side. "I'll help you." Zhao Shi, already struggling, felt as if she had found a lifeline upon seeing Shen Qing. She looked at Shen Qing gratefully and said softly, "Thank you, Sister Shen Qing." Without the sharp knife, Shen Qing could only select a reasonably sharp dagger from her space again. "I'll handle close combat, and you take care of long-range attacks," Shen Qing said. Looking at her, "I trust you." Zhao Shi nodded firmly. At that moment, Wu Ling was staring at Shen Qing with a dark expression, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. He never imagined that the masterpiece he had poured countless efforts into creating would be so easily destroyed by Shen Qing. What on earth was happening? Why did this woman know that the zombie's weakness was in the neck? What kind of secret was she hiding? Amidst his anger, Wu Ling felt a strong impulse rising within him. He wanted to capture Shen Qing and study her thoroughly. Shen Qing decided to try the previous tactics again. But at the moment she quickly drew out her stick, the zombie seemed to sense the danger in advance and agilely dodged the attack. It took a few steps back, its eyes revealing caution, and stared intently at Shen Qing. Shen Qing felt a surge of shock. Her eyes sharpened as she quickly scanned her surroundings. And the other 3 zombies also became alert, completely different from their previous recklessness. Could it be these zombies are learning? If so, they might become even more troublesome. Shen Qing was deep in thought when the zombie suddenly lunged at her. Fortunately, Zhao Shi was quick to react, shooting a fireball from several meters away that forced the zombie back, preventing it from getting close to Shen Qing. At that moment, Shen Qing also noticed a new problem. She focused intently. Lu Qian's ice arrows, Fang Zhao's lightning, and Zhao Shi's fireballs all had too wide of an attack range, even if they accurately hit the zombie's neck. Their strength was significantly weakened due to the broad area of effect. She immediately shouted to the 3 of them, "Narrow the attack range and focus all your efforts on one point. Only then can our firepower penetrate the zombie's neck." Hearing Shen Qing's words, the 3 quickly adjusted their tactics. Lu Qian gathered energy in his palm, visualizing all the energy converging into a single point. In an instant, a ghostly blue ice pillar shot out from his palm, aiming directly for the zombie's neck. When the ice pillar made contact with the zombie's neck, it produced a dull thud. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qian exerted more force, sending several ice pillars in succession, like piercing arrows, firmly pinning the zombie in place. Multiple ice pillars penetrated the zombie's neck simultaneously, instantly separating its head from its body. It worked. Lu Qian could hardly contain his excitement and whispered. Shen Qing felt a bit relieved. Great! After being stuck for so long, he finally found a way to deal with the zombies. The chances of victory had increased. However, for Wu Ling, the situation was completely different. After losing 2 zombies in a row, Wu Ling's expression turned very grim. A surge of anger and frustration welled up inside him, and his face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. As the presence of the people opposite grew stronger, he felt a deep sense of unease for the first time. He couldn't stay here any longer. As long as he was present, he could create more zombies. He had to leave early. He needed to go to City C to meet up with the others. With this thought in mind, he quietly moved towards the innermost room. But Xiaomi had been keeping a close watch on him, so she immediately noticed his intentions. Without hesitation, Xiaomi rushed out of the room and shouted, "He's trying to escape. Shen Qing, Lu Qian, stop him." Shen Qing and Lu Qian turned their heads in unison, only to see the disguise of Wu Ling had already been torn apart. He no longer concealed his intentions and quickly fled towards the innermost room. His goal was clear. There lay the emergency escape route and equipment. As long as he could enter that room, he could escape from here. The two attacked while pursuing. Wu Ling was incredibly fast, and it seemed he was about to slip into the room. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced, filled with a hint of cunning and pride. Goodbye. Next time, he would return with an even more terrifying zombie army to eliminate them all, making them understand who the true ruler of this world was. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a dark shadow suddenly appeared before him. The cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. "With me here, you won't escape." Shen Jian's voice was rough, gripping the gun tightly. Interrogation. The appearance of Shen Jian brought a turning point to the situation. Wu Ling gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred like a raging fire. Shen Qing and Lu Qian also arrived shortly after, with admiration for Shen Jian reflected in their eyes. "Jian, you did a great job," Shen Qing said, her voice gentle yet firm. Lu Qian gave a thumbs up, succinctly expressing his agreement. Shen Jian gazed into the distance, his eyes fixed on the zombies ahead. He said in a deep voice, "I'll leave this to you. My mission is not yet completed." The zombie he was supposed to deal with was currently entangled with Zhao Shi, who was on the verge of exhaustion, being attacked by two zombies and facing imminent danger. Shen Qing nodded, without any extra words, quickly and deftly binding Wu Ling. A glimmer of hatred flashed in Wu Ling's eyes. "Don't be smug. You bow me. But soon someone will come to rescue me. By then, S City will surely be reduced to ruins." Shen Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as she suddenly swung her fist, striking directly at Wu Ling's face. Wu Ling stared at Shen Qing in shock, his arrogant demeanor seemingly growing even stronger. Lu Qian's expression was as dark as water. If he weren't still of value, I would really want to snap his neck right now. Shen Qing remained calm and composed. Meanwhile, there were only 3 zombies left on the other side. Fang Xiao was fighting with ease and didn't need to worry. "I'll leave this person to you. I'm going to support Zhao Shi," Shen Qing said. Lu Qian quickly replied, "Let me go instead. I still have extra stamina." Shen Qing gently waved her hand, her tone firm. "No need, just keep an eye on him." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed towards the battle like a whirlwind. With Shen Qing's support, Shen Jian could also focus on dealing with the zombie. Soon, zombies fell one after another. Wu Ling watched helplessly as her meticulously researched creations were destroyed, anger and despair intertwined, ultimately turning into powerless kneeling. "It's safe now, come out," Shen Qing shouted towards the house, her voice revealing an indescribable sense of reassurance. Only then did Xiao Mi and the others cautiously emerge from the room. Xie Yang's eyes widened as he stared at the mutated beasts, spider people, and zombie remained sprawled across the ground, a sense of disbelief surging within him. Did they really do this? It was truly incredible. He murmured to himself, as if in a dream. "You worked hard." Xiaomi looked at Zuoxing. "Hurry up and treat them." Although they were all external injuries, the viruses and bacteria carried by these monsters were lethal, and if anyone accidentally got infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zuoxing nodded and immediately got busy. His movements were swift and skillful, every detail revealing professionalism, completely unrecognizable from his past as a popular idol. "Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen," Zuoxing said softly. Xieyang quickly used the map to check the surrounding situation, and when he finished, he let out a long sigh of relief. A look of relief appearing on his face. "Great, there are no other potential dangers in this area." His words revealed a hint of ease. Xiaomi nodded then. Let's split up and carefully search every room. We can't miss any small clues. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their figures quickly disappearing into various rooms. Soon, the search yielded results. In the innermost room, several of them found data from Wu Ling's experiments and in used experimental drugs. Shen Qing looked at the blue potion and frowned. What's wrong? Xiaomi asked. Shen Qing carefully picked up the potion and said, I've seen this kind of potion before. It should be the material his subordinates used to create the mutated beasts. Xiaomi nodded in understanding. As the color of the potion was identical to the crystal cores inside the mutated beasts. Let's take these back to the base. Once the research team's analysis results are out, everything will be clear. Found it, Xieyang exclaimed excitedly. As he stepped into the room, the map in his mind instantly updated, revealing previously unnoticed secret passages. After some effort, he finally discovered the hidden entrance. Everyone was drawn to his voice and gathered around. We found it, but how do we open this door? Xieyang stood in front of the dark door, his gaze fixed on the seemingly impenetrable iron wall. Let me give it a try. As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he gathered a chill, forming an ice arrow that shot towards the iron door. However, the ice arrow merely splashed a flurry of ice flowers upon impact, and the door remained tightly shut, unmoving. Looks like we need to try a different method. Zhao Shi stepped forward, preparing to take a shot at opening the door. Flames gathered in her palm, transforming into a scorching fireball that slammed against the closed door. Yet, the door still wouldn't budge. What do we do now? Xiaomi thought for a moment, walked up to Wu Ling, and asked, Where's the key? Wu Ling looked at her as if she were foolish. Huh? Do you think I would tell you where the key is? Xiaomi's expression turned cold. You rushed into this room just now because you wanted to open this dark door to escape, right? There must be a way behind it for you to successfully flee. Wu Ling turned her head aside, a mocking smirk on her lips, remaining tight-lipped. Xiaomi said no more and simply uttered a single word, search. Shen Jian quickly began to search his body, but found nothing after checking everywhere. He helplessly looked at Xiaomi and shook his head. Xiaomi furrowed her brows tightly. There must be a way to open the hidden door in this room. Everyone search carefully and don't miss any suspicious spots. Wu Ling hurried into this room just now, which means there must be something fishy about it. The group split up to search. The room was not big and was very sparsely furnished. After searching thoroughly for quite a while, they still couldn't find the switch for the hidden door. Xiaomi's patience was wearing thin. She strode up to Wu Ling and grabbed his collar. Why are you still getting angry? Wu Ling taunted. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaomi suddenly punched Wu Ling. Sister me, I think the password for the hidden door is likely his fingerprint. If not, we can chop off his fingers and try one by one, Lu Qian said fiercely. Wu Ling looked disdainful. Do you think such threats work on me? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qian shot an ice arrow that pierced through Wu Ling's left palm. The ugly severed hand fell to the ground with Wu Ling's scream. The others gasped. Although they were accustomed to bloody scenes, Lu Qian's actions were too fast, and everyone was not mentally prepared. Moreover, the reason he acted so decisively was that he was dealing with a mutated species. After all, they had never laid hands on a conscious fellow human before. Lu Qian didn't even blink. He picked up the severed hand from the ground and coldly said, I will use this severed hand to search for the mechanism to open the hidden door in the room. If I can't find it, I will chop off your other hand and continue searching. After saying this, he looked at Zhuoxing and simply helped him stop the bleeding. Don't let him die easily. Zhuoxing was stunned for a moment and quickly responded. Wu Ling's face became pale from the pain. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out through the gaps. Do you think torturing me like this will make me tell you anything? Even if you kill me today, I won't reveal a word. Wu Ling sneered, but you wouldn't want to kill me, would you? After all, you know very little about us right now. And my value to you is still very high. Seeing him so arrogant, Xiaomi felt a surge of hatred. She darkened her face and said, You're right. We indeed want to kill you, but we have plenty of ways to torment you. Our supporting team is about to arrive. Wu Ling looked dismissively, so what? No matter how many people come, you want to be able to do anything to me. It seems you still lack the awareness of being a prisoner. Xiaomi's voice was grim. Immediately, a short dagger plunged into Wu Ling's lower abdomen, and blood flowed from the wound. Wu Ling's scream hadn't ended yet when another dagger stabbed into his calf. Xiaomi's eyes turned red with hatred. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I would really love to tear you apart right now. Do you know who the reinforcements that are about to arrive are? Xiaomi said coldly. They're all people who hate you to the bone. Because of the mutated beasts you created, they lost loved ones and comrades. They hate you even more than I do. Xiaomi continued coldly. If they find out that you are the mastermind behind this, what do you think will happen to you? Wuling's expression darkened instantly. He nervously laughed. Impossible. You want to kill me? Xiaomi snorted coldly and pointed at Zhu Xing. Of course we want to let you die so easily. I will make you wake up in pain every day, letting those who hate you vent all their hatred. But you don't have to worry too much. Every night, I will have him treat you, ensuring that you stay alive until you die 1,000 times, repaying your blood debts. When Xiaomi said this, she was extremely calm, and her expression told Wuling that she was not lying. Wuling felt a chill of sweat break out on his body. For the first time since the end of the world, he truly felt fear. Sister Me, stop wasting words with him. We'll find a way to open this hidden door sooner or later. So let us vent our hatred on him now, Xie Yang said from the side. He could no longer hold back. Almost all of his former teammates, except for Fang Xiao, had died at the hands of the mutated beasts. He had long wanted revenge. Feeling the murderous gaze of the crowd, Wuling's fear intensified. He nervously swallowed. If I cooperate with you, what's in it for me? Will you let me go? Xiaomi coldly replied, wishful thinking. If you cooperate obediently, I might let you suffer a little less. Hearing Xiaomi's threatening words, Wuling's heart raced. He had once arrogantly thought that death was just a joke to him, but now he realized how ridiculous he was. I will cooperate with you, he said, trembling. Only then did Xiaomi release his collar. You better not play tricks. Wuling stood up weakly and walked toward the hidden door. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly rolled up his sleeves. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a small chip was embedded in his arm. When the chip lightly touched the hidden door, the door changed color subtly. Then there was a ding sound, and the door slowly opened. If I had known it was this simple, I should have chopped off both of his hands. Lu Qian's voice was cold and ruthless, as if devoid of any emotion. The door opened, revealing a deeper, hidden passage. Xie Yang stood at the front, checking for any dangers ahead. After inspecting, he shook his head and said, Sister Me, it's safe ahead. No energy fluctuations detected. Xiaomi nodded and was about to give the order to proceed when her phone suddenly rang. Team Leader Zhang, Xiaomi answered the call. What is the situation inside? Zhang's voice came through the receiver. We are already outside Shishan Cemetery. Xiaomi was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Team Leader Zhang to personally lead the team this time. Report, Team Leader Zhang, we have resolved the dangers inside. We found a route that the enemy might use to escape. After preliminary detection, we haven't found any dangers for now. Xiaomi simply reported the situation. Team Leader Zhang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that just 5 people could resolve this issue. All right, I'll lead an elite team down to support you. After hanging up, Team Leader Zhang immediately mobilized an elite team. The underground is safe. Team 01 has eliminated the enemies below. Now I will lead a team to support you, and others stay here and wait for my orders. After Xiaomi hung up the phone, she let out a sigh of relief. With the reinforcements arriving, everyone took a short break to adjust their state. Hearing this, the group casually leaned against the wall and sat down. They were utterly exhausted, so tired that they couldn't say a word. Shen Qing silently lowered her head. Her knees bent, burying her tired face between her legs. Unnoticed by anyone, the indescribable sense of relief and ease on her face. Great. They had finally cut off the source of the zombies. All 5 zombie sources had been eliminated, and a mastermind had been captured. They successfully prevented a zombie outbreak. Shen Qing was physically exhausted, but at this moment, her heart felt incredibly light. In this new life, aside from protecting her family, she had finally done something beneficial for the world. Lu Qian and Fang Xiao sat on her left and right, each harboring different thoughts. Shen Jian seemed to be unbothered, squatting next to the other 4 zombies to collect the crystal cores. Wu Ling's gaze was fixed intently in Shen Jian's direction, seemingly lost in thought. After a while of resting, footsteps could be heard coming from the underground passage. Xiaomi followed the sound and saw Team Zhang leading an elite squad down to the underground. Including Team Zhang, there were a total of 11 people in the group. Upon seeing the grim scene underground, many frowned. However, being elites, they had experienced intense situations before, and faced with such a bloody scene, they quickly regained their composure. The squad members stood up and moved forward. Team Zhang, why are you leading the team personally? Where's Captain Xiao Tong? Xiaomi asked. Team Zhang replied calmly. This situation is dangerous and urgent, and it's most appropriate for me to lead the team. This is my own decision. Xiaomi understood his meaning and didn't ask further. Team Zhang glanced at Wu Ling's disheveled appearance and said, Is this the person you captured? Xiaomi nodded and recounted Wu Ling's crimes. Shen Qing could clearly feel the emotional fluctuations of the team members behind Captain Zhang. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they looked at Wu Ling, as if they wished to skin him alive immediately. Indeed, Xiaomi's earlier words to Wu Ling were not an exaggeration at all. Wu Ling himself sensed the killing intent and couldn't help but shrink back into the corner. Xiaomi pointed to the dark passageway and said, This is the route he plans to escape. Captain Zhang nodded and led the way forward. Xiaomi quickly urged Xie Yang to follow. The group moved along the passage, relying on the faint light. After about 10 minutes, the path gradually widened, with searchlights appearing on both sides. They were almost at the end. Xie Yang said, There's a room ahead, about 20 square meters, with no energy fluctuations. With Xie Yang monitoring the map, everyone felt quite at ease. Soon, they arrived at the location Xie Yang mentioned. It was an open area that appeared to be an abandoned soccer field from some school. In the center of the open space, there was a helicopter. So this is how they plan to leave, Xiaomi murmured, unconsciously glancing back at Wu Ling. Captain Zhang waved his hand, signaling to bring the helicopter back to the base. A young man emerged from behind Captain Zhang, with a buzz cut and dark skin. This was Xiao Ding, who had worked under Xiao Tong for many years and was much more reliable in piloting than the rookie who brought them last time. Captain Zhang explained with a smile, a hint of pride in his tone. Xiao Ding nodded slightly, politely greeted everyone, and then swiftly climbed onto the helicopter. Captain Zhang, the tunnel ends here. What should we do now? With Captain Zhang present, Xiaomi handed over the decision-making authority to him. Captain Zhang surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp and profound. Then, he waved to the remaining people and issued the command. Thoroughly search the surrounding area. Report to me immediately if you find any suspicious persons or unusual situations. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices firm and orderly. They quickly dispersed to carry out Captain Zhang's orders, the entire operation process being both swift and orderly. Xiao Ding had already boarded the helicopter at this point. He waved to everyone, revealing 8 white teeth. With a roar, the helicopter steadily took off. Shen Qing thought of the novice pilot from before, which formed a stark contrast with the seasoned pilot in front of her. Shen Qing looked at the helicopter. Just when she thought this mission was coming to an end, something unexpected happened. In front of everyone's eyes, the helicopter suddenly emitted a thick white smoke. What was going on? Was it malfunctioning? Could it be broken? Team leader Zhang, experienced as he was, furrowed his brows and shouted, Not good. The helicopter is going to explode. He quickly yelled, trying to get Xiao Ding to escape swiftly. But the helicopter had already taken off, and the roar drowned out Zhang's voice. Team leader Zhang visibly grew anxious, straining his voice to shout. But all his calls turned out to be in vain at that moment. Just then, a loud bang echoed in the sky. The helicopter, which had been flying steadily, suddenly exploded. A figure wavered and began to fall. Shen Qing hurriedly rushed forward. She looked around and saw some leftover high jump mats in the distance of the soccer field. She immediately used her ability to quickly gather all the mats into her space, and then spread them out in the area where Xiao Ding was about to fall as fast as she could. She didn't know if this would be effective, but it was the only thing she could do. Fortunately, the figure landed steadily on the mats. Everyone quickly surrounded him. How is it? At the moment she saw the figure, Shen Qing couldn't help but turn her head away. His clothes were already in tatters, exposing charred and twisted skin. His hair was messily stuck to his face, intertwined with the blood flowing down, making it almost unrecognizable. Fragments of the exploded helicopter also fell down. Shen Qing quickly gathered all the fragments and moved away. Xiaomi frowned and immediately signaled Zhuo Xing to come over. When Zhuo Xing saw Xiao Ding's terrible condition, he gasped in shock. He reached out to check Xiao Ding's breath. He was still alive, but his injuries were truly severe, and I could only try to see what I could do. Xiaomi took a deep breath and stood up angrily. She wished she could tear Wu Ling apart right then. He must have known about the bomb on the helicopter long ago. With a cold face, Xiaomi stood up and turned to look for Wu Ling. From a distance, Wu Ling saw her reaction and shook his head frantically. I don't know. This has nothing to do with me. This is your escape helicopter. Do you dare say you didn't know? Xiaomi punched him in the face. Wu Ling's expression was complicated. This helicopter was prepared by Su Lu, and he had been immersed in experiments during this time, so he hadn't checked it at all, let alone tampered with his own escape helicopter. Wu Ling clenched his teeth. Could it be a bomb placed by Su Lu? That guy. Does he want to kill him just because he can't stand him? Xiaomi swung her fists madly. No one around stopped her. They, like Xiaomi, wished to kill him immediately. Just as Xiaomi swung her fist again, her punch was suddenly deflected. She was knocked back several steps. Upon closer inspection, she found that a strange man had appeared next to Wu Ling without her noticing. How is this possible? Xie Yang's eyes widened. He clearly hadn't detected any energy fluctuations. His map had never shown any errors. How could this happen? I didn't expect our scientists to be beaten so badly. Su Lu adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with mockery. Wu Ling looked up and met Su Li's mocking gaze. Haven't you already left city, yes? How'd you end up here? Facing Su Li's sarcasm, Wu Ling surprisingly didn't feel disgust. Su Lu pointed at the wreckage of the helicopter. I had already installed a detection system on the helicopter. Once I detected that the people on the helicopter were not you, I remotely activated the bomb. Su Lu said lightly, I never intended to come rescue you. It was Lao's order. You still have some use to us. Xiao Mi and the others cautiously looked at Su Lu. Just from the conversation between the two, they knew he was Wu Ling's accomplice. The experiment is restarting. Everyone be careful. This person has strong energy. At that moment, Xie Yang's map finally showed the energy fluctuations of this man. Su Lu glanced at everyone indifferently and said, I'm a person who dislikes trouble, and I don't want to fight with you. All I want is this stray dog. Shen Qing and the others immediately took up a defensive stance. As long as we are alive, we will never let you escape with him from here. Shuru Sigid, seeming quite troubled. Since you refused to let him go, then, Shuru carefully pulled on Wu Ling, slowly retreating backward. Shen Qing and the others did not dare to act rashly, always on guard against his movements. In the tense atmosphere between the two sides, Su Lu and Wu Ling suddenly disappeared. Everyone was shocked. What happened? Where did they go? They were clearly just there a moment ago. How could they vanish into thin air? Xiaomi quickly ran to the spot where the two had been standing and crouched down to examine it carefully. But no matter how she looked at it, it was just an ordinary piece of ground with no traps or mechanisms. What is going on? Xiaomi was extremely angry. The criminal they had finally caught had disappeared right under their noses. How could this be possible? Xie Yang concentrated his mental energy, searching for the two's traces in the map in his mind. After searching for a while, his expression grew increasingly grim, because the two who had just existed in the mental map had now completely vanished. How could this be? Xie Yang murmured. Could this man's ability be like Shen Qing's? Can he teleport? Apart from this possibility, he really couldn't think of anything else. Shen Qing clenched his fist. Even with his abilities, he couldn't teleport a second person with him. This man's powers were beyond his own. Xiaomi rose heavily, refusing to be discouraged. Everyone should spread out and search within a 5-mile radius. They might not have gone far. Yes, the important criminal has escaped, and everyone's feelings are quite complex right now. However, the most important thing at hand is to do everything possible to find the two of them. Now is not the time to be disheartened. The group dispersed, conducting a thorough search centered around the school. Thus, the search continued until dawn. In the afternoon, everyone returned to the base, filled with disappointment and exhaustion. The meeting room was dead silent. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Mi was the first to speak. I know everyone is feeling bad about what happened, but since it's already happened, we can only accept it. At least we have obtained their experimental data from underground, and I have already sent the drugs we retrieved to the laboratory. I believe results will come soon. Everyone is very tired today, so there are no tasks arranged for the afternoon. Let's go back and rest. Shen Qing stood up, a feeling of indescribable heaviness in her chest. She knew that her initial purpose had changed. Now, She not only wanted to protect her family, but also to safeguard more kind and vulnerable people. In the corner of the soccer field, Su Lu released the barrier, and their figures reappeared. They had not gone far. They needed to hurry and retreat. In fact, he did not have the ability to teleport. His ability was to create a barrier that rendered him invisible. As long as one was within the barrier, their presence would be completely concealed. So they had not actually moved far away, but had been watching Team Zero's every move from the open space of the soccer field. This ability was very convenient to use, but it also had its drawbacks. Although his barrier was invisible, it could actually be touched. Therefore, while using the barrier, he could not use any offensive means. After spending a long time squeezed into a small space with Wu Ling, Su Lu immediately tidied his hair after leaving the barrier. "Don't you scientific freaks ever pay attention to your personal hygiene?" Su Lu said coldly. Wu Ling was covered in blood, and, hoping Su Lu would take him away, unusually refrained from retorting. "How about it? Can you walk on your own?" Su Lu asked. Wu Ling struggled to stand up. He had too many wounds, and every step he took was excruciating. He gritted his teeth and lowered his attitude, saying, "I can't walk right now. I need your help." Su Lu frowned and said, "What a hassle." He said this, but still supported Wu Ling. After all, this was a task given to him by He Lao. Su Lu helped Wu Ling and said coldly, "If I hadn't come to save you, you probably would have told them everything about us." Wu Ling replied in a low voice, "If it were you, you wouldn't be any better off than I am." Su Lu scoffed disdainfully. "Don't compare me to you." Saying too much would lead to mistakes, so Wu Ling simply shut his mouth. The two of them returned underground along their original route, deciding to treat Wu Ling's wounds first before sending someone from the rows to pick him up. Su Lu looked at the mess in the underground area, his brow furrowing slightly. "Didn't you say this was your most satisfactory work? Is this the best you can do?" Wu Ling felt insulted, gritting his teeth in anger. "My works, if complained about by ordinary citizens, could destroy the entire S-City." But unfortunately, Wu Ling thought of those people's methods and felt a deep hatred. Mentioning Team Zero made Su Li's expression turn serious. "Just who are those people that they could make you so miserable? I hadn't heard of anyone this strong in S-City before." Wu Ling's face darkened. "I didn't know there were other superhumans in S-City either." Su Lu was surprised. He hadn't expected there to be other superhumans besides them. "However, this time I didn't come away empty-handed. I seem to know how their superhumans are produced," Wu Ling said with a sinister smile. Moreover, after this confrontation, he also learned the weaknesses of these zombies. Next time, he would return with an even more terrifying zombie army and send all those who insulted him straight to hell. This setback also led Captain Zhang to make a serious decision. "Captain Zhang, isn't this approach too radical? What difference does it make between us and those bad guys?" Xiao Tong was extremely agitated. "Captain Zhang, I know this incident has stimulated you, but our last experiment." Xiao Tong choked up, feeling distressed. "You also saw the horrific outcome of the last experiment. This is indeed too risky for us." Captain Zhang's brow was tightly furrowed. He had indeed been to the scene of the last gym experiment, but it was too brutal, so he hadn't stayed long. Just a few hurried glances had given him nightmares for several nights. "Captain Zhang, I hope you can reconsider this matter calmly." Xiao Tong stood up, her expression complicated. "I'm not challenging your authority. I just hope you'll think it over carefully. I'm going back to my room now. You should rest early too." After saying this, Xiao Tong left the conference room. Captain Zhang's expression was grave as he lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, he made a decision. He knew that the enemy would surely make new moves after escaping, and he could no longer sit idly by. Even if there would be sacrifices, those sacrifices were necessary. The next day, the task fell to Xiaomi. Xiaomi was also very surprised when she heard that the superhuman experiment was being restarted. However, she quickly understood Captain Zhang's intention. "I see. Since you have entrusted this matter to me, I will ensure it is done well." Captain Zhang nodded appreciatively. "As long as you understand the significance of this, you will surely do well." The laboratory test results came out quickly. They soon discovered that the main component of the potion in Wu Ling's laboratory was a rare mineral. This potion was made by making the mineral brittle at high temperatures and then mixing it with other chemical agents. The formula was not difficult. The research team improved upon the original composition, making the enhanced potion much safer, but correspondingly, The probability of activating superpowers was also greatly reduced. However, even with improvements, it still posed significant harm to the body. The improved potion was quickly sent to Xiaomi. There were no strict regulations on the subjects for this experiment. Even people outside the base could participate as long as they were willing to take the risk. Most ordinary people were unaware of the dangers of the potion and were willing to gamble their bodies just to live in the base. Just the first batch of applicants numbered over 100. Regardless of gender or age, as long as they signed up for the experiment, they had the potential to become superhumans. For the homeless populace, this was like a windfall from the heavens. However, the results of the experiment were not very ideal. Xiaomi sat at the desk in the conference room, looking at the experimental data, feeling somewhat frantic. "Sister Me, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Shen Qing curiously walked into the conference room, noticing the dim light from the laboratory. Xiaomi glanced up at her, then sighed heavily. "How could I possibly sleep after looking at this data?" Shen Qing walked over to Xiaomi's side and picked up the documents on the table to review. In the past few days, 3 experiments had been arranged, but not a single ability user had emerged. Xiaomi let out a heavy sigh and said, "Even with the improved serum, 20 people died this time. The most critical point is that not a single ability user was produced." Xiaomi was clearly feeling a bit defeated. Shen Qing put down the documents and sat down beside her. What was happening now was very similar to her past life. She knew very well that superpowered individuals were rare. When luck was not on their side, even among 1,000 people, there might not be one. Moreover, the current potion had been diluted, and with its efficacy halved, it would be even harder to produce superpowered individuals. Looking at Xiaomi's troubled expression, Shen Qing hesitated for a moment and suggested, "How about we let the research team increase the concentration of the potion?" She thought Xiaomi would firmly refuse, but unexpectedly, Xiaomi had the same idea. "I've thought about that too. Rather than playing it safe, it might be better to take risks. But I don't know if Team Leader Zhang will agree." Xiaomi was troubled. This experiment is not even recognized by most people. If we increase the concentration, the mortality rate will soar. At that time, the voices of opposition will probably be even louder. The anomalies in City C. Shen Qing knew that her heart supported her actions, but she was just overly worried. She said seriously, "While we are wasting time, the enemy may already be producing zombies in large quantities or even creating superpowered individuals. Our cautious stagnation will only lead to even greater casualties in the future." Shen Qing's words convinced Xiaomi. She seemed to have made up her mind as she stood up, saying, "I know what to do now. Thank you." Shen Qing smiled faintly. "Our goals are aligned, so there's no need to be so polite with me." Xiaomi's gaze softened significantly as she nodded heavily. "I'll head out first, and you should rest early too." After saying that, Xiaomi walked towards Captain Zhang's room. I don't know how Xiaomi convinced Captain Zhang, but the next day the research team received a notice about the adjustment of the drug concentration. The risks of the experiment had increased, and the potential participants who initially wanted to sign up began to have second thoughts. Among the crowd, some increasingly restless voices emerged. "In this apocalypse, it is already difficult to protect one's life. I don't want to die for no reason. Yes, perhaps this so-called experiment is a lie, and its purpose is to trick us all into being killed, thus reducing the number of people competing for resources. I heard that Sea City also needs participants for the experiment, and the benefits are much better than here." This immediately attracted quite a few people. "Really? Sea City isn't far from here. If what you're saying is true, then I might as well take the risk and go to Sea City." "That can't be true. I heard that Sea City has long become a refugee zone. Although the supplies we receive here weekly are pitifully scarce, it should still be much better than Sea City." A man smirked slyly. "If you don't believe it, that's fine. I have reliable insider information." He raised his eyebrows and said, "After collecting this week's supplies, I'm going to Sea City. Anyway, the risks of the experiment are the same, and I can enjoy some good food and drink over there for a while. I'm tired of living this frugal life. I'd rather take a gamble over there than tighten my belt and count seconds here." The man's words began to sway others as well. A few days later, in the conference room, "Captain Zhang, I feel that the situation has been a bit off lately," Xiao Tong said as he symbolically knocked on the door and entered the conference room. Captain Zhang looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Tong replied seriously, "Recently, the outer wall of S City has reported that many residents have voluntarily left, and upon questioning, we found out that their destination is Sea City. Captain Zhang furrowed his brows. Sea City. I remember that Sea City was severely affected during the flood, and their team is already relocated to a city. What are they going to Sea City for? Xiao Tong frowned. The outer wall team questioned them and said they were dissatisfied with the supplies we provided, so they wanted to leave. However, they couldn't determine why they specifically chose Sea City. Captain Zhang pondered for a moment. When things seem unusual, there must be something else going on. These people would absolutely not give up stable supplies to go to the abandoned Sea City. After thinking for a while, Captain Zhang said, "Let Xiaomi take a regular team to stop these people from going to Sea City and then find out their true intentions. Only Xiaomi can handle this matter more reliably." Understood. The research team replicated the experimental drug for Misty Ling, but they were unable to artificially produce the crystal cores. Team Zero's current combat capability urgently needed to be improved. Besides the crystal cores previously distributed to each member, everyone needed to go out and collect crystal cores on their own to make progress. However, there were fewer mutated beasts left in S City, so Team Zero could only split into groups to go to a few nearby districts. Since they were leaving the range of S City, the dangers outside were higher. Therefore, this time, the members of Team Zero went out in groups of 3 to 4. Beside Shen Qing were Lu Qian and Feng Xiao. The atmosphere among the three was quite strange. Along the way, the two only spoke to Shen Qing, and there was not even a glance exchange between Lu Qian and Feng Xiao. Shen Qing was somewhat puzzled. Clearly, the two of them had joined Team 01 earlier than she did, yet they seemed completely unfamiliar with each other. Shen Qing could still vaguely sense a hint of gunpowder in the air. Could it be that before she joined Team 01, the two of them already had some unspeakable conflict? Shen Qing shook her head to herself. Forget it. Since they were just partners on a mission, it was better for her not to get involved in others' grievances. Leaving the jurisdiction of S City, she could see the displaced people lying around in various places, blocked by the outer walls. They had no way to enter the jurisdiction of S City and could only survive on the little garbage they could scavenge. They were also reluctant to stray too far from the outer walls, as there were basically no mutated beasts nearby, allowing them to at least survive here. Shen Qing deliberately refrained from looking at the tragic scenes of the world, fearing that the thread of sympathy deep within her heart would be awakened. A kilometer away from the outer wall, the shadows of the displaced people diminished. This was her first time leaving City S in months. Although it was also an urban area, City C felt even more desolate compared to City S. The silt left by the flood had hardened under the high temperatures, encasing the lower buildings as if they were clad in a layer of tough armor. As far as the eye could see, everything was gray. The streets were empty, and Shen Qing caught a glimpse of some displaced individuals huddled in a corner. She strode purposefully towards them, but before she could get close, they were frightened and fled. "Don't run, I just want to ask something," Shen Qing shouted urgently. The group reacted like startled deer, not daring to stop, as if they had encountered a man-eating beast. Shen Qing wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Feng Xiao. "Don't chase anymore. It looks like the people here are already frightened. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to ask anything." Shen Qing frowned slightly. She just wanted to ask about the areas where the mutated beasts appeared, to avoid wasting time searching for them. Feng Xiao comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll think of a way." Shen Qing sighed. "All right then." Lu Qian gave him a faint glance. "I will help figure out too." The two seemed to be competing, turning their heads to find their own solutions. After a while, Feng Xiao returned with a dirty little girl. "I found out something. Besides the appearance points of the mutated beasts, I also learned an important thing." The little girl was currently devouring the supplies Feng Xiao had given her. She was nervously scanning her surroundings, eating at a very fast pace. "Please repeat what you just said in detail," Feng Xiao said gently. The little girl swallowed the last bite of supplies and said softly, "Recently, many older brothers and sisters have disappeared." "Older brothers and sisters? Who are they?" Shen Qing asked. The little girl choked up. "They're all good people. They often share the supplies they find with me. But just a few days ago, they went out to look for supplies and never came back. I tried to look for them around, but I couldn't find them." As she said this, her eyes turned red, and she continued, "Later, I heard that the older brothers and sisters were captured by bad people." Shen Qing was filled with confusion. "Bad person? Who said that? What bad person?" The little girl choked up and said, I heard it from a strange uncle. He said that bad people suddenly came to the city, and they want to take all the young people away. My older brother and sister were taken away by these bad people. I'm so scared. The uncle said these bad people would turn the captured people into monsters. Shen Qing became excited upon hearing this. Monsters? Could it be that group of people from Wuling? Do you know where those bad people are? The little girl shouted, shaking her head in tears. Sister, are you here to eliminate the bad people? Then can you save my brother and sister? They're all good people. Fang Xiao gently comforted her, saying, don't be afraid. Once we get rid of the bad people, we will rescue your brother and sister. The little girl nodded firmly. Shen Qing's comforting words were stuck in her throat. She didn't know when it started, but she could no longer speak such kind lies. You stay hidden well, okay? Big brother and big sister are going to find the bad guys, so you must protect yourself, Fang Xiao said gently. The little girl nodded seriously. I'll hide well. I'll wait here patiently for big brother and big sister to come back. Fang Xiao smiled softly and took her to her hiding place. Unexpectedly, this guy had such a tender side. Lu Qian's expression was complicated. He had also thought about saying a few words of comfort, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he didn't know what to say. Shen Qing recalled Fang Xiao's previous life, saving someone, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He was a very kind person. Lu Qian was taken aback and murmured softly, I used to be a kind person too. As they spoke, Fang Xiao had already returned to their side. Let's go, first to the place where the mutated beasts appear, and also check if there are any other clues about the bad people she mentioned. The two nodded in agreement. The mutated beasts hide in dark places during the day. Based on what the little girl said, they arrived at an abandoned subway entrance. It smells so bad. Lu Qian wrinkled his nose. This smell can rival that of a pile of corpses in high temperatures. Shen Qing's expression was serious. This was the smell of mutated beast feces. The stench was so strong. It was evident how many mutated beasts were hiding beneath this subway entrance. Are you all ready? There are probably quite a few mutated beasts down there, Shen Qing said with a serious tone. Lu Qian smiled. The more the better. Fang Xiao said, I'm fine. The three exchanged glances, covering their mouths and noses as they descended underground. As they walked down the subway entrance, their brows furrowed even more. It was not only smelly, but also very slippery down here. It's so disgusting. This is even worse than the group of mutated beasts in Xishan. Lu Qian quietly complained, mainly because there was so much feces that it was impossible to avoid. When they got back, they could only use sand to eliminate the odor. Just bear with it for now, Shen Qing whispered. The underground was very quiet, and as they reached the bottom of the stairs, the light gradually faded away. With the arrival of the three, the sleeping creatures below began to stir restlessly. Unexpected gains. Let's make this quick. This stench is giving me a headache. Lu Qian gently twisted his wrist, his tone revealing an undeniable decisiveness. Just as the words left his mouth, several mutated beasts suddenly dashed out from the corner. The dim light underground made it difficult for Lu Qian to accurately assess the number of mutated beasts. However, he remained calm and, relying on his keen hearing, quickly pinpointed the location of the mutated beasts. With a flick of his fingers, ice arrows shot out like agile serpents, cutting through the air, and almost instantly, the sound of mutated beasts falling to the ground could be heard. Shen Qing felt that working in the dark was really affecting efficiency. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a searchlight from her space. With a slight click, the underground space was instantly illuminated by bright light. The other two had already adapted to the darkness, and this sudden brightness left them momentarily dizzy. However, they quickly regained their composure and threw grateful glances at Shen Qing. The underground suddenly brightened, and the restlessness of the mutated beasts gradually diminished. They began to retreat into the dark corners, looking for a chance to move. But the three of them did not give them the opportunity. Lightning, ice arrows, and gunfire intertwined in the underground. This time, it only took half an hour to annihilate all the mutated beasts hiding in the subway tunnels. Shen Qing looked at the green bloodstains on her pants and frowned in disgust. Peeling off the crystal nuclei is quite a big project. Fang Xiao looked at the corpses of the mutated beasts scattered all around and already felt tired. Lu Qian tilted his head and asked Shen Qing, do you have any way to quickly peel off these crystal nuclei? Like what? Shen Qing tilted her head. For example, Use your abilities to identify the crystal nuclei and move them aside or something. Shen Qing was speechless. She rolled her eyes at Lu Qian. It seems you have some misunderstandings about my abilities. If I could do such things, I wouldn't have been foolishly peeling the crystal cores manually before. Lu Qian let out a wail. He would rather kill 100 mutated beasts than be stuck here, monotonously peeling crystal cores. However, even if he was unwilling, there was no escape. The three of them squatted on the ground and worked for a full hour before they managed to extract all the crystal cores. Lu Qian and Feng Xiao handed the collected crystal cores to Shen Qing. Shen Qing shook the bag containing the crystal core, and it made a pleasant clinking sound. As they reached the surface, just as the three were about to head back, a familiar frail figure ran over. Brother, sister. The group looked in the direction of the voice and found that the newcomer was the little girl they had just met. Her face was filled with surprise and excitement. Brother, sister, you're still alive. There are monsters everywhere, I thought you. You are amazing. Feng Xiao gently patted the little girl's head and smiled. Don't worry, those monsters are no match for us. We've already defeated them all. The little girl's eyes sparkled with joy. By the way, how did you end up in this dangerous place? Feng Xiao asked with some confusion. The little girl suddenly remembered her original purpose for coming here and exclaimed, I just encountered those bad people, the ones who took brother and sister away. Brother, you're so powerful. Can you defeat the bad people and rescue everyone who has been captured? The little girl looked at them with a pitiful expression. The three exchanged glances. They hadn't expected to have another opportunity during their visit to City C. The escape of Wu Ling had always been a thorn in Team 01's side, and now that they had found a lead, none of them wanted to miss this chance. All right, Big Brother will definitely rescue them, Feng Xiao said gently to the little girl. The little girl nodded vigorously and said, Brother, sister, come with me. I just quietly followed them and found out where they are hiding. Feng Xiao was the first to follow her. Although Lu Qian felt something was off about the situation, he couldn't think too much about it when he remembered Wu Ling's escape, so he followed along. Brother, sister, this way. The little girl led the way, her pace quickening. They passed through several narrow alleys, going deeper into a secluded area. It's right here. The little girl stopped. In front of where they stopped stood a group of people, but the man leading them was not Wu Ling. Feng Xiao bent down and quietly asked, Is it this group of people? The little girl raised her head slightly and smiled. It's this group. Feng Xiao found her smile somewhat strange. But before he could react, the little girl slipped past him like a loach and approached the group. You. Feng Xiao was taken aback. The little girl didn't look at him, but turned to the leading man, Brother Exine. It's this group of people. Look how cleanly they are dressed, and they have food on them. They must be hiding supplies. Her innocent face suddenly filled with calculation. Feng Xiao's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid of the people before him. He was just lamenting how cruel society had become, turning once innocent children into this. Shen Qing showed no signs of surprise on her face. After all, such scenes were not rare in her past life, and she had been deceived before. This time, you have made a contribution. Once we obtain the supplies, you will surely benefit from it. The man called Xian Gu smiled as he stroked his chin. The little girl revealed a greedy expression and then reminded, But Xian Gu, you need to be careful of these three people. They actually came out alive from a monster's den. They must be extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Xian Gu's eyes sparkled with greed. A monster's den. This means they might still have crystal cores on them. It seems today holds unexpected surprises. Xian Gu flexed his wrist and said, You few if you are wise. Hand over the supplies and crystal cores on you. As long as you obediently follow my orders, I might let you live. Lu Qian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Shen Qing frowned beside him. These ordinary people already knew about crystal cores. What exactly was going on in City C? The man called Xian Gu was full of confidence. With the sun setting, the three of them couldn't sense each other's strength. Xian Gu, do you really need to get your hands dirty with such small fry? They probably can't even imagine there are capable people in this world. Yes, leave these small roles to us. The sycophants behind Xian Gu flattered him. A satisfied smile appeared on Xian Gu's face as he said, It's mainly that I'm feeling a bit restless today. I'll show a little bit of my skills to broaden your horizons. Have you three thought it over? This is my last chance for you. If you still don't comply, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. Lu Qian snorted coldly and said, Trash. Lu Qian's words made Xing's face turn slightly ugly. All right, you brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame me. With that, he assumed a fighting stance. The three immediately entered a state of readiness. There were many opponents, and they still didn't know the strength of the others, so they couldn't let their guard down. Gu extended his palm, his expression serious and somewhat grim. Suddenly, purple mist began to coalesce in his palm. Come out, Thunder Palm! Gu shouted, and immediately a thread-thin bolt of lightning struck towards the three. The three quickly dodged. Just when they thought Gu would make more moves, the purple mist in his palm faded. Gu felt somewhat embarrassed. Gu, that was so cool. These three were stunned by your move. Quickly pursue them and catch them. I also want to become a superpowered person. This ability is amazing. At this moment, Gu was already drenched in sweat. He did not expect the three to have the ability to dodge his attack. His mental strength was originally weak, and after one attack, he had almost exhausted his energy. He had no way to replicate it now. Is that it? Lu Qian felt like he had been played. Just now, even Xieyong, who had no attacking ability in their team, could dodge it. Could it be that the man in front of him had only this little ability? Gu, feeling underestimated, hurriedly pretended to be calm and said, "That was just a warning for you. I believe you have already witnessed my abilities. You'd better obediently leave the supplies behind, or I will unleash a greater thunderstorm to bomb your location to the ground, leaving not even your bones behind." Lu Qian coldly laughed and looked at Feng Xiao, saying, "Doctor, aren't you going to show something? Are you willing to be looked down upon like this?" Feng Xiao's expression was indifferent as he replied, "There's no need." Their conversation made Gu think they were truly afraid. He let out a sigh of relief and laughed. "Good to know you're scared. Everyone's life is hard to keep. As long as you're sensible, I won't make things difficult for you. Just leave the supplies and I'll let you go." One of his underlings laughed. "Gu, I think this girl is pretty good too. It's been so long since we've seen such a clean woman. She's a top-quality item. Yeah, she's just a woman. To save their lives, they'll definitely be willing to hand her over to you." As soon as these words came out, Feng Xiao and Lu Qian's expressions instantly darkened. Before Gu could react, a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm shot past him, piercing through the forehead of the one who just spoke. Lu Qian was not to be outdone and immediately shot through the one who proposed the idea with an ice arrow. After a brief silence, everyone finally reacted. The three in front of them were also superpowered individuals. Moreover, they were stronger than Gu. "Run!" someone shouted. Shen Qing remained calm and immediately moved to block the escape route of several people by positioning the nearby house, encircling their location. Just a moment ago, Brother Xian was full of himself, but now his expression was extremely grim. Who are you? Are you sent by that weirdo to capture me? I'm just a failed experiment. There's no need to make such a big deal about it." Brother Xian trembled in fear. Shen Qing pressed on, asking, "Who is the strange person you mentioned? Is he a long-haired man?" Brother Xian looked a bit dazed. "What? Are these people unrelated to that strange person? Then why do they have abilities? Who are they really?" Just as he was feeling confused, Lu Qian had already grabbed his collar, and the already tattered clothes ripped apart with a snap. "Answer her question. You better not think about playing tricks." Brother Xian was terrified, and a smell of urine emanated from his pants. Lu Qian wrinkled her nose in disgust, then kicked him to the ground. I'll say. Brother Xian's voice trembled. "That strange person. I don't even know his name, but he does have long hair, and he looks so youthful like a woman. Quite handsome, but actually a very crazy madman." Upon hearing Brother Xian's description, the three immediately confirmed that the strange person he mentioned was Wu Ling. "Where is this strange person you're talking about? Is your ability related to him?" Shen Qing continued to question. Brother Xian obediently nodded and began to recount his experiences over the past few days. Just last week, Wu Ling started appearing on the streets of City C, recruiting many young people to participate in a secret experiment in exchange for abundant supplies. Brother Xian was one of them. He and the other participants were taken to a mysterious place. It was rich in resources and very safe. Although there were mutated beasts, they hadn't attacked anyone since Wu Ling was there. Wu Ling settled all the experimenters in that mysterious place and provided 2 meals a day. In the apocalypse, This place was like heaven for everyone. After 3 pleasant days, Wu Ling gathered everyone together and distributed a blue pill to each person. He said, "As long as you take that pill, you can unleash your body's potential and awaken your abilities, becoming superior to others, able to have whatever you want." No one could refuse such a good deal, and most people swallowed the pill without hesitation, while a few, even if hesitant after seeing others' choices, still took the pill. In the first half hour, the crowd was agitated and excited. Ever since the apocalypse began, I hadn't seen such genuine smiles for a long time, Brother Xian recalled. Everyone was discussing excitedly, fantasizing about what abilities they would awaken. At this point, he paused for a moment and let out a self-deprecating laugh. We were all too naive, completely unaware of what that pill would bring. About 40 minutes in, the first person died. I clearly remember. That person was not far from me. His body suddenly inflated like a balloon, and then with a bang, a living person turned into fragments. The previously excited crowd was terrified by this turn of events. Doubts and fearful voices grew louder. But in the face of everyone's doubts, Wu Ling only impatiently said, "If you want to become an ability user, you have to pay the price. The mediocre people are not worth grieving over." Only then did everyone realize that the one providing them food was not a benevolent person, but a madman. The unease and agitation among the crowd did not improve the situation. More and more people died from exploding bodies, and the already small space was filled with mixed flesh and blood. The air was filled with a disgusting smell. Everyone was anxious, fearing that the next to die would be themselves. Besides those who exploded, some others also showed signs of mutation. Their bodies rotted within minutes, like zombies from movie. That man? He really is a monster. He must have known that some of us would turn into zombies. He looked so excited when he saw those zombies. Brother Xian accused. He is a downright madman. What happened to those zombies? Shen Qing asked quickly. Brother Xian shook his head. I don't know. I only know that the strange person controlled all the zombies, as if he locked them up somewhere. Brother Xian continued. This horror lasted for several hours. I was already dumbfounded. When I came to my senses and found that I was still alive, I realized I had awakened my abilities. Hearing this, Shen Qing roughly understood the current situation. Then how did you end up here? According to what you said, you have already awakened your abilities, and Shu and Ti have left that mysterious place? Brother Xian gritted his teeth. You saw it too? My abilities are really too weak. Someone as weak as me can't survive in that place. I would eventually die at that madman's hands. So I took the opportunity when he was lax and escaped. Shen Qing's eyes lit up. Since you escaped from that place, you must know where that man is hiding, right? If we can find Wu Ling's hiding spot, this mission will be a huge success. Brother Xian shook his head. I escaped at night, and I was so scared at that time that I didn't pay attention to where it was at all. He thought for a moment and added, anyway, it's very far from here. I ran for an hour without stopping, not looking back to get here. The three of them felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Seeing the three of them silent, Brother Xian thought they didn't believe him and anxiously explained, I really don't know. I've already fallen into your hands. There's no way I would still stubbornly lie to you. Shen Qing glanced at him lightly and said, Is there anything else you haven't said? Tell us everything you can remember. Brother Xian helplessly replied, I really have nothing else. I swear, this is all I know. That strange person was very cautious, looked mad but seemed to be afraid of something. That place felt like a prison. I couldn't gather any information about the surroundings. Seeing that Brother Xian was indeed not hiding anything, the three of them stopped pressing for more. I've said all I know. Can you please let me go? I only resorted to thinking about your supplies because I was forced into this situation. No one alive in this era is any cleaner than the others. Brother Xian's tone weakened. Shen Qing cast him a faint glance and turned to the other two, saying, Let's go. We shouldn't interfere with matters here. After all, surviving in City C is indeed a difficult task. Lu Qian and Feng Xiao agreed with Shen Qing, and after gathering the information, the three of them returned to City S. Before they reached the base, their phones rang simultaneously. Upon opening their phones, they found a message from Xiaomi urgently calling everyone back to the team. It seemed there was new information from a base. The three of them immediately quickened their pace. When they returned to the base, others who had gone out to search for crystal cores had also returned. In the conference room, Xiaomi rushed in with excitement. Behind her was the panting Zhuixing. Recently, the team on the outer wall discovered that a large number of residents were leaving City Yes. The higher-ups felt that this was suspicious and instructed the team to intercept those people. Xiaomi caught her breath and said, I have already interrogated them today. It is said that there are rumors of a secret experiment in City C, which is recruiting a large number of test subjects with very enticing supplies. Our residents are trying to leave for this reason. Xiaomi continued, I think it's quite strange for this matter to arise at this time. So I hurriedly called you all back to discuss the investigation of the experiment in City C. Hearing this, Shen Qing and the other two exchanged knowing glances. Sister Me, there's no need to investigate this matter, Shen Qing said. She stood up and slowly continued. The three of us just returned from City C today, and we have already clarified the situation regarding the experiment. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi stood up excitedly and asked, Really? Shen Qing nodded. Then, she told everyone about what the three of them experienced in City C today. According to the description of that ability user, I am very sure that the one causing trouble in City C is Wu Ling. Xiaomi clenched her fists. Damn it, if I hadn't let him escape last time, so many innocent people wouldn't have lost their lives because of my negligence. I don't know how many more people will die at that madman's hands. Shen Qing softly comforted. No one could have expected that the enemy would have abilities we don't know about. This is an accident. Xiaomi bit her back teeth, thinking that since she knew he was in City C, she would search through City C to find him. Xieyong furrowed his brows and said, From what Shen Qing just said, that man has started creating zombies again. We need to quickly locate their hideout and crush it before the zombies are released. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Xiaomi also realized this. She had already seen the power of the zombies last time. Ordinary people were no match for the zombies and could easily become infected. If the infected still carried the virus, it could spread rapidly from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, quickly engulfing the entire city. We don't have much time left. From now on, each of us will have to complete our tasks independently. Xiaomi's expression grew serious, and after a moment of thought, she said, Shen Qing, you and Zhao Shi and Xieyong will form one team to handle the upcoming experiment group. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Qing raised an objection. Sister Me, I don't want to be responsible for this experiment. She thought for a moment and added, There's something I need to confirm, so I don't want to participate in any task for now. Xiaomi was slightly surprised. Shen Qing had always been obedient to the organization's arrangements, and this was the first time she expressed reluctance to take on a task. The others were also a bit shocked. After all, the situation was exceptionally urgent, and they couldn't think of anything more important than the current task. However, Xiaomi didn't press Shen Qing and instead reassured her, No problem. You go ahead and do what you need to do. Just let me know when you're done. Shen Qing looked gratefully at Xiaomi. She knew it was a special time, but the matter she wanted to confirm was also very important. Xiaomi turned her gaze to the remaining people and, after pondering for a moment, said, Then the first batch of the awakening experiment will be led by Zhao Shi, Zhou Bai, and Zhuixing He. The three of them exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. What's wrong? Do you have any questions about this arrangement? Xiaomi looked at the three. They quickly shook their heads and said in unison, No problem. That being said, in reality, the three were already quite nervous. Previously, these tasks had been handled by Shen Qing and her team, and suddenly the heavy burden fell on them, leaving them feeling somewhat at a loss. The second batch of the awakening experiment will be led by Shan Jian, Xieyong, and Lu Qian. The third batch of the awakening experiment will be led by Feng Xiao, along with Chen Shui. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Shui weakly raised her hand. Me, Jia. I can't participate in this experiment. Xiaomi thought the reason she couldn't participate was due to fear of seeing bloody scenes and couldn't help but frown slightly. Chen Shui quickly explained, Actually, while everyone has been busy these past few days, I haven't been idle either. Since my ability can't be used for combat, I've been thinking about how I can help during this time. Saying this, Chen Shui opened her backpack on the chair, which contained the mouse that had been with her all along. After thinking it over, I've decided to find a way to make full use of my ability. Xiaomi was puzzled. So what method did you come up with? Chen Shui seemed a bit hesitant and said softly, I asked Mao this mouse to bring some friends at trust to the base and then trained a little mouse squad. Everyone was a bit surprised by this. Right now, I'm researching something that can communicate with the mouse squad remotely. If the research is successful, the mouse squad will definitely be able to contribute some help. Her words made Xiaomi a bit excited. She was worried about how to investigate the traces of Wu Ling in City C. And now, there seemed to be a solution. You did very well. I will contact the engineering team later to assist you in developing the communicator. Chen Shui's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, "Thank you, Mijia." Her little heart was racing nonstop. She had thought Xiaomi would criticize her, but she didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. With professional help, she believed her ability could soon be put to use. Xiaomi looked at Feng Xiao. "Can you handle it alone?" Feng Xiao nodded lightly. "No problem." Feng Xiao was a veteran of this team, so Xiaomi felt reassured. "Okay, I'll help you once I finish my current tasks." Now everyone has their own assignments, so let's end it here for today. The meeting concluded, and those who had just been assigned to a group began to pair up and execute their tasks. Shen Qing returned home alone. She closed her eyes, and in an instant, her vast space appeared before her. It was only after swallowing the zombie's crystal core that she realized her space had become even larger than before. Moreover, the additional area turned out to be a patch of black fertile land. Since the apocalypse began, the world around her had been nothing but wasteland. So seeing the rich soil in front of her left her somewhat dazed. After the initial surprise, Shen Qing quickly dug out various vegetable seeds she had previously stored. She carefully dug a pit and gently buried the seeds. Then, she used the stored fresh water to irrigate the land. After completing all of this, she squatted beside the soil with eager anticipation. She couldn't describe her current feelings. She knew that the seeds wouldn't sprout the moment they were planted. Yet she couldn't bear to look away. It was only when her legs became numb from squatting that she reluctantly left the space. On the other side, Chen Shui's plan for training the mice was also very successful. These little creatures were constantly on edge outside, fearing they would become a meal for humans. And they never imagined they would one day be brought to such a safe place by people. Chen Shui taught them some simple commands for communication. The mice were quite clever and learned quickly, soon mastering her instructions. The research team quickly developed a small communication device, about the size of a fingernail, which was secured to the mice with a strap. Chen Shui could control the device directly at the base and see the scene in front of each mouse through a tiny camera. If a target was found, the mice could use their tails to press the device's button, signaling Chen Shui. Once the training was complete, Chen Shui demonstrated the trained mice in front of me. "Sister Me, what do you think?" Chen Shui asked cautiously. After all, she hadn't participated in the experiments for the past few days. She had been focused on this task. This was also her first time independently completing an important task, and she was afraid of disappointing me. After watching the mice's performance, me beamed with joy and praised. "Amazing. This is something only you could do. Really impressive." A weight lifted off Chen Shui's heart, and she smiled back. "That's great. I finally helped the team accomplish something practical." This special little team arrived just in time. We were just worried about searching for the traces of the fog. With this special little team, we finally have a way forward. Chen Shui immediately understood Mi's meaning. She quickly said, "Then let me handle this. The mouse squad, and I will ensure we find the enemy's lair." Mi pondered for a moment and replied, "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll assign another person to accompany you." But now everyone had their own tasks. Who would be more suitable to assign? Just as Mi was troubled, Shen Qing walked into the meeting room. "Is your training complete?" Shen Qing asked curiously as she looked at the mice on the table. Chen Shui happily nodded yes. "The training is complete. As soon as I find someone to partner with, I'll take them to City C to investigate the enemy's whereabouts." Shen Qing looked at Xiaomi and said, "Now the team can't spare anyone else, right? Just in time I finish my tasks, so I can go to City C with Chen Shui." With Shen Qing's words, Xiaomi felt much more at ease. "All right, I'll have team leader Zhang assign another team to go to City C with you." Shen Qing waved her hand and refused, saying, "No need. The more people there are, the greater the risk of exposure. It's better for the two of us to go. It's easier to hide." Xiaomi was a bit worried. "Isn't this too dangerous? Especially since the enemy has seen you. It's easy for you to be recognized. What if there are many enemies? How will you handle it alone?" Shen Qing had already thought of that. "Don't worry. I will disguise myself well and won't easily expose myself in front of the enemy." Xiaomi nodded. "With your word, I feel relieved." The next day, Xiaomi arranged a car from the organization to take the two of them to the main road leading into City C. "We can't go any further. The rest of the journey you have to do on your own," Xiaomi said to the two. "If you encounter danger, make sure not to be brave and retreat in time." Shen Qing nodded and said, "Don't worry, with Chen Shui by my side, I won't act recklessly." Xiaomi nodded heavily and then led the support team to hide in a concealed area. Shen Qing led Chen Shui forward for a while, then slipped into a deserted alley. She took out the old clothes she had prepared from her space and changed into them. Next, she pulled out a box of eyeshadow and started applying it on their faces. Soon, their rosy complexions turned pale, with some hollow marks on their cheeks. Almost done. Chen Shui was extremely nervous, her heart pounding wildly. "Let's send out the mouse squad and find a hidden corner to wait for information." Chen Shui nodded firmly and then released the mouse squad from her backpack. It was time to execute the mission, and this mission was very important, so everyone had to take it seriously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shen Qing felt a sense of determination in the eyes of the group of mice, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Chen Shui crouched down and patted each mouse on the head. After training for so long, she had grown quite fond of these little guys. "You all need to be careful too," Chen Shui whispered. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, the mice scattered in all directions. Shen Qing also took Chen Shui to a nearby hidden abandoned corner to hide. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Shen Qing took out the communicator from her space. The two could monitor the mouse's perspective in real time. Chen Shui stared intently at the screen, afraid of missing any useful information. However, the mouse had been on its way for half an hour, and apart from encountering some refugees who chased it as food, no other suspicious individuals were found. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The frightened mouse scurried in all directions, but the starving person behind it relentlessly pursued. Watching the carefully cultivated little mouse encounter danger, Chen Shui's eyes turned slightly red. Shen Qing looked at her appearance and felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Sister Shen Qing, this little mouse. They didn't even call for help. Chen Shui felt very distressed. These weak creatures did not seek her help when their lives were at stake. It seemed they had long known that this mission was fraught with peril. Chen Shui buried her head between her legs. She knew the mission was this cruel, the apocalypse was this brutal. Even humans could be treated as food, let alone mice. Their current task was to find the enemy. She couldn't let herself be distracted by this. Shen Qing looked at her deeply and said, "You stay hidden here, I'll be back soon." "Sister Shen Qing," Chen Shui exclaimed in surprise as she stood up. Shen Qing quickly left. She had just checked through the communicator that the mouse was not far from them, and they should still be able to catch up. Of course, she wasn't naive enough to take risks to save a mouse. Instead, she noticed that the person chasing the mouse had some unusual behaviors. "Hide out." Shen Qing moved very quickly, just as the mouse was about to be caught. Shen Qing scooped it up in one motion. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shen Qing couldn't understand what it was saying, but she could see its gratitude from its eyes. Shen Qing patted the little mouse's head, then put it into her pocket. "Rest for a while, little guy, you've worked hard." She looked up and just happened to meet the man's eyes. Indeed, something seemed off. Shen Qing said lightly. From a mouse's perspective, she had only seen the man's feet at the communicator. His strange running posture had raised her suspicions, which was why she had chased after him. Indeed, zombies had already appeared in City C. Shen Qing muttered to herself as she stared at the man's vacant gaze. The man tilted his head, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. His skin was somewhat darkened, but it was not decayed. It seemed he was not a zombie created by Wuling through experimentation. Shen Qing frowned. Nothing could be worse than this. It indicated that Wu Ling had created new zombies and had already unleashed them into City C. The man before her was one of the newly emerged infected. Unlike the previous zombies, this man did not seem as intelligent and simply wanted to bite anything alive. When he saw Shen Qing, the zombie's eyes moved slightly, and then he staggered towards her. His speed was also very slow. Shen Qing kicked him down to the ground and then took out a sharp knife to finish him off. She felt along the zombie's neck, and sure enough, the crystal core was still located at the back of the neck. It seems that Wu Ling still hadn't figured out the weakness of the zombies. After dealing with this zombie, Shen Qing released the mouse to continue its mission, and then quickly returned to their hiding spot. Seeing her come back, Chen Shui let out a sigh of relief. "Sister Shen Qing." Shen Qing nodded at her and said, "Don't worry, that mouse is fine now. Thank you." Chun Shui didn't know how to express her gratitude. Shen Qing lightly waved her hand, then immediately contacted Xiaomi with a communicator to report what had just happened. The enemy's actions were surprisingly quick. Xiaomi was extremely shocked. "I estimate that City C will soon fall. We must hurry." Xiaomi nodded, reassuringly saying that the experiments here were progressing relatively smoothly and they wouldn't let the enemies continue to be complacent. After hanging up the phone, Xiaomi quickly made her way to the experimental site. Before she even entered the venue, she could smell a strong scent of blood, as if a rain of blood had fallen. Stepping into the venue, the sounds of wailing and cries for help filled the air. Xiaomi frowned and walked straight toward Zhao Shi and Shen Jian. At this moment, Zhao Shi and Shen Jian also had very pale faces. This experiment was indeed too cruel. "Sister me." The two turned around and greeted her in a low voice. Xiaomi nodded, knowing they must be feeling awful. Zhao Shi's eyes were a bit red, and she nodded. Xiaomi gently patted her shoulder and said, "Just know that everything we're doing is for the future of humanity. That's enough. Is that really okay? I think the previous improved potion was better. At least the deaths wouldn't be so heavy." Xiaomi took a deep breath and said, "The enemy has once again created zombies, and there are already infected individuals appearing in City C." Everyone present heard this, and their eyes were filled with undisguised shock. In such a short time, what has that madman done? City C has long been without military defense, and zombies will probably soon occupy City C. Xiaomi nodded and said, "So we don't have much time left. You've all seen how formidable those zombies are. It's difficult to deal with them relying solely on weapons. We must quickly cultivate new combat-capable superhumans. I know, these experiments have been too cruel for you, but this is the necessary path to change the world." The group fell silent for a moment, then looked towards the experimental site with only determination left in their eyes. "How is the experiment progressing?" Xiaomi asked. Zhao Shi came back to her senses, her voice somewhat low. "It's not going very smoothly. We only produced 5 superhumans here, 3 of whom are combat types. One is a healer, and one has only become physically tougher, with no other changes." Xiaomi frowned slightly. With 200 people in the first batch of experiments under Zhao Shi's supervision, producing only 5 superhumans was indeed too few. "Lu Qian, how about you?" Lu Qian lightly pressed her lips together and said, "We have 15 superhumans here, half of whom are combat types." Xiaomi's pupils widened. 15? The second batch of experiments only had around 100 people, which means there's 1 superhuman for every 10 people. That's an incredibly high probability. Lu Qian slightly tilted her head, seeming a bit guilty. But Xiaomi knew that what she had just said was not a lie. Fang Xiao took a glance at Lu Qian and said to Xiaomi, "I only have 7 here." Xiaomi thought for a moment and asked Lu Qian, "How did you manage that? The physical qualities of these people are not much different. There shouldn't be such a big discrepancy." Lu Qian knew she couldn't hide from Xiaomi's powers and had to honestly explain what she had done. "I privately increased the concentration of the experimental potion." Xiaomi's expression was complex. Zhao Shi gasped and covered her mouth in surprise, but didn't the research team say that this concentration of potion would make it easier for the experimenters to, even in death? Lu Qian impatiently replied, "Since the outcome is death anyway, why not take a gamble? If it succeeds, their lives can be saved, and our combat power could be enhanced." Zhou Bai quietly said, "But this way of dying is too painful, too inhumane." Lu Qian coldly said, "In this era, there is no humanity to speak of. You all heard Sister Me say it. The enemy has already created new zombies. If we continue to be so naive, these people will suffer even more in the future." Xiaomi did not refute her words. At this critical moment, there was indeed no way to consider what is humane or not. "I agree with Lu Qian's approach," Xiaomi said lightly, looking at the others. "But I also respect your opinions. We don't have much time left. I will go familiarize myself with the new team members. I hope we can cultivate more combat power before we find the enemy." After saying this, Xiaomi left the experimental site. Zhao Shi bit her lip and cast a pleading look at Shen Jian. Shen Jian clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, making the same choice as Lu Qian. Half a day had passed, and the mouse squad had encountered quite a few zombies along the way, but they had not yet found any traces of Wu Ling and his group. Shen Qing couldn't sit still and kept pacing in the room. Sister Shen Qing, why don't you take a break for a while? Shen Shui was worried that she was too anxious. Shen Qing furrowed her brows and shook her head, saying, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Shen Shui let out a gentle sigh. Half a day had already passed, but they hadn't found a single useful clue, and her mood was quite defeated. The room was silent, but the atmosphere of anxiety was continuously rising. Just when Shen Qing's patience was about to run out, there was new activity on the screen. Shen Qing heard the sound and immediately rushed in front of the screen. She saw one of the little mice adjusting the position of the camera. From its perspective, Shen Qing can see that it is currently hiding in the corner. Not far away, two women are standing with their hands on their hips, looking down from above as they trample a little boy underfoot. Shen Qing's gaze focused on one of the women as a brick hovered 20 centimeters above her palm. It was clear that this woman was an ability user. The little boy didn't know how long he had been beaten. At this moment, he was covered in blood, curled up in the corner, trembling. How ungrateful. You're given a chance, and you still don't want it? Useless thing. The little boy could no longer speak, his body convulsing intermittently. I think we should just tie him up and take him back. At least today's mission will be accomplished, another woman said. All right, even a mosquito is still meat. The two dragged the boy from the corner, like dragging a dead thing. As the two left, the rat immediately followed them. Shen Qing quickly checked the location of a mouse, then put the communication screen into her space. Let's go. Okay. Shen Shui quickly followed behind Shen Qing. The two soon arrived at the location. Along the way, there were dragged bloodstains. And Shen Qing didn't need to open the communicator to check the positioning of the two women. So cruel. Shen Shui frowned and said softly. The boy looked younger than her age, which made her feel a pang of sympathy. Let's go. If we hurry, we might still save him. Shen Qing comforted her softly. Shen Shui nodded seriously. The two followed the trail of blood and soon spotted the figures of the two women. I'm exhausted. It's all your fault for being too rough. I should have known better than to leave him some breath. Stop talking nonsense. Shen Shui glanced at Shen Qing, asking for her opinion. Shen Qing shook her head, signaling her not to rush. From their earlier conversation, Shen Qing guessed that the two women were taking the little boy to Wu Ling to hand over a task. So they couldn't act rashly and had to follow closely behind them. As long as they weren't discovered, they would soon reach Wu Ling's lair. Shen Shui understood Shen Qing's intention and nodded obediently. The two quietly followed behind them, turning through several hidden alleys until they finally saw a tall gate. The tall gate had a facial recognition entry system. After one of the women swiped her card and opened the door, she dragged the little boy inside, followed closely by another woman who also used facial recognition to enter. The door slammed shut, and the two could no longer follow. Sister Shen Qing, what should we do now? Shen Shui asked in a low voice. Shen Qing silently observed her surroundings. The walls on both sides of the door looked very sturdy, and above the walls were 360-degree rotating cameras. Above the cameras, there were rows of automatic machine guns ready to fire. It was clear that if a stranger approached, they would definitely be shot through. The mouse squad is on the move. Sister Shen Qing, the security here is so tight. I'm afraid even the mouse squad won't be able to get through, Shen Shui said with a hint of worry in her tone. Shen Qing observed for a while and found that this strict defense was not without weaknesses. Take the two cameras angled at 45 degrees, for example. The speed at which the two cameras rotate is slightly different. When the two cameras are rotating in opposite directions, there are actually blind spots. If they could make good use of the time in these blind spots, they might be able to send the mouse squad in to investigate the situation inside. Shen Qing shared her discovery with Shen Shui, asking her to immediately bring over the closest mice. In no time, 5 mice arrived. Shen Shui squatted down and patiently translated Shen Qing's idea into terms the mice could understand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sister Shen Qing, everything is fine over here. Shen Shui stood up. Shen Qing nodded. The security here was tight, and to find out the situation, she could only rely on these small things. Shen Qing carefully stared at the two cameras and finally waited for a moment when they had a blind spot. She quickly threw a mouse into it. Squeak. The wall was a bit high, and the mouse cried out when it fell to the ground. Fortunately, the ground inside was all dirt, so it wasn't seriously hurt. Shen Shui heard the squeaking sound and felt a twinge of pain, but she knew that was the purpose of training the mouse team. Next, Shen Qing followed the same method and sent in the other mice one after another. Soon, the screen of the communicator displayed the layout inside. It looked like a prison. Chen Shui said in a low voice. Inside the high walls, gray low buildings were neatly arranged. Each of these low buildings had only a large gray iron door without a single window. There were guards at the entrance of each iron door, as if watching over the people or things inside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One of the mice squeaked softly, and then the perspective shifted to look into the distance. It's those two women, Chen Shui exclaimed excitedly. Follow them, but be careful not to expose yourselves, Chen Shui instructed. The mouse received the order and quickly crawled toward the two women along the dark side of the wall. The other mice split up to search for the target individuals, as well as the granary and power source, Chen Shui directed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, the mice began to act separately, and the scene in front of them started to change. Meanwhile, Shen Qing had already switched the screen of the communicator to the meeting room where Xiao Mi and Team Leader Zhang were, watching the mouse team infiltrate the enemy's interior. Team Leader Zhang clenched his fists excitedly. All this time, they had no idea that such an opponent was hidden in the apocalypse. They were like shadows concealed in smoke, always elusive and impossible to catch. Now, that smoke was finally about to dissipate. Once the smoke cleared completely, they would be able to confront the enemy lurking behind it. And if they could eliminate them, perhaps the world would gradually improve. Xiaomi was also very excited. Ever since Wu Ling escaped, she had been unable to sleep due to her self-reproach. Now she had finally grasped a clue about him. This time, he must not escape again. Thinking of this, Xiaomi immediately called Shen Qing. She urged the mouse team to be sure not to expose themselves. At least not before our forces are ready. This time, we must catch them off guard. Shen Qing nodded heavily, saying yes. Chen Shui had already given instructions before they went on their mission. However, there are many people here, and exposure is only a matter of time. There isn't much time left for you to prepare. Xiaomi clenched her fist, asking for one more night. The experiment will end tonight. By tomorrow, once the troop integration is complete, we will meet with you. You two also need to protect yourselves and must not act rashly. After hanging up the phone, Team Zhang immediately called Xiao Tong to his side. This is the last time. Even if we die, we will take the enemy down with us. Gather all the soldiers who can fight, and at 8 p.m. tomorrow night, we will launch an attack on City C. Xiao Tong glanced at the big screen, looking at the enemy's stronghold, her chest rising and falling violently. Yes, the rat squad has successfully remained hidden. After one night, not a single rat has been exposed. In the morning, there was silence within the high walls. Outside the high walls, in a dilapidated building, Chen Shui leaned against the wall, sleeping soundly with even breaths. Shen Qing gently closed her eyes, having entered the space. She squatted beside the black soil, her heart filled with joy as she looked at the seedlings breaking through the ground. These were the tomato seedlings she had planted before her mission, and now they had grown to the height of her palm. She gently stroked the leaves of the tomato seedlings, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Reflecting on her past life, she realized she hadn't seen a single green plant until her death. This life was truly different. If she could prevent it in time, the zombie outbreak would not have happened on such a large scale. If she could transfer this black soil to the outside world, perhaps everything would return to how it was before. Thinking of this, Shen Qing's eyes turned slightly red. She missed the days of the past so much. Even if she was doing a job she didn't like, the air was fresh. She could eat when she was hungry and sleep when she was tired. On weekends, she could go shopping or invite a few friends for a picnic. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt her body shake violently. She immediately returned to the real world, and Shen Qing opened her eyes in panic, wondering what happened. Was there an earthquake? Sister Shen Qing. It's me, Chen Shui said softly. Shen Qing then noticed that it was Chen Shui shaking her arm. It scared me to death. Luckily, it wasn't an earthquake. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough time to react. And this broken building would crush both of them into meat paste. What's wrong? Did something happen? Shen Qing asked. Chen Shui shook her head and worriedly said, Sister Shen Qing, did you have a nightmare? Why are you crying? Shen Qing was momentarily stunned and touched her face. Only then did she realize that she had been in tears for who knows how long. It's fine. Shen Qing chuckled softly, just a dream about the past. A bit nostalgic. When Chen Shui heard this, her ears immediately drooped. I understand. I often dream about the past too, and always wake up crying. Before the apocalypse came, her parents were both university professors, and she had lived in an environment surrounded by love since she was young. Back then, she was like a carefree princess, living a comfortable life and enjoying her family's love. But the apocalypse came silently. It took away her beloved father, and those bullies broke into their home and stole all their supplies. If it weren't for her mother's desperate protection, she feared she would have been taken by those people as well. Remembering all this, Chen Shui's eyes also turned red. Shen Qing gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't think about the past. As long as you hold on to hope, brighter days will come soon. Let's compete fairly. The light of this era will be created by us. In the base, every member of Team 01 had almost stayed up the entire night. The last batch of experiments had finally concluded. In the end, they chose to increase the dosage of the drug, just like Lu Qian. At first, hearing the painful screams of the test subjects made a few of them feel immense pain and struggle within. However, seeing the increase in supernatural beings after changing the drug, they no longer hesitated. You all go rest first. I'll report the experimental data to Xiaomi, Lu Qian said as he rubbed his temples. Thank you. I feel like I could sleep for ages as soon as I touch the bed. Xieyang yawned. Zhou Bai stared at the bruised eyes and said, Then I'll trouble you. I really can't hold on any longer. Lu Qian nodded lightly and walked over to Feng Xiao. I'm not tired. I'll go with you. Lu Qian didn't argue with him. After collecting data from the others, he headed towards the conference room. Along the way, he felt somewhat distracted. He hadn't seen Shen Qing for 2 days. Was she safe? Had the mission gone smoothly? When would she return to the base? He couldn't help but glance towards the direction of the base dormitory. But the distance was too far. He couldn't see if there was light in Shen Qing's room, and he couldn't even tell which one was hers. You're worried about her too, right? Feng Xiao noticed he was in a daze and spoke up. Lu Qian turned to look at him and said lightly, She is my partner. Isn't it natural for me to worry about her? Feng Xiao replied, Before Shen Qing came, I never saw you care so much for your previous partners. Lu Qian stopped in his tracks, dissatisfied. What are you trying to say? Are you implying that I shouldn't worry about her? Feng Xiao walked past him and glanced back, saying, I like Shen Qing. Once this mission is over, I'll express my feelings to her. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian couldn't help but clench his fists, his teeth grinding together. This bastard. Why was he saying these things to him? Was he trying to provoke him? I know your feelings for Shen Qing aren't simple either, Feng Xiao continued. So let us compete fairly. If you like her, I hope that after this mission, you can boldly express your feelings too. If she chooses you, I'll willingly step aside. Feng Xiao said seriously. Lu Qian gritted his teeth, thinking, this bastard, why do I have to listen to you about confessing? Feng Xiao shrugged and said, if you don't want to, that's fine. Just remember, if Shen Qing chooses me, I hope you won't regret it so much that you can't sleep. With that, Feng Xiao walked toward the conference room without looking back. Lu Qian's chest heaved with anger. This bastard, what was he talking about? But, as Feng Xiao said, if he lost the chance to be chosen by Shen Qing because of his hesitation, he would feel miserable. Thinking of this, he quickly caught up with Feng Xiao. After the mission, wait for me. I want to confess to her at the same time as you. That way it's fair. Feng Xiao was taken aback. Confessing at the same time? Was this guy missing a screw? The two quickly arrived at the conference room. Inside, Xiaomi was slumped over the table, already asleep. The two exchanged glances at the display screen. It seemed that Shen Qing and the others had completed their mission very smoothly. This should be within the enemy's ranks. Feng Xiao couldn't contain his excitement. Lu Qian felt the same way, clenching his fists and saying, of course, Shen Qing is so outstanding. No matter what the mission is, she can complete it excellently. Feng Xiao softly woke Xiaomi, saying, Sister me, go back to your room and get some sleep. How can you endure like this? Xiaomi rubbed her eyes and sighed. I don't have any talents, and my powers aren't remarkable. I can't fight on the battlefield. So all I can do is spend more time on these small matters. If she just want to sleep now, what use would she be as a captain? Xiaomi looked at the materials the two were holding and asked, did the experiment finish? The two nodded. I'll let the others rest first. They've stayed up all night and can't hold on anymore, both mentally and physically. Lu Qian placed the experimental data in front of Xiaomi and said, This is the experimental data of our group. Fang Xiao also placed the documents down, saying, in the latter half of the night, everyone followed Lu Qian's method. So the results of this experiment turned out better than expected. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's eyes brightened. She picked up the data, and her gaze grew even more enthusiastic. Great! The number of combat-type supernatural beings has increased so much. This is really wonderful. She stood up, stretched, and said, you two should hurry and rest as well. I need to meet these newly emerged supernatural beings. Lu Qian expressed his concern. Sister me, can your body handle it? If not, we can help you settle the newcomers. And you can get some rest first. Xiaomi shook her head. I'm fine. Instead, you two should get some good rest. There is a tough battle tonight. And if all goes well, this will be the last duel. The two exchanged glances, understanding Xiaomi's intentions. Then we'll head back first. Sister me, take care of yourself, and don't push yourself too hard. Xiaomi smiled and nodded. I'm just doing what I can. It won't wear me out. With that, she urged the two to return to the dormitory to rest. She couldn't rest yet. She had to grasp the thoughts of these new members and arrange their accommodations. They were going out to fight tonight, and these new supernatural beings had no time left to grow. Everything that needed to be settled had to be done now. As Xiaomi stood up, preparing to leave the conference room, she suddenly felt a darkness before her eyes. She felt lightheaded, and if it weren't for the wall beside her to lean on, she might have fallen due to dizziness. After several minutes, her vision finally regained color. What's wrong with me? Xiaomi shook her head. She guessed it was due to the lack of rest over the past few days, so she felt a bit exhausted. After a brief adjustment, she quickly exited the door. On the other side, Shen Qing wasn't idle either. Since they only started their actions at night, the mice were hiding in various corners during the day. Shen Qing was restless and left the house as soon as it got light. Now, City C was practically a ghost town filled with monsters. In addition to mutated beasts, there were zombies wandering around, and occasionally, there were ability users patrolling the streets. This was hell for ordinary people, but for Shen Qing, it was a paradise of resources. By early morning, she had already dealt with 5 mutated beasts and 2 or 3 zombies. Shen Qing took out the crystal core, but before she could put it away in her space, the crystal core seemed to grow legs and suddenly disappeared. Encountering the duo again, she said, sorry, but I'll take these crystal cores for now. Shen Qing followed the sound and frowned slightly. What a coincidence. She unexpectedly ran into those 2 women from yesterday again. Peng Xia, you really are something. This ability of yours is too unfair. The woman with curly hair next to her looked at the crystal core in Peng Xia's hand with envy, her eyes sparkling. Peng Xia laughed arrogantly. I've suffered so much in the past. This ability might just be the good fortune I earned in my first half of life. It's about time I enjoy my blessings in the second half. But what if we're so brazenly stealing her crystal core? What if she reports it to the boss? Peng Xia scoffed. Do you think the boss cares about these small matters? Besides, this woman looks so unfamiliar. She might be a newly trained ability user, and she might not even get to see the boss. The other person laughed. You really are something. The two spoke these words in front of Shen Qing, clearly not taking her seriously. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow and said, I wonder how this crystal core grew legs. It turns out it's the work of those parasitic maggots. Peng Xia scoffed. Gaining without effort is also a kind of ability. If you have the skill, then take the crystal core from me. With that, she provocatively opened her palm. At the same time, another woman immediately assumed a battle stance. Her ability was ice-type combat. Although not as useful as Peng Xia's, it was still quite formidable within the organization. Seeing the blue energy emanating from the woman's palm, Shen Qing quickly guessed her ability. One was spatial manipulation and the other was ice-type. This combination seemed somewhat familiar. Shen Qing thought of her arrogant partner and couldn't help but smile. If Lu Qian were here, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back for even a second and would turn the 2 people in front of him into a sieve. Seeing Shen Qing smile, the 2 exchanged glances filled with confusion. What are you laughing at? I advise you to be sensible and leave quickly. Considering we're all from the same organization, we'll let you go if we take these crystal cores, Zhao Jie said. Shen Qing stretched lazily, and in the blink of an eye, she directly stored the crystal core from Peng Xia's hand into her space. She had already noticed that Peng Xia could only move small objects and had no real space ability to move larger items. So she didn't take the two of them seriously at all. The crystal core. The crystal core is gone. Peng Xia exclaimed in shock. This is so strange. It was clearly in my hand just a moment ago. Could that woman's ability also be teleporting objects? Zhao Jie said in panic. Impossible. The boss was so excited when he saw my ability. He said that I'm the only space-type ability user in our organization. How could this be possible? Peng Xia glared fiercely at Shen Qing and said, What trick did you pull? Give me back the crystal core. Shen Qing smiled and said, Return it? Don't forget, this crystal core originally belongs to me. Peng Xia was so angry that her teeth itched, and she instantly moved the brick at her feet and smashed it fiercely towards Shen Qing. However, unfortunately, the brick disappeared the moment it got close to Shen Qing. How is this possible? Peng Xia was dumbfounded. How about we retreat? I have a vague feeling that this woman is not simple. Neither of us might be her match. Zhao Jie said, a bit scared. The woman across from them was simply too calm. When she saw their abilities, she didn't even show the slightest surprise or fear. Seeing Zhao Jie so cowardly, Peng Xia became even angrier. What are you afraid of? She asked just one person. We are too. However, Zhao Jie was still a bit hesitant. Her instincts told her that the woman in front of them was more powerful than they were. Coward. Being assigned to the same team as you is just bad luck. Peng Xia scolded in exasperation. Think about it. So many crystal cores. Enough for our abilities to double. Don't forget how we were bullied before. Don't you want to get stronger? After hearing Peng Xia's words, Zhao Jie began to waver. Yes, she had suffered so much to awaken her abilities. How could she still be as cowardly as before? No, if this continues. She have no changes at all? Zhao Jie bit her lip tightly. The cold air in her hand gathering into a flying knife that she suddenly thrust towards Shen Qing. Peng Xia was right. She had to get those crystal cores. She needed to grow and make a name for herself in the organization. She wanted those who had bullied her and looked down on her to feel intimidated and regret. Shen Qing let out a light laugh. Neither the speed nor the attack power posed the slightest threat to her. Just as the flying knife was about to reach Shen Qing, it suddenly vanished without a trace. What happened? Zhao Jie could hardly believe her eyes. Could it be? She didn't even launch an attack just now? Impossible. She clearly just... Now, even Peng Xia was dumbfounded. What has happened? Peng Xia looked at Zhao Jie, who was equally stunned. I don't know either, Zhao Jie said, in confusion. Peng Xia glared fiercely at Shen Qing and gritted her teeth, asking, What exactly did you do? It must be you, woman, who is up to no good. What tricks did you play? Shen Qing looked at the expressions of the two and found it very amusing. Are you asking the enemy for advice now? Shen Qing provocatively asked. The faces of the two turned very ugly. Zhao Jie, feeling provoked, immediately gathered her strength and launched another attack. But just like before, just as the flying knife was about to reach Shen Qing, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. The two saw it clearly. It vanished in midair. Could it be that it's too hot today? Peng Xia herself found it hard to believe this reason. Seeing her companion's morale plummet, she immediately controlled the nearby ruins and threw everything in Shen Qing's direction. But just like before, everything was collected into Shen Qing's space. This is impossible. Peng Xia exclaimed in panic. She had never heard of anyone so powerful existing in the organization. No, she should say that if such a powerful person existed, she wouldn't possibly be unaware of it. Who exactly are you? Peng Xia began to grow wary. Looking at Shen Qing, she had a terrifying answer in her heart. Shen Qing approached the two of them. She said calmly, Before I answer your questions, I want to return something to you. Not good. Zhao Jie realized Shen Qing's intention and immediately grabbed Peng Xia to run away. Unfortunately, Shen Qing's speed was much faster than they had imagined. In the next moment, a large area of rubble fell from the sky. If Zhao Jie hadn't pulled Peng Xia back, she would have been crushed in a meat paste. Could it be that woman? And this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice-flying daggers still carried a chill, but they were much faster than the one Zhao Jie shot. Zhao Jie reacted quickly and suddenly ducked down to avoid them. However, Peng Xia was not so lucky. One of the flying daggers went straight through her right eye, and as the ice blade made contact with the eyeball, the chill exploded, causing red blood and blue mist to flow down from her eye socket. My eye. I can't see. Peng Xia shouted loudly. Zhao Jie hurriedly supported her. We need to escape. I told you this woman is not simple. The two of us together are no match for her. Zhao Jie helped her up, but now there was nowhere to run. The path in front of them was completely blocked. Sister, you've already taken the crystal core? Just treat us like a fart. Let us go, Zhao Jie pleaded. Shen Qing glanced at the two of them and said, You two have committed many evils. If I let you go, wouldn't it mean allowing you to bully others? Peng Xia covered her injured eye and cautiously examined Shen Qing with her other eye. That's right. Although she had never seen this woman before, she now recognized her identity. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Shen Qing. Peng Xia gritted her teeth. Shen Qing was a bit surprised. Am I that famous? Do you know me? Shen Qing was sure she had never seen Peng Xia before. Peng Xia snorted. So this is what the woman the boss often talks about looks like. She hadn't been around Wu Ling for long, but she often heard Wu Ling mention a woman named Shen Qing. Every time the boss brought up this woman, his expression was quite complicated. The boss? Shen Qing immediately thought of that man who made her grit her teeth in frustration. Aside from being a bit more capable in terms of abilities, he was truly nothing special. Peng Xia scanned her from head to toe. With a woman like you, what makes you memorable to the boss? What makes him mention you so often? Shen Qing was extremely speechless. Just hearing this made her feel somewhat nauseous. Who would want to be talked about like that by such a beast? Peng Xia clenched her fists upon hearing this. Ever since Wu Ling saved her and brought her back to the organization, her feelings for Wu Ling had changed. Hearing Shen Qing belittle him like this ignited a fire of anger within Peng Xia. Knowing full well that she was no match for Shen Qing, Peng Xia still exerted all her strength, trying to lift the large stone slab behind Shen Qing to smash it down on her. Unfortunately, Shen Qing had seen through her intentions. The moment she struggled to lift the stone slab, Shen Qing teleported it above her and brought it crashing down. Zhao Jie quickly pulled her away, but it was too late to avoid it, and the slab crushed Peng Xia's leg. Zhao Jie exclaimed, Are you crazy? We are no match for her. Why would you provoke her? Aren't you just asking for death? Peng Xia's face turned pale from the pain as she gritted her teeth. I can't stand her insulting the boss. Zhao Jie was taken aback, and then looked at her with a disdainful expression. Are you insane? You're willing to risk your life just to defend that lunatic? Unlike Peng Xia, Zhao Jie still disliked Wu Ling even while being part of the organization. She always believed that Wu Ling was a complete madman, and now working for him was just a means to make a living. How can you say that? Peng Xia widened her eyes. Zhao Jie looked at Peng Xia in disbelief. Wake up. That man is a psychopath. In his eyes, we are just his creations. No better than those zombies, not even pawns. Peng Xia stubbornly turned her head away, unwilling to say another word. Shen Qing, seeing how loyal she was to Wu Ling, didn't want to spare her life any longer. With that thought, she immediately pulled out her gun and shot her in the forehead. Bang! A blood hole appeared in the wide-open eyes of Peng Xia. Watching her die, Zhao Jie felt her legs go weak and collapse to the ground with a thud. Please spare me. Everything I've done is just to obey Wu Ling. I just want to survive. All of my actions were forced upon me. Zhao Jie cried out in fear. When she was wandering before, she had been bullied terribly by those men. At that time, she had no dignity as a human being, so when she heard about this experiment, she participated with a determination to die. By God's grace, she became an ability user. But all ability users had to obey Wu Ling's commands. If they didn't comply, Wu Ling would lock disobedient people in with a group of zombies to fight. Their abilities were limited. They had a chance against 1 or 2 zombies. But when faced with a horde, they had no ability to save themselves. She had seen with her own eyes how the zombie horde tore apart those who refused to obey, devouring them alive. That scene was etched in her memory for life. So she couldn't resist Wu Ling. Please, spare me. I've finally managed to survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Life has finally gotten a bit better. I haven't lived enough yet. I want to live. Tears streamed down Zhao Jie's face uncontrollably. Shen Qing glanced at her lightly and said, I never intended to kill you. It was her repeated provocations that pushed me to this. Zhao Jie, lying on the ground, pleaded, Please spare me. I absolutely won't mention a word of what happened today to Wu Ling when I go back. Shen Qing looked down from high position. her eyes filled with her own calculations. Soon, she made a decision. It was to spare her life and let her be a contact within the high walls. However, this person was not trustworthy at the moment, so Shen Qing decided not to reveal what had happened so far to her. She took a communicator off the mouse. With this, she could return to the high walls. Zhao Jie looked up, her eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Shen Qing. "What is this?" Shen Qing said, "Don't ask too much about what you shouldn't. Keep this communicator well. I will contact you through it when I need something. When the time comes, you must do what I ask. Otherwise, if I spare your life today, I can take it back tomorrow." Shen Qing's voice was very cold, making Zhao Jie shiver uncontrollably. She believed Shen Qing had this capability. Yes. Zhao Jie tremblingly took the communicator and immediately tucked it into the hidden pocket of her clothing. "By the way, what happened to the boy you took away yesterday?" Shen Qing asked. Zhao Jie was surprised that Shen Qing even knew about this, but she still answered honestly. "Yesterday, Wu Ling asked us to capture some test subjects. The boy was supposed to be handed over to Wu Ling for disposal after being brought back, but he seemed very busy yesterday and never showed up. So the boy is still being held." Shen Qing nodded lightly and said, "I understand. You can go." Zhao Jie couldn't believe her ears. She turned back to look at Peng Xia's corpse. Was she really letting her go so easily? "Should I leave?" Zhao Jie carefully got up from the ground, afraid that she would be shot in the back as soon as she turned around. "Remember my words. You owe me this life for now. If you don't follow my orders, I can take your life back tomorrow." Zhao Jie felt her legs go weak under Shen Qing's gaze, almost kneeling down again. "Yes, I will definitely be obedient, don't worry. I'm a sensible person. As long as I can keep my life, I am willing to do anything." Go on." With Shen Qing's permission, Zhao Jie ran away quickly, fearing that Shen Qing would change her mind. Shen Qing lazily yawned, then moved Peng Xia's corpse and the pile of rubble to a distance, continuing her sweep. By the time she returned to the dilapidated building, she had already collected a large bag of crystal cores. Shen Qing Shen Shui, thinking of helping her enhance her abilities. No, I can't accept. These are all hard-earned by you, Sister Shen Qing. I can't take them." Shen Qing said softly, "Your mouse squad has put in a lot of effort this time. This is your reward. Accept it, and perhaps your abilities will have more potential." Shen Shui felt it was inappropriate to keep declining, so she accepted it. On the other side, Xiaomi spent the entire morning familiarizing herself with the newly formed Team 01 members, testing their abilities one by one. In the afternoon, when all the ability users were resting, Xiaomi began busying herself with the statistics of their combat strength for this mission. Perhaps because she hadn't rested for too long, she nearly fainted several times while sorting the data. Mi Jie, Zhuxing woke up early and went to the conference room to help. "I'm fine." Xiaomi shook her head and continued with her work. "Mi Jie, you should take a break. Just leave this to me. If you keep this up, how will your body handle it?" Zhuxing said with concern. Xiaomi seemed not to hear and continued her tasks. Zhuxing sighed and could only help share some of the load. After a long time, Xiaomi finally compiled all the combat strength statistics. Apart from Team 01, a total of 10 teams would be dispatched for this battle, each consisting of 50 people. Team 01, including new members, had about 40 people. Xiaomi looked at the list with a serious expression, wondering how many of these people would return. The base truly had no combat strength left. The youngest on this list was only 16 years old. Zhuxing also sighed, hoping for a successful operation and wishing there would be no more sacrifices in the future. "Mi Jie, I'll take the documents to Team Zhang. You should rest well." Xiaomi nodded and handed the documents to him. "I'll take a short nap. Remember to wake me before we set off." Zhuxing was surprised. "Mi Jie, are you going on this mission?" Xiaomi nodded. "I know I'm not a combat type, but what if my abilities come in handy?" Zhuxing looked at her weakened shoulders with some pain. Others might not know how much Xiaomi had done, but he was very clear. Since the establishment of Team 01, Xiaomi had been busy nonstop. She handled everything: the team's resource applications, calming down incidents caused by team members, and reporting to superiors. Although it all sounded trivial, within less than a year, Xiaomi had already gained quite a few white hairs. As night fell, the base was very lively. The originally empty area was now filled with people, and those left behind on the upper floors were peering out, reluctant to part with their families. The warriors waiting to set out were either excited or scared, trying to ease their emotions with chatter. I'm so scared. I can't bear to leave my child. What if I never come back from this mission? This is a glorious expedition. I heard this mission is very important, and there are many ability users going with us. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm so nervous. Will I really be able to contribute? What exactly is our mission? Everyone was chattering away. It was tea until Team Zhang and the members of Team 01 appeared that they quieted down. Team Zhang looked at the vast crowd with no joy, only a deeper sense of discomfort. These people were the entirety of the base. If this mission failed, City S would be doomed. By then, with zombies running rampant, who knows what would become of City S? Team Zhang, say a few words, Xiao Tong reminded. Team Zhang came back to his senses, looking at the anxious, excited, and terrified eyes below him, unsure of what to say. At this point, anything he said felt unnecessary. Let us distribute the supplies before we set off, Team Zhang said. Xiao Tong nodded, and soon Lu Qian and others brought over several boxes of supplies. When everyone saw the supplies, their panic and unease turned into excitement. Did I see wrong? Is that a hot dog? It really is a hot dog, right? It seems so. I can barely remember what a hot dog tastes like. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Lu Qian opened the boxes, revealing red hot dog packaging, making the soldiers even more excited. These supplies were what Team 01 had seized from the enemy's base last time. This mission was very dangerous, and Team Zhang had a lot to say. But the words got stuck in his throat. Since that's the case, I won't say much. Let us eat these supplies and set off with full bellies. We are everyone's hope, and we will definitely bring back a brighter tomorrow. Only Lu Qian and Feng Xiao knew that the enemy's base didn't have this much supply. Half of it was provided by Shen Qing, meant to inspire and boost morale at this moment. Sure enough, when everyone saw that there were also cola besides hot dogs, they were so excited they nearly cried. Carbonated drinks. Could it be that I've already met the King of Hell? How could there be so many good things today? I haven't had such good things in a long time. Even if it means going to my death, I would be willing. Team 01 maintained order as they distributed the supplies. Everyone received one hot dog and one bottle of cola. Before the apocalypse, these items might not have even drawn a glance from anyone. But now, these two items held a deadly allure for these people. After getting their hands on them, everyone couldn't help but stuff them into their mouths. Some were reluctant to eat, quietly stuffing hot dogs into their pockets, planning to share them with their families after the battle. Others had no more worries. One person eating meant the whole family enjoyed it. The sounds of munching quickly faded. Perhaps having tasted food they hadn't had in a long time, the earlier tension and fear were all thrown aside. With Team Zhang's command, the team set off grandly from the base. Just before they departed, Zhu Xing once again urged Xiaomi to stay at the base, but Xiaomi's mind remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Shen Qing looked at the darkening sky with some anxiety, her hands fidgeting. Go. Chun Shui scratched her head in embarrassment. My stomach is being too uncooperative. She hadn't expected the mission to last overnight, so she only brought enough supplies for a day, and by the morning, they were all gone. In fact, she had started feeling hungry since the afternoon. She just hadn't found the courage to say it. Shen Qing was also hungry, but she had been busy with other matters and hadn't thought about eating. The supplies she brought were also gone. After hesitating for a moment, she took out 2 energy bars from her space. This is for you. Chun Shui was taken aback and said, No. Shen Qing, you eat it. I'm not hungry. Shen Qing smiled faintly. Your stomach has been protesting with growls for a while now. Go ahead and eat. We have a tough battle ahead tonight. Chun Shui's cheeks flushed red as she shyly took the energy bar from Shen Qing's hand. Thank you, Sister Shen Qing. I'll return it to you when we get back to the base. Shen Qing smiled and said, No need. Chun Shui was extremely hungry and stuffed the energy bar into her mouth. Shen Qing was lost in thought, chewing slowly. She didn't know when they would arrive. Chun Shui followed Shen Qing's gaze to the distant high walls of the enemy base. I just received a message from Xiaomi. They have already set out. It will take at least 2 hours to walk from City S. Chun Shui nodded, leaning against the wall, her eyes fixed on the screen of the communication device. The screen was black, as each little mouse was hiding well. They were currently resting and waiting for orders, so there was nothing new to see. Chun Shui slightly closed her eyes, thinking how hard it was to endure time in this apocalypse. Now, she finally understood how long life must have felt for the ancients without electronic devices. On the other side, Shen Qing also slightly closed her eyes and entered her space. The tomato seedlings in the black soil had grown a bit taller, and some of the faster-growing ones had already bloomed with small white flowers. Shen Qing was delighted. It seemed that in this space, the growth rate of plants was much faster than in the real world. Based on this timeline, by the time this battle was over, she would be able to eat fresh tomatoes. Shen Qing crouched in front of the black soil, feeling delighted and wanting to hum a song. When the main force arrived, it was already 10 o'clock at night. They stopped about 200 meters from the enemy's base. Shen Qing and Shen Shui also returned to the team. Shen Qing informed everyone about the enemy base's defense situation. Let's just blow up those surveillance cameras, Lu Qian suggested. Shen Qing shook her head and said, then the enemy will quickly discover our infiltration, and we won't achieve the element of surprise that we want. Shen Jian pondered for a moment and said, I could infiltrate, and if I can find the switch for the surveillance, I can turn off all the cameras. But the enemy will definitely hide the switch in a concealed and secure place, so it might not be easy to find. Shen Qing laughed upon hearing this. Shen Shui, show everyone. Shen Shui, holding the communication device, jogged in front of a few people and turned the screen towards them. There were many small windows on the device. Shen Shui maximized one of them, and the scene on the screen startled everyone. On the screen, a little mouse was holding onto a wire and biting it hard with its teeth. This wire connected to the main power supply of the enemy's base. As long as this wire was cut, not only would the surveillance be lost, but the enemy's base would also be plunged into darkness. Everyone looked at the screen, astonished. Amazing. Shen Shui, you are really impressive. Seiyang couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Yes, the enemy would never have thought that we have such a clever and agile team member here. Team Zhang looked at Shen Shui with appreciation. This little girl was indeed impressive. Shen Shui felt a bit shy hearing everyone's compliments. I didn't do anything extraordinary. I just did what I could. Like everyone else. Inside the screen, the little mouse was also doing what it could. The wire was too tough, and its gums were already bleeding, but it still didn't let go. Gradually, the wire's insulation was being bitten away. After exposing the inner wire, the little mouse suddenly stopped its actions. It used its tail to roll down the communication device and placed it under the wire. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shen Shui was taken aback, Sister Shen. It wants us to detonate the communication device. Shen Qing furrowed her brows slightly, detonating the communication device. This little mouse team member would likely be engulfed by the flames of the explosion. Could it really achieve such a feat just being an animal? When Shen Shui heard this, she too felt a pang of sorrow and reluctance in her heart. After all, this was a team member she had nurtured herself. But the wire was too thick, and relying solely on it to bite through would take too much time. Now that the protective layer outside the wire was gone, detonating the communication device to blow up the power source was indeed the fastest way. She felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sister Shen Qing, you should detonate the communication device. It says it will try its best to escape. Shen Qing nodded. After silently counting to 10 in his heart, he pressed the detonation button. The explosion of the communicator wasn't very powerful, sounding much like a bottle dropping on the ground. At the moment of detonation, flames erupted and instantly burned through the wires. The sparks didn't stop, they ignited along the wires. It was also at that moment of detonation that the nearby surveillance cameras suddenly stopped functioning. Not only the cameras, but all the lights in the enemy's base that had been on moments ago were now extinguished. Shen Qing turned on the communication device and contacted one of them. The voice on the other end was very faint. The base suddenly lost power. Is this something you did? Shen Qing said, this matter has nothing to do with you. Tell me the location of the Misty Room. There was a brief silence on the other side, and then they informed Shen Qing of the route from the main door to the Misty Room. Be careful. Although he is a madman, he values his worthless life. There are many dangers around his room. One wrong step could lead to death. Shen Qing responded lightly. Presumably, Wu Ling was also scared by them at that time. Thinking of this made Shen Qing want to laugh a little. Shen Qing heard chaotic sounds from the communicator and quietly instructed, find a way to make the situation even more chaotic. If this is done well, I will spare your life. The other side responded quickly. After creating chaos and cutting off the communicator, Zhao Jie sighed softly. She didn't know why. She actually believed that woman could destroy this place. Listening to the noise around her and smelling the stench of the crowded air, she frowned. She had long wanted to escape this place. Since she was asked to create a commotion, she would go along with it, taking advantage of the crowd's panic. Zhao Jie dodged the guards at the door and quietly left the room. She then found her way in the dark to the southwest, locating the room that housed the mutated beasts. As soon as Zhao Jie approached, the mutated beasts inside became restless. She hated these creatures intensely. Her good friend had died at the jaws of these beasts. After feeling around for a while, she found the lock at the door. The proud Wu Ling believed that people like them from the lower class wouldn't dare approach the area where the mutated beasts were kept, so the room only had a very ordinary lock. Zhao Jie let out a snort. In the past, she really couldn't open this lock, but she was different now. Gathering her mental energy, she concentrated the coldness in her palm, twisting it into a single thread and shaping it into a needle. She inserted the ice needle into the keyhole, applying just the right amount of force, and with a click, the lock opened. The moment the lock clicked open, Zhao Jie fled from the southwest side as fast as she could. The room she chose was one that housed smaller mutated beasts, filled with mutated snakes, insects, mice, and ants, which could create chaos without threatening her life. Sure enough, not long after, screams began to echo throughout the base. "Help! The mutated beasts are coming out. Someone save me. I can't fight. What's going on? Weren't they locked in the southwest? How could they get out? I bet that madwoman wants to let the mutated beasts eat us to enhance their combat power. Is she crazy? I want to leave this place. Let me go. Stop dreaming. Unless we kill that madwoman, we have no chance to escape. We, who are not powerful in abilities, will be turned into food for the mutated beasts and zombies. We are doomed." Zhao Jie hid in the crowd, occasionally stirring up trouble with a few provocative comments, which only made the already panicked crowd even more chaotic. The people locked in the room began to resist, attacking the guards at the door, and the scene turned into complete chaos. Meanwhile, Wu Ling, who was asleep, was also awakened by the noise. In fact, he had just had a nightmare. In the dream, Shen Qing had him pinned under her foot, pulling his hair as if she wanted to rip his scalp off. When he woke up, his back was drenched in cold sweat. After calming down, he heard the commotion outside. Frowning in dissatisfaction, he pressed the switch by the bed. Click! The room remained dark. What's going on? The power had always been managed by that guy Su Lu. Too many devices in the base couldn't afford to lose power. What the hell was Su Lu doing? Wu Ling unhappily dialed Su Li's phone. What's going on? Why is there no power in the base? Shu Lu, with a furrowed brow, replied, "I'm still investigating the specific situation. How could you let such an important matter get this way? I really don't know how the old man let you handle the power." Sulu snorted coldly. "Do you have the nerve to blame me? You should quickly take care of your side. What's going on over there? Is there a riot?" "Huh?" Wu Ling hung up the phone in dissatisfaction, put on his clothes, and walked out. It was then he realized what Sulu meant. The area that was originally under his control was now in complete disarray. Wu Ling furrowed his brow tightly. What on earth was happening? How did these mutated beasts get out? Not far away, Zhao Jie saw Wu Ling come out and quickly informed Shen Qing of the current situation. Shen Qing was very satisfied with the current situation and instructed Zhao Jie to keep it hidden. If there were others who didn't want to die, they should all stay away, avoid taking action, and especially not interfere. Zhao Jie nodded quickly. It seemed that she hadn't chosen the wrong side this time. If it were her, she might really be able to lead herself out of this hellish place. Zhao Jie found a few close companions and quietly informed everyone of the current situation. Although she didn't know what would happen next, not participating was definitely the right choice. The others had long been fed up with this place, and upon hearing this, they quickly encouraged others to hide, many of whom were also ability users like Zhao Jie. Meanwhile, Shen Qing and others have opened the door to the enemy base and swaggered into the enemy's interior. Team Zero is at the front, clearing away dangers for the ordinary soldiers behind them. Once inside, the team dispersed. Remember, do not linger in battle. Those enemies who show no intention to resist should be detained first, while those who resist to the death should be eliminated. Zombies and mutated beasts must be exterminated, and crystal cores collected on site. Understood. The team of 500 quickly split into 10 groups of 50, beginning their operations. Xiaoyang rapidly read the map of the enemy base. After consuming a crystal core, his abilities had also grown. Now he could read the map over a wider range. Faster, and his judgments on the number and capabilities of the enemies were more accurate. Holding a pencil, he almost simultaneously sketched the map in his mind and sent it to the phones of each team leader. The ordinary squads were responsible for eliminating regular mutated beasts and zombies, while rescuing innocent test subjects along the way. Team 0 divided into smaller groups to deal with the stronger mutated beasts and zombies. Soon, everyone received their tasks and infiltrated the enemy's interior. "Hey, old partner, I knew you would still choose me for a group," Lu Qian said, feeling very happy. Just thinking about how Shen Qing chose him over Feng Xiao as a partner for this operation made his heart feel as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Shen Qing gave him a faint glance and said, "With your temperament, if I don't choose you, the other team members wouldn't dare to choose you either. It would be quite embarrassing for you to be left alone." Even though she said that, Lu Qian didn't mind. The task they received was to eliminate the mutated beasts around the Misty Room and infiltrate it for investigation. Following the route provided by Zhao Jia, the two quickly approached the House of Misty. As Zhao Shi had said, there were indeed dangers lurking nearby. As soon as they got close, they heard a deep roar. It seemed to be a big guy. Such a muffled sound was clearly the voice of a large animal. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Shen Qing smiled. Lu Qian looked at her seriously and said, "With you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything." Shen Qing was taken aback. Why did that sound so awkward? She shook her head. It was not surprising for Lu Qian, such a straight-laced guy, to say something that could easily be misunderstood. Better not to think too much about it. "Let's make it quick," she murmured. Lu Qian's heart was pounding nonstop. He felt really stupid for suddenly saying such cheesy things. He had heard that women hated greasy men the most. Would that last remark make her lose interest? Lu Qian felt regretful as he watched Shen Qing walk further away, and he hurried to catch up. The closer they got to the room where the mutated beasts were held, the more muffled the low growls became. The sound carried a hint of excitement, along with a warning. Shen Qing placed her hand on the door, looked at Lu Qian, and asked, "How is it? Are you ready?" Lu Qian nodded vigorously and said, "Go ahead. I'm ready." Shen Qing responded softly, and in an instant, the door disappeared. Just as the door vanished, a massive figure leaped out from inside. Its speed was incredibly fast. If the two had not been alert, they would have probably been turned into pulp by now. As it burst out, it kicked up a cloud of dust. It turned out to be a leopard. Shen Qing looked at the faint glow not far away and recognized the true form of the mutated beast. No wonder it was so fast. It was a mutated cheetah. Lu Qian also became vigilant. The cheetah's speed was too quick. One careless move could lead to death. Moreover, this cheetah was mutated, making it twice as strong as an ordinary one, with a body full of muscle. Its pair of fangs was especially sharp, and Shen Qing thought that if it grazed against him, it would probably tear through flesh. "Be careful," Shen Qing advised. Lu Qian nodded. "You too." The cheetah tilted its head, its gaze toward the two becoming greedy. It hadn't eaten meat for 2 days and was now extremely hungry. Without a hint of hesitation, it lunged towards Lu Qian. Its speed was astonishing, and even with all his focus, Lu Qian couldn't match the cheetah's attack speed. Just as the fangs were about to reach his neck, Lu Qian hurriedly shot an ice arrow while dodging to the right. The ice arrow struck the cheetah's chin, and it let out a roar, swinging a paw fiercely at Lu Qian. Lu Qian couldn't dodge in time, and his shirt was torn open, leaving a bloody scratch mark on his back. Shen Qing quickly took out a bomb and threw it at the cheetah, then hurriedly helped Lu Qian up with a few steps. "You're injured," Shen Qing said with a furrowed brow. This was the first time since they started their missions together that Lu Qian had sustained such a serious injury. Lu Qian felt a sharp pain in his back. Fortunately, his ice arrow had hit the cheetah, otherwise his neck might have been broken by now. "It's nothing, just a small injury, not a big deal," Lu Qian said softly. Shen Qing furrowed her brows tightly, quickly rummaging through her space for usable ammunition, and hurled it fiercely in the direction of the cheetah. The cheetah was injured in its limbs by the bomb thrown by Shen Qing, becoming even more furious. In the distance, Wu Ling also heard the sound of the explosion. He frowned and looked towards the direction of his room. "What on earth is going on tonight?" "Long time no see," a familiar female voice rang out. Wu Ling's heart jolted, and his body stiffened as he turned to see Xiao Mi standing not far away with a smile on her face. You! Wu Ling exclaimed, unable to find his voice. What? Meeting an old friend. Aren't you happy? Xiao Mi said lightly. Wu Ling clenched his fists. So that's it. He finally understood the reason for tonight's abnormality. The power was cut off, mutated beasts were released, and the experimenter's right. So it was all you who were behind this. Xiao Mi didn't respond, but looked at Wu Ling's empty sleeve. It seemed that this experiment wasn't all-powerful after so long. You still haven't made a prosthetic? Even if you can't find suitable hands, wouldn't it be the same to attach the hand of a beast? After all, there's no difference between someone like you and a beast. Xiao Mi provocativities mild. Wu Ling clenched his fists, and hearing her mention his injury made him so angry he felt like his lungs would explode. But soon he calmed down. You really have some guts, daring to barge in here without fear of death. What? Do you think that if you can defeat me, you could defeat everyone in our organization? How naive. Xiao Mi replied lightly. Are we the naive ones, or are you too arrogant? Tonight will reveal the answer. Good luck. After saying that, Xiao Mi quickly left Wu Ling's sight under Zhou Bai's protection. Wu Ling clenched his fists and immediately dialed Su Li's number. There's an enemy intruding. Quickly restore the power supply. He looked at the few people in front of him and said into the phone, You notified me too late. I'm already surrounded. After saying that, before Wu Ling could reply, he hung up the phone. Fang Xiao stared closely at Su Li's face. If I remember correctly, you're the man who rescued Wu Ling last time, right? Are you holding a grudge over that? I'm just his colleague. Saving him is my job. If you have a grudge against Wu Ling, just go to the southwest side and take your revenge on him. I'm just an innocent worker. So please don't make things difficult for me. Fang Xiao stared intently at Su Lu. His intuition told him that this man was not simple. When he said these words, he showed no signs of nervousness, indicating that he didn't take them seriously at all and was just thinking about leaving quickly. Are you joking? You and Wu Ling are in cahoots. How could we possibly let you go? Shen Qing said with his head held high, dissatisfied. Behind him were two new members of Team 01. Lu Hao, a wind-type ability user who can create wind and change its shape to launch attacks, even in calm weather. He is the strongest among the newcomers, reminiscent of Lu Qian and Fang Xiao back in the day. Lu Qi, a water-type combat ability user who also possesses healing abilities, making him the most promising among the newcomers. This is really troublesome. I still have to rush to fix the power supply you broke. Can't you just let me go first? Su Lu adjusted his glasses. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. This guy, does he really not take us seriously? Fang Ge, don't waste your breath with him. Let's make our move. Young people are easily impatient, unwilling to listen to a second of nonsense. Su Lu smiled gently. It seemed that a fight was unavoidable, so since that's the case, I'll deal with you first, and then get back to my work. Last time there were too many enemies, and there was a burden, so he chose to avoid the fight. This time was different. From Wu Ling's description of the enemies, he knew that the Fang Xiao in front of him was a lightning-type combatant, the strongest in ability. The other person was just a spatial transfer ability user, not someone to be feared. These two unfamiliar people were probably newly trained ability users, so he didn't have to take them seriously. Lu Hao, feeling high-spirited, looked at Su Li's disdainful eyes, and his anger flared up immediately. Before receiving Fang Xiao's order, he recklessly conjured a fierce wind and charged towards Su Lu. The strong wind stirred up dust and sand, obstructing Su Li's line of sight unexpectedly, making it impossible for Fang Xiao and the others to see the scene in front of them. Shen Qing was somewhat dissatisfied with his behavior. You should at least inform your teammates before launching an attack. Lu Hao then realized that his earlier actions were indeed too impulsive. He had always held a respectful attitude towards the seniors in the team, and seeing the seniors' anger made him stop the whirlwind. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. After he stopped his actions, the whirlwind subsided, and the scenery before him gradually became clearer. Fang Xiaolin had anticipated that this situation would occur when teaming up with him. So before leaving, he borrowed 4 pairs of goggles from Shen Qing, and it seemed that the preparation was not in vain. Fang Xia handed the goggles to the other 3 team members. Lu Hao's ability was very suitable for combat. As long as we weren't blinded by the sandstorm, we would get used to the visibility after staying in the sandstorm for a while. Shen Qing looked at the goggles in his hand and silently gave a thumbs up. No wonder Dr. Fong was so experienced. He actually prepared such a good item in advance. The four quickly put on their goggles. On the other side, Su Lu spat out a few mouthfuls of sand. His gaze towards the others became alert. It seemed that these newcomers were not just filling in, but actually had some real skills. However, he was no longer the Su Lu who had fled last time. During this time, he had improved quite a bit, and this time he would make those who had underestimated him pay the price. The two sides were on edge, and a protracted battle was about to break out. "Brother Fong, you take command," Lu Hao said softly. As a newcomer, Lu Qi was naturally willing to listen to Fong Xiao. Shen Jian also trusted Fong Xiao very much and was willing to let him arrange things. Fong Xiao nodded seriously. "We still don't know what his supernatural ability is, so we must be cautious. The four of us will spread out and attack from four directions. Su Lu might focus on our new team members as the breakthrough point. Jian, pay attention and provide timely support." Fong Xiao arranged quietly. "Okay, I understand," Shen Jian replied. The four immediately dispersed to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, surrounding Su Lu. "Go," Fong Xiao commanded. In an instant, the wind and sand rose up. Lightning and bullets surged toward Su Lu, and after the lightning struck, Lu Qi unleashed his water blade. When lightning met water, a burst of purple-blue exploded. When used separately, their powers were one, but together they became three, and the effect was simply doubled. Su Lu had long anticipated that they would attack him from four directions, so he suddenly rolled forward to evade this wave of encirclement. However, Fong Xiao and the others did not give him a moment to breathe. The next second, their attacks followed closely. Su Lu felt that the situation was not looking good. The wind and sand blurred his vision, and he could only rely on instinct to judge the direction. Moreover, their attacks were too concentrated. If they hit him, it would cost him half his life. No. If he continued dodging like this, his stamina would soon run out. By then, he wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack and would be eliminated by them. Seeing that the strategy was effective, Fong Xiao shouted, "Increase the attack speed." Lu Qi gritted his teeth and said, "This guy dodges like an eel. We can't hit him at all." While dodging, Su Lu tried hard to open his eyes and get used to discerning direction in the wind and sand. The firepower on Fong Xiao's side was too strong. Shen Jian, who had no supernatural ability, was a quick shooter, and he could teleport, making him not an easy opponent to break through. In this situation of being besieged, he naturally had to choose a weak point. Su Lu gritted his teeth as he weaved through the attacks, his mind racing. Finally, he focused his gaze on Lu Hao. "That arrogant little guy," Su Lu muttered. Thanks to him, his eyes were now extremely uncomfortable. However, he was glad that he had gotten used to opening his eyes in the wind and sand. If that little guy's ability was only this much, then targeting him as the breakthrough point would naturally be the best choice. Thinking this, Su Lu instantly became invisible. "Brother Fong, he's gone." Lu Qi was the first to notice Su Li's disappearance. Fong Xiao frowned and halted the attacks from his team. "It's happening again," Fong Xiao said with a frown. Last time, Su Lu suddenly disappeared and took away Wu Ling. Now he was using the same trick again. "Is he running away?" Lu Hao said excitedly. This was his first battle since becoming a member of Team 01, and he heard that the opponent was a general of the enemy. "Is that all there is to it?" Lu Hao laughed. "If the enemy's big prize is only at this level, then today we can win easily." Shen Jian wore a serious expression, closely observing his surroundings. His intuition told him that Su Lu was still nearby. Qi also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The reason we can be so at ease is that we have our seniors with us. If it were just the two of us, we probably wouldn't stand a chance against the enemy." Lu Hao disagreed. His ability could both defend and attack, and Qi was also a strong companion. Even if the two of them encountered an enemy together, though they might not handle it effortlessly, dealing with this person wouldn't be a problem. Just as he relaxed his guard, Su Lu suddenly appeared about 1 or 2 meters away from him and aimed a gun at his forehead. "Watch out," Shen Jian shouted, then immediately teleported next to Lu Hao and tackled him down. As he did so, the bullet passed through Shen Jian's shoulder. Shen Jian let out a muffled sound, biting his teeth to suppress a cry. How could he suddenly appear? Lu Qi was startled by the sudden turn of events. Looking at his injured senior, his hands trembling in fear. Fang Xiao shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack immediately, protect Jian." Only then did Lu Qi react, quickly following Fang Xiao's lead to launch an attack on Su Lu. Su Lu swiftly dodged and then clicked his tongue. What a pity. If he had come a moment later, this kid would have been dead. After saying this, he disappeared again. Brother Fang, what should we do now? Lu Qi felt anxious. Facing such a powerful opponent in his first battle was really overwhelming for his little heart. Stay alert. He might suddenly pop out from some corner. Fang Xiao vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lu Hao was also stunned. The bullet had just been a meter or two away from him. He had clearly seen it. Why was his body so stiff that he didn't dodge? I'm sorry, Brother Shen. I'm sorry. It's all because you were protecting me that you got hurt. Lu Hao looked at Shen Jian's pale face, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt in his heart. Shen Jian covered his shoulder and gritted his teeth to stand up. This man was very difficult to deal with, and one must not let their guard down. They needed to be fully alert. Not a single word of blame was uttered, which made Lu Hao feel even worse. What are you waiting for? Get ready to attack at any moment, Fang Xiao shouted at Lu Hao. Then he turned to Shen Jian and said, Jian, move next to Lu Qi and treat your wound quickly. Okay, Shen Jian replied and instantly moved to Lu Qi's side. He had injured his right hand, the one he used to hold the gun, and it needed urgent treatment. Otherwise, he would become useless in this battle. Lu Qi's palm emitted a faint green light, gently covering the wound. The treatment process was extremely painful. Sweat beaded on Shen Jian's forehead, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent for the sake of his senior's dignity. At that moment, Su Lu clicked his tongue softly. What a pity. This was the best opportunity to attack Shen Jian and that newcomer, but he was positioned the farthest from those two. His ability wasn't as convenient as Shen Jian's. He couldn't easily change his position, or he risked exposure at any moment. Unable to attack Shen Jian, he could only shift his focus back to Lu Hao. That newcomer must hate him right now. Anger sometimes causes people to lose their judgment. Perhaps this could be an opening. Thinking of this, Su Lu suddenly appeared and moved towards Lu Hao's position at the fastest speed. In addition to being invisible, he had another ability that Team 01 didn't know about, which was a fire-type combat ability. As he approached Lu Hao, he released a fireball from his palm. Lu Hao was startled by Su Li's sudden appearance, followed by a surge of anger. He wished he could tear apart the man in front of him to avenge his senior. Lu Hao looked at the fireball in Su Li's palm and sneered. What a general. Just a turtle good at hiding. No wonder he never dared to fight them head-on. It turned out his combat ability was weak. The size of his fireball was even less impressive than that of his peers. With this thought, Lu Hao showed no intention of dodging as Su Lu approached. He unleashed a gust of wind, extinguishing the fireball in an instant. That's all. It seemed he would soon be able to avenge his senior. Just as Lu Hao was thinking this, Su Lu had already closed in on him. Seeing that Lu Hao was completely unguarded, Su Lu smirked. Great. This was the effect he wanted. He raised his palm, and the fireball appeared again. Lu Hao coldly said, This move won't work on me. No matter how many times you try, I'll blow your fire away with the wind. Oh really? Je reveal d'un strange smile. The fireball in his palm suddenly expanded to 100 times its original size, like the size of 2 yoga balls. A glimmer of shock flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. How was that possible? How could this happen? Can you still easily disperse my fireball now? Su Lu adjusted his glasses, and a massive fireball came crashing down towards Lu Hao. Lu Hao was now cornered with no place to dodge. A hint of panic crossed his eyes. What to do? Was he really going to perish here? Just when he was extremely anxious, a water blade flew over. However, the power of the water blade was far weaker than the fireball, only weakening its flames. Get up quickly and think of a way. Lu Qi shouted anxiously. Seeing Lu Qi's worried expression, Lu Hao finally regained his composure. Even if he was injured or died, he had to stand up and resist first. He had worked hard to become an ability user. He couldn't just wait to die. With this thought, Lu Hao instantly gathered all his mental energy and swung his hand fiercely at the fireball. A sharp gust of wind instantly sliced the fireball in half. In the gap, he rolled backward to evade the falling flames. Good job. A voice of praise came from afar. It was Fang Xiao. Following that, Fang Xiao's lightning struck, targeting the flames that had fallen next to Su Lu. In an instant, electric lights surrounded Su Lu, and a series of screams erupted. Sulu struggled to get up from the ground. His suit was already tattered, and his exposed skin was burned, a mix of blood and char. He gritted his teeth. If this continued, he would really die here. It seemed he had to use that move. Ah, how annoying. He never expected that one day he would have to rely on that man he hated the most. On the other side, Lu Qian and Shen Qing were also caught in a tough battle. This leopard was indeed difficult to deal with. Its speed was simply too fast, and its stamina was far superior to that of humans. Shen Qing and Lu Qian were both out of breath, yet it still remained highly vigilant. This beast was indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder that Madman arranged for this creature to be around his room. Lu Qian took a deep breath. Shen Qing nodded. This cheetah was indeed a bit difficult to deal with, but just now she had come up with a method to handle it, though she wasn't sure how feasible it was. You step back a bit. I have a method I want to try, Shen Qing said. Sometimes, she still had to make full use of her abilities. Although the idea she thought of sounded quite absurd, upon further reflection, it still had feasibility. Lu Qian felt a bit puzzled, but he obediently stepped aside. Shen Qing immediately pulled out a piece of meat the size of an arm from her space. While in the space, she had coated the meat with poison. Lu Qian? What is this operation? Is she trying to turn enemies into friends? Well, that could work. As expected of Shen Qing, she always thinks of methods that he cannot. If she can turn this fierce beast into an ally, it would indeed be a great asset. Unfortunately, Chen Shui is not here. Otherwise, they could communicate with this leopard using animal language, which might increase the chances of success. Lu Qian thought to himself, feeling a sense of admiration. Shen Qing took out the meat and waved friendly at the cheetah. Come on, there's meat here. Haven't you been hungry for a long time? Go ahead and eat. This is top-quality pork. In this apocalypse, everyone hasn't even smelled the taste of pork for a long time. Lu Qian looked at the piece of meat and felt a bit greedy. What a pity that such a good piece of pork belly was being given to this cheetah. The cheetah was also starving. It hadn't been fed by Wu Ling for several days. Moreover, after the apocalypse, it had only been eating human corpses. Basically, it had not had many fresh good meals. So, seeing the piece of pork belly in Shen Qing's hand, its eyes lit up. Shen Qing squinted and smiled, then tossed the piece of meat in front of the cheetah. Poisoning. Animals are always animals. Faced with the temptation of delicious food, they cannot refuse. Just like a man cannot resist a beautiful woman in his embrace. It showed no hesitation at all and began to devour it eagerly. It chewed with gusto, blood and meat dripping from the corners of its mouth. Shen Qing, your method is simply brilliant, Lu Qian said quietly. How are you so clever? Facing his unusual praise, Shen Qing felt a bit shy. She just didn't know if this piece of meat was enough to make it turn against them. Lu Qian was worried that this meat was like a meat bun thrown to a dog, with no chance of return. Shen Qing was taken aback. Huh? What affection? The two stared at each other wide-eyed, and Lu Qian realized that he had been overthinking. The next moment, the poison took effect. The cheetah, which had been lively just a moment ago, suddenly began to howl. White foam dripped from the corners of its mouth, and just by listening to its cries, one could tell how much pain it was in. Lu Qian widened his eyes. Was the meat poisonous? Shen Qing nodded. What else could it be? You can't possibly think I'm foolish enough to give it a piece of meat for free, right? Lu Qian was left speechless. He had underestimated Shen Qing. She was smarter than he had imagined. Taking advantage of the moment, she drew her pistol and fired several shots at the cheetah. Due to the poison, the cheetah's reaction speed had slowed significantly. These shots accurately hit the cheetah's head. The cheetah roared, its crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Shen Qing. It suddenly let out a howl to the sky and then lunged at Shen Qing. It extended its sharp claws, intending to gut her. Unfortunately, to Shen Qing, its movements seemed to be in slow motion, like they were playing at 0.75 speed. Shen Qing calmly dodged its attack, and then another shot hit its abdomen. Lu Qian was not idle either. Ice arrows fell from the sky one after another. Not a single one missed, all piercing into the cheetah's body. The cheetah let out a few cries of agony, struggled a few times, and then fell heavily to the ground. Shen Qing was not at ease and stepped forward to deliver 2 more blows. Finally, it was settled. Looking at the cheetah that had finally lost its breath, Shen Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, She had thought of this desperate measure. Otherwise, this battle would have likely lasted much longer. Lu Qian noticed that her forehead was already covered in beads of sweat and quickly urged her to rest while he took the crystal core himself. Just as he cut open the cheetah's abdomen and retrieved the crystal core, he heard a familiar voice. "It's you again. It's you. Shen Qing." Shen Qing looked up and saw Wu Ling staring at her angrily. Shen Qing squinted her eyes. "Long time no see, handless man." Upon hearing this, Wu Ling's face grew even darker. "You killed my most beloved creation. This time, I will definitely take your life." Wu Ling's expression was grim. Shen Qing said lightly, "What a pity. If it were an ordinary leopard, we could have eaten its meat. Now we can only skin it and make it into a carpet." Facing Shen Qing's provocation, Wu Ling felt a bit irritated. "I haven't been idle during this time. You'll see just how excellent and terrifying a scientist I am." With that, Wu Ling took out the remote control in his hand and pressed a button. "Are we going to do this again?" Shen Qing was already used to his tricks. Every time, he would have the monsters he studied fight against them. Sure enough, the innermost door on the southwest side opened. At the same time, Xieyang was also taken aback. "Sister Me, there's trouble on Shen Qing's side," Xieyang quickly said. "A closed room on the southwest side has been opened, and the energy inside is much stronger than what I sensed. Sister Me, given the current situation, Shen Qing and Lu Qian have no chance of winning. They are in great danger." Xieyang expressed his concern. Xiaomi furrowed her brows and immediately pulled up the relevant map on the communicator to check the current personnel distribution. "How many reinforcements do you think we need to send over?" "If it's our team members, at least 3. If it's ordinary team members, 10 might not even be enough." Xieyang calculated. Xiaomi looked and found that among the team members closest to Shen Qing, there happened to be a 3-person group. She quickly contacted the trio and instructed them to rush to Shen Qing's side for support. More zombies. Really troublesome. Lu Qian instinctively protected Shen Qing as they retreated. The number of zombies this time was indeed quite large. Moreover, these zombies didn't resemble the infectious ones wandering around City C. They appeared to be more aggressive. "It looked like they were zombies created by Wu Ling," Shen Qing said. "Yeah, don't worry, I still have strength. Dealing with these zombies is not a problem." Lu Qian replied, "Shen Qing, I've got this. You go find reinforcements. It's too dangerous for the two of us." Even though Lu Qian was strong, he still felt a bit scared at that moment. Shen Qing said lightly, "Xiaomi just sent a message. She has already sent support over." Lu Qian gently clenched her fist and said, "Then you should leave first and come back when the reinforcements arrive." "Why?" Shen Qing refused. "I am your partner, and I absolutely cannot leave you alone in this situation." Lu Qian gritted her teeth and replied, "Because I am strong. Having you here will only hinder me. Don't hold me back." Shen Qing quietly looked at him and said lightly, "You are not good at lying, so don't say such things in the future." Shen Qing changed the magazine and took out a few sharp knives to strap around his waist. "I know you're worried that I might run out of stamina and get hurt, but we are teammates and I absolutely cannot abandon the fight." Lu Qian clenched his fists. This was not the time to show off. In that small room, there were actually about 10 zombies locked inside. The two of them had barely managed to deal with just one before. Now the situation was really grim. Shen Qing bit the wire of the fog grenade and threw it into the zombie crowd. "I have to remind you, this is not the time to show off," she said, then raised her machine gun and fiercely swept it across the horde of zombies. After a round of firing, she pulled out her dagger and quickly rushed towards the zombies. With a swift strike, the zombie fell to the ground. "Don't just stand there. Do you want me to fight alone?" Shen Qing looked back at him. Lu Qian felt his heart skip a beat. She's really headstrong, but it's exactly this side of her that makes her so attractive. "I'm coming," Lu Qian replied with a smile, quickly making his way to her side. Meanwhile, Wu Ling had already sneaked away. The base was no longer safe. He had lost his communicator, and he had to get to the old man early to inform him about this. The old man must have a way to resolve it. If it really doesn't work, they would have to abandon City C and choose a new base. On the other side, Old He had already learned about this matter. This day came earlier than I expected. "What should we do, Old He?" Rose stood beside Old He. Old He said calmly, "It's no problem. Exterminating them is part of my plan, just a bit ahead of schedule." Rose worriedly said, "But these people have the courage to attack our headquarters, which means they are fully prepared. Isn't this too dangerous for us?" Old He smiled lightly. I see them as merely brave but without wisdom. They don't even have a proper leader. So what kind of storm can they stir? Hearing Old He's words, Rose felt much more at ease. Their organization operated around Old He, and his orders were undoubtedly correct. Rose, go restore the power. Also, set traps around this building. Old He instructed. Rose nodded respectfully, yes. Then she left respectfully. Well done, as expected of a senior. Lu Qi shouted excitedly at Feng Xiao when he saw Su Li's disheveled appearance. No problem. With such a reliable senior here, it will definitely be fine. Su Li looked at his own messy state and smiled self-deprecatingly. He also had a day when he was pushed to such a state. It seems that just relying on his supernatural abilities to hide is no longer useful. After all, there was another ability user who could teleport here. If he used his tricks too much, he would definitely reveal a flaw. With this in mind, Su Li took out a blue pill from his pocket. This pill was a new product researched by Wu Ling. That madman. Su Li's expression darkened. He didn't want to die here. Even if he had to turn into a monster, he would fight. With that thought, Su Li swallowed the blue pill. The moment the pill went down, he felt a surge of energy inexplicably erupting from his body. That energy kept expanding within him. Su Li felt like his internal organs were about to explode, and worried that the enemy would take advantage of the situation, he quickly concealed himself. He disappeared again. Lu Hao frowned tightly. Everyone be careful. He's nearby, Shen Qing said. After several rounds, he had gradually figured out Su Li's abilities. He was sure that Su Li couldn't move far, otherwise he could have directly teleported behind them to attack. So he concluded that Su Li was still within their encirclement. Feng Xiao, Lu Hao, don't stop attacking. Lock the attack range within our encirclement. He should be right there, Shen Qing shouted. The two immediately launched their attacks without hesitation. Feng Xiao's lightning attack had a very wide range and quickly hit the hiding Su Li. Su Li let out a muffled groan, revealing himself. Just as I thought. You really can't teleport. You just hid invisibly. It seems you also lingered in place last time. Shen Qing frowned. He knew that his abilities couldn't hide from a true teleporting ability user. All right, you caught me. It's true, Su Li shrugged. The strange movement in his body could no longer be concealed. He was about to undergo a mutation. Therefore, even if his abilities were exposed, it had no effect on him now. We have figured out your secret. You have nowhere to hide now. Shen Qing stared tightly at Su Li. Su Li forced a grim smile. I don't need to hide anymore. Before the crowd could understand what he meant, Su Li let out a painful scream and then bent over. The moment he bent down, his clothes suddenly burst open. His muscular physique bulged out. In the blink of an eye, he was several heads taller than usual, and his large muscles looked quite grotesque. Su Li's face also twisted, his once handsome and fair face becoming terrifying, and his gold-framed glasses fell to the ground with a clatter. What is happening? Why did he suddenly turn into Tyson? Lu Qi was also seeing this for the first time and was terrified. Brother Feng, what is going on? Lu Hao was also a bit flustered. Feng Xiao saw this scene and immediately recalled a previous encounter with another enemy. At that time, he also mutated right under their noses, and it was Shen Qing who successfully decapitated him to kill him. Shen Qing also thought of this matter. Be careful. He took a certain medication, and now he has mutated. Shen Qing stared warily at Su Li. He knew that this matter was definitely related to that madman. Lu Hao and Lu Qi were hearing about this for the first time and were shocked, just as the few of them had not yet reacted. Su Li had already charged over. He no longer resembled a human at all. His speed had completely surpassed that of a human, resembling a ferocious beast. His original teeth had fallen out, and the new ones that had grown were sharp and long. If bitten by these sharp teeth, it would likely result in instant death. Everyone be careful, Feng Xiao reminded them. It was clear that this drug had been upgraded compared to the last time. After Su Li's body had been modified, his brain remained clear. He was still focused on targeting Lu Hao. Faced with Su Li's attack, Lu Hao found it extremely difficult to dodge and had no way to launch a counterattack. Shen Qing is also injured now, and even if he rushes to Lu Hao's side, he can't help much. Lu Hao gritted his teeth and cursed softly. Why is it always against me? Don't panic. We're here to help you. As they spoke, Feng Xiao and El Qi had already rushed to Su Li's side. Su Li was terrifyingly strong in terms of physical ability, and apart from sharp teeth and monstrous strength, He didn't have any other means of attack for the time being, so the group didn't have to extend their attack range too far. Fang Xiao compressed the lightning in his palm, forming it into a point and slashing at Su Li's neck. Bang! A huge sound echoed. However, Su Li's neck still showed no signs of injury. How could this be? The strongest among them was Fang Xiao, and if he couldn't do anything, how could they handle the current Su Li? Don't lose heart. Everyone attack together. I refuse to believe he can remain unscathed. Shen Qing accurately shot at Su Li's neck. Lu Hao and El Qi also successively used their wind and water blades. They didn't know how long the wheel battle lasted, but Shen Qing finally saw a crack appear on Su Li's neck. It's working. Everyone aimed for the back of his neck. Although it was just a small wound, it still motivated everyone. Even though they were already very tired, their attacks and dodges didn't stop. On Su Li's side, he was also starting to struggle. The effects of the pill could only last half an hour. He initially thought he could break the disadvantage and leave within that time, but he didn't expect the enemy to be so difficult to deal with. As he realized that half an hour was about to pass, many memories from the past unconsciously surfaced in his mind. That was before the apocalypse came. At that time, he had a company that was neither too big nor too small, and he was basically hands-on with the company's affairs. It was precisely because of this that he hadn't taken a vacation for 7 years since graduation. He hadn't expected that in the end, aside from work, there were no other interesting memories in his mind. If there's a next life, no matter what, he must first enjoy life. He wanted to visit all the places he had wanted to go, but never did. Thinking of this, Su Li's face rarely showed a smile. His neck was about to break. Just hold on a little longer. Sweat beads the size of soybeans dripped from Fang Xiao's forehead. The four of them were also starting to run out of stamina. With one last mighty blow, Su Li's head snapped off with a crack. The head rolled on the ground, still blinking its eyes. Su Li looked at this body and felt it was strange. Had he known it was a dead end, he wouldn't have taken that pill. At least he could have died with some dignity. Is it over? Lu Hao collapsed on the ground, exhausted. We won. El Qi squatted down, feeling like all his strength had been drained. Let's rest for a bit. We need to go to the next place. Fang Xiao gently reminded. Today's battle was indeed a bit cruel for newcomers, but this was the final battle. By the time the support team arrived, Shen Qing and Lu Qian had already taken down 3 zombies. Fortunately, the zombies' weaknesses hadn't changed, just a bit more troublesome, but still manageable, Shen Qing said. Lu Qian looked at her clothes, which were already soaked with sweat, and couldn't help but say, "You should rest for a while. I'll take care of the rest." Shen Qing chuckled. Here again? My stubborn partner. Lu Qian rubbed his brow, wondering how to say it, so she would listen to him and take a break. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and deal with these zombies. Then let's catch the mastermind behind all. As soon as he finished speaking, the support trio rushed over. Senior, sorry to keep you waiting. Shen Qing didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with them. With a casual glance, she roughly identified the 3 individuals. She had heard from Xiaomi that this team had a set of triplet siblings, 2 sisters and 1 brother, all of whom had become ability users. Moreover, all 3 were combat types. Before becoming ability users, they had worked together to deal with many ill-intentioned individuals for survival, so their excellent combat skills complemented their combat type abilities. Shen Qing counted the number of zombies and said, "There are still 12 zombies left here. Can you 3 handle it?" The 3 of them exchanged glances, wondering what was going on. Didn't they agree on support? How did it turn into facing this alone? We have more important things to do. If you can manage, then this task of dealing with the zombies will be handed over to you. The oldest sister stammered, "It should be fine." Shen Qing glanced at her and said seriously, "Give me a definite answer. If you can't handle it, we will stay." "We can." At this, the 3 of them spoke in unison. They knew that these seniors wouldn't back out at the last moment. They must have more important matters to attend to. Now that they had become members of Team 01, they should become independent sooner. Good. Shen Qing looked at them approvingly. Then this place is up to you. Lu Qian, let's go after Wu Ling. Lu Qian worriedly glanced in the direction of the 3. Is it really okay? It's okay. I believe they can do it. As Shen Qing replied, she wiped the blood off a zombie's neck. There were only 11 left now. Lu Qian looked at her back and chose to trust her decision. All right, let's go. Before leaving, Lu Qian took down another zombie. 10 left. Newcomers, it's up to you now. After saying this, The two completely disappeared into the darkness. So cool. Sister, will we be as strong as the seniors in the future? Let's not think about the future for now. Let's deal with the zombie horde in front of us first. The three assumed combat positions, ready for a prolonged battle. Sejong kept sensing the map and soon discovered the intentions of the two, informing Xiaomi about it. Sister me, is it really okay like this? Those three are still newcomers. Xiaomi frowned slightly. I trust Shen Qing's judgment. Please check the map again to see if you can locate Wu Ling. Since Xiaomi said so, Sejong felt it was inappropriate to raise any further doubts. Okay, I'll give it a try. He had seen Wu Ling before and could remember his energy fluctuations. However, there were too many people in the base, making it somewhat difficult to accurately find Wu Ling. After searching for a while, he found 3 or 4 similar energy points and informed Shen Qing and Lu Qian of their locations. Shen Qing and Lu Qian exchanged a glance and tacitly chose an energy point. The route to that energy point was the closest to the southwest side and seemed more like a place where Wu Ling would go. Let's speed up a bit. We need to catch up, Lu Qian said. Shen Qing nodded. All right. The two of them moved towards the energy point at the fastest speed and soon caught up with Wu Ling. You really came here. According to previous investigations, Wu Ling usually conducted experiments right here. When Wu Ling saw the two of them, her eyes widened in shock. How did you? Shen Qing smiled faintly. Not expecting that we would catch up so quickly, right? Wu Ling clenched her fists. How is that possible? How could it be? There are plenty of zombies in the woods. No matter what, they should at least be able to hold them off for an hour. Shen Qing said, after such a long time, you still haven't figured out the weakness of a zombie's neck. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling became even more irritated. He didn't understand why Shen Qing was aware of the zombie's weaknesses. What frustrated him even more was that he had no idea why this woman knew about zombies. Wu Ling gritted his teeth and remarked, You really are like an unrelenting ghost. Shen Qing said coldly, Now you have no place to hide, and we won't let you leave anymore. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling tried to run towards the laboratory. As long as he could successfully get into the lab, he would have a way to deal with them. But just as he was inches away from the laboratory, a large stone slab came crashing down, blocking the door completely. Captured, Wu Ling gritted his teeth in anger. It was that woman again. She always ruined his plans, making him hate her immensely. But now that the laboratory door was blocked, he had no other way to escape. While Wu Ling was still hesitating, Lu Qian acted immediately. 2 ice arrows flew through his legs at an incredibly fast speed, causing Wu Ling to kneel down instantly. With his legs broken, he naturally couldn't run away. Lu Qian's voice was cold. Shen Qing didn't want to let Wu Ling go easily, so she temporarily spared his life and brought him, tied up, in front of Xiaomi. They met again. Xiaomi looked at Wu Ling with a smile. Wu Ling's legs were broken, and he could only kneel in front of everyone. He glared at the crowd fiercely, but couldn't change the situation. Fang Xiao and the others encountered Zhao Shi and Zhou Bai while heading to the last building, so the 6 of them teamed up to go to the tallest building. According to the small minions at the base, the core members of this organization were in that building. Just thinking about soon battling with the leader of this group made everyone tense. The group arrived at the first floor and began to ascend the stairs. After climbing a few flights, everyone sensed something was off. The staircase seemed endless. They couldn't seem to reach the top. Fang Xiao was the first to react and said, Stop, this place has been set with traps. They had encountered similar situations underground before. His reminder made Zhou Bai and Shen Jian realize what was happening. It seemed to be the same person who had set the traps. But where was the breakthrough this time? Everyone spread out to look for any cracks they could exploit. Having encountered such traps before, Fang Xiao and the others had some experience. As long as they found the crack in the trap and broke it, they could get out from here. However, this trap was clearly much more refined than the last one. The group searched repeatedly up and down the stairs, but found no signs of any cracks. It felt like they were hitting a wall, truly difficult to deal with. Shen Jian frowned. He preferred to confront enemies head-on. This kind of time-wasting trap was too despicable. No matter how you attacked, it felt like hitting cotton with a punch. We're trapped here. Can we really find a way out? Lu Qi's expression was somewhat worried. He had climbed hundreds of steps. After one flight of stairs, there was another. And he couldn't see any hope at all. Plus, after the battle, his stamina had already declined significantly. And now, after climbing so many flights of stairs, His legs were completely exhausted. Don't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to find the flaw in the trap. That's also the enemy's cleverness. Shen Qing said. In just a few weeks, he had grown a lot. From the person who was initially panicked, he had turned into a reliable senior who could comfort the newcomers. Let's rest for a while, adjust our mindset, and then split up again to look for flaws. We will definitely break through, Feng Xiao said softly. He was now the most experienced old member of Team 01 here and the current backbone of the group. So his words acted like a shot of adrenaline. The group rested in place for a while. Just as they were about to search for the flaw in the trap again, two people walked up from the bottom of the stairs. The sudden sound of footsteps startled everyone, and they turned around in unison. At the moment they turned, they saw two familiar faces and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sister. Shen Qing's face showed a relaxed smile when he saw Shen Qing. What brought you here? Feng Xiao asked, his eyes flashing with a hint of jealousy at seeing the two appear together. Shen Qing said, I finished my work over there, so I came over. Why are you still staying here? Shen Qing was puzzled. Because I heard from Xiaomi that a few of them had set off for a while. So seeing everyone here surprised Shen Qing a bit. Shen Qing sighed and said, Sister, come over and take a look, and you'll understand. Shen Qing walked upstairs in confusion. After turning a corner, she found herself back at the starting point. So that's how it is. Shen Qing understood. We are trying to find a way to leave this damn place, Lu Hao said. Lu Qian coldly shot ice arrows around, trying to break this illusion-like trap. But the moment the ice arrows made contact with the illusion, they were all bounced back. If Shen Qing hadn't quickly stored the ice arrows away, her teammates would have been hurt. Lu Qian panicked for a moment, feeling guilty for his recklessness. What is the progress now? Shen Qing didn't look at Lu Qian, but instead shifted the topic elsewhere. Shen Qing shook his head in frustration and sighed. There's not a bit of progress. This trap is set up too intricately. That's true. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. We just finished resting and were planning to continue looking for flaws in the maze, Feng Xiao said as she looked at Shen Qing. Then we'll go together. Shen Qing gently nudged Lu Qian, who was still lost in self-blame, and said softly, Don't daze off, it's time to work. Only then did Lu Qian react and join them. This time, everyone searched more carefully, feeling along every step and brick. Finally, someone discovered something unusual. Brother Feng, I feel like this brick is a bit loose, Lu Qi shouted loudly. Hearing his voice, Feng Xiao immediately rushed over. It's right here. Lu Qi excitedly pointed to the spot he had just discovered. Feng Xiao placed his hand over it and also found something amiss. Between the gaps of the bricks, a slight chill could be felt. Feng Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened. Found it. It turns out that this seemingly airtight trap still has a crack. It's right here. You did a great job. Feng Xiao turned to Lu Qi and said. Lu Qi's eyes lit up as well. Great. We finally found a way out. He finally felt useful. Step back a little, Feng Xiao said softly. Seeing his stance, everyone knew he was about to attack with full force. To avoid being accidentally harmed, they all stepped back a few meters. Feng Xiao gathered lightning in his hand, aimed at the crack, and struck it hard. With a loud crash, it sounded like glass shattering. Did it work? The scene before them did not change. Feng Xiao sensed the fresh taste in the air and nodded. It seems we have succeeded. Let's continue up. Everyone looked towards the distant stairs. Yes. Once we get to this floor, we'll know. Let's go. Feng Xiao led the way, and the others quickly followed. Climbing up this flight of stairs, what awaited them was another staircase. Keep going up, Feng Xiao carefully observed. There were some scratches on the walls of this level, which he hadn't seen before, breaking the deadlock. This indicated that they had indeed successfully exited the trap. Shen Qing also noticed this small detail and let out a gentle sigh of relief. The trap had been dismantled, and everyone could continue forward. The new team members didn't have such keen observation skills, but hearing their senior say this made the heavy stone in their hearts fall away. As expected, after climbing 2 more levels, they saw a different scene. It was a very large reception room, elegantly furnished. As they stepped into the reception room, the once dimly lit room suddenly brightened. Their eyes, which had adapted to the darkness, felt a bit stung. What is going on? Wasn't the circuit already cut off? It seemed the enemy had repaired the circuit. Undoubtedly, this would make their actions more difficult. It's much later than I imagined. Now that we've come this far, we don't have to worry about exposing our movements, Shen Qing said. Let's go. Continue forward. Everyone be a bit careful. Fang Xiao still walked at the front. The group glanced at the decorations in the reception room. It was clear that the owner of this room had very refined taste and a deep love for art. The walls were adorned with paintings from the 18th century, though it was uncertain if they were genuine. Strange. Why is there not a single person here? Yes, this is the highest and most central building of the base, and the decor looks like a place where the leader would reside. In a place like this, how could there not be a single security person? Shen Qing quietly observed her surroundings. It was somewhat strange. The room was silent, but as people walked by, the wooden floor creaked under their feet. Creak, wait. Shen Qing finally realized what was wrong. Everyone suddenly stopped, but the creaking sound continued for a moment longer before it ceased. Noticing this, everyone felt the hair on the back of their necks stand up. What is going on? That sound just now. Lu Hao swallowed nervously and cautiously turned his head. He was at the very back of the group, and when he looked back, he only felt a cool breeze pass by. There was nothing else. Was it an illusion? It should be an illusion, right? Lu Qi unconsciously leaned closer to the crowd. I felt a cool breeze, but the window is closed. How could there be wind? Lu Hao's voice trembled slightly. Fang Xiao frowned slightly. Calm down. We've seen zombies before. What is there to be afraid of? Lu Hao swallowed again. At least zombies have a physical form, something you can see and touch. Compared to zombies, aren't spirits even more terrifying? He would rather fight zombies than face a spirit. Shen Qing felt Zhao Shi also leaned closer to her, clearly also startled by the words of a few people. Shen Qing said, "Where did the ghost come from? If people turn into ghosts after they die, then according to the current death toll of humanity, this room would probably be too crowded to fit anyone." Her words not only failed to comfort everyone, but instead made several faces turn even greener. "All right, stop scaring yourselves. There are no ghosts in this world," Lu Qian added. Just as he finished speaking, a vase in the distance fell to the ground with a crash, shattering. Zhao Shi was startled. "But isn't there no wind in this room? How could that happen? Didn't you say there were no ghosts? Then what is this? This place is too weird. Let's hurry up and leave." Lu Hao urged Fang Xiao, who was in front. Fang Xiao responded with an mm. Although she didn't know what was going on, it was indeed not suitable to stay here for long. If they stayed any longer, their tense nerves would surely break. "Everyone stay close. This place is too strange. Make sure not to get separated." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The huge noise startled everyone. Fang Xiao turned around to see that the door they had entered through had actually closed. That door was made of steel, and it definitely couldn't be moved by a slight breeze. "Who is playing tricks? If you have the guts, come out and face us." Shen Qing yelled. He didn't believe in ghosts either. The next moment, the door in front of them also clicked shut. "See, it's not ghosts at all. It must be someone causing trouble," Shen Qing said coldly. It seemed that someone didn't want them to move forward, which is why they were trapped here. Suddenly, the originally bright lights began to flicker. The eerie atmosphere made everyone's nerves tense. They all vigilantly watched their surroundings, not daring to breathe. If you have the ability to play tricks, why don't you have the guts to show yourself? What a coward. Shen Qing continued to provoke. His words somewhat eased the fear of the new team members around him. Lu Hao also quietly cursed, "If you have the guts, come out and challenge us head on. We won't be afraid of you. Yeah, don't think that just by playing tricks you can scare us." Shen Qing stepped back to Shen Qing's side and asked, "Sister, what do you think?" Shen Qing, "I naturally don't believe that it's a ghost causing trouble." Shen Qing nodded seriously, then, "Sister, it's up to you to find the person hiding now." Shen Qing understood his meaning. She slowly extended her hand and collected all the items that could hide a person into her space. If someone was hiding among these items, they would fall out immediately. Soon, all the furnishings in the room were gathered into Shen Qing's space, but that person still did not appear. Could it be that, like that man, they had the ability to become invisible? Lu Hao speculated. By now, he was no longer so afraid. Shen Qing furrowed his brows. It's unlikely. Two supernatural beings with the same abilities? It feels like the probability is too low. A sense of unease swept through the crowd. These unknown fears are more terrifying than the powerful opponents they face. Just when everyone was at a loss, a rumbling sound suddenly came from above. Everyone instantly looked up. They saw a hidden mechanism in the ceiling suddenly crack open a gap. Immediately, something fell from the ceiling. It's a spider. Lu Hao shouted loudly. No, not a spider. It's a human. A chilling fear surged up from Shen Qing's feet. Spider people. It's the spider people he saw last time in the underground. But they're somewhat different this time. Their bodies have become smaller. Ugh. This is the first time Lu Qi has seen such inhumane modifications, and a wave of nausea rose in her stomach. That damn bastard Wuling. Shen Qing also clenched his fists. He is truly cruel. The reason these spider people are smaller is that they are all children under 10 years old. Their limbs are softer, now transformed into the shape of spider legs. Long fangs, crimson eyes, and round bellies. Little spider people. I must make that man suffer 1,000 cuts. Shen Jian's hands turned into fists. He wanted to kill Wuling immediately, to make him feel the same pain. Sister Shen Qing, what should we do? Zhaoxi instinctively took a step back. After fighting for so long, she had never harmed such young children. Shen Qing gritted her teeth and said they have long been dead. Ending them is also helping them. Don't hesitate. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard the sound of a little spider sobbing. Don't kill me. It hurts. Mommy. Everyone's body stiffened. Shen Jian's reaction was particularly intense. The last time he saw Spider-Man, their self-awareness had basically diminished. So even though it was painful, he acted. But this time, brother, sister, where's my mom? I'm so hungry. I'm in so much pain. Brother, sister, help me. Mom, I want my mom. Whoa, please don't kill us. The little spider kept falling from the ceiling, and the crying grew louder. Everyone became visibly flustered. Even Shen Qing couldn't remain calm. Don't be influenced. They are no longer human. They can never return to how they were. In that case, then, she couldn't finish her remaining words. It was too painful, knowing full well it was the enemy's scheme. Save us. The little spider had dark brown fuzz all over its face, and when the tears fell, they clung to the fuzz, making it look even more pitiful. Brother Fong. What should we do? Lu Hao clenched his teeth. Lu Qi proactively said, why don't we try to save them? Maybe we can use healing magic. Fang Xiao was also struggling internally, but he was much more rational than these newcomers. Don't be influenced. These kids are already pitiful enough. What we need to do now is to minimize their suffering and send them away. Fang Xiao's voice was somewhat choked, but Lu Qi really couldn't bring himself to act. At that moment, a strange whistle rang out from above the ceiling. Shen Jian was very familiar with the whistle and quickly pulled everyone back. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the little spider people's eyes lit up. They tilted their heads, their plump bellies, and in an instant, they swung over to the lamppost. There were particularly many little spider people. Shen Qing estimated there were about 50. Spread out. The space in the reception room was large enough to fight these little spider people. However, everyone hesitated to attack those innocent faces. Hiss. The sound of silk threads filled the air. Lu Hao was caught off guard and was surrounded by two little spider people, silk threads wrapping around his neck. And in that moment, he felt a sharp pain. Lu Hao fell to the ground. The little spider people seized the opportunity and suddenly swooped down to bite Lu Hao's neck. In an instant, Lu Hao's face turned a distinct shade of liver color. Pain. Excruciating pain. The area wrapped in spider silk felt as if it had been burned by fierce fire. The bitten area also throbbed with pain. Lu Hao's eyes began to grow unfocused. Lu Hao, what are you doing? Hurry up, Fang Xiao shouted. Now everyone was too preoccupied with their own safety and could not help Lu Hao. He could only rely on himself. Lu Hao was brought back to his senses by Fang Xiao's shout, and with all his strength, he raised his hand to create a gust of wind that pushed the spider people away. These silk threads and their fangs are poisonous. Lu Hao knelt on the ground, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Was his life going to end here? He was unwilling. Lu Hao supported himself with his hands and struggled to stand up. Then, while using a tornado to drive away the spider people, he rushed to El Qi's side. You're seriously injured, El Qi said anxiously. Don't move. I'll help you expel the poison. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai also rushed over from a distance, using a protective shield to encircle the two of them. Thank you. Lu Hao closed his eyes. We are teammates. Besides, we both joined at the same time. We should help each other, El Qi said, while helping him expel the poison from his body. The others were also being more cautious. Everyone be careful. We only have one healing partner right now, so everyone must protect themselves and not get injured easily, Fang Xiao said. Shen Qing nodded. But Zhou Xing and Sister Mi were already on their way. Everyone, hold on a bit longer. The others also wanted to persist, but there were simply too many spiders. No more mercy. Even if they still retain some human consciousness, they are our enemies now. Being soft-hearted towards the enemy is an insult to our fallen comrades. Lu Qian shouted. He had observed for a while. When facing the spiders, everyone had unconsciously chosen to avoid combat. They only dodged, not attacked. But the poisonous webs in the room were increasing. If this continued, they would all be poisoned to death. After hearing Lu Qian's words, everyone clenched their fists. Lu Qian was right. If this went on, they might die here before even encountering the enemy's leader. Now is not the time to be soft-hearted. Realizing this, the members of Team Zero instantly perked up. Everyone focused on avoiding the toxins and ended them with the fastest moves to lessen their suffering. Fang Xiao said. The group clenched their fists and unleashed their killing moves. In an instant, the room was filled with anguished wails. It hurts. Brother, sister, why? Mom, I won't be naughty again. I won't cry anymore. Mom. The members of Team Zero had red eyes. But the killing did not stop. These little spider creatures, aside from being poisonous, did not have high attack power. The reason for the prolonged struggle was merely the group's compassion. Now that everyone recognized the situation, they quickly finished off all the little spiders. The originally almond-white wallpaper had been stained red, and the floor was soaked with blood. A few of them were also splattered with the spider's blood. Let's keep moving. Fang Xiao sighed deeply. He knew everyone was feeling very upset right now, but even if it was hard, they couldn't stop. With heavy steps, they walked to the tightly closed door. The door was locked. Shen Qing, it's up to you. Fang Xiao turned to look at Shen Qing. Shen Qing then noticed the red in his eyes. Shen Qing responded lightly, then placed her hand on the door. In the next second, the door was taken into her space. However, what she did not expect was that behind this door was another identical door. Finally, I have found you. Shen Qing frowned and continued to reach out her hand. However, this time she was unsuccessful in bringing the door into the space. What is going on? Shen Qing was taken aback. It was her first time encountering such a situation. She opened the space to check it over. The space was not full, and the storage function was working normally. So why couldn't she store this door? This was probably the same trap as before. Fang Xiao thought for a moment. That's right, I sense a feeling of closure. It must be a trap set by someone aimed at delaying our time. Shen Jian was already very familiar with the rose's traps. Then let's split up like before and look for cracks in the trap. Since the trap comes from the same person, the method should be the same. Yes, with the previous experience, everyone did not waste much time this time and quickly found the cracks in the trap. Fang Xiao used lightning to pass through the crack and soon broke it open. After the crack was broken, the door disappeared. A long corridor appeared before them. In the depths, Rose gently knelt on one knee. Old he, it's Rose who didn't do well. The trap set was easily by them. Rose couldn't buy more time. Oldie gently stroked her hair. You've done well enough. Time has been bought. Rose's eyes revealed a hint of worry. She had just gone to restore the power and saw Su Li's corpse. Surely Wu Ling was also killed by that group. The base was filled with the corpses of zombies and mutated beasts. The casualties among the newly cultivated superhumans were also severe. The enemy was far stronger than she had imagined. She didn't understand how old he could remain so calm at such a critical moment. Why didn't they escape immediately? As long as there is life, there is hope. As long as old he was around, they could recruit more companions. And it wouldn't be too late to take revenge later. She didn't understand old he's thoughts. Rose, you've done a great job on this mission. You should leave first. I'll handle things here. Oldie calmly took a sip of tea. Rose suddenly lifted her eyes. Oldie, what do you mean by that? It's so dangerous here. I want to stay and protect you. Oldie smiled gently and rubbed her head. Good child, you've done enough. Leave City C. This world might really get better. Rose's eyes drooped slightly. Oldie, I want to go. If I leave, there will be no one by your side. While the two were talking, Team Zero had already arrived at the door of the room. Oldie gently pressed the button, and the door opened. Welcome to my base. I have been waiting for a long time. Oldie said. Team Zero was startled. They did not expect the enemy's leader to easily open the last big door. Nor did they expect the enemy's leader to be a kind-looking old man. You are the mastermind behind all this evil? Oldie replied. Evil? So you think what I've done is evil? Shen Jian clenched his fists. What are you trying to express? Do you really think everything you've done is justified? You are rampantly creating mutated beasts, creating zombies, casually taking away the lives of others. Even children are not spared. You are utterly inhumane. Mei Rose furrowed her brows. What do you understand? In this apocalypse, even if we didn't do these things, others would. We are doing this for the future of all humanity. Huh? Shen Jian felt his rationality slipping away. After committing so many heinous acts, how could you have the face to say you are doing it for the future of humanity? Shen Qing's expression was also very grim. In the apocalypse, the greed and evil in human nature were vividly displayed, endlessly magnifying the malevolence. Are they still human? Elder, he said, what is the difference between such humans and the mutated beasts we created? Such humans would be better off dead. Elder, you are the same. Aren't you also trying to eradicate us for your own purposes and desires? People like you are truly a waste of resources. Shen Qing couldn't listen at all. These people's minds have already gone bad. We don't need to say much to them. Let's take action. Shen Jian also agreed with Shen Qing's words. Clearly, he was a person who had committed many crimes. Yet he spoke as if he were acting with great righteousness, which was truly disgusting. Let's make a move. This is our final battle. Everyone needs to be on high alert. Elder, he said, the abilities you all possess are not simple. If you are willing to give up your complicated desires and follow us, I would be very willing to accept you. Dream on. Shen Qing snorted coldly. Elder, he shook his head, realizing there was no saving them. In that case, I can only painfully deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room suddenly shook violently. Everyone was shocked. Don't panic. It might just be an earthquake, Fang Xiao said. Elder, he smiled faintly. Ever since the apocalypse began, I have been studying this mechanism, and now I have finally completed it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt their legs go weak, and they fell into the air. Bang! Everyone fell heavily to the ground, 2 stories high. If they were ordinary people, they would have probably died from a fall. However, because of the strong physical constitution of the ability users, they only sustained minor injuries. Are you all okay? Fang Xiao painfully got up from the ground and quickly searched for Shen Qing among the crowd. But he was a step too late. Lu Qian had already helped Shen Qing up. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Shen Qing shook her head. It's fine. You should check on the others. Is everyone okay? Does anyone need treatment? LV Qi asked anxiously. Fortunately, everyone had only minor injuries. Where are we? Lu Hao looked around, extremely alert. They had just climbed up and had not seen this room before. Could it be another trap set by that woman? Zhou Bai wondered. Shen Jian shook his head. It shouldn't be. I didn't smell that familiar scent. This should be another trap. Just as everyone was still trying to grasp the situation, the ground suddenly began to move again. This time, instead of falling down, it started to split apart sideways. In the pitch darkness, everyone had no time to react. Sister, Shen Jian shouted, instinctively flashing to Shen Qing's side and gripping her arm tightly. No matter what danger occurred, he wanted to be with his sister. Mutual slaughter. This violent shaking lasted for a long time. If it weren't for knowing that this was a trap set by that person, everyone might really have mistaken this shaking for an ordinary earthquake. After an unknown amount of time, light finally appeared before them. However, unlike before, the members of Team 01 had been scattered. Sister, are you okay? Shen Jian looked at Shen Qing with concern. Shen Qing shook her head. I'm fine. Just be careful. There will probably be a big commotion. Old he said this is a trap he has been studying for a long time. After so much effort, it can't be that simple. On the other side, Lu Qian glanced coldly at the man next to him and complained, why did I run into you? What bad luck? Fang Xiao gave him a faint glance. What's wrong? Disappointed because it's not Shen Qing? Mentioning Shen Qing, Lu Qian's eyes showed a hint of worry. I wonder if Shen Qing is hurt. I wish I was by her side right now, Lu Qian said with concern. Fang Xiao replied lightly. I'm worried about her too. Since that's the case, why don't we put aside our hostility and go look for her together? Lu Qian naturally agreed with this. The two briefly reached a consensus. Not long after they set off, they heard a rustling sound. Soon after, they saw a white mist rising from the ground. What is this? Lu Hao squatted down curiously. It looks like the mist in a rockery. Lu Qi half squatted, but in an instant he covered his mouth and nose. Be careful. This mist is toxic. Huh? Lu Hao quickly imitated him and covered his mouth and nose. However, it was already too late. The mist had already permeated through their pores. I feel a bit dizzy, Zhou Bai said. Xiaoyang bit his back teeth. Hey, don't pass out on me. If you do, I'll have to leave you here. Huh? Aren't we teammates? Zhou Bai pouted, feeling wrong, but my head really hurts. You really have no compassion. At this moment, Xiaoyang also started to feel dizzy. Hearing him say that, for some reason, a surge of anger rose in his heart. This is the apocalypse. I can barely take care of myself. And you expect me to have compassion? Do you think I'm Mother Mary? Why are you so unreasonable? No sooner had he finished speaking than a fist smashed into his face. Shut up. You're so annoying. Zhou Bai's eyes turned crimson, and he swung a punch back. You started first. What are you so tough about? Your abilities aren't even better than mine. You're just a waste. Do you think you're so impressive? In the end, you're not even a combat-type ability user. How much different are you from me? The two exchanged insults, quickly escalating into a fight. Fortunately, neither of them were combat-type ability users, so all they could use were their fists. However, on the other side, it was not so simple. Fang Xiao dodged the sudden ice arrow that shot at him, looking at Lu Qian with hostility. Are you crazy? If I hadn't dodged in time just now, I might be dead by now. As Fang Xiao said this, lightning began to gather in his palm. Lu Qian tilted his head. It seems like you really want to take me down, don't you? Feeling very unwilling, Lu Qian approached, provoking him. Clearly you met her first. But she has always teamed up with me. You must be feeling quite resentful, right? Fang Xiao furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, those words would never have angered him. But at this moment, for some reason, a surge of inexplicable anger suddenly flared up in his heart. This anger felt like it was going to ignite him. He felt he could no longer control his body. At this moment, he just wanted to release all the energy within him and tear apart all the obstacles in front of him. Lu Qian felt the same way. For a moment, lightning and ice intertwined, and the two fought fiercely. This situation was not only happening here. Shen Qing kept dodging, continuously storing bullets into the space. Jian, what on earth is wrong with you? Shen Jian, can you wake up a little? Do you want to kill me? Shen Qing dodged while shouting. Ever since a puff of white smoke had risen from the ground, both of their heads felt heavy. After the dizziness passed, Shen Jian transformed into his current appearance. He seemed to think of himself as a mist spirit, attacking fiercely every time. Strangely, Shen Qing appeared to be unaffected by the smoke and remained quite alert. Jian. Shen Qing dodged the attacks while rushing to Shen Jian's side. I will kill you, you demon. Shen Jian's eyes were bloodshot and extremely terrifying. Shen Qing saw him like this, feeling both heartbroken and distressed, and then tightly held him in her arms. You demon, let go of me. Even if I have to perish with you today, I will kill you. Shen Qing felt a pang of heartache and tightened her grip around him. Jian, can you calm down for a moment? It's your sister, not that demon. It's your sister who grew up with you. Shen Jian struggled wildly. He was now blinded by the poison gas and couldn't hear what Shen Qing was saying at all. I want to kill you, I want to kill you. Shen Qing had no choice but to use space to put away all his weapons. Then he found a rope and tied him up tightly. If you have the ability, then kill me. I'd rather die than be captured by you. Shen Qing let out a gentle sigh, then used a cloth strip to gag his mouth. Be good and quiet. We have more important tasks now. She thought that others must be encountering similar situations. She had to hurry to help them. If there were no third-party interference, there might soon be casualties due to infighting. Woo-woo. Shen Jian complained loudly. Be good. We need to go save others now. Shen Qing stood in place, listening carefully and assessing which direction she should go. This way. She quickly sensed the intense sounds of fighting coming from her right side. She had a foreboding feeling. Shen Qing was pulling Shen Jian, running all the way. Along the way, she constantly collected obstacles into her space and quickly caught up with Lu Qian and Fang Xiao. The walls around the two had been destroyed beyond recognition, and they were supporting their bodies with their arms, panting heavily. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The moment the two heard Shen Qing's voice, their bodies involuntarily froze. When Lu Qian saw Shen Qing, a sharp pain shot through his head. However, soon the surge of madness took over. Another one? Good, no matter how many come. I'm ready. Preventing internal strife. Saying that, An icy arrow shot towards Shen Qing's direction. Shen Qing let out a sigh and collected all the ice arrows into her space. Immediately afterward, she also gathered all of Feng Zhao's attacks. I said, "Can you all wake up a little? Why don't you open your eyes and see what you've done?" The two of them ignored Shen Qing's words. Moreover, they tacitly turned their hostility towards Shen Qing. "What's wrong? Are you going to join the team to snatch her away? You don't stand a chance. Humph. No one can match our understanding." Shen Qing. What are these two people talking about? Shen Qing felt confused. Before she had the chance to think about what the two of them were saying, their attacks came again. Shen Qing sighed while dodging. This couldn't go on like this. Both of these two had more stamina and combat power than her, and she couldn't hold on for much longer. She needed to think of another way. Just then, Shen Qing heard footsteps above her head. Soon after, she heard a loud bang, as if someone had jumped down. Was it reinforcements? Or enemies? As my enemy, how can you still afford to be distracted? Take my move. Shen Qing bit down hard on her molars and said, "You too. Can you please be quiet for a while?" Shen Qing received all the attacks and quickly flashed to Lu Qian's side, grabbing his wrist. "You really can't recognize me? Open your eyes and see who I am." A familiar, very familiar scent. Lu Qian felt a bit dizzy, and the anger in his heart seemed to fade a little. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qing gave him a hard slap on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. "Something's up. It can actually take down my strong enemy," Feng Zhao warned. Shen Qing sighed and pressed closer. "Dr. Feng, I thought you were so rational that you would never be affected by this poison gas. I didn't expect you to join in the chaos as well." Feng Zhao felt her relentless approach, her heart racing rapidly. Strange. What? Why was she afraid of the person in front of her? Who exactly was she? "Dr. Feng, I really have no other options left. I can only trouble you to sleep for a while." After saying that, she struck with a knife hand again. Feng Zhao obediently fell asleep. Shen Jian was still far away, staring wide-eyed and yelling at her in anger. Shen Qing let out a long sigh. What's going on? There are still others who haven't been found. She must hurry. Just at that moment, she heard a familiar voice. Shen Qing. Shen Qing turned around and said in surprise, "Sister me, you guys made it." Xiaomi nodded and glanced at the others who were lying on the ground. Shen Qingsheng was afraid she would misunderstand and wanted to explain. However, before he could say anything, Xiaomi indicated that she already understood the situation below. "As I came over with Zhuoxing, we saw Xie Yang and Zhou by beating each other up until they were covered in bruises. Right now, Zhuoxing is still over there treating the two of them." Xiaomi sighed and said, "Fortunately, neither of them are ability users. Otherwise, it would have been a bloody mess. I was also worried about the situation of others, so I came over first." Xiaomi looked at Shen Jian and the other two, saying, "Thank goodness you're here, otherwise the consequences would really be unimaginable." Shen Qing sighed and said, "I have tried to wake them up, but I really can't do it." Xiaomi hugged her and said, "You've worked hard." After a while, Zhuoxing brought the already treated Zhou Bai and Xie Yang to this side. Both Xie Yang and Zhou Bai looked down, feeling ashamed after waking up. They didn't understand how they could have said such hurtful things just now. Those words were not their true intention. "Zhuoxing, hurry up and treat the three of them. Shen Qing and I will go find the others." Zhuoxing glanced at the people on the ground and nodded. "I understand. We'll go too," Zhou Bai and Xie Yang said in unison. The two of them were eager to do something as compensation. Xiaomi said lightly, "You two just stay put and don't make things worse. With you two here, I can be a little more at ease since Zhuoxing doesn't have combat abilities." Zhuoxing prioritized saving Shen Jian. "No matter what, we need to wake up at least one combatant first." Zhuoxing nodded. "I understand, Mi Jia. You can go with peace of mind." Xiaomi was naturally reassured. She turned to Shen Qing and said, "Let's go find the others." The underground space was larger than everyone had imagined. After the two left, they walked for a long time without seeing any trace of their other friends. "Mi Jia, were those people still there when you arrived?" Shen Qing asked. Xiaomi shook her head. "When we arrived, the stairs to the upper floor were already broken. I only guessed you were on this level because I heard the sounds of fighting from downstairs." Shen Qing nodded and said, "Once we gather all the team members, we'll find a way to go up. The enemy's remaining forces are few, and we must take advantage of this victory to pursue them." Xiaomi nodded. "Then we need to hurry." After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two finally saw familiar figures. "Zhao Shi!" Shen Qing shouted loudly. Zhao Shi turned around in confusion and, upon seeing the two, was filled with joy. Sister me. Sister Shen. Zhao Shi shouted excitedly. Shen Qing quickly walked over to her side and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Did you get poisoned?" Zhao Shi blinked and questioned, "What poison?" Shen Qing asked in confusion, "Did you not encounter that white mist?" Zhao Shi suddenly realized and smiled, saying, "So that strange thing is poison. I was worried it was something dangerous, and the moment the mist appeared, I released a fireball. The mist exploded when it came into contact with the fireball and then disappeared." Shen Qing couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "You were really lucky." Zhao Shi scratched his head and chuckled. "But I've been walking for a long time and Haven Tea encountered you. I'm all alone down here. So scared." Shen Qing gently patted her back. "It's okay. Let's go find the others." Zhao Shi nodded heavily. The three of them continued to wander in circles through the maze. After a while, they heard a series of heavy breathing sounds. Shen Qing immediately became alert. Cautiously, she protected the two behind her and then carefully peeked outside. It turned out to be their own people. The moment she saw them, Shen Qing relaxed. "What happened to you two?" Shen Qing asked. Lu Qi raised her head, her eyes red instantly. "Sister Shen Qing, I finally found you. I don't know why. This guy suddenly attacked me like he was crazy. My ankle got cut by his wind blade." In the secret passage, Lu Qi showed her wound to the two, pouting and looking very aggrieved. Xiaomi comforted her, saying, "It's the enemy's fault for releasing poison gas. So he didn't do it on purpose. Once he wakes up, I'll make him apologize to you." Hearing this, Lu Qi quickly said, "No need for an apology. After all, I just hit him too. But the effect of the poison gas on me was short-lived, so after a while I woke up. After I woke up, I tried to talk him down for a while, but he just wouldn't stop. So I had no choice but to knock him out." Shen Qing gave a thumbs up and praised, "You've done great. After finding the two of you, our team's members were all here. Let's go and meet up with the others, then figure out a way to leave this cursed place." Lu Qi nodded heavily and continued to carry Lu Hao on his back. The four of them walked back along the original path and soon reached the place where a few people were, with Zhuo Xing providing treatment. The other two also woke up. When they saw Shen Qing return, they instinctively lowered their heads. "I'm sorry. I almost hurt you," Lu Qian said to Shen Qing. "I'm also very sorry. I couldn't even suppress this kind of poison. I'm really ashamed." Fang Xiao also kept his head down. Shen Qing gently placed her hands on the shoulders of the two and comforted them, saying, "It's not just the two of you who are poisoned. There's no need to feel guilty at this time. All right, lift your heads up. The newcomers are watching." Shen Qing quietly reminded them, and only then did they raise their heads. "The most important thing now is to get out of here first. We can't let the enemy escape." Xiaomi lifted her head and looked at the place where everyone had fallen. "It's so high. How do we get up there?" Lu Hao propped his chin up. "I think this should be a small matter for you," Fang Xiao said, looking at Shen Qing. Shen Qing had just been contemplating this issue and had indeed thought of some feasible solutions. "I'll give it a try first." After all, she didn't have such a high ladder in her space. She looked up at the height and then immediately released the accumulated ruins and debris from her space. These were the items she had collected in the reception room, along with some ruins she had forgotten to throw away for quite some time. Piling them together, they were almost reaching the exit. "Amazing," Lu Hao exclaimed. He hadn't expected such a convenient ability and was truly impressed. Then Shen Qing released a ladder that was 1 story high, propped at an angle to prevent the debris from collapsing during the climb. "I'll try to see if I can get up." Shen Qing was worried that the structure of the debris wouldn't be sturdy enough. But Lu Qian stepped forward first. "My weight is a bit heavier. Let me try. As long as I can get up, the others shouldn't have any problems." Saying this, he went up the ladder without giving others a chance to argue. "Be careful. If you sense anything wrong, let me know immediately," Shen Qing gently reminded. Beside them, Fang Xiao felt a bit jealous. He had clearly wanted to step up just now, but this man was just too quick. Lu Qian smiled. "Don't worry. It's just the 2nd floor. Even if I fall, it won't be a big deal." That said, Lu Qian took each step very cautiously. The debris creaked under his feet, making everyone's hearts tremble slightly, fearing the ruins might suddenly collapse. Fortunately, it was just some minor noises, and Lu Qian quickly climbed up. Once he reached the top of the debris, he grabbed the floor of the top level and jumped up. "No problem, you can come up." With Lu Qian as an example, the others quickly followed, climbing up to the top floor one after another. Upon returning to the top floor, Lao and Rose had already disappeared. Xie slightly closed his eyes. I've already noted the energy fluctuations of these two people. Let me try to find them. No, they're nothing. These two have already left my line of sight. Xiaomi nodded. Let's chase them, while walking and investigating. After leaving the room, Xie immediately stopped. There's a hidden space. Wait a moment, I need to find the entrance. This hidden chamber was very concealed, and Xie couldn't find the entrance right away. Shen Qing didn't have that much patience to wait. She looked around and confirmed the load-bearing wall before starting her demolition-style destruction. This is too rough, isn't it? The newcomers were startled by Shen Qing's actions. They had never seen anything like this before and were afraid that Shen Qing would bring the whole building down. Shen Qing's dismantling speed was very fast. Before long, Xie found the entrance over there. Found it. Follow me. Xie ran in the front, passing through the reception room and reaching the corner of the next staircase. Shen Qing, it's right here. Shen Qing understood Xie meaning and immediately reached out to move the wall in front of her. Sure enough, there was a secret passage behind the wall. Let's go. The passage was very narrow, only allowing one person to pass through at a time. The moment Shen Qing wanted to go in, she was pulled back by Lu Qian. I'll go first. Feng Xiao, you cover the back. Feng Xiao fixed his gaze on the hand that Lu Qian was holding Shen Qing with, and calmly separated the two, saying, I'll go first, you cover the back. No, I want to go first. Why should I follow your arrangement? I want to go in front. Xiaomi glanced between the two, then looked at Shen Qing, and immediately understood. You two stop arguing. Jian will go first, and you two will cover the back. The two were taken aback. Why? It's too dangerous in front. I think I'm the most suitable. Yeah, I also think it's unreasonable for Ji to go first. Xiaomi said lightly, follow the arrangement. Only then did the two relent. Shen Jian walked at the front, with Zhou Bo following closely behind, operating the protective shield. Shen Qing and Xie walked one after the other. Xie was constantly updating the map in his mind. This passageway was still quite long, and so far, no other life forms had been detected, allowing them to walk with peace of mind. After about 10 minutes of walking, they had traversed quite a bit of downhill. They had already reached the first floor, and if they continued, they would enter the basement. The group had never been to the basement before. As they reached the exit of the basement, the path suddenly widened, accommodating two people side by side. Be careful. There are many rooms of various sizes ahead, and I can sense a strong energy fluctuation. Xie thought for a moment and said, from the energy fluctuations, it should be mutated beasts. More mutated beasts. How many of those things has that dam misproduced? Sure enough, just a few dozen meters later, they heard the agitated sounds of mutated beasts. How is everyone's stamina recovery? Xiaomi asked. Don't worry, I'm doing great now. No matter how many mutated beasts come, I can take them all down. Shen Qing said nothing, but took out a crystal core from her backpack. This is the crystal core I've collected over the past 2 days. Let's share it and eat it now. It might help in the upcoming battle. Kangxing looked at Shen Qing gratefully, thinking to herself, thank goodness you're here. Sometimes I really feel inadequate as the team leader. Shen Qing smiled gently. Sister me. Please don't say that. I'm also a member of Team 01, just doing my part. The others felt embarrassed to accept Shen Qing's crystal cores. After all, these were all obtained through her hard work. Everyone, please swallow them quickly. There's another fierce battle ahead. Even if these crystal cores can't help improve your abilities, they can help you recover your stamina quickly. So don't be polite. Seeing Shen Qing's enthusiastic gaze, everyone finally swallowed the crystal cores. After swallowing the cores, the fatigue of the group was immediately lifted significantly. Let us move on. I'm ready now. I feel like I'm fully revived. The few of them seemed energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The closer they got, the more restless the mutated beasts became. The roars and howls echoed loudly underground. At that moment, Shen Qing saw two people standing at the highest point. You really came after us. I'm quite disappointed in you. It took you so long. Hilao's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Mei also smiled faintly. Hilao, it seems we overestimated this group. Just these mutated beasts alone might wipe them out completely. Shenzhen instantly teleported to a high place the moment he saw the two of them, appearing right in front of them. As long as I'm here, you won't escape. Shen Qing gritted his teeth. However, the moment Shen Qing teleported over, the two of them disappeared. What happened? Shen Qing found it hard to believe his eyes. So young and impulsive. I understand your abilities very well. In front of me, you're like transparent glass. The voice came from the other side. Shen Qing's body stiffened as he turned around in surprise. What on earth is happening? Can these two also teleport? How is that possible? Shen Qing wrinkled his nose and moved over in an instant. Shut up, he shouted. But just as he moved over, Shen Qing fired his gun. However, the bullet passed through both of their bodies without causing any harm to either of them. Shen Qing widened his eyes and stumbled a step back. While he was confused, Shen Qing had already noticed the oddity of the situation. Don't waste your effort. They are not here. This is just a projected image. Shen Qing was taken aback. He had forgotten about this after being in the apocalypse for so long. You really are the smartest one. The figures of the two appeared from another direction. Rose frowned. I hate smart women the most. Hilao looked at Shen Qing with appreciation, but unfortunately, I did meet you earlier. Someone like you should join my ranks to fully unleash your talents. Shen Qing scoffed. No matter when, I will never join you. I could never become someone as wicked as you. Hilao let out a soft snort, saying that when people encounter different challenges, they always make different choices. Your words are a bit too decisive. Shen Qing's face darkened, unwilling to respond. If you have the ability, why not show yourself? What does hiding in the corner mean? Are you a sneaky rat? Shen Qing was holding back a surge of anger. Hilao laughed. I'm not a young person and I won't fall for provocations. I prepared a big gift for you all, so enjoy it. After saying that, Hilao pressed a button in his hand. In that instant, the ground began to shake violently again. Due to this intense shaking, the mutated beasts in the room became even more restless. Quick hide! Zhou Bai sensed a great danger and immediately protected the few people who had no combat ability. Sure enough, the ground suddenly cracked into small chunks the next second. The entire floor began to twist like a Rubik's Cube, and before the others could react, the room containing the mutated beasts moved over. In an instant, it divided into platforms of varying heights. It was indeed a lot of effort. As the shaking stopped, the group found themselves transported to different rooms, each facing a different mutated beast. It's just a mutated beast. Don't underestimate people. Lu Qian looked at the giant blue python in front of him and snorted coldly. The giant python hissed, flicking its tongue, and tilted its head to stare at Lu Qian. Its sapphire-like eyes were extremely beautiful. Lu Qian paused for a moment. Although he didn't know the name of this type of python, he remembered seeing an introduction about it in a documentary. This all-blue giant python lived in glacial regions and had venomous fangs. Lu Qian instinctively took a step back. Venomous. With Left Xing and Lu Qi not here, he couldn't afford to be poisoned. The python seemed to sense his cowardice, flicking its tongue even more eagerly. Just as Lu Qian was hesitating about where to break through, the giant python suddenly lunged at him with a bite. Lu Qian was startled and quickly rolled to dodge. Forget it. Rather than being timid and getting bitten to death, it was better to fight back, even if it meant dying together. Lu Qian thought as he rolled up his sleeves. After all, this was the final battle. Even if he died here, it would be worth it. As he thought this, a white mist emerged from his palm. Ice arrows gathered in his hand and, with his movements, were fiercely shot towards the giant python. The python twisted its massive body to evade, but Lu Qian's attack speed was very fast, so even though it dodged in time, it was still hit by the ice arrow. However, the moment the ice arrow hit, it shattered. What? Lu Qian clenched his fist. The giant python seemed somewhat pleased, its azure tail waving in the air. Lu Qian gathered his strength and launched another attack. But just like before, his ice arrows had no effect on this giant python at all. Soon, the python began to counterattack. It swung its tail, which was as thick as a tree trunk, towards Lu Qian. Lu Qian flipped back, but was still struck on the calf by the snake's tail. Hiss! Lu Qian let out a muffled groan in pain. Soon, he also understood why his attacks had no effect on this giant python, because its body was as cold as an ice cave. Truly worthy of being a creature that lives in a frigid environment. Lu Qian's eyes moved slightly. So, that old man meant a specially prepared room. Other people must be having a tough time too. Even though he was facing danger, Lu Qian's heart still worried about Shen Qing. Shen Qing was pushed back a few steps by the tremendous impact, raising a cloud of dust. She hadn't expected the kangaroo in front of her to be so powerful. Its body was very solid, and several times bullets were instantly deflected upon hitting it. Since bullets were ineffective against this nemesis, she switched to a dagger. However, the kangaroo fought like a martial artist. Although Shen Qing had learned a bit of martial arts, it was only superficial. After struggling for a while, she still couldn't get close to it. But the kangaroo wasn't able to gain the upper hand against Shen Qing either. Whenever it attempted to launch an attack, Shen Qing would always place obstacles to block its movements. Thus, they continued to attack while evading each other. The situation for the other few people was similar. Shen Jian encountered a mutated pangolin. This is a protected animal. Can I take action? Zhao Shi came across a hawk with bright red feathers, highly resistant to fire. Fang Xiao faced a giant burrowing mole, which couldn't be hit by lightning at all. In the distance, the two were standing in front of a screen, watching all of this. Old He, I think this group is definitely doomed this time, Rose said excitedly. Old He smiled slightly. Thanks to Miss Ling, if he hadn't gathered so much information, I wouldn't have thought of this method. Thinking of Miss Ling, a hint of disdain flashed across Rose's face. By the way, I wonder if that madman is dead or has fallen into this group's hands. That madman is afraid of death. I hope he doesn't say anything he shouldn't. Oldie said lightly, Rose, don't say that. Miss Ling is just a bit obsessed with science. In reality, he is just like you and Sulu, a good kid. Rose pouted in dissatisfaction. Anyway, I don't like Miss Ling. He's gloomy and likes to experiment on humans. It's too creepy. Old He, we should leave now, Rose reminded softly. Oldie wasn't in a hurry. I want to see how these people perform. His gaze remained on Shen Qing. He marveled at her perfect abilities. What do you think that woman's space contains? If she is willing to submit to us, it would be a great help. Rose frowned. She didn't like Shen Qing. She had hated smart women since high school. They all had one thing in common, relying on their superior intelligence to criticize her. Who played the role of a vase? Beauty and intelligence are both innate. Why is intelligence praised while beauty is often accompanied by slander? Rose glanced at Old He and felt a bit lonely after sensing his desire for Shen Qing. No matter the era, men will always be captivated by intelligent women. I don't think she has any intention to submit, Rose said gloomily. Old He nodded lightly. If she is unwilling to submit, then there's only one way out. The people we cannot obtain must not fall into their hands. Hearing this, Rose felt much more at ease. The battle continued, but everyone had fallen into a passive state. These mutated beasts seemed to be specially created for them, showing extreme resilience to their attacks. After several rounds, everyone was somewhat exhausted. What should we do? Zhou Bai and his group watched from a distance, feeling anxious. They had no combat power, and not causing trouble at this time was already considered helping. Sister me, if this goes on, they probably won't be able to hold on. Seiyan also felt anxious. After all, this kind of situation had never happened before. Xiaomi remained silent, staring intently at the transparent room in the distance. Suddenly, she had an idea. She picked up the communicator and commanded, Jian, use your abilities to leave that room and go support Lu Qian. Shen Jian heard this and immediately followed suit. Although the rooms of these few people were unevenly spaced, the surrounding walls were transparent. So Shen Jian's current position allowed him to see Lu Qian's location perfectly. In just a second, he moved to Lu Qian's side. The giant python sensed someone intruding and instantly swung its tail. If it were someone else, they would definitely be knocked out by that thick tail. But Shen Jian managed to dodge it with his special ability. That was close. Lu Qian glanced at him and asked, How did you get here? Shen Jian said, The enemies are too cunning. Each mutated beast is created to suppress our abilities. If this continues, our situation will become very precarious. That's why Systemy asked me to come and support you first. As long as we can successfully take down one mutated beast, we will have a breakthrough window. It's a plan. Lu Qian also agreed with Xiao Mi's viewpoint. As long as the giant python in front of them was dealt with, he could go and suppress other mutated beasts. Then let's go together. Lu Qian stretched his neck. Shen Jian responded with a sound. He pulled out a pistol from his waist. Although this mutated beast had ice resistance, its physical resistance was clearly not as strong as that of the mutated beast in his room. Shen Jian shot at the giant python's eyes. The The giant python seemed to sense something and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, the bullets came too frequently. It could evade some, but not all. The bullets pierced through the python's scales and directly shot through its flesh. A sizzling sound echoed in the room, and the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. Shen Qing licked his lips and said, "What do you think the taste of roasted snake meat is like? This big snake should be enough for our whole team, right?" Lu Qian imagined the scene of everyone sitting together eating roasted snake meat and felt a layer of goosebumps rise on his skin. Who knows how many strange viruses it carries? Better to dismiss this absurd idea. Shen Qing smiled mischievously. He was just joking around. Shen Qing often improved his meals, and he really didn't need to eat this terrifying thing. It seems that bullets are effective against it. In that case, I feel more confident. Shen Qing moved his wrist a bit, getting ready to act. It's up to you. Lu Qian knew that his attacks were ineffective against the giant python, so he didn't want to waste effort and decided to conserve his energy to deal with other mutated beasts instead. Shen Qing responded excitedly, carefully observing the movements of the giant python. Then, when the python attacked, he instantly flashed behind it and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the python's eyes, and it opened its massive mouth, twisting and attacking wildly as if it had gone mad. "Be careful," Lu Qian reminded while dodging. "Don't worry, its eyes are already blind. Now, just watch my performance." Shen Qing excitedly flashed back and forth, each shot hitting the body of the giant python. Before long, the giant python's body was riddled with holes, and the once spirited creature was now slumped on the ground. With too many wounds on its body, it no longer had the strength to struggle. Shen Qing saw that it no longer had the ability to attack, and immediately drew a sharp knife, stabbing it towards its vital point. After a mournful cry, the giant python's head fell completely to the ground. Success! Shen Qing excitedly dug out its crystal core. All done. Phew! Finally took down this giant python. Lu Qian beside him also felt delighted. If it weren't for Shen Qing's arrival, he feared he would have to struggle with the giant python for a while longer. Behind the screen, old he this. I didn't expect his ability to be useful in this situation. This trap was set up by Wu Ling and Rose together, watching the carefully arranged trap being unraveled. Rose was afraid that Old he would be disappointed in her. Oldie said calmly, "No rush. Their stamina has almost been exhausted. Even if they get past this level, they will die in the next one." Rose furrowed her brows, worried. "Old he, since there are traps here to delay time, then we should retreat to a safe place." Old he remained unmoved. The joy of hunting lies not in the outcome, but in watching the prey fall into the trap and struggle for mercy, he said. Rose knew she couldn't persuade him and stopped speaking. Anyway, Old he still had a backup plan. It was impossible for these people to leave alive based solely on their own efforts. Shen Qing and Lu Qian broke through the transparent wall and finally left the cramped room. "Let's go. Help your sister," Lu Qian urged anxiously. Shen Qing hadn't spoken yet when the communicator transmitted Xiao Mi's voice, saying to go to Zhaoxi next. Lu Qian was taken aback and tightened his fists. Shen Qing sensed some of his emotions and advised, "Brother Lu, let's go. The mutated beasts over at Zhaoxi have a very high resistance to fire, and ice is their weakness. With you here, we can definitely end it quickly. We can go help my sister afterwards." Shen Qing glanced at the direction of the two and added, "Moreover, you see, that mutated kangaroo can't get close to my sister at all. In comparison, Zhaoxi over there is already struggling a bit." Lu Qian looked in Zhaoxi's direction and immediately made a decision. "All right, I'll follow your lead." The two broke through the transparent wall and immediately joined the new battle. Zhaoxi's stamina was already wearing thin. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, she suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Shen Qing hurriedly supported her, asking, "Are you okay? You're not hurt, right?" Zhaoxi covered her injured arm and smiled. "I'm fine. It's just that its fire resistance is really too high. I have no way to deal with it at all." Shen Qing looked at her tired appearance and felt an indescribable pain in his heart. "You should rest well over there. Leave this to me and Brother Lu." When Shen Qing was about to leave, Zhaoxi grabbed his wrist, then immediately released it as if she had been scalded. "Be careful." Shen Qing felt a surge of intense emotion and replied softly, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After saying this, he turned and joined the fight. The red-feathered falcon was indeed formidable. Its sharp claws would leave a bloody mark on anyone it struck. but if it couldn't catch its target, it would be meaningless. Shen Qing kept flashing and struck with precision. The falcon was interrupted, its wings hit, and it fell from the sky. Then came another shot, and the other wing was pierced by the bullet. A falcon without wings was like a shark caught on land, no longer able to attack. Lu Qian raised his hand. An ice arrow shot out, piercing its head directly. You all are amazing. Zhao Shi was extremely excited to see the falcon dealt with. It's nothing. You're just not good at dealing with fire-resistant mutated beasts. If you had encountered other mutated beasts, you definitely wouldn't have lost, Shen Qing comforted gently. Let's go. It's time to save your sister. Lu Qian, go support the newcomers first. Xiaomi's order came out again from the communicator. Lu Qian tightened his grip on the communicator, allowing me to refuse. Shen Qing's situation is also unsafe. She is my partner, and I need to save her first. Xiaomi understood his intentions, but still advised for the greater good. Shen Qing can hold on, but the newcomer can't last any longer. Lu Qian glanced at the two people beside him. Let them go support the newcomers. Even if it means disobeying orders, I must reach Shen Qing's side now. He noticed that Shen Qing's movements were becoming somewhat laborious. That damn kangaroo had already become familiar with Shen Qing's tactics. After all this time, it showed no signs of tiring and was instead growing bolder. If they continued to grapple for a while longer, Shen Qing would surely not hold on. The kangaroo would definitely seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Shen Qing. The deaths of others had nothing to do with him, but if Shen Qing died, he didn't dare to think about it. Xiaomi watched his serious expression from a distance and sighed. All right, let's do as you say. You three split up to support Shen Qing, Lu Qi, and Lu Hao. Make sure to resolve it quickly, as Feng Zhao's side has also been entangled for a long time. Thank you, Lu Qian said softly. After putting away the communicator, Lu Qian rushed to Shen Qing's side without wasting a second. How are you? Lu Qian stood beside her. Shen Qing's forehead was beaded with large drops of sweat. She was exhausted. Shen Qing didn't pretend to be tough. She really didn't know what this guy had grown up eating. His endurance and strength were just too strong. Shen Qing complained. Her attacks were completely ineffective against the kangaroo. She could only dodge. But this creature had already seen through her attacks, and even if she set up obstacles, they would be quickly destroyed. Shen Qing felt completely exhausted. I'll take over. Lu Qian stepped in front of Shen Qing, shooting ice arrows that sprouted like bamboo shoots. The kangaroo was taken aback, seemingly not expecting the sudden change in opponent and the different style of attack. However, it quickly regained its composure, dodging the attacks while swinging its fists towards Lu Qian. Lu Qian couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the shoulder blade. Hiss! Lu Qian winced in pain. How are you? Shen Qing hurriedly placed an obstacle and rushed to his side. It's nothing, I'm completely fine, Lu Qian said stubbornly. The kangaroo's previous hit had landed on his right shoulder, and the force was tremendous. His shoulder blade was probably shattered. Are you really okay? Your complexion doesn't look good, Shen Qing said with concern. Lu Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head. I'm fine. Get out of the way. At some point, the kangaroo had destroyed the obstacle and approached them. Its fist, the size of a sandbag, was coming down towards Lu Qian, having just taken a hit. He had no time to dodge. As the fist drew nearer, Shen Qing gritted her teeth and stepped in to block it. In that instant, she randomly pulled out a soft object from her space to protect her back. Bang! The immense impact caused both of them to roll several meters. Shen Qing, are you okay? Lu Qian almost instantly lunged towards Shen Qing, concerned about her condition. Shen Qing coughed twice. This mutated kangaroo was much stronger than a normal kangaroo. If it hadn't been for something cushioning the blow just now, that punch might have shattered her ribs. Shen Qing grabbed Lu Qian's arm and stood up, saying, I'm fine. Let's quickly deal with this trouble. Lu Qian felt a complex mix of emotions. Just now, she had taken a punch to protect herself, and he surprisingly felt a bit happy, but mostly he felt heartache. Don't worry, I'll definitely deal with this damned beast as soon as possible. Lu Qian turned around. His gaze towards the kangaroo was incredibly dark. How dare it harm Shen Qing? He would make this beast pay the price. Lu Qian thought to himself, as the blue mist in his palm gathered more and more. Even Shen Qing, who was beside him, was surprised. After all, they had fought side by side many times before, and she was already very familiar with Lu Qian's combat power. The mist he was gathering in his palm far exceeded what had been before. The kangaroo raised its fists, eager to try its luck in the air. Lu Qian's face was cold as he said in a low voice, "Let me make you taste some pain first." With that, the ice arrows in his palm shot out rapidly. This time, the speed of the ice arrows was far beyond what had been before. The kangaroo wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The ice arrows pierced through its fists like bamboo, the sharp tips penetrating the bones and coming out of its forearm. The kangaroo let out a howl of pain, its gaze towards the two filled with even more hatred. But Lu Qian didn't give it a chance to come closer. One ice arrow after another was fired, faster than bullets and fiercer than gunpowder. The kangaroo had no ability to resist. Its proud fists were now a bloody mess. The final arrow pierced directly through its heart. The kangaroo let out a roar and fell straight down. That was amazing. Shen Qing couldn't help but praise. Lu Qian turned around, his gaze softening. "I'll take you to Zuoxing to check your body first." Shen Qing immediately shook her head. "No. Fang Xiao is still fighting alone. I need to go help him." Lu Qian's expression darkened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, because he believed that if he were the one left behind, Shen Qing would make the same choice. "I'll go help Fang Xiao, and you go to Sister Mi for treatment." Lu Qian quickly provided a new plan. Shen Qing wanted to raise an objection, but Lu Qian's hands pressed down on her shoulders. "Go ahead. Your partner is the strongest. With me here, what is there to worry about?" Shen Qing raised her eyes and happened to meet his determined gaze. "Go get treated. There might be unknown dangers ahead, and if I can't hold on, I'll need you to save me," Lu Qian said with an unprecedented gentleness. For some reason, Shen Qing was persuaded by him. She nodded gently, but reminded him, "Just be careful." Lu Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm the strongest." After saying that, he immediately turned and ran towards Fang Zhao's direction. Shen Qing quickly walked to the side of Xiao Mi and the others. Zuoxing immediately moved closer to check her body. There were some minor injuries to her internal organs. "Don't move around for now. I'll treat you," he said. Zuoxing was quick in his actions. In less than a year, he had already grown into an excellent medic. During the treatment, Shen Qing began to feel the pain in her body. Xiao Mi looked into the distance, relieved to have found a way to break through. Judging by the situation, the battle would likely be over in half an hour at most. Shen Qing followed her gaze and unconsciously focused on Lu Qian. The enemy was too cunning. We didn't know what other traps were waiting for us. Xiao Mi's eyes were resolute, no matter what traps lay ahead or how many dangers we encountered. As long as our Team 01 fought side by side, we would definitely be able to get through it. Shen Qing responded softly. "People are really strange." Back when she first reincarnated, she was determined not to interact with anyone in this life and to focus solely on her family. Unexpectedly, now she finds herself worrying about the safety of others besides just a few people. This battle ended faster than Xiao Mi had imagined. In less than 15 minutes, all the mutated beasts were eliminated. "Thank you all for your hard work." Xiao Mi walked in front of everyone. Zuoxing was helping everyone check their injuries. With Lu Qi present, the two treated the wounds simultaneously, and minor injuries healed quickly. "Found it." Xie Yang, with his eyes half closed, excitedly opened them. "It seems they don't intend to escape," Xie Yang said. "They must have been watching the entire battle just now." Xiao Mi snorted. "They really are arrogant and conceited. Let us go. Let them pay the price for their arrogance and conceit." As soon as she finished speaking, a rustling sound came from above. Xiao Mi looked up and saw a huge black cloth descending from the sky. "Quickly, get out of the way," Xiao Mi said, but her warning was too late. The black cloth was simply too large, covering the entire open area. Everyone had no time to escape and was enveloped by the black cloth. "Strange. I thought it was some kind of lethal weapon. But this is just an ordinary black cloth, right?" "Yes. What exactly is the enemy's purpose?" Everyone was shrouded in the black cloth, and although it was pitch black in front of them, they could feel through touch that it was just regular fabric. Could it be that they want to escape while we can't see? That's too foolish, right? Shen Jian felt a sense of worry and immediately used teleportation, wanting to escape the shroud of the black cloth. However, after trying several times, he still found himself within the black cloth. How could this be? Shen Jian was extremely shocked. Not only was he unable to return to the previous location, but he couldn't go anywhere else either. No matter how he teleported, he remained in this patch of black cloth. It was too bizarre. This was truly too bizarre. Even more bizarre was that the voices of his teammates gradually faded away. Sister? Zhaoxi? No matter how he shouted, no one responded. It was as if he had fallen into an endless darkness, like a nightmare. Shen Qing was completely different. She lifted the black cloth and saw a familiar office. The air conditioner hissing out cool air, with the sounds of colleagues complaining and typing in her ears. What was going on? Why was it this scene again? When she was reborn, this was also what she saw when she opened her eyes. Could it be that she was reborn again? No, it couldn't be. She hadn't died at all. Shen Qing? Shen Qing, what are you thinking? Could it be that the shock was so great that you become foolish? Shen Qing turned around to see a familiar colleague beside her. What's wrong? You look a bit pale. Are you feeling unwell? Shen Qing was taken aback, just like back then. How could this be possible? They were clearly on the verge of victory. If she were to be reborn at this moment, wouldn't everything have to start all over again? What would that make of their previous efforts? She pushed her female colleague aside and ran out of the company. The warm sunlight outside carried a hint of heat. Familiar vendors lined the streets, and fashionable people hurried back and forth. Shen Qing felt her hands and feet become icy and numb. She simply could not believe her eyes. She stood there in a daze, as if suddenly remembering something. She reached out, wanted to take something out from her space. But nothing appeared. She closed her eyes. And that vast space did not materialize before her. Could it be that after this rebirth, her original spatial ability was gone? What is happening? Xiaomi furrowed her brows tightly. At some point, her teammates around her began to babble incoherently. Cries and pleas for help intertwined. What is wrong with all of you? Is there anyone who can respond to me? Xiaomi struggled to lift the black cloth above her head while asking. But it seemed like everyone still couldn't hear her voice. Xiaomi crawled out from under the black cloth, carefully feeling it, but found no abnormalities. Speaking of which, it was unclear when a sweet scent had filled the air. It was similar to the aroma of apples. This black cloth was enormous, and Xiaomi pulled out a small knife from her waist, tearing the cloth in half. After quite some effort, she finally ripped the entire piece apart. It was then that she realized that everyone in Team 01 had already fallen asleep. No, more accurately, they had fainted. Their expressions were filled with pain, mumbling something incomprehensible. Xiaomi hurriedly ran to Zhuoxing's side, shaking him vigorously. Wake up. This is not the time to give up. If the enemy releases mutated beasts now, she, who had no combat power, would be unable to protect anyone else. Team 01 would be wiped out here. Wake up. Stop dreaming. Zhuoxing's expression was extremely twisted, murmuring, Don't give up on me. I'm not just a vase. Seeing this, Xiaomi could only run to Shen Qing's side first. Shen Qing, wake up quickly. Aren't you usually the most rational one? How could you fall into this state? Shen Qing sat slumped on the ground, staring blankly at her hands. The space was gone. If she could start over, she couldn't change anything. What should she do next? How should she face the impending apocalypse? Shen Qing buried her head down, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she didn't even notice the expressionless figure beside her. Shen Qing, Xiaomi said anxiously, shaking her vigorously. Everyone was in a strange state, and she had to wake up at least one person first to have a chance of waking the others. Shen Qing is usually very rational, and waking her up now is the best choice. Xiaomi thought to herself, increasing her grip a little more. Seeing that Shen Qing showed no signs of waking up, Xiaomi anxiously held her tighter. Please, wake up quickly. If only I had a combat ability. As Xiaomi said this, tears streamed down her face. If I had the ability to fight, I wouldn't be so scared. Clearly, I'm the captain, yet I'm so useless. Xiaomi's tears soaked Shen Qing's clothes. Strange. Shen Qing looked up at the sky. It was clear and there was no rain. Why did her shoulders feel damp? Shen Qing wiped her tears and touched her shoulder. Where did the water come from? Why am I so useless? Compared to me, you are more like the captain of the team. Xiaomi hugged her tightly. It's so hot. The weather isn't that scorching yet. So why does she feel so hot and heavy? Shen Qing stood up and noticed some details that he hadn't paid attention to before. The people on the street had blank expressions, each moving mechanically. No, that's not right. Shen Qing sensed something was wrong. If she really had been reborn, then how could there be scars left from the apocalypse on her body? This body shouldn't have experienced the apocalypse yet. Shen Qing was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she had not been reborn at all. What was before her? Shen Qing circled around, guessing the general idea. What a cunning enemy. If she hadn't realized that this was an illusory trap, she might never have been able to leave for the rest of her life. Shen Qing calmed her emotions and began to think of ways to leave this place. The enemy couldn't have transferred her here all at once. So the scene before her was an illusion. As long as she focused her mind, perhaps she could escape. Shen Qing closed her eyes, trying to calm herself down. At that moment, she felt a bit out of breath. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Xiaomi, who was holding her and crying loudly. Mi Jia, why are you crying? After a pause, Shen Qing raised her hand to wipe away Xiaomi's tears. Seeing her awake, Xiaomi's eyes instantly lit up. She hugged Shen Qing tighter and said excitedly, "You finally woke up. I was so tired." Shen Qing gently hugged her, stroking her back. "It's okay." Xiaomi wiped her tears, gathered her spirits, and said, "Now that you're the only one awake, we need to find a way to wake the others." Shen Qing nodded. She didn't know what kind of trick the enemy had used, but the previous situation felt like entering a dream, and it was a nightmare at that. She believed they were experiencing the same thing. If they didn't find a way to wake them up in time, they might really not wake up. The two discussed and decided to take separate actions. Shen Qing is responsible for Shen Jian, Zhao Shi, Lu Qian, and Feng Xiao. Shen Jian had been walking for a long time, but still had not escaped that darkness. So tired. This darkness seemed endless, no matter how far he walked. "Sister, Zhao Shi, where are the others?" "Jian, Jian, wake up quickly. Jian, can you hear your sister's voice?" "Sister." After calling for who knows how long, Shen Jian finally heard Shen Qing's voice and slowly opened his eyes. "Sister." He immediately hugged Shen Qing tightly. "Sister, I thought I would never see you again." Shen Qing gently arranged his hair and said, "Sister will always be by your side, and our family will be safe together." Shen Jian buried his head in her arms and took a long time to recover. On the other side, Xiaomi had also awakened Lu Qi. "What is going on?" Shen Qing briefly explained a few sentences. "Fortunately, Sister Mi is awake. It's really hard to wake up by oneself in this state," Shen Jian said. Shen Qing nodded. "Yes, this can be considered a stroke of luck." Immediately after, Shen Jian headed straight towards Zhao Shi. Shen Qing looked at his back and smiled gently. Unknowingly, that little brother who used to cry and fuss has also grown up and has someone to care about. Shen Qing withdrew her gaze and walked up to Lu Qian. She looked at Lu Qian's slightly furrowed brows, wondering what kind of situation he was facing. How could she awaken him? "Lu Qian, can you hear me?" Shen Qing leaned close and called softly in his ear. Tears hung beneath Lu Qian's closed eyes, showing no reaction to Shen Qing's voice. "It seems you are also trapped in a painful illusion." Shen Qing shook him vigorously, even pinching him, but he showed no reaction. Xiaomi looked in their direction and suddenly had an idea. "Shen Qing, why don't you try kissing him? Maybe he'll wake up." Shen Qing, huh? Lu Qian is not Sleeping Beauty. Besides, even though it's not the first kiss, a kiss is an expression of affection in a close relationship. "Are you serious about the successful night?" Shen Qing felt that this joke was a bit inappropriate. Xiaomi said seriously, "In emergency, just give it a try." Shen Qing looked at Lu Qian with difficulty. He didn't react even when his arm was pinched hard enough to draw blood. Would a kiss be of any use? Shen Qing didn't really care about the kiss. She just wondered if it was necessary to do so. "Treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Just give it a try," said Xiaomi. If Lu Qian liked her, then she would kiss him. Shen Qing sighed lightly and muttered, "If this really wakes up, want to get angry with me? Forget it, forget it. Since Sister Mi has said so, I can only give it a try. You mustn't blame me. I have no other choice." Shen Qing murmured, then slowly leaned closer to Lu Qian. Chaos. After the flood receded, the once peaceful world became a terrible mess. Lu Qian sat slumped on the ground. Beside him lay the bodies of his relatives. Why? He didn't understand. Why was he experiencing this pain once again? He clearly knew that everything before him was an illusion, yet even the corpses. He greedily wanted to look at a few more times. He dreamed every night of seeing his loved ones' faces. Lu Qian's eyes were red. It was too cruel. This damned enemy was truly too cruel. Even knowing that what was before him was an illusion, he was reluctant to leave. After all, in an illusion, the bodies wouldn't decay, so it was better to stay with his family in this way. Lu Qian, you need to pull yourself together. Don't let the illusion defeat you. Aren't my partners the strongest? Shen Qing tightly grasped his shoulders, wanted to wake him up in this way. Lu Qian was taken aback. Shen Qing's voice. He stood up, looking around but seeing no one. He chuckled softly. Indeed, this is his illusion. Naturally, it would feature the important people in his heart. Lu Qian, are you saying that your so-called strength is just talk? You liar. If you don't wake up soon, I will never partner with you again. Lu Qian was taken aback. Isn't this his illusion? Why would words he didn't want to hear appear? He realized something was wrong. You arrogant and annoying guy. I don't know what you've seen in the illusion, but you should know that no matter what is in front of you, it is all emptiness. Can you hear my voice? Why are you unwilling to wake up? Shen Qing leaned closer to Lu Qian, only a finger's distance away from him. She recalled what Xiaomi had just said. Kiss him. If a kiss could bring him back to the real world, she would be willing to kiss him as many times as needed. With that thought, Shen Qing slightly closed her eyes and moved forward. In an instant, Lu Qian felt a soft touch on his cheek. His heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the scene before him began to distort. The figures of his father and mother became increasingly blurry, and the surroundings gradually turned gray. When his vision settled, Lu Qian realized that the soft touch was actually Shen Qing's lips. His face turned red. Shen Qing. Lu Qian's voice was hoarse. His throat felt like it was on fire. You finally woke up, Shen Qing exclaimed with joy. She didn't expect that Xiaomi's seemingly outrageous method would actually work. The redness on Lu Qian's face hadn't faded, and when he met Shen Qing's gaze, he hurriedly turned his head away. Did I faint? It feels like I had a very long dream. Shen Qing stood up and lightly tapped him on the back of the head, saying it was an enemy's trap and that they should go, as there were others waiting for them to awaken. Lu Qian felt a moment of desolation, but immediately got up to follow. When he saw the next person to awaken was Feng Xiao. He immediately stood in front of Shen Qing. What? What are you doing? Time is tight. If there's something to say it quickly. Lu Qian cleared his throat and said, You must be exhausted. Let me handle the task of awakening Feng Xiao. You can just rest over there. He was genuinely worried that Shen Qing would use the same method to awaken Feng Xiao. He couldn't bear to see Shen Qing kiss Feng Xiao with his own eyes. Shen Qing was indeed exhausted. Then this task is handed over to you. Hurry up. We must catch up with the enemy immediately. Lu Qian responded quickly. In less than 20 minutes, everyone was awake. The moment Xie Yang woke up, he located He Lao and Rose's positions. To prevent their escape, Shen Qing almost instantly destroyed the stairs on all floors, trapping the two at a high place. Xie Yang, keep a close eye on the map. We must not let them escape this time. Xie Yang nodded firmly. Xiaomi led a group of people to climb upwards. Soon, they arrived in front of that door. Shen Qing didn't hesitate for a second and immediately opened the door. Inside, Old He and Rose sat calmly in front of the screen. Rose, it seems I underestimated them. This battle is one we lost. Rose took an aggressive stance and said, Old He, I'm here. You should leave quickly. Old He shook his head faintly and said, I'm a loser. Even if I leave here, I am destined to never turn the tide and win against them again. Rose, I can still hold on. You should go and find a place to live in hiding. Rose looked at Old He in disbelief, then resolutely said, I will not run away. I will fight until the last moment. Shen Jian snorted lightly, quite spirited. Then let me deal with you. After saying that, he flashed to behind Rose and pressed a gun against her head. Rose's body stiffened. Yes, she didn't have that strong combat power. At this moment, she could only surrender. Xiaomi walked heavily to Elder He. I said, we will definitely win. The final victory belongs to Team 01. The group tied up the two and collected the desired information before leaving the building. Outside the building, the mutated beasts in the base had been cleared. Some of the resisting people had also been completely eliminated. Seeing Team 01 come out safely, everyone cheered with joy. Captain Zhang was seriously injured and was receiving treatment. Captain Zhang, Team 01, successfully completed the mission. Xiaomi suppressed her inner excitement and reported on the situation inside the building. A smile appeared on Captain Zhang's pale face. Great. The sky was about to brighten, and our dawn was coming. It's just that no one knew if there would be other dangers waiting for them after this dawn. Shen Qing looked around. This time, Team 01 had no casualties. However, the losses among the other ordinary soldiers were also severe. At a glance, the red blood seemed to cover the entire base. Shen Qing gently clenched her fist. Sacrifice is an extremely sad thing, but fortunately, this time the sacrifice was not in vain. All teams assemble. With the hero's remains, we return to base. Dawn will eventually come. After returning to the base, Xiaomi conducted an interrogation of the 3 survivors overnight. The 3 were tight-lipped. However, during these days, Xiaomi's abilities had also evolved. Even if they did not answer the questions directly, Xiaomi was still able to gauge their emotions from their words. Soon, Xiaomi obtained the intelligence. Su Le Wu Ling, Mei Guwei, and the previously deceased Qian, he was saved by Old He. All 5 had experienced inhumane treatment in this apocalypse and harbored extreme hatred towards humanity. Old He was a researcher before the apocalypse. Therefore, he proposed the idea of creating an absolutely peaceful utopia. The other 4, having received his favors and sharing similar thoughts, quickly came together to establish the organization of the other Shoreflower. Although the organization only had 5 members, under Old He's experiments, all 4 successfully awakened their abilities. Apart from their powers, they also excelled in other aspects beyond the ordinary. Among them, Wu Ling stood out particularly. Not only did she create mutated beasts, but she also turned humans into zombies. If Team 01 had not intervened, this zombie outbreak would have flattened City C and gradually destroyed the surrounding cities. While annihilating humanity, they were also searching for capable new star humans. They needed to keep some humans to reproduce until they created the world they desired. We were still too naive. How could just 5 people change the world? Oldie chuckled at himself. Shen Qing stood not far away, her brows furrowed. Only she knew that these 5 people truly possessed such extraordinary abilities. It turned out that the horrific scenes of hell on earth in the previous life were actually caused by just these 5 individuals. After the interrogation, Xiaomi gave the 3 of them a straightforward answer. It seemed that things had finally come to a close. Xiaomi stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. The man-made disaster had been resolved, but it was uncertain whether the natural disaster would return. Xiaomi said sadly, "I can hardly remember what the sin of nature feels like." Shen Qing saw her sad expression and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "What is this?" Xiaomi turned her head in confusion and caught a whiff of a fresh tomato scent. As she focused her eyes, she realized it was a potted tomato plant. The plump red tomatoes were emitting a fragrant aroma. Xiaomi was stunned. Was she dreaming? Shen Qing smiled and said, "Sister me, I have found a way to restore the land. I believe it won't be long before the breath of nature returns." Xiaomi unconsciously shed tears. Unexpectedly, she looked at Shen Qing and then hugged her tightly. "Shen Qing, you are truly the savior of humanity. Luckily, you are on our side." Shen Qing hugged her back, smiling gently. "Where are you going? Are you going to confess to Shen Qing?" As Fang Xiao just stepped out of the room, he saw Lu Qian lurking at the door. "It has nothing to do with you," Fang Xiao said indifferently. "How could it have nothing to do with me? I'm eager to compete fairly with you. Otherwise, I would have expressed my feelings long ago," Lu Qian said excitedly. Fang Xiao ignored him and walked toward Shen Qing's room. Lu Qian immediately followed. The 2 stood in front of the door, but neither dared to knock. "What? Are you scared? If you're not afraid, why don't you knock?" The 2 fell silent for a moment. "What are you 2 doing in front of my door?" Shen Qing's voice came from behind them. Both of them jolted and turned around to see Shen Qing looking at them around the corner. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Shen Qing asked suspiciously. I. The 2 stammered, unsure how to begin. "What is going on?" Shen Qing's puzzled gaze scanned back and forth between them. Lu Qian glanced at the hesitant Fang Xiao, seemingly making up his mind, and said loudly, "Shen Qing, I like you, not just the kind of liking for a partner, but the kind of liking between a man and a woman. Would you be willing to be with me?" "Huh?" Shen Qing felt completely stunned. Before she could react, Fang Xiao also spoke up. "Shen Qing, I came here to tell you. I don't know when it started, but the seed you planted in my heart has grown into a towering tree, and my whole heart has been occupied by you. You have to take responsibility for me. Lu Qian, you're too cunning. Why do you have to say the word like in such a flowery way?" Shen Qing was frozen in place, unsure of what to say for a moment. "What is going on? Is today April Fool's Day?" "No, It's not even April yet. Did you two make a bet? Shen Qing found it hard to believe. After all, in their previous interactions, neither of them had shown any signs of affection towards her. How could this be so sudden? How is this possible? Lu Qian anxiously said, "Every word I just said is sincere. I'm definitely not lying to you." Fang Xiao nodded. "That's right. It's just that both of us have feelings for you. And to be fair, we decided to express our feelings together." Shen Qing felt dizzy and completely didn't know how to react. "Shen Qing, I know it might be hard for you to believe, so I'll give you time to think." "I'll wait for your answer," Fang Xiao said gently. "Shen Qing, I'm not very good with words. I just want to be with you. Please make sure to choose me," Lu Qian hurriedly added. "Fang Xiao, you're being too domineering." Shen Qing watched the little actions of the two squabbling over each other, still unable to come to her senses. By the time she realized what was happening, they had already playfully left her doorstep. After returning to her room, Shen Qing seriously contemplated what the two had said. Her mind was a bit chaotic, and she couldn't make a decision right away, so she entered her space. In the past few days, she had consumed quite a few crystal cores, and the black soil in her space had grown larger. The crops that had been planted in the ground had all ripened, and the entire space was filled with a rich natural fragrance. Breathing in this fresh scent, her troubled heart finally calmed down. She picked a fresh cucumber and took a bite, the crisp and fragrant cucumber flavor bursting in her mouth. It had been a long time. The next day, Shen Qing then gave the two an answer. She chose neither of them. It was time to rebuild the world, and she couldn't spare any thoughts for love. "If your love for me can last until this world gets better, then I will make my choice then." The two hung their heads, feeling disheartened for a while. However, they could also understand Shen Qing's thoughts. "All right, my feelings for you will never change," Lu Qian said. "Before the world returns to the way we are familiar with, I will prove my sincerity to you," Fang Xiao gently promised. A year later, since the extreme cold, the weather gradually returned to normal. The 4 seasons cycled, and nature was undergoing self-healing. The research team replicated the composition of the black soil in Shen Qing's space, restoring 30% of the arable land in City S. The remaining zombies and mutated beasts had been completely eradicated. People also began to spontaneously rebuild their homes. In the face of any disaster, as long as humanity unites its strength, they can always endure. Dawn will always come. The end.